I am Zhao Li, the Soul Ferryman. After completing a deal with the King of Hell, I finally regained my soul. However, when I opened my eyes again, I found myself in another world, not only caught up in a conspiracy called Eternal Life, but also encountering a powerful member of the Zhang family, a wealthy little master, a black bear who values money above all, and a naive third master just like Xiaodongqing. At this moment, I face endless yellow sand, and the soul-destroying gun's connection in the water underworld has completely vanished. I am neither human nor ghost. How should I survive in this strange desert? Besides the soul-destroying gun, I also brought my iPhone XS, and when I turned it on, it surprisingly still worked, though the signal was very poor. I guessed that this place is quite remote, and thought to myself, since the desert is so hard to endure, I should find a way out first. Although I am a soul ferryman and won't starve, I will definitely get tired. After walking for a short while, I felt I couldn't hold on any longer, so I simply sat down to rest. Suddenly, I heard faint footsteps coming from a distance. I looked up and saw two figures swaying towards me. The person in red and the one in white were supporting each other, looking quite disheveled. As they got closer, I immediately noticed their soul trajectories, which ordinary people cannot see, but I now possess the ability of an arhat, so I could sense the strong fortune flowing around them. This is probably why I can see them. Goodness, being in an unfamiliar place, I certainly couldn't miss this opportunity. The two of them also noticed me, looking at this man in black with puzzled expressions. Jie Yuchen's eyes were filled with vigilance, clearly thinking that this suddenly appearing person was not simple. He asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" I looked at them. They all looked quite good, especially the one in red, who looked like a fresh and refined young master. The one in white was also handsome, but there was a scrutinizing look in his eyes. "Hey, I've seen this kind of little tricks many times, having lived for over 1,000 years. I have no interest in such young people," I replied leisurely. "Is it only people that can appear in this place?" Wu Xia was taken aback, his mind still not catching up. "Ah, what do you mean?" I smiled mischievously. "It means I'm not human." His expression instantly became dazed, and he pulled Jie Yuchen back. "What is this strange thing?" I chuckled. "Of course, it's a male ghost. I'm standing right in front of you." Wu Xia stared wide-eyed for a long time without reacting, but it was Jie Yuchen who looked at me and said, "Wu Xia, didn't you see he has a shadow? Besides, it's broad daylight." Only then did Wu Xia come back to his senses. "Right, how could a ghost have a shadow? And how could it possibly appear during the day?" "Brother, don't scare us." Their words caught me off guard. A ghost is a ghost, but I am a ghost officer, so there is a reason I can appear. However, seeing their skeptical expressions, I was too lazy to explain further. I said seriously, "My name is Zhao Li. I'm here for a vacation, but I've gotten lost." Jie Yuchen snorted coldly. "You can be so calm while lost. Do you have some extraordinary skills?" I smiled and said, "Yes, I can catch ghosts." Wu Xia rolled his eyes. "Brother Zhao Li, you just said you are a ghost, and now your statement has changed." I shrugged. "I never said a ghost can't catch ghosts." The two were momentarily speechless and stopped asking questions. After all, I look quite decent, but my words are unreliable. Wu Xia tugged at Jie Yuchen. "Forget it, Xiao Hua. This isn't the time to dwell on these things. Our water is running low. Finding Xiao Gu and the others is the priority." After saying that, he looked at me. "We need to find our companions. Do you want to come with us?" Looking at the serious expression on his face, I couldn't help but think of the kindness and determination of Xiaodongqing. They were exactly the same. I smiled and said, "Sure, I don't know where else I can go anyway." They didn't object, and I followed along. However, Jie Yuchen was still a bit wary. After all, a stranger suddenly appearing on the road, who could guarantee he really posed no problem? The three of us continued walking forward. Due to severe water shortage, Wu Xia and Jie Yuchen's pace gradually slowed down, while I leisurely followed behind. After a short while, Wu Xia could no longer hold on, sat down on the ground to catch his breath, his face pale. He picked up his water bottle to drink, only to find it had long since run dry. Seeing this, Jie Yuchen handed him his own water bottle. "Drink." "Mine." Wu Xia took it, shook it, and found not a drop of water inside. Defeated, he put it down, his eyes almost unable to open. "I can't go on. I can't move anymore." After saying this, he fainted. Jie Yuchen hurriedly tried to pull him up. "No, Wu Xia, don't sleep." But he couldn't hold on either, and before he finished speaking, he collapsed next to Wu Xia. Both of them were exhausted, clearly worn out, yet they didn't notice that I had been maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close, my skin looking bright and not at all like someone who was dehydrated. Seeing them lying on the ground, I stepped forward to check their breathing. Fortunately, they were still alive, just fainted. I judged that they were still salvageable, so I sat beside them patiently waiting for someone to come to their rescue. The sky gradually darkened, and finally, a figure approached from a distance, wearing a black hooded sweatshirt. tall and slender, with the hood covering half of his face, but from the exposed jawline, I could tell he was quite handsome. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, wow, this guy is even more handsome than I am. Then I glanced at the knife on his back, which was definitely not an ordinary item. It seemed he was not simple. The man moved quickly, his steps steady. Being able to walk like this in the desert was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. As he approached, I stood up to block him and asked, "Who are you?" He stopped, glanced at me indifferently, and I took the opportunity to secretly examine his soul, which shocked me at first glance. This soul was full of scars, weary and clearly had endured many hardships. Thinking back to my years as a ferryman, I had never seen such a soul before. Looking back at the two fallen individuals, I couldn't help but feel that these people were definitely not simple. Since it was such a coincidence to meet them, I didn't know what to do next, but it was definitely not wrong to stick with them. With a shift in thought, I decided to stay and not leave. So I spoke up, "My name is Zhao Li. I met them in the desert and got lost, so I came along with them. Do you know them?" Zhang Qiling nodded and called out Wu Xie. His tone was calm, but it concealed a hint of worry. He then took out a water bottle to give Wu Xie some water and helped him sit up. Zhang Qiling said, "Let's head back to the camp first." Just as I was about to follow, I suddenly remembered there was one more person I hadn't brought along. Looking at Jie Yuqing and the already distant Zhang Qiling, I simply carried him on my back and followed along. Jie Yuqing wasn't fully awake yet and murmured, "Thank you." I gritted my teeth and replied, "What are you thanking me for? Carrying you once? I hope my luck will be through the roof for the rest of my life." On the road, Wu Xie gradually woke up, feeling the warmth on his back, and called out, "Little brother." Zhang Qiling softly said, "I came late." Wu Xie then asked, "What about Xiaohua and Zhao Li, the guys we met on the way?" Zhang Qiling pointed behind him, and I interjected, "I say, you two, don't rush to act in this idle drama. Come over and lend a hand." The scene shifted to the camp, where a guy wearing sunglasses walked over. "Hey, what's wrong with Flower Master?" Wu Xie impatiently replied, "Xiaohua has a fever. Help him to rest first." The man in black took Jie Yuqing and brought him to a nearby tent to rest. I looked around, I didn't recognize anyone here. Some even had blood on them, and their murderous aura was obvious, making it feel like I had entered a wolf's den. But then I thought, I'm not exactly a good little white rabbit either. While the man in black was feeding Jie Yuqing medicine, I noticed he was staring at me. After all, I was dressed in all black and looked quite tough and eye-catching. The man in black sat next to Wu Xie and whispered, "Third master, who is this guy?" Wu Xie then remembered me and vaguely said, "His name is Zhao Li. We met him in the desert, and he followed us when he got lost." The man in black appeared to be smiling, but his eyes were cold as ice. Those who run around on this road are probably not simple. Then he saw me resting with my eyes closed and realized I hadn't eaten anything since entering the camp. So he took out a pack of compressed biscuits and walked over to hand it to me. "Brother, a pack of compressed biscuits is $200. How about it?" I opened my eyes and looked at him, smiling. "I have no money." He was taken aback. "Dude, you don't even have $200? I nodded. "Yeah, no money." The man in black shook his head in disappointment. "Forget it. Consider it a gift to you." He introduced himself. "My name is Black Glasses, and people on the road call me Black Bear. What about you?" I took the biscuit. "Zhao Li." Black Bear sat down beside me and curiously asked, "Zhao Li, why did you come to this desert? This place is not suitable for tourism." I took a bite of the compressed biscuit. "I go wherever I want." He was choked into silence, his face showing disdain. While gnawing on the biscuit, I tossed the rest back to him and said in a low voice, "Thanks for the biscuit. I'll help you out when you need it." In fact, I had already noticed the things on his back. With my abilities, I could easily handle them, but I absolutely wouldn't do something that was thankless. I walked towards Wu Xie and Xie Yuchen, glanced at the still unconscious Xie Yuchen, and asked, "Is he still not awake?" Wu Xie said, "Not yet. Let him rest for a while." At that moment, a Ning came over and asked Wu Xie, "Who is this?" He replied, "A Ning, this is Zhao Li, the person we met on the road. He got lost and couldn't get out, so we brought him along." A Ning coldly responded, "You deal with the person you brought back." After saying that, she turned and left. Wu Xie turned to me and said, "This is a Ning, the leader of this operation. Right now, we can't send you away. If you want to stay and come with us, you might encounter danger." I curiously asked, "Where are you going? The equipment looks quite impressive." Wu Xie hesitated for a moment but still revealed, "We are going to the West Queen Mother Palace." This statement hit me like a bolt from the blue. There is actually a West Queen Mother here. I immediately reacted, "Wait, isn't the West Queen Mother in Kunlun Mountain? How could she appear in this desert? How could an ordinary person possibly find a deity?" I asked uncertainly, "Is the Queen Mother of the West's palace really in the desert?" Wu Xie smiled wryly and said, "I'm not sure about that either. I just came along with them, but I heard that someone has been inside." I nodded seriously. Wu Xia, I don't understand this matter. Can you tell me about the Queen Mother of the West? Seeing my serious expression, he thought that I might really not know, so he recounted everything he knew about the Queen Mother of the West. After hearing that, I almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, and I suddenly understood that this was definitely not the world I used to know. Otherwise, how could the Queen Mother of the West tolerate someone flaunting her name everywhere? She would have had Xian Nu destroy her palace long ago. Thinking of this, I felt that following Wu Xie and the others was actually quite good. I could finally see what the Queen Mother of the West's palace looked like. But then I suddenly thought of something very important. The Queen Mother of the West here was at most the ruler of a small ancient kingdom, yet the place we were going to was actually her burial site. In other words, isn't this just tomb raiding? When Zhao Ling thought of this, he looked at Wu Xie with a dumbfounded expression. In other words, you guys are grave robbers? When Wu Xie heard him ask this question, he also thought that the other party didn't know their identity and wasn't on the same page as them, and also thought that he had always claimed to be protecting cultural relics, but what he had been doing during this period of time was really digging up graves and digging up tombs, so he touched his nose and embarrassedly avoided Zhao Ling's gaze. In a small voice, he replied, yes, but I'm here to protect the artifacts. Before Wu Xie finished his words, Zhao Ling raised his hand to stop him. Stop it, let me slow down. Zhao Ling's face was still stagnant, but the villain in his heart was wailing on his knees. I, Zhao Ling, the sole ferryman on me. Now I've actually been reduced to being a gangster with the grave robbers. Xia Yuchen had been lying down for a long time and woke up when Wu Xie mentioned the Queen Mother of the West, but he hadn't opened his eyes, so he listened to the two chatting, and now seeing Zhao Ling's disapproval of the tomb raiding, he opened his mouth. What? Looking at Mr. Zhao, is it possible that he wants to report us? Xia Yuchen's words caused the people around him to turn their gazes towards Zhao Ling. Aining also heard it and tilted her head to look at them and spoke. Wu Xie, you didn't tell him that we obtained permission this time. Wu slanted and muttered, who knows if it's true, but being in the way of being in someone else's territory. He opened his mouth and said to Zhao Ling, if you don't want to go in with us, I can ask them to give you a little bit of supplies, and you can figure out how to get out on your own? Wu Xie said this with a bit of caution. After all, he knew what this place was like now, and it wasn't easy to leave. Zhao Ling gave him a glance, and then scanned the surrounding gawking crowd, and finally looked towards Xia Yuchen, who had opened his eyes a little, and said, I really don't care what you guys, even if you're going to kill someone, it doesn't have anything to do with me. Only when they heard him say that did those gazes that were looking at him retract. The black blind man whispered to Zhang Qiling, this kid is not simple. Zhang Qilatis did not answer. The black blind man also does not care. He has been watching the movements of Zhao Mandarin, listening to the words of the man just now. Other people may sound like they think it is a joke, but the black blind man is a kind of intuition. The other party seems to really do not put the lives of people in the eyes. If Zhao Ling had known that he thought so, he would have nodded his head in agreement. He had been a ghost messenger for many years, and he had seen so many dead people. Who would care? Zhao Ling looked at Xie Yuchen. This young master is really heartless. If it wasn't for me, you would have long since fallen into one with the sand. Xie Yuchen heard this, drinking water hand a beat. This he had forgotten. Has been listening to this person and Wu Oblique inquiring about their situation. The heart is full of vigilance. Just now opened his mouth to test, which remembered that the other party is also considered to have saved his life. Xia Yuchen tactically cleared his throat, put the kettle down, and spoke. I'm sorry how about this? When we get out, I'll pay you a reward. How about the amount you decide? Zhao Ling narrowed his eyes. Kid, you're quite good at planning. Doesn't this mean that I still have to protect you along the way? Xia Yuchen looked at him. You can protect me? Zhao Ling then remembered that although he was a strong man, he hadn't put up a fight in front of these people, so the other party naturally didn't believe he had any strength. Zhao Ling didn't intend to make it clear. Just as well, and save the trouble. That's right, then please take good care of yourself. Young master, I'm waiting to go out and collect the money. The black blind man walked over to a few people and sat down, his hand on Zhao Ling's shoulder. I said, Zhao Ling brother, do you want to hire me to protect you? Give you a discount? Oh. Zhao Ling looked up at him with a smirk. Didn't you just call me kid? The smile on the black blind man's face stiffened. Just now his words the other side can actually hear. This person is really not simple. The black blind man didn't answer, and Zhao Ling pushed his hand away and got up, dropping a, just protect yourselves. With that said, he left and went to the front of the parked cars in Annan's camp, finally picking out a white jeep, jumping onto the front hood, laying down, and crossing his arms under his head as if he was going to rest. The bystanders seeing also did not say anything. They naturally have no opinion. For them, this desert night cold, they naturally want to water tent. This person himself wants to sleep in the car, they do not care. Anyway, the other party does not have the key, is not open away. Wu Xia wanted to go and persuade Zhao Ling, but was stopped by Xiaoyuchen. Wu Xia, can't you see? This Zhao Ling is not a simple person. You'd better not socialize too much with him. Wu slanted. Little flower. I know it's strange that he showed up here, but he didn't hurt us along the way, so it's not like we have to be on guard against him all the time. Xiaoyuchen looked at Wu Xia's childish appearance and sighed helplessly. No more words were spoken. The black blind man saw this and opened his mouth. Well, little Master San, that brother seems to be a bit of strength. People want to sleep this, you don't have to care. When Wu Xia saw that Xiao Xiao also looked at him, he rested his intention of trying to persuade Zhao Ling to sleep in the tent. Early the next morning, the black blind man woke up to see Zhao Ling sitting in the car meditating. That look really has the appearance of a monk. So pulled after coming out of the Wu oblique gossip, eh? Small three masters. You look at this Zhao official, this look like a pair of Taoist masters. You do not go up to ask him to blessing. Change your luck that see the coffin up corpse. Wu Xia followed the direction of his finger to look at Zhao Ling. The other party bathed in the morning light, closed his eyes to study the appearances, indeed quite like a high monk in the temple, looking then out of focus. Wu Xia then was pulled back to reality by the black blind man's words as well. What are you talking about you? I'm lucky. Chapter 4, to Devil's Town. Xiaoyuchen had also heard the words of the two, and he did feel puzzled and curious about the other party's identity when he saw Zhao Ling's appearance, but it wasn't the right time to delve deeper into it. Wu Xia got rid of the black blind man and went to look for Zhang Qi Lattice. Zhao Ling meditated for a while before opening his eyes, looking at the busy crowd. Some back to reality. Zhao Ling jumped down from the car and walked over to Wu Xia. Leaving? Wu Xia, gotta go. Zhao Ling, which one of us do you want to ride in the car with? Zhao Ling glanced at him. I think at my age, you should call me Ling. I can afford it. After thinking about it, Wu Xia shouted out. Alright, Mandarin. Zhao Ling heard him shout and patted him on the shoulder. Okay, just for this brother. From now on, I'll cover you. Zhao Ling thought that Wu Xia's character was the same as Xia Dongqing's. I'm afraid that there was a need for him to help. Since he was planning to follow them, he naturally wouldn't let anything happen to Wu Xia. The black blind man heard the conversation between the two and smiled as he stepped forward. Age? I wonder how old this brother is this year. Zhao Ling, you don't have to. Although I am older than you, I don't want to hear you shout. The black blind man laughed more and more strangely. Older than me? Brother, are you sure? You know how old I am this year. Zhao Ling laughed. What do you think? After saying that, Zhao Ling turned around and got into the car, leaving behind a smile that made it difficult to gauge. The smile at the corner of the black blind man's mouth fell. His eyes were deep. Always felt that he was in the words ah. The crowd moved forward in the direction of Devil City, and Zhao Ran sat in the car and looked at the endless desert outside, and for a moment, he actually felt some emotions. After half a day's walk, we finally reached the outskirts of Devil's Town, with a large rocky outcrop. Anan got out of the car and observed. Let's camp here tonight. Zhao Ling got out of the car and surveyed the so-called Devil City in front of him. He could see that there were indeed some souls floating around inside, but it was as if these souls were imprisoned, oblivious to their arrival. The black blind man took the tent and asked Xiaoyuchen, Master Hua, you're very sick. Do you need tent service? Xiaoyuchen, how much? The black blind man held out 2 fingers. Hey, 200. The corner of Xiaoyuchen's mouth hooked into a smile as he began to cut the price. 50. Black blind man, 100. Deal. Xiaoyuchen threw the tent in his hands to the black blind man and walked to the side himself with the intention of resting. The black blind man took the tent, saw that Zhao Ling had been surveying the Devil's City, and walked over to Zhao Ling. Brother, do you need help from Master Black? It's very cheap. Zhao Ling gave him a blank look. No need. The car is quite a good place to sleep. Black blind man, hey, you're a real. Before the words were finished, I heard Wu Xia's side shout, come on people, there's someone here. The people all ran to the side of Wu Qi, see him in front of a hand exposed. Wu oblique in the efforts to dig out the person. The other people see the situation also rushed to help. Fortunately, the person in the is not too deep. In a short while to bring out the person, Anan saw the man, recognized him as one of their team, and immediately had him fed a little water. When the person woke up, Aining asked about the whereabouts of the others, and when he learned that the person had gone into Devil's City, Aining immediately arranged for someone to plan to go in and look for them. Zhao Ran had been watching their movements from the side, not helping or saying anything. When Aining asked Zotzi to take them in, Zotzi refused outright. I'm not going into Devil's City. Zotzi's face was resistant. Aining's face was very unpleasant. Zhao Ling did raise an eyebrow. I didn't expect this person to be quite smart. This really isn't a good place. Just then a sound came from inside and Zazie acted even more scared. Listen guys, there's a sound. Wu Xia was on the side of the science. Do not be afraid. This is a typical feature of the Yadan landform. Because of the weathering, only formed these strange-shaped rocks. The rocks are not uniformly distributed. The wind blows will make such a sound. just like we play the harp. Zhao Ling was listening to his science on the side, and even more so, he felt that this person was like Xia Dongqing now, with just as many words. Zazie was still full of refusal and didn't want to go in. Anan had no patience and directly threatened him with his grandmother's life. He had no choice but to follow. Aining turned to look at Wu Xie. You're coming in with us as well. Wu Xie froze. How is this still his business? Why? Aining glanced at Zhang Qi Lattice and Zhao Mandarin off to the side. Because little brother may not care about anyone, but he will never care about you. Wu Shang sighed and agreed. Hearing him agree, Zhao Ling called the man to one side and took a charm out of his pocket and handed it to him. Originally, Zhao Ling thought that he didn't bring anything, until last night, he realized that his space was actually there. Although there was nothing important in it, but some magic weapons and things were still there, so he brought a peace talisman to Wu Qi. Wu Xia took it and was curious. What is this? Zhao Ling, don't worry about it, just hold on to. It can save your life when it matters. Seeing that the other party did not want to say, Wu Xia did not ask, and put the talisman into the pocket of his clothes and put it away properly. After seeing them off, Zhao Ran found another place to sit down and rest. The black blind man walked up to him with his own fried rice with shredded green peppers and meat. Want some? Zhao Ling, don't. Black blind man, don't be so hasty to reject it. I see you haven't eaten for a long time. Xia Yuchen came over and heard this and spoke. Alright blind man, he won't eat your stuff. After all, he's not human. The black blind man was taken aback by his words. What did he mean by not being human? Zhang Qi Lattice also looked at them, wondering what was going on. Zhao Ran laughed a bit instead. You believe what I said? Black blind man, Master Hua, what are you talking about? Xia Yuchen smiled and spoke. This Mandarin brother of ours, when he met us yesterday the introduction said that he was not a human being, but I don't know exactly what it is. The black blind man looked at Zhao Ling. Really? Zhao Ling, what do you guys think? The black blind man looked at his appearance as unable to ask what, waved his hand, ran aside to rest. After seeing that no one had finally come to disturb him, Zhao Ling breathed a sigh of relief and lay down on the car to rest. As for the people in the camp at night with their own thoughts, the ones who left quietly, he didn't want to pay attention to that. It wasn't much of a concern to him anyway. It wasn't until they were awakened by the noise in the early morning that Zhao Ling looked over to see that the people in Anan's camp were confronting two men. Zhang Qi Lattice walked out of the tent. Someone tried to stop him but was blocked by another man. I only heard the fatter man. Master Pan, clear the way for my little brother. The man called Master Pan then fought with Anning's men, but it was clear that those on the other side were no match for him, and in no time at all, he had beaten the men until they were screaming surrender. Zhang Qi got into one of the cars they drove, and Zhao Ling looked at them, then at the people who were knocked down on the ground to the side, and decided to follow Zhang Qi and the others with a good eye. Chapter 5, Entering the Devil's City. Zhao Ling jumped out of the car, walked over to their car, opened the door and got in. The man called Master Pan tried to stop him but was pulled down by Zhang Qi Gang. Only after the fatter man got into the car and drove a distance ahead did he open his mouth and ask Zhao Ling, Brother, what kind of person are you? Why are you with them? Zhao Ling, I was brought back by Wu Xie. He said he was friends with this little brother, so I think it's better to go with you guys. When the person in front heard this, he also began to introduce himself. In that case, my name is Wang Yue1, just call me Fatty. This is Pan Zi. Since you're the one we brought back from Tianjin, you can follow us for now. Although Zhao Ling had been looking out the window, he hadn't skipped over Fatty Wang's measuring gaze, but he didn't care and casually responded before resting with his eyes closed. But it wasn't long before the car stopped, and the fat man wailed helplessly. It seems to have run out of gas. Fatty remembered how he had lit the fire just now, and Pansy exchanged glances, both seeing tears of desire in the other's eyes. Pansy was still complaining that he shouldn't have listened to him just now and chosen this car. Zhang Qi Lattice directly picked up his bag and got off. Zhao Ling sighed helplessly and got off to follow the other party. Pansy and Fatty also got off the car and followed. Fatty looked at Zhao Ling's dress and was a bit curious. Brother, I'm afraid what you're wearing isn't suitable for coming here, right? Zhao Ling glanced at his clothes. What's wrong? Fatty looked at him indifferently. We're going on an adventure. Aren't you afraid of being inconvenient in this? Zhao Ling, exploration? Not grave robbing? Fatty choked on his words. How is it called grave robbing? We are contributing to the protection of cultural relics. Fatty said it with a straight face. Pansy was listening on the side and blushed a little. Zhao Mandarin even glanced at him with suspicion in his eyes. Fatty was a little embarrassed, but still looked into his eyes. Zhao Ling suddenly just laughed a little. Whatever you guys say, but I don't need you guys to worry about it. Just do a good job on your own. Zhao Ling thought of the fact that he had robbed a museum before, and even though it happened for a reason, it didn't seem like it was even a good thing. Fatty saw him like this, also closed his mouth. He also wanted to set a close. by the way, to inquire about the other side of the origin, but such seems to be inquiring. 4 people went forward. They saw the fork in the road in front of the pile of stones 3 people analyzed should be Zotzi pile, because only he is the local people, but also only he Winter Mani pile. Zhao Ling listened to their discussion without expressing his own opinion. It's not like he knows much about these things, so it's better not to lose face. The fat man took a picture with his camera before moving forward again, and several Mani piles appeared one after another in front of them, and they all looked at them quite a bit, and took pictures of them as well. Zhao Ren hadn't said anything because all along the way he had been watching some of the souls that appeared from time to time, all broken and without autonomous consciousness, as if they were being manipulated. Zhao Ling had been observing these souls, although he wasn't in his original place anymore, but after so many years of being a soul ferryman, there were always some professional habits that were hard to change. On the other side, Xiaoyu Chen and the black blind man were also talking about Zhao Ling. The two of them mentioned him as they walked. Xiaoyu Chen remembered how surprised she and Wu Xia were when she first met the other party. Looking at what he was wearing, he didn't look like an ordinary person, and he said that he was lost but didn't have the slightest bit of panic, and walked in the desert as if he was taking a walk. Black blind man, hearing Master Hua say that, it seems that this person really isn't simple, and I don't know who he's coming for. Xiaoyu Chen, who cares? It's not necessarily aimed at us anyway. The black blind man did not answer. Remembering the other party's contact with Wu Xieji, it is not good to say ah. Zhao Ran was still thinking about things when Fatty and Pan Zi suddenly got into a fight, remembering that he was going the wrong way before, and now that it was so hard to go the right way, how could the two of them get into a fight again? Zhao Ling looked at Zhang Qi Lattice standing expressionlessly in the middle of the two men without saying a word, just looking at the fat man, and suddenly wanted to laugh. Zhao Ling raised his hand and whispered, "That, you guys take it easy for now, I have something to say." The three of them didn't hear him open his mouth all this way, and now that they suddenly spoke, they remembered that there was this one, and they all turned their heads to look at him. Zhang Qi Lattice breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, someone had helped him. He really didn't know what to say. "Fatty, dude, what are you trying to say?" "Zhao Ling, just call me Zhao Ling. Don't you guys think there's something strange here?" The fat man spoke indifferently. "Strange? Isn't this always strange?" "Zhao Ling, you guys are in an even stranger mood right now." Fatty was so said by him, but calmed down a lot, remembered that just now almost fight with Pansy. Shocked, "No, just now fat master I this is." "Zhang Qi Lattice, you have been influenced by Devil's Town." "Pansy, no way, this is too evil." "Zhao Ling, it's normal. Psychological reasons. It's too normal for people to have problems when they keep facing an identical environment or under such conditions, so you guys need to calm down now." Hearing this, Fatty glanced at the surrounding sky. "It's almost dark. Why don't we just rest here for today?" "Pansy, yes, just to calm down." The two of them said they would do it, and went to find some dry wood, lit a fire, gathered around it, and took out their dry food and ate some of it. Fatty handed it to Zhao Ling, who took it and took a bite. "Thanks a lot." It was only now that Fatty realized that he didn't even have his equipment with him. "No, Officer Zhao, do you even carry a backpack?" "Zhao Ling, there's nothing to bring." "Pansy, what about your supplies?" "Zhao Ling, I don't need it." Fatty and Pansy were unable to understand. "What do you mean you don't need it?" Zhao Ling laughed a bit, "Because I'm not a human, so I cannot have to eat your human food." The two fat men obviously just didn't believe it. Zhao Ling also didn't bother to argue. Anyway, they would know later. Explaining too much now would be futile. The three of them discussed it and planned to sleep for a while, letting little brother keep watch, and Zhao Ran directly spoke. "You all rest, I'll watch. I can stay awake anyway." He was also very energetic at night, so it didn't matter if he slept or not, but it was the three of them who had been walking for a day and were affected by the Devil's Castle. They were all a bit tired, and it was only Zhang Qiling who was a bit better. They didn't squirm, and looking at Zhao Ling's appearance, they knew that he was fine, so they closed their eyes and rested. And anyway, with Zhang Qi Lattice in the room, they didn't worry about what Zhao Ling would do to them. Zhao Ling had been meditating with his eyes closed, and in the latter half of the night, the fire flickered. Zhao Ling heard the sound and opened his eyes and scanned, seeing nothing, but his eyes were full of vigilance. Chapter 6, A Night of Terror. Zhao Ling stood up and stood in place, looking into the distance with a heavy look in his eyes. His movements woke up Zhang Qi Lattice, who was already a light sleeper, and when Zhang Qi Lattice saw him standing in place with an ugly face, he also realized that there seemed to be something in the dark. Zhang Qi Lattice woke up Fatty Wang and Pan Zi with his hand. They woke up confused for a moment, felt the cold, and instantly came to their senses. All of them looked at Zhang Qi Lattice with some surprise. Now that there was still a little light from the fire, they could see that the other party's face was grave, and following his gaze, they saw Zhao Ling who was standing with his back to them. Fatty Wang's eyes questioned little brother. "What's wrong?" Zhang Qi shook his head. indicating that he didn't know either. But the feeling of danger was something he could feel. Zhao Ling something that was secretly spying on them. The other party had malicious intent. It just wasn't that obvious. But appearing in this place, he didn't feel that the other party was here to chat with them. Zhao Ling spoke in a deep voice. Come out. Don't force my hand. Fatty Wang and Pansy looked at each other blankly. Could it be that someone in the dead shadows is watching them? Zhao Ling found that there was no movement and instantly became furious. What kind of thing dares to go against him? Straight away, he drew the gun at his thigh. If you don't come out, I'll let your souls go. Fatty and the others looked at each other's guns full of surprise. Sure enough, those who came here are not ordinary people. These guns are out. Zhao Ling looked ahead, and before long, some ghostly shadows appeared one after another in front of him. Fatty Wang and Pansy couldn't see it, but Zhang Qi Lattice could see it, and his hand gripped the black and gold ancient sword. Ready to fight. Zhao Ling sensed his movement and inclined his head to look at him. You can see? Zhang Qi Lattice, aha. Zhao Ran scrutinized him carefully. So that's how it is. Turning his head again to the patch of ghostly shadows before him. Say, what do you want here? There has been no reaction from the opposite side. Zhao Ling felt strange. He has released the pressure on his body. Ordinary ghosts cannot resist at all. Zhao Ling closed his eyes and opened them again. At this time, if someone sees him, they will find that his eyes have turned golden. It was only now that Fatty Wang and Pansy and Zhang Qi Lattice were still behind them, and the two of them were still puzzled by the conversation between him and Zhang Qi Lattice just now. Zhao Ling looked at these ghostly figures carefully and realized that there was a thread behind them that was manipulating them. Zhao Ling's face sank. Someone was actually watching them, or through these things. Zhao directly shot at the connection. The moment the bullet passed, those ghostly shadows lunged at them as if they were crazy, and finally they all disappeared the moment the bullet extinguished the connection. Fatty and the others were startled by the sound of the gunshot, but they did not see the bullet. They only realized that it was a gas sprayed out, and disappeared when it reached the distance. But those ghosts and shadows' miserable screams they heard, and then they only felt a little colder. Zhao Ran realized that the other party didn't seem to know his strength, and after being caught off guard, he remembered that the person the other party seemed to have been watching wasn't him. Zhao Ling turned his head to look at Zhang Qi Lattice. The other party had already withdrawn his hand and sat back down again. He had also seen Zhao Ling's movements just now, and only relaxed when he knew there was no threat. Zhao Ling thought of the other party's specialness. If this thing wanted to figure something out, then it would only be the bloodline in this person's body. He just didn't know what it was for. Fatty watched as he retrieved the gun and stuck it into his thigh. Gulping Zhao Mandarin, what did you just hit? Zhao Ling smiled badly. What people can't see, don't you think? Fatty, it's not a ghost, is it? Zhao Ling, how do you know? Fatty was even more scared this time. Zhao official. No, this thing is really there. You're not teasing us, are you? Zhao Ling, just because the human I can't see it doesn't mean he doesn't exist. But don't you worry. People have human paths and ghosts have ghost paths. Each doesn't conflict with the other. Fatty and the others didn't feel comforted. So what was this just now? Zhao Ling laughed lightly. Accident. Pure accident? Fatty, Zhao Ling, just say it straight. What the hell are you? Zhao Ling looked up at the sky when he heard this, and after a long time, he spoke. I don't know anymore. He used to be the ghost messenger Zhao Ling, but there was no Acha here. He didn't need to work. He now had a soul, knew his arahant predecessor, and possessed those abilities, but could never go back. So he didn't know if he was Zhao Ling or nameless now. Fatty Wang could see that he didn't know what to say, so he closed his mouth as well, and Pansy looked at each other and leaned in to sleep. Except that both of them knew they wouldn't be able to sleep. Zhao Ling also didn't care about them. He sat back down to rest himself. Just his heart was also a bit gloomy. His actions just now must have attracted the attention of the person behind him. He just didn't know what that person could be, and he didn't know what he was trying to do to them. But I think the person behind this must be in this place. Since he is for Zhang Qi Lattice, then continue to go on. He sooner or later is going to show his face. Early the next morning, the sun had only revealed itself when Fatty Wang and the others had already packed up and were ready to go to find Wu Xie. Zhao Ling got up and glanced into the distance. Turning his head to them, something happened to Wu Xie. What? Pansy was surprised and shocked at the same time. What happened to Master Junior? How did you know? Zhao Ling, I gave him a talisman, and now that it's moving, it can only mean that he's in danger. Fatty Wang was also worried. Then let's go find Tianjin quickly. I don't know if his life is in danger now. Zhao Ran comforted them. For the time being, he should be safe. The talisman seal is still there. He's still alive. Pansy looked worriedly at Zhao Ling and asked, does Mr. Zhao have a way to find Junior Master San? Zhao Ling saw his face of worry. In looking at Fatty Wang and Zhang Qi Lattice's face with anxious, the heart is still quite comforting. Wu Xia has such a friend, is indeed very lucky. Zhao Ling, I can probably find the route they're traveling. Follow me. Zhao Ran took the lead when he finished speaking, and the three of them followed behind him. Following him, Zhao Ling went all the way forward. Feeling the scent of the rune seal, the four of them didn't walk for long before they reached the place where the shipwreck was. Wu Xie and Ning had fled in panic after they had experienced the thrill of the corpse cutter king, and now they didn't know where they had gone. The four of them looked at the mess and corpses all over the ground and were startled. Zhang Qilatis saw Wu Xie's jacket covering a person's body and went forward, wanting to reach out and take it away to take a look, but then hesitated. Zhao Ling looked at the hesitation in his glance and went straight up and lifted it off. Not Wu Xie, but one of the men from Aining's camp. Zhang Qilatis breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a red bug flew out from inside. Zhang Qilatis drew out his black gold ancient sword and sliced the bug into two halves with one slash. Chapter 7, Finding Wu Xiaowu. Fatty Wang was startled when he saw the bug's corpse. Corpse Caper King. Isn't this a thing from the 7-star Lu Wang Palace? How come there's one here too? When Zhao Ling heard him, he asked, Corpse King, is that the name of this bug? Seeing that he didn't know, Fatty Wang explained, yes, this bug is very powerful. The last time we met one in the 7-star Lu King, it nearly wiped out our entire army. Looking at this, I'm afraid there are quite a few of them. Pan Zi was even more worried about Wu Xie now. Junior Master San and the others should have fled because of this thing. Fatty, then we must not hurry to find them, otherwise, with this luck of Tianjin's, I'm afraid something will happen. Zhao Mandarin carefully observed the bug and found that it actually had soul fluctuations on it. It was shocking that this place actually had such a thing that could ingest souls. This wasn't a good sign. Zhao Ling's face didn't move and he didn't draw their attention. Instead, thinking that it was more important to find Wu Xie and the others first, he spoke. Let's go first. I feel Wu Xie's location. Fatty Wang and the others immediately followed after hearing this. Zhao Ling walked at the front. Fatty Wang looked at Zhang Qilatis, who had been following behind without a word, and took 2 steps forward to Zhang Qilatis. Fatty Wang, little brother, you're worried about Tianjin too, aren't you? Zhang Qilatis turned his head to look at him, and although he didn't say anything, the fat man could tell that Zhang Qilatis didn't want to talk to him. Then he spoke, don't pretend. That corpse caper king is about to be cut down to crumbs by you. Fatty Wang also did not continue to say anything, but to see the good, smiled a little and walked away. He was also afraid of a little brother angry in a while to cut him. Zhao Ling listened to his conversation and only felt funny. The smile at the corner of his mouth was very faint. It also reminded him of the time when he used to be with Wintergreen and Xian Nu. At that time they used to gag. It was very happy, and that was also the most relaxing time in his life. The four of them walked for some time, and Fatty Wang suddenly found a coin on one of the walls and picked it up to look at it. Dang, 10 copper coins, this place actually has this. Rich, Fatty Wang said happily. After a few more steps forward, another one was found. Fatty Wang happily put it away. Pansy did find something wrong. This thing is so clean, it looks like it wasn't originally here. Pansy voiced his doubts, and Fatty also realized something was wrong. Then how did this thing end up here? Someone has been here since the Qing dynasty? Pansy, if it's so cleaned, is it possible that someone used it as a road sign? Fatty directly opened his mouth to deny it. How can that be? This thing is so precious. How could it be used as a signpost? And when Fatty Wang said this, he suddenly seemed to remember something and shouted, Ah Ning has won 10 copper coins in his hand. Zhang Qilatis took 2 steps forward. Here, Zhang Qilatis took out another one. Fatty, these should all be removed from Aining's pawn 10 coins. Pansy, this little third master might be with her. If she didn't have to, she wouldn't use such a precious thing as a signpost. We have to find them quickly. When Fatty Wang thought of this, they immediately sped up their pace, wanting to find them earlier. The four kept going and found a few others as well. Finally finding the 2 unconscious on the ground up ahead, Fatty Wang, they anxiously went up to pick up Wu Xie, feed him water. Zhao Ling watched their movements at the back, remembering Wu Xie's encounters in the past 2 days, thinking that his fate is indeed unlucky enough. It's only been 2 days, and he's collapsed twice, and looked to the side of the Aining. Zhao Mandarin on their approach is very helpless. So big a beautiful woman, they froze to ignore. How to say is a beautiful woman. Zhao Mandarin is very gentlemanly, so he went forward to help up Aining. When Zhao Ling turned Aining over, the moment he saw her face, he realized something was wrong. This was not the Aining he saw yesterday. Zhao Ling thought that he had misread it, but after carefully observing the other party's soul, he realized that the soul was a completely different face from what he was seeing now. Disguise. Zhao Ling had a guess in his mind. Just why did he need to disguise himself as Aining? Was it to join them? Zhao Ling guessed in his heart, but didn't show a single trace of it on his face. Fed Aining a little bit of water, placed her on the rock and left her alone, walked to the side and sat down to rest. Zhao Ling closed his eyes and didn't bother with the others. He was thinking about the purpose of the person behind it and the thing he saw last night. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Zhao Ling always feel as if they are involved in something extraordinary. It is hard to believe that he is following the chi things, and then met a trouble, but Zhao Ling want to open. So it is, the soldiers come to block the water and earth to cover the earth. Take a step to see a step it. At night, Fatty Wang pulled Pan Zi to take pictures of him and Wu Qi in them, and he and Zhang Qiling sat next to each other, sandwiching Wu Qi in the middle. Pan Zi commanded them, Fatty, this won't work, it will look like Master Junior's head is fake. Pansy held the camera with a bemused look on his face, directing them to fiddle with the action. Fatty only felt troubled by his words, and looked to Zhang Qi Lattice on the side again. Little brother, reach out and point. Zhang Qi stretched out his index finger when he heard this, and Fatty was helpless. 2. Zhang Qi Lattice silently crosses his thumbs again. Fatty Wang watched his movements and shook his head helplessly. That's it. Fatty looks to the camera, signaling him to take a picture. Pansy, come on. 3, 2, 1. The moment Pansy pressed the shutter, Wu Shiji closed his eyes and also put out his hand. The three of them posed in the same way in the photo. Wu Xia asked with his eyes closed, Am I dead? Fatty Wang replied to him wistfully from the side. You died and we are reunited in hell. Don't believe me? Try hitting yourself. Wu Xia reached out and slapped the fat man. The fat man was instantly displeased. Why don't you hit little brother? W slant, did I beat him? Wu Xia said in a very reasonable manner. And Fatty Wang hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything. Zhang Qi Lattice explained on the side. He woke up a long time ago. Wu slanted a glance at Pan Zi. Pan Zi, you're here too. Needless to say, it's my third uncle who did it again. Pansy, you heard everything we just said. Wu Xia nodded. Well, been awake for a while now. Too lazy to look up. Fatty Wang lamented. When naivety stops being naive, all that's left is wilting. He also asked Wu Xia. Then do you know where your third uncle is going? Wu Xia, he's going to the Queen Mother of the West's palace for Chen Wengjin. They're both looking for the same thing. Fatty Wang, the young man knows quite a lot of Fatty Wang put his hand on Wu Xia's shoulder and opened his mouth with a smile. Wu Xia slapped the fat man's hand away in disgust. Oh, I also know a fat man who answered a phone call right after I watched the videotape, saying that he had taken a single big job. That is, he ran away with my third uncle. Fatty Wang ingratiatingly said to Wu Xia, look, you calm down. Your third uncle opened the price is really high outrageous. Fat master I cannot be moved? Wu Oblique said angrily. In addition to you, little brother, and dark glasses, there are those who take a penny. There are those who take 2 pennies. Just me, dead begging to follow, not even a gross ticket. In this way, I can be too much of a loss. Seeing him like this, Fatty Wang advised him, since this is the case, and we've already found little brother anyway, let's hit the road and go home. Wu Oblique, go back to a ghost these things and not clear. Go back again by my third uncle that old fox play Zhao Ling listened to Wu Xia accusing him of what he had experienced along the way and was quite surprised, not realizing that this man had experienced quite a lot, but from his words he could probably find out that his experiences along the way were obviously not accidental. Wu Xia, back then, the archaeological team came down this road, and now that it's close to the truth, I have to get to the bottom of it. Fatty Wang, what has this 9-sex previous generation got to do with you? Wu Oblique some angry, how it does not matter. Shisha seabed there is a person and I look exactly the same. The videotape and I'm crawling, how do you explain There is also Aining. You do not also looking for it? Chapter 8 Getting information on eternal life. Zhao Ling listened to the fat man on the side of the bitterly persuade Wu Xia not to care about these things. Zhao Ling heard him mentioning people who look exactly the same. Probably knew that this disguise is quite a lot of people. It seems that behind the scenes there are indeed people who are manipulating Annan stood up when she heard Wu Shirai's words. It's my boss. Jude Kao is looking for. Fatty Wang picked up. He is to be found. If not he will die of old age. Annan, since we're all looking for the same thing, should we look for it separately or together? Fatty Wang heard Aining say so, smiled and opened his mouth. Aining girl, you ask, is not that you want to be with us? Don't worry, I understand. The big deal is that after we find it, we will do it separately. After all, we have more people. Fatty Wang glanced at the others and said confidently, Annan, now then, let's share the information that the only person who can find the palace of the Queen Mother of the West is the fixed Lord Chroma. But we're separated, and all we know is the key clue, which is time. WU slant, time is running out. Zhang Qi Lattice added on the side, miss once, wait 5 years. Annan, so we have to go into Devil's Town. Wu Xia said to Aining, Aining, you received a copy of the videotape, and so did I. But there are 3 copies of the videotape. Where is the other one? Puzzled, Annan asked, how do you know there are 3 copies? WU slant, because I have notes from Chen Wengjin. Wu Xia took out his notebook from his bag and then spoke. I've read almost all of the information in there. There's just one thing I don't quite understand. Anan, what? It. Aining looked over it. For this Chen Wenjin has studied it for so many years without understanding it. We can't possibly figure it out in a short period of time. It's better to take one step at a time. How do we get out of here? Zhao Ling was listening to their words on the side, and probably heard clearly that Wu Xia was a pawn that was being wrapped up and moved forward, and that there was always someone behind him watching him, and that they were in the midst of a conspiracy, and it was a very big conspiracy at that. Perhaps this Zhao Ling thought, was the big boss at the end? He just didn't know what it was. Thinking of this, Zhao Ling asked, Wu Xia, may I ask what you guys are looking for when you say, looking for something? Zhao Ling made a sound before Wu Xia and the others noticed him. All along his presence was low. They didn't pay attention when he didn't take the initiative to talk to them. Wu Xia looked at him with curiosity, thought for a moment, and asked, Brother Mandarins, we're involved in too many things here. Do you really want to know? Zhao Ling smiled slightly. Do you think I'll be afraid? By the way, did the talisman given to you work well? It was only then that Wu Xia remembered about the talisman and immediately thanked Zhao Ling. Brother Ling, speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it wasn't for your talisman we wouldn't have been able to escape from the corpse cutter king's pursuit. Zhao Ling, it's just luck. Wu Xia and the others didn't feel it, but Zhao Ling sighed helplessly. It was indeed luck. The talisman he gave was to keep the peace, but he belonged to the ghost messenger. So the talisman was binding on the soul, and those corpse king had the imprints of the souls on them, so it just happened to stop the corpse king's attack and save them. Wu Xia, since Mandarin brother wants to know, then I won't hide it. It's everlasting life. I don't know who's looking for it, but everything I've been going through in this period of time can't be disconnected from it. Zhao Mandarin slightly narrowed his eyes. Actually is the long life. This makes him somewhat did not expect. It seems, ancient and modern China and foreign countries are the same. Everyone thinks about the long life. When it comes to this, he remembered those two people who ate the taiyao meat, the side effects of the long life. I do not know whether it is worth it or not. Wait a minute. Zhao Ling suddenly thought of Zhang Qi Lattice's soul and his real age today. Isn't the bloodline in his body the body of the long-lived? Although they weren't living for a long time, but compared to the average person, they did live longer. No wonder something was staring at them. Now all the clues made sense. Even Zhao Ling remembered Aining and probably guessed that the other party was most likely its people. In order to break into this team to go searching for immortality, Zhao Ling asked Wu Xie, eternal life? Do you guys believe in that too? Wu Xie shook his head. I don't believe in it. What era is it? Still believe in science more. Fatty Wang looked at him helplessly. Then you see, which of the things we did along the way can be explained by science? Wu Xia gave him a blank look. I don't believe in immortality anyway. Zhao Ling lamented a sentence. It's good not to believe. At least live sober. Because immortality wasn't always a good thing. Wu Xia asked Zhao Ling back. Then Ling, do you believe it? Zhao Ling smiled slightly. I believe it. Wu/froze. Mandarin, what did you say? Zhao Ling gave them a look and got up. Wu Xia, don't just jump to conclusions about things unknown to you. Wu Xia looked at him with a straight face. Brother Mandarins, what do you mean by that? Zhao Ling looked to the side at Ning. I'll tell you later. Wu Xia heard his perfunctory words again and waved his hand, not wanting to talk about it. Seeing that they weren't going to continue this topic, Anan spoke again. Guys, how do we get out? With a flying leap, Zhao Ling flew directly onto a tall rock on one side, leaving Wu Xie and the others in the same spot to look at his back in shock. Zhao Ling took a look at the terrain and came down again. Men dun jia. Since you guys are specialized in this, you should understand it, right? Wu slanted to look at Fatty Wang, who cleared his throat. I will answer you next. This is made up of a huge yard on landform group, which consists of several small devil's towns, with the Gobi in the center, which is connected by a rock group, with the head and tail connected to each other, forming a huge chain ring of devil's towns. Anan, you mean we've been following the chain? Wu Slant then spoke, or rather, following a path designed by someone else. Zhao Ling, that's right, even if one of us goes the right way, he'll always make us choose according to his design, and no matter how long we go, we won't be able to get out. Wu Xiezi took Chen Wenjin's notes and studied them again, and quickly guessed where to go next. A few people were talking when a rumble of thunder came. Zhang Qi Lattice, time is running out. W Slant, Chen Wenjin's notes mention that time is running out. Maybe it's talking about the rainy season. Missing it once and waiting 5 years. Fatty Wang, then hurry up and rest, and leave early tomorrow morning. As everyone prepared to go to sleep, Zhao Ling called Wu Xie to one side and made sure that Aining and the others couldn't hear him before asking Wu Xie, Wu Xie, has Aining been with you all this way? Although Wu Xie wondered why he asked that, he still answered, always together. When we sleep at night, what's wrong? Zhao Ling shook his head and told him to go back to rest. It seems that in the time Wu Xie didn't know, Aining was solved, and after that, this imposter returned to Wu Xie's side. The key is that Wu Xie and the others didn't find out that the person is not right at all. It seems that the other party came prepared. Chapter 9, Finding the Rainforest. Wu Xie went back to rest in a daze. Zhao Ling followed him and glanced at the crowd. You guys rest, I'll keep watch. Fatty Wang and the others all knew that Zhao Ling didn't need to rest, so they all consciously slept, and Wu Xieji followed suit by looking at them. Zhao Ling waited for everyone to rest before opening his eyes and glancing at the sleeping Aining. A flash of complexity flashed in his eyes. He did want to settle the other party, but he was afraid of spooking the snakes, so he decided that it would be better to leave her alive and see what they really wanted to do. Zhao Ling found a place farther away to meditate. It wasn't that he didn't need to rest, but the souls inside this devil's city were so noisy that he had a headache and couldn't sleep at all. This place was like a natural magnetic field. All those who entered here would be affected. Even though he wasn't afraid of it, he was still very tired. Zhao Ling was contemplating, when suddenly a spirit appeared in front of him, making Zhao Ling's eyes widen. It was Aining's spirit, the real her. It seemed that she had indeed been killed, although the two did not have any interactions. But Zhao Ling thought of such a living person in such a waste of life, or for the sake of longevity of such a nebulous thing, in the end is a bit worthless, especially looking at a ghost and a person at the same time, or some seepage. Ghost Aining obviously just became a ghost not long ago. The soul body is still a little insubstantial. Zhao Ling looked at her eyes wide when she saw the sleeping Aining there, as well as the complexity of her eyes when she saw Wu Xie. Zhao Ling can only lament the impermanence of the world. In a short while, Aining's soul dissipated. Zhao Ling did not intervene. He could see that Aining had a human life in her hands. Such a soul as to go to hell is also to be punished, so this dissipation may also be quite good for her. Early the next morning, the six packed up and headed out, all the way to the rockier side, until the six of them walked to a rock full of fossils. The fat man directly snapped his dagger on it for a while, revealing the original appearance. A fossilized sphinx, exclaimed Fatty Wang. That's worth an old noseful of money, isn't it? Wu Xia looked at him helplessly. Fatty, even if this thing is worth more, you can't bring it out. Fatty Wang wanted to say something else, but Wu Xiexio smiled wistfully. I heard that this sphinx fish is the result of eating too many people to become like this. When Fatty Wang heard his words, even though he knew they were fake, he still felt a little nauseous, and he shrugged off his hand. Okay, I won't touch it. Okay. Wu Oblique no longer looked at him. Fatty Wang followed them, went up a distance. The six people found a car parked in front of them. It was the car from Aining's team. Aining they went up to check it out. There were some supplies on it. Aining told them to share some of them, and enter the Tamuta. These are very important things. Zhao Ling looked at it and felt even more outrageous. Sending equipment before going down to the grave. This person hiding in the back is quite caring. Looking at Wu Xie and their unaware appearance, Zhao Ling shook his head. Naive, this name is indeed not called wrong. Zhao Ling also went up to pack a backpack, mainly because he was worried that if something happened in the middle of something, he could still make a backup. They had only just collected their things when they realized something was wrong with the rocks in the distance, and a few of them looked to see that it was the rocks that were moving. Fatty Wang, this mountain will still move? Zhang Qigang did see what was behind him. It's the corpse cutter. Wu Xie and the others also saw it and immediately turned around and ran. No way. How did this thing come back? Zhao Ling also followed them and ran for some distance. Seeing that the corpse collector king was about to catch up with them, Zhao Ling threw out a talisman, and the talisman burst into flames the moment it came into contact with the corpse collector group, which bought them a lot of time. Six people ran forward for a while. Suddenly at the forefront of the Zhangqi lattice stopped. Wu Oblique they see people stop, also had to stop. Went up to see is the cliff. Face are not good. Fatty Wang, there's a wolf in front of us and a tiger behind us. What should we do? Zhangqi lattice, go down. Pansy, we'll just have to go down. We can't see the bottom here, and I don't know if our safety rope is long enough. Fatty, then if it's not long enough and it gets stuck halfway down the road, it'll be embarrassing if it doesn't go up or down. Annan, go down first. Annan was already tying up the safety rope and getting ready to go down as he spoke. Wu Xie still wanted to block. No, it's so foggy down there. I don't know what's going on. It's too dangerous to go down like this. Zhao Ling took the safety rope and looked at him and spoke. Wu Xie, at least go down and we have a better chance of surviving. Or else you can see that these corpse cash kings can be arriving soon. Zhao Ling finished glancing at the corpse caper king behind him and went straight down. Fatty Wang looked at the corpse king as getting closer and closer. Now is not the time to discuss. Put up a fight. Gritted his teeth, tied up the safety rope and followed down. Zhao Ling and Zhangqi lattice were the fastest, going down the rope, followed by Ning and Pan Zi, following behind the two, and lastly Wu Xie and Wang Fatty, being careful, fearing that they might accidentally fall down. It didn't take long for Zhao Ran to realize that the rope had already reached the bottom. they were really right, the rope wasn't long enough, and after taking another look at the fog below, he couldn't see how much higher it was at all. Zhang Qi Lattice glanced at the creeper on the wall, reached out and tugged on it a few times. It was quite firm. Use this. With that said, he cut the safety rope with his dagger and grabbed the creeper and continued down. Zhao Ling and Aining followed Zhang Qigu's movements as they continued down, and it wasn't long before the four of them reached the bottom. Aining looked at the scene in front of her and sighed. I didn't realize there was such a large oasis in the desert. It's really breathtaking. Pansy instead said with a grave face, the environment here is complicated. We have to be more careful. Zhao Ling looked fixedly at the oasis in front of him, and the powerful resentment on it made his face look grave. To form such a huge spiritual pressure, the number of people who died would never be small, and by the looks of it, I'm afraid that it was a very uncomplicated death. And at this time Wu Oblique and Fat Wang stuck in the halfway. Fat Man cannot help but complain. Fat Master, what I said to this? The rope to the head. And now this is not up and down can be how to hola. That four people it will not be falling down it. Wu slanted and looked around, looking at the safety rope next to him with a flat cut. It should have been cut with a dagger, and then took a look at the climbers on the mountain wall there, and opened his mouth. The ropes were cut by themselves, and they should have gone down with these climbers. Fatty shook his head. Come on, this won't hold anyone. WU slant, they've all gone down. Surely there's no problem. Fatty Wang helplessly opened his mouth. They can. I can't. The tons are here. Wu Xia gave him a blank look. Then you'll stay in and wait for the wind to dry before going down. Fatty Wang raised his head to look above, and he could vaguely hear the sound of the Corpse King hovering above. Chapter 10 Entering the Rainforest. Fatty Wang, listen, this Corpse Cake King has never dared to come down, so it seems that we are looking for the right place. This Queen Mother of the West Palace is definitely in this rainforest. Wu Xia, this thing is poisonous and vicious, but when it gets here, it doesn't even dare to come down. It seems that there is something down here that scares them. Fatty Wang smiled bitterly. I thank you for telling me such good news. Wu Xia didn't care about the fat man and picked up a creeper. Take it. Fatty Wang shouted. No, Fat Master, I will never give my life to these big creepers. WU slant, I said for you to hold it for me. Come on. Fatty let out an alas and took the creeper handed over by Wu Xia. And then what? Instead of answering in a hurry, Wu Xia took out his dagger and cut into the fat man's rope as he spoke. And then, goodbye. After saying that, he cut the rope. Fatty Wang, Wu Oblique, your big brother. This time the back road was directly cut off by Wu Xia, the fat man in the reluctance, but also can only grab the creeper to climb down. Side Climb also said, after going down, Fat Master, I can have to nag you. Fat Master, I if there is any three. Before the words were finished, the creeper in the fat man's hand couldn't bear his weight and broke. Wu Oblique at this time just climbed 2 steps. See, the fat man fell. Heart a shock. Subconsciously want to go to pull him. Did not expect a force to make their own hands of the creeper also broke. Wu Xia and Fatty Wang shouted and fell down. Zhao Ling below them all looked upwards. Zhang Qi Lattice beside Zhao Ling moved quickly to the bottom of the cliff and caught Wu Xia. Zhao Ling saw Fatty Wang fall down and subconsciously tried to catch him with a spell. When his hand lifted, he remembered that there were other people there, so he just put it down. And at this time Fatty fell to the ground as well. Pansy walked over to Wu Xia's side and cared for him. Junior Master San, are you alright? Wu Xia shook his head. It's fine, thanks to little brother pulling me along. Fatty Wang sat on the ground and wailed. Pain, Fat Master, me? Not I say. You in the end there is no one can pull me a hand off. Zhao Ling shook his head helplessly and went forward to pull up Fatty. Are you alright? Fatty lamented. Still Zhao official will be heartbroken. Little brother, why didn't you pick me up just now? After the fat man finished his sentence and went to question little brother again, Zhang Qi faintly spat out one word, heavy. Fatty Wang choked. Heavy? Little brother, do you not even pay attention to social etiquette when talking to me now? Fatty Wang's back was turned to Aining as he got up, and Aining looked behind the fat man and shouted, wait. Aining looked to where Fatty had just landed and saw that there was a layer of mucus on top of the leaves. Picking up a branch next to him and picking it up, there were some eggshells next to it. Fatty Wang looked at Aining suspiciously. What is it? Anan, it looks like the eggs of some animal. Fatty Wang sniffed and looked at his pants, touched his hand and found a lot of mucus stuck to it. Fatty Wang said in disgust, this is too buried. After saying that, he rubbed his hand towards Wu Xia's body. Hey, little Tianjun, lend me a hand. Wu Xi pushed him away. Fat ass. Suddenly, Fatty Wang in front of him collapsed, and Wu Shiji looked up in surprise to see Zhang Qi Lattice standing behind Fatty Wang. The hand that he didn't have time to take back was raised in midair. Wu Xia was surprised and asked, little brother, this? Zhang Qi Lattice signaled Wu Qi to look. His neck. Pansy went forward and pulled open Fatty Wang's collar, only to see a lot of insect eggs clinging to Fatty's neck. Pansy sighed and resigned himself to putting on his gloves and squeezing out the eggs one by one before giving the fat man a shot of antibiotics. Zhao Ling watched his skillful movements from the side and saw him observing the rainforest, thinking about whether he should find a chance to check it out alone when he went in later. Pansy patted the fat man's face, seeing that he didn't react much. Zhang Qilatis handed him a bottle of water on the side. Wake him up. Pansy froze for a moment, took a sip of the water, and then sprayed it in the fat man's face. Fatty was splashed with water and sat up with a jolt. Who hit me? The eyes of the crowd turned to Zhang Qi, and they all tacitly refrained from speaking. When Fatty Wang saw that it was Zhang Qilatis, his originally righteous tone fell. Little brother, why did you hit me? Zhang Qilatis did not say anything, but it was Wu Xiaoyi who explained it to him, and only then did the fat man reluctantly accept the statement and thank little brother. Annan looked to Wu Zhiqi. You'd better check too. When Wu Xia heard this, he casually looked at his clothes without paying much attention, waiting for the resting place be almost up. They started to set off again. Along the way, Wu Xia they analyzed Chen Wenjin's notes and said, the center of this rainforest is likely to be the palace of the Queen Mother of the West. I just don't know how to go about it. Wu Xia took out Chen Wenjin's notes and found the map, but the map was too abstract for Fatty Wang to understand. Wu Xia explained it to him, but he still couldn't understand. Wu Xia shook his head. Just don't want to say anymore. The six of them walked forward for a while, and the road was hard to walk on. It was still Zhang Qi who opened the way in front of them with his black and gold ancient sword, and they walked a bit smoother behind them. Fatty Wang followed behind Zhao Ling and was envious when he saw him walking steadily in his trench coat and hiking boots. Fatty Wang, Officer Zhao, aren't you hot in your trench coat? Zhao Ling, I don't feel anything. Fatty Wang, no, mosquitoes don't bite you? Zhao Ling gave him a look, and Fatty Wang slapped the mosquito on his face right in the face. Zhao Ling, I have a special physique. Pansy reminded them. This is a rainforest. There are extremely many snakes, insects, rats and ants. Tie the opening of all your pants tighter. Be careful of these bugs burrowing into you. It was only then that Wu Xia remembered the line from Chen Wenjin's notes. Mud swamps are full of snakes, so you can't be afraid when you meet people. Fatty Wang, there are still snakes in here? Pansy, that's normal, and now that it's mentioned in the notes, we have to be even more careful. Zhao Ling didn't participate in their conversation, but he was thinking in his heart that perhaps the snake could lead him to the answer he wanted. A few people talked as they walked forward until they came to a rocky ledge that blocked their path. After going up and checking it out and realizing it was rather high, the group discussed whether or not to go over it. Fatty Wang glanced at Wu Xia. You guys might be able to get past this, but it will be a bit difficult for Wu Xia and I. Zhao Ling, so what are you going to do? Fatty hemmed and hawed and took out a bundle of explosives from his backpack. Use this. Zhao Ling looked at the explosives in his hand. True torture. They, well equipped enough. Zhao Ling, it's good that you guys are happy. The others didn't say much, and Fatty went off to the side to plant the bomb, while the others walked off into the distance to avoid the impact of the bomb. Chapter 11. Fatty Wang placed the bomb and ran to them much better, holding the control device in his hand. Ready? Everyone. The crowd didn't answer, and Fatty didn't care. He just pressed the button. The crowd covered their ears, but after waiting for a while there was no sound. The crowd looked at Fatty Wang, who was a little embarrassed and depressed at the same time. It shouldn't be. Can't it be that it's broken? Zhao Ling looked at him. Is it possible that he was timed? Fatty Wang smiled awkwardly. No way. Wu Xia, okay, you're a real pit. Zhao Ling, let's go first. Annan, what's the deal with these statues? Continuing on, I saw a row of statues appear ahead of me, appearing at intervals along the way. Wu slanted at the sight of the statue, a bird with a human face. Fatty Wang was surprised at his words. What? The one from the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace? Zhao Ling looked at the huge human-faced bird statue in front of him and was a bit puzzled. Have you guys seen this before? Wu Xia, we've met before in the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. Zhao Ling, Cloudtop Heavenly Palace? What place? Fatty Wang, the tomb of King Wanu of the Eastern Xia Kingdom. As expected, Zhao Ran thought in his heart that he probably had a guess just now when he heard the name, and it turned out to be one of the tombs they had visited before. Wu Xia, human life bird, green bird, both have the element of a bird. Is it hard to believe that there is a relationship between the two? Fatty Wang, can it be that this Queen Mother of the West is still related to the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace? Zhao Ling thought in his heart. Whether there is a relationship or not I don't know, but the person behind the scenes counting you guys is clear. Not the same place, the same thing. It seems that there are quite a lot of things designed behind the scenes. Pansy's face was grave. If there really is a human-faced bird here, I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to deal with. The crowd nodded, but they had all come here and returning now was impossible, so they could only continue on. Zhao Ling looked at the hole on top of the statue and was a bit surprised that it was too redundant to appear here, but looking at the others, they didn't pay much attention to it. walking past the statue of the Sphinx bird. In front of them were some stone carvings, and a few people stood in front of them, looking at the moss that covered them. Zhangqi Lattice looked at it for a few moments and pulled out his dagger to scrape off the moss on it. Fatty Wang took 2 steps forward to his side. Little brother, what did you find? Zhangqi Lattice scraped the moss off and saw the exposed mural, stepping back and signaling them to look at it. Fatty Wang and Wu Xieji analyzed for a while and found that what was engraved on it was the place they were in now, and took another look at the construction on top of the statue. The hole on it was strange enough. Fatty Wang led the way and wanted to go inside, but Zhang Qi reached out and stopped him. It's too quiet. Wu Xia also reacted at this time. Right, this is a rainforest. Not even the sound of birds chirping. Not quite normal. Pansy, Junior Master San, why don't you? Like this. I'll go explore. Fatty Wang also said to join him, and the two of them walked forward together. The two of them walked cautiously for some distance inside. The stone statues still stood on both sides. The road was covered with fallen leaves and some animal remains, and it looked as if there was nothing wrong with it. Pansy squatted down and used his dagger to pick at one of these remains. This should be rat's leg bone. Fatty Wang, you can. Pansy, you know all this. Pansy looked up at him and spoke with a soft laugh. I've eaten. Fatty had a look of admiration on his face. Master Pan, you're awesome. Fatty Wang guessed again at this time. You said these statues wouldn't be real sphinxes, right? And these bones wouldn't be leftovers from their food, right? Pansy, it should be a large carnivore left behind. It's fine. If it's really some large animal, consider it an extra meal for us. Call them over. The two of them then began to call for Wu Xie and the others to come over. Over here Wu Xie and Aining were still studying the stone carvings and didn't find anything. When they heard the voice, they looked at each other and followed. Zhao Ling followed them, only feeling a little panicked. There must be something affecting them here. Fatty Wang was still analyzing whether this would be the hunting ground of the Queen Mother of the West, when at that moment, Pan Zi, who was at the forefront, suddenly covered his head with a face of pain and squatted down. Fatty Wang was just about to step forward to help him up when he saw Zhang Qi clench his fists and spit out a few words. Tricked. Suddenly, a bird fell from the sky and landed in front of Fatty, and Fatty Wang didn't know what to do on the spot. At that moment, there was a sound from behind them at the entrance of the cave they came in. It was the falling rocks that had blocked the entrance. They had no way back now. They could only go forward, but the way Pansy was looking, it was obvious that something had gone wrong. Pansy, the air pressure in the rainforest is already low, and the terrain is so narrow that people can't stand it if they stay for a long time. Pansy still wanted to continue forward, but was stopped by Zhao Ling. Don't move yet. Zhao Ling stepped forward and walked over to Pansy, helping him next to Wu Xie, who was now feeling a headache as well as Aining, and could only rest against the side. Zhao Ling, what's going on here? Will one of you give me a hint? Fatty Wang walked to his side, and the two of them stood together in front of the remaining four. Looking at them, they were indeed trapped, but it was unknown what exactly was the reason. Zhao Ling thought that it was still the murals above that might have the answer, so he turned to the side to look at the murals. Zhao Ling saw the last one from the very first one, and finally realized the problem. Zhao Mandarin said to them with a grave face, the people up here keep moving forward. People are slowly decreasing to stay in place. Those who stay in place are the ones who die, and the last thing that appears is an altar. So this road we're on now is the Yellow Springs Road? Ah. Fatty Wang listened to what Zhao Ling said and also went to take a closer look and realized that it was just as he had said. Then how exactly did they die? Everyone was confused. At this time, Wu Xieji remembered the bird that fell just now. Fatty, animals react more strongly than us. Look at that bird just now. Fatty Wang, this injury is nothing more than two kinds of injuries. Internal and external injuries. See, you obviously do not have external injuries. That is internal injuries. Look at this bird dead and specimen-like. The best way is the autopsy. Fatty Wang took out his dagger and hesitated at the body of the bird, not knowing how to start. Wu Xie and Pan Zi watched from the side with a burst of anxiety. Dead fatso, what are you doing? Fatty Wang, I'm not familiar with this autopsy for a little bird. Zhao Ling looked on from the side and grabbed the dagger, squatting down and plowing through the bird carcass. Wu Xie took a closer look. All of this internal organs have exploded. Zhao Ling, no external forces, nothing more than gas, light and sound? At that moment Pansy, as if remembering something, asked, is there anything unusual about that bird? Zhao Ling, no external injuries, all internal organs were blown apart. Pansy, viscera blowing up. This extreme conditions, in addition to deep water, outer space and so on can cause viscera blowing up. Nothing more than a strong impact, but what is how powerful? We even half notice nothing. WU slant, so what's colorless and odorless that can harm us but is not easy to detect? Pansy, infrasound. I used to hear about infrasound weapons when I was in the military. People can't hear them but they can cause damage to the human body. Chapter 12, It's Raining. Zhao Ling heard Pansy's words and spoke in a low voice, infrasound. Zhao Ling suddenly remembered those caves. Quick, fatty, it's those caves. After saying that, he immediately picked up the fallen leaves on the ground and blocked the hole. The fat man had no way out. Seeing that the other party had a method, he immediately followed his actions. The two blocked for a long time, and the fat man was still a bit worried. I don't know if it works or not. Wu Xie's voice came from behind the two. It works. When Fatty Wang saw that they had all stood back okay, a smile instantly colored his face. It's okay, Pansy. Zhao Ling interrupted them from behind. Let's get out of here first. It's not safe. The others thought it made sense and followed through the statue, taking a side fork out of the passage and walking for a long time before finding a clearing to rest in. Fatty Wang sat next to Pansy and spoke. Pansy, this sphinx is so powerful. It comes with its own subwoofer. Pansy, some things absorb normal sound and convert it into infrasound. And the louder the sound, the stronger the infrasound. Then a few people analyzed that it should have been their explosion earlier that gave them the solidarity to be this strong. Wu slanted to look at Zhao Ling, who hadn't said anything to the side. Ling, how do you know that it's the sound coming from those holes? Zhao Ling, intuition. I feel uncomfortable when I see those holes. Fatty Wang looked at him enviously. If only I had this intuition. By the way, why all of you are not fine, but me and mandarins are fine? Wu laughed at Fatty Wang on the side. Fatty, I guess it's because your meat is too thick. Fatty Wang, nonsense. What about the mandarin? He's fine too? Pansy, the principle of infrasound injury is internal resonance. The key is the heart. So generally the better the body, the stronger the symptoms. Fatty Wang's face changed. So you're saying that I'm not in good health? Then he walked over to Zhao Ling. Then look at our brother Ling's muscles. Is it possible that his body is not as good as mine? Zhao Ling also saw their puzzled gazes and spoke. My physique is a bit special. That thing can't hurt me. Zhao Ling thought that he had already died a long time ago, and his heart had long since stopped moving, right? Seeing that he had no intention of saying anything, they stopped asking, and after resting for a while, Pansy took out a yellow signaling smoke to initiate the signal. Zhao Ling was puzzled on the side. What is this? Pansy replied. Fatty and I originally came to pick up Master Junior and Little Brother. I didn't realize that there were so many changes along the way, and we didn't even contact Master Junior, so let's just meet up with him earlier to save him from worrying. Zhao Ling heard his words. The original there is a group of people he said how to let Wu oblique such a rash to this hell. It turns out to be someone behind the bottom Fatty Wang could see that Wu Xia was also worried about Wu Sanshang, but Wu Xia just had a stiff upper lip and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his head to Pansy, who was off to the side. Why are these cigarettes yellow? Does it mean anything in particular? Pansy, yellow means there is danger ahead. Be careful. And there are other colors that mean different things. Wu slanted and muttered. Who knows if he'll pick us up? Pansy had a smug look on his face. Don't worry. According to the agreed time, Master San should also be near the rainforest. And with this stock we have, it's enough to burn for 3 or 4 hours, so we can definitely wait for Master San's reply. After a couple hours of rest, the signal smoke went out with little reply. Annan couldn't sit still. We can't wait. The rainforest climate can change at any time. We have to hurry and find a place to set up camp. Pansy also agreed to hurry, so the group got up and hurried again. This time it was Annan who led the way, shaking the grass on the side of the road as he went along with his dagger. Pansy reminded them, the last thing this rainforest needs is snakes. There's still something to be said for beating the bushes, so be careful, all of you. Zhao Ling also took his sword and opened the way on one side, wondering as he walked why on earth he had come here to suffer like this. After walking for about 3 or 4 more hours, all of them felt a little tired before they found a place to sit down and rest. Zhao Ling picked up the water bottle and took a sip, then glanced at the sky. The barometric pressure is getting lower and lower. Pansy nodded. Yeah, by the looks of it, it's going to rain. We need to hurry and find a place to get out of the rain. Before the 6 could do anything, the rain came down immediately, drenching them. A few people found a big tree to shelter from the rain. Pansy found a banana tree, intending to cut down the leaves to use as an umbrella. Wu Xia also went up to help, and while going there, he also shouted for Fatty to help. Wu Xia, Fatty, come and help. Fatty Wang, I'm busy here. Fatty Wang replied while scratching his back. Wu Xia, don't freeze if it's raining so hard. Do you have an itchy skin? Fatty Wang replied with a bitter smile. I really have itchy skin. It's evil. My old ass is itchy. Wu Xia, stop scratching. It's making me itchy to watch. Fatty Wang could not cry. I am really itchy. Zhao Ling, who had been watching the two of them with amusement on the side, suddenly looked as if he had discovered something and stepped forward to grab a bug out of Wu Xia's clothes, instantly pulling Wu Xia and Fatty Wang apart. Zhao Ling, go away. Zhang Qilatis also realized that something was wrong, and walked over to them. Looking under the tree, where a few people had just been, densely packed with bugs. Anan and Pansy checked themselves and realized that there were already worms burrowing into their flesh. Wu Slash and Fatty Wang stomped their feet, trying to shake the bugs off. Zhao Ling, it's no use stomping your feet. It's better to hurry and find a place to deal with it. Zhang Qi Lattice went up and looked for several trees with bugs underneath. Finally found a big tree at last. The dagger stabbed down, and what came out was a white liquid. Zhang Qi Lattice, this is it. Pansy took a look. Seeing that the rain won't stop for a while, let's take shelter here. Wu Xie and Fatty had been scratching their bodies. When Zhang Qi saw this, he got up and headed out. Zhao Ling pulled him. Where are you going? Zhang Qi Lattice glanced at the two. Wu Qi, go find grass. When Zhao Ling heard this, he thought that Zhang Qigong should know more about these things, so he loosened his grip and let him go. Zhao Ling turned his head and watched as Ning picked out the worms in his body one by one with the dagger. With some admiration, it was really powerful. Then he looked at Wu Xie. Wu Xie, you guys also hurry to deal with the bugs on your body. Even if it's not poisonous, it's not easy to say if this drills into other places. Said also looked underneath Wu Xie. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. Ning was much more direct and walked over to Wu Qi. You, take off your pants. Wu Xie was horrified. What are you doing? Fatty Wang took 2 steps forward to block in front of Wu Xie. With a righteous face, what are you women going to do? Tianjin, he is still just a child. Zhao Ling looked on the side and wanted to laugh. Pan Zi explained, these things are called grass ticks. It's troublesome to be bitten by them. Looking at the two of you like this, it should be much more serious than me. Zhao Ling, hurry up and take care of it. Be careful that you can only sleep on your back from now on. Chapter 13, The Great Serpent. Wu Slash also responded, I'll handle it myself. Pulling Fatty Wang, the two of them went behind the tree to take care of it themselves. Fatty Wang has long been a bit unable to hold back, coaxed anxiously to take off his pants. Wu Oblique took a look and was shocked. How did you get it? This is too much, right? Fatty Wang, don't bull ********. I can't stand the itch. This is not Into the Mountain turning over the stone when the crotch of the pants to crack at that time feel kinda cool. Just to forget this crop. Who thought we'll encounter this thing? Wu Se shook his head helplessly and was about to do it when he was called back by Fatty Wang. Do you know what to do with it? Wu Xie, just dig directly. Fatty Wang let out a sigh. I have to ask you, my ancestor, you have to burn the knife first, and then take the knife to scald off the worms. Never pull it directly. Be careful to leave the head inside. That non-infection. Wu Xie, okay, don't bull ******. You have so much on you. I still don't know of getting it. After saying that, he picked up the hot dagger and directly got on the fat man's back, and the fat man's screams came out instantly. Zhao Ling, who was gathered around the fire, heard a toothache. Fortunately, his physique was here, otherwise this would be too miserable. After a while, another voice came from Wu Xie's voice, and Zhao Ling shook his head helplessly. This is a difficult brother. Within moments, the two were seen limping back, hooked to each other's backs. Pansy, how's it going? Master Junior? It's fine. What about you guys? Pansy, we're okay. It's not serious. Fatty Wang sighed. This is the time to be especially envious of little brother's self-contained insect repellent system. Saying that, he also looked at Zhao Ling. By the way, Ling, you're fine too, aren't you? Zhao Ling laughed a little. They might not like me. Wu Shezhi and Wang Fatty looked at each other, wanting to say something. Zhang Qi Lattice came back with grass, directly into the fire, burning smoke to drive away the grass ticks in the neighborhood. Fatty Wang let out a sigh of emotion. Don't look at little brother as a stuffy person, but he's quite reliable at critical moments. Zhao Ling also nodded. It was indeed quite reliable. After a while, the rain stopped and Anan looked over. Let's rest here tonight. Several people nodded in agreement. Zhao Ling also took out a simple sleeping bag. Tonight he planned to take a rest. By the looks of it, the things behind him were even harder to deal with. It was better for him to recuperate his spirit first. Zhao Ling woke up early in the morning and found Zhang Qi Lattice sitting on one side rubbing his sword. Zhao Ling also rested enough, went up and walked to him. This is a good sword you have. Zhang Qi Lattice, aha. Zhao Ling, why don't we go explore? Zhang Qi Lattice nodded as the two of them walked forward for some distance and realized that there was the corpse of a giant python in front of them, which looked like it had been there for a long time. Zhang Qi Lattice took 2 steps forward to take a look, picked up the dagger and made a cut on his hand. Blood dripped on it, and the grass ticks instantly fled in all directions. Zhao Ling looked curious. Is this the power of your blood? Zhang Qi Lattice looked at him in surprise. You can see it? Zhao Ling, of course. I saw the difference in your blood, and also, you have a long lifespan. Zhang Qi looked at him with a serious face. Who the hell are you? Zhao Ling, I'll tell you later. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Slash's voice came over. What are you two doing? The two of them glanced at each other, and in the next second, they dodged away with a tacit understanding. Wu Xia only felt that the situation between the two of them just now was a bit strange, but didn't say anything more about it. Zhao Ling, we found a snake carcass here and we're just about to take a look at it? Wu Xia also went up and stood beside them. Zhang Qi Lattice took the dagger and cut at the snake's stomach. It twice, and a body fell out from inside. Wu slanted, looking at the dress. It should be an archaeological team that has been here before. Zhao Ling, I didn't find anything worthwhile here either, but there are actually so many people coming forward to die. Wu Xia, mandarins, I'm here for a reason? Zhao Ling looked at him. Wu Xia, do you really think you can find the answer you're looking for here? Wu Xia was stunned, and next to him, Zhang Qi Lattice's face changed for a moment, wondering if Zhao Ling had discovered something. Zhao Ling didn't wait for Wu Xia's reply and turned around to go back. Wu Xia sighed and looked at Zhang Qi Lattice. Little brother, let's go back too. Zhang Qi Lattice nodded and followed him back. When they returned to the camp, Fatty and the others hadn't woken up yet, so Zhao Mandarin sat down and rested for a while, and Wu Xia returned with the intention of sleeping for a while longer. It didn't take long before Zhao Ran suddenly felt a dangerous gaze and opened his eyes at once, looking up to see the giant snake wrapped around the big tree across the street. This snake's body size was huge. The thickest part was as thick as a water bucket, and its scales were almost as big as the palm of a hand, slightly glowing with a touch of gold under the sunlight, and at this moment its eyes were staring at the crowd, spitting out its snake's letters, waiting to launch an attack. Zhao Ling saw that Zhang Qi Lattice had already pulled Wu Qiqi to hide to the side. Ning and Pan Zi were also staring at the giant snake, and only Wang Fatty still didn't know anything and was sleeping soundly. Zhao Ling originally thought that Fatty Wang hadn't moved much right now, so the giant snake might not be able to notice him yet. But who would have thought that right at this moment? Fatty Wang snored. The moment Zhao Ling realized that the giant snake was about to pounce, he got up and jumped to Fatty Wang's side, pulling him by the collar and rolling to the side. Fatty Wang was awakened by this action, and before he could say anything, he was thrown by Zhao Ling to Wu Xia and the others. It was only then that Fatty Wang saw the huge snake in front of him. Ma! Such a big snake! Zhang Qi shouted toward Wu Xijie and the others. Run! Wu Xia was pulled by the reacting Fatty Wang and ran all the way toward the road, and Ning and Pansy turned and ran as well, and Zhao Mandarin at this time staring at the giant snake. Just now his action has been somewhat angered the giant snake. The giant snake now see the prey escape is even more angry, want to chase up, but by Zhao Mandarin flew up a kick to kick back. Wu Xia did not run 2 steps before he tripped over a branch and fell to the ground. It just so happened that Zhao Ling's blow saved him. Fatty Wang and the others were about to come back to pull Wu Xia when they saw him fall. When they saw Zhao Ling's action, they were all somewhat shocked to stop where they were. Fatty Wang, no, Mandarin brother is so powerful. Ning and Pan Zi also stopped their steps. This Zhao Ling's hands were really a bit unbelievable. They hadn't seen Zhao Ling really strike out this whole way. Just now, just that one kick made them all freeze. The giant snake was huge. What kind of force would it take to kick it away? Zhang Qi Lattice also went up to help Zhao Ling, and with his black and gold ancient sword, he went up and slashed at the giant snake's body, but to his dismay, it only left a shallow mark. He flew and landed on the other side as the giant snake's tail whipped around. Zhao Ling looked at the giant snake's scarlet eyes and knew that the snake wouldn't let them go, and since that was the case, there was no need for him to be merciful. Chapter 14 Ning's Death. Fatty took the gun in his hand, intending to help them, and a burst of strafing didn't do much damage to the giant snake. Fatty Wang, no, what species of snake is this? It's not even afraid of guns. Pansy, its scales are too thick. Be careful. The giant snake was made cranky by Fatty Wang's sweeping shots, and directly rushed towards Fatty Wang, and before Fatty could react, Zhao Mandarin pulled him away from the giant snake with a flying body. Fatty Wang spoke with a palpitating heart. Brother Mandarins, you saved me once again. Zhao Ling spoke with a grave expression on his face. Move to the side and hide. Fatty Wang didn't say much and immediately ran away. Zheng Qigong also looked at Zhao Ling, his eyes seeming to ask him what to do. Zhao Ling gave him a look and didn't say anything. Then his eyes went back to the giant snake. I couldn't beat White Snake in the first place, but I still can't kill you? After saying this, he took a half step outward with his right foot, raised his index and middle fingers with both hands, crossed his eyes with luck, waved his right hand, and spat out 2 words in a ghostly manner. Sword technique. As soon as the words fell, a golden light that flew out with his hand instantly penetrated the body of the giant snake, and the giant snake that was lunging at him hissed and landed heavily on the ground. The crowd was shocked by his hand and froze in place, not knowing how to react. Zhao Ling went up and looked at the giant snake that was not yet dead, and spoke to Zhang Qigong, lend me your sword. Zhang Qi Lattice looked at him in silence without saying anything and handed him the knife. Zhao Ling took the black gold ancient sword and ruthlessly plunged it into the giant snake's head before the giant snake slowly stopped moving. After that, Zhao Ling pulled out Zhang Qiling's knife and took out a piece of paper from his space. wiping it clean before handing it back to Zhang Qiling. It was only then that Wu Xie and Fatty Wang came back to their senses and walked over to the two of them, looking at the huge snake that was already dead and speechless for a moment. The complexity in Aining's eyes was accompanied by a flash of brilliance. The others didn't notice it, but Zhao Ling saw it, only that he didn't intend to do anything about it. After all, Aining's life expectancy was not much longer, and who would be bothered with someone who was about to die? In the end, it was Fatty Wang who broke the silence. Brother Mandarins, what did you call that chewing just now? So powerful. Zhao Ling, a unique technique, not to be outsourced. Zhao Ling could see the expectation in the eyes of Fatty Wang and directly opened his mouth to interrupt him. This thing can't be taught casually, and they won't be able to learn it. Fatty Wang also understood the meaning of the other party and lowered his head in disappointment. But he was not that kind of careful person and did not care about these things. Fatty Wang, Brother Mandarins, you have saved me twice today. In the future, if you have something to do, just come to me, I will definitely help. Wu Xia also hurriedly spoke up. Yes, Brother Mandarins, me too, thank you so much for today. Aining, I didn't expect Mr. Zhao Ling to have such peerless feats. Today is really thanks to you. Pan Zi, Brother Mandarins, from now on, if there's something you say, I, Pan Zi, will never say a word of no. Zhao Ling was a bit tempted to laugh by what they said. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. We'd better hurry up and leave first. With this snake's corpse here, the smell of blood will soon attract other things. It's not safe here anymore. The others nodded and all packed up and left immediately. After walking for several hours, by the time the afternoon sun was at its most poisonous, everyone was a little tired, and Fatty Wang proposed to take a break. Annan saw a stream not far away and agreed to take a break. And when the group sat down, Annan, intending to go and wash up, got up and walked over to the stream. Zhao Ran had been beside her, silently watching her movements. Watching the black aura on her head grow thicker and thicker, he couldn't help but sigh. Watching a life pass away in front of his eyes like this, surprisingly, he would feel a little uncomfortable. Zhao Ling randomly shook his head. It seemed that he was really infected by Xia Dongqing, and even had such sad moments of spring and autumn. Wu Xia looked at Aining's back and only felt some uneasiness in his heart when he suddenly saw a red figure above the stream. Wu Xia's eyes widened and he shouted, Aining, a little unsure. Annan turned her head and smiled in response. What's wrong? Then a red figure darted out of the water. A red snake, biting directly into Annan's neck at the aorta. Annan reached out and flung the snake away, and the man collapsed. Wu Xia ran over to Annan and let her lean into his arms. Annan tried to say something but didn't have time before she tilted her head and ran out of breath. Zhang Qi latticed and threw his dagger quickly, cutting the snake that was waiting for an opportunity to try to attack Wu Zhiqi into two halves. Wu Xia was very sad. Fatty Wang and Pan Zi were also a little intolerant. After all, on this journey, Aining and them also experienced a lot of things. Fatty Wang comforted Wu Qi. Wu Xia, condolences. Wu Xia suddenly seemed to remember something at this time and looked at Zhao Ling. Ling, you're so powerful, can you save Aning? Zhao Ling looked at him with a pleading expression inside. Wu Xia, do you want to save her that badly? Wu Xia's voice was a bit choked. I just feel that Aining's ending shouldn't be like this. He remembered what the two of them had talked about earlier in the Devil's Town, and was very reluctant to let Annan die like that. After thinking about it for a while, Zhao Ling thought that it would be better to tell them the truth, so that perhaps they would feel better. Wu Slash, do you remember the question I asked you the night we found you in Devil City? Fatty and Pansy looked at the two of them with puzzled faces, and Wu Slash was also a bit puzzled, not knowing why Zhao Ran had to bring up this matter at this time. But he answered him anyway. You asked me if Ning had been with me all along this journey. Zhao Ling, that's right. After saying this, Zhao Ling crouched down in front of Wu Xie, looked into his puzzled and sorrowful eyes, and said word by word, because that night, I saw Aining's soul in Devil City, the Aining I first met. Zhao Ling's light words were like a stone thrown into the water, instantly stirring up waves. Wu Xia was the first to accept it. What do you mean, Mandarin? What do you mean by Anning's soul? Fatty Wan was also confused. Are you kidding us? Zhao Ling didn't answer them and looked at Wu Xia. Wu Xia, you're very smart. You should understand what I mean by that. Wu Xia was silent for a while and spoke. So, the Aining in front of me now is a fake, and the real Aining has long since died? Zhao Ling, that's right, it can be interpreted that way. Wu Slash remembered the man he'd seen earlier in the videotape who looked exactly like him and was shocked. So, what is it? A human skin mask? Zhao Ling got up and shrugged. That's unknown. After all, there are many ways to change one's appearance, and it's possible to use drugs. Chapter 15. Wu Xia was a bit unable to accept it after hearing it. Then what would the people in the video land be? Zhao Ling wasn't sure about the videotape he was talking about and looked at Fatty Wang, who explained. There was a person in the videotape that Aining showed to Wu Ji before who looked a lot like him, almost exactly the same, but Wu Ji was still young when the videotape was taken, so it couldn't have been him. But I don't know who it was. Zhao Ran listened and contemplated for a moment and spoke. Is it possible that it's not him who looks like you? It's you who looks like him. You also said that you were still small at that time, so if you do something to make you look exactly like him, it's possible. Wu Xia listened to him as if he thought of something. So, I might have been deliberately cultivated. Zhao Ling, along the way, you guys have also told me quite a bit about what you've been through, and I believe that you've also noticed that it's obvious that there are people behind the scenes who are utilizing you, but it's unknown what the exact purpose is. Wu Xia, however, was very certain. Eternal life, to say that on this journey, I've seen the most things. It must be eternal life. It seems that every place I went to ended up having nothing to do with these two words. Zhao Ling nodded with some relief. It seems like you already have a thought process. Fatty Wang and Pan Zi froze as they listened to the words of the two men, no longer knowing what to do in response. Zhang Qi's eyes flashed with a flash of contemplation from time to time. Obviously, he knew something about the words of the two men. Wu Xia thought of how Uncle San's attitude towards his pursuit of the truth all along had been guiding him down this path, and perhaps, from the very beginning, he had been in the middle of the game. Wu Xia put down Aining's body, so sadly hugged earlier, but now looking at it, he felt a little awkward. Fatty Wan was still a bit puzzled. Mandarins, you said that she's a fake, but this whole way, we didn't find anything wrong, and little brother didn't find anything either, did he? Fatty Wang said and looked at Zhang Qilatis, who didn't say anything, but his eyes were indicative that he really didn't find anything wrong either. Zhao Ling, you have to believe that the other side wants to do something, must be well prepared. On her side somewhat people will think of countermeasures beforehand, otherwise that would be meaningless. After all, if it is not that I can see the things that ordinary people cannot see, perhaps I also do not know that Ning was replaced. It was only then that Wu Xia reacted to Zhao Ling's comment that he had to see Aining's ghost, which seemed to be the point. Wu Xia asked with a bit of a stutter, what do you mean when you say you saw a ghost? Brother Mandarins, what do you mean by that? Zhao Ling had a very natural expression on his face. Didn't I tell you that I'm not human? W.U. Slant, didn't you say later that you were joking? Wu Xia asked with a very careful face. Zhao Ling, however, actually asked with a strange face. Did you? Why don't I remember? Wu Xia nodded with certainty. Zhao Ling looked at him with a smile. Wu Xia, are you all right in the head? Do you believe in ghost words? Wu Xia looked at Zhao Ling with a stunned expression. So you're really a ghost? Zhao Ling put away his smile. Not really, I'm a soul ferryman. Fatty Wang said suspiciously. Soul ferryman? Zhao Ling explained. According to what you normally call them, they should be called black and white irregulars, ghostbusters, and of course you can call them whatever you want. Wu Xia, Fatty and Pansy were all in a trance. They might need time to react to what they heard. They were actually spending time with a ghost these days and making friends with him. They were really out of their element. Wu Xia, however, remembered the talisman that Zhao Ling gave him earlier. Then where did you get the talisman you gave me before? Aren't ghosts supposed to be afraid of charms? Zhao Ran was a bit speechless. What the hell? I'm a ghost messenger. I've lived a long time. Naturally I've learned a little bit of everything. It's normal. We don't think it's normal. Wu Xia and the others thought to themselves. Wuxiao, Mandarins. Do you know anything about the person behind the impersonation of Aining? Zhao Ling gave him a blank look. Where am I going to know? All these things I know now are inferred from what you guys said, and I've only just gotten to know you guys, so how would I know? Fatty Wang, then Brother Mandarins, since you're telling us all this, are you going to help us? Zhao Ling, stop. Stop. What about me now? I just happen to be all the way with you guys, so I can help you out, but this messy water, I have no intention of dabbling in it for the time being. When Wu Xie and Fatty heard Zhao Ling say this, although they were a little disappointed, but they also knew that their thoughts were a little taken for granted, thinking that it was already very good that Zhao Ling could tell them so much now. After thinking clearly, Wu Xia and the others didn't intend to ask anything more. Now they also knew why when they had asked Zhao Ling about his physique before, Zhao Ling had always been unclear. Now it seemed that the other party just didn't want to let Ning know. Wu squinted at Ning's body on the ground. So what are we going to do about this? Zhao Ling looked at it. Look at you guys, but I suggest it's better to burn it. It's convenient. If it was being Aining's corpse, Wu Xiaji definitely couldn't bear it. But, this imposter, that definitely wasn't a worry. Fatty Wang was a little angry when he thought about being lied to all the way. Why don't we just throw this away? Zhao Ling, are you sure you want to scare the snakes? Wu Xia was a bit puzzled. What does it mean? Mandarin brother? Zhao Ling, since the other party has been observing you, they must have knowledge of your character. Would Wu Xia's nature be indifferent to Ning's corpse? Pansy nodded on the side. That's definitely not true. Master Junior wouldn't be like this. Fatty Wang nodded helplessly. Yes, the naive nature definitely won't give up on Aining. Wu Xia touched his head and was a bit embarrassed. That's right, so we'll burn her body? Zhao Ling, well, hurry up. We still have to find a place to rest. Wu Xia and Fatty Wang went to find some dry firewood and put Aining's body on it to light the fire. Wu Xia looked at Aining's body in the fire and had a moment of sadness. I've always treated Aining as a friend along the way, and I didn't expect her to end up dying on this road. Zhao Ling, her fate was actually something she had prepared for a long time ago. Seeing that Wu Xieji was a bit sad, Fatty Wang went up and patted his shoulder to comfort him. At this moment, Wu Xia remembered the corpse of Aining who died in Devil City. Right, Mandarin, that Aining's corpse? Zhao Ling shook his head. I'm not sure. It might have been dealt with by the other side a long time ago. Wu Oblique is not talking. No more. What can be done? The deceased has passed away. What he wants to do is already futile. Zhao Ling watched as the body was burned, and as a meaty aroma came from inside, Zhao Ling gulped and muttered in a low voice, "Why do you want to eat barbecued meat?" Wu Xieji, who was immersed in his thoughts, didn't hear it, but Zhangqi Lattice heard it plainly and gave Zhao Ling a strange look. Chapter 16, The Other Snake. It was only after a while that the five of them resumed walking forward. The road ahead was even more difficult to walk. Pan Zi took the compass and led the way in front of them. Wu Xia and the others followed behind. Zhao Ling and Zhangqi Lattice walked at the end, and after not walking for a while, Zhangqi Lattice tapped Zhao Ling's shoulder. I'm going to be away for a while. Although Zhao Ling didn't know why, but adhering to the principle of asking fewer questions and knowing less, he nodded, and Zhang Qigang then left their group. After walking forward for some distance, Wu Xie turned his head before realizing that Zhangqi Lattice had disappeared, and somewhat panicked, he asked Zhao Ling, "Ling, where's little brother?" "Zhao Ling, he had to leave beforehand. He'll meet up with us up ahead. Don't worry." Hearing that little brother had left, Fatty Wang also comforted Wu Xie. "Don't worry, Tianjun. With little brother's strength, there's no need for us to worry." Wu Xie then put his heart down and continued to walk forward. It was almost dark, so the four of them found a spot to rest. Zhao Ran had spent a bit too much energy today, so he rested early, but he didn't want to be woken up in the middle of the night. Wu Xie tapped Zhao Ling's shoulder. "Ling, there's movement." Zhao Ran immediately sobered up at the words and got up to look around. There seemed to be some sizzling sounds in the dark night. Seeing that Pan Zi and Fatty both looked like they had just woken up but were very alert, Zhao Ling thought that they really did look like professionals and had a way of dealing with these things. Suddenly, Zhao Ling heard a voice and raised his hand to signal them not to move. "Zhao Ling, there was a sound, like talking." Wu Xia and the others were shocked. "What? Speaking voice?" The four of them stopped moving and listened carefully, but they could vaguely hear the shouts of Master Junior and Master Junior. Fatty Wang was puzzled. What's going on here? Is it calling Wu Qi? Wu Xia, however, felt that it was wrong. It doesn't sound like a human voice. Something like a walkie-talkie? The four of them took 2 steps forward. Zhao Ling suddenly saw the scene in front of them and pulled Wu Xia and Fatty into a crouch. Piles of snakes entwined together in front of them were crawling towards the place where they were resting. Wu Xia was so shocked that he almost shouted out, but it was Zhao Ling who hurriedly covered his mouth. Fatty Wang watched the snake keep moving forward and pulled out his dagger. "We're breaking into Pheasant's next lair. So what the heck? Let's do it." Zhao Ling stopped him. "Don't be impulsive. There are too many. We can't resist." Fatty Wang was a bit anxious. "What then?" Zhao Ling thought of the tarpaulin he kept in his backpack and took it out and poured alcohol on it. "Later, Pan Zi and Fatty will take the top of it, and Wu Xiai, you will follow them in the middle and rush straight out. WU square, Mandarins. What about you?" "Zhao Ling, I can go out by myself. You don't have to care." Pan Zi nodded, took out a lighter, lit the alcohol. Zhao Ling shouted run and immediately rushed out. Zhao Ling followed and took out a bottle of alcohol and lit it up and threw it behind him and ran out after them. After charging forward for some distance, with no sign of the snakes dwindling around them, they stopped, and Pansy dropped the tarpaulin on the ground and stamped it out with his foot. Fatty looked back a few times. "It doesn't seem to be coming after us. That's a good trick, Joel. It can and won't work. We don't have much alcohol left." Just then, another sound came from the surroundings, and Pansy hurriedly spoke. "Let's go first." Those snakes seemed to be chasing after them again. Fatty Wang looked for a direction. "This way." Zhao Ling stopped him. "Wait, there are snakes over here too." Finally, Wu Xia found a direction without snakes, and the 3 of them ran after him, and after running for a while, they heard the sound of snakes moving in front of them again. 4 people stopped in place. Fatty Wang was puzzled. "Strange. This snake how to run in front of us again. This is also too evil. It is hard not to be able to." We ran back again? Zhao Ling, however, felt that something was wrong. "No, we haven't been here before." Wu Xie also realized that something was wrong. "Why do I have the feeling that they are outflanking us?" Fatty Wang was surprised. "Has this snake become a spirit?" Zhao Ling, "No, they're driving us in one direction." Fatty Wang, "Rush us, where are we going?" Zhao Ling gave him a blank look. How would I know? I'm not a snake. Wuxia interrupted them. Wait, someone's talking. The two stopped talking and did hear voices. Pansy walked to the tree and looked upwards, feeling that the sound was coming from above. Is it hard to believe that it's the third master's men? Pansy wanted to go up to check it out, but Zhao Ling stopped him. What did you guys just say the snake was called? Although Wuxia and Fatty were very anxious, they still explained to him some of the names and some characteristics of this snake. Zhao Ran spoke after hearing this. We've been wandering around here for so long. If there's really someone, how can we not talk? Said looking up at the tree. We're in a nest of snakes now, and I'm afraid anything that might be up there could only be snakes. Pansy sniffed. And the voice? Zhao Ling, I don't know about that, but it's never a human. Wuxia and Fatty also felt reasonable after hearing this. Then what do we do now? Zhao Ling, whatever, put up a fight. There was nothing else left to do now, and they all listened to his intention to fight and run at the same time. Pansy had been standing at the very back, and while reaching for his dagger, he suddenly saw the flare gun and spoke. I have another flare gun here that can be used to attract them. After hearing this, Wuxia thought it was okay, so he had Pansy bring out the flare gun. Pansy shot a gun towards the distance. The strong light instantly attracted the pheasant neck's attention. The four of them were relieved to see the snakes all crawling in the direction of the signal, but Zhao Ran saw an eye when the light flickered. Zhao Ran froze, then reacted by pulling Wuxia and them away. Run! Before Wuxia and the others could react, they subconsciously their feet to follow Zhao Ling's pace. Fatty and Pansy followed behind in a daze, running a few steps before asking, Brother Mandarins, what's going on here? Zhao Ling didn't answer them until he ran to a clearing. Zhao Ling stopped and turned around to look at the direction they were running in, and Fatty and the others looked along with his line of sight. Only the trees behind them kept flickering as if something had followed them. Before the three had time to ask anything, they saw a huge snake's head exposed, even bigger than the one they had seen during the day, and it was greenish-black all over, its icy eyes just gazing at them. Just then the light from the flare gun also went out, and they could see nothing but pitch black before their eyes. The sound of a giant snake moving was just faintly heard, and the four of them moved their feet, looking around warily. At this point, no one dared to speak up for fear that the giant snake would pounce on them at once. Chapter 17, Killing the Snake. Suddenly, Zhao Ling found a sound coming from his right, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground, and Wu Xie shouted, Pansy! Zhao Ling also realized the problem. One left and one right, both Wu Xie and Fatty kicked away. At the same time, he turned on the flashlight he was carrying and stood right in front of the giant snake. The light from the flashlight nicely exposed his position. Zhao Mandarin pinched his right hand and stepped forward to fight with the giant snake. The dagger in Zhao Ling's hand couldn't pierce the giant snake's scales, so he didn't bother to use it, and directly fought the giant snake with his bare hands. Zhao Ling cohesion of mana in the hand. A punch in the snake's head of the giant snake by his hit directly flew out and smashed in the big tree behind. Bang fell to the ground. Dust instantly scattered in the air. The giant snake wriggled twice on the ground. Zhao Mandarin pulled out his gun and hit the snake 7 inches. Instantly a burst of black smoke drifted up from the snake's body, and the giant snake slowly stopped moving. Seeing that the snake didn't move, Wu Xiezi was relieved, and looking at Pansy, who had collapsed to the side, he hurriedly went forward to help him up. Pansy, are you alright? Pansy had a cut on his right shoulder that was oozing blood. Pansy, it was just cut open by a branch. We need to find a place to bandage him up quickly. Zhao Ling came over and picked up Pansy's backpack, but saw that the compass inside had been shattered. The compass is broken. Fatty Wang, whatever. This place can't stay anyway. Just find a direction to go. Fatty carried Pansy on his back and Wu pointed diagonally in a direction. Go this way. Fatty Wang, however, stopped Wu Qi. Wait, Tianjun. You've always had bad luck with this clear physique. Let's just go that way. After saying that, he carried Pansy on his back and changed to walk in the opposite direction. Wu Xieji paused for a moment, but still followed. Let's go. Zhao Ling watched the two men's actions from behind, although he knew it was very wrong, but he still couldn't control his laughter. Wu Xie, this is also regarded as a tacit admission of his strange physique, but Zhao Ling is also very curious. This Wu Xie's physique is indeed very strange. He still has to observe it more. After walking all night, the three switched carrying Pansy. Wu Xie, what exactly is the route we're taking? Why do I feel like we've been circling around in the same place? Fatty, it was supposed to be a blind. It's good to be able to run here. Wu Xie stopped in his tracks. So what now? Fatty Wang, in that case, give me the bag. I'll go ahead and explore. Fatty walked up a hill and observed with his binoculars. He saw a camp not far away and instantly became excited and returned to Wu Qi and the others. Wu Xie, I've found your third uncle's camp. Wu Xie and Pansy were also happy to hear. Really? Let's hurry over then. The four of them then rushed to the camp. There was no sound from the camp. Wu Xie and Zhao Ling looked around and found no one. WU square, strange, where is everyone? Zhao Ling, there's no body, the person should have left of their own accord. Fatty Wang was a bit strange, could it be that they've already left? Then how come these equipments are still here? Zhao Ran saw a toothbrush with squeezed toothpaste on one side, his eyes staring. I'm afraid I didn't leave on my own accord. Wu Xia, mandarins, what did you find out? Zhao Ling pointed to the toothbrush and showed them. This should be just in time to be used, but it was thrown here. It's only possible that there was some kind of emergency that happened and they evacuated in a hurry. I see that a lot of things didn't have time to be taken away. Pansy was also a bit worried. I didn't even have time to bring my equipment, so either there are fewer people or I won't be able to make it. Wu Xia heard that there might be some unexpected situation that caused people to evacuate in an emergency. They were all a bit worried. Then my third uncle won't be in trouble, right? Pansy, Junior Master San. Don't worry, Master San is sure of himself. Fatty Wang also comforted him. Tianjun, you can rest assured. Your third uncle is much smarter than you can be. Zhao Ling is curious about this third uncle of Wu Xia. Wu Xia's every step is closely related to the other party. It seems that the person behind, he must know something. Zhao Ling interrupted them. Alright, forget about that for now. Let's bandage Pansy first. It just so happens that there are medicines here as well. Fatty Wang, leave the needlework to me. Seeing the confident look on his face, Zhao Ran left the room to them, and together with Wu Xiaji, he planned to go find something to eat. When the two of them went back, the fat man had already bandaged Pansy, and Zhao Ling came up to take a look. Your napping stitches off? Fatty Wang was not happy. It's good to be able to sew like this. I'm not a professional. Zhao Ling, not a professional you said earlier. I thought you would. It's not as good as me. Wu Slash, who was listening next to him, weakly interjected. Brother mandarins, you know this. Zhao Ling proudly raised her head. That's right. How can I say that I had a physician's license in the first place? Although it was an obstetrician and gynecologist. Hearing him say this, Fatty Wang was a bit weak and glanced at Pansy, who was lying on his back. Pansy, I can't do right by you, because there was no anesthetic. Pansy was holding back, and when he heard this, he still opened his mouth. It's okay, I asked you to sew anyway. Zhao Ran pursed his lips and glanced at Pansy, still admiring people like him, and eventually softened his heart to take out a pill from his space and hand it to Pansy. Zhao Ling, here. Ginseng rubbed elixir to speed up wound healing. Fatty Wang and Wu Xia were excited when they heard it. Brother mandarins, you still have this good stuff? Zhao Ling was helpless. Use one less than the other. Take it easy. Pansy was a bit hesitant. Little brother Zhao, it's better not to use this if it's too precious. Anyway, this injury of mine will be fine for a while. Zhao Ling sked twice, broke his mouth open with his upper hand and fed it in. What I take out, I don't take back. Fatty Wang looked at it with feverish eyes, but he also knew how precious it was. And besides, their current relationship wasn't at a point where they could ask each other about precious treasures, so he pressed down the curiosity in his heart. After that the trio took the noodles they found and planned to cook some for dinner. Wu Xia and Zhao Ling went to look for the pot, but when they went out, they found a tent that seemed to be moving. The two of them looked at each other and softly went up. Wu Xia took a shovel from one side and grabbed it in his hand, and the two of them opened the tent together. When Zhao Ling opened it he felt a cracking sound coming from the opposite side. Zhao Ling raised his hand to block it. The two men's hands collided together and then rebounded away. Zhao Ling was a bit surprised what a strong force. At this point, Wu Xieji completely pulled back the curtain of the tent before he saw that the other party was Zhang Qilatis. Wu Xia was a bit angry. Little brother, why did you run away without saying a word? Zhang Qilatis sniffed and looked to the side at Zhao Ling, who touched his nose. It's true that it's not exactly a silence. The other party even spoke to him. Wu Xia didn't get an answer from him and sighed helplessly as he looked at him in silence. What's wrong with you? Wu Xi looked at him covered in mud and wondered a little. Chapter 18, The Mud Puddle. Instead, Zhang Qi held out his hand and looked at him. Food. Wu Xia raised his hands and clenched his fists. He was speechless, but he couldn't refuse. We're planning to cook noodles for dinner. It'll have to wait a bit, so you can eat some compressed cookies to pad your stomach first. Zhao Ling watched Wu Xilian's movements from the side, and always felt like he saw some kind of animal being pampered, and it was kind of cute. Zhao Ling, okay, I'm going out to cook the noodles. Zhao Ling looked at the two of them who still had something to say, so he took the lead and went out, leaving the space for the two of them. When Zhao Ling's noodles came off the pot, he saw Zhang Qilatis walk out with Wu Xia to the other half of the mud pit. Zhao Ling was wondering when he saw Zhang Qilatis push Wu Xia in with one movement. Zhao Ling stood up in surprise and walked over to Zhang Qilatis, glancing at him standing on one side and then at Wu Xia in the mud pit. What are you guys, still not grown up? Wu Xia blushed at the comment and looked at Zhang Qigang again. Ask little brother. He pushed me down. Zhao Ling turned his head to look at Zhang Qilatis, who spoke. Apply mud to prevent snakes. Zhao Ling raised his eyebrows. Indeed, everything has a nemesis, but I didn't realize that this dirt had this effect. Wu Xia just wanted to retort, but when he heard the word anti-snake he instantly got excited and picked up the mud and smeared it on his body. Wu diagonally touched and then remembered the fat man. Intending to call the fat man to come along, Zhao Mandarin looked at the bad look on his face, knew that he was trying to make bad, silently retreated to the side. Sure enough, not long after the fat man was cheated out of the Wu Oblique, and then he was kicked into the mud puddle. The fat man is angry. I heard Wu Oblique said, to mud, beauty can also prevent snakes. You wipe evenly. Fatty was unconvinced. Who said that? Wu pointed diagonally to the side. Little brother said so. Fatty was justifiably trying to question, but when he heard this, he instantly shut up. Little brother said it. You didn't say it earlier, delaying me from flipping. Fatty Wang still believes in little brother. What he says, he believes. Zhao Ling looked at their unquestioning trust. His face revealed a smile, shook his head, walked over to where he was cooking the noodles, punched out the cooked noodles and called out to them, stop playing, come over and eat the noodles. The three heard the voice and immediately walked to him looking at the steaming noodles in front of him. Fatty Wang nonchalantly picked it up and took a big bite. As he ate, he also exclaimed, Brother Mandarins, you're good at this. This noodle is cooked really well. Wu Xia nodded approvingly on the side as well. Zhao Ling looked satisfied. It's not bad, mainly because there aren't many spices. It's already pretty good to be able to cook it like this. Fatty finished his bowl before taking the lunchbox and giving Pansy a bowl and bringing it into him. As he ate, Wu asked curiously, Brother Mandarins, do you ferrymen eat as well? Zhao Ling gave him a blank look. Other than dealing with ghosts from time to time, we are no different from ordinary people. Wu Xia, that's right. Then, Mandarin brother, how long have you been a ferryman? Zhao Ling heard this and fell into deep thought for a long time before speaking. I don't remember. After saying that, Zhao Ling got up and left. Wu Qi froze in place for a while before reacting to the fact that maybe his words just now had reminded Zhao Ling of a sad story. Seeing Zhao Ling leave just like that, Wu Jiqiang looked towards Zhang Qi Lattice somewhat at a loss for words. Wu Xia, little brother, what I just said. Zhang Qi Lattice, it's fine. Wu Xia drew the corners of his mouth when he heard his little brother's comforting words. Of course he could tell that Zhao Ran wasn't angry with him. He just felt a little embarrassed because he seemed to have mentioned the other party's sadness. Zhao Ling left the line of sight of Wu Xia and the others, found a large tree, flew up, and sat down on one of the branches, his eyes looking into the distance, caught up in his own thoughts. It's not that he doesn't remember the time he entered the underworld. It's just that when he thought about everything that happened back then, he was a little saddened. And when he thought about the underworld, about Sanchi, and his years of experience, he was a little out of sorts all of a sudden. And that's why he left Wu Xia and the others, intending to make some adjustments on his own. In the evening, Zhao Ling returned to the camp. Wu Xia saw him return and breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Ling looked at him and wanted to laugh. What's wrong? Worried that something will happen to me? Or worried that I ran away? Wu Xia stepped forward. Officer, I was a bit worried when I saw that you were in a bad mood just now. Zhao Ling laughed a little. I'm fine, just a little emotional for a moment. Then Fatty Wang looked at Zhao Ling's clean and dry appearance, and then looked at them covered in mud, and asked, Brother Ling, this mud can protect against snakes, so you should have some too. Zhao Ling looked at Fatty Wang's somewhat impish smile and raised his hand to reject it. Thank you for worrying about it, but that snake isn't a threat to me. Fatty Wang listened with a warm heart. Brother Mandarins, do you have any way to deal with them? Zhao Ling looked into his glowing eyes and refused. No, but they can't hurt me. Fatty Wang was depressed for a while. It would be great if I had your skills as a Mandarin brother, so that I wouldn't be afraid. Zhao Ling let out a bitter smile. This ability of mine isn't that easy to take. There is a price to pay. Fatty Wang's face snapped and he didn't mention it. It was Wu Xia who was a bit curious. Brother Mandarins, do you have a way to deal with these snakes? Zhao Ling gave him a somewhat surprised look. Sure enough, compared to Xia Dongqing, Wu Qi was much smarter than him. Zhao Ling, I've carefully observed these snakes. They've eaten a lot of people, and the black aura on their bodies is so thick that it's almost drowning me out. I don't have much of a good way to deal with snakes, but in evil, I have a way. Fatty Wang, Brother Mandarins, you said that these snakes have killed many people, but the people coming from this rainforest, except for the same ones as us, ordinary people shouldn't be able to find this, right? Zhao Ling, who says it's only just died? Wu Xie, is it hard to believe that he died during the time of the Queen Mother of the West? Zhao Ling, it's very likely, but at that time this would have been called a sacrifice. Fatty Wang's voice was a bit small. Sacrificing a living person is really cruel enough. Zhao Ling, I can't tell you're quite caring. Fatty Wang waved his hand. That's not true. I just think it's a bit cruel. Zhao Ling snorted. Cruelty. Sometimes people do much more disgusting things. During the 5 Hu rebellions, Weren't you humans the ones who ate human flesh? I've seen more than enough of the same kind killing each other. Wu Xie and the others choked on Zhao Ling's words and looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Wu Xie, however, thought of something. Brother Mandarins, you were there during the 5 Hu rebellions? Zhao Ling nodded. Yeah. Fatty Wang marveled. Gosh, Mandarin, you've lived a long life. Zhao Ling, I'm not a living person anymore for a long time. What do you mean by living? Wu Xie, yeah, you're a ghostbuster, so wouldn't you be able to survive in the world all the time? Zhao Ling shook his head. Have you heard of the 5 failures of the Celestials? We will too. Fatty Wang, ghosts die too? Zhao Ling, all living things will come to the day of their demise. It's just that some are long and some are short. Chapter 19, Night Attack. Zhao Ling's words made all 3 of them fall into deep thought. Especially Zhang Qigu, he felt that he had already lived for a long time, but compared to Zhao Ling, he was just a drop in the ocean, and when he thought of the long life that the person behind him had been seeking, he suddenly felt a bit amused. Wu Xie, then those who pursue immortality behind the scenes will end up with nothing but a basket of water. After that, all 4 of them tacitly didn't bring up this issue, and before they had to rest at night, Zhao Ling took out a talisman and hung it outside their tent, and Fatty Wang looked at it twice curiously. Fatty Wang, Mandarins, is this your method? Zhao Ling, the concealment charm. It should still be somewhat useful. Zhao Ling thought that the peace talisman he gave to Wu Xie last time was still working, so this one should be pretty much the same. In the middle of the night, the sleeping Wu Xie was awakened by a sound, and got up to see Zhao Ling sitting on a chair on one side, not resting. Xiao Xiao was also standing at the entrance of the tent, and Fatty Wang and Pan Zi had just woken up, and their faces were still a little confused. Wu Xie asked Zhao Ling on the side in a low voice. Brother Ling, what's going on? Zhao Ling, the snake tide is coming. Wu Xie and Fatty Wang who heard this were taken aback. No way. What are we going to do then? Zhao Ling comforted them. It's fine, as long as you don't go out of the tent. You'll be fine for now. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief, but at that moment, some mist drifted in from the tent, and before a few people could react, Zhang Qig spoke up. There's something wrong with this mist. This was followed by the fat man's words. Who turned off the lights? Zhao Ran sniffed and looked to the light that was turned on to the side, and after 2 seconds of silence, he spoke. Can't you all see? Fatty Wang realized that something was wrong, and Wu Xieji also panicked a bit. There is something in this fog that is affecting us. Zhao Ling thought for a moment and spoke. It should be methane gas. There's something inside that will affect your retinas. Fatty Wang, so we're not going to be like this all the time, are we? Did Zhao Ling comforted them? Don't be in a hurry. Wait for the dawn. The most important thing now is the group of snakes outside. We didn't encounter the mist during the day, which means that this thing isn't always there. Although Wu Xie and the others were still worried, they thought that Zhao Ling was very powerful and would definitely have a way to help them, so they were all very heartily relieved. Not long after, Zhao Ling saw that they had fallen asleep and froze for a moment, shaking his head breathlessly. What a big heart. Zhao Ling got up and walked over to Zhang Qi Lattice. Do you want to take a break? Zhang Qi Lattice was silent for a moment, then nodded his head. Zhao official, go over there and rest. Saying this, he brought the person next to Wu Xie, and found himself another chair to sit down, all the time listening to the sizzling sounds outside for the rest of the night. Early the next morning, when Wu Xie and Fatty woke up, they realized that their eyes could see again, and were very excited. Brother Mandarins, we can see. Did you already knew that we would be fine during the day? Zhao Ling gave them a look and didn't say anything, but the 2 felt that they had discovered the truth, so they happily thanked Zhao Ling. What could Zhao Ran say? Of course, was to pretend he didn't know. Fatty Wang opened his tent after he got up and saw a trail outside and gritted his teeth. It's fortunate that Brother Mandarins was there, otherwise we would have been besieged by snakes last night. After saying that, Fatty Wang added that he was going to get some equipment and went out directly. Not long after, Fatty Wang was heard shouting, "Don't run!" Zhang Qi Lattice and Zhao Ling were the first to run out, only to see a woman's back darting into the jungle. Zhao Ling was going to chase after him, but when he saw Zhang Qi Lattice's stopped steps, he also stayed behind. At this time, Fatty Wang ran over. Where is everyone? Run away. Zhang Qigong dismissed them with 2 light words. Zhao Mandarin had a strange look at him but didn't say anything, and Wang Fat Man was a little angry that he didn't chase the person. Wu Xieji, who had only come out from behind, saw the 3 and asked, Fatty, what's wrong? Fatty Wang, just now when I went to pack up my gear I realized there was someone in there taking our stuff. As soon as I went in she ran off and didn't catch up. Wu Xie's face was a bit grave. What kind of person is that? If it's my third uncle's person, there's no need for her to run off? Fatty Wang hemmed and hawed. Naive. Let me tell you, that's still a woman. Is there a woman in your Uncle Sam's team? At this time Pan Zi stepped out. Absolutely not. I know something about Third Master's plan, The people he brought with him were definitely not female. Fatty Wang, then this is strange. We don't have many women along the way. Just Ning. After saying that, he looked at Wu Xie. Wu Xie, maybe it's something you recognize? Bai Wu slanted him a glance. I recognize. Where do I recognize to go? This way I see the girl in addition to Aining and that person pretending to be Aining, but also the main Zhuama. But the main Zhuama has long been lost, and an old man is afraid that the hand is not so good at. Fatty Wang nodded. Also, I see. Maybe they followed us in from somewhere and grabbed something from us. Fatty Wang was about to leave when Wu Xie raised his head and spoke. No, there's another person. Fatty Wang looked at Wu Xie. Who? Wu Xie spoke in a low voice. Chan Wenjin. Fatty Wang also fell silent when he heard this name. He then remembered that along the way, they hadn't relied on Chan Wenjin's handwriting to walk, but they had almost forgotten about this person. Zhao Ling's eyes sank when he heard them mention this name. He remembered the figure that vaguely appeared behind Zhang Qi lattice when he left earlier, and the woman who ran away just now. It was most likely Chan Wenjin. It seems that the people around them are not simple. Wu Xie, I remember that fixed Lord Drolma said that Chen Wenjin was waiting for us up ahead. Fatty Wang, that is to say, she was the one who let us in. So why did she run just now? And why was she following us? Wu Xie, Chen Wenjin sent me the videotape because she wanted me to come to the Queen Mother of the West Palace. And now that she's following us, it makes me suspect that there's a reason why I have to go to the Queen Mother of the West Palace. When Zhao Ling heard this, he spoke disdainfully. What reason is there? But just want to use this to let you fall deeper and deeper into it. Didn't the notes say that she came here? So she followed behind, just wanting to watch you walk in. Wu Xie couldn't understand it either. Since Chen Wenjin has been here before, why would he want to come back again, and bring so many of us with him? Zhao Ling, if you want to know, don't you just ask the person in question. Fatty Wang, brother mandarins, didn't this man run away? Zhao Ran looked at Zhang Qi lattice. She ran away, but there are still companions here? Fatty Wang followed his line of sight to little brother and also thought of something. Little brother, when you left before, you wouldn't be with her all the way, right? Zhang Qi nodded, and Wu Shezhi and Wang Fatty were first surprised for a moment before calming down at Zhang Qi's calm eyes. Chapter 20, Compulsion. Zhao Ling, little brother, tell Chen Wenjin to come out and have a chat. Otherwise I don't think Wu Xie and the others are sure if they want to go on. Zheng Qigan looked at Wu Shejie and saw that he also looked like he agreed before nodding. Wu Xie thought that now he probably all knew that coming on this trip was calculated by them, and there was probably no answer he wanted in there, so it was well worth considering whether he would go or not, and at the same time he wanted to know more, and now that he had guessed part of it, he needed them to puzzle him out on the rest of it. Zhang Qi lattice released the flare, and in no time, Chen Wenjin came not far away. Pan Zi had already returned to his tent. He knew that these things were not suitable for him to hear, so he left with a good eye. Zhao Ling and the others moved a few chairs to sit there and wait for her, and Chen Wenjin was stunned for a moment when she saw it, wanting to leave but realizing that Zhang Qi lattice had seen her. Wu Xie and the others followed his movements and saw Chen Wenjin on the side. Chen Wenjin saw that they had all seen her and it seemed like there was no need to hide. Wu Xie saw her and was the first to rise. Aunt Wenjin. Chen Wenjin froze for a moment and walked up to them. Wu Xie, you've grown up. Remember when I washed your diapers when you were little? Wu Xie smiled somewhat awkwardly, but Zhao Ling looked at Chen Wenjin with a strange expression, playing the emotional card as soon as he arrives. This person really isn't simple. Wu Shezhi brought up the conversation. Aunt Wenjin, why are you following us? Chen Wenjin was stunned by his question, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Zhang Qi, as if asking how he knew. Zhang Qi lattice, he knows. Zhang Qi's words caused Chen Wenjin to react for a moment, then looked at Wu Xie. Wu Xie, since you know part of it, there's nothing I have to hide from you. It's just, saying that, she glanced at the Zhao Mandarin on one side, her eyes clearly distrustful. Zhao Ling were indifferent. Wu Xie spoke. Aunt Wenjin, I trust Brother Ling, he helped me a lot along the way. Seeing Wu Xie's insistence, Chen Wenjin didn't say anything more and randomly opened his mouth to ask, do you remember Huo Ling? Wu nodded. At the sanitarium, she became a forbidden woman. Chen Wenjin put his hand out in front of him. Smell this. Wu Xie sniffed. This smell, it's so familiar. Seeing his doubts, Chen Wenjin spoke. This is the smell that Huo Ling carries, which means that in the near future, I will also begin to change and eventually become the same as Huo Ling. Wu Xie looked at Chen Wenjin's mournful expression. His heart was a little intolerant. Auntie Wenjin, in the end happened at the beginning? Chen Wenjin then told him about everything that had happened to them back then, and the reasons why she had become like this. Zhao Ling raised his eyebrows when he heard the corpse pill and opened his heavenly eyes to take a look at Chen Wenjin's body, and sure enough, there was a small worm in her body, but the other party wasn't eating away at her flesh, but her soul. After listening, Wu Xie reacted for a long time before asking, then, Auntie Wenjin, what did you come to the Western Queen Mother's palace for? Chen Wenjin sighed. I've come to look for one thing, something that can stop the alienation of my body. I'm not sure if it's here or not, but I don't have time. Hearing this again, Wu Xia had mixed feelings in his heart and one last question. Then why do you want me to come? Chen Wenjin, however, shook his head. The videotape wasn't sent to you, but it ended up in your hands. That can only be its intervention. Wu Xia heard the term once again. What exactly is it? Chen Wenjin, I don't know, but what I can be sure of is that all the years I encountered are related to it. At this time, Wu Xia remembered the person behind it that Zhao Ling mentioned before. Maybe this is it. It used so many people's lives to explore longevity. It's really scary enough. Wu Xia saw Zhao Ling on one side and carefully asked, Brother Ling, can you help with Aunt Wenjin's body? Zhao Ling shook his head. How can I help? That thing ate her soul. Zhao Ling's words caused those present to freeze for a moment, and Chen Wenjin was the first to speak. Only his voice trembled a little. You're saying that something is eating my soul? Chen Wenjin's words were full of incredulity, but thinking about it, this was beyond normal comprehension for them, so naturally they couldn't believe it. Wu Xia was also a bit dazed. Brother Mandarins, what do you mean by eating souls? Zhao Ling gave them a look, seeing that they really didn't understand, smacked his lips and spoke slowly. The soul is the origin that supports your physical body's activities, and with the loss of the soul, the body dies, and of course, it's called a ghost at that time. Chen Wenjin, what is that ate my soul? Zhao Ling, don't you know this yourself? It looks like a little bug to me. Chen Wenjin, bugs, so the corpse pill I ate was a bug? Chen Wenjin's tone was filled with incredulity. Zhao Ling, I don't understand the elixir you're talking about, but it's not too far off, so I guess it's the parasites. Saying that, he looked at Wu Xia. By the way, Wu Xia, do you remember the corpse cash kings we encountered earlier? They had human souls on them. Brother Wu Xia, it can't be a joke, right? No wonder Wu Xia was naive. It was really that this was too unbelievable. Originally to that bug, they didn't have a good impression, and now that they were told that there was still a human soul inside, it only felt even more diabolical. Zhao Ran then spoke. By the time it eats your soul, it will completely replace your body, but I don't know what your body will become by then. So is Huo Ling just having her soul replaced by a corpse? Wu Xia then remembered Huo Ling who was in the sanatorium and opened his mouth to ask, Zhao Ling, I haven't seen the person you're talking about, but if the situation is similar to hers, it should be. Zhao Ling glanced at Chen Wenjin. Chen Wenjin was still a bit undeterred. There must be a way. There must be a way for the palace of the Queen Mother of the West. Zhao Ran spoke breathlessly. If she really had a method, she would have been long-lived long ago, and besides, the real Shi Wangmu doesn't need all this at all. Chen Wenjin, am I just going to have to wait to die? Zhao Ling, not really, I can take out the parasites. As for what you will become after I take them out, I can't guarantee it. After all, repairing the soul, I can't do it. Then Zhao Ling thought, if only Jade was there, the ability to use medicine could help her. Wu Xia, there's nothing you can do about it. Mandarin? Zhao Ling let out a light laugh. You think I'm that powerful? Only medicine masters can utilize the ability of medicine to mend their souls. Right now here, not to mention medicine masters, there isn't even any medicine. Fatty Wang was a bit curious. Medicine? What medicine? Zhao Ling, forget it, you wouldn't know if I told you. Chapter 21. Wu Xia looked at Chen Wenjin. Aunt Wenjin, are you sure you still want to go to the Western Queen Mother's palace? Chen Wenjin looked at his worried face and spoke. Wu Xia, I have to go and take a look, even if I don't have an answer. Wu Xia was not persuading her. He could see that this had almost become Chen Wenjin's obsession. His dissuasion had no effect, so why bother to say anything more? Zhao did not care about them. Anyway, this and he has little to do. The other side is dead or alive, he really does not care. Just meat in plain water. This group of people is afraid that Wu Oblique Fat Man and Zhang Qi Lattice he will help. The other people, he does not want to take action. Fatty Wang, well, since it's all pretty much said and done, let's get ready to go. Wu Xia and Zhao Ling they all nodded and packed up their equipment. Chen Wenjin still felt like following them and didn't join them, but she told them the route and also made it so that Wu Xia and the others didn't have to run around. It didn't matter to Zhao Ling anyway, he just followed Wu Xia and the others. He was quite curious about the people behind him, but he was only curious until he figured out why he had come here. His help to Wu Xia and the others was limited. After all, not leaving any of his cards to himself at all. That was something only a stupid person would do. When Wu Xia and his group found Wusan province, they were resting in place, and Fatty Wang was overjoyed to finally see someone. Fatty Wang, Aya, Tianjun, this will be the time to finally see your third uncle. I'm kind of delivering. Wu Xia gave him a blank look. Dead fatso, you still have the nerve to mention it. How many times have you lied to me? Fatty Wang hemmed and hawed. Tianjun, isn't this in the past? Wu Xieji lazily ignored him and wasn't talking. When Wusan Province's side heard the sound, he turned his head and saw Wu Xie and his group. Wusan Province watched as Wu Xie walked in front of him and his face darkened. Wusan Province, Wu Xie, didn't I tell you to go back? Really disobedient. Wu Xie was puzzled for a moment. What go back? When did you say that? Wusan Province, I left a message at the camp. Didn't you see it? Wu Sanqing looked at the equipment they were wearing that was left behind in their camp and knew that they had already been to their previous camp, which was why he asked about it. Wu Xie was at a loss. He really didn't see it. At this point, Zhao Ling interjected. Is it a note signed by Wu Sanqing? The crowd turned their heads to look at him, and Zhao Ling looked innocent. It seems like I saw it, but then I forgot about it because of Zhang Qigu's appearance, so I didn't tell you. In a tent, Wu Xie and Wang Fati were speechless. They hadn't checked the camp properly. They hadn't paid much attention to it after only taking the stuff, mainly because Zhao Ling had already strolled around the whole camp when he went to look for food. That's why they didn't check it properly. When Wu Sanqing saw Zhao Ling, obviously a new face, his eyes stared for a moment, flashing a few moments of calculation. Wu Sanqing looked at Wu Xie. Wu Xie, what is this? It was only then that Wu Xie remembered to introduce himself. Third uncle, this is Zhao Ling. He's very powerful. He saved us many times along the way. Wu Sanqing glanced at Pan Zi and saw that the other party nodded before looking at Zhao Ran. Thank you brother Zhao. Zhao Ling directly interrupted him. No need. It's not like I'm doing it for you. Zhao Ling's unforgiving words make Wu Sanqing a little embarrassed. Dark glasses and Solve Yu Chen on the side to see funny. This person is really crazy are not to give face to Wu Sanqing. Now you can be sure that this really do not understand the 9 doors, or else how will not be this under the face of Wu Sanqing. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Wu Xie opened his mouth to round off the scene. Third uncle, this is how the Mandarin brothers' character is. Don't mind it. Wu San Province laughed a little, his face unconcerned. It's fine. It's normal for those who are capable to have a little temper. Wu Xie didn't notice, but Zhao Ling was clearly able to see a flash of ruthlessness in Wu Sanqing's eyes, but he didn't care just the same. After all, he had seen the exact same compulsion on Wu Sanqing's body, only this one was still dormant and hadn't begun to eat away at his soul, but it looked like it was about time. So why should he bother with someone who was going to die? Dark Glasses stepped forward and leaned on Zhao Ling's shoulder. It looks like you guys have been through quite a lot as well. Ha! Zhao Ling gave him a sidelong glance. You guys are pretty much the same. Dark Glasses hemmed and hawed. Luckily, there was a scare. Xia Yuchen looked at the two of them brother and sister, a face of speechless. Before the separation of the time also did not see the two good relationship off. How now on the chat? If Black Glasses knew what he was thinking, he would have shaken his head fiercely in denial. He was just looking at Wu Xie and the others who were treating Zhao Ling very well. He thought that the other party did have some strength, and a person like him would never casually offend anyone, especially someone with strength. Over here, Wu Sanqing saw that Wu Xie and the others had been rushing along, and it just so happened that it was almost dark, so he planned to rest in place. Stop, we'll rest here today. The leader of Wu Sancho's team is called Mop, and has always been quite unconvinced by Wu Sancho, but last night they were cleaned up by Black Glasses and the others, and they looked like they had no opinion on the surface, but in their hearts, they have always been very dishonest. Mop they had a bit of a bad look on their faces from the moment Wu Xie and his group appeared. They couldn't beat Black Glasses and the others in the first place. Now there were more people coming. They shouldn't be suppressed all the time. Should they not be suppressed by Wu Sancho's henchmen? Now Wu Sanqing shouted for a break, and Tuo put on a cursing face and found a seat, but he did not want to, and one of the people under his hand came to wash his hands in front of him with water. The Mop was furious on the spot. You're blind. Haven't you seen me sitting here? The henchman looked amazed. Boss, this won't pull. The Mop slapped him on the head. Liar you? You think you're blind? I'm not afraid of you. The Dark Glasses heard the Mop's mouth mentioning himself. His face was all indignant. A smirk crossed his face, and he exchanged a glance with Xie Yuchen on the side. Xie Yuchen stepped forward to take the Mop's shoulders and threw the man out with a force, followed by one foot on his ass with the Dark Glasses. Black Glasses smilingly, kid, you are very arrogant you Black Master dare to make up, live tired of it? The Mop begged miserably for mercy. Master Black, I was wrong, spare me. Dark Glasses and Yu Chen looked at each other. How meaningless, begging for forgiveness this time? Zhao Ling looked on the side and laughed. This person is really quite cute, messing up quite a bit and admitting his weakness quite quickly. Wu Xiexio looked on from the side and wanted to go forward to discourage a few words, but was stopped by Fatty Wang. Wu Xia is not clear, but Fatty Wang can see that this person is not pure of heart. Let the Black Glasses they teach a lesson is not bad. Wu Xia is good-hearted. Fat people naturally want to stop a little. Chapter 22, Discovery of the Entrance. Wu Xia was stopped by Fatty Wang, looked at Zhao Ling, saw him watching the drama from the side, as well as his own third uncle also completely do not intend to care about the appearance. Finally still did not open his mouth. After all, he felt that all these people in front of him seemed to be much more experienced than him, since they do not say, then he better shut up. Wu Sancheng actually heard the mop henchman say that there would be no water pooling, went up to check at that location, ran his hand over it, realized that there would indeed be no water pooling, raked away some fallen leaves, and looked at it twice. It looks like this is it. So looking up at Dark Glasses and the others, okay, let go of him. Black Glasses to solve Yu Chen lifted away his feet. Mop climbed up, thanked Wu Sanzho. Wu Sanzho raised his hand and waved his hand. Okay, call your people over to dig. Seeing that he was of use, the mop immediately called out to his men to go digging. Wu San Province walked to one side and sat down, watching them dig in. Fatty Wang also pulled Wu Xia to sit down. Alright, just take a good rest. There's your third uncle here. Wu Sasha nodded and took a sip from his water bottle, not talking anymore. After a while, after the mop had finished digging with his men, he walked over to Wu San Province. Third master, would you look at it? Wu Sancheng walked over and probed downward. Someone has to come down and probe. Xia Yuchen stepped forward. I'll go. Dark Glasses, why don't I go? You'd better be careful with your delicate skin. Xia Yuchen gave him a blank look. Can you use this old arm and leg? Saying that, he also looked up and down at the Dark Glasses. Dark Glasses for a while speechless. This own words were used by him to block his own. Really some overwhelmed it. Wu San Province interrupted the two. Alright, Xiao Hua go down. That rope to tie up the body. His lightness is good. It's more suitable. Xia Yuchen glanced triumphantly at the Dark Glasses when he heard this, and then went to get ready. Wu Xia and the others also went up and stood by the cave entrance, looking down at the situation below. Black Glasses pulled the rope and watched Xia Yuchen slowly go down. In a short while, the figure of Xia Yuchen could not be seen. The people above did not say anything and waited quietly. Suddenly, the rope was yanked down at once, and when the Dark Glasses weren't paying attention, the rope went down a lot. Reacting, he immediately grabbed the rope tightly and shouted, Xia Yuchen. Seeing that there was no sound, he shouted twice more, Master Xiaojiu. It was then that Xia Yuchen's voice came from below. What are you doing? Dark Glasses breathed a sigh of relief. What just happened? Xia Yuchen, hand slipped. Dark Glasses were speechless for a moment. You be careful. Speaking again in a whisper. I think you slipped on your foot. Wu Xi was also worried for a split second, and then relieved when he heard the voice. Zhao Ling had been standing on the side watching them. He had just seen the worry in Wu Sancheng's eyes. According to what Wu Xia said, Wu Sancheng and Yu Chen's relationship was not that close, but that worry was obviously not simple. Perhaps Wu Sancheng and Yu Chen's relationship was by no means as simple as Wu Xia said. It was just a cousin's uncle. It wasn't long before Xia Yuchen came up and spoke to Wu Sancheng about the situation below. It's all water down there. The current is swift and the depth is unpredictable. Wu San Province, come on, it looks like this is it. It's getting late today. Let's set up camp and rest first, and set out early tomorrow morning. In the evening, Wu Xia went to Wu Sancheng again to get some news from him, but Wu Sancheng snubbed him as usual. Wu Xia didn't want to let Wu San Province off the hook just like that this time. Uncle San, you'd better tell me the truth. For example, who exactly is the person who's been staring at us behind our backs? Wu San Province's eyes changed, but he still kept his mouth shut. What people behind it? Wu Xia, don't talk nonsense. Wu Xia, Uncle San, don't try to lie to me. Aining is dead. The videotape in her hand was sent to her by you, right? Wu Sancheng sighed. I just wanted to use Jude Cao's ability to get into the palace of the Queen Mother of the West, and I really didn't expect her death. Wu Xia was very angry. I didn't expect that. What about the person who pretended to be Ning? I don't believe you don't know anything? When Wu San Province heard this, the expression on his face was grave. Wu Xia, what pretense? What did you see? Wu Xia sneered. Humph, Uncle San. That I would also like to know who the person who looks like me in the videotape is. And what is the purpose of my existence? Are you still going to keep on fooling me? Wu Sancheng, Wu Slant, I'm doing this for your own good. Wu Xia, for my own good? Then Grandma told you to get a daughter-in-law for your own good. Why don't you listen? Wu Sancheng, I was there because I had something to do. Wu Xia, then I am also this journey, I saw so many things. Behind every piece there is your shadow. Before I did not think carefully, but now I think about it. There are a lot of suspicions. Third uncle, you are not going to give me an explanation? Wu San Province's face changed. Wu Xia, none of this has anything to do with you now. Wu Xia, irrelevant, I'm in the middle of it now, and you're not saying it because it's not time yet? Wu Sancho's voice lowered a bit. Wu Xiezi, who said this to you? Wu slanted his face flashed a touch of weakness, randomly thinking that he couldn't say to third uncle that it was Zhao Mandarin who gave him the presumption. He didn't answer. Third uncle, you don't have to care about this. You don't want to say it right now, then I won't ask. Anyway, you always have to make it clear to me. After all, I'm the most crucial part of your plan, right? Wu Oblique said meaningfully. Wu-san Province heart a thump. He is not expected now. Wu Qi already know so much. This is not the same as in his plan. In the end, who is it? Told Wu Qi these. Wu Xia was not talking, got up and went to Fatty Wang and the others. Fatty Wang was staying by Zhao Ling's side, thinking of withholding a bit of life preservation from him. Zhao Ling was too lazy to take care of him. Fatty Wang, brother mandarins, you're so powerful, teach me a couple moves. Zhao Ling looked at his size and thought that he was somewhat capable of coming to rob tombs like this, but teaching him his hands, he didn't have the interest. Zhao Ling, you, just run fast. What's the point of practicing? And I'm not much of a fighter. Wu Xia, brother mandarins, you're being too modest here. Zhao Ling laughed. It's not really modesty. I'm used to using a gun, and I rarely get my hands dirty. Fatty Wang also remembered that Zhao Ling was carrying a gun. Brother Ling, your gun is also quite handsome. Show me. Zhao Ling did not care, pulled out the gun and threw it to Fatty Wang. Next to the mop and other people saw Zhao Ling casually pull out a gun. They were a little intimidated. Looking at them, Zhao Ling remembered that now this society seems to be a ban on guns, and it is indeed quite arrogant for him to hold it in this blatant manner. Dark Glasses and Yu Chen saw them holding the gun, looked at each other, walked to the two men them, and looked at the gun twice with them. The Dark Glasses were a bit strange. I don't think I've seen this style of gun before. Zhao Ling, normal. It's self-made. Well, the underworld did it itself. Chapter 23, The Tai Sui. Dark Glasses and the others looked at each other. It seemed like they were going to have to take their attention to this man to the next level. Seeing their side, Wu-san Province also came over to sit next to Wu Xie, and looked at the gun twice. It was indeed an odd style. None of them had ever seen it before. Wu Xie and Fatty do know something. After all, Zhao Ling himself said that he was a ghost messenger, and I'm afraid that thing was taken out of the underworld. Fatty Wang read it and returned the gun to Zhao Ling, who put it away. Fatty Wang looked at the mop and the others far away from them, and also thought of helping Wu Xie to test Wu-san Province. This is what he and Wu Qi had discussed before. The person behind it is for the sake of longevity. Then his third uncle must know something. So Fatty Wang got next to Zhao Ling and spoke in a low voice. Brother Ling, do you think this Shiwan Mu's longevity has succeeded or not? Zhao Ling gave him a sidelong glance. He probably knew what the other party meant, especially since he was still making eye contact with Wu Xie. It was too obvious. However, Zhao Ling was going to go along with them. It didn't matter if this pool of water was mixing a little bit. Zhao Ling, in my opinion, that must not be the case. Otherwise how could there be no news at all when so many emperors behind them wanted to live forever? Fatty Wang, then brother mandarins, you're very knowledgeable. Do you know what in this world can make people live forever? Originally, Wu Sancheng and the others didn't pay attention to their words, but Fatty Wang's words made them pay some attention. The Dark Glasses and Yu Chen glanced at each other, both of them intending to listen to the man's words. They had long been separated from Wu Xie and the others. What exactly they had experienced on the road that made Wu Xie and the others have such a good attitude towards Zhao Ling? They were still very curious. Zhao Ling looked at Fatty Wang with a smile. What? You want to live forever too? Fatty Wang waved his hand. Forget it then. I don't have any problem with eternal life. I'm just a little curious. Zhao Ling, alright, since you want to know, then I'll talk about it. Do you guys want to hear it too? Zhao Ling raised his eyes and looked around at Wu Xie, Zhang Qilatis and the others. They all had the good sense to do it a little tighter, waiting for Zhao Ling to open his mouth, and Wu Sancheng also perked up his ears to listen. Zhang Qi's eyes moved slightly. The bloodline in his own body that allowed him to live a long life was something he knew about, but he knew very little about other things, and now that he saw Zhao Ling mention it, he was also a bit curious. Zhao Ling, have you guys ever heard of a Teiyukai? Wu Xia, flesh Ganoderma? Zhao Ling smiled slightly. You know quite a lot, but the one I'm talking about isn't simple. Zhao Ling looked at the faces of the crowd and was silent for a split second before speaking. Tai Sui meat, which only comes out in chaotic times, is dug out of the ground, and people on the sidelines only know that it's ominous, but I know that if you eat it, you can have a long life. Fatty Wang's eyes widened. Brother mandarins, you're not kidding, there really is such a thing? Zhao Ling, of course, that thing, it's worth a lot of money. Wu Sanqing's eyes were fixed on Zhao Ling. He had never heard of such a thing, but this man was talking in a vigorous manner. Could it be that it really existed? Wu Xia, however, thought of something else. Mandarins, you wouldn't have just seen it, would you? When Zhao Ling heard this, he gave him an appreciative look. That's right, I did get a piece of Tai Sui's living flesh before. Xia Yuchen, brother mandarins, is it convenient to tell us about it? Seeing that they all looked curious, paused for a moment, raising his eyes to the distance. His voice was low as he slowly spoke. The chaotic world produces Taiyans. At that time, It can really be said that people are not like people and ghosts are not like ghosts. Wu Slant and Fatty Wang looked at each other. Both saw the gravity in the other's eyes. They could hear the heaviness in the other's words, and they knew roughly when it was. Zhao Ling, what happened afterward? Do you guys really want to know? Dark glasses, hey, I'd like to hear about it. Fatty Wang, brother mandarins, it's not true that someone has eaten the flesh of a Teiyukai, is it? Zhao Ling, that's right, I sold that meat for a box of gold. Xia Yuchen, gold at that time, it was very valuable. Zhao Ling, Master Hua, insightful, how could I sell it if it wasn't worth something? Dark glasses gave a thumbs up. Brother, you really know how to make money. Zhao Ling, it would be nice to have something of great value. After all, the kings of all dynasties have been searching for this thing because they know that if they take a bite, just that one bite, they can live forever. Zhao Ling raised a finger and spoke in a heavy tone. He spoke softly, but Wu Xie and the others heard it as if they were listening to a book, which was a bit unbelievable to them. Wu Sansheng, however, laughed a little. It's too unbelievable for you to say, isn't it? Sir, could it be that you survived from that time, and also ate this Tai Sui? Zhao Ling gave him a meaningful look. I'm not interested in living forever. As for living a long time, that naturally has my ways. That Tai Sui thing, I don't need it. Fatty Wang, what about the people who ate the Teiyukai after that? Brother mandarins? Have you ever seen them again? Zhao Ling was silent for a moment. The figures of the two men flashed through his mind before he spoke after a while. I've met them once. Wu Xiang, mandarins, tell us a specific story. Zhao Ling looked at Wu Qi with a curious face and spoke. Okay, then I'll tell you about it. Zhao Ling, at that time, I went to that place to do some work, and happened to enter a noodle shop, and met a woman inside. The woman's name is Bianqin. She is a woman who was bought into a greenhouse since she was a child, and is good at playing the pipa. That day, she went to go to a banquet, and came back just in time to go into that noodle shop to eat noodles. Later on, I drank a few glasses of wine with the owner of the noodle shop and Miss Bianqin, and Miss Bianqin played a pipa song for us, which was very beautiful. Zhao Ling's eyes also seemed nostalgic when he said this. Later on, I learned from the words of Miss Bianqin that she had met a man of her choice, who married her as his rightful wife, and that day was also the last time she went to a social gathering, and on that day, her husband happened to come to pick her up from that noodle shop. Wu Xie and the others were a bit mesmerized by what they were hearing, and it felt like a beautiful love story from what it sounded like now. Zhao Ran then spoke. It just so happened that I offered to get the Taiyu meat in my hands in passing, but the Bianqin girl didn't say anything. But after that, she brought her husband to me for the Taiyu meat. She wanted to live long with the person she liked. After all, in those times, it was very hard to live. The Bianqin girl took the belongings that she had accumulated, and exchanged them for a box of gold, and came to me for it, and I gave it to them. Black Glasses whispered to Sol Yuchen. Master Hua, why do I feel some seepage? Xia Yuchen, there is definitely development afterward. Wu Xia was a bit anxious. Brother mandarins, what happens after that? Is that all? Fatty Wang bristled. Definitely not. Where could it be that good? Chapter 24. Zhao Ling looked at Fatty Wang appreciatively. That's right, everything comes with a price. This Tai Sui meat, eating it will have side effects. Wu froze. What side effects? Zhao Ling took a sip of water and shook his head. I don't know. It varies from person to person. I've already made it clear before selling it that there will be side effects. Whether to take it or not, it's up to them. Fatty Wang, brother mandarins, then what are the side effects of those two who ate this stuff? Zhao Ling, I didn't know about what happened afterward until much later. The love of the Bianqin girl's life turned out to be a woman exactly like her, and she was so horrified that she left, and the two of them were separated. Xia Yuchen, what happened after that? Did the two never see each other again? Also, what were the side effects of Miss Bianqin? Zhao Ling, 70 years had passed by the time they met again. The love of the girl Bianqin had been there waiting for her to come back. Bianqin she traveled a lot and finally came back there. Wu Slant, walked a lot. Why? Can't we stop? Zhao Ling, her side effect is that she can live forever, but she will keep aging and become ugly. In order to maintain her beauty, she can only keep going and keep sucking other people's lifespans, but in order to stay out of sight, she can only suck for one day at a time, and she has to keep switching people around, and in the end, she becomes a monster. Both Wu Slant and Fatty Wang froze. Such a side effect, and they didn't know if it was worth it or not. Zhang Qi Lattice did not comment. This was also the first time he had heard about this matter. Although he was surprised, he did not feel much. Dark Glasses, on the other hand, were a bit amused. Eternal life, so appealing. Master Hua, how about it? I told you there are people with long life in this world. Xia Yuchen didn't answer him and looked at Zhao Ling and spoke. This is the end? Zhao Ling, of course not. What Bianqin did was something that harmed the peace of heaven. She sucked the lifespan of so many people. she was no longer a human being long ago, so naturally, someone would hold her accountable for her mistakes. But the couple still lived happily for a long time. Zhao Ling spat out the last sentence and his tone sank. At that time he did let them off the hook, but the underworld king would not allow someone to do this under her watch. In the end, Dianqin was still pressed into the cold water hell for a lifetime of punishment. She had an eternal life and she was going to be permanently punished as well. Wu Xiang, so this is the end. To live forever but not to be free. Such a long life. Why bother? Wu Sanqing heard all the stories and his face sank. To say that he was lying to them, it didn't look like it, but if this was true, why had they never heard of it? Dark Glasses, however, had a question. And who is this person who pursues the last? Zhao Ling, haven't you ever heard of raising your head to the sky? There's always someone to write down everything you do for you. Wu Sancheng, gods? Mr. Zhao is afraid he's not being an alarmist? Wu Sancheng remembered that he had already done so many wrong things, and if he really wanted to pursue the matter, he was not afraid. Zhao Ling, if you guys believe it, believe it. If you don't, forget it, I don't care. Fatty Wang didn't believe it either, but thinking that Zhao Ling's identity was also quite amazing, he kept a half-true attitude. Wu Xia, mandarins, I have one more question. Zhao Ling are a bit tired. Speak. Wu Xia, if there are gods, then why is it never recorded in history? And we don't see anyone showing up when we need them? Wu Xia naturally remembered why he hadn't helped at the time of the war that Zhao Ling had mentioned earlier. That part of history was heavy for everyone like them. Zhao Ling did not expect it to be this question, and was silent for a moment, remembering that this seemed to have been asked as well. And what Xian Nu said at the time came this. Oh, they are not allowed to get too involved in earthly matters. Fatty Wang snorted. How is that too much? Zhao Ling laughed contemptuously. Because the gods once learned a lesson from humans, they simply won't be meddling at will anymore. Dark Glasses, that's pretty self-serving. Xia Yuchen also nodded. It was indeed like this. They also had to admit that people, sometimes, were indeed quite unaware of what was going on. Seeing that their faces didn't look too good, Zhao Ling shook his head helplessly. There's still a lot you guys don't know. Zhao Ling, alright, it's late, I'm going to rest. You guys should pretty much sleep too. Zhao Ling got up and found his own sleeping bag and went to rest, not caring how the other people were brainstorming. He was already at his limit to say so much to them today, and after revealing so much information, I'm afraid that the people behind it couldn't stop their curiosity. Zhao Ling was going to rest, but Wu Xia and the others in the same place were indeed having a hard time falling asleep. Fatty Wang patted Wu Xia's shoulder. Tianjun, we are lucky to hear something like this tonight. Wu Xia, yeah, I didn't realize there was such a thing in this world. Dark Glasses, there are so many strange and weird things in this world. You guys know less. Xia Yuchen, listening to you, you've seen a lot of things? Dark Glasses looked at him with a smile. Young man, you know very little. Wu San Province looked at them. His expression had a moment of gravity. This Zhao Ling was really uncontrollable. What he said greatly exceeded his expectations, and now Wu Qi didn't quite listen to him anymore. He still remembered clearly what Wu Xia said to him before, and now Zhao Ling had said these things again. So it seemed that Zhao Ling's identity was definitely not simple. Originally he also thought that he could not take advantage of it, but looking at him like this, he did not have the certainty that he could control him, and there is no leverage in his hands. It seems that now he can only rely on Wu Xia. I do not know if Wu Xia has climbed some friendship with him. Now that Wu Xia was in the middle of the situation, he could feel a little more at ease if he had a powerful helper to help him out some. Wu Xia, alright, Fatty, let's take this as a story. It's better not to mention it again in the future. Fatty Wang, what kind of person am I? How can this kind of thing just be spread out? Besides, it's said that someone has to believe it. Xia Yuchen, however, shook his head. Not necessarily, there are so many people who pursue immortality here. Maybe there are two who believe in it. Dark Glasses, Master Hua is right, but there are all kinds of people in this world. Wu San Province, forget it, hurry up and go to rest. It's getting late. You guys just pretend you didn't hear about this matter. Be careful of getting into trouble. Wu Sanqing said also went to rest. Wu Xia and they looked at each other and also went to rest. It is indeed not early. There are still things waiting for them tomorrow. Chapter 25, Departure. Early the next morning, when Zhao Ling woke up, Zhang Qi Lattice and Dark Glasses were already standing to the side waiting for them. When everyone was packed up, Wu Sanzhou shot a glance at the crowd and set off. The crowd stood by the entrance of the cave, and Wu Sancheng let Xie Yuchen and Black Glasses go down to scout the way. Zhao Ling walked up and saw the diving suits at their feet, glanced at them twice, and looked at Wu Xia. I'll go. What's this? Wu Xiang, mandarins. This diving suit. Ah, you don't know? Zhao Ling's face changed for a split second. You're going to wear this down? Fatty Wang, officer. That's not true. This is only 2 sets. Let Master Black and Master Flower go down to explore the road. let's wait before going down. Zhao Ling breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that I'm not wearing this down. It looks awkward. After finishing his speech, Zhao Ling gently kicked a stone down with his foot. Zhao Ling's movements were very light. Xiaoyu Chen and Black Glasses were wearing their diving suits and most of the other people's attention was on them, so no one noticed Zhao Ling's movements. Zhao Ran listened to the sound with his side ear, and before long, the sound reached the bottom. Zhao Ran listened to the water down there was so shallow. Did he still need a diving suit? But it was also not very relevant to him, so he did not open his mouth. Xiaoyu Chen and Black Glasses went down when they were ready. The two of them went down carefully, and when they went down, they realized that the water looked shallow. Black Glasses let go of the rope straight away and landed in the water. And after he went down, Xiaoyu Chen went down as well. Black Glasses looked at the water that only reached his feet, lifted his feet to look at Xiaoyu Chen, some playfulness on his face. This is the water current is rapid and unfathomable? Xiaoyu Chen didn't have the heart to look at him, but he still picked up with a stiff upper lip. Be well prepared. Black Glasses wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Xiaoyu Chen. Alright, tell them to come down. The dark glasses pulled the rope, and Wu Sancheng and others who received the news above arranged for people to go down. Zhao Ling followed at the end. In fact, he did not really want to go down, but at this time, it seems that he can't go even if he wants to go. When Wu Sancheng went down, he looked at the water that could barely reach his wrists, lifted his feet and looked at them, somewhat puzzled. What's going on here? Isn't it said that the current is swift and unpredictable? Dark Glasses chuckled beside him. Master San, be well prepared. Then he looked at Xiaoyu Chen playfully. But I'm not the only one with bad eyes in this team. Wu Se came down just in time to hear this and asked suspiciously, who has bad eyes? Xiaoyu Chen, a little embarrassed, did not answer. Black Glasses also noticed a smile and did not say anything. Wu Sancheng, see people are down, also did not let them in chatting. Spoke, well, first set off. Be careful of snakes in the water. Mop and the others were startled when they heard about the snake. After all, they had seen the horror of pheasant necks along the way and were afraid of losing their lives if they were not careful. So they all moved closer towards Wu Sancheng and the others with great eyesight. After all, just about everyone around him was very capable of protecting them. Zhao Ling came down and followed behind Wu Xie, and walked forward with Zhang Qi Lattice, looking around as they walked along the way, not knowing what this place was actually for. But the water flow was still vaguely flowing. It was somewhat like a drainage outlet. On Wu Xie's side, he also analyzed that this place was most likely the drainage system of the Queen Mother of the West's palace, which was why there was so much water when Little Flower came down yesterday, and now there was less. Wu Sancheng glanced at Wu Xie appreciatively. Wu Xie's ability was indeed still good except for some naivety. The crowd went forward for a long time. The passages along the way were a bit fatiguing, and a few of the moppers were trying to get into trouble when they were walking a bit too much. Mop, Master San, how much longer do we have to walk? It's not like we won't be able to get out, right? Wu Sanzho didn't even return his head. Just follow. Why are you so nosy? Toba was a little angry at being told off, and tried to go forward to argue, but was stopped by someone close to him. Handler 1, boss, don't be impulsive. We still need to get out on this other side. Toba thought about it for a moment as well, and lowered his hand, but there was a glint in that eye, obviously playing a game. After a short walk, there was no more water, and they guessed that they should have been in the shaft and should be almost ready to go out. Soon there was an empty chamber ahead, with light still vaguely showing from a hole in front of it. WUSAN Shang, there's the exit in front of us. Let's go. Go check it out. After saying that, they went forward first Wu Xie and they followed closely behind, but they saw a huge snake molt appearing in front of them. The crowd was shocked. Wu slanted and looked around, went up and touched it. This can't be a snake molt, can it? Wu Sancheng also looked at it. Yes, it's the snake molt. Fatty Wang was surprised out loud. Such a big snake molt. How big must that snake be? Wu Xie did remember something. Fatty, do you remember the mural we saw earlier? Fatty Wang, the one with the giant snake? On their way to find Wusan province they had seen a stone wall with some murals carved on it, and the most striking thing on it was a big snake. Wu Shang nodded. That's right. When I looked at it before I thought that this snake was nothing but a legend, but now it seems that this snake really exists. Fatty Wang was startled. No, such a big snake, living until now, how big would it have to be? Zhao Ling, it doesn't matter how big it is, it'll show up when it's time to see it anyway. WUXIAO, yes, if this snake is still alive. I'm afraid it's here in the palace of the Queen Mother of the West. Dark glasses, what the hell? We'll see then. Wu Sancheng thought also walked half a day, looked at this snake molt, opened his mouth. Well, this snake molt looks not too fresh, should be some years. Today we'll rest here. There is this snake molt and the pheasant neck should not dare to come over. The mop was a little startled when he heard. What? Here? Xiaoyu Chen, if you don't want to, you can also rest by going to that secret room just now. As for whether or not you will suddenly run out of a jumping pheasant's neck, that's not guaranteed. Smiling from when he said it, he looked at the mop with some meaning on his face, and looked at the mop with a panic in his heart. Still, the mop looked behind him at his own people and decided it was safer to go back, so he led the way. Wu Xia then pulled Wu Sanqing to ask something. Xia Yuchen and the others then left with great eyesight. Zhao Ling also followed and went back. He really didn't want to stay here either. When Fatty Wang saw that Zhao Ling was leaving, he also followed very consciously. Xia Yuchen glanced at them, and then glanced at the backs of Wu Xia and Wu Sanqing, or followed Zhao Ling to rest. Zhao Ling had just returned to the stone room when he saw the mop squatting beside Xia Yuchen, who was organizing his backpack, and offering his attentions. Zhao Ling was still puzzled for a split second. How come this mop was wrapped around Xia Yuchen? Chapter 26, Encountering Snakes. When Zhao Ling and the others took 2 steps forward, they heard Mop's voice. Master Hua, what are your orders for calling me? He said that he wanted to get on his hand to help Xia Yuchen organize his backpack, but was blocked by Xia Yuchen's words. Dirty hands away. The mop froze. Ah, Master Hua, weren't you the one who called me? Xia Yuchen raised her eyes and sighed. I didn't call you. Mop took a step back. What? No call? The mop's words made Xia Yuchen feel a little strange, and raised his eyes to look at him. Seeing that his eyes were filled with fear, he felt that something was wrong. At this time, Black Glasses and the others also noticed that something was wrong, and they all stopped their movements and surveyed their surroundings. Mop, this voice came faintly from around. Dark Glasses' eyes looked to the side. They saw a snake's head exposed. The dagger in his hand was flung out at once, and the snake was knocked down. The crowd took a step back, their eyes looking at the body of the slain snake with heaviness in their eyes. The mop was an afterthought. This wouldn't be the one who just called me, would it? Zhao Ling walked up to him and patted his shoulder. Not bad, brother. You can even guess this. The mop cried out and looked at Zhao Ling. Brother Ling, you're not joking with me, right? Zhao Ling returned his big smile. Do you think it's funny? The mop looked at the crowd's stony expressions and also looked back at Zhao Ling. Brother Ling, you have to save me. Zhao Ling, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. Dark Glasses walked over to the mop. That said, you're still pretty lucky for a guy to be missed by a snake. Take care. It was then that Wu Xia walked out, and seeing them all looking at the snake's corpse, he took 2 steps forward and asked, what's wrong? Then with a glance, he saw the snake's body on the ground. Just then, Zhang Qi Lattice suddenly made a knife to kill the neck of a pheasant on the side. Wu Xia was startled because he saw that the snake was right on him if it attacked. Wu Xia sighed in relief. Little brother, thank you. Zhang Qi Lattice glanced at him and nodded slightly, sticking the knife back in without saying a word. The mop talked about the voice of the pheasant neck talking just now, and Fatty Wang saw that he was scared, but still returned. This snake will imitate human vocalizations, and we've fallen for it before. Fatty Wang was still a little scared when he remembered everything they had suffered in the woods before. If not for Zhao Ling, then they were afraid that they would be in a bad way. Mop, if this puts it this way, isn't this snake a sperm? Mop's legs went limp and fear was all over his face. Wu slanted a blank look at him. What kind of spirit? Ah, the parrot will also learn the tongue. This pheasant neck should be the use of the frequency of the snake's crown vibration, mimicking the newly heard sound. This is out of the instinct of the roundup, in order to trap the prey. Xia Yuchen, alright, all be careful and hurry up to rest. All of them found a place to sit down and rest. Zhao Mandarin handed 2 packets of andrographis powder to Fatty Wang and told him to sprinkle it around. Fatty Wang froze for a moment when he saw the andrographis powder. Fatty Wang, what's this? Mr. Mandarins? Zhao Ling, andrographis powder. It should be somewhat useful. Fatty Wang, brother Mandarins, with this good stuff, why didn't you take it out before? Fatty Wang wasn't questioning, he was just asking curiously, so Zhao Ling didn't care much about it and left it alone. Fatty Wang sprinkled the staghorn powder on the cave entrance, and Mop and the others relaxed a little. Master Fatty, does this work? Fatty Wang lazily ignored him. Whatever it is, useful or not. Anyway, sprinkle it. After that, he went back to sit beside Wu Xie and took something to eat, and Mop, seeing that they all ignored him, went back to sit on his own men's side. Zhao Ling leaned against the wall, thinking that looking at this, he might have to enter the Queen Mother of the West's palace tomorrow, and he could see what this Queen Mother of the West was really like. During the night, Mop woke up and peeked at the others, saw that they were all asleep, carefully got up, got ready, grabbed some of the others' rations, and snuck out the door. Dark Glasses opened his eyes and looked at Xie Yuchen, who also looked at him with a smile, and the 2 of them gently got up. Dark Glasses, humph, this Mop. Xie Yuchen, go out and settle it. The 2 of them followed. Before Zhao Mandarin opened his eyes and looked at the backs of the 2 of them, the corner of his mouth was a smile as he also got up and wanted to go out. After standing up and seeing Zhang Qi Lattice looking at him with his eyes open, Zhao Mandarin smiled slightly and raised his head. Zheng Qi closed his eyes again before Zhao Ling walked out. This side of the mop was sneaking away. When he coldly looked up and saw a small snake with a pheasant's neck, he was instantly frightened and screamed. And when he turned his head, he saw Xie Yuchen looking at him with a dragon tattoo stick. The laughter of the dark glasses came from the back again. I thought you had a lot of ability. How come just a little cub scared you like this? The mop turned his head to look at the dark glasses that came out of the darkness, and instantly cried and knelt down. Master Flower, Master Black, I'll just say a part-time job. I don't want to die. I'm really scared. I want to go home. You guys let me go. I want to go home. Woo woo. The dark glasses and Yu Chen's eyes were full of contempt and dislike. Dark glasses smacked his lips. TSK, 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 why are you so disgusting for a big old man? The mop just ignored it and continued to cry as the two shook their heads helplessly. Finally our dark glasses squatted down and looked at him. We really want to let you go, but you really cannot mop. Just like you. Go out once encountered pheasant neck. Then a word death, he said and held the snake in front of him for a moment, and the mop was scared and dodged back. Dark glasses looked at his unproductive appearance, got up and looked at Xie Yuchen, stretching out a finger. I'll put up 10,000, betting that he won't survive for a kilometer. Xie Yuchen also stretched out 2 fingers, 20,500 meters. At that moment a voice came from behind, 30,100 meters. Xie Yuchen and black glasses turned their heads to look. Zhao Ling came from behind with a smile and squatted down in front of the mop again. Brother, cheer up. Dark glasses encouraged him as well. Yeah, mop. You're gonna be the one who gets the pheasant neck after all. So fight for it, live a mile, and let Master Black me win one. Mop looked at the trio, miserably. Ooh-hoo, Master Black. I'm not leaving. The black blind man pulled him up. Go, go, go. Next year Qingming Festival to give you burning paper is not okay? Mop, oh, Master Black. Pheasant neck is on to me, I don't want to die. Xie Yuchen, really not leaving? The mop shook his head. Master Hua, it's really not going anywhere. Xie Yuchen shook his head helplessly. Che, no fun. Zhao Ling also lamented a sentence. There's no more fun to be had. The 3 men turned and went back into the cave, and Mop got up and wiped his eyes and followed. The next morning, the group packed up and set off, out of the snake molt, with another cave entrance and no road ahead. Wu Sancheng went up and grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and wiped it again. Sandy layer. Chapter 27, Chen Wenjin reappears. Hearing this, Xie Yuchen stepped forward and stepped on the ground. Feeling a rebound. Empty. Dark glasses, pour water on it. Wu Sancheng raised his hand to stop him. Don't intervene. How precious is water. The dark glasses and Xie Yuchen instantly understood what he meant. The dark glasses didn't think anything of it, but it was Xie Yuchen who gave a disgusted look and turned to the side. Wu Sancheng province let the mop with people in a circle, with urine on it, wet, let a person with a hoe digging. Underneath is a hole. Zhao Mandarin went up and also looked at this hole in disgust in, which he still really feel a little diaphragm. Wu Sancheng looked at the hole. Get the rope, black glasses and I will go down and take a look. Wu Xia raised his hand to stop him. Wait. Wu Sancheng looked at him. What are you going to do? Wu Xia, I'll go with you guys. Wu Sancheng, do you know how to scout? Stay honestly up there. Wu Xia, it doesn't matter if I don't know how to do it. Don't you know how to do it? I'll just follow you. If you don't let me go down, then don't even go down. Wu Xia smiled a smug smile and looked at Wu Sancheng, just waiting for him to open his mouth. Dark glasses looked at the two of them like this and flirted. Third master, this nephew of yours is not worried about you, afraid that you'll run away. Wu Sancheng had no choice but to compromise. Fine, you can't go first. Follow us. Wu Slant, okay, but it has to be on a rope. Wu San province, okay, listen to you. The 3 of them bolted on the rope and went down the hole in the ground, and there were some mud calluses on both sides below the hole, and Wu Xia looked at it and was trying to get on and look at it, and was stopped by Wu Sancheng. WUSAN, don't touch these things, they're corpses. Wu Xia was shocked. All these mud cocoons? So many? Black blind man, in ancient times when large projects were built there were many casualties. These craftsmen died here. Their bodies were wrapped in dirt and buried like this. There were places like this near all the large projects throughout history. Wu Xia did not expect dark glasses to understand this, and gave him a somewhat surprised look. Wu Sancheng waved at the 2. Come over here and look. The 2 men went up and saw a mark in English on the wall in front of where Wu Sancheng was looking. Wu Xia knew as soon as he saw it. This is little brother's mark. I've seen it in the undersea tomb in the cloudtop heavenly palace, but little brother was up there. So how did he come here? Wu Sanso, the mark looks like it's been a long time. It wasn't carved now. The Wu Slant is carved now. Has little brother been here? Wu Sanso and dark glasses didn't answer him. Wu Sanso looked around twice. Since he's been here before, there's no wrong way. Let them come down. Dark Glasses went back to call the large troop to come down, and when everyone had arrived, Wu Sancheng said, "The next road is dangerous. All be careful not to touch anything in here." As soon as Zhao Ling came down, he felt the boundless yin qi, looked around, and at a glance, he could tell that the corpses in these mud cocoons, the souls of the people buried in them, didn't dissipate, but instead, they turned into something else, and have been floating around in there. Zhao Ling shook his head slightly. If a regular person stayed in this place for a long time, I'm afraid that the person would be wasted, but he was quite adaptable here. After all, ghosts? They like places like this. Wu Sancheng led the people forward, and walked to another stone room. The walls inside are some vines. The mop belt of people curious to go forward to pick open the vines. Wu Sancheng could not stop in time to see from behind the vines crawling out of the pheasant neck. 2 were bitten and killed in an instant, and the others were taken aback and stepped back. Wu Sancheng shouted for people to retreat. Black Glasses, Xia Yuchen and Zhang Qilatis all went up to kill the snake with their knives. Zhao Ling stood at the very back, but he kept backing up and didn't face off with the snake. Finally, looking at the increasing number of snakes, everyone in the team ran around in a hurry. Wu Xia was escorted by Zhang Qiling towards a small path, and Fatty Wang and Pan Zi kept protecting Wu Sancheng's side. The crowd retreats backward inside another secret room. Wu Sancheng takes the dynamite to blow up the snake, but he is unexpectedly cut on his abdomen by the rock that comes out. Pan Zi is busy coming forward to support him. Zhao Ling was not far away from him, so he could see that he was deliberately letting himself get hurt. It seemed that Wu Sanzhou had his own business to attend to. Zhao Ling didn't have the intention of trying to dismantle him. It didn't have much to do with him anyway. Pan Zi took the medicine bag and bandaged Wu Sancheng. Wu Sancheng's face was white. Xia Yuchen was also worried about him and went up to check on him twice. Wu Sancheng told Fatty Wang to find Wu Qi and was about to go out when he saw Zhang Qilatis and Wu Xia walking back, while followed by Chen Wenjin coming in behind him. Wu Xia saw Wu Sancheng injured lying on the wall, worried, went up and squatted beside Wu Sancheng, checking his wounds, asking Pansy what happened. Wu Xia's emotions are a bit agitated. The fat man on the side to comfort him. Chen Wenjin also walked up to comfort Wu Xia. Wu Xia, don't worry. Wu Sanzhou opened his eyes when he heard Chen Wenjin's voice, and his eyes were a bit gray and uncertain when he saw Chen Wenjin. Wu Sanzhou, Wenjin? Chen Wenjin, it's me. Xia Yuchen saw Chen Wenjin is also very excited. He is too eager to know what happened back then, and now he can ask the person in addition to Wu San province. Is Chen Wenjin. Now Chen Wenjin, since the appearance of that he would like to ask the matter, is bound to not let go. But I didn't expect to hear the last words from Chen Wenjin's mouth. Chain. Both Wu Xia and Xia Yuchen froze. Then Xia Yuchen looked at Chen Wenjin with an incredulous face. What did you call him? Chen Wenjin looked at Xia Yuchen with a lot of emotions in his eyes, but in the end, he still didn't say anything. And Wu Xiezi, since he was already aware of it before, didn't say anything even though he was shocked that Chen Wenjin just said it. Randomly looking at Xia Yuchen. Inside Yuchen's eyes have sadness. Want to comfort him but do not know where to start. Xia Yuchen walked over to Wu Sancheng. Don't you have anything to say to me? Wu Sancheng looked at him. Little flower. Wu Sancheng looked at his eyes, suddenly not knowing what to say. He finally spat out 2 words. Sorry. Xia Yuchen let out a bitter smile. Humph. Sorry. Wu Xia Yuchen looked a little off and tried to comfort him. Little flower. Let's just find the entrance first. Xia Yuchen didn't look at him. His eyes stayed firmly fixed on Wu Sancheng. I have to look for it, but I have to settle my Xia family's family affairs first. Seeing that Wu Xia wanted to say something else, Fatty Wang stepped forward and pulled him away. Tianjun. This is Master Hua's business. Wu slanted a glance at Wu Sancheng. Right, he is Xia Lianhuan, the uncle of Xiao Hua. What qualifications does he have to intervene? Wu Qi turned around without looking at them. Zhao Mandarin on the side for a long time drama. This time he is to understand why Wu Sancheng look at Xia Yuchen's eyes have a different. So it is like this. No wonder. Chapter 28. Entering the laboratory. Wu Slant searched in the hole for a while, and finally found the end on a ground. Sweeping away the soil on top, he saw a circle. Wu Slant was a little anxious to pull, but he was cut his fingers by the uneven thorns on top. Fatty Wang could see that something was wrong with him and stepped forward to pull his hand away. Tianjun, calm down. Wu Xia looked at the blood on his hands and froze for a moment. Zhang Qilatis came over and patted his shoulder. Wu Xia looked up at him. Little brother, I'm fine. Then he looked at Fatty Wang. Fatty, I still can't accept it a little bit. The third uncle that I've called for so many years is actually Little Flower's uncle. Whether it's Xia Lianhuan or Wu Sanzhou, they've fooled me. I suddenly feel that I'm so ridiculous. Chen Wenjin looked at Wu Xia's somewhat self-destructive appearance and stepped forward to speak. Wu Xia, you're already here. Don't you want to go see what's inside? Wu Xia, yeah. Well, now that I'm here, I'm going to see what they want me to do. Fatty Wang did not say anything. Looking at the state seems to be somewhat restored. Wu oblique some difficult to say. He is thinking that inside may not have Wu oblique want to see. Over here, Zhao Ling watched as Xie Yuchen was pressing Xia Lianhuan, but Xia Lianhuan still maintained a silent attitude towards everything. Even though the person in front of him was a loved one that he owed a lot to, he was still speechless. Zhao Ling suddenly thought of the previous Wintergreen also asked in the end. At that time he did not know how to answer. He did not want a Wintergreen to die, but the king of the underworld will not allow Qi to have problems. It so happens that the last due to the interference of the outside world, Wintergreen survived. Qi did not take away his body. He went to his death as very frank. He thought, he died. The king of the underworld cannot find him. Qi has disappeared. The king of the underworld will not be in the difficulty of the Wintergreen. Right, and again, his side and Xian female it. And he, when he thought he could finally end this chaotic life, he didn't want his soul to come back, but also came to this place by mistake, and met them, although he didn't know why he came. But since he came, he would live well. After all, there are a lot of fun things in this world. Xia Yuchen, you guys have nurtured Wu Xia for so many years. He's the backbone of the 9 sect, right? Xia Lianhuan, you're the backhanded one. Xia Yuchen laughed a little and walked to the other side, no longer looking at Xia Lianhuan. He needed to be quiet by himself. Right now he only felt a little sad. Wu Xia walked over to Zhao Ling. Brother Ling, we found the entrance. Do you want to come with us? Zhao Ling, I'm not going. You guys be safe. Zhao Ling thought, what does this have to do with him? He's here to live a good life. He doesn't want to look at these complicated things. Wu Xia nodded and walked over to Xia Yuchen. Take care of your family. Xia Lianhuan. Xia Yuchen, don't need you to worry about it. Wu Xia turned around and went to the passageway with Fatty and the others. Pan Zi stayed behind to take care of Wu Sanzho. Xia Yuchen and Black Glasses also stayed behind. Dark Glasses comforted Xia Yuchen. Master Hua, don't be sad. This is a good thing anyways. Xia Yuchen, I'm not sad. Just a little reluctant. I was 8 years old when I became a family. All the way to today. Wu Xia has their lead, but I only rely on a Lu Huangbu to find this, where I'm not as good as Wu Xia. Why did they choose him? Hearing this, Zhao Ling spoke. So, Master Hua is feeling unappreciated? Xia Yuchen, I don't know. Zhao Ling laughed softly. Although I don't know what happened to you guys, but why punish yourself with other people's mistakes? What's the point of dwelling on the past? It'll only cause you to lose the happiness you have now. Xia Yuchen looked up at him. Then what do you think I should do now? Zhao Ling, of course it's when he's dead. Are you still lacking elders now? Why change what you're used to? He was no longer worth grieving for from the moment he left you behind. Dark Glasses, can't see it. Officer Zhao, you've got a cold heart. Zhao Ling looked at him. Aren't you too? Dark Glasses mentally returned. Which, at least I would still care a little. He sensed that what Zhao Ling's heart was thinking was not caring, the ultimate disregard for life. After a while, Xia Yuchen sighed. You're right. I really shouldn't be dwelling on this. I'm the 9 sect Xie Danjia. Who can care about me? The three were saying this when they felt an earthquake. The three looked at each other. Something happened to Wu Xia and the others. Xia Yuchen glanced at Xia Lianhuan, who had Pan Zi to take care of him, and went with them to find Wu Xia and the others. He had someone to take care of him anyway. Zhao Ran sighed in his heart. He had known that Wu Xia and the others wouldn't go well, but he hadn't expected something to happen so soon. It really didn't stop for a moment. The three of them walked up to a large door and looked around, not finding a mechanism to open it, followed by the sound of vibrations coming from inside. Dark Glasses, they're using explosives inside. Xia Yuchen, it's useless. This gate hasn't been damaged at all. Dark Glasses stepped forward to check it out. Bronze door? Xia Yuchen froze. Isn't that in Chanbai Mountain? How come there's one here too? Dark Glasses, the material is the same. The explosives don't work. Fatty Wang inside had apparently also heard Zhang Qi's and Wu Xieji's reminders and gave up on the explosives, instead going to look for other exits. Zhao Ling, let's just look for any other organs. The three of them searched for a while and found a door on the other side in no time. The door closed the moment they opened it and entered. Zhao Mandarin looked at the closed door and looked at the two of them. Are you sure we are going to save them? Dark Glasses smiled awkwardly. Whatever. They have Dumb Zhang there. They don't necessarily need us. Let's just find a place to get out first. The three of them went up to the front, and there were some tables made of stone placed inside, all of which had some knives on them, and the carcasses of some animals soaked in some unknown water, and there were some human figurines in various places next to them, wearing armor and standing next to them. Dark Glasses stepped forward and picked up a small knife on the table and looked at the two men. It's a scalpel. Don't ask me why I know. Zhao Ling and Yu Chen both did not ask. Dark Glasses some reluctance. You really do not ask? The two had gone to look at the mural, and Dark Glasses saw it and put down his knives and walked over to them. Okay, I'll say it, because I used to study anatomy. Xia Yuchen turned to look at him. You, still learn this? Dark Glasses, that's for sure. In Germany, I'm also a high school student alright. Zhao Ling, it's okay, I've studied medicine too. The two men looked at Zhao Ling. You've learned it too? Zhao Ran was full of disinterest. Yeah, dark glasses felt bad. So those things, you know about them too? Zhao Ling, I know. Looking at this place is kinda like a lab. Xiaoyu Chen, Queen Mother of the West's laboratory. Chapter 29 Reservoirs. Zhao Ling was a bit incredulous. Queen Mother West, there's a laboratory? What's the research? Dark glasses gave him a strange look. Everlasting. Ah. Zhao Ling felt like his entire being was bad. He really couldn't associate the Western Queen Mother of Kunlun with this place. It was too scary. Xiaoyu Chen interrupted the two. You guys come see these murals. Dark glasses glanced at the top. This is when the Queen Mother of the West sent King Mu of Zhou. Xiaoyu Chen, looking at her. She is very reluctant to let go of King Mu of Zhou. The dark glasses said quietly. The 8 steeds traveled 30,000 miles in a day. So what could King Mu not do over again? But he never came back. Xiaoyu Chen, the Queen Mother of the West, been deceived. Dark glasses. King Mu was supposed to be for the method of immortality. So he didn't come back. Xiaoyu Chen, what about the Queen Mother of the West? Zhao Ling shined the last image. What's this? Dark glasses looked at it as well. Is it hard to believe that this is the end? Xiaoyu Chen, forget about that for now. Let's think about how to get out. The three walked over to a puzzle and looked at it for a moment. This should be it. At this time, Zhao Ling seemed to have heard a little movement and turned his head to look over to see the jade figurine's hand move. Zhao Ling, holy, this thing is still alive? Black glasses and Yunyu Chen also looked over. Both were very strange. Before they could think anything, those jade figurines attacked towards them. Zhao Ling and Xiaoyu Chen went up and fought with them. Xiaoyu Chen told black glasses to hurry up and find the exit so they could get out. Dark glasses studied for a moment. I don't know what I'm going to use to put this together. Do I? Zhao Ling's eyes went to the things that were placed in the bucket. Use this. After saying that, he kicked the stuff into the dark glasses' hands. The dark glasses were taken and put together and fit just right. Over here, Xiaoyu Chen knocked a jade figurine to the ground, but the other party quickly got up again. Their attacks did not have any effect, and Zhao Mandarin was a bit strange. It's hard to believe that this thing is so powerful that it's not even afraid of his power. It wasn't until Zhao Ling broke one of the jade figurines and a snake crawled out of it that Zhao Ling realized that it was this thing that was causing the trouble. Took out his gun, and shot it right on top of the snake, which died instantly. Zhao Ling looked at Xiaoyu Chen. Kill the snakes inside. Xiaoyu Chen sniffed both of them to break the armor, and then killed the snake inside. Both of them had good hands, so they coped well. After a while, the dark glasses finally opened the door, and the three of them busied themselves to enter, and as soon as they came out, they saw a cistern in front of them, and 2 corpses beside them, people under the mop's hand. Zhao Ling looked up and saw Wu Qi and the others standing on the high platform in front of them. Wu Xia and the others also saw them and called them over. Wu Xia was a bit surprised to see Zhao Ling. Brother Ling, you're here too? Joel, aha. Dark glasses, we found another way out of the cistern. Look at you guys, you've been through a tough battle. Ha? Fatty Wang shook his head. Don't mention it, almost planted that for us. Fatty Wang is now remembering the jade figurines he just encountered are still a little afraid. If not for little brother, they are afraid that they will not be able to walk out of there. Xiaoyu Chen looked at the person on the throne. This is the Queen Mother of the West? Wu Xia, there's no one else sitting on the throne but her, right? Dark glasses looked to a mechanism in front of her. And what about this one? Wu Oblique, I do not know. We are studying it? After saying this, he looked at Xiaoyu Chen. Right, Xiao Hua, how is my third uncle? No, Xia Lianhuan? Xiaoyu Chen squirmed and glanced at Wu Qi. Pan Zi is taking care of him. Wu Xia sighed in relief when he heard this, and Fatty Wang glanced at them. Why don't we try stepping on it? The mop, who was left alone next to him, spoke with some fear. What if something happens here? Wu Xia, I don't think the Queen Mother of the West would set up an organ for herself. Dark glasses, makes sense, try it. Black glasses said to go forward and directly step down, only to hear a ringing. They just came over to the cistern. The bugs inside all disappeared. Even the middle of the coffin fell down. Zhao Ling, whose coffin is this? Wu Xia, Xian Nu coffin ah. Subsequently, Fatty Wang also said something about Xian Nu and the Queen Mother of the West. Zhao Ling listened to the frown. The Xian Nu he knew was not like this. Xian female to a Xian female to become Kunlun's god of war. Inside the past heartbreaking and unknown. And, to be honest, Xian female to the Queen Mother of the West's loyalty I'm afraid in their own right. If it is not in order to get the honor and glory, how would she do so much for the Queen Mother of the West? So here the Queen Mother of the West and the Xian female and what he knows is completely different ah. They were chatting, but Chen Wenjin was a bit unsettled. No, this isn't what I'm looking for either. Wu Xia took out the jade pendant that Zhang Qi had just handed him. Aunt Wenjin, isn't this also? Chen Wenjin had already taken a look at it just now, and she knew very well that it wasn't even a place she wanted to find. At this time, Chen Wenjin saw a passageway behind the throne and immediately ran down it, with the crowd following her. Finally stopping underneath a cave entrance, Chen Wenjin's face was excited. This is it. I found it. Wu squinted. Aunt Wenjin, is this what you're looking for? Fatty Wang, no way, just for this stone ceiling. Chen Wenjin, this is no ordinary stone. This is meteorite jade. Mop exclaimed. Meteorite jade. This thing is made of jade? Wu Xia gave him a blank look. It's just called jade. Back look at Xiaoyu Chen glance at the agitated Chen Wenjin. Is this what Chen Wenjin is looking for? I remember her saying she didn't have time. Dark glasses, but she found it anyway. Xiaoyu Chen, is this thing really useful to her? Dark glasses shook his head. I don't know. Zhao Ling, however, spoke with a fixed voice. Of course it's useless. Just now after Zhao Ling came in he had been looking at this meteorite jade. He could feel that there was a half-human, half-ghost inside. It was very strange. At the same time, there was residual medicine inside this thing but it was fast dissipating, and the yin qi inside was extremely heavy, and the magnetic field of this thing was also extremely strange. He had indeed never seen it before. Zhao Ling's words were enough for everyone to hear, and Chen Wenjin, who was in a state of delight, was knocked back by his words. Zhao Ling was aware of her situation. She wasn't sure about his ability, but she felt it was very powerful. Now that he said that, it was hard to believe that even if she found the meteorite jade she could only wait for death. Wu slanted to look at Zhao Ling. Ling, what did you see? Zhao Ling, I don't know how you know this thing works, but I can tell you for sure that it can help you. After all, the one inside is dying. Chapter 30, Queen Mother of the West. Zhao Ling's words were like a thunderbolt falling on the ears of the crowd. Wu Xia asked with some stuttering, what do you mean by the one inside? Fatty Wang, brother mandarins, there can't really be something in there, can there? Dark glasses stuck their hands in their hips. Supposedly, the Queen Mother of the West went in. Xiaoyu Chen, the last boulder we saw in the mural should be this meteorite jade. It looks like the Queen Mother of the West went into this. Wait, they looked at Zhao Ling in shock. The one in there can't be the Queen Mother of the West. Is she really still alive? Could it be that she has really lived forever? Chen Wenjin was obviously curious to know about this as well, his gaze eagerly looking at Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling, I don't know who the Queen Mother of the West is that you guys are talking about, but there is indeed an inhuman demon inside. Chen Wenjin, so, what exactly happened to the Queen Mother of the West in there? And what happens when she goes in? Zhao Ling looked at Wu Xia. Wu Xia, do you guys still remember the medicine I told you about earlier? Wu Slippery nodded. Remember, you said medicine can heal the soul. Zhao Ling, that's right, medicine can act on the soul, and the compulsion you ate is devouring your soul. Medicine can help you. In this meteorite jade, I saw residual medicine, but it's almost gone. Dark glasses thoughtfully so. The Queen Mother of the West ate the corpse pill and entered the meteorite jade. It was with this medicine you said was helping her that she survived until now? Zhao Ling, that's probably right. It's just that the corpse pill is eating the soul, and the medicine is repairing her soul, and the two phases are working together to turn her into the way she is now. But the medicine is going to disappear soon, and she's going to disappear when the medicine is gone. Wu Xia, so it's useless for Auntie Wenjin to go in now, right? Zhao Ling nodded. That's right, and there's something far more terrifying in here. As for what it is I don't know. Anyway, the yin qi is so heavy that normal people can't stand it. Zhao Ling then looked at Zhang Qigong. I seem to know the reason for your memory loss. Wu Xia and Fatty Wan were a bit excited. Brother mandarins, are you serious? Zhang Qi Lattice's expression also shifted a bit as he waited for Zhao Ling to speak. Zhao Ling, you should have contacted a lot of similar yin qi heavy each other, and the bloodline in your body is very pure. The two are mutually exclusive. When contacted, it's like fire meets water. Your bloodline in order to protect you, it will automatically start the protection mode, and after that in the case of reboot, your memories will be brushed away. Just that there is a price for every time. I see that your physique has lost a lot of blood, and your reaction is becoming weaker and weaker, and so on. The day you don't react anymore, you'll be the same as an ordinary person. The crowd was surprised. They didn't expect to hear such words, and Zhang Qi was at a loss. He didn't know whether he should believe it or not, but Zhao Ling didn't seem to have a reason to deceive him. Xiaoyu Chen looked at Zhao Ling. Then do you have a way to help Chen Wenjin? Xiaoyu Chen's words pulled everyone's thoughts back. Wu Xia and Wang Fatty looked at each other with complicated eyes. Zhang Qi Lattice thought that Xiao Xiao's memory loss was actually for his protection. Zhao Ran glanced at Xiaoyu Chen and then turned his gaze back to Chen Wenjin. I've already said the method before. If you want it or not, you can decide for yourself. After coming over for a long time, Chen Wenjin seemed to have figured it out. Alright, please Mr. Zhao, I'm willing to take out the parasites. She thought she still wanted to be a normal person. She didn't want to be imprisoned for 1,000 years like the Queen Mother of the West, and the only time she would be free would be when she died, so it would be better to die earlier. Zhao Ling then glanced at the meteorite jade. You guys go out first, go wait for me outside. I have to solve the things in this meteorite jade. After that I'll come to you guys and solve it for you. Chen Wenjin turned around and left after sniffing. The mop immediately followed him. He felt that it was important for him to get out first. This place was deadly. He had so many brothers left with one. Mop, brother mandarins, I'll leave first. Come back to Changsha and look for me Mop. I'll be sure to entertain you. Zhao Ling nodded. Go out. After the two left, Zhao Ling looked at the remaining 5. What about you guys? Stay here. I can't guarantee what will happen later. Wu Xie, brother mandarins, you've helped us many times along the way. We'll stay and wait for you. Fatty Wang and Zhang Qi Lattice both nodded in agreement with what Wu Xie said. Dark glasses hemmed and hawed. I was kinda curious to see what was in there. Check it out. Xie Yuchen also nodded. It's all here already. I'd like to see what's inside. Zhao Ran looked at the way they must stay. There was nothing to say. He was not good at dissuading people in the first place. They can stay if they want to. Anyway, the accident has nothing to do with him. Zhao Lin went up to the meteorite's hole and stopped below it, picking up his gun and firing a shot into the hole, then closing his eyes and listening for movement. Shortly afterward, the bullet struck something inside, and there came a mournful scream. Wu Oblique they looked at each other, all a little shocked. Did not expect Zhao Mandarin's gun is actually so powerful. That inside so dark, can not see anything? Actually can still hit. If Zhao Ling knew what they were thinking in their hearts he would have given them a blank stare. This gun is supposed to hit the soul. Other things can't hit it at all. Okay. Zhao Ling retrieved his gun and just stared fixedly at the cave entrance. And before long, a figure darted out from inside and headed for Zhao Ling. Before Wu Xie and the others could see it clearly, they saw Zhao Ling's hands blocking his chest to block that force, and when the two collided, Zhao Ling took 2 steps back. It was only then that Wu Xie and the others got a good look at the figure, wearing a tattered pair of white clothes that just hung on his body. His hair was spread out, his fingernails were long, and his feet weren't wearing any shoes, and his pair of eyes were staring straight at Zhao Mandarin. Wu Xie, Queen Mother of the West. Fatty Wang and the others looked and also saw the person's appearance, and it did look exactly like the person on the throne. The moment Wu Xie shouted out, the Queen Mother of the West turned her head to look at them. Zhang Qi Lattice took 2 steps forward to block Wu Xie and Fatty Wang behind her. When the Queen Mother of the West saw him, her eyes flashed with a touch of scorn. Zhao Ran obviously saw the scene and his heart jumped. This thing, it actually still has sanity. Black glasses and Yun Yuchen's eyes also stared a few times, holding their respective weapons and looking at the Queen Mother of the West warily. Fatty Wang pulled Wu diagonally back to hide. Tianjun, it's better for us to hide first with this strength. Don't add to the chaos. Listening to Wu oblique his words, although a little embarrassed, but still know that he is sure that he is not powerful enough, so he retreated back. Zhao Ling, don't look, the one who wants to kill you is me. After living for so many years, it's almost time. The Queen Mother of the West turned her gaze back to Zhao Ling. Who the hell are you? No one can hurt me. Zhou, so, I'm not a human being. Zhao Ling raised his eyebrows as he said this, quite unconcerned with the Western Queen Mother's words. Chapter 31, The Yin Scroll. Wu Xie and the others had already known about it and didn't feel anything, but it was Xie Yuchen and Black Glasses who looked at each other with surprise. But when they saw that the 3 of them didn't have the slightest hint of surprise, they knew that they had already known about it, and I'm afraid that Zhao Ran had already talked to them about it. Queen Mother of the West, how dare you control me? Zhao Ling, yeah, you can't kill me, but I specialize in ghosts. You're running out of energy, aren't you? Zhao Ling smiles and looks at her. The Queen Mother of the West was a bit annoyed after being dismantled by him. She really couldn't hold on much longer. Just now, Zhao Ruler's gun had dispersed her yin qi, and the energy of the medicine was almost gone. Now she was close to collapsing, but she was not willing. She had waited for 1,000 years. Could it be that in the end she could only dissipate? The Queen Mother of the West was unwilling to do so, so she used all of her powers to hit Zhao Ling. She wanted to die with him, but how could Zhao Ling give her this chance? Zhao Ling didn't pinch her hands together to trap the Queen Mother of the West in place. With her current abilities, it was still possible to trap the Queen Mother of the West. Then Zhao Ling sat down in place, hands together, mouth read the sutra, the good men. This just clearly declared that you get ancient birth and death, if the retreat and exit, and there is no in the world and the extinction of the person, non-real and non-virtual, non-such as non-different, not as good as the 3 worlds. See the 3 worlds, Namo Myoho Lotus Sutra. As Zhao Ling recited word by word, Shi Wangmu's voice was slowly dissipating. She stayed in the barrier and didn't want to disappear, but nothing could stop the dissipation. On the other hand, Wu Xie and the rest of them were stunned when Zhao Mandarin sat down to recite the sutra, and Wu Xie dully said, What's going on here? What is this for brother mandarins? Dark Glasses, is this overdrive? The other four turned their heads to look at him, and Dark Glasses rubbed his nose. It looks like scripture. I've seen it before, but I can't remember where. Fatty Wang, didn't the Mandarin say he was a ghost messenger? Ghostbusters can still overtake? Wu Xie shook his head. It's better to ask the Mandarin later. With the fall of Zhao Ling's last sentence, they were completely certain that this was a Buddhist scripture, and that they had actually witnessed a scene of transcendence, or a real one. However, he didn't want the dissipated matter of the Queen Mother of the West to end up flying back inside the meteorite jade, and Zhao Ling was puzzled. But Zhao Ling's body was a bit unsteady after the recitation, and Wu Xie and the others rushed forward to support him. Wu Xie, Mandarins, are you okay? Zhao Ling shook his head. It's fine, just a bit off. He was now in the body of a ghost, and it was still difficult to use Buddhist teachings, especially the matter of transcendence, and his status as a ghostbuster had repercussions in the end. Fatty Wang, brother Mandarins, were you just overtaking her? Zhao Ling shook his head slightly. It's not just her. As soon as the words fell, they saw that some blue things also flew in from outside, directly into the meteorite jade, and just like the Queen Mother of the West just now, they looked, in all directions, densely packed. Jiangqi Lattice, the resentful spirits of the entire palace of the Queen Mother of the West. Wu Xie and Black Glasses, they looked at Zhao Ling in shock. Zhao Ling nodded. They've been here for too long. They can't leave. They can't break free. I just want to give it a try. Xia Yuchen, then why did they all enter the meteorite jade? When Zhao Ling heard this, his face changed a bit as well, and when Wu Xie saw him like this, he busily asked, Ling, what's wrong? Zhao Ling pondered for a moment and spoke. According to reason, the souls of the transcendent will return to the underworld, but it seems that there is no underworld here. As for why they entered here, Zhao Ling got up and walked underneath the meteorite jade and looked inside. What's inside is definitely related to the underworld. Wu Xie and the others, however, heard Zhao Ling say that there was no underworld. Ling, what do you mean there's no underworld? Zhao Ling spoke somewhat heavily. I don't feel the power of the underworld here. It seems to be covered by something. They didn't know what Zhao Ling said, so Zhao Ling didn't speak through, just casually mentioning a couple sentences. They also knew they couldn't control these things, so neither of them said much. Zhao Ling punched a spell into it to test what was inside, but he didn't want something to suddenly fly out of it and stop right in front of him. Wu Xie and the others watched as the thing flew out and stopped in front of Zhao Ling. It was a scroll that didn't move at all. They all went up a little cautiously, wanting to go up and see what it was. Fatty Wang, what's this? Zhao Ling raised his right hand and brushed it over the top of the scroll. He always felt that there was something familiar about it. As he did, the scroll was opened, and Zhao Ling's eyes widened the moment he saw the words inside before he immediately closed it. Zhao Ling muttered two words, "In scroll." Wu Xie and the others also heard Zhao Ling's words. They just didn't know what it meant and they all looked at him that way. Zhao Ling suppressed the emotions that were rolling around inside and took the In scroll back into the space. This thing was actually on Earth. So was there still a point to the existence of the underworld? Zhao Ling turned around and walked to the side to sit down, and Wu Qi and the others looked at him in a bit of a trance. Fatty Wang, what's wrong with this Mandarin? Is that thing weird? Xia Yuchen's eyes, however, darkened for a moment. He seems to know what it is, and he attaches great importance to it. Wu Xie, I've never seen Mandarin brother look so grave. Dark Glasses, gee, it's useless for us to guess here. Go ask. Dark Glasses looked over at them, both trying to see who would go up to ask first, but neither made a move. And finally Wu Qi spoke up. Let's go together. The five of them went to sit down beside Zhao Ling, and Fatty Wang looked at Wu Xie and signaled for him to open his mouth. Wu Xie just wanted to open his mouth when he heard Zhao Ling's voice. You guys can ask whatever you want? Xia Yuchen was the first to speak. Zhao Ling, what did you just get? Zhao Ling swept a glance at the five of them. Are you sure you want to know? Fatty Wang, is it hard not to just say it? Zhao Ran sighed. It's not that you can't say it, but you have to promise that you won't say it. If outsiders know about it, I'm afraid that it's going to invite endless trouble. Zhao Ling's tone didn't sound like a joke, and Xie Yuchen's face changed for a moment. Then Wu Qi spoke. Brother Ling, don't worry, we'll definitely not tell anyone. Zheng Qi Lattice, aha. Fatty Wang, brother Mandarins, just find out. I, Fatty Wang, have long regarded you as a brother, and I will never say anything about you. Dark Glasses, I'm a blind man, I can't do anything else, but I have a tight mouth. Xia Yuchen, don't worry, Zhao official, I will never reveal a single bit of what happened today. Zhao Ling has been with them for such a long time. Naturally he can see their character, so he doesn't intend to hide it, and maybe in the future he will still need their help. He didn't know what he was coming here for before, but when he saw the In scrolls, he knew that he couldn't stay out of the way of what was going on here. He met them as soon as he arrived, so he must have an arrangement as well, so he might as well make things clear now. so he can do things better later. Chapter 32, Panax Noto Ginseng. Zhao Ling took a glance around before slowly speaking. He has a realm of death. The soul's path of return. 800 miles. No flowers and no leaves. Yellow sand all over the place. Extending and flowing trough. So it is called the Yellow Springs. When Zhao Ling said this, Fatty Wang was puzzled as to why this was suddenly mentioned. And just as he wanted to speak, he was stopped by Wu Qi. Wu Xie and the others heard that Zhao Ling was talking to them about the origin of that thing. Or from the very beginning. Zhao Ling, there is a demon inside. Named Mengpa, who is a female body. Very wise and good at planning. With different colors, good at eating ghosts, and good at cooking soup. Mengpo's soup is made with 8 tiers, and it takes a long time to make it, with a strange aroma that can reach the 9 heavens. All ghosts who drink it will not remember their past events. Xiaoyu Chen, what is this? Zhao Ling, the beginning of the Yellow Springs is also the beginning of my twist of fate. Wu Xia, mandarins, what does that have to do with what was just there? Zhao Ling then said, the underworld has yin and yang scrolls. The yin scrolls measure the life and death of a person, which is the destiny of heaven. The yang scrolls contain the merits and demerits of a person's life. The one just now is the yin scroll. The yin and yang scrolls are in the hands of Meng, who sends the ghosts to the underworld. Fatty Wang, Meng is so powerful but now the records have not seen Tianjin. Have you ever seen? Wu slant, never. Zhao Ling, that's because the real Mengpa clan has ceased to exist since 1,000 years ago. And since then, the yin and yang scrolls have returned to the underworld and are managed by the king of the underworld. Zhao Ling said this gazed to his own hands. The last 2 Meng women died in his hands. So many years he is also considered to atone for his sins. So Sanchi, how are you doing now? Xiaoyu Chen, but you just took it? Xiaoyu Chen's words brought Zhao Ling back to his senses. I told you just now, I can't get in touch with the underworld here. And with the yin scrolls appearing on the earth again, there's definitely something affecting it. Dark glasses, I'm still more curious as to why Mona disappeared. She should be very powerful. Otherwise how would she dare to control such a big thing as life and death? Zhao Ling, that's right. The only blood in the world that can kill Meng is the blood of an arahant. Then Zhao Ling was silent for a moment before he opened his mouth. 1,000 years ago, a large group of human cultivators broke into the Yellow Spring, attempting to seize the yin scroll. Mengpa desperately brought back the yin scroll, and finally to die to the king of the underworld to thank for the responsibility of keeping the yin scroll unfavorable. The king of the underworld Acha was furious. Kun Lun accountable. The queen mother of the west descended the decree, and from then on the deities can no longer intervene in earthly affairs. The human cultivator is also from that time to extinction. Queen mother of the west? The 5 were shocked. What a situation. Zhao Li interrupted them busily. The Shi Wangmu I'm talking about is not this one here. This one is an impostor. The real Shi Wangmu that is the master of Kunlun and is considered an ancient god. So don't compare the impostor you have here with the one we have there. Xiaoyu Chen's eyes changed. So you mean you're not from the same world as us? Xiaoyu Chen's tone was somewhat incredulous. The other 4 only reacted when they heard his words. Yes, they hadn't heard of any of what Zhao Ling was saying now. So wasn't it just different from them? Zhao Ling nodded. That's right. I do come from the other side of the world. Originally I didn't know why I came here, but seeing the yin scrolls, I feel that the reason I came here is most likely related to this underworld. Wu Xia, so, Mandarin, will you go back? Zhao Ling, I don't know. All 6 of them then didn't say anything, and Zhao Ran knew that they were digesting what they had said, so he didn't say anything either, waiting for them to think it over. Xiaoyu Chen, Zhao Ling, you trust us so much? Just tell us all these things and tell us everything? Xiaoyu Chen's tone was a bit implied, while there was also a mixture of curiosity. Zhao Ran smiled. There's no difference. You were the ones I met as soon as I came here, so that means I'm destined to be with you, or perhaps that you're also related to what happened to me. Fatty Wang, in that case, we'll be a gang from now on. Tianjin, don't you blame your third uncle for keeping things from you? This time we also have a secret, not to play with your third uncle and them. Wu Xia laughed. Yes, there's Mandarin brother. My third uncle is snubbing me also have Mandarin brother to analyze for me. Wu Xia seems to have decided now that Zhao Ling is smarter than him and sees things thoroughly. Zhao Ran let out a bitter smile. They were just authorities. If not for the limitations of their status, it would have been simple for them to think clearly about these things. It was just that their natural trust in their elders tended to interfere with their analysis. The dark glasses also looked at Zhao Ling. Brother, take me one for what you're going to do. It's free, no charge. I just want to see what the underworld is really like. Zhao Ling looked at him. So you don't want to fix that thing on your back? Dark glasses froze. His mind suddenly flashed back to the first night they met when Zhao Ran said the words with no meaning. So this is what it means. Dark glasses, you have a way to help me? Zhao Ling, of course. I'm still very good at dealing with ghosts, but it'll have to wait. The dark glasses smiled indifferently. It's okay, so many years have passed. there's no hurry. Seeing that Zhao Ling can solve the problem of the dark glasses, Wu Xia remembered little brother's amnesia and also asked, then Ling, can little brother's situation be solved? Zhao Ran first glanced at Wu Xia, then turned his head to look at Zheng Qigu. Unless we reopen the underworld and rationalize the bloodline in his body, it'll be fine with the establishment. It's just, when Zhao Ling said this, he paused for a moment, and Wu Xia was a bit anxious. Ling, what's wrong? Zhao Ling, but before that, I have to know where his bloodline came from, otherwise it's not easy to do, and I don't even know where this underworld is now, so it's not easy to reopen it. Seeing Wu Xia's mood down, Fatty Wang comforted him. Tianjin, at least Xiao Xiao has something to count on now. Let's follow the Mandarin well. There will definitely be that day. Wu nodded at his words as well. Well, we can definitely help little brother. Zheng Qi Lattice's eyes changed for a moment, looking at Wu Qi, although he did not say anything, but his eyes exposed the emotions in his heart. Just that no one found it. Fatty Wang, well, since we understand things, let's go ahead and leave. It's not safe here after all. Zhao Ling also nodded. Well, let's go. After taking the Yin scroll, I'm afraid that this place won't hold up for long, so it's better to hurry out. The others nodded as well and were all ready to leave. Zhao Ran got up but wobbled a bit. It was Xia Yuchen next to him who reacted and helped him. Are you alright? Zhao Ling, it's fine. It's just that the attrition was a bit high just now. It was only then that they remembered that Zhao Ling had just transcended those ghosts. And Fatty Wang was the first to open his mouth and ask, Brother Ling, aren't you a ghostbuster? How can you still transcend them? Chapter 33, Mother of Snakes. The corner of Zhao Ling's mouth pulled out a smile. Before I became a ghostbuster, I was an aloha. Wu Xiaoce's movements lurched as they moved. Aloha? They were all a little unbelievable. Aloha ended up becoming a ghostbuster, which was a little unbelievable anyhow. The five looked at each other. Although they all saw the lack of understanding in each other's eyes, they were all very understanding and didn't ask more questions. Zhao Ran knew what was going through their minds, but he had no intention of talking to them. After all, although they were companions now, they were far from being able to talk to each other. Wu Xia compiled his expression and helped Zhao Ling. Let's go. Zhao Ran gave a and the six of them continued on their way, and when they passed the throne, Fatty Wang stopped to take a look and lamented. This fake one does look exactly like the one inside. This human skin mask is really well made. Wu Xia gave him a blank look. Alright, hurry up. Fatty Wang skimmed his lips and wasn't talking, but his movements still kept up with Wu Xia and the others. As he passed the cistern, a vibration suddenly came, and Zheng Qiling's face changed. Quickly go. Wu Xia turned his head without thinking, not knowing what he saw, stopped in his tracks for a moment, and muttered out a sentence. Mother Snake. The remaining four stopped and looked in that direction as well, and saw a giant snake creeping ghostly over to the side. The eyes of the giant snake were like two huge lanterns, just glaring at them as they slowly approached. Fatty Wang's face crossed. We're not going to turn in here, are we? Xia Yuchen, can't care that much, we can only fight it out. Wu Xia also drew his dagger and looked at Snake Mother, who hissed as she looked at the intruders. Black Glasses looked at the mother snake, who hadn't attacked them, with his dagger in hand, and was a bit surprised. What's the situation? Is this it observing? Zhao Ling, however, let go of Wu Xia's hand and took 2 steps forward, and Wu Xia and Wang Fatty behind him wanted to stop him, but they were pulled back by Xia Yuchen, because he saw the incredulity in Zhao Ling's eyes, and this was the first time in so long that he had seen Zhao Ling so emotionally out of control. Wu Xia and the others also realized that something was wrong, and they all watched as Zhao Ling took a step forward, not knowing what they were going to do, but they were in the way of another mother snake staring at them, so none of them made a move. Zhao Li walked to the mother of the snake, reached out his hand to touch but did not know where to start. His hand stopped in the air, his eyes seemed to have tears. Wu Xia and the others just looked at Zhao Ling's back, one person and one snake standing opposite each other, looking at each other without words. Only after a long time did Zhao Ran utter 2 words in a hoarse voice, Sanchi. The 5 people only saw that with the 2 words shouted out by Zhao Ling, the head of the mother of snakes vaguely appeared a woman wearing a black robe. The woman's appearance is clear, talk about stunning, but the slight smile on the face appears to be a personality outside the tenderness. Wu Xia and the others looked dumbfounded, and it was true that following Zhao Ling's lead, the experience along the way had reshaped their 3 views from the first half of their lives. Zhao Ling was thrilled to see the woman. Sanchi, why are you here? The woman, also known as Sanchi, smiled slightly. Zhao Ling, I've finally waited for you. Zhao Ran froze and randomly thought of the Yin scroll just now. This party's Yin scroll? Sanchi, the consciousness of the world here is lost. The underworld has not come out for a long time. Sooner or later there will be a great disaster. I invited the Yin and Yang scrolls in the capacity of Meng's wife, but I didn't want to accidentally injure myself and lose the Yang scrolls, and in the end, I could only seal the Yin scrolls here. and then used the rest of the mana to maintain a sliver of the divine soul to wait for you. Zhao Ling was puzzled. Waiting for me? Sanchi nodded. I've known for a long time that we would meet again. I just didn't expect it to be at this time. I'm very relieved that the Yin scrolls are being handed over to you, and I'm relying on you to take care of the rest. Zhao Ling's eyes were a little moist. Have you been well? What Zhao Ling wanted to ask was about the days after she went to the earth. After a Mona dies, her soul will enter the river of forgetfulness, and subsequently reincarnate into the earth. But Sanchi became the Mona of this world after being a human being, and he really didn't think about it either. Sanchi smiled happily. I've had a good time. I've been to the earth. I've seen the 4 seasons. I've seen the flowers of the mountains. I've traveled over 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, and I've seen the best of the earth's affections. Zhao Ling, I'm very happy. Zhao Ling looked at Sanchi smile full of happiness when she mentioned this, and smiled along with her. In the beginning he was the one who was sorry for Sanchi's mother, and in the end he didn't protect Sanchi. His heart has always been indebted to Sanchi. Then, Sanchi's figure began to slowly dissipate, and Zhao Ling was a bit anxious and shouted, Sanchi. Zhao Ling's words, however, were directly interrupted by Sanchi. Zhao Ling, I'm fine, and, bye. The last 2 words fell into Zhao Ling's ears as Sanchi dissipated. Zhao Ling closed his eyes and didn't bother to look at the last scene. For the second time, he watched Sanchi's disappearance with his own eyes. Poof! Zhao Ran gave a bitter smile in his heart. Perhaps Sanchi's calamity is himself. In this life, the one he is most sorry for is Sanchi, and it can never be made up for. Wu Xie and the others watched as the woman's figure slowly disappeared, followed by the snake mother's body. They watched in amazement. They thought it was a vicious battle, but how it looked like old friends reuniting. Dark Glasses went up and patted Zhao Ling's shoulder. Ling Ling, don't be sad. Zhao Ling was still a bit sad. When she heard him address him, her face changed for a split second, and she turned her head to look at the Dark Glasses. What did you call me? Dark Glasses smiled curtly. I'm not looking for a way to call it like that to seem close. Zhao Ling was furious. Then he sank down a breath. Forget it, no need to be concerned. Xia Yuchen stepped forward. Are you alright? Zhao Ling let out a bitter smile. It's fine, let's go. Xia Yuchen glanced at his face and saw that he wasn't holding on strongly before he nodded and turned to leave, giving Wu Qi and the others a wink, telling them to go first. Wu Xie and Fatty Wang glanced at each other before lifting their feet to leave, and Zhang Qiling glanced at them and then at Zhao Ling's back before following Wu Xie as they left. Xia Yuchen glanced at Zhao Ling and Black Glasses as he left, and Black Glasses gave him a look before he left. The Dark Glasses finally patted Zhao Ling's shoulder and lifted his foot to pass by him to catch up with Xia Yuchen. Finally, Zhao Mandarin glanced at the direction where Sanchi finally disappeared, and laughed out bitterly, his hand attached to his eyes for a few moments, before leaving, slowly opening his eyes, and then turning around and leaving in big strides. Zhao Ling saw the 5 people in the stone room where they were resting before they went in. Only at that time, their faces were a bit bad, especially Xia Yuchen and Wu Xia. Seeing Zhao Ling come out, Fatty Wang was the first to see him and walked up to him. Brother Ling, you came out? Joel, aha. Wu Xia and the others also looked over when they heard the sound, and Zhao Ling looked at their faces and asked, what's wrong? Chapter 34, Disappearance of the Unlinked. Xia Yuchen saw Zhao Lin ask and returned, Xia Lianhuan has disappeared? Zhao Ling heard it clearly. This solution Yuchen just found their elders, which went in a trip on the people are not, is not to be anxious about it. Wu Oblique it, called so many years of the third uncle of the people, naturally will not care about it. Wu Xia, we saw the marks of the pheasant's neck here. I wonder if they are in danger. Wu Xia still had a worried look on his face when he said this. Dark Glasses, could it be that they went out with Chen Wenjin and the others? Fatty Wang also hurriedly opened his mouth. It's possible. Tianjun, Pan Zi is not still with your third uncle. Zhao Ling was a bit helpless. So what can you discuss here? Dark Glasses walked up to him. Mandarins, you don't understand. This we are waiting for you specifically. Indeed. Although the Wu Oblique they are worried about the solution to the Lianhuan, but the other side how to say is also when so many years of Wu 3 masters, the ability since there is no need to say, their worry is actually still a little redundant. Think down, they are still inferior to the other side of many. After thinking about it for a while, Zhao Ran decided that it was better to just say it. In fact, Xia Lianhuan intentionally let himself get injured before. Zhao Ling's words made Wu Xie and Yu Chen a bit shocked, but the two then thought about it and felt that it made sense. Indeed. Although the situation was critical at the time, there was absolutely no need for him to personally set the explosives himself, not to mention that Pan Zi was surely going to protect him. In the end, he was seriously injured, and he didn't even make it to the end of the road, and this trip was equivalent to running for nothing. Wu Xia, why did he do that? Didn't even go into the last Western Queen Mother's palace. Xia Yuchen spoke on the side with an ugly face. It means that the Western Queen Mother's palace has no significance to him at all. and he only made this trip to bring us here. After Xiaoyu Chen was awakened by Zhao Ling, he also saw things thoroughly and immediately guessed Xia Lianwan's plan and couldn't help but snort a laugh full of mockery. Wu Xie also reacted. Together, he is a wrongdoer has been walked around by his third uncle. Dark glasses. Indeed, the Queen Mother of the West Palace has no attraction at all to Master Wu San and Lianwan, except for Chan Wenjin. Wu Xie added, perhaps, they already knew what was in here, but it was just to lure me over. At this time, the surroundings suddenly shook. The 6 people froze for a moment, looking at the stones that fell from the wall next to them. Zhao Ran's face changed. Quickly go, this place is going to be destroyed. Fatty Wang also panicked. Then let's go. Tianjun, your third uncle must have gone out long ago. Wu Xie and Yu Chen looked at each other and both decided to go out first. The 6 ran out together. The passageway behind them kept collapsing, and when the 6 ran out they turned around to see the ground behind them collapsing, leaving a large pit. Wu Xie was a bit distraught. Almost we stayed inside. Xiaoyu Chen, well, since we're out then let's go first. It's not safe here. The dark glasses glanced at Zhao Ling who was leaning against a tree. Ling Ling, will your body hold up? Do you want me to carry you? Zhao Ling gave him a blank look. No need. I can walk by myself. It's just that the spiritual energy consumption is a bit high, and it will be recovered after a while. The 6 of them set off together and went out, but this time they did not have the same calamities as when they came in, and the pheasant's neck in the forest had disappeared. Although they were strange, but they did not think much about it. When they got out of the rainforest, what was in front of them was an endless desert, and the 6 of them stood at the edge of the forest with a speechless look on their faces. Fatty Wang's face turned a little white. We won't really have to walk back. When will we have to walk? Xiaoyu Chen, and I wonder if there's any signal here? Wu Xie was thinking of Chen Wenjin. So did Aunt Wenjin and the others go out? Zhao Ling raised an eyebrow. You're reminding me. Chen Wenjin must have left a backhand, and solved the Lianhuan is going to disappear. But Pansy won't. Maybe they'll come to our rescue. Dark glasses nodded at his words. That makes sense. But how long do we have to wait? Xiaoyu Chen, why don't we rest here for the night first? It's getting late tomorrow and we'll see what happens. They came out just in time to encounter the camp that had once been there, and they had taken a lot of equipment, so they could still hold out for a few days. But now that it was getting dark, and they hadn't been very sure of the direction, it would be even more dangerous for them to go rashly. The others agreed, so they pitched their tents with each other's hands, and took compressed cookies and ate a little bit before going back to rest individually. They were all tired in the past few days as well, and it was not easy to come out, so all of them just wanted to have a good rest. Zhao Ling ate the tasteless cookies. His heart was crying without tears. The time he came here has not been smooth. When will he be able to live a better life? Early the next morning, when Zhao Ling got up, he saw Wu Xie and Xiaoyu Chen holding something to study, and curiously went up to take a look, only to see that it was Xiaoyu Chen holding a compass to determine the direction, and Wu Xie was also looking at it. Zhao Ling, is this thing good? Xiaoyu Chen looked at Zhao Ling inside. Let's treat a dead horse as a living horse. At least there's some hope. Wu Xie nodded as well. Yeah, otherwise we wouldn't even know where to go. Zhao Ran wasn't talking. He really wasn't very good at this direction finding. It was safer to follow them. Zhao Ling went back to pack his own backpack, and not long after, Xiaoyu Chen and Wu Xieji discussed the direction, and the 6 of them set off. Along the way, none of them opened their mouths to speak. They were all anxious to walk out, and after walking for a long time, just as they were all getting a little restless, Dark Glasses suddenly spoke up. There seems to be someone up ahead. Zhao Ling and the others stopped and fixed their eyes in the direction the Dark Glasses said. A few figures did appear in front of them. They looked for a while, and they were followed by camels. Fatty Wang, Tianjin, it wouldn't be your third uncle who sent someone to pick you up, would it? Wu Xie was a bit stunned. How am I supposed to know that? Dark Glasses. Wait a minute. Whoever it is can at least help us out. Dark Glasses smiles and opens his mouth. The smile at the corner of his mouth somewhat implied. Zhao Mandarin looked at him. Dark Glasses, this words only contain deep meaning. This come is to help their people, okay? If not, then can help is not bad. If the other party is against them, then they will not be polite. Within moments, the man approached, and the 6 were relieved to see it. Wu Xie also relaxed a bit, and when he saw the visitor welcoming him, he spoke again with some confusion. Pansy, why are you here? Pansy, Junior Master San. Master San asked me to come to you. Wu Xie's face changed. Where is he? Pansy, I don't know. Master San didn't say. Chapter 35, Helping Qin Wenjin. Wu Xie wanted to ask something else, but was interrupted by Xiaoyu Chen. Wu Xie, go out first. Hearing his words, Wu Xie also stopped talking and looked at Pansy. Let's go first then. Pansy nodded and told them to get back on the camel. Fatty Wang, Pansy, you're so timely here. How did you find us? Pansy laughed a little. It was Zazie who helped me. Wu Xie froze for a moment when he heard this. Zazie is also my third uncle's man? Pan Zi laughed and didn't say anything. Wu Xie only felt a little like an on. Sure enough, their previous analysis was good. They had been tricked by Xie Lianhuan all this way. Xia Yuchen obviously also thought of this point. Only he was not clear why Xia Lianhuan had to keep using the identity of Wu Sancheng. Before Chen Wenjin in the inn and Xia Lianhuan said what in the end? What exactly happened in Shisha that year? Wu Xie and Xia Yuchen glanced at each other, both to see from each other's eyes doubt and incomprehension. Xia Yuchen slightly shook his head. Wu Xie also understand the meaning of Yuchen. Here in the end is not appropriate to talk about these things, so both of them suppressed the heart of the incomprehension. Intends to go back in the investigation clearly. The group traveled for 2 days before they got out of the desert. And after they got out of the desert, Pansy took them to Zatsi, where they met the fixed master, Dralma, and Chen Wenjin, as well as the mop that came out of the desert with Chen Wenjin. Seeing them, Mop was very happy and went forward. Master Black, Master Flower, you guys finally came out? Xia Yuchen did not pay attention to him, but it was Black Glasses who wrapped his arms around the Mop. Kid, you're not bad. Go, find something for Master Black to eat. The Mop responded repeatedly. Fine, Master Black, I'll go prepare it for you. Seeing Chen Wenjin, Wu Xie took 2 steps forward. Aunt Wenjin, where is my third uncle? Unlocking Lianhuan? Wu Xie paused as he said. Xia Yuchen also looked at Chen Wenjin, wanting to see Chen Wenjin's answer. Chen Wenjin glanced at Wu Xie and Yu Chen with complicated eyes. Wu Xie, he's gone. Wu Xie was a bit agitated. Why don't you guys stop him? Xia Yuchen stopped him. Wu Xie, we can't stop him if he wants to leave. Wu Xie was pulled by Xia Yuchen's hand and looked at Chen Wenjin without saying anything. And then it was Zhao Ling who came forward to let Wu Xie go back to rest. Zhao Ling, Wu Xie, you've been tired these past few days. Take a good rest first. Wu Xie also knew that he couldn't ask anything more, so he nodded along with Zhao Ling's words and was pulled off to rest by Xia Yuchen. Chen Wenjin looked at Zhao Ling. Mr. Zhao, my business? Zhao Ling, come in with me. Zhao Ling led Chen Wenjin into the tent. Zhang Qi Lattice followed. Black Glasses saw this and wanted to follow, but Zhao Ling called out to him. Zhao Ling, Blindy, prepare some food for me to eat later. Dark Glasses laughed a little. Okay, then he walked away. The 3 of them entered the tent. Zhao Ling let Chen Wenjin sit, and then stood behind her, and before he did so, he let Zhang Qiling hold his back. His spiritual power had overdrawn quite a bit before, and now he hadn't recovered from the front. But Chen Wenjin was also in a hurry now, and Zhao Ling wanted to fix her first, and after that, there wouldn't be much left to do, so he let Zhang Qiling hold him up, lest he get off his feet and fall in a while. Zhao Ling injected Chen Wenjin's body with his spiritual energy, flowing through the meridians in her body inch by inch, and finally found the bug near her heart. And then Zhao Ling wrapped the bug with his spiritual energy again and brought it out. Finally, after slashing at Chen Wenjin's wrist and bringing out the bugs, Zhao Ran extinguished the corpse Cash King with a single burst of spiritual power, not even leaving behind any ashes. Chen Wenjin fainted on the chair. Zhao Ling didn't care about her. Anyway, when she woke up, she would be fine. It was looking at the hair on her head that had gone mostly white. Zhao Ling shook his head slightly. Zhao Ling wanted to go out. He took a step but stumbled. Luckily Zhang Qi Lattice pulled him back in time. Zhao Ling held his hand. Come on, let's go out. Zhang Qi Lattice assisted Zhao Ling out, and as soon as he saw the 2 of them come out, Black Glasses went up and stood on the other side of Zhao Ling, pulling him towards the tent on one side. Inside, Xia Yuchen and Wu Xie were still talking. Originally Wu Xie was planning to take a rest, but he still couldn't help but want to talk to Xia Yuchen about Xia Lianhuan's matter. After all, on this trip, his good third uncle changed into a different person, and he really still couldn't accept it somewhat. Seeing the 3 of them come in, especially Zhao Ling's somewhat frail face, both of them stood up and asked, "What's wrong with Brother Ling?" Zhang Qi Lattice, off the hook. Dark Glasses, this is not helping Chen Wenjin a little bit, and it became like this. Wu Xie was a bit anxious. How can you strike again when Brother Mandarins hasn't even recovered yet? Wu Xie couldn't help but ask as he watched them bring Zhao Ling to the bed and sit down. Zhao Ling, it's fine. I'll just take a break. I'm going to do it anyway. Xia Yuchen looked at his somewhat pale face and was also a bit nervous. Let's get you something to eat. Zhao Ran was a bit happier to hear this. I want to eat an old hen. Dark Glasses almost broke his defense. How am I supposed to find you a hen in this place? Wu Xie's face was also a bit difficult, not knowing what to do. When Zhao Ling heard this, he turned his head arrogantly for a moment, a refusal to communicate. Xia Yuchen looked amused. After you go out from here, I'll arrange for someone to make it for you, and you can eat it all at once. Zhao Ling, yes, I want to eat free range. Walk in. I can't eat out of a chicken farm. Xia Yuchen, okay, you can eat whatever you want, however you want. Zhao Ling was then happy. Dark glasses, why do you still love eating old hens when you're a ghostbuster? Zhao Ling gave him a sidelong glance. No? Dark glasses waved his hand. Yes, of course. At this time, Fatty Wang walked in, carrying a few bowls of noodles. Brothers, eat noodles. This is finally something hot to eat. Fatty Wang placed the plate on the table, then picked up a bowl and walked over to Zhao Ling. Brother Ling, eat the noodles. I purposely beat an extra egg for you. Try my handiwork. Zhao Ling looked at the bowl of noodles, vaguely permeated with some aroma. Let him also have a little appetite. So he picked up and ate. When Wu Xia and the others saw him eating, they all walked over to the table and picked up their respective pieces and ate them as well. They stayed in the rainforest for the past few days, eating dry food. People are almost eaten out. Now a little hot to eat can be a good meal. Fatty Wang was happy to see them eating well. How's it? Master Fatty's craftsmanship is not bad, right? Wu Xia, Fatty, I didn't realize you had this craft? Fatty Wang patted his chest. Who am I? Zhao Ling, it's really good. And I'll be able to get into the kitchen less in the future. Dark glasses, yo, mandarins can cook too? Zhao Ling, I'll let you guys try it later. Chapter 36, Going to the Capital. After eating the noodles, Zhao Mandarin rested. The others also went to rest individually. These days they were also very tired. Now they could finally have a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, when Zhao Ling woke up, Wu Xia and the others were no longer in the tent. Zhao Ling got up and went out to take a look, and saw the 5 of them and Pansy gathered in front of Zotzi. Zhao Ling called out, "What's wrong?" Hearing these words, Wu Xia and the others turned back to look at Zhao Ling, and when they saw Zhao Ling come out, they took one last look at Zazie and walked over to Zhao Ling. Wu Xia, mandarins, Auntie when Jean left. Zhao Ling raised an eyebrow. How did it go? Xia Yuchen, it should have left early in the morning, and when we got up the person was gone. When Zazie saw Zhao Ling, she also came over and handed him something. Zhao Ling took a look at it. It was a white jade circle. Zhao Ling picked it up and looked at it against the sun. This thing is not bad. Dark glasses also stood beside him and took a look. A big deal. What this Chen Wenjin has in his hands is really something. Zhao Ling looked at Zotzi. She asked you to give it to me? Zazie nodded. She said it was payment. Zhao Ling nodded in satisfaction. Not bad indeed. Fatty Wang also squeezed in. Brother mandarins, give me a look. Zhao Mandarin full of unconcern to hand the jade ring to Wang Fat. This thing is indeed quite valuable. But in fact, his space in the treasure is also quite a lot. Are the previous wartime received? He did not even take out these things. If he took out, how to say that he has to become a tycoon of a rich man. Wu Xia, and when Jean left, I think she didn't want me to ask him about his third uncle. While eating breakfast, Wu Xia lamented. Xia Yuchen, people of their generation hide too many things to explain, and they don't want to make up a reason to lie to us. So that's it. Dark glasses, Master Hua sees quite clearly. Xia Yuchen didn't answer him and snorted. I just don't know what exactly happened at the undersea tomb in the first place. Zhao Ling, it doesn't really matter what happened. What matters is that both of them are alive. So why should you be led to believe that Xia Lianhuan is dead? It's only possible that his identity is too noticeable, and what they need to do can't be known. Chant. Wu Xia suddenly realized. So, the two of them shared an identity just to confuse the person behind it. Xia Yuchen, it's very likely. It's just that. Are they really going to tell us nothing? Zhao Ling put down his bowl. No, they've already told you guys a lot. After Zhao Ling finished speaking, he got up and went directly to the car, intending to wait for them to set off. But his words made Wu Xia and Yuchen freeze for a moment, and then the two of them glanced at each other, both saw in each other's eyes. After that they set off to leave the desert. After arriving in the city, Black Glasses proposed to go for a barbecue. For Zhao Ling, who hadn't gone out to relax for a long time, was still very eager to do so he agreed straight away. Wu Xia and the others also wanted to go and relax. After bidding farewell to Zotzi, Wu Xia and the others looked for a barbecue stand to go to. Originally, Wu Xia wanted to find Pan Zi together, but Pan Zi said that the third master is not in. He has to go back to look after the Changsha Pansho. He does not understand what Wu Xia said at that time about the 3 provinces of Wu and the interpretation of Lianhuan, those things, but his heart for the third master is not going to change. He will be for the 3 masters to guard his turf. Wu Xia heard Pan Zi's words, but not good to say something, so he let Pan Zi leave. Mop's home base is also in Changsha, so he went back with Pansy, and before he went back, he said to them, "Gentlemen, if you come to Changsha to look for me in the future, I'll be sure to entertain you." Zhao Ling see Mop, this person on the body is still a bit of luck, also did not refuse. Maybe in the future there will be let a person help place it. Can make friends naturally do not plan to make a bad deal. The 6 of them arrived at the barbecue restaurant, ordered a whole bunch of barbecue, and the Dark Glasses took a couple of bottles of beer out, and one of them took a glass and poured it out. Fatty Wang raised his glass. Everyone, let's drink a toast today for this return from the dead and making a new friend. The 5 men picked up their glasses and toasted him, then talked as they ate. Originally, Wu Xia wanted to eat in the hall, but Xia Yuchen thought that it was inconvenient for others to hear what they were saying, so he found a good store and directly asked for a private room, prepared the things, and they ate while grilling. Wu Xia also raised his glass and toasted Zhao Ling. Brother Ling, I want to thank you. This time, if it wasn't for you, I probably wouldn't have known that my third uncle actually hid so many things from me behind my back. And also, this time, thanks to you saving me. Zhao Ling and him drank a cup. It's fine, since I, Zhao Ling, recognized you guys as friends. It's all because of me, and, in the future, I'll still have things to look up to you guys for. Wu Xia, brother mandarins, if there's something you want to say, I'll never push back. Xia Yuchen, I also don't know what they want to do next. This is out of the Queen Mother of the West's palace. We don't have much of an advantage instead. Zhao Ling smiled slightly. No, the advantage has actually been in your hands all along. Wu Xia thought for a moment. Official, you mean wait. Zhao Ling nodded. Yes, since they dragged you guys into the situation, what they are going to do they will definitely design you. Since this is the case, then what do you have to worry about? Just wait for them to make a move. Fatty Wang laughed. What the Mandarin means is that he wants us to jump out of the game. Zhao Ling, that's right. Xia Yuchen smiled. Yes, as long as we know that they are watching us from behind, then we can greatly follow their wishes, but it is not certain who will be the pawns. Dark glasses, as expected of someone from the 9 sect, counting elders to come is also so ruthless. Xia Yuchen looked at him. I am indeed ruthless. What? Do you want to feel the feelings? The dark glasses waved their hands repeatedly. No, how dare I do this? Wu Xia put down his wine glass. It really isn't certain who is the pawn. Zhang Qi Lattice had been silently eating the barbecue on the side, putting 2 pieces of meat on it every now and then, not participating in their conversation, but his eyes fluctuated for a split second when they were talking about the bureau. Xia Yuchen, Zhao Ling, where do you plan to go next? Zhao Ling, I'm just a black household now. It's troublesome for me to go anywhere, so I still have to rely on our master Hua for help. Xia Yuchen, this is simple. I'll arrange for someone to do it for you. Wu Xia, brother mandarins, why don't you go to Hangzhou with me? Zhao Ling shook his head. I'd rather go to the capital with Master Hua. I remember that Master Hua wanted to give me a heavy thanks. Xia Yuchen looked at him mentioning himself and smiled helplessly. Of course, I'll pay you when I get back. Zhao Ling is now happy. Among these people, at first glance, Xia Yuchen is the richest. Do not underestimate his eyesight. So naturally, we have to follow the rich. He is not a person who will be condemned. Chapter 37, Arrival in the Capital. After Zhao Ling said that, Fatty Wang was also going back to the capital, so he planned to go with them, while Wu Xieji, Zhang Qi Lattice and Dark Glasses were planning to go back to Hangzhou. Wu Xia, I'd better go back to my Wishanju. They're always going to find a reason to get me out anyway. I'll wait for them to make a move. Xia Yuchen, well, that's good. I'm going back to check on Lu Huang Pali before they get suspicious. Not only could they not let Wu Sanxing and the others suspect that they had discovered something now, they also had to confuse the people behind them. They hadn't known much earlier, and they couldn't arouse the suspicion of those behind them. Zhao Ling listened to their arrangements. The bottom of his heart couldn't help but laugh out loud. These people are worthy of being the son of Qi. No wonder he fell in front of them. Listening to these arrangements of theirs, has done a very good job. Zhao Ling felt that he followed them. One will soon be able to find the young scrolls, and when the time comes to reopen the hell, maybe he will be able to go back. The next day, Zhao Ling, Xia Yuchen and Wang Fatty 3 people took the plane to the capital. Once the plane, Zhao Ling's mood is more than a little better. Looking at the city, this is the place he likes to stay. After leaving the airport, looking at the car that came to pick up Xia Yuchen in front of him, Zhao Mandarin looked hot. Xia Yuchen saw his eyes and asked with amusement, "What, do you like this car?" Zhao Ling shook his head. "I like cars, but not like this." Zhao Ling is now purely to see the car will remember their own big Jeep, driving so many years, now really miss, but in front of this car or forget, although it is also a luxury car, but not in his favorite type. Xia Yuchen waved his hand indifferently. "It's fine, what kind do you like? I'll take you to buy it tomorrow." Zhao Ran was delighted to hear this. Boss atmosphere. Xia Yuchen wasn't talking and looked to the side at Fatty Wang. "Fatty, do you want to go back with us?" Although Fatty Wang also wanted to experience the feeling of a luxury car, the place he was going back to was different from where Yu Chen and the others were going, so he waved his hand. "No, Master Hua, it's not on the way. I'll take a taxi back myself." Xia Yuchen didn't say anything more and got in the car and left first. Fatty Wang stood in place and glanced at the distant limousine and lamented. Naive naive. The same 9 gates, how come the gap is so big? In the car, Zhao Ling looked outside through the window and sighed in his heart. It's really all different. Xia Yuchen listened to the surplus talking about what happened during this period of time. He left for such a long time. The Xia family's affairs are waiting for him to deal with. As soon as he came back to the surplus to give him a report. Back to the Xia mansion, Xia Yuchen called for someone to take Zhao Ling to rest. Zhao Ling looked at the courtyard in front of him, still a little surprised. Sure enough, following Xia Yuchen is the right thing to do. This is what is called life. Zhao Ran arrived at the room that Xia Yuchen had prepared for him. Looking at the decorated room, Zhao Ran secretly nodded in his heart. It was good that he had followed Xia Yuchen. The life of the rich was different. The man leading the way smiled when he saw the satisfied look all over Zhao Ling's face. Mr. Zhao, how is it? Zhao Ling, well, you go down first, I'm going to rest. Ah Xing answered and retreated. After going down, Xia Yuchen was still sitting in the living room. Next to the surplus was telling him something. When he saw the person coming down, Xia Yuchen looked at him. Xia Yuchen, how was it? Xing, Mr. Zhao was satisfied and said he wanted to take a break. Xia Yuchen nodded. Good, then let him rest well. Here, treat him as a second master, got it? Xing nodded. Okay, Master Hua. Xia Yuchen went out with the robe after explaining the situation. There were still some things that he needed to deal with personally. Zhao Ling came to the closet. Open. See, inside are some prepared clothes. Pick up on the body then a bit. Very suitable. And also are black. Zhao Ling cannot help but face show satisfaction. This solution Yuchen really fine hard prepared are his favorite. Zhao Ling took a set of clothes and went to wash up. Then lay down on the big bed and went to sleep. Waking up with a start, Zhao Mandarin looked at the sky outside the window. It was already dark. Got up, casually washed up and went downstairs. Downstairs, Xia Yuchen sat inside, looking at the documents in his hand. Seeing him come down, glanced at him. Wake up, let's eat. Zhao Ling glanced around and saw that Xing and Surplus were waiting outside, so he couldn't help but shake his head. You don't have to wait for me on this one. You can just eat first. Xia Yuchen got up and smiled. There is no reason to let a guest go hungry. Then he took Zhao Ling to the dining room to eat. Zhao Ling was still very happy as he looked at the food prepared on the table. Finally, I can have a good meal. Then he sat down on the chair, ready to eat. Xia Yuchen also sat down with him, picked up the bowl on one side and gave him a bowl of soup. The old hen you want to eat? Specially let someone go to the countryside to buy it. Taste it. Zhao Ling took the soup and tasted it. Not bad. Xia Yuchen, then eat more. Zhao Ling tasted each dish. They were all very good. After so many days of wandering the desert, he could finally relax now. After eating, Xia Yuchen gave him all the identity certificates for Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling checked and did a really good job, and then picked up a driver's license. So full Xia Yuchen saw him take the driver's license and opened his mouth. All prepared for you. What kind of car do you want? I'll send you one. Mr. Zhao, boss, can I pick my own? Xia Yuchen, of course. You can just look at it yourself. Tomorrow I'll have Surplus take you to see it. Just buy what you like. Then another black card was handed over. What's in there is payment for you. Zhao Ling took it and looked at it. Your card? Xia Yuchen, well, there's no password. Feel free to use it. Zhao Ran glanced at Xia Yuchen somewhat strangely. Why do I have a feeling of being adopted in this? Xia Yuchen couldn't help but lose her smile when she heard his words. Thinking too much. I gave you the card because I wanted it to be more convenient when I asked for your help in the future. Zhao Ling, that's not bad. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can kill you. Even if you die, I'll pull you back. Zhao Ling is now thinking of such a generous and money-making boss. Should he become his own covenant, so that he will not lack of money in the future? But in the end he dismissed the idea. This person in front of him was afraid that he could still live for a long time. He didn't even know how long he could stay here, so it was better not to wreak havoc on others. Early the next morning, Zhao Rin took the card and went out. The back robe still found Zhao Rin in the fourth store. At this time Zhao Rin had already picked out the car, just waiting for the bill. The surrogate had wanted to see what he could do to help, but after looking around for a while, he realized that he couldn't help at all, so he stayed by Zhao Ling's side. Chapter 38, Buying a House. Originally, Zhao Ling wanted to buy his own, but did not want to buy a car license is now very troublesome, even if he paid in full or to wait for a period of time. Zhao Ling, where you want to wait in. This time the surplus has a role to play. Zhao Ling then saw the surplus go up and say something to the manager. Immediately the manager personally did it for Zhao Ling. Still very fast. Zhao Ling glanced at the surplus with some curiosity. What did you say? The surplus smiled. Mr. Zhao, the owner here is a friend of Master Hua. Use Master Hua's face very quickly. Zhao Ling smiled. That's not bad. Your flower master is quite good. Zhao Ling didn't say anything else and directly sat in the car. The one he picked was a red Jeep, a bit similar to the one he originally drove, but this one was a bit taller and more enjoyable to drive. Zhao Ran waited for the manager to get it done for him. then directly got into the car and drove away. The surrogate followed him from behind and handed Zhao Ran a box. "Sir, this is the cell phone that Master Hua ordered to be prepared for you." Zhao Ling opened it and looked at it. A white fruit cell phone inside. Picked it up and looked at it for a couple of moments. It looked pretty good, and directly accepted it, and said to the surplus, "You go back. I don't like being followed." After saying that, he just drove away. And the surrogate looked at the shadow of the faraway car and picked up his cell phone to make another call to Xiaoyu-chen. "Surplus, Master Hua, Mr. Zhao bought a red Jeep." Xiaoyu-chen, "Well, did you give him your cell phone?" "Surplus, it was given, but the gentleman told me to go back and he drove off on his own." Xiaoyu-chen paused for a moment at his words, then spoke. "All right, you come back." The surrogate answered and hung up. Xiaoyu-chen held the cell phone. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a smile. Then he called Zhao Ling again. Zhao Ling just took the cell phone and casually threw it on the car. When he heard the voice, he held the steering wheel with one hand, and picked up the cell phone with one hand and answered it. He also didn't look at the name on it. This cell phone was given to him by Xiaoyu-chen, and he didn't use it. This call could only be from Xiaoyu-chen. "Zhao Ling, Master Hua, what is your instruction?" "Xiaoyu-chen, I don't dare to teach you. I'm just asking you, are you still satisfied with the car?" "Zhao Ling, it's okay." "Xiaoyu-chen, okay, that's good. Right, what are you going to do next?" "Zhao Ling, it's safest for me to do nothing right now. After all, I don't know anything about your 9 sect, and that's okay." Xiaoyu-chen lost his smile. "You have a point. Recently I have to check something. It might be a bit troublesome. It's quite good that you don't care." "Zhao Ling, in that case, then it just so happens that I'm planning to buy a villa. Is Master Hua okay with that?" Xiaoyu-chen froze for a moment at his words. "What? Don't you like living in my house?" "Zhao Ling, that's not true. It's just that I, as a person, still prefer my own house." Xiaoyu-chen, "Okay, do you pick it yourself or should I get someone to find it for you?" "Zhao Ling, Master Hua, I'm just your savior now. You've already paid me, so you don't need to worry about anything else." When Xiaoyu-chen heard this, he also understood Zhao Ling's meaning. It was better for them not to contact each other too often afterward. It was not suitable for Zhao Ling to be exposed to those people right now. Xiaoyu-chen, "Okay, then you can play by yourself. I won't bother you anymore." Zhao Ling answered, hung up the phone, and drove to the sales office. Zhao Ling drove a good car, and once he went in, he was warmly received. And finally Zhao Ling still picked a villa in the suburbs, but did not buy it. It was rented, and he directly signed a 1-year contract. And then Zhao Ling directly let the people go to clean up a little bit before he went to take a look at it. The layout of the entire house was not bad. Although it was not as good as Xiaoyu-chen's courtyard, it was still good, and the main thing was that he preferred a quieter place. Zhao Ling went to buy a lot of things, put it in the car and pulled back. After that put the things, went to bed to sleep. Inside the things are newly replaced. He directly moved in no problem at all. Zhao Ling woke up with 2 missed calls on his cell phone. They were from Xiaoyu-chen and Wu Xie's. Zhao Ling was a bit puzzled. How did this Wu Xie know about this phone call? Then he remembered Xiaoyu-chen. It's only possible that Xiaoyu-chen told him about it. Zhao Ling first returned a call to Xiaoyu-chen. The other party just asked how the house was, and hung up after knowing that it was quite good for him. But Wu Oblique phone call on the chat for a while. It turned out to be Wu Oblique back to their second uncle caught blind date. He mentioned his third uncle and solved Lianhuan. His second uncle is more directly let him not in the check. Wu Xie, officer, do you think my second uncle knows something too? Zhao Ling, isn't that obvious? Didn't you say that your second uncle is the smartest person in your family? How could such a person not recognize his own brother? Wu Xie laughed bitterly. So, my second uncle is also informed of this matter. Just do not want to tell me. Zhao Ling just woke up from a nap and yawned. Anyway, your second uncle is destined not to tell you. It's useless for you to ask. It's better to just throw it away and ignore it. There will always be someone next to put you on this path. WU slant, yeah, they've been pushing me around the whole time. I didn't have any choice at all. Zhao Ling, Wu Xie, you actually have a choice. If you had managed your curiosity from the start, then you'd be living a different life right now. When Wu Xie heard this, he was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Since I chose this path, then I can only go on, right? Zhao Ling, this is on you. Wu Xie, I hope you are prepared to deal with everything. Right now, you are very weak. If you don't have the readiness to break the boat, then you are likely to lose your life. Wu Xie let out a bitter smile. I know, brother mandarins, I'll go on without any regrets. Zhao Ling sighed when he heard this. This facing the same character of Wu Xie. It seems like he can't do what he used to do to not care. Forget it. Anyway, he will help Wu Xie more in the future. It's also considered the fate of them knowing each other. Zhao Ling also rested almost, and after talking to Wu Xie for a while, he hung up the phone, got up, washed his face, put on his clothes, and drove his car out. As a ghostbuster, he still likes to go out at night, and he can see a lot of different things at night. Zhao Mandarin drove his car slowly on the street. In other people's eyes it seems to be an empty street. In his eyes is really full of human figures. No, it is the ghosts and shadows is right. Zhao Ling got out of the car and walked through them, looking at the ghosts wandering around. He knew that there was something wrong with the hell of this world. Otherwise how could ghosts that should have gone to reincarnation a long time ago still stay in the world? Zhao Ling recalled that the wandering souls that had been overtaken in the Queen Mother of the West's palace before had ended up returning to the Yin Scrolls. So it seemed that the Yin Scrolls were their final destination if the hell was not opened. Chapter 39, Attack. Zhao Ling found a place where no one was, took out the Yin Scroll, and used his spiritual power to drive the Yin Scroll. He saw that the energy emanating from the Yin Scroll was slowly absorbing the nearby Yin souls. Zhao Ling waited beside him for a long time, and was also keeping an eye out to see if there were any people following behind. After a long time, after seeing that the Yin souls were all almost absorbed by the Yin Scrolls, Zhao Mandarin took back the Yin Scrolls, and then he looked at the street that had already become very clean, and couldn't help but reveal a smile. Or this kind of earth looks more pleasant. Then he looked up to the sky, originally cloudy capital. The clouds above suddenly dispersed a lot. Most of the ordinary people did not notice anything, only feel that tonight seems to be a little warmer, not as cold as usual. But those hidden in the city of the monks and those demons and ghosts, is found in this world law changes, have begun to pry where the problem. Just the only thing they can see is that the dragon vein Shiluk is more than 1 point. The other cannot see anything. Zhao Ling took a look around and hurriedly left the place. Now that the hell is not open, there are quite a few cultivators in this world. Otherwise this world would have been full of demons. So from now on, it seems that the cultivators still have some skills. He just didn't know where those people were hiding. He still had to be more careful. The people of the righteous path might help him out, but there were quite a few evil cultivators. If he let them get the Yin Scrolls, I'm afraid that there would never be any peace in this world. Zhao Ling recalled what San Shi said. I'm afraid that there are definitely quite a lot of people who secretly covet this, as well as those who are targeting Wu Xie and the others behind the scenes, and I don't know if there will be any news about the Yin Scrolls as well. Zhao Ling thought this way and drove home. He also hummed a song, very comfortable, walked for a long time, suddenly felt something wrong, turned off the car's stereo, looked in the rearview mirror, and sure enough, followed by a few cars. Outsiders cannot be seen, but he is very sensitive to malice. Those people are definitely aimed at him. Zhao Mandarin changed his route while thinking about whose people this is. He just appeared now. The ones who are involved are just a few of them, but Wu Qi and the others aren't here. Then it can only be related to He Yu Chen, or the people behind the 9 sect. It's just that he just appeared now, and he didn't reveal anything. The other party couldn't possibly come to test him right now. In this way, I'm afraid that it's related to He Yu Chen. Zhao Ren continued to drive forward until he drove to a remote place. Those cars didn't hide anymore. They directly accelerated and drove next to his car. The corner of Zhao Ran's mouth hooked up a smile. Playing with my Zhao Ran's car skills. You guys are still tender. Afterwards, Zhao Ling accelerated. The car was like an arrow off the string. The car next to the car did not react for a moment, and saw Zhao Ling's car was already far away. They all cursed and accelerated to follow up. Zhao Ling looked at the car following behind him. The smile at the corner of his mouth didn't stop, and finally he saw that the road was already deserted, and it didn't look like there would be anyone there. Hands slammed on the steering wheel, feet on the brakes just like that, and the car crossed the center of the road. Zhao Ling opened the window and held his right hand on the window. His eyes looked at the center of the road. Not long after, 4 cars came over. The headlights were very bright. Zhao Ling's eyes squinted and looked at the car in front of him. Those people in the car saw Zhao Ling waiting for them here and also stopped in front of his car. And the people in the car also got out of the car, holding steel pipes in their hands and looking at Zhao Ling intently. Zhao Mandarin shook his head and smiled, opened the car door, got out and leaned against the car, watching them as if they were watching clowns. Zhao Ling, brothers, I don't seem to know you, do I? This has followed me for so long, I don't know what it means. The leader looked at Zhao Ling with a face full of disdain. Humph, if it wasn't for that pussy, Yu Chen, you think I'd be willing to come find you? Zhao Ling's heart was a little more peaceful. Fortunately, it was against Xia Yu Chen. That's not a problem. Anyway, these people can't help him. It's good to say that it's not against Yin Scroll. Zhao Ran waved his hands. Then let's do it. Don't delay. When the leader saw Zhao Ling looking like he didn't take them seriously like this, he directly became angry. Go, catch him for me. The people under his command heard his words, lifted up the steel pipe and swung towards Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling helplessly shook his head. These people in the end, where is the confidence? Think that may deal with him, and then he thought as if this here he hasn't made a move. Then it's normal. Don't know his tactics. Zhao Ling's eyes stared, and with one stride, he met the person who came at the front, and with one lift of his hand, he snatched the steel pipe in his hand, and then with one swing, he knocked the two people in front of him out of the room. Zhao Ling also did not stop, and constantly fought with the opposite person. Zhao Ling did not hold back. Every hit was either to the opponent's hands or feet. Zhao Ling's force was very heavy. Every hit was enough force to break the hands and feet. Zhao Ling all the way forward. Behind the people who fell to the ground are holding their arms and legs wailing. Zhao Ling face unchanged. Dodge an attack coming at him. Right hand mercilessly swung out to the right. The person he was hit squarely in the chest, directly to the flying out. Zhao Ling's face did not change for a moment. The leader also panicked a bit when he saw Zhao Ling's appearance, and couldn't help but back away, looking at Zhao Ling with fear in his eyes. It wasn't until Zhao Ling hit the last one on the ground and the man walked up to him. Zhao Ling was holding a steel pipe with some blood stuck to it. Zhao Ling looked at the man with a smile and walked to him step by step. The last one. It's you. Then he raised the steel pipe at the man. How do you want to die? The leader went straight to his knees. Spare my life. I can give you money. Lots of money. Zhao Ling kicked the man to the ground and stepped on the other's chest with his right foot. Do I look like someone who lacks money? The leader was in a moment of despair, when another car came, and Zhao Li was illuminated by the headlights. His eyes flashed, and he rubbed his eyes with his left hand and looked at the car. The car stopped in front of them. Zhao Ran waited for a moment, and then he saw that in the car was Xie Yuchen walking down, coming to him somewhat anxiously. Zhao Ran, are you alright? Zhao Ling gave him an unexpected look. What brings you here? Xie Yuchen remembered that he got the news that those side branches of the Xie family had found out the news of Zhao Ran and found people to block Zhao Ran. Xie Yuchen was worried about Zhao Ran's accident and immediately brought them here. Xie Yuchen, I'm sorry for dragging you into this because of me. I was also worried that something would happen to you. Zhao Ling kicked the person at his feet away and swept a glance at the others lying on the ground. These people, they can't deal with me yet. Xie Yuchen also glanced at the person on the ground and saw the person who was kicked away by Zhao Ling, and shook his head helplessly. I know you're very good, but I'm also worried. Chapter 40, Crescent Moon Hotel. Zhao Ling looked at his serious look. His heart also softened a bit. This person to him is also some sincere. It seems to be a person who can be deep friendship. Zhao Ling also only now really accepted him as his companion. Zhao Ling, no harm done. Then I'll leave these people to you. Xie Yuchen lowered his eyes. I will arrange for someone to handle it. Then Xie Yuchen called for the surrogate to take those people away, and Zhao Ran kept leaning against the car to watch their movements. Seeing that the people were all taken away, Xie Yuchen walked over to Zhao Ling. Going back? Zhao Ling, it's going back, but to my place. Xie Yuchen looked up at him at his words. Oh, Zhao Ling, let's go. It's so late. Go to my place. I'll cook you a good meal. I'll cook it myself. Xie Yuchen was a bit surprised, not expecting Zhao Ling to invite him to eat by himself, and to do it himself. Zhao Ling could see that he was a bit confused and walked straight up to the car. Looking at Xie Yuchen, what? Master Hua doesn't want to taste it? Xie Yuchen smiled. Alright, then I'll go and try it. Xie Yuchen opened the passenger side door and sat on it, then looked at the robe and commanded. You guys take the person back and dispose of him according to the family rules. Surplus, yes. Master Flower. Then Zhao Ling directly drove away. After driving for a while, Zhao Ling opened his mouth. Just go with me like this, not afraid that I will do something to you? Xie Yuchen lost his smile. If you wanted to do it you could have done it a long time ago, why wait until now? Zhao Ling nodded. Also, arriving at Zhao Ling's villa, Xie Yuchen looked around. This place isn't bad. Zhao Ling, right, otherwise I wouldn't be here. Afterwards, the two went into the house. Zhao Ling directly went into the kitchen to bring out the things prepared in the afternoon, and asked Xie Yuchen a sentence about what to avoid. Xie Yuchen naturally had no requirements. You watch and do it. Zhao Ling went into the kitchen and started cooking. Xie Yuchen strolled around the villa and finally took a book and looked at it on the sofa. Not long after, Xie Yuchen smelled the fragrance. Xie Yuchen glanced at Feng Xiang in the kitchen. I didn't think that you really know how to do it. After a while, Zhao Ling made a good meal and entertained Xie Yuchen over for dinner. Xie Yuchen put down his book and sat over, looking at the meal on the table. So sumptuous, can the two of us finish it? Zhao Ling took out 3 pairs of chopsticks. Who says it's just the two of us? Xie Yuchen was just puzzled when he heard the doorbell, and Zhao Mandarin smiled. Yo, open the door. Then put down the dishes and went to open the door. When the door opened, he saw all black dark glasses standing in the doorway, showing a big tooth smiling at him. Officials, I'm coming to see you. Are you welcome? Zhao Ling swept him a glance, came empty-handed. Ha, Dark Glasses was about to speak, when Zhao Mandarin directly closed the door and turned to walk back. Dark Glasses hastily reached out to block the door and curtly followed behind. Zhao Ling walked in and inside Yuchen had already put the dishes away and picked up one of them. This one is not necessary. Xie Yuchen was about to ask why, when he saw the dark glasses that followed him in from the back with a pleasing face. Official. I'm not in too much of a hurry. Next time I'll definitely bring something. Zhao Ling sat down on the chair. Next time you come empty-handed, leave your hands behind. Hearing this, Dark Glasses glanced at his hand in horror. Let's not be so violent. Then very self-consciously sat down. Yo, this dish looks good and my share Zhao Ling, no. The Dark Glasses looked at Zhao Ling. Ling, don't be so desperate. There are so many. You two can't finish them. Xiaoyu Chen instead glanced at the Dark Glasses in surprise. You didn't say you were coming? Black Glasses on this problem some surprise. Master Hua, this is what you say. I came here as not a temporary intention. Just now to the. Xiaoyu Chen looked at Zhao Ling when he heard this. You knew someone was coming? The Dark Glasses also looked curiously at Zhao Ling, who smiled and raised his hand to pinch. I can tell fortunes. The Dark Glasses were interested, really. Then count one for the blind man. Zhao Ling looked askance at the Dark Glasses, digging up graves and digging up tombs. What do you think? The Dark Glasses were a bit embarrassed and consciously shut their mouths. Xiaoyu Chen also laughed at his self-inflicted appearance. Zhao Ling, let's eat. Xiaoyu Chen and Black Glasses picked up their chopsticks and ate 2 mouthfuls of Zhao Ling's cooking, looking at him with a face of surprise. I didn't expect you to cook really well. Zhao Ling, that's right. I have a level 2 chef's license. Dark Glasses, where did you take the test? Zhao Ling, excavator school exam. Zhao Ling himself couldn't help but laugh as he said it, not to mention Xiaoyu Chen and the Dark Glasses, both of whom laughed out loud. 3 people ate a meal. Zhao directly instructed the Black Glasses to wash the dishes. Black Glasses ate a full meal, did not refuse to go. Xiaoyu Chen is to go back. The car is also waiting for him outside. Zhao did not stay him, knowing that the other party is to do great things. He still do not delay people. After sending away to solve Yu Chen, Zhao Ling came back to give Black Glasses a word and went back to his room to wash up and sleep. He didn't care about Black Glasses. Black Glasses said that he wanted to rest here. Zhao Ling waved his hand to express his agreement and then didn't say much. Early the next morning, Zhao Ling woke up, went downstairs and saw the table with Black Glasses placed on the breakfast. Looks like the other party is long gone. Zhao Ling feels that the other party is treating him as a hotel. Live one night and then leave, but did not care, anyway, and he is not very close to the relationship. At noon Zhao received a phone call from Yu Chen, who said he was taking him to an auction, and also mentioned the Crescent Moon Hotel. Zhao was quite curious about this kind of auction in a hotel, and anyway, he had nothing to do, so he said he wanted to go and take a look, and then asked for the address and drove himself there. When Zhao Ling arrived, Xiaoyu Chen was waiting for him in the car at the entrance, and when she saw him coming, she got out of the car and walked towards Zhao Ling, who was sizing up the plaque of the Crescent Moon Hotel when Xiaoyu Chen walked up. Xiaoyu Chen, what are you looking at? Zhao Ling didn't turn around, but continued to look around. This is an old object, isn't it? Xiaoyu Chen was a bit surprised, and then spoke. The Crescent Moon Hotel has existed for quite some time, and our 9 sect also has some affinity. I usually have business dealings with them, and will often come over to take a look at it. Some of the things auctioned inside are still good, so you can take a look at them as well. Zhao Ling also learned something from his words. This Crescent Moon Hotel to buy things outside usually cannot see. Think about the business of the Solution family. I am afraid that there is a plutonium trade, doing unclean business, but also can be opened for so long. It seems that there is someone behind. Really, there will be no simple people here. Zhao Ling sighed. Chapter 41, The Ancient Mirror. Xiaoyu Chen then said something about the inside. Zhao Ling thought that he was the first time to come, or to inquire clearly. If it is taboo, it is not good, so he listened very carefully. Xiaoyu Chen gave a final reminder. If there's anything you want to say, it's best not to just say it inside. Zhao Ling, why? Xiaoyu Chen, the Crescent Hotel has listening slaves. They will hear. Zhao Ling, it's true. There's no simple person who can open this store, and it's a bit of a skill to be able to train someone like that. Xiaoyu Chen didn't say anything more and led Zhao Ran inside. When Xiaoyu Chen went in, there was someone inside to receive him. Master Hua, still the same old position? Xiaoyu Chen nodded. Aha. Then the person took them both up to the second floor box. Zhao Ling looked around. The decoration was very good, both ancient and ancient meaning, and some modern decoration. It's quite nice to look at. Zhao Ran followed them up to the second floor and sat down in front of a round table. The person leading the way went down. Xiaoyu Chen picked up the menu and handed it to Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran opened it up and the numbers on it froze him for a couple of seconds. Then he looked up at Xiaoyu Chen. Is this normal? Xiaoyu Chen knew what he meant at a glance, and shook her head with a light smile. The consumption here is all like this. It's fine. I'll pay the bill. Zhao Ling, I don't really care about that. I'm just a little curious. Zhao is not a person who has never seen money. He used to be very rich. This money naturally will not make a fuss. But at first glance to such a menu, habitually surprised, but also to the respect of the menu, Zhao Ling looked at Xiaoyu Chen's unmoving appearance. It is obvious that he has long been accustomed to it. Zhao Ling sighed in his heart. It is true that rich people do not care at all, and then thought, since this dish is so expensive, then the taste should be good, right? Zhao Li ordered a table of dishes without a care in the world, and Xiaoyu Chen didn't stop him, and before long, the dishes came up. Zhao Ling looked at the beautifully plated dishes. This dish is placed so beautifully, the flavor shouldn't be bad, right? Xiaoyu Chen shook his head helplessly. The chefs here are all from the imperial kitchen, so you can rest assured. Zhao Ling, that's not bad. Over here, Zhao Ran was savoring the food, and Sonic Slow walked to a room on the top floor and knocked on the door to enter. And inside sat a woman wearing a black cheongsam with her hair tied up in a ponytail, sitting on a chair and waiting for Sonic Slow to speak. Sound slowly took 2 steps forward and spoke. Boss, that man and Master Anjaya came together and ordered a table of dishes. This person is exactly the boss of the Crescent Moon Hotel. In Nanfeng. These 2 days Zhao Ling's matter has been spread to the hands of the big families. Xiaoyu Chen not only brought people to live in his house, but also gave the other party to buy a car and send a card. This kind of handwriting they have almost never seen. Coupled with last night's Zhao Ling's one person to clean up a branch of Xie Jia's person has also been spreading a long time ago, and they are all also very curious about this person. Other people might not know, but In Nanfeng was aware that Zhao Ling was the person Xiaoyu Chen brought back from the Western Queen Mother's palace, and now that she was treating him so well, she was curious about the other party, and secondly, she also wanted to see what kind of strength the other party had that could make Xiaoyu Chen treat him so well. In Nanfeng, watch him more closely and tell me immediately if there's anything. Sonic slowly answered and went down. After she went out, Zhang Rishan walked in. Nanfeng, you're very interested in this Zhao Mandarin? In Nanfeng, I will never underestimate the person that Xiaoyu Chen has his eye on. Zhang Rishan, that's true. To be so kind to him, the other party should also have something to offer. In Nanfeng, old undead. You're interested in that too? Zhang Rishan shook his head. What does what's going on between you guys have to do with me? In Nanfeng blankly glanced at him and didn't say anything. This side of the Zhao officials have tasted each dish. The flavor is really good. He also ate almost. Put down the chopsticks. Xiaoyu Chen see him eat almost. Let people come to clean up the table. Poured a cup of tea to him. Xiaoyu Chen, the auction is about to start. Zhao Ling, I don't see anything new. Zhao Ling took a look at the auctions atlas just now. They were all very ordinary things to him, so there was little interest. Xiaoyu Chen usually saw a lot of these things, so he didn't want to buy anything either. Just come and watch the fun. Zhao Ling's eyes looked ahead and saw 2 chairs placed in front of him. Is the auction to sit in front? Xiaoyu Chen, just go up if you want to shoot, but don't sit on the right chair. Zhao Ling was a bit curious. Why? This chair is encrusted with gold? Xiaoyu Chen lost his smile. It's almost the same. This position is the position to light the sky lantern. Lighting the sky lanterns? It means wrapping up the field. Zhao Ran sucked in a breath of cool air. With all these things on here, if they were all wrapped up, I'm afraid it would be quite a lot of money. Xiaoyu Chen, as far as I know, our 9 sect is also the only one who married the Missy of the Crescent Moon Hotel when the original Master Zhang Defu lit the heavenly lantern. Zhao Ling, oh, so Master Zhang Defu is from your 9 gates, and that's why you're connected to the Crescent Moon Hotel? Xiaoyu Chen nodded. That's right, since that generation, our 9 sect and Crescent Moon Hotel have always had a good relationship. Zhao Ran bristled. But this so-called Zhang de Buddha really dares to pick nicknames too. Master Buddha dares to be called. He's not small in guts. The tea in Xiaoyu Chen's mouth almost spewed out. Zhao Mandarin, here, watch what you say. It was only then that Zhao Ling reacted to the fact that this was someone else's territory, and it really wasn't appropriate to speak ill of an ancestor on someone else's turf. So he closed his mouth and raised his hand to signal that he would absolutely not open his mouth. No solution. Yu Chen cared about him, because the bell was rung and the auction began. The objects in the front were not considered very rare, but there were still many people who liked them, and there were quite a few people in the auction. Zhao Ling had been talking to Yu Chen, and didn't look much at the things below. He casually swept a few glances, and they couldn't yet catch his eye. It wasn't until an ancient bronze mirror was brought up that Zhao Ran's eyes looked at the object twice more. Finally, Zhao Ling took the atlas of the auction, read the introduction recorded on it, and then looked at the mirror below. His face grimaced. Is Crescent Moon Hotel not afraid of trouble? The underground stuff is so casually put up for auction? Xiaoyu Chen was also shocked when she heard this. No way. Generally speaking, the things underground are specially handled by someone, and only put them up after treatment. Could you be looking at it wrong? The smile at the corner of Zhao Ling's mouth was a bit shallow. Handled. The yin qi on this is overflowing. This thing, whoever takes it will die. The people below the auction obviously heard Zhao Ling's words. His face panicked for a split second. His eyes looked at Xiaoyu Chen's box. Xiaoyu Chen saw Zhao Ling's appearance did not look like he was joking, and immediately brought the people from the Crescent Moon Hotel. Chapter 42 In Nanfeng. The person who came is sound slow. Obviously just now the words she also heard. She immediately let people to auction things to change. This kind of thing, rather believe it, if the real accident, the Crescent Moon Hotel will also have trouble. If it's fine, then Zhao Ling is also going to pay the price. And Xie Yuchen also feels that he won't offend the Crescent Moon Hotel casually. Sonic came in and greeted Yuchen. Master Hua, you're looking for me. Xie Yuchen, there's something wrong with that ancient mirror. You guys better find someone to take a look at it in. Sonic, Master Hua, this gentleman is responsible for what he says. Zhao Ling was indifferent. I naturally dare to take responsibility. I never tell lies. Xie Yuchen was also on the side to reassure Zhao Ling, and Sound slowly immediately went to find Yin Nanfeng and told him what happened. Yin Nanfeng looked at Zhang Rishan. Old undead, what do you think? Zhang Rishan, since the other party can see it, then maybe it can be solved. Why don't you go find the other party? Yin Nanfeng, how is it possible? Is this Yin Qi something anyone can handle? Afterwards, Yin Nanfeng remembered that she didn't seem to know Zhao Ling's details either. Maybe the other party really did have a way. There was nothing to lose for her to go and ask. So she got up and went to understand Yuchen's compartment with Sound and Sound. This side Xie Yuchen is also asking Zhao Ling about the situation. Zhao Ling did not say carefully. There is something on it, ordinary people will get into trouble if they hold it. Xie Yuchen was confused for a moment. Something? What? Zhao Ran sniffed and looked up at him. You're so curious? Xie Yuchen smiled. It's true that I'm a bit curious. Zhao Ling, we'll find out later. As soon as Zhao Ling's words fell, someone knocked on the door. Xie Yuchen first froze for a moment, then reacted and said enter. Just seeing the door being opened, Sound slowly opened the door and stood by it, allowing Yin Nanfeng to enter. Yin Nanfeng saw the visitor and got up to greet him. Boss Yin, what are you doing? Yin Nanfeng laughed a bit. Boss Xie is asking a question knowingly. Set his eyes to the side of Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling and Yin Nanfeng came in when he measured the other side. At a glance as the type of strong woman Zhao Ling heart lamented a sigh. Seeing Yin Nanfeng looking at Zhao Ling, Xie Yuchen smiled and introduced them. Boss Yin, this is Zhao Ling, my friend. Yin Nanfeng secretly pondered in his heart. Friend, isn't that a statement that shows his position? It's not an employment relationship. Then her attitude towards Zhao Ling also has to change. Yin Nanfeng looked at Zhao Ling. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Ling got up. Hello Boss Yin, just call me Zhao Ling. No need to be polite. Then Xie Yuchen invited Yin Nanfeng to sit down. And Yin Nanfeng didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Mr. Zhao, I wonder what the problem with that mirror is. Can you elaborate? Zhao Ling took a sip of tea. Boss Yin, I wonder where that mirror came from. Yin Nanfeng, I'm not very clear about this. Others use it to sell. As long as there are no problems, my side will not pursue the source. Zhao Ling, so Boss Yin's people are certain that there's nothing wrong with this? Zhao Ling's words made Yin Nanfeng a little embarrassed. How can she answer this? Say there is no problem, but now Zhao Ling has already said that there is a problem with this thing. She is now saying that it is not redundant. Seeing that Yin Nanfeng didn't say anything, Xie Yuchen probably knew that the other party didn't know how to answer, and relieved himself by saying, Officer Zhao, do you see a problem? Zhao Ling nodded. Of course there's a problem. I don't know what kind of person Boss Yin has gotten to look at it, but with all that powerful resentment on that thing not being dealt with, it's something that would kill an ordinary person if they were to hold it. By the way, nothing out of the ordinary happened after Crescent Moon Hotel collected that thing? Zhao Ling asked one last time, and Xie Yuchen also looked at Yin Nanfeng. Yin Nanfeng pondered for a moment and shook his head. There's nothing special going on. Zhao Ling raised his eyes. Oh, is that so? Zhao Ling looked up at Sonic as he said this, and she was filled with surprise. Yin Nanfeng was a bit puzzled. Then following Zhao Ling's line of sight he saw the look on the face of Sonic slowly behind him. His face changed as he looked at Sonic slowly and asked, Is there something wrong? Voice, boss, the person who received this mirror got sick after we got it back, and the people who went to the warehouse afterward got sick, and they're still not well. So I thought they were having health problems. Yin Nanfeng's expression changed. Why didn't you say that before? Sonic, I hadn't thought about it that way before. And if Mr. Zhao hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought about it. Xie Yuchen, even if they are sick, it's impossible for so many people to fall down all at once. And the people trained by the Crescent Moon Hotel won't be in such poor physical condition. Sonic also thought of this, and his face turned ugly. I'm sorry, boss, it was an oversight on my part. Yin Nanfeng waved his hand. It's fine, it's not your fault. Then he looked at Zhao Ling. Mr. Zhao, can you solve this matter? The reward is not a problem. Zhao Ran sighed. Boss Yin, I suggest you go to a professional for something like this. Finding 2 Taoist priests or Taoist monks can definitely solve it. Yin Nanfeng didn't know that it could be solved in this way, but now that Zhao Ling was right in front of her, it was also the problem that he could see. and she was now curious about Zhao Ling's ability, so she wanted to let Zhao Ling solve it even more. Yin Nanfeng, Mr. Zhao. This you saw the problem at a glance. I still trust you more. Xia Yuchen listened to the conversation between the two and didn't say anything. He felt that Zhao Ling was able to solve this matter. He didn't know why he was excusing himself, but he wouldn't interfere with Zhao Ling's decision. Seeing that Zhao Ling still didn't want to accept it, Yin Nanfeng looked at Xia Yuchen. Boss Xie, what do you think? Xia Yuchen, Boss Yin, it's not good for me to interfere in this Zhao official's own affairs. Yin Nanfeng's face was a bit ugly. Zhao Ling was helpless. Originally he didn't want to intervene in these matters. Just now a reminder was also for Xia Yuchen's face. Now people are biting at him, wanting him to help. He can't even say anything good if he refuses. Yin Nanfeng, Mr. Zhao, as long as you're willing to help, I'm giving you one of my promises in addition to the payment. Feel free to mention it, as long as I can do it. Xia Yuchen was also a bit surprised, not expecting Yin Nanfeng to be so willing to spend so much money in order to get Zhao Ling to make a move. Naturally, Yin Nanfeng didn't just want to solve the matter at hand, but more importantly, he wanted to cross paths with Zhao Ling, to make a good karma, so that in the future, it would be easier for Crescent Moon Hotel to ask for the other party's help when something happens. Zhao Ling is also a little surprised. This Yin boss is really willing to so a person's commitment, that weight is not low. Zhao Ling thought about it, or agreed. Zhao Ling, okay, since Boss Yin is so sincere, I'll help you out for once. Find a quiet place and bring the mirror. Chapter 43, Female Ghosts. Yin Nanfeng let Sonic go down to look for a room, then looked at Zhao Ling. Then let's move? Zhao Ling nodded and went with Yin Nanfeng to the room prepared by Sound and Sound, an upstairs waiting room that rarely took people in. Zhao Ling went in to take a look and nodded. Yin Nanfeng, is there anything else that needs to be prepared? Zhao Ling, no, don't use it. Then looking to the box on the table, Zhao Mandarin directly went forward and opened the box. Inside a red mirror lying inside. The ancient pattern is very beautiful. Even if it is not an antique, I am afraid that there will be a lot of people like it. Yin Nanfeng looked at Zhao Ling's movements and was a bit surprised, but didn't say anything. Perhaps Zhao Ling had something up his sleeve. He still didn't say much. Xia Yuchen, on the other hand, knew Zhao Ling's ability, so he wasn't worried at all and found a chair and sat down. At this time, another person came outside the door. Yin Nanfeng heard the voice and looked up. Old undead, why are you here too? Xia Yuchen got up at his words and greeted Zhang Rishan, who nodded, then looked at Zhao Ling, answering Yin Nanfeng's question. I'm also curious and came over to take a look. Hearing the voice, Zhao Ling also removed his gaze from the ancient mirror and looked at the visitor. Not to mention the other things, the bloodline that was all over his body was very obvious. Zhao Ling frowned. This person is related to Zhang Qiling. The same bloodline on both of them made Zhao Ling a bit puzzled. Yin Nanfeng then introduced, Mr. Zhao, this is the president of the Nine Gates Association, Zhang Rishan, president. Zhao Ling was a bit puzzled. Then he looked at Xia Yuchen, who nodded. There was a touch of scorn in his eyes, which Zhao Ling clearly saw. It seems that these 9 sects also had their own intentions. Zhao Ling, hello, President Zhang. Zhang Rishan, Mr. Zhao, please. Zhao Ling waved his hand. No harm done. After all, Boss Yin is paid. Zhang Rishan didn't say anything when he heard this. He knew about the payment given by Yin Nanfeng just now, and although he was surprised, it wasn't so much that he would care. Zhao Ran glanced at Sound and Sound to the side. The fewer people there are next, the better, especially women. It's not recommended to get too close. When Yin Nanfeng heard this, he directly let the voice slow out. Xia Yuchen looked at Yin Nanfeng. Boss Yin, what are you doing? Yin Nanfeng, there's no harm in it. I also want to see Mr. Zhao's methods. I'm still not afraid of these things. Zhao Ran bit his back teeth. Boss Yin is not trusting me. Before Yin Nanfeng could say anything, he waved his hand. Forget it, since Boss Yin wants to watch, it's no problem. Zhao Ling then walked to the other side of the table and sat down. Beckoning, sit down. What are you doing standing? Yin Nanfeng and Zhang Rishan exchanged glances. Both of their eyes were wary, but they still found a seat on the side close to Xia Yuchen, separated by a little distance from Zhao Ling. Zhao Ran's afterglow saw their movements and didn't pay much attention to it, directly taking out a piece of something from his bag and placing it on the table. Zhang Rishan, this is? Zhao Ling, rhinoceros horn incense. Xia Yuchen froze. Where did you bring this thing from? This is a protected animal. Zhao Ling gave him a helpless look. This is an old piece. It's worth a lot of money. He then looked at Yin Nanfeng. Boss Yin, I'm helping you with such a precious thing. You're not losing out on the little money you're giving me. Yin Nanfeng, money isn't a problem. It's just that I don't know what Mr. Zhao is using this for. Zhao Ling took out a lighter and lit the rhinoceros horn incense. While pointing and speaking, raw rhinoceros dare not burn. Burned with a strange fragrance, stained with clothes and belts, people can communicate with the ghosts. As Zhao Ling's words fell, the burning green smoke filled the room, causing Yin Nanfeng and the others to be somewhat shocked. The three of them first looked in the direction of the white smoke, then as if they noticed it, they all looked at Zhao Ling. Directly the side of the Zhao official stood a woman wearing a red dress, hair spread out cannot see the face, motionless standing in the side of the Zhao official. The three were taken aback. Thankfully it was years of upbringing that stopped them from yelling out. After a while, Zhang Rishan was the first to speak. Mr. Zhao, this is Zhao Ling, the owner of that ancient mirror. Xia Yuchen, master, she is a ghost. Zhao Ling nodded. That's right. After saying that, he looked at Yin Nanfeng again. It's not because I'm worried that Boss Yin thinks I'm cheating, so I'll just let the sufferer come out and meet you guys. Yin Nanfeng gritted his teeth. Is not just to test you a little bit, as for directly let the ghost out to scare people but also directly let them see. The first time in my life Yin Nanfeng, Mr. Zhao, why don't you just say what you're going to do about it? Zhao Ling, you should also ask for specifics before handling it. Don't you want to know the story behind this mirror? Yin Nanfeng and Zhang Rishan exchanged glances, and in the end, it was Zhang Rishan who spoke up. I'm willing to hear about it. Zhao Ling nodded in satisfaction. I'll talk to you guys then. Xia Yuchen looked at the side of the funny. This Zhao Ling obviously want to scare Yin Nanfeng them, otherwise it is a female ghost. He has absolutely no need to deliberately take rhinoceros horn incense out to let them see ghosts, but just want to show his strength, so that the Yin bosses and they do not dare to belittle him. Zhao Ling did think so. Anyway, he would definitely have to deal with these people in the future. They were so curious about his ability. It would be better for him to show them clearly at once, so that in the future, he could also save a lot of unnecessary things. After all, absolute strength can sometimes be a good way to avoid some troublesome things. Then Zhao Ling told them the story about this female ghost. The female ghost was originally the daughter of a showman. Her mother died early. Her family also has only one daughter. The showman was worried about the woman's life for the rest of her life, so she married her to one of his students. The student is still some talent in reading, and the family is in difficulty. He helped the other side, and felt that the other side will be good to treat their daughters, and only then married their daughters. The student was also quite nice to the woman, who was not bad looking and had the look of a good wife and mother, which the student naturally liked. However, shortly after their marriage, the scholar died of an unfortunate illness, and all the family's possessions fell into the hands of the student, who later went to Beijing to take the exams, and almost sold all the family's possessions, leaving only an old house and some thin fields for the woman to live in. The student promises to come back and take the woman away once she passes the exam, and the woman takes him at his word and waits in agony for him to return. 3 years later, the student did come back, and he also high school, became the top of that class. The woman thought her husband came to take her away, was very happy, and in the evening made a lot of dishes want to celebrate, but what she didn't realize was that that night would also be her last on earth. Chapter 44, Solving the Female Ghost. In the evening, the two had a meal, during which the atmosphere was so cordial that the woman thought she was all set for a smooth life from now on, and lamented that her father had chosen a good husband for her, but did not want the night. She was in front of the mirror to comb makeup. Her husband stood behind her, directly out of the strangulation of her. She wanted to resist, but the power gap is too great, cannot move, and finally still have a breath of air by her husband pushed to the mirror. Her head hit the mirror, which had a hard edge, and she got a big gash in her head. Blood flowed out, and in no time the whole mirror was covered in her blood. After that her husband set a fire and left her in it, and the old house disappeared into the blaze with her. Later she realized that his husband, due to good looks and some talent, was the daughter of the minister of the court. He wanted to climb the other side of the high branch. The first thing to be resolved is that she is the chaff wife. Only she died. Then her husband will restore the free body. Want to marry whoever you want to marry. The woman's grievances were extremely heavy, and because her blood flowed into the mirror before she died, it caused her soul to be left in the mirror as well, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation, unable to travel to hell, and only able to remain in this mirror permanently. After listening to the story told by Zhao Ling, all three of them were a bit silent. Such things were already commonplace in ancient times, and they could not make any comments. After all, it was too unreasonable and redundant to use the current social concepts to evaluate what happened during the feudal period. Zhao Ling did not have much expression. He has seen too many such things. If he sympathized, he was afraid that he could not sympathize. So from beginning to end, he narrated the language as very flat, without the slightest bit of his own feelings. Yin Nanfeng, so this mirror is what trapped her. Zhao Ling, that's right. In fact, this ancient mirror wasn't originally red. The red color we see is her blood. Yin Nanfeng heard this and purposely went up to look at the mirror twice. At this time she carefully observed only to find that the red color on it really does not look like pigment, nor does it look like dyed on it. only to find that it really does look like dipped in it. For a moment there were some bad chills, and she moved a little farther away from the mirror. Zhang Rishan, then according to Mr. Zhao, what should be done with this mirror? Zhao Ran smiled indifferently. It's not hard to fix it. It's just that even if I take the female ghost away, do you still want to keep this mirror? Ying Nanfeng glanced at the impish smile on Zhao Ling's face, then at the female ghost beside him, and finally her gaze went to the ancient mirror, and she suddenly covered her eyes. That's just it. Mr. Zhao can take this thing away, but the people in our store? Zhao Ling, good idea. I'll take care of it for you guys later. Zhang Rishan, how is it handled? Zhao Ling, it is not convenient to say. Zhao Ling then closed the mirror and glanced at the female ghost, who slowly disappeared in front of them. Ying Nanfeng, this? Ying Nanfeng glanced at the place where the female ghost had disappeared. Zhao Ling, it's not appropriate for you to deal with her here. I'll bring her back and deal with her naturally. So, this time you are just letting us see her. Ha! Ying Nanfeng shouted in his heart, but showed nothing on his face. Zhang Rishan, thank you, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Ling waved his hand. There's no harm in it. Well, I'm going to get rid of Yurien Qi next, so you guys better go out first. Ying Nanfeng also didn't want to stay in this place where the female ghost had appeared and got up to leave. Zhang Rishan got up and nodded with them before going out. Zhao Ling looked at Xie Yuchen who was still sitting in his original position. You're not leaving? Xie Yuchen shook his head. I'm kinda curious how you'll handle it. With a wave of Zhao Ling's hand, the door closed directly, and then his mouth recited a string of incantations. As his words fell, a golden light penetrated the door and quickly disappeared, and it took almost 10 minutes or so for Zhao Ling to stop moving. Xie Yuchen came back to her senses. It's okay? Zhao Ling, well, it's not something that's much of a problem to solve, and it's not like she has any thoughts of harming anyone. Xie Yuchen, so, gone? Zhao Ling nodded. Let's go. I've seen about as much as I can hear. Zhao Ling got up, picked up the box containing the mirror, and left with He Yuchen, and Sound Slow, who was a bit far away outside, saw the two men come out and greeted them. Master Hua, Mr. Zhao, what is this? Xie Yuchen didn't say anything. Zhao Ran waved the box in his hand. The matter has been resolved. I'll leave first. Tell Bossy not to forget the payment. The two then directly left the Crescent Moon Hotel, without Yin Nanfeng's order. Sheng Sheng did not dare to stop them and let the two leave like that, then went to find Yin Nanfeng, who was sitting in a private room on the top floor with Zhang Rishan, and when she heard Sheng Sheng say that the people had already left, she let her go to see how the person who had been sick before was doing. When Sonic slowly heard this, he went out to ask, and after getting that several of them had gotten better, he immediately came back to tell Yin Nanfeng. Yin Nanfeng's face had a moment of surprise when he heard this, then he waved his hand and let Sheng Sheng Shou go down. Sheng Sheng Shou went out and closed the door, leaving behind Yin Nanfeng and Zhang Rishan who had strange faces. Yin Nanfeng, old immortal, what do you think of this Zhao official? Zhang Rishan, do not be an enemy. Yin Nanfeng in the end is still a bit unfair. She this trip did not get anything, but also hitched an ancient mirror and a promise. As for the money, she does not care, but in the end, she listened to a story that does not know whether it is true or not and saw a female ghost. Do not know what to say. Zhang Rishan's eyebrows clustered slightly. Is this person testing us? Zhang Rishan's words caused Yin Nanfeng to freeze for a moment, then he looked at him with some consternation. What do you mean? He knows that I, Guan Jin, paid attention to him? Zhang Rishan, thinking about his tactics, it's very likely. Otherwise, what is he pitting you this hand for? To offend you? Yin Nanfeng, I've heard that due to the matter of the Xie family's side branch, there are quite a few people who have been paying attention to him lately and there are also many people who don't have good intentions Zhang Rishan, then look at how many more people will want to test him when word gets out that your bossy knows him a promise. Yin Nanfeng sniffed in realization. So this is me coming up and blocking for him. Zhang Rishan, but it's not all bad. After all, in that case, in the future, if you have something to ask him for help he shouldn't push back too much. Yin Nanfeng also knew that he had a point, so after sulking herself for a while she didn't think about it anymore. After all, it was also her carelessness that sent her door to invite others to be counted. Xia Yuchen and Zhao Ling, who were walking out the door on this side, glanced at each other and both saw a smile in each other's eyes. Xia Yuchen did not understand at first, until Zhao Ling told Yin Nanfeng to go out. Xia Yuchen realized that something was wrong, and only after thinking carefully did he realize what Zhao Ling meant, and felt a little funny. Chapter 45, Signs. Xia Yuchen, Bossy is afraid he'll hate you. Zhao Ling, however, was not amused. How could that be? It was her who invited me from start to finish. It's not like I forced her. Xie Yuchen shook his head and smiled at his words. You're the only one who dares to so blatantly scheme against Bossine. Zhao Ling, you think she can't think of it? Even if she didn't react at the beginning, she knew it later. But she wanted to take this opportunity to make good karma with me. And in the future, she also had friendship so that she could ask me for help. so she didn't take it personally with me. Xiaoyu Chen, that's why you dared to walk away in such style. Zhao Ling, Master Hua. In business, profit comes first, you should know best, shouldn't you? Xiaoyu Chen lost his smile. That's right, then you want to. Next, Zhao Ling raised the box in his hand. Go back and fix it. Xiaoyu Chen, alright, then I'll leave you alone. Zhao Ling nodded and turned around and left. Xiaoyu Chen looked at his back, inexplicably a little envious of Zhao Ling's spontaneity, and then shook his head and lost his smile. What's wrong with himself? Turned around and got into the car and left. Zhao Ling returned to the villa. The female ghost came out very consciously. Zhao Ling didn't do much. I'm going to overpower you. You don't have a problem with that, do you? After saying that, he directly began to recite the sutra. Female ghost, did you give me a chance to talk? The female ghost also had the good sense not to say anything and slowly dissipated in place. Zhao Mandarin took out the Yin scroll, and sure enough, the golden light on it bloomed a little more. It seems that all the soul's home is now here. In the evening, Zhao Ling was holding his cell phone and playing a game when Wu Qi gave him a call. Zhao Ling was a little puzzled. This Wu slanting to call him. It can't be that his third uncle has made a move. Zhao Ling answered the phone, and Wu slanted his somewhat hoarse voice to speak. Ling, I found the videotape that my third uncle left for me, and I don't know if I should believe it or not. Zhao Ling frowned. It seems that your third uncle wanted to say goodbye to you. Did he leave any other clues? Wu Xia smiled bitterly. I didn't believe that he would let me off like that either. So I searched for some information and met with someone as well, but it was something related to little brother. Zhao Ling, oh? Zhang Qi lattice. What specific clues? WU slant. It's about little brother's previous life. You know, body life. Wu Xia, where did you find that out? Before Wu Xia finished his words, he was directly interrupted by Zhao Ling. Wu Xia froze for a moment, then continued, hasn't little brother always wanted to find his birth? So I went to check it out, and the geese left traces, and I still found something. Zhao Ling did not say anything, contemplated for a moment. Wu oblique, little brother no? WU slant, no, I haven't spoken to him yet. Zhao Ling, bring the clues you're looking for and come to me in the capital with Zhang Qi lattice. We'll meet and talk in detail. Wu Xia did not hesitate and agreed directly, then hung up the phone. Zhao Mandarin also did not have the mind to play the game anymore, sat and thought for a while, then looked at the box on the table, picked it up and went out the door. Zhao Ling drove all the way to the car, directly to the Crescent Moon Hotel, only came during the day. Now it is already night, but the Crescent Moon Hotel is very lively in the brightly lit look. Zhao Ling only came with Yu Chen during the day, so the people at the door didn't stop him, and Zhao Ling didn't care about the people in the lobby who were observing him after they met. He went straight up the stairs, and was stopped by the sound of the voice when he went up the stairs. Sonic, Mr. Cho, what are you? Zhao Ling raised the box in his hand, a delivery for Boss Yin. Sonic was recognizing that it was the ancient mirror, and without much delay, he directly led Zhao Ling up to find Yin Nanfeng. When Yin Nanfeng saw Zhao Ling, the anger in her heart hadn't subsided yet, and she didn't expect Zhao Ling to be so bold as to dare to come to her so soon. Yin Nanfeng, Mr. Zhao is looking for me for something? Zhao Ling didn't care about the yin and yang in Yin Nanfeng's tone. He directly placed the ancient mirror on the table next to Yin Nanfeng. I'll return the ancient mirror. Where's Zhang Rishan? I want to see him. Yin Nanfeng suspiciously swept a glance at the ancient mirror, not knowing what Zhao Ling was trying to do with this move, and then hearing his words, he couldn't figure it out even more. Yin Nanfeng, what are you looking for the old undead for? Zhao Ling's face was serious and he didn't answer her question. I want to see Zhang Rishan, so please don't delay me, Boss Yin. Yin Nanfeng was very dissatisfied with his tone and was about to say something when she saw Zhao Ling staring sharply at her. Yin Nanfeng suddenly didn't dare to say anything more and called out to Shang Shengslo to take Zhao Ling to Zhang Rishan. Zhao Ling left and then followed the sound of the voice. Did not say anything else? Looking at Zhao Ling left, Yin Nanfeng only breathed a sigh of relief. And then strange. Not. How did I just be stunned? Yin Nanfeng heart indignation, but a moment and thought of just seeing Zhao Ling's eyes. Light, without a trace of emotion. It is not like looking at the living. Yin Nanfeng thought or celebrated a bit. Fortunately did not offend this person. Although she was curious about the reason why Zhao Ling was looking for Zhang Rishan, she thought it would be better to do more than less and just pretend she didn't know. This side of the sound slowly led Zhao Rishan to the door of Zhang Rishan's room. The sound slowly knocked on the door to explain Zhao Rishan looking for him. Zhang Rishan quickly opened the door to the room. Looking at Zhao Rishan is very puzzled. Mr. Zhao, I do not know what guidance. Zhao Ling glanced at Sonic Slow, and Zhang Rishan understood what he meant and told Sonic Slow to go down, then introduced Zhao Ling into the room. Greeting Zhao Ran, he sat down and poured him a cup of tea. Mr. Zhao, can you talk now? Zhao Ling didn't look at the tea he poured, but instead looked at Zhang Rishan with his eyes unmoving. knowing that Zhang Rishan couldn't even carry it a little bit before Zhao Ling opened his mouth. I have a question I want to ask you. Zhang Rishan put down the teacup in his hand and smiled gently. Just ask Mr. Zhao. Zhao Ling smiled faintly. Does Chairman Zhang know Zhang Qi Lattice? Zhao Ling's voice was very soft, but it was like a thunderbolt falling into Zhang Rishan's mind. He really couldn't figure out how Zhao Ling could have asked this question. He had thought that Zhao Ling should be acquainted with Zhang Qi and the others, but how could he have thought about his relationship with Zhang Qi? Zhang Rishan's heart thought a lot, but on his face, he still had a gentle look. Even though the same surname is Zhang, and I've heard of this person, but we don't know each other and haven't met. Zhao Ling has no expression on his face, but in his heart, he snickered. Lying is so full of holes. Not ah. However, Zhao Ran didn't show it in the slightest as he got up and spoke. Since that's the case, I'll leave first. Goodbye. Zhang Rishan seems to have not thought that Zhao Ran this on the go, which he was still thinking how to send Zhao Ran it. How people just so gone. So a moment is still some reaction not come. Chapter 46, Goodbye. Zhao Ling pretended that he didn't see Zhang Rishan's abnormality and said goodbye to Zhang Rishan as if nothing had happened. Zhang Rishan also immediately got up and sent Zhao Rin off for a bit. No matter what, since Zhao Rin left just like that, it would be beneficial for him, so he just sent Zhao Rin out like that. Zhao Ling's face was all mocking as he headed out, but it was well concealed, so Zhang Rishan couldn't see anything. Knowing that Zhao Ling was going downstairs, he turned to look at Zhang Rishan and said, President Zhang, we will meet again. Zhao Ling said with a smile, then turned around and left. Zhang Rishan only felt that there was something in his words, but then he thought that it was normal for them to see each other again, so he didn't care too much about it and turned around and went back to his room. Over here, Im Nanfeng also knew the content of their conversation through Sound Slow, just that she was also confused. This Zhao ruler made this trip on purpose, and even sent the ancient mirror back to them, just to ask this sentence. It was really strange enough. Zhao Ling walked out of the Crescent Moon Hotel, turned around and glanced at the store behind him. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. It's getting more and more interesting Just now, from Zhang Rishan, he had gotten a lot of news. Similar bloodline, same last name, pretending to be unrecognizable. Behind the scenes, I'm afraid there are a lot of intriguing things. Zhao Ling thought, perhaps his life could be a little more exciting Zhao Ling just got on the car. His cell phone rang, took it out and saw that it was Xie Yuchen's. His hand slipped and picked up the phone. Master Hua, something's wrong? Xie Yuchen's voice over there was a bit low. You went to the Crescent Moon Hotel again? Zhao Ran froze, then smiled. Master Hua's news is so proficient. Your call arrived just as I came out. Xie Yuchen paused for a moment before speaking. It was Bossine who told me. Sorry, I'm not questioning. I'm just a little worried about you. After all, the 9 gates. Master Hua, don't worry. I'm a person who cherishes his life, and I won't go out of my way to offend random people. I have my own reasons for doing things, and I thought, we're just friends. Zhao Ling interrupted to understand Yu Chen's words. I know. I'll pay attention. Xie Yuchen sighed and spoke. Zhao Ling, it's for the best. Master Hua, I still like you as a friend. Xie Yuchen, okay, I still have things to do here. I'll hang up first. If there's anything you can find me. Zhao Ling, okay. Master Hua, goodbye. Zhao Ling laughed and hung up the phone, then the smile on his face sank. In the end it is not very convenient to be here alone involved in the matter between them, every move is always striking. Zhao Ling is a little distracted. There was no denying that Xie Yuchen was a very good friend. He was indeed very good to himself, but he had his own things to do, and didn't want to be watched so closely all the time. Zhao Ran could only open his mouth and reminded, with Xie Yuchen's level of intelligence, he should pay attention to proportion, right? Zhao Ling thought with a snort and shook his head. The word interest really touches a lot of people's hearts Zhao Ling actually found out long ago that Xie Yuchen had arranged things to keep an eye on him. It's just that it doesn't do any harm to him and it's simple for him to avoid. So he didn't care about it. But now the matter of reporting his whereabouts at any time is something that he still doesn't like. So he hopes that Xie Yuchen can understand his knock. Zhao Ling returned to the villa and rested. The things that happened today were not in his expectation. It is better to recuperate his energy first. I am afraid that there are still a lot of things to do when Wu Qi comes over. In the morning, Zhao Ling woke up and glanced at his cell phone. There were missed calls from Wu Xie's phone on it. A little puzzled, and then looked at it to realize that he had muted it, so it's no wonder he didn't hear it. Zhao Ling rolled over and sat up, making a call to Wu Zhiqi, and the call was quickly answered. Wu Xie's somewhat shriveled voice came from over there. Brother Mandarins, I might not be able to go to the capital for a while? Zhao Ling raised an eyebrow in some surprise. What's wrong? Wu slant. My second uncle has stopped me at home. He won't let me meddle in these matters. Zhao Ling snorted. Wu Xia, when you ran after your third uncle before, didn't your second uncle stop you? I kept it all from him before. Zhao Ling, with your skills, you can stop his message? Although Zhao Ling's words were a bit solid, they were indeed the truth, and Wu Xia could not refute them. Wu Xia, so what do I do now? Brother mandarins, I'm most afraid of my second uncle. Zhao Ran rubbed his brow and thought for a moment before speaking. Wu Xia, tell your second uncle. Just say, just because you guys haven't done something doesn't mean I can't. Wu Xia was a bit stunned. Brother mandarins, this word, Zhao Ling, don't worry about what it means. Just talk to your second uncle. Zhao Ling then hung up the phone. The matter of the 9 sect was a mess. The important thing was that now she couldn't split cleanly with them at all. Forget it, a little help is a little help. Zhao Ling shook his head, tossed the phone away again, and went back to sleep. In opening his eyes is when the cell phone rang. Zhao Mandarin took it and looked at it. It was Wu Oblique. Picked up. Wu Oblique. Wu Xia's voice was a bit agitated. Officer, my second uncle let me go. Now my little brother and I are at the airport. We can arrive in the capital in the afternoon. Zhao Ling, when? I'll pick you guys up. Wu Xia was a bit embarrassed. Brother mandarins, there's no need to trouble you, right? Zhao Ling, it's okay, I'll drive. Wu Xia still agreed. Gave the air ticket information to Zhao Ling after hanging up the phone. Zhao Ling looked at it, also got up and washed up, just to go out to slip a circle. Zhao Ling made a phone call to Fatty Wang and told him the news that Wu Xia was coming. Fatty Wang was very excited and complained about Wu Xia not telling him before, saying that he wanted to go together to pick up the plane. Zhao Ling had no problem with that and asked for the address before saying that he would go to pick him up. After Zhao Li went to the address that Fatty Wang said, he waited in the car for someone to come over, and Fatty Wang was very excited when he saw Zhao Li's car. Fatty Wang, brother mandarins, this car is so handsome. Zhao Ling smiled smugly. Isn't that a good way to call me? Fatty Wang looked at him with a narcissistic expression and nodded with a smile. It does suit you, but it suits me better. Zhao Ran's face fell at his words. Then don't even think about it. You can't afford this car. Fatty Wang was anxious when he heard. What's this talk? What car is so expensive? Then Zhao Ling said a number, and Fatty Wang's arrogance was immediately extinguished. I'm still not fit to drive. Just sit, said very consciously, put on the seatbelt, sitting in a very regular posture. Zhao Ling laughed helplessly and drove off. Along the way Fatty Wang surveyed the interior of the car. This car is really a big deal. Zhao Ling, of course. They're all my favorites. How's that? Isn't it a good aesthetic? Fatty Wang gave a thumbs up. Official brother is an expert in this area. Chapter 47, Wu Xieji's arrival. The two of them talked and laughed all the way to the airport. Zhao Ran was too lazy to go in and wait for someone, so he sat in the car. But Fatty Wang was very active and went to pick up Wu Qi and the others. After Zhao Ling played 2 games, Fatty Wang finally came back with his men, and Wu Xia was thrilled to see Zhao Ling. Wu Xia, brother mandarins, long time no see. Zhao Ling looked at him and nodded. Long time no see. He then looked at Zhang Qiling to the side. Little brother, long time no see. Zhang Qi looked at Zhao Ling and nodded slightly, originally wanting to say something, but after brewing for a while, he still gently spat out a The word. Zhao Ling seemed to have suddenly gotten to Zhang Qi Lattice's character. He didn't say much, but what was in his heart was quite a lot. Stifling his laughter, Zhao Ling greeted them as they got on the car. It was only then that Wu Xia saw Zhao Ling's big jeep. Brother Ling, is this your car? Zhao Ling, yeah, it's new. Nice, isn't it? WU slant, so handsome. Zhao Ling, turn around and open it for you guys too. Little brother, you try it too. Zhao Ling could see the suppressed fondness in Zhang Qi Lattice's eyes, and sure enough, there was no man who didn't like cars, especially handsome ones. Wu Xia also saw the leaping Zhang Qigu's eyes and was a bit happy. Little brother, this is the first time I've seen you interested in the same thing. Zhang Qi slightly lowered his head and hid the laughter in his eyes, and Fatty Wang was also happy. Little brother, we'll have plenty of time in the future. Zhao Ling, little brother, you really should learn something else to do too. There are still a lot of things you can do in this world. Wu Xia and Fatty Wang nodded their heads in recognition as well. Yes, little brother, we'll take you to see more interesting ones in the future. Fatty Wang smiled impishly as he said it. Wu Xia gave him a blank look. Fatty, what are you babbling about? Fatty Wang, I'm not teaching little brother to experience life. Wu Xia, little brother, don't all listen to Fatty. He just doesn't mean well. Zhao Ling, I do think that little brother should be exposed to more people and things, or else he'll be too easily taken advantage of. Fatty Wang also raised his hands in agreement. Too right, on the little brother this simple kind. Don't turn around and come back to another one like your third uncle, and be fooled again. Wu Xia heard this is also a little embarrassed. They analyzed a past before, combined with the words of the little brother. He also knew that his own third uncle has been fooling the little brother. He has always felt indebted to the little brother, so he has been thinking of making amends to the little brother. What's more, he is the one who treats the little brother as his own brother, So this period of time to the little brother is very good. Zhang Qi also felt Wu Xie's attitude is a little strange, but do not know where to start. Zhao Ling, go stay at my place. Wu Xie, trouble Mandarin. Zhao Ling, it's fine, after all, I'm the one who called you here. Zhao Ling drove back to his villa, and Wu Xie and Fatty Wang were clearly in disbelief. Brother Ling, is this where you live? Zhao Ling, or what? Wu Xie, brother Mandarins, what about you being so rich? Zhao Ling, no money this is not just earned. Fatty Wang, brother Mandarins, you're afraid you're not fooling us. This villa isn't something you can just buy. Zhao Ling nodded. Yeah, so I'm renting it. Oh, it's rented. Then the two of them reacted. Not that it was a lot of money to rent it. Fatty Wang curtly put his arm around Zhao Ling's shoulder. Brother Ling, how do you earn this? Teach me too. Zhao Ling gave him a sidelong glance. This was spent on Xie Yuchen's money. Fatty Wang then remembered that Xie Yuchen was the head of the 9 gates. That money is really not lacking. Zhao Ling helped him again. Giving money is also very normal. Fatty Wang thought of this and looked at Wu Xie. Tianjin, tell me about you. The same 9 doors, how come your gap is so big? Wu Xie gave him a blank look. Dead Fatty, can we be the same there? It's not like I'm in charge of the Wu family. Fatty Wang, it's also true that your second and third uncles are all smarter than foxes. Only after mentioning his second uncle did Wu Xie remember that Wu Xie had not allowed him to come. And he looked at Zhao Ling to say something before he was interrupted by Zhao Ling. Let's talk about it inside. Wu Xie closed his mouth and followed Zhao Ling's steps into the room. After entering the door, Zhao Lingnan sat on the sofa and looked at them and spoke. Other than my room on the 2nd floor, you guys can choose whatever you want. Wu Xie heard a happy face, pulled Fatty and went to choose a room. Fatty Wang looked at Zhao Ling with a desire to speak. Zhao Ling waved his hand. You can also choose to live here. Zhao Ling is not the kind of person who particularly likes quiet or lively, and living with friends is not much of a problem. Anyway, he has been used to living with Xia Dongqing and the others for a long time before. Fatty Wang and Wu Xieji happily went to choose a room, and Zhao Mandarin looked to Zhang Qi Lattice brothers sitting on the side. Don't you want to choose one? Zhang Qi Lattice, both. Zhao Ling nodded and didn't intend to say any more. Anyway, the other party had it in his heart that he wouldn't interfere too much with other people's choices. Wu Xie and the others put their things away before coming down. Zhao Ling was cooking in the kitchen. Zhang Qiling was helping to pick vegetables on the side. And Wu Xie and Wang Fatty also came up to help when they saw this. Wu Xie, brother Mandarins, I'm finally lucky enough to have a taste of your cooking. Zhao Ling, it is indeed a blessing to have a mouthful. Hurry up and come and help. Or don't try to eat. Wu Xie immediately came forward to take the plate in Zhao Ling's hand, and came up to help very actively, and Fatty Wang also helped on the side, saying a few words to them from time to time, making a few people laugh. When Wu Xie was washing the vegetables, he suddenly remembered about his second uncle and wanted to ask Zhao Ling, Brother Ling, my second uncle's side? Zhao Ling sighed. Wu Xie, you're still too young. You actually already know a lot of things. Haven't you ever joined forces to think about it? Wu Xie was stunned. Zhao Ling did not intend to talk much more, and went to fry the vegetables by himself, leaving Wu Xie still a little confused and frozen place. Fatty Wang saw this and opened his mouth. What is Wu Xie doing? Wu Xie was woken up by Fatty Wang's words and stopped dwelling on this, intending to eat the meal first, but in his heart, he was still thinking about Zhao Ling's words, so he had been a bit distracted. Zhao Ran could see that Wu Xie was thinking about the problem, so he hadn't interrupted him, just waiting for when he had thought it through. During the meal, Wu Xie was eating his meal without a beat, when suddenly he put down his chopsticks and looked up at Zhao Ling. Brother Ling, my second uncle, did he know a lot about my third uncle's affairs, and even inserted himself into them? Zhao Ling raised his eyebrows. See, I told you that you're a very smart person. You're just too limited in your thinking, or else these things wouldn't actually be considered as much of a cover-up. Face Wu Slant nodded somewhat gruffly. Indeed, my second uncle is so smart. How could he be ignorant of third uncle's plan, including my entry? In fact, he already knew, so the words of the other day is not to tell him that I already know. Chapter 48, Where Little Brother Comes From. Wu Xie spoke in a lower and lower voice. He suddenly felt a little funny. He is really stupid. These things are obviously very obvious. It is he himself cannot see through. Fatty Wang was confused by what he heard. No, Tianjin, how is this? Wu Oblique sighed, explaining up to Fatty Wang, I also found out recently, my third uncle has been guiding me on this path. The purpose should be to deal with a certain person, or a certain force. It is likely that it is in the notes of Chen Wenjin. This matter only, should be started in my grandfather's generation. This generation, they chose me to deal with it, but I still don't know who the person behind it is, and where exactly my path is going to go. I don't know yet, but a large part of the likelihood of little brother's arrival is that he was used to come to my side by my third uncle, just to protect me. When Wu Xie said this, There was guilt in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Qilatis. Zhang Qilatis looked at him and shook his head slightly. Wu Xia, it has nothing to do with you. Wu Xia heard Zhang Qilatis smile to himself. Even though he was also being used, he could not accept Xiao Zhao's protection with such peace of mind. He could not do it. Fatty Wang was also very saddened after hearing this. I didn't realize that we were actually being counted on all the way. It's unbelievable. Wu Xia, anyway, now that we already know some of the truth, we can't passively move forward. We need to be more proactive. Fatty Wang, you mean, we find the truth first? Wu Xia shook his head. This matter involves must be bigger than we imagine. Otherwise my third uncle they will not spend so much effort to lay out. If we are out of their framework to find the truth on our own, it is difficult. Then why not with the help of the road they arranged for us? The process in accordance with their arrangements. As for the ending how, it depends on ourselves. Wu Xia said at the end, smiled playfully. Fatty Wang clapped his hands. Not bad, Tianjun. Think of a way so quickly. No matter how to do it, I'll listen to you. Don't worry, I'm definitely on your side. Wu Xia, thank you Fatty. Zhao Ling also smiled. It seems that Wu Xia is smarter than he imagined, and his acceptance ability is also good. Since he already has a calculation in his heart, then he will not intervene more. In the end, this matter has nothing to do with him. Wu Xia, brother mandarins, what do you think of this idea of mine? Zhao Ling, not bad, but don't you still need to get through to Master Hua? After all, you two should be aiming for the same thing. Wu Xia thought for a moment. Well, officer, I know. I'll discuss it with Little Flower when I turn around. Zhao can see that Xie Yuchen trusts Wu Xia, and the two of them have childhood feelings. Plus for the person behind the curtain, the two of them have the same attitude. The two of them may join forces to have a better effect. Moreover, Zhao Ling was also very self-aware. Although they both promised to help themselves with the Yin Scrolls, but in the end they were only casual acquaintances. He still had to hold on to some capital to be a bit safer. With the trust that Wu Xia has in him now, after mastering Wu Xia, then for Xie Yuchen can also be a little more at ease. Wu looked diagonally at Zhang Qilatis' work brother. Do you trust me? Zhang Qilatis looked into his eyes and nodded. Wu slanting a smile. Fortunately, little brother has always believed in him. He will definitely not let little brother be taken advantage of in the future. After eating, the four people sat on the sofa. Wu Shizhi gave them the news he found out about Xiao Xiao. Fatty Wang listened to it with a somewhat heavy heart. Xiao Xiao, I didn't expect you to have such a miserable time. There was no expression on Zhang Qig's face. He had pretty much forgotten all these things, so he didn't feel much. The expression on Zhao Ling's face after hearing this was also somewhat meaningful. He didn't think that Zhang Qig had a time when he was treated like this, but when he thought about it, it wasn't strange. Losing his memories was supposed to be a crisis at that point in time. Not to mention that there were still intriguing things about him. However, Zhao Ling thought of the one from the Crescent Moon Hotel, the same person from the Nine Sect. Perhaps it wasn't that Qin Pai didn't know Zhang Qilatis' identity, it's just that his identity involves too many things, and is related to most of the people in the Nine Sect. That's why in the end it's such a result. Only, Zhao Ling's mind pondered. Zhang Rishan, what exactly are you trying to hide? Then he glanced at Zhang Qilatis again. Little brother, I'm afraid that the matter behind you is also very uncomplicated, and it's also closely related to the Nine Sect and the person behind it, especially this body wanting bloodline. Zhao Ling thought in his mind. Suddenly, he straightened up. Perhaps he knew how Zhang Qilatis was involved in so many things. Zhao Ling looked at Zhang Qilatis. Little brother, there are quite a few people who know that your bloodline is special, aren't there? Zhang Qilatis was a bit confused at first, then nodded, and Wu Shizhi and Wang Fatty were baffled, not knowing why Zhao Ling asked this question all of a sudden. They were all aware of it. Little brother's physique was different from normal people. His blood was even more special and could also restrain evil things. They could all be envious. Zhao Ling looked at their puzzled expressions and asked Wu Xia again. Remember what you guessed the person behind this was staring at the Nine Sect for? Face Wu slanted a white. Nagisa. Fatty Wang's face also changed. If that was the case, then wouldn't little brother's existence be in danger? Zhao Ling nodded. Yes, longevity. For such a purpose, they can keep an eye on your Nine Sect for such a long time. Would they let go of that one person who lives so long that he is close to immortality? Wu Xie and Fatty Wang both turned their heads to look at Zhang Qilatis. Zhang Qilatis' face did not have much expression, but his heart did tighten. Perhaps he had long been watched. Fatty Wang, this, right little brother, this in the end how long has lived? Zhao Ling, it's hard for us to know the exact time, but according to my guess, in your grandfather's generation, he must have been there. Zhao Ling was looking at Wu Xie and said this sentence. The reason why he said so, or related to Zhang Rishan. According to the information he got from Xie Yuchen, this President Zhang is the generation of He Zhang de Buddha. He has lived for so long and his bloodline is related to him. In addition to his attitude towards the name Zhang Qig, There must be a connection between them. And this is something that they don't know about Wu Xia and Wu Sancheng, and they don't know much about it. So it's only possible that it's only the older generations of the 9 sect that know about it. Wu looked diagonally at Zheng Qi Latticework brother. You do not remember at all? Zheng Qi Lattice shook his head and Zhao Ling interrupted. Don't make it difficult for little brother. If he knew, he wouldn't have suffered so much. Chapter 49 Benai. Bitter Wu Xia, yes. Little brother now does not remember anything. That is not even more to give those who have bad intentions a chance. And my third uncle, Wu Xia added in his heart. Zhao Ling looked at Wu Xia's mood was a bit low, probably could guess what was in Wu Xia's heart, helplessly shook his head. Although this was not something Wu Xia took the initiative to do, but his third uncle also did it for his sake, so he could not shrug it off no matter what. Zhao Ling comforted him. Wu Xia, forget about the past. Anyway, you should not do these things again in the future is not good. Wu Xia nodded. Well, Mandarin brother, I will definitely protect little brother in the future. Fatty Wang, naive, with your 3-legged kung fu. It's still a matter of who's protecting who. Wu Xia listened with some embarrassment, then looked to Zheng Qi Lattice brother. Let me learn a few moves from you. Wu Xia also knew his own inadequacy, has always been the existence of dragging behind. Before he did not feel anything, but now after knowing what his own third uncle did, he felt a little embarrassed. He cannot always rely on his little brother to protect him. Since he decided to face everything, it is imminent to improve his own strength. Zhao Ling looked at Wu Xia's determined face. His face was also a little pleased. Fortunately Wu Xia still has some plans for himself. His favorite thing is to deal with smart people. Zhang Qi nodded, and the fat man was pleased. Alright, Tianjun, I'll join you later, and learn a few moves from little brother. Zhao Ling, you guys really should learn a few tricks. Wu Slash nodded. Right, Mandarin brother. Then the news I found out about Benai. Zhao Ling, since it's related to little brother, we have to make a trip anyways, but there's no hurry yet. We'll go after we understand it clearly. Otherwise, going without some preparation is going to look for death. Wu Xia was a bit embarrassed. If Zhao Ling hadn't asked him to come to the capital, he had planned to bring his little brother with him, and it was only now that he heard Zhao Ling's words that he felt it was inappropriate. Since Benai was related to little brother, there were definitely a lot of people who were concerned, especially those in the shadows, and they now know the name of a place. What is the situation there in the end? Nothing. What has happened there is also nothing. Even if they go, there is no direction that can be investigated. It is better to understand clearly first. After Wu Xiexio figured it out, his face eased a bit, and Fatty Wang was discussing what to do next. Zhao Ling did not participate in their conversation, holding his cell phone and playing a game. Seeing that it was almost time, Zhao Lingnan spoke to them and went straight upstairs to sleep. Early the next morning, Zhao Ling was woken up by the sound of Wu Xia and their talking. Getting up and pulling open the curtains, he saw that Wu Xia and the three of them were downstairs. Zhang Qi was teaching Wu Xia the dagger, and Fatty Wan was watching from the side. Zhao Ling shook his head and walked downstairs, interrupting the trio. Little brother, Wu Xia has to learn from the very beginning, otherwise it's useless. Zhang Qi Lattice froze and looked at Zhao Ling, who smiled faintly. Wu Xia, let's start with the squatting horse stance. Wu oblique face across, but still did. Zhao Ling went up to him to correct the posture. Wang Fatty on the side to see is gloating. Zhao Ling, this person, the most cannot see someone then he is still happy. Turn his head to Wang Fatty also pulled over together. Zhao Ling, both of you have too poor a foundation. First build a foundation and then learn the moves afterward. Otherwise you won't be able to get a quick result. Then he looked at Zhang Qi. Little brother, you supervise the two of them. Zhang Qi nodded, and Zhao Ling turned to go back, saying as he walked, let's squat for 2 hours first. Zhao Ling didn't care how unbelievable Wu Xia and Wang Fatty behind him were. He felt that he had to think about the training program for Wu Xia and also Wang Fatty. Although this Qi lattice was very powerful, it was obvious that he wasn't suited to teaching people, or maybe it was under the influence of the many times of amnesia that his level of understanding of something was too low. He himself was very powerful, but he didn't know how to teach it to other people. Zhao Ling thought for a while, suddenly thought of black glasses. This person's hands are also very good, and he should be better at dealing with people compared to little brother. Zhao Ling thought of this, then picked up his cell phone and made a call to black glasses. After a few rings, the phone was picked up. Mandarins, what? Missed me. Ha, Zhao Ling, there's something for you. Are you still in the capital? Dark glasses heard something. Just now there is some playful voice immediately changed. Still, I'll come over later can? Zhao Ling, yes, I'll wait for you here. After that, he hung up the phone. Zhao Ran went to the kitchen to find something to eat. In the morning, Fatty Wang they also got a little breakfast, left a little for them. Zhao Ran warmed it up and ate it. After eating, They laid down on the sofa couch and continued to play the game until Wu Xie and the others were helped in by Zhang Qilatis. Zhao Ling looked at the two of them that were half dead and was helpless. Just you guys with this physique, you really should be practicing properly. Wu Xie, brother mandarins, there's no need to be so ruthless right off the bat. Wu Oblique is determined to be good, learn, and do not want to give up like this, just feel a little tired, want to be less. Zhao Ling, as far as your current strength is concerned, that's how you have to practice. With a bitter face, Wu Xie still accepted this cruel reality. Only after the two of them had slowed down for a while did Zhao Ruler then speak. Little brother isn't fit to teach you, he's too lenient with you. Zhao Ling looked up at Zhang Qilatis as he said this. Don't think that he didn't see when little brother told them to take a break just now. Zhang Qilatis was a bit weak from his look and avoided his eyes, pulling the hood on his head a bit deeper. Zhao Ran laughed in his heart and didn't break them down. So I hired a new teacher for you guys. As soon as the words fell, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Ling, yo, someone's here. Open the door. Zhao Ling didn't expect these three to answer the door, and got up and opened the door on his own, just to see Black Glasses standing in the doorway with a large bag of vegetables. Dark Glasses, mandarins, this time I've brought the dishes. Zhao Ling's face was dark. Feelings were treating him as a dish. Zhao Ling, sorry, don't know how to make green pepper and shredded pork fried rice, said, turned around and left. Black Glasses are not embarrassed in the slightest, carrying things and followed into the door. This will not matter. The other Black Master I do not pick. Black Glasses carried his stuff and entered the door and saw Wu Xie and the others sitting paralyzed on the sofa, raising an eyebrow. Yo, mute, Junior Master, why are you all here? When Wu Xie heard the voice, he didn't even raise his eyes. Come to join the Mandarin. Zhang Qilatis glanced at him without saying anything and lowered his head again after slightly nodding his head. Fatty Wang glanced at the ground. Master Black is really self-conscious, and brings his own food. Chapter 50, Looking for Dark Glasses. Dark Glasses, that's right, what a man I am. Master Black. Zhao Ling didn't care about what they said to each other and sat on the sofa, pointing at the Dark Glasses and speaking to Wu Xie. This is the teacher I hired for you. He's strong enough to teach you. Black Glasses froze. He thought it was something big. How is this trying to get him to teach people or teaching Wu Oblique? This Wu family youngest three masters. I am afraid that it is a little bit not Dark Glasses, officials, this is what you say things This body, Dumjiang's also enough, right? Zhao Ling, little brother's set is not suitable for teaching people. But you, don't tell me you don't know how to adapt to people. Looking over at the Dark Glasses as if to see what was on his mind, Zhao Ling sighed. That's not a low price for me to pay. As soon as Wu Xie heard Qian's words, he couldn't help himself. Mandarins, you must let him teach. I think Xiao is not bad either. Zhao Ling gave him a blank look. You're in no position to speak on this. Listen to my arrangements. After that he looked to Dark Glasses. Price is good, but I want to see results. After all, I don't want my partners to be the ones who need me to wipe their asses. Dark Glasses, alright, it seems I have to teach. I'm as strong as I can be, so don't worry about it. Zhao Ling nodded. Alright, then I'll teach you the two of them. After Zhao Ling didn't care how they were trained, took the car keys and went out. Before leaving the door, Fatty Wang asked Ling, you're going out Zhao Ling, well, something came up. I'll be back tonight. Zhao Ling thought of going to see where the dragon vein of this capital city was heading. By all rights, this society should be peaceful and tranquil now, but he had collected so many ghosts before. It didn't seem like it didn't have an effect in any way. Zhao Ling turned around cannot help but sigh. Really the dragon vein above the hidden black gas surrounded. If the hell has not been out, these lonely souls and ghosts will affect the dragon vein. But society is afraid that it is another turbulent situation. Only, he carefully observed for a long time before he finally saw that it was not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. In this case, it seems that the person behind the scene is not by any means as simple as longevity, and Sanchi's injuries are not likely to be something that a few ordinary people can do. Zhao Ling came to a conclusion, but felt even more headache. He is now alone. Do not know how many people are staring behind him. If he is exposed, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. It seems that he must now follow Wu Qi and them closely, tie them together, so that the line of sight on him will not go to the other things above the speculation. Zhao Ling thought and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Originally he just wanted to utilize them for a bit, but now it's good. He really has to be tied up with them, or else he'll be in danger as well. Zhao Ling is still incomparably fortunate now. Fortunately, he has always been kind to people and doesn't offend people at will, and Wu Xieji trusts him now. Following them around, they won't suspect themselves too much. As for Xie Yuchen, I think that he won't turn away a person who is strong and willing to help them, right? Zhao Ling was a little happier thinking about it. The other party is in the dark. He is also as long as he does not take the initiative to expose, The other party and how would think that he will be related to the hell. Will only think that he is with the Wu Oblique and their gang just. Zhao Ling wandered outside for a long time. Probably understand the current situation. The heart also relaxed a little, but he alone in the end thin power. So he thought to find some people of the Taoist sect, this side of the world. Although the surface looks like nothing, but full of lonely souls and wild ghosts, I'm afraid that the big disaster after the not properly placed, since so, that the Taoist sect of the people must also be in it. Thinking that the people of the former Hellmouth Taoist sect were in office anyway, and that they had always lived by the creed of opposing good and evil and wrestling for life, they shouldn't refuse to help. However, if he goes to find it may be a little difficult, then the existence of Xie Yuchen has a role to play. As the family head of the Xie family, there must be an understanding of this aspect. Go back and let him help to find Zhao Li is the evening time to return to the villa. In the door found to understand the Yuchen's car. Raised eyebrows. It seems that this Wu Xie and Yuchen's relationship is better than he imagined. Wu Xie only arrived in the capital yesterday. It is estimated to be only today to explain to the Yuchen said it. To understand the Yuchen quickly came over. Enough to see its relationship. Zhao Ling's heart sighed twice. Opened the door to see 5 people sitting on the sofa. Xie Yuchen and Wu Xieqi's face are a little bad. Wang Fatty in black glasses are whispering something. Zhang Qilat is sitting on the side, eyes closed to rest their minds. Hearing the sound, the 5 looked towards the door. Seeing Zhao Ling walk in, Fatty Wang in dark glasses were the first to get up. Brother Ling, you're back. Have you eaten yet? Zhao Ling was a bit surprised. What? You haven't eaten yet? Dark eyes, waiting for you. Zhao Ling was a bit surprised. Waiting for me? It's not necessary. Brother Wu Xie, how can we say that we are living in your place now? Zhao Ling realized. Oh yeah, I'm the owner here. No wonder. Zhao Ling smiled playfully. Then he looked at Xie Yuchen. Why did Master Hua come over as well? Xie Yuchen was a little embarrassed. It was really because Zhao Ling's words yesterday were very clear, and he was a little embarrassed to see people now, but he still smiled and opened his mouth. Wu Xie said that there was something to look for me, and it just so happens that there is something that I want to discuss with you as well. Zhao Ling, Master Hua has something to discuss with me? No need. Master Hua is so powerful. Fatty Wang realized that the atmosphere between them was a bit strange, but he couldn't tell where it was strange. After all, both of them were smiling and talking politely. He could only round up the situation. Brother Mandarins, Master Hua, let's eat first. This food is getting cold. When Wu Xie saw Fatty Wang's eyes, he also hurriedly opened his mouth. Yes, let's eat first. You're also hungry after running around outside, right? When Zhao Ling heard their words, he also went along with the steps. But I'm exhausted. What kind of delicious food did you make? The dark glasses smiled and went forward to take Zhao Ling's shoulders. Let's go. I've specially made delicious food for you. Wu Oblique they followed together to the kitchen. Zhao Mandarin looked at the table dishes. Really sumptuous. Thoughts for a moment a little far away. As if in the past has always been his cooking. This first time to go home to see someone to do a good job of food waiting for their own. But also quite rare. Zhao Ling's thoughts drifted for a moment. Then returned to his senses and greeted them as they sat down together. Alright, let's eat. Fatty Wang, let's call this a warm house meal. Zhao Ling took a taste. Barely. The dark glasses looked at him with a grudging look and laughed in anger. Mandarins, you're giving me too little face. Zhao Ling, do you have face with me? Dark glasses, eh? This violent temper of mine, how can I say? I also promised you to teach Wu Xie and the others? Zhao Ran raised his eyebrows. I'm not doing this for myself. This money, Master Hua should be happy to pay it. Chapter 51 Special Training. Zhao Ling said and looked at Xie Yuchen, who obviously already knew about this from Wu Xie, and nodded. I'll pay you the money. The dark glasses turned his head to look at Xie Yuchen, and then turned back to Zhao Ling. No wonder it's so generous. The feelings are not your money. Zhao Ling looked at him with a strange face. What are you thinking? It's not like I have any money. Xie Yuchen, no way. That money bossing hit you with was quite a lot. Zhao Ling, oh, I forgot if you didn't tell me. How much is it? Xie Yuchen, $5 million. Hit the card. Black glasses and Zhang Qilatis were shocked for a moment, but still quickly calmed down. After all, the two of them went out once for quite a bit of money, but that was only because of the experience and fame they had accumulated over so long to have a payoff that was similar to this. But this was Zhao Ran's first time out. Right, and he had so much, so it was also very much a don't you think. Wu Xie and Wang Fatty were not calm. Brother Mandarins, you're making money. No wonder you can live in a big villa. Zhao Ling casually spread his hands. Wu Qi, money on earth is good. Wu Xie froze. He grew up as the only grandson of the Wu family. Naturally he grew up pampered and never lacked money. It was only in these few years that his family didn't give him any living expenses that he appeared to be a little poorer. In the past few years, he had only been guarding the small store of Wu Shanju, and his income was not much. barely enough to make ends meet, so he was still very eager for such a large sum of money. Fatty Wang himself didn't say that he was poor, but to make $5 million at this one time was something he still hadn't seen before. Xia Yuchen, black glasses and Zhang Qi Lattice's eyes also changed for a moment, looking at Zhao Ling's casual words. To him, perhaps he really didn't care about this amount of money. Xia Yuchen thought of Zhao Ling although out of the rainforest when the body is not a penny, and then he gave the other side of his own black card. He took to buy a car, rent a room, without the slightest hesitation, spend money that generous handwriting look is accustomed to. It can be seen that the other party must not have lacked money before. As to how this money comes, I am afraid that it is by all means. Dark glasses, the Mandarin has a point. Ah, a capable person is never short of a meal anywhere. Zhao Ling raised an eyebrow. That's the point. Wu Xieji was a little embarrassed. It seemed like he was the only one of these people who hadn't really earned any money on his own, right? Zhao Ling sighed in his heart. The words he had already said this. How much Wu Xie himself can understand is up to him. Now Wu Xie's determination is not enough. At least to deal with the person behind it is still far from enough. Xia Yuchen looked at Wu Xie's somewhat disoriented appearance and comforted him with a somewhat intolerant sentence. Wu Qi, there's still time. Dark glasses, yes. Junior Master San, don't worry. I will absolutely teach you properly not to say how powerful. The basic power of self-preservation is still necessary. Wu Xie also knew what they meant and nodded. I know. I'll learn it well. After finishing his meal, Zhao Mandarin looked at Xia Yuchen. Master Hua, let's talk upstairs. Xia Yuchen face although there is a trace of disbelief, but still followed the Zhao Mandarin up the stairs. Wu Oblique want to say something, was pulled by Fatty Wang. Zhang Qi Lattice after eating went to play the game. This is the fat man in the afternoon to teach him. It's not bad, and now he is quite happy to play it. Zhao Ling glanced at his dark glasses before going upstairs. Remember to wash the dishes. Black glasses a burst of teeth. This cooking even if, but also their own dishes. Forget it, wash the dishes to go. Then called the fat man and Wu Oblique with him to clean up. The two are after the black glasses to teach. Do not dare to disobey and also cannot fight. After the two of them went upstairs, Zhao Mandarin directly brought Xia Yuchen to his room, pulled two chairs and sat himself on one, crossing his legs. Sit down. Xia Yuchen glanced over and pulled his chair back slightly before sitting down. What is it that you want to talk to me alone? Zhao Ling, did Wu Xie tell you about his intentions? Xia Yuchen nodded his head, and when Zhao Ling saw his movements, he tapped his fingers on the armrests of the chair twice before speaking slowly. Good. It's good that you guys have a clear idea in your hearts. I'll leave you guys alone then. Xia Yuchen was a bit surprised. Oh, then what are you looking for me for? Zhao Ling, help me find some people. Xia Yuchen, what person? Zhao Ling, Taoist priests. Authentic Taoist priests. Preferably from Maoshan or Longhu Mountain. Xia Yuchen, why? I always need to know a reason, right? Zhao Ling, don't worry about the reason. I won't say anything anyway. You'll find out later. Xia Yuchen was silent for a moment. But, one word, help or not? Zhao Ling directly interrupted to understand Yuchen's words. Xia Yuchen was helpless. No, it's you who are begging me, right? Zhao Ling's face was unnatural for a moment, and then he opened his mouth in a straightforward manner. If you help me, the matter of arranging for someone to keep an eye on me before will be written off. Xia Yuchen shook his head. Forget it, he is not a big man. Do not bother with him, okay? I will arrange for someone to go and look for it. However, you have to be mentally prepared. Nowadays, in this world, most of the ones that appear are crooks. I'm afraid it's hard to find two really competent ones, and I don't know if there are any. Zhao Ling didn't care much about it. Don't worry, as long as you pay attention, you'll definitely find it. After things were said and done, Zhao Mandarin started to drive people away. It's almost time. It's so late. Go back to rest early. I'm going to sleep too. Xia Yuchen froze, then faced a look of anger. Good guy, this is used up and thrown but still turned around and went out. Forget it, lazy to care about him. Xia Yuchen went downstairs and left after talking to Wu Xie and the others. Wu Xie and the others also went to rest individually when they saw that Zhao Ling did not intend to come down. Zhao Mandarin in the room took out the shadowy volume, looked at it for a long time, or did not open it. Open it also do not know what will be seen. Unknown things. Forget it, all the law of being, when it is viewed as such. After a long time, he sighed and put it away. The next morning, Dark Glasses began to special training up Wu Oblique and Wang Fat, two people he called as No Mercy. Wu Oblique they cursed while practicing according to his requirements. Black Glasses to Wu Oblique test, found that he is still more suitable to use the dagger, deliberately in this direction to teach him, and finally also through the solution Yuchin to Wu Oblique a dagger. Wu Oblique this is every day to take, practice a little, play a little bit of. Zhao Mandarin looked straight to shake his head, the weapon of the physical combat, he is still not too fond of. The next few days, Zhao Ling has been on the side to observe the training between them, and from time to take some food to tempt them a little bit, making Wu Xie their love and hate. If not Zhao Ling still from time to feed them too, then they really want to rebel. Chapter 52, Separation. After just over 10 days, Wu Xie's side suddenly received a message from Look his third uncle, and the content of the message had something to do with Zhang Qi Lattice, or rather, with Benai. When Wu Xie got the news, he almost realized what his third uncle meant. It seemed that Benai was the next place he needed to go. Fatty Wang looked amused. Tianjun, this third uncle of yours is afraid that he won't be able to find the land. The address has been sent. Xie Yuchen, I'm afraid that because we haven't made any moves these days, they're a bit anxious, including the people behind us who I'm afraid can't hide it any longer. Xie Yuchen thought of the people who had been spying on them that he had uncovered in the past 2 days and felt a little annoyed. These people were really shady. The dark glasses hadn't opened their mouths to speak. Sitting on the side with Zhang Qi Lattice and fuming, Zhao Ling was also playing the game and didn't get involved in their conversation, but his eyes just happened to glance at the dark glasses, and then, as if he thought of something, his eyes twinkled, put down his cell phone, and sat up. Zhao Ling, Master Black has nothing to say? Black glasses heard Zhao Ling called him. Heart secretly said a bad. This is not he did not open up well. How can also be involved in his body, which led him how to say. It is difficult to say that he took the single Wu. Do not let Xie Yuchen go to Benai, but do not want to Wu oblique they have been stayed not to move. Wu Sanso sighed before they cannot wait for it. Dark glasses, what can I say about that? This time Xie Yuchen also found the black glasses are not right, which if usual, he is afraid that he has long been planning to collect money to do bodyguards. This time so quiet do not want to make money. Xie Yuchen's face sank. Blindy, say it, who did you receive money from? Dark glasses face crossed. Master Hua, really not this time. Wu Xie and Wang Fatty froze, and randomly reacted. Master Black, this is not fair, we are still suffering here, and you went to make money Zhang Qi Lattice's gaze also looked at him, and Black Glasses was a little weak for a moment as he was being watched by several people. Alright, I admit that I received money, just not to let you go to Benai. The Dark Glasses looked at Xie Yuchen with a serious gaze as he spoke, and Xie Yuchen froze. You won't let me go? Dark Glasses, that's right. Xie Yuchen, who paid for it? The Dark Glasses' head tilted slightly, a haughty look on his face. I can't say this, after all, I also have professional ethics. Xie Yuchen smacked his lips helplessly, then took out his bank card. How much? The Dark Glasses took one look at his movements and immediately pulled out a POS machine. Master Hua, please spend. Xie Yuchen pressed a few numbers on it, and the Dark Glasses looked at it and twisted his head again. Master Black, I am a professional. Xie Yuchen pressed another 0 on it, and the Dark Glasses instantly spoke. Second Master. Then fearing that he wouldn't understand, he added, Second Master of the Wu family. These two words not only Xie Yuchen froze, Wu Xie also froze. My second uncle? Xie Yuchen, the second master of the Wu family? How come? Dark Glasses, it's not like you had someone go to Benai before, and someone was worried about your safety before. Black Glasses felt something was wrong only halfway through his sentence and immediately closed his mouth. But Xie Yuchen and the others had already heard it, and Xie Yuchen's face sank. Solve the Lianhuan. Dark Glasses averted his eyes slightly sheepishly. Luckily with sunglasses on they couldn't see the unnaturalness under his eyes. Wu Xie also smiled in realization. It seems that the Mandarin was right. My second uncle knows exactly what they did. Before, he was still guessing, but now it was already solid. Zhao Ling, Master Wu Wei told you to stole Master Hua, but there's no Wu Xie, is there? Dark Glasses, yeah. Zhao Ran smiled. Wu Xie, it looks like it's time for you to go. Wu Xie also already knew. Since they want me to go, let's make the trip. Little brother, Fatty, are you ready? Fatty Wang patted his chest, just waiting for this day. Also Zhangqi Latticework slightly nodded. Eyes looked at Wu Oblique Bottom as tenderness flashed. Dark Glasses heatedly smiled. Hey, I've taught you guys slightly enough these days, and with Mute Zhang around, your safety is still guaranteed. Xie Yuchen, then I. Xie Yuchen looked at the crowd. Was he going to go or not? Wu Xia, little flower, since Xia Lianhuan doesn't want you to go, you'd better stay in the capital for now. Xia Yuchen just wanted to retort, but was stopped by Zhao Ling. Benai is the path of Wu Xia and the others. Yours isn't there, at least not right now. Xia Yuchen froze. What do you mean? Zhao Ling, Wu Xia went to Benai because everything he went through before just happened to get there. But you're not, are you? The clues you checked before couldn't connect to Benai? Wu Xia suddenly realized. Right, little flower. The people behind this shouldn't know that we guessed these things, so you can't be with us or the other party will be suspicious. Thinking about solving Yu Chun for a moment, he also felt that what he said was reasonable. Alright, then you guys go first. I'll stay here, so that I can contact him if there's anything at that time. Wu Xia nodded, then looked at Zhao Ling. Brother Ling, so are you coming with us? Zhao Ling turned his head to look at him with a strange face. I'm not going. Don't see that it's just a small place with a small family. It's not suitable for me. Zhao Ling shook his head as he spoke, a face of resistance. Wu Xia, alright, then I'll go with little brother and Fatty. Xia Yuchen looked at Black Glasses. Master Black isn't going to become a bodyguard? Dark Glasses shook his head. I'm not still taking orders. I need to follow you for the next few days. Xia Yuchen rolled her eyes and didn't pay any attention to him. After that was said and done, early the next morning, Wu Qi and the others left. Xia Yuchen also went to Changsha with Hua Xiuxiu, saying that he wanted to check on Xia Lianhuan in Wusan province. Zhao Ling did not care about them. They had a number in their hearts, and there was no need for them to meddle with it themselves, lest they expose themselves. Zhao Ling hadn't been dashing around alone for 2 days when he received a call from Yin Nanfeng. Zhao Ling was a bit strange. This Yin boss suddenly came to a phone call. It couldn't be to find him to chat. Zhao Ling answered the phone. Boss Yin, what can I tell you? Yin Nanfeng's somewhat tired voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhao official, I've encountered a problem here. I need your help. Money is not a problem. Zhao Ling raised an eyebrow. Oh, I wonder what the problem is. Yin Nanfeng, come to the Crescent Moon Hotel. It's hard to tell over the phone. Zhao Ling, okay, I'll come over later. Zhao Mandarin hung up the phone, face a little puzzled. This Yin boss is nothing. Listen to her tone. This matter is not small. I'm afraid. I do not know what kind of. While thinking downstairs ready to go out, just as he got into the car, he received another call from Yu Chen. Zhao Ling, Master Hua. What's wrong? Xia Yuchen, didn't you ask me to find a Taoist priest before? I got a new one here. Zhao Ling, what news? Xia Yuchen, Yin boss of the Crescent Moon Hotel has found some Taoist priests to solve the problem. One of them is said to be a disciple of Longhu Mountain. You can go and take a look. Zhao Ling, really? Such a coincidence. Boss Yin called me as well. I'm just about to go check it out. Xia Yuchen was a bit surprised. Boss Yin even looked for you. It seems like Crescent Moon Hotel is indeed in trouble this time. Zhao Ling didn't care. We'll know if we go and see. Hang up first. I'll go and see what's going on. Xia Yuchen, okay, pay some attention. Zhao Ling hung up the phone, started the car and headed towards the Crescent Moon Hotel. Chapter 53, The Painting. When Zhao Ran arrived at the Crescent Moon Hotel, Sonic Slow was already waiting at the door, and when he saw Zhao Ran, he immediately greeted him. Mr. Zhao, you're here. The boss is waiting for you inside. Zhao Ling followed him forward. Along the way there appeared a number of people wearing Taoist robes. Zhao Ling looked surprised. You Crescent Moon Hotel, this is a party? Sonic's face was a bit stony, and it was too late to take into account the flirtation in Zhao Ling's words. Sonic, all hired by the boss to fix that painting. Zhao Ling heard the important information. Painting? What painting? Sonic, someone down there collected a painting and something happened before it was delivered to the store. So the boss just got someone to take care of it. Zhao Ran sniffed and didn't ask any more questions, following Sonic up the stairs and entering the room. Inside, Yin Nanfeng, Zhang Rishan were all there, and next to them was a figure wearing a white Taoist robe. Seeing them come in, Yin Nanfeng got up. Zhao Ling, you're here. Zhao Ling, Boss Yin, long time no see. Yin Nanfeng pulled out a smile somewhat far-fetchedly. It was the expression on his face that was somewhat bitter. Zhao Ran casually found a chair and sat down, and Yin Nanfeng let Sonic go out. Then he looked at Zhao Ling. You should have seen it just now. Those people are all fake Taoist priests. None of them are useful. Zhao Ling took a sip of the tea in front of him. How big of a deal is this that it requires Boss Yin to make such a big deal out of finding someone? Yin Nanfeng, a very odd painting. Yin Nanfeng's face was ugly when he mentioned it. Zhao Ling, Boss Yin, you can't train your men well. You keep running into those troublesome things. Yin Nanfeng was a bit embarrassed as Zhang Rishan spoke. Let's settle things first. Zhao Ran nodded at his words and then looked at the white Dao-robed man, who had been looking at him since he came in a while ago, and if he didn't know that the other party's eyes were really clear, he would have thought that the other party wasn't looking at him. Zhao Ling, who is this? When the man heard Zhao Ling mention him, he got up and performed a Taoist salute. My name is Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu. Zhao Ran mentally went over the name and took a look at the other party's attire and spoke. Which family's junior? This is out for training? Zhang Yu was a bit excited at his words. I wonder which Taoist friend it is. My name is Zhang Yu from Longhu Mountain. Your Excellency. Before Zhang Yu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhao Ling raising his hand. Don't. I'm not a member of the Taoist sect. If you really want to talk about it, you should be a member of the Buddhist sect. Zhang Yu's face instantly changed. Are you making fun of me? Yin Nanfeng and Zhang Rishan were both a bit confused when they looked at Zhang Yu's aura all over his body. How did this suddenly lead to a sword fight? Zhao Ling looked at Zhang Yu's appearance and sighed helplessly. It seems that it's the same here. There's always some contradiction between the Buddhist and Taoist sects. Zhao Ling, you don't have to get excited. I've also long since stopped being in the Buddhist sect, and now I'm at most a casual cultivator. Zhang Yu then sat down, but looked at Zhao Ling's eyes are no longer friendly at the beginning. Zhao Ling sighed in his heart. Lost strategy. A moment of carelessness forgot the relationship between the two factions. This will not come to offend people. Zhao Mandarin hate to give himself a slap. What is this called? He is here to ask for help, not to offend people. Forget it. It is better to wait until the matter is resolved in order to explain it to people. Here is the matter. Surely we must ask for the help of the people of the Taoist sect, or else he does not have much confidence. Zhang Yu looked at Yin Nanfeng and Zhang Rishan. I'm sorry, I was the one who got excited. Boss Yin apologizes. Zhao Ling looked at Zhang Yu as now a look of etiquette. The face does not show, but the heart but spit a pass. This look is the pro-disciple. Otherwise where can have this kind of cultivation anyway, Mao Shan certainly not. And then thought of the previous he met the disciples of Mao Shan. A word on the physical super. He is not the identity of the poser, but also do not want to deal with them Mao Shan people. Too short-guarded, offended by a group of people. The first thing he did was to get a good look at the people he met in the past. Yin Nanfeng, both of you, then let me say what I need your help with this time. Zhao Ling, Boss Yin can say anything. Yin Nanfeng, it is like this. My following fellows did not pay attention when collecting things. Took an ancient painting, looked like an old object, but that thing has not been brought back. Fellows have had an accident, just like a changed person. The whole person withered. Every day holding that painting, nothing to do. And later still other fellows found out that something is not right before they reported it. I suspected that it was the painting, so I had it put away, but without it, the man was looking for the painting like crazy, no matter who stopped him. So in the end I had to have him knocked out and the painting locked up. Zhao Ling's eyebrows furrowed. He always felt that this plot was déjà vu. Could it be that there was this painting here as well? Various questions drifted through Zhao Ling's mind, but none of them were uttered. Waiting quietly for Yin Nanfeng's next words, Yin Nanfeng said and had the painting brought out. The painting they put in a box and as soon as they took it out a smell permeated the room. Zhang Yu, this tastes so strange. Yin Nanfeng nodded. The painting was there when I got it back, and I don't know what the flavor is. Zhao Ling, where did you get the painting? Yin Nanfeng, I don't know the specifics anymore, and that fellow didn't wake up, and neither did any of the others. Zhao Ling sighed. Forget it, give me the painting. I'll take a look. Zhao Ling got up and took the box, opened it and saw the familiar scroll, closed his eyes. It was indeed it. Zhang Yu stopped Zhao Ling when he was about to pick up the painting. You're just going to take it? What if there's something on it that will confuse people? Zhao Ran was a bit surprised. This person was indeed not bad. This still new to remind him. If he were him, he wouldn't care if others died or lived. Zhao Ling stopped and spread his hands. So, Zhang Yu took out a few talismans from his arms. This is the clear heart talisman. It still has some effect. You all keep it just in case. Zhang Yu said and handed the talisman to the three of them. Zhao Mandarin took it and scrutinized it carefully. It did have some effect. With his current ability to draw such a talisman was already very good. His natural talent was enough. Zhao Ling, I'll open it then. Zhang Yu, well, be careful. Zhao Ling did not care. Directly on the hand to open the painting. While opening the side also read the poem. The clouds want a dress, flowers want a face. The spring breeze brushed the threshold dew thick. If I hadn't seen it at the top of the Jade Mountain, I would have met it under the moon at Yao Tai. While Zhao Ling's gaze remained unchanged as he looked at the painting, Yin Nanfeng was startled by the poem Zhao Ling read out, and for a moment he didn't know what to do in response. Zhao Ling then hung the painting on the shelf in front of the three of them and introduced it to them with a smile on his face. The night makeup of concubine Yang, it's really an old thing, and it's still worth quite a lot of money. Yin Nanfeng couldn't wait to give Zhao Ling 2 hits. Was this the time to discuss value? Chapter 54, Burn It. Zhang Yu's face looked a bit bad. This painting, why does it feel so weird? Zhao Ling didn't answer and sat back to his position, not planning on opening his mouth to speak, waiting for them to deal with it. Yin Nanfeng looked at Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling, you know this painting? Zhang Yu and Zhang Rishan's gazes also turned to him. Indeed, he didn't look like he was scared at all just now. Opening it so casually and viewing it, it didn't look like he was scornful in any way. Zhao Ling shrugged. Seen it once. Indeed, it was only once, and then it was burned, and I didn't expect another one to appear here. Yin Nanfeng was a bit agitated. Then what do you think you're going to do with it? Zhao Ling, listen to me. Better see what this Taoist Zhang has to say first. Zhao Ran steered the topic to Zhang Yu. Yin Nanfeng and Zhang Rishan also looked at each other. Zhang Yu glanced at Zhao Ran doubtfully, and seeing the other party looking like an old man, he suppressed the disbelief in his heart and opened his mouth. I can tell that there is a demonic aura on this painting, and the odor should be directed at men, said Zhang Rishan. Zhang Rishan's face stiffened. Then he spoke. I don't feel anything. Is it the effect of your talisman? it's not just the talisman. There's also something on your body that's protecting you. This was Zhao Ling's voice, and when he saw the puzzled expression that Zhang Rishan threw over, Zhao Ling raised his eyebrows and smiled, but did not continue on. Nanfeng, then, Daoist Zhang. I wonder what to do about it. Zhang Yu was a little hesitant. As far as he could see, the painting was very ominous. It was best to burn it, or he could bring it back to his master for him to let them deal with it. But it was someone else's stuff in the end, so it was not a good idea to talk about it. Zhao Ling did see what he meant. It seemed that this person's strength could indeed be seen, and he also saw the mystery of the painting, and then spoke directly. It's very simple. Burn it. Nanfeng froze. Just burn it? Zhang Yu was also relieved to see Zhao Ran speak up. He rarely went down the mountain. This kind of situation was something he really didn't know how to deal with. Seeing Zhao Ling speak, he immediately agreed. That's right. This harmful thing was attached to the painting, and when the painting was gone, it also disappeared. Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. She was not sorry about this painting. There was not much money anyway. She was not so concerned about this amount of money. It was just that it was too weird for this thing to harm people. She was a little worried. Zhang Rishan, then I'll trouble you two to handle it. Zhao Ling looked at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu took out a talisman, recited a mantra and threw it onto the painting. The painting was immediately set on fire, but the smoke was indeed green. Nanfeng and Zhang Rishan looked a bit strange, but Zhao Ling and Zhang Yu were already accustomed to it. As the painting burned halfway, a mournful scream came from inside. All four were startled, but Zhao Ling and Zhang Yu quickly reacted that it was something inside, while Nanfeng and Zhang Rishan froze for a long time. This thing was too contrary to their worldview. Only after the painting was burned did Nanfeng leisurely come back to his senses and look at Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling, what's in there? Zhao Ling, it's just a demonic creature. Zhang Rishan, I wonder if you could tell us about the origin of this thing. You should know about it, right? Zhang Yu also looked curiously at Zhao Ling when he heard this. Although he could tell that there was medicine on it, he didn't know the specifics and didn't really understand what was inside. Now that he knew that someone knew about this, he was naturally very excited. Zhao Ling, well, I once heard a rumor that after concubine Yang died at Manhwa Slope back then, a magician consumed her flesh and blood, ground it into powder, mixed it into pigments, and drew this picture of concubine Yang's night makeup, and concubine Yang's soul was forever imprisoned in it, fused with the painting, and came out of the painting every night to have a rendezvous with Emperor Tang Xuanzong. That's why there is the July 7th Palace of Eternal Life, when no one whispers in the middle of the night. Later, the Eastern and Japanese envoys returned home and stole the painting, and since then the two have never seen each other again. And Yang Guifei also slowly became a demonic creature after remaining in this world, attracting the people who look at the painting to enter the world in the painting, and when a person is indulging in the painting, sucking his or her essence until that person dies, and what you smell is in her bones. When Zhao Ling finished his last sentence, his smile was a bit nasty as he looked at the three people. Zhang Rishan was fine, but Nanfeng and Zhang Yu's faces were much uglier, with a revolting look on their faces. Zhao Ling smiled and spoke, that's for you to know. I'm just satisfying you. Nanfeng didn't say anything and silently gave Zhao Ling a thumbs up in his heart. Nanfeng, thank you both for this. As for the payment, I will call you both later. Zhao Ling, boss Ian, I've come all the way here to help you, so this payment can't be less. Nanfeng's face stiffened. Disgusting me. Right, give me a wait. Sooner or later to clean you up. A smile lifted up on his random face. I wonder how much you want. Zhao Ling, depends on the boss. 100 and 200 is not too little. 300 and 400 is not too much. Nanfeng didn't bother to look at Zhao Ling again and waved his hand. I'll have someone call you back. Zhao Ling instantly stood up straight. Thank you, boss Ian. Then he looked at Zhang Yu. Daoist Zhang, let's have a chat. Zhao Ling smiled a bit strangely, and Zhang Yu was a bit confused while his heart snapped. What is it? Zhao Ling came forward and put his arm around Zhang Yu in a brotherly manner. Go out and say it. Saying that, she wrapped her arms around the person and walked away. Zhang Yu wanted to break free, but realized that Zhao Ling's force was very heavy. She had absolutely no way to break free, and could only be swept away by the other party. Zhao Ling also turned around and said to Nanfeng, Boss Ian, don't forget about Taoist Master Zhang. Nanfeng gritted his teeth. What a? Zhang Rishan wanted to laugh as he watched. This Zhao Ling is really bold and has no scruples, but looking at the other party, it looks like he has no scruples. Zhao Ling put his arm around Zhang Yu and then let go of the other party after walking out of the door of the Crescent Moon Hotel. Zhang Yu was about to spit on him, when she looked up and saw Zhao Ling's face full of seriousness, and she didn't know what to say all of a sudden. Zhao Ling didn't care about him. Follow me. Zhang Yu also do not know why, just so followed Zhao Ling got into the car. See people sit down. Zhao Ling directly drive away. After a while, Zhang Yu back to God, no, you take me where Zhao Ran inclined his head and smiled. Isn't it a bit late to be asking that question now? Zhang Yu was a little panicked in her heart. I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of you. If you dare to touch me, my master won't be able to spare you. Zhao Ling was a bit curious. Is that so? I wonder how powerful your master is. Zhang Yu, my master is a half-step heavenly master. Zhao Ling's driving hand paused for a moment. Half-step heavenly master. Sure enough, there are ghosts. Their cultivation is to be faster. Otherwise, in this era of the end of the law, it is difficult to cultivate into an earth master, let alone a heavenly master. Chapter 55, a different kind of cell phone. Zhao Ling shook his head and laughed lightly. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just want you to do me a favor. Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. What favor? Zhao Ling didn't say it outright, but asked again. Are you a direct disciple of Longhu Mountain? Zhang Yu stood up his chest when he sniffed. Of course, my master was the previous sect master. Zhao Ling, well then, please go back and give a message to all your elders for me. Zhang Yu was a bit puzzled. What words? Zhao Ling, just tell them I have something important to discuss with them. About the dragon vein. Zhang Yu's eyes widened when he heard this. Although he was still young, he still knew something about what his master and all the ancestors had done. But this person in front of him would actually mention the dragon vein. Zhang Yu, who the hell are you? Zhao Ling, I can't tell you now. You remember to go back and pass the messages? Your master, what they mean, remember to tell me. Then, Zhao Ling stopped the car. Here it is. Zhang Yu froze, randomly glanced outside and realized that it was the very hotel he was staying in, which was even more confusing. This he didn't seem to say he was staying. Zhao Ling naturally could see his doubts, but did not mean to give him a solution. He was not going to tell him that he had found a kind person to ask before. Zhang Yu saw Zhao Ling look like he was asking people to get off the bus, and knew that he couldn't ask anything, unbuckled his seatbelt, and when he was about to get off the bus, he remembered something and asked something. No, then how do I contact you? Zhao Ling slapped his forehead. TSK, I almost forgot. Then he took out his tens, waved his hand and handed it over. My phone. Zhang Yu saw in front of this transparent still do not know how many screens of the cell phone froze. Eyes are going to stare out. What is this? Your magic weapon? Zhao Ling gave him a strange look. My tens ah, handsome or not? What else could Zhang Yu say? It was indeed handsome, but was this something from the young world? Or had he not been down the mountain for too long and didn't realize that it had all developed like this down there? He didn't ask anything, though, and looked at the phone number on it, taking out his own keypad cell phone and writing down the number on it before slipping his own cell phone back into his pocket, getting out of the car on his own. No, he had to go back and ask his master if the world outside was different from all of them? The cell phones used were all so powerful. Zhao Ling naturally tucked his cell phone back into his pocket and drove off, thinking that the people from the Dao sect would have given him a satisfactory answer. Zhao Mandarin drove around again and didn't return to the villa until nightfall. Back to the villa. Zhao Mandarin took out the solution Yu Chen prepared for his cell phone. No electricity, so he did not bother to take out. Before, because he did not want to attract attention, did not use their own small 10. But now think about it. In any case, should pay attention to his people will not be less. Care about them for what? Randomly threw the cell phone to the side. Take their own small 10 played the game. After a while, an arrival message caught his attention. Zhao Ling took a closer look. Oh, it was Yin Nanfeng who called him. 2 million, it was okay. Zhao Ling didn't care. It didn't matter how much money was with him. Before he could take back his eyes, another message came. Zhao Ran took a look. $10,000 in the account? Zhao Ling was a bit strange, then suddenly remembered something and happily started another game. On the other side, Black Glasses watched Xie Yuchen swipe the card and was very happy. But after waiting for a long time and not hearing the arrival message from his cell phone, Xie Yuchen wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the Black Glasses. The dark glasses looked at Xie Yuchen with some strange eyes. Master Hua, you wouldn't be slipping blind me. You didn't swipe this card. Xie Yuchen's face changed. His eyes narrowed slightly. Do I look like someone who lacks this amount of money from you? Then he glanced at the Black Glasses POS. I'm afraid this thing of yours is broken. The dark glasses immediately shook his head. No way. This is the latest model I have. Then he looked at Xie Yuchen with a pleasing face. Master Hua, why don't you try brushing it once more? Xie Yuchen gave him a blank stare. What good thing are you thinking about? I've already paid the money anyway. If you don't fulfill the task, then it's your professionalism that's not up to par. The dark glasses got upset when they heard this. Master Black, I'm a professional. How could I possibly disown it? But the dark glasses really did not see any arrival information. Check the card. There is really no money. Look at Xie Yuchen, a clean look. Think it may not be his problem. Muttered in his heart, is it possible that the POS machine is really bad? Then his eyes went to Mop, who was off to the side, and he stepped forward to put his arm around Mop's shoulders. Mop, take a card out and try it. The Mop cried with a sad face. How is this still related to him? Then looked at the dark glasses. Master Black, I don't have any money. Dark glasses eyes aside, borrowed. It's not like I won't pay you back. The mop cried and begged in vain, only to take out a card. Dark glasses immediately reached out and took it, swiped a sum of money on it, waited for a long time, or did not arrive. The mood is instantly bad. Then the dark glasses and brushed a few times. Look at the mop as eye pain. Heartache and do not dare to say anything. After all, dark glasses this force he cannot beat. Finally can only look to Xiaoyuchen for help. Xiaoyuchen looked at him that look of crying or a little want to laugh, and then called the dark glasses. Wake up, still not dead, you're either the machine is broken, or tied the wrong card. Black glasses froze. This machine is he just got back, how can it be bad? Suddenly, he remembered that before the Zhao official took to go, said to use, but do not know to take to do what, he did not ask, and now he cannot collect the money, only to remember that there is this matter. Figuring it out, dark glasses tossed the card back to Mop. Damn. Master Black is getting blackballed. Xiaoyuchen see black glasses figured out what, although curious, but still very I did not open the door to ask, which if you open the door, the other party to let him repay, that is not a loss. Dark glasses, Master Hua, when are we going back to the capital? I miss Zhao Ling. When black glasses said the word Zhao Ling, he gritted his teeth a bit. Xiaoyuchen looked at him and probably guessed that this matter might be related to Zhao Ling. It seems that he went back and had a good show to watch again. Xiaoyuchen snickered in his heart, but his face did not move. Tomorrow morning's plane, Wu oblique side came a pattern, to go back to the Crescent Moon Hotel to ask. Dark glasses, okay, go back tomorrow. Zhao Ling your ass, wait for me. Zhao looked at his cell phone and made a few more deposits, although not much, but a little makes a lot, and expressed an affirmation of the ability of the dark glasses, and then put down the phone and went to bed. Chapter 56. Early the next morning, Zhao Ling woke up and his eyelids jumped twice. This is someone who misses me. Zhao Ling looked at himself in the mirror and nodded. Well, as always, handsome Zhao Ling made himself a meal and was about to eat it when he heard the doorbell. Zhao Ling was speechless. Who this is, so good at picking the time. Zhao Ling spat and spat, but still went to open the door, and as soon as he opened it, he saw Yu Chen in dark glasses and a woman in a denim jumpsuit standing in the doorway. Zhao Ren skipped the two in front of him and stopped his gaze on the woman. Yo, what's this beauty's name? Xiaoyuchen looked at his fawning demeanor a bit too much, but still introduced them. This is from the Hua family. Hua Xiao, my friend. Looking at Hua Xiao again. Xiao, this is Zhao Ling. I told you about him. Hua Xiao greeted Zhao Ling with a smile on her face. Ling, how are you? I'm Hua Xiao. Brother Xiaohua mentioned you and said you're very good. Zhao Ling laughed even more happily. Overpraise. Inside please, said to welcome them into the door. Dark glasses since Zhao Ling opened the door after the face has been cloudy. See them speak also did not take care of their own, leaving themselves to enter the door. Finally could not help but open his mouth. Zhao Ling your grandfather. Return my money. Zhao Ling froze, then looked at him with a smile. What kind of money? Dark glasses look at him as if he does not know anything to be angry. This person, more and more good at pretending Black glasses see him like this cannot ask what. Up 2 steps to his side, began to search. Zhao Mandarin froze for 2 seconds, reacted, instantly jumped away. What are you doing you? The dark glasses looked at him and smiled, then headed inside, not caring that Zhao Ling was shouting after him. Zhao Ran turned his gaze to Xiaoyuchen, and in his eyes was doubt mixed with a smirk. Shuang Xiaoyuchen made a show of stating that he didn't know either, and Zhao Ling, forget it, come in. After the three of them entered the door, they saw the dark glasses holding Zhao Ling's previous white cell phone and pressing it, but there had been no response. Zhao Ling was helpless. It's dead. It's useless if you're pressing it. Dark glasses then put down the cell phone. Don't try to weasel your way out of this. I'll find the evidence sooner or later. Then went back into the kitchen. Eat? A little bit if you can get it back. Zhao Ran smiled helplessly and looked at Xiaoyuchen and Hua Xiao. Let's go. Let's eat first. It just so happens that I've done quite a bit. Randomly, as if remembering something, his face changed and he turned around and hurriedly walked in, only to go in and find dark glasses standing in place with his tens with a shocked look on his face. Hearing the voice, he turned his head to look at him. Is this your cell phone? Zhao Ling raised his hand and slapped his forehead. How did he forget this and forgot to put it away? And somewhat stammered back. Yes, it's very different, isn't it? Said also sardonically laughed twice. Black glasses do not care about his reaction it. Inadvertently a stroke. Just in time to see those arrival information. Instantly angry. Zhao Mandarin your grandfather. Dare to rob Black Master my money. Xiaoyuchen and Hua Xiao were startled by his shout. And Hua Xiao looked at Xiaoyuchen with the question what happened in her eyes. The question. Xiaoyuchen gave him a helpless look. He really didn't know how to say it right either. Zhao Ling saw that the dark glasses had discovered it inside. Alas, how was it discovered so quickly? Unfortunately. Dark glasses, what do you mean you're still sighing? Give me my money back. Ignoring his questioning, Zhao Ran sat himself down in his chair and looked up at his dark glasses. You know what the most unfortunate thing in the world is? Dark glasses froze. What are you trying to say? Zhao Mandarin smiled slightly. Let me tell you, the most unfortunate thing in the world is when people die and the money isn't spent. Dark glasses just felt an arrow in his heart. What do you mean? Zhao Ling took a bite of the food. It means, if you give me the money and I save your life, you're worth a lot of money, alright? Otherwise, in your situation, is it useful to earn so much money? It's not like you have a chance to spend it. Zhao Ling looked at him with a raised eyebrow at the end of his sentence, just waiting for Black Glasses to answer. Xia Yuchen also heard the important information in his words, and took 2 steps to Black Glasses' side. Looking at Zhao Ling, what do you mean by your words just now? Zhao Ling didn't say anything and looked at Black Glasses, who clenched his back teeth. Okay, good enough, you can see this. Black Glasses gritted his teeth a little and looked at Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling, alright, not just a little money. What's there to worry about it? The other beauty is still there. It's not too shameful. Then he looked at Hua Xiuxiu. Xiuxiu, come over and eat. Try your Mandarin brother's handiwork. Although Hua Xiuxiu could probably tell that there was something a little strange about the atmosphere between them, Xiao Hua's brother didn't even say anything, so she stayed out of the way and answered with a smile before going over to sit down. Xia Yuchen patted Black Glasses' shoulder. Let's eat first. Zhao Ling raised his eyes and glanced at his dark glasses. Eat? Dark glasses, okay, eat? After eating I'm still waiting to see our officials show off their skills. Zhao Ling smiled. Good point, good point. The 4 of them then had a very quiet lunch together, after which Xia Yuchen sent Hua Xiuxiu back, seeing that Black Glasses and Zhao Ling should have their own things to talk about, so he left very consciously. After they left, Zhao Ling and Dark Glasses sat on the sofa in the living room. Dark Glasses' face was stony, not at all like his usual gags. Dark Glasses, tell me, how are you going to help me? Zhao Ling asked a little illy. What? Don't want money? Dark Glasses clenched his teeth and spat out a few words quietly. Don't make me punch you when I'm at my calmest. Zhao Ling touched his nose. Okay, then looked at the Dark Glasses with a serious face. I said before that there is something on you that needs my help. Am I right? Black Glasses froze, suddenly remembered before in the desert. Zhao Ling said that sentence and that meaningful expression. So is this the meaning? At that time, he still thought that the other party was casually said. Did not expect to wait for him here? Dark Glasses, so you can help me? Zhao Ling, of course. It's a bit of a hassle though. Dark Glasses, what do you want me to do? Zhao Ling, you have to be prepared for the possibility that your eyes will be affected, and it's unlikely that you'll be able to retain your current abilities. Dark Glasses let out a bitter smile. If I had a choice, then I would definitely choose to live healthy and die almost when I deserve to die, rather than living in pain all the time. Zhao Ling patted his shoulder. Okay, I'll help you. Zhao Ling suddenly thought of the words that Wintergreen had said at the time, the kind of simple as life that he wanted to live. Get married, have children, grow old, die normally, and then, in the beginning of a new life. But that was broken by them. Now the Dark Glasses are also the same, by all sorts of things to influence, and finally live into today's appearance. Really should be that the world, all things are impermanent. Chapter 57, Nights, taking advantage of the noon. Zhao Mandarin intends to take care of the things on the Dark Glasses. The Dark Glasses this time again a little hesitant. Are you sure you can take care of him? Zhao Ling, don't worry, if I accidentally screw you over, I can pull you back. Dark Glasses panicked even more now. No, you're messing with me. Zhao Ran couldn't stand to see him like this, and directly dragged the man away to his room, pulled a chair, and pressed the Dark Glasses into the chair. Then a phone call. Master Hua, bring in a rope. He realized just now that Understanding Yuqin did not leave, has been in the door of the car, just called in to help. The Dark Glasses were not so calm. No, what are you doing with the rope? Zhao Ling patted his shoulder. Relax, don't be nervous. Not long after, Xia Yuchen came back, holding a rope in his hand, standing in the doorway somewhat puzzled, looking at the 2 of them. You are. Zhao Ling gave him a puzzled look and saw a bit of a look in his eyes, then looked down at the 2 of them and saw that, well, it seemed to be a bit intimate. Instantly releasing his hand on the Dark Glasses' shoulder, he also took a step back and tactically cleared his throat. Come on in, just do me a favor. Xia Yuchen sniffed and walked in. To do what? Zhao Ling heatedly smiled. Catching ghosts for our Black Master. Xia Yuchen, ghost, where did that come from? Zhao Ling looked at the Dark Glasses suspiciously, as if asking, he doesn't know? Dark Glasses looked up and saw the look in his eyes and was speechless for a split second. Master Hua and I are in an employment relationship. How would he know about my affairs? Zhao Ling nodded. Well, employment relationship. Now well, Xiao Chen was even more confused this time. What kind of riddle are you two playing? Zhao Ling, his eyes, it's related to what's behind him. Say it's a ghost, but it's slightly more powerful than a ghost. Say it's a spirit, but it's a bit more hostile. If it's not solved, sooner or later, the other party will drain his blood. Xiao Chen was shocked at his words and looked at Black Glasses. Seeing that the other party still had a look of not caring, his face was a little bad. He completely could not have imagined that Black Glasses, who had always looked like a gamer, had actually been carrying something that would be a threat to his life at any time. What on earth had he gone through to be so calm? Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Xiao Chen looked at Zhao Ling. Are you trying to solve it? Zhao Ruler, yes. I'll trouble Master Hua to tie him up next. Remember to tie it tightly. He then closed the door and also drew a charm on it. Then went to the window, closed it, drew the curtains and agreed to draw a charm. When they went back, Xiao Chen had already tied up the dark glasses, who struggled a bit. Is it necessary to be so tight? Xiao Chen shrugged. Just follow orders. Zhao Liang instead sighed in praise. Tied up nicely. That's the way to do it. Dark glasses, mandarins, how are you going to do this? You can't just not tell me at all. Zhao Ling smiled and walked behind him. Of course I'm going to say it. Words just started. Zhao Mandarin a hand knife split in the back of the neck stems of the black glasses. Black glasses before reacting to fainted. Xiao Chen was surprised by his action. See people fainted. A face of confusion to open his mouth. This is. Zhao Ran clapped his hands. Just in case, this is a bit safer. Then as if remembering something, are you sure you want to stay? Xiao Chen, stay. I'll also see how you actually solved it. Zhao Ling nodded and took out a talisman and handed it to Xiao Chen. Hide well, or else if it comes after you, I can't guarantee that I can save you. Oh. Xiao Chen nodded solemnly and took the talisman to find a less conspicuous place to stay. He saw Zhao Ling standing behind the dark glasses, closing his eyes for a moment before opening them, but at this time, Zhao Ling's pupils had already turned completely golden. He looked in shock, vaguely seeing some symbols from within, but not knowing what they were, and then he felt a pain in his brain, and hastily averted his eyes, slowed down some. In looking at it can avoid the eyes of Zhao Ling. See Zhao Ling hands pinch. In the back of the black glasses drew a charm. The charm fell. In the back of the black glasses can be seen vaguely in a woman wearing a red dress. Just the front of the woman's hair is too long. Cannot see the face. Zhao Li's face became grave. His hand directly supported to the back of the black glasses, slowly exerted force. Xiao Chen seemed to hear some sound. Some miserable. The black glasses body contracted for a moment. Xiao Chen obviously saw that the black glasses hand grasped the armrests of the chair. The blue veins on the neck appeared. At a glance, it is to go through a great deal of pain. Xiao Chen's fists clenched tightly. His eyes became a little scarlet, as if he could not bear to see this scene, while there was also a touch of heartache in his eyes, which just went unnoticed. Zhao Ling then exerted a fierce force, and it was as if the red shadow had been torn in half, letting out a mournful and incomparable sound that seemed unusually loud in the closed room. Xiao Chen then watched as Zhao Ling threw the red shadow to the ground and drew something on the back of the dark glasses with his hand, after which the dark glasses' constantly shaking body slowly calmed down until it tended to be calm. In the middle of this, the red shadow, however, as if it knew it couldn't go back in, fled around and tried to escape, but was blocked back by the talismans around Zhao Ling, and wailed in agony when it didn't touch a single one. Zhao Ling saw that the dark glasses were fine before he turned his head to look at the red shadow. It's your bad luck to run into my hands. Then directly forward, instantly arrived at the red shadow side, punched out a punch. The red shadow directly was a punch smashed out, touched the window was on there was bounced back, then the red shadow a face of vicious, while Zhao Ling has not yet reacted, borrowed the force of the bounce back to attack Zhao Ling. Fortunately, Zhao Ling reacted quickly to avoid the past. The ghosts had to be a flip back toward the other half of the retreat. It seemed to know that it couldn't escape and looked at Zhao Ling, wanting to take one last shot. The red shadow directly made a catapult and attacked Zhao Ling with both hands raised. The corner of Zhao Ling's mouth hooked up a smile and slightly deflected and moved beyond the attack of the stern ghost. Then he raised his hand and grabbed the stern ghost's hand, and the other palm slapped the stern ghost's abdomen. Zhao Ling stomped the stern ghost under his feet, took out his own soul destruction gun, and pointed it at the stern ghost's forehead. You're very brave. Wanting to fight me hard. It's been a long time since I've seen a ghost that wanted to fight hard with a ferryman, and I'm still a little excited. Zhao Ling was just about to shoot it to extinguish it when he thought of something else, and the corner of his mouth hooked up in a bad smile. This thing of yours is still valuable, and it's too much of a shame for it to disappear just like that. Zhao Ran then put away his gun and took out 2 talismans to wrap up the stern ghost. Chapter 58, Awakening. Xiao Chen was still wondering how Zhao Ling didn't kill the female ghost when Zhao Ling's hand surged with spiritual energy, and the bound female ghost only felt a flame burning its body, but it couldn't break free. In a short while, the body of the ghost quietly dissipated and a red bead fell down. Zhao Li raised his hand to catch it, and then the golden color of his eyes faded and turned into black pupils again. Zhao Ling himself seemed to have unloaded his strength, his body stumbled. Xiao Yuchen hurriedly came forward to help him to sit down on another chair, his face a little worried. Xiao Yuchen, are you alright? Zhao Ling, it's fine, a bit off the hook for a moment, just take a break. Xiao Yuchen, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll go prepare it. When it comes to food, Zhao Ran is not tired and opens his mouth. I want to eat an old hen. Xiao Yuchen froze, then lost his smile. Zhao Ling wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Xiao Yuchen. Loose, walk the earth. I know. Zhao Ran smiled, troubling Master Hua. Xiao Yuchen smiled helplessly and was called back by Zhao Ling. Untie him, there's no telling when he'll wake up. Xiao Yuchen looked towards the still drowsy black glasses and stepped forward to untie his rope. This is the only time you're honest. Zhao Ling sniffed and laughed lightly. These two people. One arrogant and one shameless. The character is quite suitable. Zhao Ling mentally spat out a sentence. Zhao Ling, help him to the bed. He's like this. I'm afraid he's going to sleep for quite a while. Zhao Ling was already playing a game with his own cell phone now. Not worried at all. And Xiao Yuchen didn't have the intention to ask for his help. Helping his dark glasses to Zhao Ling's bed, and also thoughtfully covering the other party with a blanket before leaving the room. Zhao Ran played the game without much care. After a while, Zhao Ran inadvertently looked up, only to find the tightly covered quilt. Zhao Ran froze for 2 seconds, and then looked at the weather outside. This big sun. Zhao Mandarin sighed, went up and lifted the quilt, took a blanket to cover the dark glasses, then straightened up, surveyed for 2 seconds, shook his head. He retracted his own words just now. It always felt that Master Hua had a feeling of wanting to get the other party killed but leaving room for maneuver with the dark glasses, then reacted to what he thought, and immediately shook his head. What are they thinking about? They should be good friends. Right. Zhao Mandarin is still a little uncertain. Alas, I don't know what happened when they went to Changsha. Zhao Ling thought as he did. Black glasses when he woke up. Only feel like a head like being hit. Very dizzy, still hurt. Eyes are not open. Vaguely heard 2 voices, also mixed with a little music. Listen carefully, only to find that it is actually the sound of the game, or the sound of the pesticide that is now relatively hot. The dark glasses froze before opening his eyes, which seemed a little uncomfortable with the light, opening and closing them before opening them again, turning his head to look outside where the sun still had a little tail left. Dark glasses subconsciously pushed his sunglasses, but there was nothing on his face. Was startled, dizzy getting up and sitting up. When he got up, he felt some pain in his neck, which made him remember what happened before. When he looked up, he saw Zhao Ling sitting on the small couch, playing a game. Zhao Ling didn't even raise his head. Get up if you're awake. This is my bed. Dark glasses surveyed the room and realized that it really wasn't his room. Then got a little excited when he thought that he didn't have his sunglasses on right now and his eyes weren't uncomfortable anymore. My eyes? Zhao Ling, solved, but I won't stop you if you want to bring these sunglasses. Zhao Ling freed a hand and tossed him the sunglasses on the table. The dark glasses took the sunglasses and hemmed and hawed. Hey, this thing is so used to carrying them that it's still uncomfortable not to carry them. Then it was put on his face. Zhao Ling didn't mean to stop him either. Right now his eyes were slightly more stuffed than normal, so it was actually not bad for him to wear sunglasses. Dark glasses got out of bed before remembering something. I'm not blind? Zhao Ran ended the game and got up. How could I leave any loose ends if I made a move? How was it? Was the money well spent? Dark glasses, worth it, very worth it. This is his sincere words. Originally he has given up. Did not think that there is actually today. He still has a day to return to normal. Zhao Ran gratifyingly patted his shoulder. It's good to have this realization. Good. Then remember to earn money in the future. I still have to buy this villa. After saying this, he walked out. Black glasses froze for a moment, then reacted. No. Together with the Black Master I'm selling my body raised his feet and chased after him. Zhao Ling's footsteps quickened and he quickly made his way downstairs to the living room and sat down on the sofa with Yu Chen. Xia Yu Chen, he's awake? Before Zhao Rin replied, he heard the black glasses shouting. Zhao Rin shrugged towards him. Xia Yu Chen held his forehead. It seems to be fine. As soon as he woke up, he was so energetic. Black glasses came down to see the two sitting, directly ignored to understand Yu Chen, and went straight to Zhao Ling. Ling, you won't really have to collect all of Master Black's money from me in the future, right? Black glasses this time also learned a good lesson. To Zhao Mandarin, soft is better than hard. See Zhao not talk, continue to speak. You see, Black Master, I'm tired to work hard to earn a lot of money. You're not receiving a few pennies well, as a payment well, anyway, you also do not lack of money well. Black glasses now cannot care about so much. To his money, the first thing you need to do is to take his life. Xiaoyuchen saw the black glasses this look of flattery with some pampering, turned his head to hold his forehead, shook his head, really no eyes. Zhao Mandarin is disgusted, asterisk 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 asterisk. So big you still pampered you. Zhao Mandarin now directly thought of a certain favorite pampered big guy, directly raised his fist, believe it or not, I punch consume you, me. Black glasses see Zhao official face a little ugly, instantly become normal, I'm doing this for your own good this money are not clean, you take it is not good to spend Zhao Ling smiled slightly, it's okay, I can work part-time as a cleaner. Dark glasses were momentarily speechless. No, so hard to say? Zhao Ling, I'll tell you, now you still have a little something left inside your eyes, because of it you can still continue to see, but it's something that needs my help from time to time, so you spend money, I let you stay here, that's all for your own good. How could he let go of such a good one who would make money? He wouldn't do business at a loss. Afterwards, Zhao Ling looked at Xiaoyuchen again. I've put in a lot of effort to solve it for you. Don't believe me? Ask Master Hua. Zhao Ling's eyes signaled Xiaoyuchen. He let people stay as not to witness it. Otherwise if you can easily solve that thing, how can he still sit on the ground? Xiaoyuchen nodded. Indeed. Chapter 59. Zhao Lingnan insight. Yuchen nodded his head, his heart straight to the satisfaction. Fortunately let you stay. Good teammate. Dark glasses froze. He had always known that the thing behind his back was not simple. He had thought about solving it before but had not been able to do so, but he had seen Zhao Ling's methods before and had thought that he would say that solving the thing on his back should be simple. But now Xiaoyuchen said so. He suddenly felt a little guilty. He is not too petty. Suddenly, Dark glasses shook his head. Not right. He was originally petty. Zhao Ling saw the other party's movements and felt pity. Alas, how did he not fool it? Dark glasses, don't try to fool me. Tell me clearly, what's going on? Zhao Ran sighed. Alas, don't you think about it? I fixed the female ghost for you and your eyes are fine, even a little better. Is that without a price? Don't be too naive, alright. The dark glasses froze, and Xiaoyuchen was also a bit unprepared. So what's going on with my eyes? Zhao Ling pulled out a bead, red in color, and Xiaoyuchen instantly recognized that it was the female ghost that had been transformed into a moment ago. Zhao Ling pointed to the bead and said to them, "This is the female ghost refined into a ghost bead? Now your eyes still remain in a wisp of ghost chi from its body. This, just so there is a spell that allows you to practice how to utilize this ghost chi, so that, not only your eyes saved, there is also the possibility of becoming even more powerful." Zhao Ling finished and then stared at the dark glasses with a smile on his face. "Just tell me, is it worth it?" Before the dark glasses could speak, he turned his head again with a haughty face. "Oops, I won't stop you if you don't want it, or else I'll help you and make you think I'm an ingrate. Then put the ghost beads back." Dark glasses looked torn. "Can't I just consider it a favor I owe you?" Zhao Ran's face was ugly. "I'm not a human being. What do I need favors for?" Black glasses' face changed. Lost strategy. This person in front of him is not good at bargaining. Xiaoyuchen couldn't see past it. "It's just money. Give it to the Mandarin brother." Zhao Ran smiled. "Yeah, why did Master Hua call me Ran? How embarrassing for me." Black glasses thinking anyway. And Zhao Ling, a little more good relationship is not a loss. Anyway, now promised. Can also find ways to get back the former money later. Anyway, he a ghost messenger. How can be so short of money? Maybe it is just a whim. Zhao Ling did not know what was in the mind of the dark glasses. Heard him promise. That is happy bad. Toolman number 2, get. As for his room and board, he does not mind. Anyway, before and not without raising. And this is not still in the flower master in well. From time to come over 2 trips. And he wants to point out the cost of living is not too much. Right. Zhao Ling thought in his heart. Well, not too much. He helped them so much. Not just want to ask for money. How could he Zhao Ling's life be troubled by money? Zhao Ling, let's go. Drink chicken soup. Eat enough to practice. Zhao Ling finished and left. Dark glasses this time only a bit of hindsight. No. So I'm taking my own money to support myself? The dark glasses said and looked at Xiaoyuchen, who helplessly held his forehead. You know that too? However, he did not say it. After all, now look at the dark glasses have been a little broken defense. If the collapse of a little more afraid that it is not good to coax. So without saying a word, followed by Zhao Ling, black glasses looked at the back of the 2, a burst of teeth, and finally waved his hand. Forget it. Anyway, there is a gong method in Zhao Ling cover is not a loss. The future of the tomb do not have to be afraid of. He is a person who has someone to cover the following. Dark glasses thinking about it went to eat with them with a fart. The seed is also very eyeballing to Zhao Ling to play soup. Zhao Ling looked at his fawning appearance. A burst of speechless. Not ashamed to be you. Xiaoyuchen is also very no eyes. Hate to not recognize this person. But the black eyes of their own pleasure. Alas, this face which has a backer is important. Anyway, He lived for so many years. The most profound lesson is, the face you want to do not no one cares about, but a reliable backer can save your life at a critical moment. Zhao Mandarin looked at the dark glasses and secretly nodded in his heart. He did leave a chance for the dark glasses. When the underworld came out, when that time comes, there will definitely be a need for a lot of people. A character like the dark glasses is very suitable for being a ferryman. He's like that. He can still have a life as a ferryman. Otherwise, when the time comes to go down there, I'm afraid that the things he's done won't end well, and he's kind of giving them leeway. After eating, the three of them went to the living room, and Black Glasses looked attentively at Zhao Ling. Ling, are you going to pass me the kung fu technique? How do I have to do it? Zhao Ran smiled. It's simple. Just kneel down and kowtow to me. The dark glasses face full of smiles lurched, and Xia Yuchen came to be interested, waiting to see what he did. Dark glasses face replied serious, a solemn face, got up and stood very standardly looking at Zhao Ling. Just when Zhao Ling and Yuchen thought that he was really going to kneel down, the dark glasses rolled his eyes and directly fell on the sofa to the side. Nerve. Poof. Zhao lost a smile. He does not just want to let someone to knock a well. How so difficult? He is not unable to afford. Humph. Zhao Ling himself is still proud of it, hugging the pillow and not saying anything. Anyway, I am not begging you. Xia Yuchen looked at the actions of the two men, only to feel dumbfounded. No, such a serious occasion. How did you two turn it into an elementary school chicken quarrel? And I would like to. Xia Yuchen shook his head helplessly. You guys are tossing me around. Then he looked at Zhao Ling. Brother Ling, don't tease us. Zhao Ling, I see someone is very uncomfortable. Xia Yuchen patted Black Glasses' leg again, his eyes signaling him not to go too far. Black Glasses himself knows this, but it's just making a scene. Dark Glasses, officials, brother, you help me. Zhao Ling turned his head with a face that said, shut your mouth, it's disgusting. The dark glasses were a bit embarrassed and cleared his throat. Then I'm counting on the Mandarin. Xia Yuchen looked at the Black Glasses the second change of face, the heart straight to the good guy. This person change of face speed is really fast. He is not as skillful as this opera singing. Zhao Ling took out a spell and handed it to Black Glasses, who looked at the thick book in front of him and stared it on the spot. This is the spell you're talking about. Zhao Ling nodded his head. Yes, learn well. I'm optimistic about you. Zhao Ling finally gave him a big smile back, dark glasses in his mind to give himself a boost, and then turned over the book in front of him, looking at the first look confused. This word? Zhao Ling seemed to react. You can't read? No way. Aren't you a high achiever who came back from abroad? And a double degree? Zhao Ling put up two fingers and looked at him with a puzzled face. Dark glasses only felt some invisible arrows plunged into his heart, covering the location of his heart and unable to speak. Chapter 60, The Poor Man's Tattoo. Black Glasses trembling first spoke. Mandarin, you do not toss me. This is not the word on earth. It was only then that Zhao Ling pretended to have a sudden realization and slapped his forehead. Oops, how could I have forgotten? This is the books of the underworld, not the words of the earth, but this is all I have. When Zhao Ling finished the last sentence, his eyes were all smiles. The dark glasses were furious. What else could he say? People just forgot just how this dark glasses expression looked like some gnashing of teeth. But Zhao Ling did calmly pull out another thicker book and put it on the table. Zhao Ling, here, dictionary. Learn it well. Zhao Ling said and patted Black Glasses' shoulder in an encouraging manner. Seeing that the dark glasses were a bit depressed, Zhao Mandarin looked at Xia Yuchen. Today I don't tea? Xia Yuchen nodded. Asterisk. Zhao Ran clapped his hands, then looked at the Black Glasses. I told you, learn well. You will also be so in the future. Don't believe you, ask Master Hua. Black Glasses looked at Xia Yuchen. Xia Yuchen nodded with some difficulty. The heart is almost broken defense. No, you two are sick. And what is the relationship with me? It is true that I should have left a long time ago. I should not have stayed. The dark glasses were speechless, but what else could he do? The money was paid. Keep learning. Zhao Ling saw him learning and was very pleased. Well, it's good to have this awareness. When you finish this book, I'll give you the ghost bead. Then you can cultivate. As Zhao Ling played with the ghost beads, his dark glasses looked up, his face a little odd. No, where did you get all these things? Zhao Ran first froze, then smiled. You don't understand the means of the underworld. Don't ask too many questions. Dark Glasses, knowing he couldn't ask anything more, closed his mouth and said no more. Xia Yuchen saw that there was nothing else for the two of them to do, so he opened his mouth and said that he wanted to go back. And Zhao Ling, I'll see you off. When he got to the door, Zhao Ling suddenly asked, how is it going over at Wu Xie? Xia Yuchen, he gave me a tattoo pattern. I'm going to check it out. Zhao Ling frowned. Tattoos? What tattoo? Xia Yuchen, they met someone on their side with a poor man's tattoo. Zhao Ling was stunned. Poor Chi. This thing is not simple. and the unicorn on Zhangqi lattice. He always felt that the connection between these people was a bit complicated. Zhao Ling, alright, then you guys be careful and look for me when something comes up. Xiaoyu Chen, good. Zhao Ling sent Xiaoyu Chen away. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. It seems that Wu Xia's side and their side are not stopping but the secret of this, sooner or later, he will know, so there is no hurry. What's the fun in exploring? One step is good For the next few days, the dark glasses stayed honestly in the villa and read their books. Zhao Ling looked a little pleased. It is true that people with a good brain are good learn things so quickly. After that, Zhao Ling gave the spell to Black Glasses and let him practice on his own, while he went to collect souls early in the morning and late at night every day. He never felt that the performance was so simple. It's a pity that there is no one here to assess. Otherwise his boss would not be able to praise himself for being such a dedicated employee at once. A few days later, Xiaoyu Chen came to Black Glasses and said she wanted to go to Benai. Zhao Ling was a bit puzzled. To Benai? I thought you weren't going? Xiaoyu Chen's face was a bit ugly. The situation over there is a bit complicated. Wu Xia's side said that they want diving equipment. I plan to go there personally. Things are very heavy over there. Zhao Ling nodded. So, you want Dark Glasses to go with you? Xiaoyu Chen, well, didn't the second master hire him to protect me before? So of course I can't let him get paid for nothing. Zhao Ling nodded. That makes sense. The money he had received, that was definitely not something he could take out. The two were still talking when Dark Glasses walked out. What brings Master Hua here? Xiaoyu Chen, go to Benai. You're with me. Black Glasses was happy to hear this. Yeah, Master Hua is sending business to blind me. Xiaoyu Chen smiled. Is it good to get money from Master Wu Er? Dark Glasses froze. He really forgot about it. As if he still had to protect Xiaoyu Chen, then he didn't even have to make a trip. Zhao Ling patted his shoulder. Do well. The Dark Glasses had a pitiful smile all over his face. Official, look at me. My eyes aren't even healed yet, or I won't go. Zhao Ling's eyes narrowed. You're asking me to take out the money I've collected in? Zhao Ling's tone was a little dangerous. Dark Glasses was very keen to find out what was wrong, and immediately resumed a serious look. Go, definitely go. It's just that I haven't finished reading this book yet. Zhao Ling smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'll cast 2 spells on your eyes. It won't affect the use of them at all. But of course there might still be a slight side effect. Somewhat curious. The Dark Glasses came up. What side effects? Zhao Ling pushed him away. You'll know when the time comes. Come in with me. After saying that, he went inside. Xiaoyu Chen followed behind the two of them. Zhao Mandarin let the Dark Glasses sit on the sofa on one side, walked to him, pinched the spell in his hand, cast the spell with both of his hands, and nodded twice around the Dark Glasses' eyes, and then went to sit down on the sofa on one side. Dark Glasses were still a little confused. That's it? Zhao Ling, or what? Dark Glasses rubbed the ends of his eyes. I'm not feeling much here. Zhao Ling, normal. You guys hurry up and go. Wu Xia's side is more important. Zhao Ling didn't want Black Glasses to continue to ask, and directly drove people away. Xiaoyu Chen couldn't say anything, pulled Black Glasses and left. Looking at the back of the two people leaving, Zhao Ling's mouth hooked up a smile. Don't be too surprised. Zhao Mandarin just wanted to relax. This period of time Dark Glasses here, make him cannot just go out to play. After all, no one likes to have a follower behind. Zhao Ling has not yet relaxed for 2 days. Received a call from Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's side told him that his masters want to see Zhao Ling aside. Zhao Ling smelled a better mood. There is the Taoist help. He will not have to go out all the time to collect souls. This thing is dead really tired. Zhao directly from Zhang Yu that asked for the address. Intends to personally go to a trip. Anyway, Xiaoyu Chen's side also do not need their own help. They have been staying in the capital is also quite annoying. The same day bought a plane ticket to go to the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Of course, in the middle of not only need to change planes but also take the bus. Especially the last climb that section of the road. Zhao Ling is the most incomprehensible. Not. You stay so high in the end, what do you want to do? Do you think it's too tiring to go down the mountain? Zhao Ran spat, but still resigned to climb up. Zhang Yu waiting for him halfway up the mountain. Zhao Ran, if not for the fact that Zhang Yu is young, he really hate to let the other party carry him up. If it wasn't for this Dragon Tiger Mountain's protective mountain formation, he would have used his magic power to go up. What's the point of climbing so much? Chapter 61, Injuries. Zhang Yu was surprised to see Zhao Ling. Brother Ling, you're here? Zhao Ling held on his shoulder. There is one thing to be said. It's not without reason that your door is said to be in decline. Hu Tiam likes to climb up the mountain every day. Zhang Yu touched his head in confusion. But isn't this path very simple? A mouthful of old blood was spewed out in Zhao's heart. Of course you don't care. You can use the magic spell. Can I, an outsider? Zhao Ling roared in his heart. On his face, he didn't move. Let's go. Go meet your master and the others? Zhang Yu, brother Mandarins, there's still a ways to go here. Just go over that mountain and you'll be there. Zhao Ling looked up and only felt a black eye. He regretted it. Why did he come? Going with Wu Xia and the others was fine, right? Zhao Ling, no matter how much he complained in his heart, in the end, he could only follow. And finally, just as he was about to resist using his mana, he finally arrived. Zhao Ling followed Zhang Yu through the large formation and arrived before the large hall, worthy of the inheritance of 100 years of the sect, which the palace and pavilion. None of them are exquisite. The inside of the aura is also very abundant, a fairy-like appearance. Is that the popularity is a little low? As Zhao Ling was sizing up the place, an old man with white hair and beard came to him. What do you think of my Longhu mountain? Zhao Ling didn't even turn his head. The scenery is good, just a little less crowded. The old man sighed. Alas, fewer and fewer people have sought the Tao over the years, and even fewer have the roots. The Tao sect is in decline. Zhao Ling comforted without going out of his way. End times, normal. The old man, however, was a bit agitated. It's fine for the Taoist sect to decline, but it will be too late if this worldly matter is not resolved. Only then did Zhao Ling look at the old man. I wonder who you are. The old man arched his hand. I am Zhang Yihang of Longhu Mountain. Zhao Ling immediately arched his hand in response. So it's Taoist Master Yihang. I am Zhao Ling, first honored master, Mr. Zhao. I don't know what you meant when you told your young disciple to pass back the words. It was only then that Zhao Ling realized that Zhang Yu, who had led the way just now, had already disappeared, and should have been called away by the man in front of him. Zhao Ling sighed. Zhao Ling, truthfully, in my hands have something related to the underworld. Also intends to help the underworld out of the world. Just in my power alone. Also need the help of all of you in the Taoist sect. Zhao Ling glanced around. Are you the only heavenly master in Longhu Mountain? Zhao Ling's words seemed like they had stirred up some memories in the old man. Zhang Yihang pondered for a moment, then sighed heavily. Please also enter, old man, and I'll clear up your confusion. 2 days later, Zhao Ling only down the mountain, and Zhang Yu sent him down. Zhao Ling's face is very bad. He did not think of this side of the world's problems have actually been so serious. Well, if not those Taoist masters to their own flesh and blood to maintain, I'm afraid that this earth sooner or later fell into a ghost area. At that time, no one cannot save. Only, what Zhao Ling couldn't figure out was what was affecting the underworld. The underworld's emergence was in accordance with the heavenly Tao. If the 6 paths were incomplete, the heavenly Tao was incomplete. Did the thing that led to all of this override the heavenly Tao? This is ridiculous. Zhao Ling also thought of the spirit-gathering formation mentioned by Zhang Yihang, which was a formation left behind by a great power a long time ago. The formation exists between heaven and earth, and as long as enough spiritual power is used to catalyze the eye of the formation, then the spiritual power of heaven and earth will converge in one place to help the heavenly Tao complete itself, and the natural way can be delineated out of the underworld. But no one knew where the eye of that formation was, and enough spiritual power to either have a heavenly treasure, then to fill it with their own cultivated spiritual power. In his heart, Zhao Ling really wanted to quit. Was this something that could be done? Where is he going to find the eye of the formation? Also, where is he going to find this spiritual power? No wonder that day the master did not suspect their identity. Now the Taoist sect only want to array into, protect the earth. They have long cared earlier whether there is no cheat them up. As long as there is a little hope will not give up. Zhao Ling sighed in his heart. Sanchi, you really left me a big problem. It was only when they reached the foot of the mountain that Zhang Yu spoke. Brother Mandarins, I'll see you off here. I'm going back. Zhao Ling, you were there in the past 2 days. Perhaps one day you will also go to the hair to feed the heaven and earth. Are you afraid? Zhang Yu laughed a little. Death? Zhao Ling nodded. Maybe it's a permanent dissipation. Zhang Yu, I'm not afraid. It's the master who saved me back and taught me my skills. Good and evil are pitted against each other, fighting for their lives and dying to save the living. I'm not afraid. Zhao Ling sniffed and shook his head as he turned to leave, speaking as he walked. Cultivate well. This isn't something you should worry about. After Zhao Ling left, Zhang Yu stood in place for a long time, until he could no longer see Zhao Ling's back and turned around to go back to the mountain. He chose this path. He will never regret it. When Zhao Ling was at the airport, he suddenly received a call from Yu Chen, and was a bit surprised. Master Hua. What? You guys came back from Benai? Xia Yu Chen, I just came down from the mountain. Wu Xia and the others were injured. Zhao Ling was stunned. Injured? What happened? Xia Yu Chen, 1 or 2 sentences can't make it clear. We'll go to the capital tomorrow and go back to talk about it in detail then. Joel, oh, so you're calling me? Xia Yu Chen, you left the capital without saying a word, and no one answered the phone call I made to you before, so I'm a little worried about you. Zhao Ling took his cell phone and looked at it, and sure enough, there were a few missed calls. Zhao Ling smiled. It's not that there was no signal at the place he went to 2 days ago. Xia Yu Chen, what? Your cell phones in the underworld don't have a signal either? Xia Yuchen had been showing off how powerful his cell phone was in front of Zhao Ling, and now he had the chance. He had to mock him. Zhao Ling was helpless. There are places in the underworld that can't be covered alright. Xia Yuchen, okay, then I'll hang up first, as long as you're okay. Zhao Ling, well, it just so happens that I'm also returning to the capital today. After Zhao Ling returned to the capital, he returned to his villa and slept through the night. After Xia Yuchen brought Wu Xia and the others back to the capital, he first brought them to the hospital for a good checkup, and after that, he hospitalized them to rest and waited for everything to settle down before he went to look for Zhao Ling. When Zhao Ling saw Xia Yuchen, he had a tired look on his face. Zhao Ling sighed. You're really taking care of everything. Xia Yuchen had cared about the mockery implied in his tone. Wu Xia is my brother. I have to manage his affairs. Zhao Ran sniffed strangely and glanced at Xia Yuchen, and then even purposely got close to him to observe him for a couple of moments, and then finally retreated back as if he thought of something and didn't say anything. It was the smile on his face that was a bit strange. Xia Yuchen was unsure. What's wrong? Zhao Ling shook his head. It's fine. Right. What exactly happened? Tell me. Afterwards, Xia Yuchen told him about what happened along the way, and listened to Zhao Ling tsk. These people of theirs are also good enough. Accident-prone and hardest-hit people it's really rare. Zhao Ling then remembered something and asked, Dark glasses, is everyone okay? When Xia Yuchen heard this, he suddenly remembered those manifestations of the dark glasses. His eyes? Zhao Ling nodded. I got it specially for him. How is it? Not bad, right? Xia Yuchen nodded with difficulty. Not bad, except for the dark glasses that coldly shocked him from time to time, making others think he was a cutie. Other than that, it was all pretty normal. Chapter 62, Reunion. Then Xia Yuchen directly changed the topic. Speaking of which, this time, Wu Xia and the others got out of the trap or thanks to two people? Zhao Ling, what kind of people? Xia Yuchen, it's the two people that Wu Xia and the others met there, and they're still a bit of a handful, and they helped us out a bit. Zhao Ling, oh, that's not bad. Did people come to the capital together? Xia Yuchen nodded. They said they wanted to see the big city, so I brought them along, and now they're in the hospital. Zhao Ling, alright, I'll go with you later to check on Wu Qi and the others. Xia Yuchen nodded his head and then prepared to take a rest here. Zhao Ling directly let him go upstairs. As Xia Yuchen walked up the stairs, Zhao Ling looked at his back and suddenly opened his mouth. Master Hua, did you guys meet anyone else? Xia Yuchen froze and turned his head. No, what's wrong? Zhao Ling suddenly smiled. It's fine, go rest. Xia Yuchen was unsure but didn't look deeper. Zhao Mandarin watched Xia Yuchen leave. His face changed. He just felt a very obvious power fluctuation. It was very familiar. Just that, he was a little bit strange why he would see it here, or in Xia Yuchen's body. At this time, Zhao Ran remembered the two people Xia Yuchen had said, and his heart also secretly had a guess. Could it really be you guys? Zhao Ling had a guess in his mind. It just hadn't been confirmed, so it was better to wait and see for himself. The two of them went to the hospital the next day, and when they arrived at the entrance of the hospital, Zhao Ran remembered that they were going to see a patient, so he proposed to buy a fruit basket. Xia Yuchen, I've already had someone prepare it, so you don't need it here. Zhao Ling, you don't understand. I'm showing them some respect. Xia Yuchen was helpless. Feel free to do as you please. This is not necessary. As he was saying this, Zhao Ling put a durian in, and Xia Yuchen hurriedly stopped it. Zhao Ling looked at his face full of helplessness and sighed. Alright, then this is not necessary. Just his eyes never left that durian. Xia Yuchen thought he gave up. Just when someone called, went out to answer the phone, Zhao Mandarin see people left, immediately put the durian just now. By the way, also held a coconut, holding on to go to the checkout. When Xia Yuchen finished answering the phone, she turned her head to see Zhao Ling carrying a durian and holding a coconut and walked out. Xia Yuchen first froze for 2 seconds, then she was infuriated and laughed, going up to the front and just wanting to say something to Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling spoke in a serious manner. Let's go. They must all be waiting impatiently. Then took the lead and walked forward. Xia Yuchen smiled helplessly and shook his head to follow. What else could he say about this? Zhao Ran went in ahead of him, and only remembered that he didn't seem to know where Wu Xia and the others were as he walked down the hall, so he stopped in his tracks. When Xia Yuchen walked in, he saw Zhao Ling standing there and was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you standing here? Zhao Ling turned his head. Where are Wu Xia and the others? Xia Yuchen looked at his justified appearance and lost his smile. Let's go. Follow me. Zhao Ling smiled and followed up to understand Yuchen, not embarrassed at all. When the two of them walked to Wu Xia their ward, there were some talking sounds coming from inside, and Zhao Ling's ears were sharp, and when he heard the female voice inside, his face changed instantly, and he lifted his hand to stop Xia Yuchen's hand on the door. Xia Yuchen was a little unsure, but still stopped and looked at Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling took 2 steps forward and looked right through the gap in the ward door to see a woman holding a banana, eating it while spitting at Wu Xia and the others. Ugh, you guys are really too weak to be hospitalized for so long with injuries. It's too much of a no-no. While saying that, she also shook her head. One of the men beside her looked at her with a mostly doting gaze, but looking at Wu Xia they blushed a bit awkwardly and smiled at them shyly. When Zhao Ling saw the 2 people, there was first a burst of surprise, followed by anger. Good guy, these 2 people are here for a trip. Zhao Ling directly lifted his foot and kicked the door open. Xia Yuchen didn't even react and looked at Zhao Ling's action with a shocked face. The movement at the doorway startled the people inside, all turning their heads to look at the door. Wu Xia and Wang Fatty they are happy. It's been a long time since they met with Zhao Mandarin they are a little wanting. The dark glasses, on the other hand, were indignant. He had been pitted by Zhao Ling, and now that he saw the person appear, he also wanted to clean up the other party. Zhang Qi Lattice glanced at it, then turned back to eating his banana, recognizing it and not needing to pay attention to it. The woman and the man, on the other hand, were first startled, and then their faces first looked happy, and then a little vain, avoiding Zhao Ran's eyes. Zhao Ling looked at them with a smile on his face. I heard that someone was hospitalized, so I came over to take a look. Black Glasses came forward. Come just come. Why also bring gifts said he took the durian and coconut in Zhao Ling's hand. But this thing, Dark Glasses had just complained suspiciously when he was given a warning look by Zhao Mandarin and immediately retracted his words. Not bad, really good. After saying this, he got it and put it down on the table next to Wu Xia. Although Wu Xia wanted to mention something, but looking at Zhao Ling's face, he still closed his mouth. Fatty Wang and He Yuchen also noticed the unusual atmosphere. Neither of them opened their mouths and just sized up the crowd. Zhao Ling looked at the man and woman and smiled. Look, who is this? Why does it look a bit familiar? The woman was none other than Xian Nu. Looking at Zhao Ling with a heartfelt smile, then with a look of surprise. Zhao Ling, I've missed you. Saying that, she wanted to go forward to embrace Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling raised his hand once. Stand there for me. Xian Nu was shouted at by him and obediently stood in place. Zhao Ling looked at Xia Dongqing. Yo, isn't this the young master? What's the matter? Did you elope? Xia Dongqing and Xian Nu were a bit embarrassed. Xia Dongqing picked the corners of her eyes with her hand. Zhao Ling, we're not here to find you. Xian Nu even went up and patted Zhao Ling's shoulder. Zhao Ling, we've come here specifically to help you, and you still don't welcome us. Zhao Ling's gaze changed. Wait, tell me clearly, what's going on? Xian Nu and Holly also realized something was wrong. No, you haven't thought of it yet? Zhao Ling was confused. Think of what? Xian Nu clapped her hands. I told you how I couldn't contact you, so that's what happened. When Wu Xie and the others heard these words, their faces were puzzled and they glanced at each other. In the end, it was Wu Xie who spoke up. Brother Mandarins, you guys know each other? Zhao Ran was filled with black lines. Recognize a nymphomaniac. Don't mention it. Xian Nu and Dongqing instantly disagreed when they heard this, and just as they wanted to retort, they were swept away by Zhao Ling's eyes and instantly became honest. Fatty Wang, Mandarins, this time it's still thanks to Xiaoya that we came out, or else it must have all gone wrong. Zhao Ling, Xiaoya. Zhao Ling looked at Xian Nu. Still using that name? Xian Nu was a bit embarrassed, then looked at Wu Qi and the others. Well, my name is Ya, but you guys can call me Xiaoya if you want. Chapter 63. Zhao Ling snorted and walked over to Xia Yuchen's side and sat down. Speaking slowly, Wu Xia, last time, didn't we go to the Queen Mother of the West's palace? This one, the 9 heavenly mystical maiden. Awesome, you guys are making friends here. Xian Nu's face changed and she was a bit embarrassed, but Wu Xia and the others were taken aback. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling, you're not. I haven't seen you in a few months. Why have you become like this? Zhao Ling, how many months? Xia Dongqing, Zhao official. Why don't we talk alone? Speaking here, he was still a little uneasy. After all, these people in front of him they really didn't know each other very well. Xian Nu hurriedly nodded her head. Yes, official Zhao, there are some things that aren't convenient to say here. Zhao Ling looked at the 2 men cautiously and nodded. He did want to know the reasons himself, such as why he was here, why the 2 of them were there, and what exactly happened after that shot in the first place. All of these he wanted to know. Joel, let's go to the car and talk about it. After saying that, he walked out. Xian Nu and Dongqing also followed, leaving behind the 5 people who were at a loss for words. Dark Glasses, are we being sidelined? Xia Yuchen, they definitely know each other. They should have something more important. Wuxia, Mandarins have his own thing going on I guess. And yeah, they're kinda weird too. Fatty Wang, they talk about them. Let's ask when they're done talking. The others nodded as well. The big deal was that they asked on the side, and Zhao Ling said if he wanted to, but it didn't matter if he didn't. The 3 of them went downstairs. Zhao Ling led the people to his car. Xian Nu watched Zhao Ling take out the car keys with an excited face. Zhao Ling, you bought a car again. It's so handsome. Saying that, he walked to the front of the car for a while to look around. Zhao Ran simply did not have eyes to see. What are you looking at? Get in the car. Xian Nu's little mouth pouted. What's so fierce about it? Then she opened the back seat and sat up. Zhao Ling then looked at Xia Dongqing with dangerous eyes, and Xia Dongqing left to get on the passenger side. Only then did Zhao Ling get into the car from the other side, and after sitting down, Zhao Ling turned his head and surveyed the two. Tell me, what's going on? Xian Nu changed her cheeky look and spoke with a serious face. You came here, including us, to fulfill a deal with the Underworld King and the Taishan Prefect. Zhao Ling's eyes changed. Underworld King, Taishan Prefect? This Underworld King he could understand. After all, what happened here was related to the Underworld. But what was going on with the Taishan Prefect? Xian Nu sighed when she saw that he looked confused. It seems like you really don't remember? Dongqing, we're not too late, are we? Xian Nu looked at Dongqing again with a tearless face. Xia Dongqing, Zhao Ling, you don't remember anything at all? Zhao Ran sighed. Young master, please speak clearly you too numbly. What exactly do I need to remember? Xian Nu, you remember when Taishan Fujun took away Qiyu's soul, don't you? Zhao Ling nodded. Well, what about after that? Xian female, Taishan Fujun Qi's soul back to the king of the underworld, but wiped out his memories, so that the Kunlun side cannot be in any opinion. The king of the underworld is no longer pursuing your matter. But, Zhao Ling, but how could Taishan Prefect be so kind? Xian Nu, that's right, Taishan Fu ruler made a deal with the king of the underworld, and the deal was to help the underworld of this world to come out. You should have noticed the situation here as well. Zhao Ling, so, the king of the underworld found an ingrate to do this, and then, I was that ingrate. Zhao Ling pointed a finger at himself, his face full of incredulity. Xian Nu was a bit embarrassed. This is also what you promised yourself. And didn't the underworld king promise that you would be completely free once this party's affairs were over? Zhao Ling, myself? Xia Dongqing added on the side. Yes, although you don't remember now, it was indeed your own promise. Zhao Ran collapsed a bit. Was I not in my right mind at that time? Why didn't you guys stop me? Xian Nu let out a laugh. Do I dare? That's the king of the underworld. Your boss. How could I dare? Besides, Zhao Ling noticed something strange about her mood. What's wrong? Xian Nu, I'm also no longer a heavenly maiden. The Queen Mother of the West removed me from Kunlun. Zhao Ling was shocked. No, aren't you the god of war? She just let you go like that? Xian Nu, the Taishan Prefect has opened her mouth. Does she dare not release it? Zhao Ling, so, why did Taishan Prefect intervene in this side of things? What's the reason? Xian Nu, poops, the reason why the Prefect said is not very clear. But the reason why this side of the underworld has not been coming out seems to be that the Prefect unintentionally caused it. If it keeps going like this, and the 6 paths here crumble, then the karma will be counted against him. Even if he is an ancient god, he will also be scornful of it. So that's why he has made a deal with the king of the underworld. Zhao Ling nodded and digested these things. In this way, a lot of his previous doubts were explained. It was just that things like this seemed to be more difficult. Xia Dongqing, we were supposed to come with you, but there was a problem with the tunnel. That's why we're late, and we're not sure where we landed. Zhao Ling, so, why exactly did I lose my memory? Zhao Ling looked at Xia Dongqing, and the other party was also confused. In the end, it was Xian Nu who explained. It's probably because the soul and the physical body didn't integrate very well, so there will be a bit of an aftermath. Zhao Ling spread his hands. So, what are we going to do now? Xian Nu, we listen to you, Xian Nu said with a straight face, and Zhao Ling nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Zhao Ling, just the two of you. The two of you, coming to help me like this? Suddenly I feel like this mission will never be finished. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling, we're also very powerful alright. Besides, you're so powerful. What are you afraid of? Zhao Ling sighed. It's not a matter of being afraid or not. It's that it's too hard to just rely on us. Xian Nu, so, you should have found something by now. Zhao Ling nodded his head and then told them about the Yin scroll he had obtained as well as the spirit gathering formation, after which both of them fell into silence. And Xian Nu's countenance was also a bit hard to see. Ganma, that does seem difficult. Xia Dongqing, Zhao Ling, I believe in you. That's why I came with Xian Nu against all odds. We'll definitely succeed, right? Zhao Ling looked at his serious demeanor and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Will you? Ganma, it will be. Who are we? The three of them looked at each other and laughed out loud. The road ahead was long, but with a good friend, it didn't seem so hard anymore. Ganma, whatever. Cheers. Afterwards, Dongqing told Zhao Ling about what happened after they met Wu Xie and the others. Zhao Ling listened to it and praised it. It's really powerful. Before, he had always felt that Xia Dongqing was an accidental body, Now it seems that Wu Xie is no less now the two of them come together, even more so. Chapter 64 The Early Moon. Zhao Ling, so, how come you guys came to the capital with Wu Xie and the others? Shen Nu, it's not all because of you. If it wasn't for the fact that we saw the book of the underworld from the hands of that shameless man, we wouldn't have known where to find you. Xia Dongqing, you're the only one here who can get the book of the underworld. He must have seen you. That's why we followed them here. Zhao Ling glanced at Xia Dongqing with relief. I can't see that you've even gotten smarter. Xia Dongqing gave Zhao Ling a blank look. Get lost. Zhao Ling laughed, not caring at all about Xia Dongqing's words. Zhao Ling, let's go. Make it clear and go up and talk to them. Since we came all met them, it means that what we're about to do is definitely related to them. Shen Nu looked at Zhao Ling. You found it too. Zhao Ling, of course. Otherwise I would follow them? Xia Dongqing, no wonder you had to follow them. What exactly do you guys see? Zhao Ling, the breath of the law. Shen Nu, that's right, it's the laws. The heavenly Tao left it behind. Zhao Ling, and this backstabbing has something to do with them. Shen Nu, so we just need to follow them and naturally we'll find something. Zhao Ling, that's right. Xia Dongqing, by the way, we've brought you your stuff too. Zhao Ling, what is it? Shen Nu, wouldn't it be nice to go up and see? Zhao Ling, okay, go. Then they got out of the car, and Shen Nu and Dongcheng also got out, and the three of them walked inside together. As the three went in, Wu Qi and the others were discussing what to do next. Seeing the three people come in, they all stopped their conversation. Looking at the three people's faces were normal. Their hearts were relieved. They were really afraid that the three people would fight. After all, there was a Ye and a Zhao official here, and they couldn't fight or persuade them. As soon as the dark glasses saw that Zhao Ran wasn't angry anymore, he immediately went up to look at Zhao Ran curtly. Ran, do you see this eye of mine? Hearing this title, Dongqing and Shen Nu looked at Zhao Ling with strange faces, and Zhao Ling was inexplicably a bit embarrassed and darkened his face. Don't call me that. Dark glasses, okay, Mandarin. Zhao Ling, shut up. Dark glasses, okay, Mandarin, what about my eyes? Zhao Ran's face was full of black lines. Get lost. Dark glasses, okay le. Then he consciously walked over to Zhang Qi and sat down next to him. Holly and Ya had already seen black glasses' thick skin a long time ago, so although they found it hilarious, they didn't think it was that strange. Wu Xie and Wang Fatty were looking dumbfounded. What had happened to them during this period of time? How did it develop into this? Xia Yuchen was also not surprised to see them come up and asked, what are you guys? Zhao Ling, let me introduce you to my two assistants. You already know them, so I don't need to introduce them by name. Shen Nu and Dongcheng smiled at them as a greeting, and although Wu Xie and the others had misgivings, they didn't say much and nodded their heads as acceptance. The three of them went to the sofa next to Xie Yuchen and sat down. As soon as he sat down, Zhao Ling crossed his legs and looked at them. Wu Slant, what are you going to do next? Wu Xie, the one on Benai's side is the Zheng family's ancient building. We probably already know that Jude Cao's people have been looking for a way to get in there now. I think we can stop being in such a hurry. There's no way to get in there now anyway. Zhao Ling, makes sense. So what are you guys going to do now? Wu Slant, check the archaeology team. Xia Dongqing, archaeological team? Wu Xie, well, if Panma isn't lying, then Chen Wenjin and the others probably started not in Shisha, but in Benai. Previously when they were in Benai, Shen Nu and Dongqing had also already understood this aspect of things, so they weren't very surprised. Although they were curious, they also knew that it would be better to ask now than to go back and ask Zhao Ling. After all, Zhao Ling wouldn't be able to hide anything from them. Zhao Ling, okay, so this injury of yours, is it okay? Wu Xie, it's fine. It'll be fine after 2 days of nourishment. Xia Yuchen, none of their injuries are of much importance. Are you going back? Zhao Ling, what else? It's not like they're going to be good with me here. Zhao Ling gave a wink to Dongqing and Ya, and the two nodded. Then we'll go back with Zhao Ling. Wu Qi, you guys have a good rest. Fatty Wang, Shen Nu, you guys are just leaving. Ha, Ganma, yeah, you guys get well. Xia Dongqing went up and took a package from the table next to Zhang Qi lattice. This is something that they have been carrying with them. Before the Wu slashers were still curious about what exactly it was, but the Xian female didn't say anything to them. Xia Dongqing handed something to Zhao Ling. You're a zither. Zhao Ling was stunned. His gaze turned to the thing wrapped in cloth, then slowly raised his right hand and brushed it from above. The expression on his face was a bit heavy. It was also the first time for Wu Xie and the others to see such a Zhao Ling, who had only gained some popularity at this time, but they just didn't know what that so-called zither actually represented, which would make Zhao Ling's emotions so unsettled. Zhao Ling took the zither and opened the cloth a little, revealing the ancient zither inside. Early moon. Shen Nu, I knew it was the one thing you couldn't let go of. Zhao Ling, thanks. Then he picked up the chain. We'll leave first. You guys have a good rest. Then they left. Shen Nu and Dongqing followed closely behind, and the five didn't stop them. After all, right now they didn't need Zhao Ling's help for them for the time being. Fatty Wang watched them leave. I didn't realize brother mandarins had friends here, and let us meet them? Dark Glass's tone was however a bit strange. None of them are simple. Xiaoyu Chen, it's indeed not simple. Especially Xiaoya. Zhang Qi Lattice, very impressive. The four of them looked towards Zhang Qi Lattice, who had made the noise, and were curious as to why he had suddenly brought them up. Wu Xia, little brother, you're saying that Xiaoya is very powerful? Fatty Wang, it's not impressive. One punch and it shattered the jade figurine. Wu Slash gave him a blank look. The fact that little brother made a point of reminding us means that she's far more powerful than we've seen more than once, doesn't it? Little brother. Zhang Qi Lattice nodded, and Dark Glasses spoke with a smile on the side. No wonder Seeing Mute valued someone so much. Xiaoyu Chen, anyway, at least not being an enemy is good news for us. Dark Glasses, yeah, it's a good thing we're on good terms with Zhao Ling. Otherwise, if we offended him, we'd all be finished long ago. Wu Slash, that's right, it's a good thing we were friends with mandarins before. The five of them then discussed what was going to happen behind the scenes before Xiaoyu Chen and Black Glasses left the hospital together. Xiaoyu Chen glanced at the Dark Glasses that were following him with their usual face. What? Don't see anything now? The Dark Glasses looked at Xiaoyu Chen with a helpless face. It's quite good to get used to it if you should say no. Xiaoyu Chen shook his head helplessly. It's good that you like it. Black Glasses. He did not like what can be done. It is hard not to be blind. There are other hopes that he does not want to be blind. And now this is also quite good. At least a little more means well. Chapter 65 Drawings. In the car, Xian Nu asked with some curiosity, Zhao Ling, where do you live now? Zhao Ling, I've rented a villa, and there's enough room for me. Xian Nu and Dongqing looked at each other. Not Zhao Ling, how come you're still so rich after this? Thinking about the fact that the two of them had been following Wu Qi and the others for the past few days to mix food and drink, it was fortunate that Wu Qi was almost as simple as Holly, or else they would have starved to death long ago. Zhao Ling gave the two of them a blank look. I told you that money on earth is easy to earn. I took on 2 commissions and earned it. Xian Nu's face was happy. Then our lives aren't guaranteed. Zhao Ling, good thinking. I'll go to work for me. Xian Nu, what's the job? Don't you have all the ideas? There's no time when we can help with this, right? Zhao Ling, collecting yin souls. I don't believe you can't see it. Holly, where to go? There's no underworld here. Zhao Ling, shady scrolls. Xian Nu, you can use the yin scroll now. Ha? Did you take a look at the lifespans of those guys? Zhao Ling, are you brain dead? Is this kind of thing something you can just snoop on? Don't bring me along when you're looking for death. Xian Nu, poops, the underworld isn't out now either, and you don't have a boss to keep an eye on. So what are you afraid of? Zhao Ling's head was filled with black lines. You were a little cutie back then. Is that so? How do you know you won't end up liquidating? Xia Dongqing, but if we help it, it shouldn't care. Joel, so why leave it open? Xian Nu patted Dongqing's shoulder. Dongqing, you don't understand, so that Zhao Ling can negotiate with the other party afterward. Holly nodded with seeming understanding, then stopped asking. When the three of them returned to the villa, Xian Nu and Dongqing were both very happy. Finally they were back in their own home, a home that belonged to the three of them. Zhao Ling, some of the rooms are already occupied, so you guys keep an eye on them. Holly, is it Wuxia and the others? Zhao Ling, well, they'll stay from time to time, but, Zhao Ling sized up the two of them. Wouldn't it be fine for the two of you to share a room? Xian Nu and Dongqing looked at each other, a little embarrassed. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling, what are you talking about you? Zhao Ling, isn't there? Zhao Ling looked at the two with a skeptical face. Dongqing took the lead and went upstairs, avoiding Zhao Ling's eyes. The remaining Xian Nu looked at Dongqing's back and sighed helplessly. Alas, too shy. Zhao Ling, so, you, Xian Nu, I'll go up and see what room he's chosen, so you can go over there with your zither. Xian Nu patted Zhao Ling's shoulder and went upstairs. Zhao Ling looked at the zither in his hands, shook his head, and went back to his room. And in the evening, the three of them made a meal together to celebrate this long-lost meeting. The three of them went to collect some yin souls from time to time in the days that followed, and lived quite comfortably. Without that mission hanging over their heads, the life they went first was quite satisfying, and it was all quite good, except for the fact that Zhao Lingji wasn't displeased with the two of them when they were spreading their doggy behavior. It wasn't until the three of them, Wu Xia, came to Zhao Ling with 2 drawings that the three of them stopped collecting yin souls. In the living room, Dongqing poured water for Wu Xia's and theirs before walking over to sit on the sofa next to Xin Maiden. The two of them were close together, and every now and then they even said a couple of small words, looking at Zhao Ling for a while with sour teeth. Turning his gaze to Wu Xia, you found the drawings your third uncle left for you? Point Wu slanted. That's right, and someone came to buy it shortly after I got my hands on it. Zhao Ling reached out and took the drawings in Wu Xia's hand and looked at them twice. This stuff? Architectural drawings. W.U. slant, yes. It's two style mines. I just don't know what the whole thing is for. Let me see. Shen Nu took the drawing from Zhao Ling's hand and looked at it carefully. This thing. Yizhuan? Wu Xie was stunned. Yizhuan? What does this mean? Zhao Ling, meaning this is not a place where the living live. Shen Nu, that's right. Even though this is only a small portion of the drawing, you can still see a lot of things inside. This is the style of the ancient Yizhuan, or at least most of it matches. After that Shen Nu explained to them what was inside. Listening to the two of them, Zhao Ling didn't care too much about it. He wasn't too good at this stuff either. It was better to leave it to Shen Nu. Wu Xie, and what did my third uncle leave me this for? Holly, could it have anything to do with what you're looking into now? Wu Oblique, I am now checking. Is not the archaeological team well? He is also in it. What else is there? Wu Oblique said suddenly thought of something. Shocked to look at them, there is the Zhang family ancient building. Wu Oblique voice a little trembling. I recently in the check things are pointing there. Will. Zhao Ling, it's not impossible. Fatty Wang, little brother, this can't really be your family's architectural drawings, can it? Zhang Qi Lattice looked at him, did not answer, but in that glance there is obviously dislike. If I remember still need you to analyze it. Wu Xie, Fatty, now little brother doesn't remember. What are you asking him for? Fatty Wan was also a bit embarrassed. I'm not asking, just asking. Xanadu, isn't there someone who wants to buy this? Maybe that person would know? Wu Xia, the other party has asked us to meet at the Crescent Hotel tomorrow. I wonder who it is. Joel, the Crescent Moon Hotel? WU slant, yeah. Zhao Ling was a bit curious. What kind of person was it that would actually meet at that place? Every time he went there something would happen, making him not really like that accident-prone place, always feeling that it didn't fit him well. Shen Nu was a bit curious. Zhao Ling, have you been there? How was it there? Zhao Ling, it's okay, the food is good there. Ganma, then let's go too. I want to try it. Zhao Ling, okay, then go together then, just to see what kind of person is buying this map. Wu Xia, that's great, Mandarin brother. I'll feel relieved if you guys go, otherwise I'm always a little worried when it's just the three of us. Zhao Ling, now it seems like he needs to worry. It always feels like it won't be too peaceful what's going on. Zhao Ling, well, but before you go over there I still have to remind you of two sentences. That place is not simple. After going there think more in doing things. Speak also pay attention to point. Read my tips more. If you head into it, caused a problem I cannot control. Wu Xia, don't worry, I'll pay attention to it. Mandarin. Shen Nu, alright then, it's a deal. I'm going to go rest. I need to be in a beautiful state for dinner tomorrow. Zhao Ling looked at Shen Nu's back as she pulled Holly away. I said, tomorrow is not the day to go eat, so pay attention. Ganma, got it. Zhao Ling was helpless, then looked at Wu Xie, you guys go rest as well. You're also tired from rushing over this day. The three of them also went upstairs to rest, and Zhao Ran's gaze sank, hoping that nothing would happen tomorrow. Chapter 66, Going to the Crescent Moon with Me. The next day, Shen Nu dressed up Wu Xie and the others. All of them were dressed in suits, and they still looked good at a glance. Holly tugged at her tie. Do I have to dress like this? Shen Nu, of course. Didn't Fatty say that all the people going there are people of status? So of course they can't just wear them. Holly looked to the side at Zhao Ling. What about Zhao Ling? Zhao Ling waved his hand. I've been there twice, and I'm an acquaintance with the owner there, so it doesn't matter to me. Shen Nu, Aya, you wear it, it just matches with my skirt. Don't you want to wear couple's clothes with me? As soon as Holly saw that Shen Nu's face looked bad, she immediately started to explain. Of course not, we can wear it every day if you like. Shen Nu was happy to hear that and went upstairs to change her own clothes. Fatty Wang looked at the two flirting. Tianjin, aren't we a bit redundant? Wu Xia looked at Fatty Wang with a face full of black lines. No one will take you for a mute if you don't speak. When Fatty Wang and Zhao Ling heard this, they both turned their gazes towards Zhang Qi. Little brother looked up and locked eyes with them, and finally his gaze went to Wu Xie, who was a bit embarrassed. Little brother, I'm not talking about you. Zhang Qi Lattice removed his gaze. Wu Oblique slapped Fatty Wang, his eyes full of condemnation. Fatty Wan just smiled and did not say anything. Only after Shen Nu changed her clothes did the six of them set off. And luckily the car that Zhao Ling bought was a 7-seater, just so they could sit down. When he arrived at the entrance of the Crescent Moon Hotel, the gatekeeper saw Zhao Ran coming and immediately greeted him. Mr. Zhao, you're here? Do you want me to inform the boss? Zhao Ling, no, I just came over to take a look. The person guarding the door was a bit embarrassed. Mr. Zhao, there's an auction today, so the private rooms are all booked out. Zhao Ran waved his hand carelessly. It's fine, I just came over to take a look today. These are my friends, we'll just sit in the hall. Okay, Mr. Zhao please. Zhao Ling led them inside, and as soon as they entered, a waiter took them to find a table to sit down, and then brought them menus. Wu Xie and Fatty Wang first opened it without caring to take a look. After all, they were not meant to come to eat, but they didn't want to. As soon as they opened it and saw the price on it, their eyes widened. Fatty Wang lowered his head and Wu Oblique complained. A pot of tea 7,000. How not to go rob ah? Fatty Wang's voice was small, but it couldn't be hidden from the listening slaves inside. Zhao Ling felt the measuring gazes coming from all around. His eyes looked at Fatty Wang. Fatty, be careful with your words, and also, just order whatever you want. I'll pay the bill. It was a bit awkward with Fatty Wu Slant, and in the end, it was Wu Qi who rounded off the conversation. No need for that, Mandarin brother. We didn't come here to eat in the first place. Zhao Ling didn't try to persuade him much, handing the menu in his hand to Xian Nu and Dong Chang, who was also shocked by the price. Holly, is that price okay? It's so expensive. Xian Nu was accepting it well. Holly, every penny counts, and there are reasons why it's expensive. Then she called the waiter and ordered several dishes. Holly looked baffled. Order that much? Xian Nu, and la, it's Zhao Ling who pays the bill anyway. Seeing that Xian Nu ordered, Zhao Ling also returned the menu. Well, eat as much as you want, order as much as you want, and don't be too wasteful. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling, you're not so stingy, are you? Zhao Ling, what do you mean by stingy? I'm a family man, understand? If you don't economize, are you two going to drink the northwest wind? Have you made any money? Zhao Ling said what he said, but he didn't stop them from ordering the food. So Xian Nu smiled and brought up other topics, skipping over the issue, and Dongqing smiled shyly at Zhao Ling before lowering her head. Zhao Ling rolled his eyes and didn't pay any attention to them. Wu Xie and Wang Fatty drank the tea ordered by Xian Nu. There was one thing to say, this tea is really good. No wonder it's so expensive? The two men discussed in whispers. Just as the dishes came up, Fatty Wang saw Xie Yuchen walk in and lowered his head to speak to Wu Xie. Master Hua is here. Wu Xie looked up and saw Xie Yuchen who was walking towards them. Little flower? Xie Yuchen was also a bit surprised to see them here. Wu Xie, how did you guys get here? W Slant, we found a style mine and a buyer has asked me to trade it here. Xie Yuchen pondered for a moment, thought of something and smiled at Wu Xie and the others. Wu Xie, I probably know who this buyer is. When Wu Xie heard this, he wanted to ask Xie Yuchen about the situation, but was interrupted by Xie Yuchen. Wu Xie is here. Not everything can be said. Wu Xie was dumbfounded, and Zhao Ling couldn't look away. Is there anything you can't go back and talk about? Is this a place to chat? Wu Xie's expression changed and he turned back to Xie Yuchen and smiled. Little flower, are you here for the auction as well? Before Xie Yuchen could reply, another person walked in at the door and started greeting Wu Xie as soon as he saw him. Junior Third Master. Wu Xie froze. He didn't recognize this person, but this shouting of Junior Third Master should be directed at him. Fatty Wang saw the person and introduced the person's origin to Wu Xie, called Liuli Sun. Wu Xie was sure that she didn't recognize this person, but since the person had already called out to him, she couldn't treat it as if she hadn't heard anything. Xia Yuchen on the side listening to Fatty Wang's science, face full of ridicule, not just of pouring broken beads. Zhao Ling and Dongqing glanced at each other when they heard this. It seems like there is a story. Liuli Sun walked in front of Wu Xie. Junior Master San, the road has recently lost news of Master San. I wonder if you know? Wuxiao, my third uncle is like that. A god who doesn't see the end of the dragon. Lurk Sun, but I heard that he died. Wu Xie and Xie Yuchen's face changed on the spot. No matter it was Wusan province or Xia Lianhuan, both were their elders and had special feelings for them. Where could they stand to be mentioned by these people? Wu Xia, my third uncle. He's fine. Thanks for thinking of the Taoist. Xia Yuchen got up. If Wu Sanshan knew that someone had rumored about him like that, that person's head would have to be careful. Then followed the man from the Crescent Moon Hotel up the stairs to his compartment, and talking to someone like that only made him feel insulted. When Liuli counted on seeing Xie Yuchen, a flash of scorn flashed across his face, so he didn't say anything and let Xie Yuchen. At this time, Wu Xie and Fatty Wang also came over to the side of people to invite them to go up. Wu Xie also knows probably to buy his drawings of people, followed by the go. Fatty Wang walked over to Liuli Sun and added, unintelligent. Liuli Sun's expression instantly became unsightly. Fatty Wang and Zhang Qi Lattice followed him together. Before leaving, Zhao Ling reminded Wu Qi, Wu Xie, no matter what you see, don't get excited. Think more about the consequences before you do anything. Wu Xie, Mandarins, I know. Zhao Ling looked at his back, his gaze deep. I hope you really know. Chapter 67, Lighting the Heavenly Lantern. After the three of them left, Zhao Mandarin glanced at Xin Nu and Dong Chang who were eating, full of helplessness. No, you two leave some for me. Xin Nu, it's not like I'm stopping you from eating. Hurry up, maybe you won't be able to eat later. Zhao Ling, it is indeed quite possible. Zhao Ling then glanced at Li Yulison to the side. What? Does this gentleman still want to sit down and have a drink with us? Liu Li-sun didn't know Zhao Ling's identity, but seeing that he had just sat at a table with Wu Xie and the others, maybe they knew each other, so he didn't have a good face for them. Lurk son, what the hell? Dare to talk to me like that? This was followed by a poo-poo to the side. Zhao Ling laughed on the spot. Shen Nu put down chopsticks and looked at this death-defying person, while Dongqing clutched her bowl tightly, hoping that she wouldn't be implicated later. Zhao Ling put down his chopsticks, leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and just looked at Liu Li-sun. Liu Li-sun was about to leave, but by the sweep of Zhao Ling's eyes, he was instantly shocked and couldn't lift his feet. Zhao Ling picked up a teacup and took a sip, then kicked out. Liu Li-sun was kicked by him to a table on the other side. The table was smashed down, and the things on it shattered all over the place. Zhao Ling walked to the side of Liu Li-sun who was lying on the ground. His foot stepped on his back, bent down, and spoke with a smile. How is it? Can you talk now? Liu Li-sun had long been scared out of his wits and begged for forgiveness, but he had just seen killing intent in Zhao Ling's eyes. Xian Nu shook her head. TCH, you said that it's not good for you to mess with anyone but Zhao Ling. Wu Xie they walked to the turn of the stairs and were startled by Zhao Ling's movements and just watched him move. Xia Yuchen was also startled. This Zhao Ling, too arrogant, in the Crescent Moon Hotel dared to be so blatant hands-off. At this time, Sheng Shengslo rushed over and walked over to Zhao Lin. Mr. Zhao, I'm really sorry bother you. Can you give us face and spare his life? Zhao Ling left his feet off of him, his eyes looking towards sounding slowly, and spoke with a smile. What are you talking about? I'm a law-abiding one. How could I take a life? Then his face changed violently. However, please also tell your family's bossine one thing. Don't let in any cats or dogs. What if they bite me? The smile at the corner of Xian Nu's mouth never let go. This Zhao Ling is getting more and more arrogant. Without the king of the underworld pressing down on him, he's kind of letting himself go. The sound of slow and even answered to, and then let the people to the Liu Li-sun to lift up to please go out. Zhao Mandarin is also not in charge of. Go back to their own position to sit down. It was only then that the somewhat stagnant atmosphere inside slowly returned, and as the man singing on stage continued to open his voice, the others withdrew their gazes and chatted about their own affairs. Xian Nu gave Zhao Ling a thumbs up. Not bad. Awesome. Zhao Ling, if I don't teach him a lesson, they'll still think I'm a bully. Xian Nu, next time, leave this kind of physical work to me, otherwise I'll be embarrassed to eat so much. Zhao Ling's gaze went to the table. No, ancestor, you two really didn't leave me anything at all. Xian Nu, in the point of chanting, you do not know the boss here. Discount ah. Zhao Ling didn't bother with her and reordered 2 more dishes. Wu Oblique they also went to the upstairs box, but their side is not too smooth. See Huo old lady. Wu Oblique first was a burst of squeezing. They want to know also did not ask out. See the auction is about to start. He was a bit anxious and went up and sat on the chair next to old Mrs. Hua, who blushed and wanted to remind Wu Xie. Then as if she thought of something, she provoked Wu Xie instead, and sure enough, Wu Xie didn't listen to her and was bent on sitting in that seat. Old Mrs. Hua watches Wu Xie's movements. The corner of her mouth hooks into a sarcastic smile. How can such a young and naive person fight with her? Zhao Mandarin was still with the Xian female. They looked at the manual pointing at it, heard some unusual sounds before looking up. A glance at the Wu Oblique sat on the position of pointing the heavenly lanterns. The opposite side of the Xie Yuchen reminders also did not. Wu Qi they do not know anything. Zhao Ling's face changed. How did this Wu Xiexia sit in that seat? Did he not understand clearly before coming? Unbeknownst to Wu Xie, they felt that Zhao Ling had come, so they had an understanding, and did not ask more about the situation, so they were directly pitched by Mrs. Hua. Shen Nu and Dongqing also realized that something was wrong. Why were all the people around here looking at Wu Xie and them? Shen Nu, Zhao Ling, what's wrong? Zhao Ling, that seat is for the person who lights the sky lanterns. Holly, lighting sky lanterns? Zhao Ling, here, to light the sky lanterns means to wrap the field. Shen Nu looked at the atlas in her hand. So many things, a package, how much would that cost? Zhao Ran sneered. What are you afraid of? Since he dares to sit, he should have the ability to bear the consequences. Shen Nu and Dongqing looked at each other. They felt that Wu Xie was afraid that he couldn't afford to pocket it. Just now he didn't dare to order 2 dishes. So much money, they were afraid that they couldn't take it out. That Wu Xie also found something wrong. Fatty Wang explained the meaning of lighting the sky lanterns. Wu Xie's face went white. He really did not have any money. It is hard not to be killed here today? Thinking of the bet with Mrs. Hua, he intends to sit down with a hard head. Zhao Ling looked straight to shake his head. Wu Xie is still too naive. Do things so impulsive and reckless? I'm afraid that today's matter is not good to end. Shen Nu looked at Zhao Ling. What should we do? Zhao Ling, what else can we do? Cool it. Take a step and see what happens. What people didn't expect was that the things auctioned inside actually had a ghost seal. something that Zhao Ling and the others didn't know about, but Wu Xia and the others did know about it, and it was important to them as well, so they were trying to take the ghost seal. Shen Nu looked at the ghost seal on the stage and also found it a bit strange. She and Zhao Mandarin exchanged glances and both saw curiosity in each other's eyes. It seemed that they did have to take this thing. Halfway through the auction, due to the number of people involved, the price was raised higher and higher. Wu Xia's face was white. His family's property could not withstand defeat. Zhao Ling naturally can see the bottom of the Wu slant, but what else can be done? As is his own sitting up, they have been downstairs, and do not know what happened. This Wu Qi found out the wrong also do not go. This is not asking for trouble. While the auction was going on, I didn't know what Fatty Wang and Wu Xia said, but I heard Wu Xia say, "Fatty, shut up," but it was too late. The people ringing the bell below had heard them and pointed at Wu Xia and shouted, "They're going to destroy the lights." As the words fell, the people from the Crescent Moon Hotel rushed towards Wu Xia's box. Zhao Ling, three people look at each other. Well, this is a bigger thing. Alas. Chapter 68, Running Away. Wu Xia wanted to get up, but was pressed down by Zhang Qigang. "Leave them to me." Then he stepped over the railing in front of him and landed on the ground with a leap, kicking both men out of the way. Shen Nu was starry-eyed on the side. Wow, so handsome. Zhao Ling was filled with black lines. "Holly, take her away from me. It's too humiliating." Shen Nu was dissatisfied. "What do you mean by disgrace, Zhao Ling? Make it clear to me." As they spoke, they retreated to the side, leaving the battlefield of the central Zhangqi lattice, and the three of them were in pieces. "Holly, Zhao Ling, what should we do? Should we go up and help?" Zhao Ran blankly glanced at him. Talking is really not paying attention. Did not see that when he just said that sentence, the eyes of the people in the Crescent Moon Hotel all looked at them. "Shen Nu, what does it have to do with us? We're not here to eat," Shen Nu said and also confidently gave a look towards Zhao Ling, who gave her a thumbs up followed by a look that signaled her to leave with Dongqing. Shen Nu was puzzled for a split second. Then she reacted and gave an okay sign, pulling Holly away. Holly still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Shen Nu. "Let's go outside and wait for them to be in. There are so many people. It would not be good if they were accidentally injured by mistake." Although Dongqing was a bit puzzled, when she saw Zhao Ling's eyes signaling them to go out, she closed her mouth and followed Shen Nu to leave. Zhao Ran watched the two leave before he leaned against the pillar and watched the fight between Zhang Qigang and the people. Honestly, it was really wonderful. It's just that they also completely offended Yin Nanfeng like this. Right, and I don't know how things are going to end up today. Zhao Ling did not go up to help the intention. This matter is the beginning of the Wu Oblique caused. Zhangqi lattice they are together. It is certainly not good to divide, but he is not the same. He and Yin Nanfeng acquaintance, and took a lot of pay from her hands. This if you bring people to smash her scene, that is called is to offend the people to death. Zhao Ling's eyes looked to Wu Oblique them that, especially to see the other side has been watching the whole old lady. The heart laughs. No wonder Wu Oblique they cannot fight. Wu Oblique although smart, but the experience is still too little. A bit of experience is not. Perhaps wait a decade or 8 years. She experienced more things after the face of today's things will not be so passive. Not long after, Wu Oblique they were whole old ladies people thrown down. Zhangqi lattice is quick to kick a cushion for Wu Qi. Zhao Mandarin looked at the King Fat Man or some heart. So the foot just by Zhangqi lattice kicked over the person kicked to the King Fat Man landed on the ground. The King Fat Man has a cushion after a tumble to the ground. Sigh of relief. Turning his head, he thanked Zhao Ling. "Brother Ling, thanks a lot." Zhao Ling looked at the three of them standing in the middle, next to all the gawking Crescent Moon Hotel people, and felt that he still couldn't let them go too far, and took 2 steps forward to stop them when Wu Qi and the others were about to make a move. Wu Xia was a bit puzzled. "Official brother, you." Zhao Ling's gaze was deep, and he swept a glance at Wu Xia. Wu Xia was instantly abashed by his glance, and the forward-looking aura from earlier went down quite a bit. Xia Yuchen also walked down and advised them. "Wu Xia, offending the boss here is not worth the loss. Fatty Wang, Master Hua, don't try to persuade us. Now that it's like this, there's no way back." Xia Yuchen is very helpless, although he knows that Mrs. Hua is definitely using Wu Xia mostly, but it is not good to end it now that it has become such a mess, and he and the Hua family are also talking about cooperation. In this case, it is not appropriate for him to stand on that side. Zhao Ling looked at Xia Yuchen's changing expression and raised his eyebrows. It seems that this Xia Yuchen also has his own plans. Really, I hate dealing with smart people. Each has their own calculations. Zhao Ran looked at the sound on the stairs and spoke. "I would like to see Boss Yin. Otherwise, it's not Boss Yin's wish to keep it going, right?" Sonic looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. "I'll get the boss." Wu slanted his face with some concern. "Official brother, this matter, Zhao Ling, knowing that it won't end well, why didn't you think about it when you did it?" Wu Zhiqi blamed himself a little, thinking that before, Zhao Ling reminded him again and again to be careful, but he was still counted by old Madame Hua. His heart felt a little guilty. I'm sorry, Ling. Zhao Ling, your business. Go back. Old Mrs. Hua also walked downstairs and looked at them with a cold smile. You won't have a good ending if you offend the boss here. Wu slanted to look at old Mrs. Hua and spoke. Old Mrs. Hua, things aren't over between us. Immortal Hua looked at them unconcernedly. Let's hope that you guys can get out in one piece today. Then he took Hua Xiao and left. Zhao Mandarin did not say anything, but his eyes went to stare at her back. He remembered today's matter, and he will return it in the coming day. Yin Nanfeng then came down with Shang Shang. She couldn't call Zhang Rishan, so she could only step in herself, looking at the messy hall with an ugly face. Yin Nanfeng, Zhao Ling, I've always given you face, right? What? You brought someone to smash my venue today. Zhao Ling, boss Yin, forgive me. Today it's a few of my friends who don't know what's important. It's just that this ghost seal is really useful and we'd like to take it away. I don't know what boss Yin would like to do with it. Yin Nanfeng, the rules of my Crescent Moon restaurant. Either you shoot it down and take it away in a dignified manner, with both money and silver, or leave your life behind and I'll give you something to bury with it. Yin Nanfeng then surveyed the hall. But seeing as you guys are like this today, you're not going to shoot it down. Zhao Ling face ugly, already made such a mess. Now by the price is even bigger. He originally did not intend to pay. In that case, then can only be offended. Zhao Ling picked up a cup of water. Before the crowd could react, they saw him throw a talisman burning into it, and with a fling of the water, it flew out. Blindfolding curse. The crowd only felt that a white mist suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. Zhao Ling then pulled Wu Xie and the others. Run! Wu Xie and Fatty Wang reacted by lifting their feet and running towards the door, while Zhang Qi Lattice broke the glass cover with a punch, picked up the ghost seal and ran out after Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling ran away and left behind a sentence. Boss Yin, I'll make amends to you some other time. When they ran out the door, Xian Maiden drove her car and waited for them at the door. Wu Xie and the others followed Zhao Ling's movements and opened the car door and got in. And finally with Zhao Ling's sentence go, Xian Nu drove off in her car, and all four of them sat on the seats and breathed a sigh of relief. And this side of the Crescent Moon Hotel, wait until they regain sight. In front of them has long been no one. Yin Nanfeng looked at the empty hall, face a burst of annoyance. This Zhao Ling, from beginning to end did not want to talk to her properly. Right. Chapter 69 Lessons Learned. Sonic slowly asked Yin Nanfeng, Boss, should we send someone after them? Yin Nanfeng, humph, can we still catch up? It's all gone nowhere now. Yin Nanfeng glanced at Xie Yuchen, and thinking of Wu Xie's relationship with him, he smiled and opened his mouth. Boss Xie, what do you think of this account today? Xie Yuchen's face stagnated. Bad. Just now I should have run away. Now I'm afraid it's not good to go. Then Xie Yuchen smiled. Sorry, Boss Yin. I don't have any money here either. Yin Nanfeng still smiling on his face, but in his heart he hated to curse him to death. No money, lying ghost, you people have no one good. Today this thing she is not finished. Yin Nanfeng, you, Boss Xie, shouldn't care about giving Wu Xie and the others a guarantee. Didn't you say that the 9 gates are one family? Xie Yuchen was helpless. He also knew that no matter how he said it today, he had to give Yin Nanfeng an explanation. In the end, he still agreed to the guarantee. After Xie Yuchen left, Yin Nanfeng looked at the messy hall and instructed Sonic Slow, send a copy of the bill to the Hua family. Shang Slow was a bit puzzled. Boss, what if the Hua family denies it? Yin Nanfeng sneers, whether she recognizes it or not. This Hua Donjia's arrogant and used to it. Still really think anyone is afraid of her? She doesn't believe. Today's incident, Zhao Ling will not find Hua family trouble, as long as his side of the hand. She also knocked Hua family, as Zhao Ling gave her compensation. In the car, Shen Nu asked them about their situation as she drove. Zhao Ling, how are you guys doing? Zhao Ling, it's fine. Holly saw the ghost seal in Zhang Qi Lattice's hand. You guys really brought out the ghost seal, huh? Did you pay for it? Shen Nu also saw the ghost seal, and when she heard Dong Qing ask this, she thought that they had all fought, so this thing wouldn't have been snatched back by them. And looking at Zhao Ling's face full of displeasure, she thought that it was very likely. Zhao Ling is really in a bad mood right now that he has offended Yin Nanfeng. I'm afraid that they will have some trouble after that. Just thinking about this he can't wait to kick Wu Xie down. The thing that is not good enough to accomplish anything is not good enough to fail. Wu Xie and Fatty Wang looked at each other in dismay. He naturally sensed Zhao Ling's bad mood, and he didn't dare to open his mouth for fear of bumping into a gun and being scolded. Back at the villa, Zhao Ling was the first to get out of the car and go inside. When they went in, Zhao Ling sat on the sofa. Sit down, have a chat. Wu Xie, official brother. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive about what happened today. It's just that I was trying to. Wu Xie's words were interrupted by Zhao Ling before he could finish his sentence. Zhao Ling, I don't care what you're doing it for. All I know is that because of you now we've offended the Crescent Moon Hotel, and even more people, and such a costly thing is something that can't be solved by a word of apology from you? Zhao Ling's tone was a bit harsh. Wu Qi lowered his head guiltily. Fatty Wang saw this and was a bit intolerant. He spoke. Brother Ling, today's incident was that old lady Hua who set us up, and mainly we didn't understand the rules of the Crescent Moon Hotel before we got into trouble. Zhao Ling, do not understand, then you will not ask? Also, I have repeatedly reminded you not to be impulsive. Why, can't you remember? I see you guys fight very dashing. Oh, then you have thought about how to get rid of the aftermath? Or are you just waiting for your flower master to help? Wu Xie, brother mandarins, what else can I do now? If you say so, I will definitely do as I say. Zhao Ling looked at him. Do as you are told. I said to ask you to inquire more about the Crescent Moon Hotel. Did you do it? I said for you to think twice before acting. Did you do it? I said for you to be careful of the people inside. Did you do it? Zhao Ling's 3 consecutive questions directly silenced them all. Xian Nu shook her head. Still too young, too impulsive when it comes to things. This point is very bad. Zhao Ling, Wu slash, if you still haven't made any progress, then I'll have to reconsider our partnership. After Zhao Ling finished speaking, he got up and went upstairs. Dong Chang wanted to say something for Wu Xie and the others, but was interrupted by Xian Maiden. Waiting for Zhao Ling to leave before Dong Qing comforted Wu Xie and the others. Holly, you guys don't mind. That's just how Zhao Ling's character is. Xian Nu, alas. It's normal to make mistakes. It's good to know that you can change. Zhao Ling's words are not nice to hear, but they are very reasonable drops. You guys think about it. Then saw the ghost seal on the table. I'll study this thing. Then took the ghost seal and pulled Holly upstairs. Watching them leave, Wu Xieji wilted a bit. Fatty, did I really do something wrong? I just want to know what's behind it. Fatty Wang put his hand on his shoulder. Tianjun, I understand you. It's just that you are too anxious to think about today's matter is indeed too impulsive. I also have the fault of not stopping you. Zhang Qi looked at Wu Xie. Did he open his mouth to comfort? Wu Xie, there's still me. Wu Xie looked at the two of them sincerely and felt even more guilty. Not only did he get into trouble himself this time, but he also dragged his friend into it. Upstairs, Xian Female took the ghost seal and pulled Dongqing to Zhao Ling's room. Dongqing was still a little hesitant. It's not good for us to leave just like this. They are still. Xian Nu directly interrupted him. Aya, why are you worried about them? Don't worry, Zhao Ling has it in his heart. The two went into Zhao Ling's room. Zhao Ling was playing happily with his cell phone. Xian Nu was as usual and went up to sit next to Zhao Ling, and Dong Chang was a little unresponsive. Zhao Ling, you're not angry? Xian Nu gave him a helpless look. It's not like Zhao Ling was involved much in this matter, so what's there to be angry about? It's not like it can't be solved. Holly, so what was he doing with that look just now? Zhao Ling, Holly, you're as naive as ever. Don't forget, we have no roots here. We're not like them. No, I should say we're not like Wu Qi. Holly listened in confusion. What do you mean? Xian Nu shook her head helplessly. Holly, what were we supposed to do today? Holly, accompanying them to meet people. Xian Nu, that's right. That's why we actually kind of went to the Crescent Moon Hotel with no purpose in the first place. But after seeing the ghost seal it was a different story. Xian Nu looked at the ghost seal on the table and then spoke. Zhao Ling and I discovered an unusual aura on it, so we discussed taking it away to have a look at it at that time. Holly, no. When did you guys discuss this? Zhao Ling, during your meal. There were listening slaves inside the Crescent Moon Hotel, and they naturally wouldn't open their mouths to reveal their purpose. But the two had worked together so many times that this point of tacit understanding had long been unspoken. Zhao Ling, from seeing the look in Wu Xie's eyes when they saw the ghost seal, I knew that they had thoughts about this thing as well, and at that time I had a plan on how to take this thing with us while picking us out. Chapter 70, Getting Outside Help. Holly finally understood this time. So, you're angry on purpose, including today at the Crescent Moon Hotel, and you're just sitting around waiting for things to happen. Zhao Ran smiled. That's right, I told you that I was waiting for them. It's just that I didn't expect that they would actually smash the scene directly, but it's not a big problem. Anyway, this thing is in our hands now. Holly, if we want this we can also directly talk to Wu Xie and the others. Is it necessary to go around in such a big circle? Zhao Ling and Xian Nu looked at each other, both seeing speechlessness in the other's eyes. Xian Nu, Holly, have you forgotten that we don't have any background here? Holly, what does that have to do with context? Zhao Ling, as I said before, there is a huge conspiracy behind Wu Xie and the others. There are forces that have been observing them, so how could they not be suspicious of us appearing out of thin air? Moreover, I'm guessing that the other party might even be a little bit related to what we're about to do. Zhao Ling finished looking at Xian Nu. Xian Nu then he spoke. Therefore, we will never be able to let people know that we have intentions towards the ghost seal. Only by taking us out of this matter completely will the other party not suspect our identity too much. The most we can let them know is that we are on the same side as Wu Xie, and we can't let them know the slightest hint of any other purpose. Right now, Wu Xie and the others are our best shield. Zhao Ling, moreover, only Master Hua and Wu Xie are from the 9 sect among us, and if Wu Xie gets into trouble, there are people who will cover for him, so there's absolutely no need for us to expose ourselves. After hearing this, Holly could only be greatly shocked. You guys are really something. It was that expression that was a bit of a one-liner, but Zhao Ruler and Xian Nu didn't care, as the two of them glanced at each other and both saw laughter in each other's eyes. Xian Nu, okay, look at this thing. The three of them turned their gazes to the ghost seal, and after studying it for a while, Zhao Ling shook his head. This thing isn't complete enough. Ganma, that's right, looks like we'll have to put it together before we see it. Holly, so this stuff? Zhao Ling, give it back to them, they need to use it too. Dongqing, I'll take it down to them. Dongqing picks up the ghost seal and is about to go down. Zhao Ling calls out to him, watch your mouth, don't talk nonsense. Oh. Holly nodded and rolled her eyes back at Zhao Ling, who didn't care. After Holly left, Xian Nu looked at him and spoke, what are you going to do about today? Zhao Ling, today has nothing to do with us, let's let Wu Xie take care of it. Xian Nu gave him a blank look. Look at him like that, can you fix it? Zhao Ling, he can't, but there are people who can help him. Ganma, aren't you going to go down and remind him? Zhao Ling, I'll go in a while, I have to let him reflect and reflect. It was only after a while that Zhao Ling and Xian Maiden came downstairs. Dongqing sat beside Wu Xie and kept on enlightening him. Fatty Wang also interjected a couple of words from time to time, and Zhang Qi Lattice stood on one side, his eyes mostly resting on the ghost seal. Seeing the two men come down, Wu Xie raised his head. Brother Mandarins, what should I do? Zhao Ran went up and found a seat and looked at him. Finding someone to help among all of us, you're the only one who has a background that can be pulled together with the Crescent Moon Hotel. Apart from you, the Wu family, we don't have anything. Wu Xie stagnant, looking for difficult to find his second uncle? But not to say that his second uncle will not help. This he even opened his mouth is a little difficult. Zhao Ling saw his entanglement and gave Xia Dongqing a look, and Dongqing immediately spoke up. Wu Xieji, you're still young now, and this matter is too big. It's best to find someone with a status similar to that of Bossine to step in. Fatty Wang, then Master Hua should be able to do the same. Ganma, are you guys going to ask him to pay you back? Pay back? Zhao Ling, you guys smashed so many things in the Crescent Moon Hotel and took the ghost seal with you. It's something they auctioned off. You still want to whore it out for nothing? Zhao Ling this time is really speechless. Not he always feel that counting them well unnecessary. This Wu Oblique look also quite smart. It is difficult not to be only other places have brains. Wu Xie, does my Wu family have that much money? Wu Xie stuttered a little as he spoke. He was also remembering those prices from the Crescent Moon Hotel. He was afraid that he might not be able to pay them back. Zhao Ling is almost speechless. Wu Xie, you also underestimate your second uncle. Listen to me. Call him, let your second uncle deal with it. Besides, Hua family, that old lady you play over others? You can't open your mouth if it's just a matter of seniority. Wu Oblique at this time also remembered the matter of Hua old lady. He really does not have much deterrent power in front of the other party. Also, although the people outside are calling him little third master, but he also knows that people are just looking at his third uncle's face. He, himself, has no effect. Wu Xie, I know. Mandarin, I'll call my second uncle. Wu Xie still decided to listen to Zhao Ling. After all, it was still Zhao Ling who took them away today, and Zhao Ling had no need to harm him. When Zhao Ling saw him preparing to make a call, his eyes flickered slightly and he and Xian Nu exchanged a glance before moving away. Wu Xie is still a little afraid of his second uncle, and there was some hesitation when he called, but in the end, he gave himself a boost and dialed the phone, and Wu Xie directly put it on speakerphone. Everyone could hear each other's voices, and as soon as they connected, Wu Xie spoke. Second uncle, I have something to find you. A slightly hoarse voice came from Wu Bai over there. Wu Xie, I already know about the Crescent Moon Hotel. Wu Xieji was a little stunned, not knowing how to answer. This thing has not happened for long. His second uncle and Changsha all know. Wu Xie, second uncle. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Wu Shizhang, I'm very happy that you're able to make this call to Uncle Air, but what you're doing is very disliked by Uncle Air. Wu Xiebai's straightforward words made Wu Xie stagnate for a moment, not knowing how to reply, and without waiting for him to speak, the opposite party spoke again. Well, I told you a long time ago not to get involved in these things? You haven't been listening, and now you've gotten into this kind of trouble. I shouldn't have let Lao San take you in the first place. Wu Xie, but, second uncle, I'm already in a situation now. Wu Xie's words made the person on the opposite side unable to speak for a moment, before a voice came from the opposite side. Wu Xie, 3 days later, I will go to the capital, and I will come and deal with it then. Wu Xia, okay, second uncle. I'll wait for you then. Wuxie, if you keep getting into trouble, I'll break your legs and stay home with your grandmother. Do you hear me? Wu Xia, no, second uncle. I will be good and wait for you to come. Afterwards, Wu Xiezhang hung up the phone. Wu Xiezhang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his second uncle still agreed to come to help him. Zhao Ling, see, I told you, you're the one with elders. Why don't you use it? Chapter 71 Arrival of Xiaoyuchun. Wu Xia wept. My second uncle will definitely not let me go. Fatty Wan comforted him. Wu Xia, it's okay, can't you still plan to tackle the Crescent Moon Hotel by yourself? Wu Xia, solution. In front of the Crescent Moon Hotel. What do I count for? Today if not for the Mandarin brother, we can't even enter the door. Zhao Ling, yo, think it over? Wu Xia nodded. I know, Mandarin, I want to break the game, but right now I'm still too weak. I can't rely on myself. Wu Oblique is also called when figured out, which in his view is a big problem, but for his second uncle may not be a matter of it. He also figured out. Anyway, is his third uncle pulled him in? His second uncle is sure to know that he cannot solve things, do not have to help them well. Why do we want to do anything to carry it by himself? Zhao Ling looked at him with relief. Not bad, know how to utilize your identity. They say that this people teach people. Teach will not. Things teach people. Once taught will. Fatty Wang, Tianjin, so what are you going to do next? Wu Oblique, nothing to do. Anyway, the anxious person is not me. Before whole old ladies so despise me, is not because now the Wu family is not my master. Well, wait for my second uncle to come. I do not believe that she is still this attitude. Looking at Wu Xia's face with a bad smile, Zhao Ling bit his back teeth. This Wu Xia will be led astray by him. Shen Nu, not bad. There is a background to be used up well. Children can teach Holly, Wu Slash, it's good that you have it in your heart. A few people were talking. Suddenly there was a sound from outside. Not a moment later someone opened the door and came in. Looking up, it was Xiaoyuchen. Wu Xia, little flower, what brings you here? Xiaoyuchen, you guys ran off in style, but Boss Ian is pissed off. Fatty Wang, Master Hua, so you came over here? Xiaoyuchen, still saying that, you guys can still sit here peacefully now. That's with me vouching for you. He then handed them the bill. Wu Oblique took a look. Eyes are wide, 260 million. This fake it? By Xiaoyuchen gave him a glance. What are you thinking? There's no need for Boss Ian to screw you guys out of your money. Zhao Ling also did not expect it to be such an amount. Some surprise, but did not say anything. But it is the Wu Oblique and Fat Wan reacted greatly. Xiaoyuchen looked at Zhao Ling, who was sitting on the side with nothing to do, and spoke. Boss Ian is very unhappy today. Zhao Ling, what does it have to do with me? I didn't do anything. I even persuaded them. Boss Ian should be thanking me. Zhao Ling's words left the others speechless. You are really daring to say that. Xiaoyuchen, I don't care about you. I can't care anyway. Zhao Ling nodded his head. Yes, just take care of Wu Xia. Fatty Wan looked at Xiaoyuchen and spoke curtly. Master Hua, look at this account. Just even it out for us. Xiaoyuchen, stop. It's already good enough for me to vouch for you guys. You still have to pay back this money yourselves. Then Xiaoyuchen looked at Wu Xia and their lifeless expressions and spoke again. But, Wu Slash, little flower. But what? The corner of Wu Xia's mouth hooked into a smile. If you guys can work with the Hua family, it's not like I can't consider vouching for you guys for a while longer. Zhao Ran smiled in his heart. Sure enough, this is to say the purpose, Wu Xia just wanted to say that his second uncle will come to deal with it. Was stopped by a look from Zhao Ran, although he did not know what it means, but Wu Xia still had the sense not to say it. Fatty Wan watched their exchange and didn't say much. Wu Xiang, and old Mrs. Hua, little flower, you're not unaware that we've just offended someone today? Xiaoyuchen, old Mrs. Hua is wanting the drawings in your hands, and you also want to know the secret behind the drawings, so why can't we cooperate? Wu Xia was stunned. Although he had guessed that perhaps old Mrs. Hua knew something, but he also did not think that little flower would actually cooperate with her. Today's exchange down. The other party is really not a good person. Fatty Wang, Master Hua, we're falling out with someone here on the front foot and you're working with someone on the back foot. It's not quite right. Xiaoyuchen interrupted him. To be precise, it was me who first talked to her about cooperation before you guys went looking for her. Wu Xia, little flower, I don't trust this old lady Hua, so I don't want to talk about cooperation with her. And, Zhao Ling, Wu Xie, go and take a look. If it's possible, cooperation isn't a bad idea. When Zhao Ling saw that Wu Xie was about to say something about his second uncle, he immediately opened his mouth to stop it. Wu Xie froze and turned his head to look at Zhao Ling, but Zhao Ling still had the same look and his expression didn't change much, but he still believed that Zhao Ling wouldn't harm him, so he finally agreed to understand Yu Chen. Wu Xia, alright, little flower. Then we'll go see old Mrs. Huo once more. Xia Yuchen had thought that he would have to persuade Wu Xia 2 more times, but he did not expect that he would agree as soon as Zhao Ling opened his mouth. Although he could not see Zhao Ling's purpose, but he did not care very much. After all, there is nothing between Zhao Ling and his old lady, so he can't have a grudge against her. Xia Yuchen, good. Then I'll come to pick you up tomorrow to meet her. You guys are also tired today. Have a good rest. I'll go back first. Zhao Ling watched Xia Yuchen get up and patted Holly next to him. Qing's eye. Send Master Hua away. Xia Dongqing first froze, then reacted by getting up and looking at Xia Yuchen. Master Hua, I'll see you off. Fatty Wang followed suit and got up. Master Hua, let's see you off. Xia Yuchen nodded his head and didn't say anything more, nodded with them and left. Only after the 3 left did Wu Xia look at Zhao Ling and asked, Brother Ling, that old lady who obviously doesn't have good intentions, why do we still want to cooperate with her? Zhao Mandarin looked at Wu Oblique. Do not know anything like, some helpless, not your cleverness it, in addition to learning other than the skills are not lit up? In the end, it was Xian Nu who explained it to him. The clues we have in our hands now are definitely inferior to old lady Hua's, so there's no loss for us to go and meet her. And besides, just meeting doesn't mean that we have to cooperate. Wu Shezhi nodded his head as if he understood. Today's incident has made me all a bit scared. And why didn't you tell little flower that I got second uncle to come? Zhao Ling, are you stupid? It takes time for your second uncle to come, and there are things he will tell you? It's still up to you. Shen Nu, don't worry, we'll all be there tomorrow. We won't let that old lady bully you. Wu Slant, I know, thank you. Shen Nu, what's there to thank for? Go and rest. After Fatty Wang and Xia Dongqing sent people in, they were directly driven to bed by Zhao Ling. There's still a tough battle tomorrow. Get some rest. Chapter 72, Meeting Mrs. Hua. After everyone went to rest, only Zhao Ling and Xian Nu were left in the hall, and Xian Nu sized up Zhao Ling. Only then did he speak. Tell me, why did you go to see old Mrs. Hua? Zhao Ling, didn't you say all the reasons? Xian Nu gave her a blank look. Come on, that was to fool Wu Xie and the others. I don't believe that's why you're here. Zhao Ling pondered for a moment. It's been a long time since someone could count on my people. What do you think I'm going to teach her a lesson? Xian Nu smacked her lips. It's really still the same Zhao Mandarin I know. Xian Nu, don't you go too far. Zhao Ling laughed. Rule of law society? I'm a good citizen who abides by the law. Xian Nu looked at his grinning expression for a second. It's good that you're happy. Then he went upstairs to rest. Zhao Ling watched the people leave. The smile on his face disappeared. Thinking about what happened today, it seems that tomorrow's events can't be good. The next morning, they only finished breakfast. Xia Yuchen came over. Looking so anxious, Xia Yuchen sighed slightly. Too anxious, said that the rush is not a deal. In the end, their respect for Huo old lady the elders let people lose their temper, and naturally they do not care very much about them. Fatty Wang, Master Hua, do we need to be in such a hurry? Xia Yuchen, that's the time I made the appointment with Mr. Hua. Zhao Ling, is it so urgent? Master Hua. Xia Yuchen's face changed. Then he sighed. Dong Jiahua wanted to go to Benai earlier, so he was pressed for time. Wu Xiang, she is anxious and not us. Anxious if you go on your own, not on the line? Xia Yuchen choked a little by Wu Xia. Zhao Ling was a little surprised. The corner of the mouth smile cannot hide. Wu Xia will say you say more. Later to the old lady in front of the same so speak better. Xia Yuchen, Wu Xia, what are you doing? Xia Yuchen this time is really shocked. Wu Oblique before is not like this, right? This is only one night. How to talk like this? I don't know that this is also the thing that Wu Shezhi has been thinking about all night. He feels that he now has Zhao Ling and their help on his side. And there is also the second uncle who will come over to help him. He is naturally even more courageous. And he also doesn't like Huo old lady. The other party also pitched him a hand. Today he just wants to be arrogant. How to do it? Xian Nu, isn't this good? You won't be bullied. Xia Yuchen thought for a while and figured out that among Wu Xia and Mrs. Hua, he is definitely on Wu Xia's side. And cooperation with Mrs. Hua is just to find out the truth. Zhao Ling, well, let's all pretty much head out. We can't keep people waiting for us for too long, can we? Zhao Ling fumbled with the cell phone in his hand and looked up at them slightly. Half of his face sunk into the shadows, making the expression in his eyes somewhat less clear. Zhao Ling's eyes flashed harshly. They did not see. They all got up and went out. Zhao Ling and the 3 of them were at the end, driving their own cars. Wu Xia and Kaiyuchen sat in a car. Zhao Ling knew that they had their own things they wanted to discuss, and did not stop them. Anyway, they can do whatever they want, as long as they do not interfere with their own plans. The 3 of them were in a car, and there were no more scruples about talking. Xian Nu kept chattering about things, and was planning to take Holly to the mall. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling, let's go shopping after today. How long has it been since I bought nice clothes and little dresses? Zhao Ling drove the car and gave her a blank stare. I'll give you a blank stare. Experience it for yourself. Xian Nu didn't give a damn about his attitude, thinking to herself about what she was going to buy, and Holly was all smiles at her, not denying it at all. Zhao Ran listened to the two speechlessly. Ancestors, can you stop for a while? And also, no talking nonsense later. Ganma came forward. So can I buy my clothes? Zhao Ling nodded helplessly. Buy. Whatever you want to buy, okay? Xian Nu was then satisfied. That's not bad. Kneel in peace. Zhao Ling, do you want me to give a kowtow? Ganma, that won't be necessary. Their side are all happy atmosphere. Wu Oblique side of the atmosphere is a little stagnant. Wu Oblique and Yu Chen also do not know where to open, so they did not say anything. Fatty Wang looked at the two people's appearance is also not good to open, so they all sat in silence all the way. When they arrived at the place, Hua Xiu was waiting for them at the entrance, and after Zhao Ling got off the bus, Xian Nu and Dongqing followed Zhao Ling. Slightly behind him, Wu Xia and Yu Chen went up to talk to Hua Xiu. Then Hua Xiu led them inside, with Zhao Ling and the others following at the end. Upon entering, Wu Xia saw a long table with old madam was sitting at it, some bodyguards standing beside her. Hua Xiu stepped forward. Grandma, they're here. Old Mrs. Hua looked up at them. I thought you were thrown into the Yongding River by Boss Yin, and you actually ran away. Hua old lady's words made Wu Xia and their faces instantly darken. Xia Yuchen's face was not too good either. He brought Wu Xia over to talk about cooperation. This Hua old lady has been taking the posture of an elder to make things difficult for them. It's a bit too much. Wu Xia looked like he thought of something and laughed a bit. Old Mrs. Hua, now that the drawing is in my hands, you want to get it for the sake of the lower Zhang family ancient building, right? Old Mrs. Hua gave him an unexpected look. Oh, I thought you didn't know anything, but even if you do know, so what? Coming here and not leaving things behind, do you think you're leaving? Xia Yuchen's face changed. Family Master Hua. You, Old Mrs. Hua fiercely turns her head to look at Xia Yuchen. Xia Zi, it's best for you to stay out of this matter. Fatty Wang smiled and looked at the two. Master Hua, it seems that this old lady is not very trusting of you. Xia Yuchen did not answer. How could he not know himself? They were just using each other. Hua Xiu, Grandma, Brother Wu Xie and the others are here to talk about cooperation. Hua Xiangu, Xiu, don't interrupt. Wu Xie, Family Master Hua, if this is your attitude, then it seems like there's no need for us to converse any further. And it's you who's in more of a hurry now, isn't it? The corner of Wu Xie's mouth hooked up a smile and just looked at old Mrs. Hua, who had a somewhat ugly face and didn't say anything as she looked at them. Wu Xie saw this and directly sat down on the nearest seat to him. When old Mrs. Hua saw his movements, she immediately slapped the table. Who allowed you to sit there? Wu Xie was taken aback and looked at old Mrs. Hua with disbelief in her eyes as she pointed to a location on the other side. That's where your Wu family is. Seeing this, Fatty Wang stepped forward and asked, is there a place for me then? Old Mrs. Hua gave him a contemptuous look. No. Fatty Wang bristled. This old lady was really something. Xia Yuchen found his own Xia family seat and sat down, which revealed Zhao Ling and the others. Wu Xia was just about to get up when Zhao Ling took a step forward and pressed him down. Sit down. I'd like to see what she can do to us? The words were directed at Wu Xie, but his eyes looked at old Mrs. Hua, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and old Mrs. Hua suddenly felt a bit flustered between her gaze and his. Chapter 73 Conflict. Zhao Ling looked at her for a moment, then settled down next to Wu Xie, smiled and said aloud, there is no, I'm sitting here today. Whoever has an opinion, come out and talk. Zhao Ling said and threw the drawn gun onto the table in front of him. This thing, carrying it for a long time is still a bit heavy. Zhao Ling's action to see a burst of blood. Wang Fatty. Cool see that Hua old lady cannot even speak is really cool Wu Xie smiled faintly. Sure enough, with the Mandarin, there were no surprises. Xian Nu pulled Dongqing to sit down on the other side of Zhao Ling, and also greeted the standing Zhang Qilatis and the others. Sit down. There are so many seats here. Zhang Qi glanced at them, then at old Mrs. Hua, and took a seat on Wu Qi's side of the table, with Fatty Wang following him. Old Mrs. Hua wanted to speak, but Zhao Ling kept staring at her, the malice in her eyes making her somewhat afraid to speak. Seeing that people are sitting down, only then did Zhao Ling remove his gaze, and it was only then that old Mrs. Hua reacted, her face covered in humiliating hatred. You seek death. Then he let the bodyguards behind him make a move on them. Xia Yuchen wanted to stop but didn't know how to persuade her. Then thinking that Zhao Ling and the others should be able to handle it, he didn't open his mouth. Old Mrs. Hua waves her hand directly for the bodyguards to make a move on them, and Wu looks diagonally at Zhao Ling, who squeezes his shoulder. Sit properly. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Qilatis got up and knocked down the bodyguard who was close to them. As a result of his action was that all the other bodyguards attacked towards him. Looking at the scene in front of them, The others didn't look like they had any burden in front of them. Anyway, they had confidence in little brother's strength. Sure enough, within 2 strikes, those bodyguards were all knocked to the ground by him. And it was also during this process that old Mrs. Hua saw little brother's fingers, and with some surprise, called out to those people, "Stop it all." Then he let all those bodyguards walk out, got up and took 2 steps to little brother, took his hand and looked at him in shock. "Do you remember me?" Zhao Ran laughed. "Can you talk? If he remembers it, would he not come to you?" Old Mrs. Hua also reacted to this matter and looked at Zhang Qi. "If you go to that place as well, we'll definitely be able to find what's inside." Wu Xia was a bit confused. "Old Mrs. Hua, what are you doing?" Old Mrs. Hua ignores them and looks at Xiao Xiao and wants to kneel down. The crowd kneels down before they can react. Hua Xiao Xiao and Kai Yu Chen and Wu Xia and the rest of them are startled. They all rush over to help her up. Zhao Ling and Xian Nu exchanged a glance, and also got up and pulled old lady Hua up as soon as they could, while feeling something on her body, then let go of their hands and looked up at Xian Nu with a slight nod. No one else had noticed their movements, and now they were all focusing on the relationship between old Mrs. Hua and Xiao Xiao, watching Wu Xia and the others with curiosity. Zhao Ran went back to sit down again and spoke. "It seems that you people of the 9 sect know that you owe little brother." "Ah?" Old Mrs. Hua looked at Zhao Ling with a shocked expression, as if asking, "How did you know?" Wu Xia and De Yu Chen were equally puzzled. "Brother mandarins, what are you talking about?" Zhao Ling looked at their confused looks and was a bit speechless. "It means that all of you from the 9 sect owe little brother a lot of things, especially this old lady." Old Mrs. Hua gazed at Zhao Ling. "Who exactly are you? How do you know about the 9 gates?" "Zhao Ling, how do I know is important." Zhao Ling's heart spat. "I know a ghost, but your behavior now is to show that I guessed right." Old Mrs. Hua walked up to him and looked at Zhao Ling and Xian Nu and the others. "You are not welcome here." Xian Nu looked at her and asked with a smirk, "Is that so?" Then he slapped his palm on the table in front of him. "You really think you're a human figure? Ah, dare to be arrogant in front of me." As her words fell, a crack suddenly appeared on the table, accompanied by the sound of a dot. All the people's gazes were attracted to it, and then in front of the crowd, the table directly shattered into crumbs. Zhao Ling's eyes were quick to retrieve his gun and jumped out of range, leaving Wu Xia and the others to be raised by the dust. "Zhao Ling, big sister, what are you doing?" Xian Nu gave them a somewhat embarrassed look. "Sorry about that." A little harder. Her mouth said she was sorry, but her face was all smiles, not half as sorry as she was. And old Madame Hua looked at Xian Nu with apparent anger in her eyes, followed by a flash of stealing joy, with a bit of greed mixed in. Finally, he turned angry again and looked at them. "Are you here to smash my place? Yesterday's Crescent Moon restaurant wasn't enough, was it?" Old Madame Hua's change in mood went unnoticed by the others. They were all attracted by the shattered table, but Zhao Ling and Xian Nu, who had been minding her, saw it, and the two of them exchanged glances with playfulness and curiosity in their eyes. "Zhao Ling, don't get me wrong, we weren't the ones who smashed it yesterday. What does it have to do with us if you guys among the 9 gates have fellowship?" "Wu Xia, officials, what are you guys?" Old Mrs. Hua looks at Xie Yuchen. "Little flower, is this the person you brought?" Xie Yuchen glances at Zhao Ling and the others, then looks at old Mrs. Hua. "Sorry, Grandma Hua, they're not the people I hired. The implication is that what they did has nothing to do with me." Xie Yuchen then looked at Zhang Qi Lattice again. "However, if Grandma Hua is willing to explain to us what's going on with this little brother, then there's still room for us to talk about our cooperation." Hua Xiangu's face was all angry. "All of you have hardened your wings. What makes you guys think that I must cooperate with you?" Zhao Ran cleared his throat. "Ahem, we are not necessarily, but this little brother is different, right?" Zhao Ling's words made the crowd think of how Immortal Hua had just knelt down towards Xiao Xiao. Yes, looking at Immortal Hua, I'm afraid she wanted Xiao Xiao to participate very much. Old Mrs. Hua looked at Zhang Qi. "You're only one step away from the truth. Are you going to give up?" Zhang Qi looked at Hua Xiangu with a sullen gaze before spitting out. "I don't believe you." Fatty Wang on the side of the joke. "I said Mrs. Hua, do things to leave a line well. You see now that this is done, our little brother is still willing to cooperate with you?" Hua Xianqiu also knew that she couldn't change Zhang Qiling's mind, and turned her gaze to Wu Qi again. "Wu Qi, don't you want to know what's going on inside?" Wu Xiaocai reveals a touch of struggle, but then seeing Zhao Ling in their calm appearance, he still opens his mouth to refuse. "Old Mrs. Hua, there are some things that I should know. Sooner or later I will know them." Zhang Qi took 2 steps forward to Wu Qi's side. "Take me home." Wu Xia nodded and was about to head out, when suddenly, a mist filled the air, interspersed with a somewhat mournful cry. "You won't be able to leave." Chapter 74, Yellow Demon. The crowd was startled by the sound, and in the next moment they realized that they couldn't see anyone around them for a bit, and there was a silky scuffling sound all around them. Zhang Qi pulled over Fatty Wu Slant, and the three of them took a few steps back, so that they could vaguely see each other's silhouettes. Fatty looked around in confusion. What's going on here? No one answered him, and a voice came from the other side. It was Zhao Ling and Xian Nu who stepped in to pull Xie Chen and Hua Xiu over, telling the two to stay next to Dong Qing. Zhao Ling, don't move. Wu Xia, Zhao Ling, what's wrong? Zhao Ling took a glance around. Something is here. As for what it was, Zhao Ling didn't say. They didn't know for sure, but looking at the situation in front of them, they knew it wasn't something simple. Hua Xiu sobered up a bit at this time. Where's my grandma? Grandma! As soon as Zhao Ling covered her mouth and lunged to the side, a large crater appeared where they had just stood, accompanied by an explosion. Zhao Ling, shut up, don't yell, and behave if you want to live. Zhao Ling got up and looked around, then drew his gun and fired in all directions, not caring about the orientation. Firing randomly, the sound of the gun echoed in the enclosed space, only making people feel a little depressed. Suddenly, a shot hit something unknown, and there came a mournful scream. Before the thick fog in front of the crowd slowly dissipated, when they could see clearly, they realized that they were now long gone from the room they had just been in, but inside a secret room, with densely packed charms carved around the walls. Wu Xie and the others looked stunned, and Zhao Ling looked twice. This is a Maoshan talisman. Xian Nu gave him an unexpected look. You know this too? Zhao Ling heatedly laughed a little. After living a long time, you know a little bit about everything. Xian Nu didn't look at him again, and after surveying him spoke. But this looks as if it's a bit worn out. Zhao Ling, how else do you think that thing got out? Wu Xie and the others were puzzled in their eyes as they listened to the sound of the two men talking. Brother mandarins, what the hell is going on? Before Zhao Ling could answer, a figure appeared behind them. Everyone turned their heads to look. Hua Xiu's eyes widened. Grandma? Hua Xiu's movement to go forward was stopped by Xie Chen. Xiu, don't go. She's not right. Hua Xiu sniffs and re-looks at the old lady Hua who is looking at them, only to see that her eyes are scarlet and there is a bloody hole in her shoulder as she stares at them with a face full of horror. Hua Xiu, this is? Zhao Ling looked at Xian Nu. That old lady's soul is still there. Then this fight's out. The genin made a fist. Don't worry. Then the two of them fiercely attacked towards the old lady Hua. That old lady looked a handful of years old, but her movements were very flexible. A leap up to avoid the two people's attacks, and then her hands turned into claws and grabbed at the two people. Wu Xie and the others were all stunned by the scene and couldn't help but murmur out. Something can't have happened to this old lady. Hua Xiu couldn't believe it. Brother little flower, how did my grandmother she become like this? Xie Chen wasn't sure what was going on, so he could only comfort her first. Xiu, don't worry, they are very powerful. They can definitely save your grandmother. Holly explained on the side as well. Your grandmother should have been possessed by something. Don't worry, they have a way. As he was talking, he saw Zhao Ling and Xian Nu in front of him withdraw to the sides immediately after the old lady's body dodged the two men's attacks. Hua's old lady's attack went straight towards Xian Nu. Xian Nu's hands were wrapped with spiritual energy on them, and she swung out a fist, which clashed straight with the old lady's hand, making a sound of a metal collision, after which both of them retreated backward by a couple of steps each. Seeing the opportunity, Zhao Ling quickly stepped forward and grabbed the old lady's hand, followed by the other hand pointing to the other party's forehead, followed by another palm swing to the chest, followed by a scream. Hua old lady's body went limp and collapsed, and was supported by Zhao Ling. On the other side, a woman in a large red robe appeared, her hair cascading over her shoulders on both sides, her gaze ruthless as she stared at Zhao Ling and Xian Nu. Zhao Ling handed old lady Hua to Hua Xiu, then instructed, take care of her. Then his gaze went back to the woman as Xian Nu walked up to him, both of them looking at each other just as coldly. The woman's voice was hoarse with viciousness. When did you realize something was wrong? Zhao Ling gave her a disdainful look, covered in demonic aura. I told you that you can't even pretend to be invisible. Several large tails vaguely appeared behind the woman's back. Wu squinted as they took a look. 9 tails? It can't be a fox spirit. Fatty Wang smacked his lips. No, is there really such a thing in this world? The woman looked like she was enraged by what they said, and a demonic aura attack towards the two Zhang Qilatas hurriedly pulled the two out of the way. Zhao Ling swung out a talisman and collided with that demonic power, his mouth cursing angrily. Sinful animal, dare to ear. The woman saw that her attack was blocked, and a burst of indignation came over her. Who the hell are you people? Xian Nu was defiant. You don't even know who we are, and you still dare to make a move against us. The woman looked at Xian Nu with a drooling look on her face. Your body is wonderful. If I eat you, I will be able to achieve great power. Be a good boy and be my food. Well, the case was solved, and it was directed at her again, and the genin had a wicked look on her face. Zhao Ling looked at her with some amusement. As it turns out, your identity is indeed more attractive. To demons Xian Nu, whatever. I'll kill her today. What is it that dares to covet me? The woman unleashed the mana around her, and the tail behind her condensed into substance, while the form on her body was somewhat unsteady. Zhao Ran shot a glance with interest. This is not yet recovered. No wonder you want to eat you? Zhao Ling's gaze turned to Xian Nu, who gave him a blank look, not really wanting to talk at this point. Xia Yuchen, what is this thing? Zhao Ling, it's not a thing. To be precise, it's a demon. Wu Xia, demon? Knowing that they are a little difficult to accept, Zhao Ling does not feel anything. Anyway, the world is big. There are no strange things. Get used to it. Holly looked at it for a long time and asked with some uncertainty, is this a cat demon, or a nine-tailed one? Zhao Ling shook his head. No, this is not a cat demon. The crowd was curious when they heard Zhao Ling's words. Xian Nu then spoke. This is the yellow demon. When Wu Xia heard this, he suddenly thought of something and spoke. Yellow demon? In Liaozhai Zi, it is written that this thing is as big as a cat, with a big head and pointed nose, ears erect, right high and left low, resembling a fox and a cat, and there are also places called weasels. Zhao Ling was a bit surprised to hear Wu Xia's words, and so was Xian Nu. Fatty Wang patted Wu Qi's shoulder. Not bad, naive. You know this. W/. I also read about it in a book, and this reality is the first time I've seen it. Xian Nu, you do know quite a lot, but this thing is not a weasel, nor is it a cat, according to legend. It still feeds on night cats, and with 9 tails after it, it has 9 lives. Chapter 75. Wu Xia and the others were shocked. 9 lives? So powerful? Zhao Ling, not only that, what this demon is best at is taking over the body, and after doing so, everything of the person who was taken over will be inherited by it. Huoshou. So, it took over my grandmother? Zhao Ling, so far, it seems so. The woman on the opposite side listened to their words and her eyes showed a cold light. I didn't expect you guys to be a bit insightful, so all of you can stay. As soon as the words fell, it attacked towards the two of them. Zhao Mandarin took 2 steps back. Xian Nu directly fought with the thing. The two of them disappeared and appeared on the other side of the secret room from time to time. They watched in wonder. Fatty Wang looked relieved that someone was now dealing with this thing, and carefully moved to Zhao Ling's side. Brother Ling, this Xian Nu is so powerful. Zhao Ling gave him a sidelong glance. 9 heavenly mysteries, the war god of Kunlun. What do you think? Fatty Wang's eyes widened. Brother Mandarins, I always thought you guys were joking with us? Zhao Ran glanced at him helplessly. I'm too full to joke with you guys. Wu Xia pulled over Fatty Wang with one hand. Fatty, don't talk nonsense. Fatty Wang patted his mouth. I'm just joking. Brother Mandarins, you guys don't mind. Zhao Ran smiled. Don't worry, I'm not that careful. While they were chatting over here, Xian Nu's side was getting a little tired of fighting. Zhao Ling, you're still not making a move. Zhao Ran sniffed and looked at them. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Here it comes, then quickly rushed towards the woman. The spell in her hand slapped at the yellow demon. The yellow demon couldn't dodge in time to be slapped in the back, screamed miserably and fell to the side. The yellow demon looked at Zhao Ling and gritted his teeth. You actually sneak attacked. Zhao Ling, big sister. Don't be naive, alright? As long as you can win. What kind of tactics are not excessive? Ganma, not bad. The yellow demon was furious. The demonic energy around him swelled as he looked at them with a gloomy gaze. I want you all to die. Saying that the demonic power directly attacked towards Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling didn't dodge and directly engaged her. Xian Nu unwrapped her feathered coat from her wrist, and with a wave of her hand, she directly turned into a combat state. This scene directly let everyone except Holly look dumbfounded. No, can it still be like this? How does this still come with transformation? It's too unfair. Xian Nu's hands condensed lightning and directly attacked the yellow demon. Zhao Ling, get out of the way. Zhao Ling kicked away the yellow demon's striking hand, flipped over and left the range of Xian Maiden's attack. The yellow demon couldn't dodge in time and was struck by lightning. His entire body became charred black. Zhao Ling got up and took a look. Is this cooked? Afterwards, only the yellow demon could be seen screaming miserably, followed by the skin on his body crumbling apart inch by inch, and the tail behind him broke right off. Holly, it was, with 1 life. The yellow demon laughed. Humph, so what if you kill me once? I still have 8 lives. You can't kill me. Zhao Ling raised an eyebrow. Is that so? The yellow demon was a bit scared of them and tried to run, but he was directly blocked in front by Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling put his hands together and his eyes turned golden. Amitabha Buddha, scholar, you have to die. As the words fell, the seal of the law was waved out and directly pressed on the yellow demon, who was immobilized on the ground by this terrifying pressure. Zhao Ling took 2 steps forward to its side. I hate it when people talk big in front of me. So, sure master, please die once. Zhao Ling then eventually recited the Brahma sound. The yellow demon covered its ears and could not withstand Zhao Ling's recitation. Its figure began to dissipate, and the first thing to dissipate was the remaining 8 tails. The Xian woman returned to her original appearance and walked to the side of Dongqing, who asked somewhat puzzled, "Zhao Mandarin, this is Xian Nu, souls fly away. There are human lives on this yellow demon. It's just a matter of blood money." Not a moment later, the yellow demon's body dissipated cleanly, leaving nothing in its place, and the location that the crowd stayed in also reposted, returning to the room that they were in at the beginning. WU square, we're back. Shen knew, just now it was the yellow demon's boundary. The demon is dead. The boundary will naturally break. Zhao Ling resumed his black pupils and surveyed his surroundings. How did the yellow demon appear in this place? As the words fell, there was a knock on the door from outside. Hua Xiuxiu was very worried with her arm around the unconscious old lady Hua, and now she was extraordinarily annoyed to hear the knock on the door. Xiu Hui, what's wrong? A voice came from the people outside. Miss, a place has collapsed in the courtyard outside, and underneath is a large hole. Hua Xiuxiu was startled and looked up at Zhao Ling, who spoke. It should be the cave where the yellow demon is sealed. Don't let anyone get close. Hua Xiuxiu nodded and instructed the people outside. Get someone to keep an eye on it. Don't get too close. The man outside answered and left. Hua Xiuxiu then looked at Zhao Ling. Mr. Zhao, can you save my grandmother? Zhao Ran looked embarrassed. Your grandmother should have been seized recently, so her soul hasn't left her body yet, but the moment she was seized she should have died. Even if I help bring back her soul, she won't be able to live for long. Hua Xiuxiu's eyes were filled with tears. She really didn't think that her grandmother, who loved her the most to herself, would actually suffer from this disaster, but she still had to save her, no matter what. Hua Xiuxiu, okay, Mr. Zhao, just say the reward. As long as I can afford it, I have no problem with it. Zhao Ran smiled faintly. There is no rush for the reward. When the old lady wakes up, she will give it herself. Zhao Ling then stepped forward and squatted in front of old lady Hua, raising his hand to draw 2 talismans to hit the old lady's body, and injected a trace of spiritual energy before withdrawing his hand. Zhao Ling, she should wake up tomorrow. Hurry up if you want to deliver anything. She only has 5 days left to live at most. Hua Xiuxiu, I know, thank you. Zhao Ling shook his head and looked at Wu Qi and the others. Let's go back first. Then he got up and headed out, while Xia Yuchen stayed behind, intending to accompany Hua Xiuxiu to wait for old Madame Hua to wake up, or else I'm afraid something will happen to this Hua family. Shen Nu and Dongqing followed behind Zhao Ling. Shen Nu was a bit puzzled. When did you become so kind? Zhao Ling, can't I just save the day? Shen Nu, come on. This is Holly's line. Healing and saving people has nothing to do with you. Xia Dongqing nodded on the side. That's right. You're not such a soft-hearted person. Zhao Ling, think about what old Mrs. Hua is holding. Shen Nu and Dongqing glanced at each other, thinking of Benai's incident, and both laughed. Sure enough, Zhao Ling is still this Zhao Ling. The 3 of them walked to the courtyard and looked at the large hole below. The Hua family's bodyguards were on the periphery and didn't approach. Wu Xia, mandarins, what are you going to do? Zhao Ling, work it out. Then he looked at Xian Nu, his eyes signaling her to come out, and Xian Nu was speechless. No, I thought you were going to do it. Then with a wave of his hand, a spiritual energy was waved out, and the demonic aura below dissipated as much as it could. Chapter 76, Shopping. Xian Nu, okay, it's settled. Turn around and share half of the reward with me. Zhao Ling, okay, all for you. Zhao Ling looked at Wu Xie. Turn around and have them fill this place up. It's best to go hire a talisman to calm it down. Wu Slant had I told Little Flower them. Zhao Ling heard this and went out. Shen Nu and Dongqing they all followed. At the Hua family gate, Zhao Ling looked at Wu Xie and the others. We have something to do. You guys go back by yourselves. Fatty Wang, brother mandarins, what are you guys up to? Shen Nu, catching ghosts to go. Are you going? Fatty Wang's face laughed. Forget it, this is something he is not very good at. Or forget it. Wu Xia slapped him. Official. You guys go ahead. We'll go back first. Joel, aha. The 3 of them then got on the bus, and Xian Nu started complaining as soon as she got on. Zhao Ling, it's all your fault for not looking a little more clearly. I didn't even eat this morning, and I almost couldn't beat that thing. Zhao Ling, how was I supposed to know that thing would actually be a yellow demon? It can't even hide its demonic aura well, and its cultivation is actually quite good. Holly was confused. No, you guys already knew there were demons here? Why didn't you tell me? The 2 were caught off guard by Holly's questioning, and Holly looked condemningly at the 2, as if she were looking at a negative and a mistress. The 2 looked at each other and both saw the words you explain in the other's eyes. In the end, no one had an explanation, and Zhao Ling directly changed the topic. Go, take you guys to dinner. Feel free to order whatever you want. Shen Nu's eyes glowed as she spoke. I want to eat meat. Zhao Ling, no problem. Holly looked at the two men's clumsy way of changing the topic and rolled his eyes, not looking at the two men. These two men were now too lazy to even think of a perfunctory reason for him, but it wasn't a big deal. He didn't really care. The three of them found a restaurant that looked pretty good, and Xian Maiden remembered Wu Xie and the others only after she ordered. Xian knew that, should we bring some to him? Wu Xie, Holly, didn't they go back to the villa? There's still some food left inside. Xian Nu looked at Holly with some one-liners. Do you think they're still in the mood to cook and eat after all that they went through today? Holly suddenly realized. Indeed, regarding those that happened today, if he hadn't already been used to it, it was still a bit hard to accept. Although they were grave robbers before, they shouldn't have experienced this kind of situation today either. Zhao Ling put down his cell phone. I've already asked someone to send it to them. Aren't you going shopping? You have time to bring it to them. Xian Nu smiled after hearing this. It's still you who is sweet. Then I don't have to worry about it. Otherwise I always feel a bit guilty. Zhao Ling gave her a blank look. Come on. You'll feel guilty. Don't pretend. The cards are all for you, okay? Zhao Ran saw her feigned pity at a glance. She really owes you guys. Xian female this time happy, after eating a meal, ran to go shopping. Zhao Mandarin and Holly, two people to carry her bag, again want to die a day. Zhao Ling looked at the heartless woman in front of him, only to feel that he was really spending money to find a crime, all the way to spit with Holly. Xian Maiden went forward, and the two of them, Dongqing and Zhao Ling, followed slowly, and when they passed by a shoe store, Dongqing saw a pair of shoes inside and stopped. Zhao Ran stopped his steps a little puzzled and looked toward his line of sight. In front of him was a pair of blue and white sneakers that looked very good. Holly turned her head to look at Zhao Ling, and there seemed to be emotions in her eyes. Do you still remember the pair of shoes you gave me? It's a pity that I didn't bring them here. Zhao Ling looked at him as he was about to start chanting again and immediately surrendered. Stop, ancestor, can't I just go buy it for you? Holly smiled at his words. That smile was as innocent as it could be. Thank you, Officer Zhao. Zhao Ling muttered as he walked. I shouldn't have let Xian Nu and Dongqing be together. Dongqing used to be such a thrifty person. He actually asked for something with himself, just saying so on the mouth, but the action does not stop, and after entering the door, he bought Holly's favorite shoes. In the evening, Wu Oblique and Wang Fat lying in the villa's sofa. Everything that happened today they still need a little time to react a little. After eating the meal that Zhao Mandarin let people send, the two people lay down again to adjust the mentality, and finally want to open up. The black glasses came over, said that they want to give them a special training, an afternoon. The two people have not had a rest. It is not easy, the black glasses, to let go of them. They are not wanting to move. Zhang Qi Lattice poured water for the two and handed it to them. Wu Qi took it and took a sip. Thank you, little brother. Zhang Qi didn't say anything, but it was Fatty Wang who sighed with emotion. Our little brother can take care of people now. Little brother, pour me a cup in. Zhang Qi didn't say anything and didn't pay attention to the fat man. He directly walked to one side of the sofa and sat down, polishing his knife on his own. Fatty Wang felt that he was cut off from communication by little brother, and could only resign himself to getting up and pouring it himself, during which he was also told by Wu Xie to pour him a cup. It wasn't long before a voice came from outside the door, and when they heard it they realized it was the voice of the Xian Wei. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling, why are you like this? I haven't even shopped enough? Zhao Ling, auntie, I beg you, can we go there later? My legs are getting thin. Besides, you two aren't going to save up any money to get married, are you, Holly? Ha? Holly was confused. No, how is this still my business? Xian Nu, come on, then need to be in such a hurry, and then earn not on the line? The noisy voices of the trio accompanied their footsteps as they walked in, and the only thing they could see was Xian Nu carrying a bag in front of her, with Zhao Ling and Dongqing carrying a number of shopping bags behind them. The two men entered and immediately placed their things on the floor, grabbed a water glass and poured water to drink. Looking at Xian Nu, she shook her head. You too, you're too weak. Zhao Ling, so you're just standing around talking. Ha, you don't want to see how long we've been following you today. Fatty Wang, brother mandarins, you guys are going shopping? Zhao Ling, yes, accompanying auntie for shopping. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling, why are you talking in a gloomy manner? Humph, I'll ignore you guys. Then picked up the shopping bag on the floor and went upstairs. Zhao Ran was speechless for a while, found a sofa to lie down, and let out a sigh of relief. Ah, finally alive. Holly glanced at him. I'll go up and check on Xian Maiden. Then he left. Then he looked at Wu Slash and the others. Looks like the training black glasses gave you guys today wasn't bad. Wu Xie and Fatty Wang had a sad face. Brother mandarins, you're the one who told him to come over. Zhao Ling nodded. Of course we have to make use of it. Otherwise, in a situation like today, you guys can only wait for little brother to save you. Is he not there? What do you do? The two men's faces were a bit unnatural. Brother mandarins, don't worry, We will learn well. Zhao Ling nodded, then got up and went upstairs, and after taking 2 steps, he was suddenly stopped by Wu Xie. Chapter 77, Meeting Wu Xie for the first time. Wu Xie asked with an open mouth, "Brother Mandarins, Little Flower and I said that before." Old Lady Hua was looking for the Zhang family ancient building, but that demon hadn't taken over her for a long time, and that this meeting was also about wanting to collaborate with us to go to the Zhang family ancient building. Why? Zhao Ling stopped and turned his head to look at Wu Xie. So what do you think, Wu Xie? Unless, in the Zhang clan's ancient building, there is something it wants, and it's something that you guys want too, right? Wu Xie's gaze was fixed on Zhao Ling, trying to see something in his gaze, but Zhao Ling always had the same expression without the slightest change. Zhao Ling sighed. Wu Xie, your brain can never be used when it matters. Wu Xie froze. What do you mean, Mandarin? Zhao Ling looked like he hated me. You still don't know my ability? I can easily get what I want, so why bother to calculate some of the things that are not there? It's you. With so many people behind you staring at you, do you really still want to waste your time on me? Wu Xie was made weak by his words for a split second and averted his gaze in some embarrassment. Officer, I'm sorry, I just want to. Wu Xie, you still have a lot to learn. Don't waste your time on something that's not necessary. Zhao Ling directly interrupted Wu Xie's explanation. Fatty Wang nodded approvingly on the side. Yes, Tianjun, you don't look at it either. Mandarin brother is helping us all the way. The ones you were worried about before don't exist at all. Don't think about those. Maybe it's just someone else who wants to leave us alone. After all, Mandarin brother is so powerful. Wu Xie nodded. I know, Mandarin, I'll pay attention. You have a good rest. Zhao Ling nodded and turned to go up the stairs. The moment he turned around, his eyes darkened for a split second, and there was a hidden smile at the corner of his mouth, but it wasn't quite real. Upstairs, Ganma and Holly were waiting for him in the aisle. Go in and talk. Zhao Ling opened the door to his own room and took the lead, and the last Holly closed the door. Zhao Ling found a seat and sat down. The face is careless. Wintergreen is a little anxious. They just were. When Holly didn't finish her words, Shen Nu stopped him and spoke. They're suspicious? Zhao Ling nodded disinterestedly. Normal. Otherwise we wouldn't have the need to cooperate with them? Shen Nu, that demon today. Strange indeed? Holly, yeah, logically. It's been trapped for so long. Shouldn't it leave right away? It's been staying in old Mrs. Hua's body and still wants to go to the Zhang family's ancient building? Zhao Ling snorted. Unless there's something it wants inside chanting. Ganma, what do you think? What could be inside? Zhao Ling, who cares? We'll know when we get in. Shen Nu, the things that demons covet are basically related to spiritual power, especially now in the age of the end of the law. Otherwise it wouldn't have risked its hand on us. If what's in there is related to this, then there's only possibility that it's something left behind by the Taishan prefects, but things left behind by the ancient gods, demons, will surely die if they touch them. The corner of Zhao Ling's mouth hooked up into a smile. But it's only known to us. Shen Nu and Shinshin were stunned. Yes, there are very few cultivators in this world, and the inheritance has been cut off a lot, so these medicines are naturally unknown. Holly, so even if we hadn't done anything today, it would have been hard for it to escape death in the end. Shen Nu nodded. That's true, but in the meantime, who knows how many more people she'll kill. Zhao Ling, so, today is destined to be a day when we have to act on behalf of heaven. When this topic ended, Shen Nu remembered Wu Qi and the others, and asked with some concern, Wu Qi and the others, will anything change? Zhao Ling didn't care. What changes can there be? Anyway, we're just following them in for a trip, and they even got 2 bodyguards for free, so what's not to agree with? Holly, why 2? Zhao Ling, big brother, don't you have a clear perception of your own strength? Holly was a little embarrassed. I'm okay now, I guess. Zhao Ling nodded his head perfunctorily. Yes, you're still okay. Hurry back and rest. Zhao Ling said as he pushed the person out. Dongqing wanted to say something but it was too late. He was pushed out the door. Holly stood in the doorway, looking at the closed door. A moment of consternation. Zhao Ling, you big shot. Wait for me. Zhao Ling smiled and laughed inside, completely unconcerned, and seeing that Zhao Ling had no intention of hitting on him, Dongqing turned around and went back to his room. Shen Nu watched the 2 men's actions from inside with a burst of amusement, and Zhao Ling turned his head to look at Shen Nu. You're still not leaving? Shen Nu raised her hand, a smile all over her face. That's it. After taking 2 steps, when he reached the door, he turned his head to look at Zhao Ling. Don't you play it off. Zhao Ling moved with a slight pause, then looked at her. Don't worry, I'm not you. Shen Nu smiled. You did choose good people. They are smart. After saying that, he walked out, and Zhao Mandarin stood in place for a while before smiling a little and going back to rest. Wu Xie and the others were indeed very smart, and dealing with them himself had used his heart. However, although he had taken advantage of them, It was not much, and in some ways, he had even helped them. The latter 2 days Wu Xie and Wang Fatty had proceeded to train under the guidance of Black Eyes, and after what happened in Benai, they also had a cognizance of their own strength, and practiced with a lot more seriousness. Black Eyes had also been pestering him to learn things even after he realized that they had made a big splash in the Hua family, and Zhao Ling had been teaching him with the intention of training him to be his successor. On the morning of the third day, Wu Xie went to the backyard to train. Shen Nu and Dong Qing stayed up late to watch dramas haven't gotten up yet, and just Zhao Ling was alone in the living room playing games. As he was having a good time, there was a sudden ringing of the doorbell. Zhao Ling heard the sound and froze, then got up and opened the door. And saw a middle-aged man standing in front of him, a little thin, with glasses, followed by a man who should be the bodyguard. Zhao Mandarin raised his eyes to look outside, parked a few cars, next to stand some people. Then he turned his gaze back to the man in front of him, who had a gentle and polite expression, and opened his mouth to ask, hello, Wu Xieji is here, isn't he? Zhao Ran revealed a smile. You're his second uncle, right? Wu Xie is in the backyard. Please come in. Wu Xie didn't push back and nodded, following Zhao Ling into the room. Once inside, he surveyed his surroundings and nodded slightly. Zhao Ling made him a cup of tea and placed it in front of him. Have some tea? I've already called Wu Qi over. Wu Xiewei, this is the Mr. Zhao that little evil was talking about. Right, thank you for taking care of him these days. Zhao Ling, Master Wu is too polite. We are friends. Wu Xiezhang, eh? There are different friends. Wu Xiezhang and Xiaohua are friends, and you are also friends. He can make so many friends are very good. Zhao Ling's eyes darkened. It's worthy of being a member of the Wu family. So good at talking. Chapter 78 Uncle and Nephew Talk. Zhao Ling, what friends Wu Xie can make is his skill. What can anyone else say? Zhao Ling's words. Wu Bai raised his head and looked straight into his eyes. Zhao Ling still had the same expression that had not changed, but both of them had a stern frost in their eyes. Then, Wu Bai moved his eyes away. Young and talented. Zhao Ling's face remained unchanged, but in his heart, he did disdainfully skimmed his lips. Young. I don't know who exactly is young. That's the bad thing about being young looking. Anyone thinks he's a latecomer. The two weren't talking when Wu Slash returned. A Wu slanted to his second uncle. His face went white for a split second. Then he came forward. Second uncle, you're here? Wu Qian looked at Wu Xie, whose head was covered in sweat, and sighed. Little evil. I am most reluctant to meddle in these matters. If you weren't my nephew, I would never have interfered in these matters. Wu Xie, second uncle. I know. I will pay attention in the future. Wu Bai nodded. Well, I heard that the Hua family paid you half of the money? Wu Xie nodded his head. He knew about this matter yesterday. It was Little Flower who told him. Originally he still didn't understand a little bit, or later Xie Yuchen explained to him that the other party might be looking at Zhao Ling's face to make a move, and Zhao Ling also expressed his affirmation, which is what he said about the payment he received. Yes, second uncle. It was Mandarin brother who saved old lady Hua. That's why the Hua family stepped in. Wu Zhan, no wonder, turning his head to look at Zhao Ling again. Mr. Zhao is very capable. Zhao Ling, thank you, little Taoist ear. Wu Xiezhang did not speak again. The expression on both of their faces was basically the same in general. On the one side, Wu Xiezhang looked shocked. Really? I should have known that I would have pulled the fat man over. And now he is under a lot of pressure to stay here by himself. Zhao Ling saw Wu Xie's somewhat unnatural look and was also wise enough to go upstairs, leaving the place to the two of them. After Zhao Ling went upstairs, Wu Bai looked at his back and spoke. Little evil. He's a very powerful person. It's lucky for you to know someone like that. Perhaps, your third uncle made the right decision in choosing you. Wu Xie was stunned. His second uncle never told him about these things. Last time also he tried out a little bit, but it was not much, and he did not dare to be sure. But now his second uncle's words did confirm his suspicions. Wu Xie, so, you knew about Uncle Sanji's plan a long time ago? Wu Xiewei, I only found out after he had finalized and carried out his plan, but by that time, I could no longer stop it. The things involved here were too much, too extensive, and there was nothing I could do about it. Wu Xie looked at Wu Xie's expression somewhat at a loss for words. In his memory, he had never seen such a second uncle, and for a moment, he did not know how to open his mouth. Wu Xie but laughed a little. Now you are already much more powerful. Wait until the day you are really strong. I will tell you everything, but that also means, all this will have you to bear. Wu Qi, this burdened on the day will never be unloaded, unless everything is finished. Wu Xie firmly nodded. Second uncle, I'm ready, I won't give up. Wu Bai, okay, I'll settle this time for you. I won't be meddling in future matters. When Wu Xie had pretty much said his piece, he intended to take his leave. Wu Xie wanted to stay but was stopped by Wu Xie before he could open his mouth. I still have to go meet someone. so you guys can stay here by yourselves. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned his head to look at him. You'd better go and settle things on your third uncle's side. Those forces are yours if you can recover them into your hands. After saying that, he left. Wu Xia, however, fell into a deep thought. His third uncle disappeared. Those people in the panko should be restless, and I don't know how Pansy is doing. He just remembered that he hadn't contacted Pansy after he got out of the rainforest before, and he didn't know how it is now. As Wu Xia was thinking about it, Shen Nu and Zhao Ling Dongqing walked down, and Zhao Ling asked, Wu Xia, your second uncle is gone? Wu Xia nodded his head. Well, Mandarin brother, my second uncle mentioned something to me. I want to hear your opinion. Zhao Ling. They sat down and looked at Wu Qi. Tell me, what is it? Wu Xia, it's not that my third uncle has disappeared. There's no one to preside over the big picture on the Panku side. Pansy was back before, but I don't know what's going on now. My second uncle wants me to collect those people. Shen Nu, that's good. You can collect a bunch of minions. Zhao Ling gave him a look and threw over an apple. Go eat your apple. Shen Nu picked up a bite and grunted, not wanting to care about them. Zhao Ling, and your opinion? Wu Xia scratched his head. I don't know. I don't know much about those people. I don't know much about them other than Pansy, and I may not have my third uncle's means to take them in. That's why I wanted to ask for your opinion. Zhao Ling, then let's ask Pansy first. We have to know what the situation is before we can solve it. Wu Xia, okay, then I'll call Pansy and ask. After that, Wu Sland went off to the side to call Pansy. Dong Cheng and Xian Nu looked at Zhao Ling in puzzlement. Why don't you support him? That's probably the power left to him by his third uncle. It's just the right thing to bring to use. Zhao Ling gave them a blank look. Whether it was left behind by his third uncle or not I don't know for sure, but that must be a tricky piece. The person who suppressed them is gone. Who knows if the people in there are human or ghosts? I don't want to find a bunch of trouble. Shen Nu, it makes sense. After all, there aren't many people we can trust right now, and if we find some spies to come over we won't be able to act even worse. Joel, yeah, so let's see how it goes first. Wu oblique this side from Pansy that know the current situation of the handicap, eyebrows tightly knitted, did not expect his third uncle as soon as he was not there. The following those people began to have their own small mind. Wu Xia went back. Mandarin brother, Panko's situation is not very good. My third uncle is not there. There is no master. Pansy can't suppress the field. It's difficult if I want to take over. Now the following are almost uproar. Zhao Ran spread his hands. See, I told you it was a mess. Holly, so what are you guys going to do? Holly looked at Wu Qi and Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling asked Wu Xia, you don't want to take over those people now do you? Wu Xia, that's right. Taking over them doesn't mean I can get a hold of them. And I don't know exactly who's in those people. And I don't feel comfortable with that either. Zhao Ling, then it's simple. Since it's a mess, then throw it out. Why bother letting it rot in your hands? Since your third uncle can give up so decisively, it means there's no more benefits in it that he needs. So you don't have to get your hands on it. Chapter 79 Settlement of Handicaps. Wu Xia felt that Zhao Ling had a point and immediately agreed. Then how am I going to throw it out? Zhao Ling smiled faintly. There should be many people down there who want your third uncle's position now, right? Wu Xia nodded. That's right. Pansy said that a lot of people are prying into Uncle San's affairs and trying to find out about the successor. Zhao Ling, you are your third uncle's only nephew. Those things also have a share of you. You just need to signal with them. Give you a little benefit. You can let these things in your hand out. It's not a good thing in the first place. There's no benefit for you to keep it. It's better to exchange it for something clean and usable, such as money. With the money, you could have retrained some of your own people, who would have been available later anyway. Some people who had nothing to do with your third uncle, or your second uncle, and who belonged to you alone. I have to say, Zhao Mandarin said are quite attractive. Wu oblique. Before he does not matter. Keep a small store to live. But now she knows that she has many enemies in front of her. A bad, that is to pay the life. They cultivate some people in their side seems to be really good. Wu Xia was heartened. Brother Mandarins, is what you said really possible? Shen Nu, of course you can. Your third uncle has been operating for so many years. What's under your hand is definitely not simple. You open your mouth to let it out. The benefits will definitely not be less for you. You can mention more. That which is in your hand is the safest. Zhao Ling, that's right. If you're sure you want to do this it's best to talk to Master Hua first. He knows more about these things than you do. Wu Xia, I know. I'll go find Little Flower right away. Hurry up and settle these people so I can feel a bit more at ease. Wu Xia went to find Fatty and Xiao Xiao, and the three of them planned to go to Xiao Hua, who he intended to have prepare him, and afterward go to Panzi to get this over with sooner rather than later. After the three left, Dark Glasses was fine and sat down next to them. What did you let them go for? Zhao Ling, what do you mean I told them to do something? Am I qualified to do that? It's clearly that they have something to do on their own. Zhao Ran slanted a glance at him, lazy to explain. In the end or winter green gave him the general aftermath. Black blind man listening to the dumbfounded look at Zhao Ran. No. If the third master knows that he fought for half a lifetime of his family was sold by you guys like this, I do not know whether it will be angry to kill Wu Xie. Holly, that's with the caveat that he'll still show up in front of Wu Slash. Xian knew, if that time really comes. I'm afraid these are not the things they should be discussing. Dark glasses, you guys are really dark. Zhao Ling, why should we care about something he doesn't care about? Besides, it's not my money. Black glasses thought. Seems to be this thing is Wu Oblique do. He is willing to give up. He is still here to chirp what Wu Xie sighed to find Xie Yuchen. Xie Yuchen after hearing what he said. A mouthful of tea almost sprayed out. Wu Xie said, what do you want to do? Fatty Wang and the others fell on the road to hear Wu Xie said this matter. They do not have any opinion. Anyway, it is not their things. Wu Xie touched his nose. My third uncle isn't coming back anyway. Those things are cheap for outsiders to keep. Might as well put them to some use. Xie Yuchen, Zhao Ling taught you, right? Wu Xie saw that he knew it all, and did not have the intention to hide it. It is true that it was the idea of the Mandarin brother, but I think it is also reasonable. Besides, my third uncle, and Xia Lianhuan, the two of them have fooled the two of us for so many years. It's okay to take some compensation. Right, when the time comes, I'll share some with you. Xia Yuchen thought about it and thought it made sense, and after making a phone call to Zhao Ling to make sure he meant it, he found some people to follow Wu Xie to Changsha, ready to solve this matter quickly. Zhao Ling also gave them a suggestion. Before the Hua family is not looking for them to cooperate under the Zhang family ancient building, that place is concerned about so many people. Instead of hiding, it is better to say it all at once. Just this time they can also use the news of this tomb in the negotiations. I believe that there are many people who want to go. Xia Yuchen and Wu Xiezhi agreed on the spot. There are so many organs in the Zhang family's ancient building. Going in is a matter of life and death. It is not bad to have some more for them to trip the thunder. Wu Oblique they went directly to Pan Zi. Originally Pan Zi still disagreed with Wu Oblique their approach. He has always been loyal to Wu San province. That is the third master's heart and soul. He is naturally not willing to give up. But Wu Xiezhi directly took out his third uncle as a shield, saying that his third uncle was originally intended to give up these things, or else he would not have left without saying anything. Pan Zi thought about it. It seems to have a little bit of sense. Wu San province, with the reasoning of the ghost, this little brat, taking advantage of my absence, selling my things, with Pan Zi's support, coupled with Xie Yuchen's help, Wu Xie's negotiation with them went smoothly. Anyway, he didn't compete with them for anything, and he also divided Wu San province's power. They were naturally happy to accept it. As for the little price they paid, they didn't need to care about it at all. In the end, not only did Wu Xie get a lot of things from their hands, of course, most of them were money, plus Wu Xie used the news of the Zhang family's ancient building to make a deal with them. Those people naturally begged to cooperate with them. Now Wu Oblique as a pathfinder has. The money is also there, and also lost a big baggage, contentedly returned to the capital. Xie Yuchen was also very surprised, completely did not expect this matter back so smoothly. And those things that Wu Oblique got, also enough for him to use for a long time. When the time to train a group of people is not impossible, Wu Oblique is very relieved to give most of the money to Xie Yuchen. Let him help to do some business. Originally the Xie family is doing business. Small flowers are also very proficient. He other cannot come out. The money can still be. Xie Yuchen looked at him with a relieved look, helpless but also a little touched. Wu Xie never treated him as an outsider. Between the two of them has long been more than a simple friend, as simple as that. So he also agreed to these things, solved these things, plus the hands of a little money Wu Oblique. A wave of the hand invited them to eat a luxury version of the hot pot. Although Fatty Wang chanted 2 sentences, but finally ate the most happy is also him. When Wu Xie and the others went back, Zhao Ling and the others had been waiting for a long time, waiting for all of them to sit down before Zhao Ling spoke. Wu Xie, after not seeing you for a few days, you've matured quite a bit. It's true that you still need to go out and see some things. Wu Xie was also very happy. Brother Mandarins, you don't know, we made a huge amount of money this time. Gentoo, how much? Wu Xie compared a poem, and Xian Nu instantly became excited. Ah, how many little dresses can this buy? Zhao Ling slapped her away. Sorry, guilty, don't mind. He Wu smiled obliquely, not really caring. Xian Nu also realized that her words were a bit inappropriate and immediately explained. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just a bit excited. Chapter 80 Follow-up. WU slant, it's fine. At this time, Pan Zi answered a phone call and went out to answer the phone. Only then did Wu Xie ask about Zhao Ling. Ling brother, why do you want me to that Zhang family's ancient building news out? Will not hit the grass to scare the snake? Zhao Ling, this snake, has long been staring at you. It has nothing to do with whether you hit the grass or not. Instead of hiding it, It's better to show it in a big way. Anyway, the one who doesn't want people to know about this news isn't us. Wu slanted. It makes sense. The more people that get involved, the people behind it will definitely take something into account, whereas we don't need to at all. Zhao Ling, just to see how many of them are still trying to fish in troubled waters. As they were talking, Pan Zi walked in. Master Xiao San, something has happened over at Panko. Wu Xia and Fatty Wang were shocked. What happened? Pansy seized most of it. Fatty Wang, no way, we just left. Those people won't suspect we did it, right? Pansy faced some strange. Finally only wooden face to open. I heard that the two forces among the people in order to split unevenly fought. Just someone passing by thought it was a brawl. Reported to the police. And finally the people were arrested in, and accidentally revealed the end of the clues, by the others to trace the melon to find out a lot of things. Or they are decisively abandoned some things only to save some of the people, but it was still a heavy loss. Wu Oblique they listened to a face of confusion. What is this called by their own people to harm but how a little happy it. The dark glasses are also a bit of a mouthful. It's really hard to judge. Zhao Ling and Xian knew they glanced at each other. Their eyes couldn't hide their smiles. As soon as Wu Xia turned his head and saw them like this, he had a plan in his heart. Brother Ling, this won't have anything to do with you guys, right? Pansy and Dark Glasses and Fatty Wang were all shocked, turning their heads to look at Zhao Ling, seeing that there was still a smile on his face that hadn't been restrained. They looked at him in shock. Brother Ling, this has something to do with you guys? Zhao Ling smiled indifferently. Don't thank me too much. Obeying the law starts with me. Wu Xia's expression was a bit ugly. Brother Mandarins, next time something like this can you discuss it with us first? Otherwise my heart can't stand it a bit. Zhao Ling waved his hand. What do you know? The less people know about this kind of thing, the better, and besides, it's not like I'm going to do it. Zhao Ling turned his head to look at Shen Nu as he said this. Shen Maiden looked at them all looking at her and raised her hand in a salute. Eager and good citizen. No need to praise me. I'd be proud. Holly looked at them all with wide eyes, a little embarrassed, pulled over Shen Nu. For the sake of community safety, well, brawling is not desirable. It's our responsibility to call the police in time. Fatty Wang, how did you guys manage to be so cheeky? Teach me. He was resigned to them. This sentence by sentence. It was all for the good of the other party. If it wasn't for the fact that he was most afraid of dealing with official people, he would have wanted to praise them. Zhao Ling, thanks for the compliment. Wu Xia gave them a thumbs up. Officials, you guys are awesome. Zhao Ling instantly got serious. Wu Xia, this is also me for our good. Not letting them go on the road to extinction. And how can they give their all for a new hope, now that they have suffered heavy losses? That Zhang clan's ancient building is their last hope. Pansy interjected slyly from the side. The guys over at Pancho told me that they're planning on pouring everything they have into going to Benai. The corner of Zhao Ling's mouth hooked up into a smile. Look, at this time, whoever gives them a little bit of hope, they'll definitely grab it. And people like this are best suited for scouting. Dark Glasses smacked his lips as he listened. Worthy of you. Now I am getting more and more glad that we are not enemies. Otherwise, if we go against you, sooner or later, we will be counted with no crumbs left. Wu Slash and Fatty Wang also nodded their heads, obviously agreeing immensely with Dark Glass's words. It didn't matter to Zhao Ling, he really wasn't a good person. It wasn't a fact that needed to be hidden. Maybe later they would realize that they could have been a little more ruthless. Zhao Ling, good to know. Do a good job in the future. Then he got up. Alright, I'm going to rest. Tomorrow Master Hua will come over and we can discuss what we need to do next. After that, they went upstairs. Shen Nu and Dongqing followed closely. Wu Xie and Pan Zi handed over some things and then went to rest. This successive days of running around they were indeed also exhausted. The next day, Xia Yuchen came to the villa with all the information he was holding, and some of it was given to him by old Mrs. Hua. Fatty Wang watched with emotion. We went through so many twists and turns for what was in the old lady's hands, but I didn't expect to get our hands on it easily now. Wu Xie, if it wasn't for Mandarin helping to fix that thing and saving the old lady's life, you think we would have had a chance? Xia Yuchen, old Mrs. Hua was gone 2 days ago, but Xiao Xiao kept it hidden. The news didn't get out. Grandma Hua transferred most of the Hua family's things abroad. She originally wanted to go to the Zheng family's ancient building herself, and send Xiao Xiao out, but she didn't want to. Something went wrong, and she herself gave her life away. Dark Glasses, old Mrs. Hua is really planning well. Xia Yuchen, Xiao Xiao listened to her and has left. The current Hua family is nothing more than a mess of muddy water, but there are quite a few people who want to stir things up. Dark Glasses, Master Flower doesn't want to get something while he's at it. Xia Yuchen sneered. Originally most of the people in the Nine sect had this idea, but I don't know who the Hua family was under the eye of, and was directly investigated, which led to the death of old Madame Hua's death without any splash at all, and no one cares about it anymore. Luckily Xiao Xiao left with her ashes before, or else something is going to happen as well. Wu Xia and the others looked at each other. How do they feel that this plot is a bit familiar? Together, Wu Xia and the others turned their gaze to Zhao Ling, who was fighting with Xian Nu to watch the TV series. Their gazes were filled with a strange light, and in the end, it was Xia Yuchen who realized that something was wrong. Wu Xia, what are you guys doing? Wu Xia, little flower, I feel that this matter is afraid. Perhaps, there is a possibility that it has something to do with Mandarin brother. Wu Xia said with a bit of a stutter, and his tone was a bit erratic. Holly had been listening to them, and when she heard this, she spoke with some embarrassment. This is indeed our doing as well. It's not for you guys to take out your anger. Wu Xia almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What do you mean by taking it out on us? Holly, wasn't she counting on you guys before? Of course we have to count back. Looking at the face of winter-green innocence, Wu Oblique and Yu Chen are a burst of anger. Do not know what to say. This is not the past well. How he still does not know that he still needs to take revenge. The other side is not also pay half of their debt? While the crowd was wondering, Zhao Ling's voice rang out, the Hua family is quite annoying. It's better to deal with them cleanly, and let the others see that our youngest third master isn't quite a vegetarian either. Wu Xia looked at Zhao Ling in shock, and Zhao Ling returned a harmless expression. Chapter 81, Going to Four Girls Mountains. Wu Xia looked at Xie Yuchen and Wang Fatties and their teasing expressions and only felt like crying without tears. No, this won't all end up being on my back, right? Wu Xia asked weakly and lowly. Xian Nu got up and patted his shoulder and spoke. You have to get used to this feeling. After all, you chose this path. The road definitely needs to have its own prestige, just like your second uncle, third uncle, and Master Flower. Or else who will listen to you, and how else will you do things? Wu Xia listened and thought about it. It makes sense. It just feels like his reputation might not be very good anymore. The crowd was silent when a sudden ringing of a cell phone came from the crowd, and they were all startled. And finally Zhao Mandarin waved his hand. My. Zhao Ling picked up his cell phone and answered it. Boss Ian, why do you have time to call me? Isn't this account evened out? Ian Nanfeng's voice came from the other side of the phone as he gritted his teeth. You're the one who moved the Hua family. Do you know that you almost got me into it too? Zhao Ling, Mr. Ian, that's not the way to put it. If the Hua family wants to pay, it's their own choice. I'm just trying to help them out. Besides, Mr. Ian is so powerful. How could he fall for such a small thing? Ian Nanfeng listened to the silence. This Zhao Ling, really oil and salt. The fact that this time is too caught off guard. If it is not some of her relationship, but also not necessarily easy to pick out. This Zhao Ling do not know where to get the means. Hua family accident is fast and furious. It is simply too late to react. Im Nanfeng also knew that Zhao Ling couldn't ask anything here, and then said, recently, the Zhang family's ancient building has been spreading a lot. After that, he directly hung up the phone. Wu Xieqi asked Boss Ing called? Xie Yuchen, it should also be about the Hua family. Not to mention the rest. He was also shocked this time. The Xie family and the Hua family also had business dealings, but the people behind it only seemed to want to target the Hua family, so he was let off lightly. And of course it was because of the fact that most of his business had been laundered. Zhao Ling nodded. That's right, and by the way, it reminds us that word has gotten out about the Zhang clan's ancient building. Fatty Wang, the word is out, so won't it be too noticeable if we go over there? Dark glasses, it would have been noticeable, but I'm afraid we're not the only ones worried when more people know. Indeed, the people behind it must be more panicked than we are. After all, they're more worried about what's inside being discovered by the others. So this is the ignorance of the ignorant. They don't want what's inside, and they don't care that much, but the people behind it are different. They've been preparing for so many years. How can they allow to be cut off once they panic? Then their chance will come. Dark glasses, I'm still more curious about how the Hua family got into trouble. Xia Yuchen and Wu Xieji, they were actually puzzled. It was reasonable to say that Zhao Ling hadn't appeared for a long time, so how could there be someone working for him? And more importantly, it wasn't just any person. It was someone from the official side. Zhao Ling, you guys will know later. Of course he didn't have such a great ability, but Longhu Mountain had they are a big sect, and for the sake of the world peace and stability to pay so much, naturally and the official people are intertwined. He is just asking the other side to open a mouth. It's very simple. Zhao Ling, moreover, the Hua family, is just asking for it. Zhao Ling's face was a bit ugly when he said this, and Wu Qi and the others also noticed that something was wrong with him and looked at Xie Yuchen. Xie Yuchen sighed before explaining. I only just realized that Grandma Huo and Jude Cao have a collaboration to sell our country's antiques abroad. Fatty Wang, what? She actually did something like that? Wu Xie's face was also ugly. I didn't expect her to actually do such a thing. All these years, how much did the country pay in order to retrieve those things? And she actually sold them out. It's really self-inflicted. Zhao Ling, yeah, self-inflicted. This was also something he found out when he was helping the other party return to their souls, and he hated this kind of behavior, which is why he had the Hua family checked out. Zhao Ling was self-conscious that he wasn't a good person, but this kind of thing, even if he wasn't human anymore, was still disgraceful. Holly, she died a painful death. I don't know how many more people will need to pay the price for what she did. Wintergreen has always had the most sense of justice, and her impression of old Madame Hua completely hits rock bottom when she hears about this. Wu Xie they also very bad. The same 9 doors, even if the relationship is not as good as before, but someone to do such a thing, they only feel some hot pain in the face. Shame ah. Zhao Ling, alright, this matter is over. Let's talk about what's next. Xie Yuchen and Wu Xiecheng gathered their emotions. Indeed, it was too late to say anything now. They'd better think about what they were going to do next. Xie Yuchen, the Zhang family ancient house has a connection with the Four Girls Mountainside. If we want to enter Banai, then we must go to the Four Girls Mountains that key. These are the words given to me by old Mrs. Hua. Wu Xie, there's such a thing. Xie Yuchen nodded. Well, according to her, there is a key to the Zhang family's ancient building there in Four Girls Mountain. Fatty Wang, so we're splitting into 2 teams? WU slant, it seems like it has to be, or else you can't get in. Zhao Ling, we can't split into 2 teams. Once we separate, the chances of something happening between us will become greater. We must act together. Dark glasses, and the lock? Zhao Mandarin coldly laughed. Ancient people and so shrewd. Timeliness, this kind of thing they can't guarantee. So the organs and then how to change. The final out of the answer must be the same. The time limit may be there, but no one can guarantee that the 2 sides of the speed can be the same all the time. So, Shen Nu then opened her mouth at his words. So, the best way is that we get all the answers at once, and then enter the Zhang family ancient building. The passwords for the same period of time won't change, and even more so on the Zhang family ancient building side. Wu Xie and Yuchen also felt that Zhao Ling's words made sense, and indeed it wasn't appropriate for them to act separately right now, so they all agreed. Holly sighed with emotion. I didn't realize that there were such exquisite designs in ancient times. Zhao Ling, humph. The ancients can sometimes be much smarter than you. Fatty Wang, so what's the arrangement for this guy? The others all looked at Zhao Ling, clearly intending to let him arrange it. Zhao Ling glanced at them. Me, Shen Nu, Master Hua and Zhang Qilatis will go to Four Girls Mountain. Wu Xie, you guys stay here and wait for news from us. Holly, you stay too. It is not that he does not want to take them. This time to go to the Four Girls Mountain must be a quick decision. The other people are mostly went to Banai. Their speed really have to be a little faster. This Wu slanting physique Qingxi, to go to where which will be an accident. Wang fat and black glasses too are not very stable. Holly is also an accident-prone body. He is really do not rest assured ah. Chapter 82, Four Girls Mountains. Wu Xie, Mandarins, I want to go too. Zhao Ling looked at him in a serious manner. Wu Xie, we'll give you the news after we check the situation over there this time. At that time, you guys will directly bring the people and equipment to Banai and wait for us. All of the candidates and all of these preparations will be left to you to handle this time. I want to see your ability. Wu Xie was shocked for a moment by Zhao Ling's serious look, and then contemplated, knowing that these things were important as well, and finally nodded. I'll do it right. Brother Ling. Dark glasses, eh? No. Mandarin, what about me? I'm fine here? Zhao Ling, who said you are fine? Protect Wu Qi. In teaching him these things should be in. Do. Are you to do? In the end, Zhao Ling looked at Dongqing. Dongqing is meticulous, so it's a good idea to stay and help you guys. Xie Yuchen, I'll also give the surplus a good deal. When the time comes, he and Pan Zi together to help you guys prepare for Wu slanting this side will be left to you. Wu Shezhi was suddenly entrusted with a heavy responsibility, all of a sudden a little touched, and finally firmly said that he would do a good job. After it was finally settled that they would leave early tomorrow morning, the others went off to get ready for what they had to do. In the evening, Shen Nu went straight to Zhao Ling's room. Why don't you let Dong Qing come with us? Being careful isn't a reason. Ha, Zhao Ling sighed. There wasn't anything important over there in the first place, but I'm really worried about Holly's physique, and I don't want to get sidetracked, so I'll settle it as quickly as I can. He wanted to think about Wintergreen and Wu Shezhi get together, first smashed the Crescent Moon Hotel, and then almost demolished the Hua family. To go anywhere there is something, and I do not know exactly who is the reason, or to stay here is more stable. Prepare something, in addition to catching the road, even if something happens, but also within the scope of controllable. Ganma, I thought you didn't want to take him? Zhao Ling, we're all going to the Zhang clan's ancient building. There's no need to stop, and it's not like he doesn't have the power to defend himself now. Shen Nu, that's true, he doesn't need our protection at all times anymore. After that, Shen Nu went back to rest. The next morning, the 4 people directly rushed to the Four Girls Mountain, and when they arrived, it was already evening. Shen Nu had a raw face. Shen Nu, no, there's a mountain to climb, and this thing is off to the side. Zhao Ling, how could it be here if it's not biased? Solve Yu Chen, my men are already on the mountain. Let's go straight up. Zhao Ling, well, go up there and rest in. When the four of them arrived at the bottom of the mountain, they raised their eyes and saw that a mountain was all full of holes, densely packed so that people's dense phobia was almost offended. Ganma, this isn't going to be one by one, is it? Xie Yu Chen, back then, old Mrs. Hua didn't personally look for it, she only knew it was in the central location, so she still needs to look into it. He then takes out a drawing with all the holes labeled on it. Xie Yu Chen, the ones that have been viewed inside have been marked, so let's view the ones that haven't been marked. After discussing it, they all went to rested for a while before coming out to eat. Xie Yu Chen's hand is also still very good, arranged a barbecue for them. Shen Nu was the happiest eating. Her favorite thing on earth was these delicacies, and she was so happy to eat them. Zhao Ling was drinking a bottle of beer, saying a few words to He Yu Chen every now and then, watching Shen Nu and those people come and go in a good way. Zhao Ling suddenly glanced to the side of the Zhangqi lattice, see him still a silent look, cannot help but sigh. Really sinful if it is not with this bloodline, perhaps he will not become like this, yin and yang error. The things in this world in the end cannot be said anymore. Zhao Ling walked up to him. What's wrong? See you in a bad mood? Zhang Qi Lattice looked up at him, and although he didn't say anything, Zhao Ling still saw what he meant. You've become depressed since you came here, which I'm still sensitive to. Zhang Qi was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I remember this place. Zhao Ling was stunned. You've been here before? When? Why did you come? This is to let the Zhao Mandarin some surprise. In the end before the things he did not care very much in, only thought it was he nine door people related, but so see how not quite like Zhang Qi obviously didn't know how to answer him and fell silent again as Zhao Ling sighed. What have you remembered? Zhang Qi Lattice, lots of people, looking for something, he couldn't think of anything else, and this was just a little snippet coming into his mind. He had never had a moment where he hated himself so much for having amnesia and not knowing anything, not even that this place could be full of danger, and not being able to warn them of anything. Zhao Ling pondered for a moment before speaking. I guess before that you were related to the people from before the Nine Sect, so perhaps it's you and the older generation of the Nine Sect who are here. Zhang Qi Lattice looked at him unexpectedly, wanting to hear his analysis. Zhao Ling then went on to speak. The people from the Nine Sect before must have also wanted to enter the Zhang family ancient building. That's why they came here and brought you along with them. Just that they didn't know what kind of accidents happened to cause the team to go out of order. And the only people that have been to the Zhang family ancient building are Chen Wenjin and the others. Speaking of this, Zhao Ran suddenly stopped his voice, and it occurred to him that perhaps the matter of the older generation of the Nine Sect was more complicated than he thought. And I'm afraid that the people behind it aren't that simple. Zhao Ling looked at the puzzled Zhang Qi and opened his mouth to comfort him. It's okay, we will always remember in the future. We don't need to be too attached to the past, just live the present. Although Zhang Qi Lattice was puzzled, he still nodded and did not say anything else. Early the next morning, they were ready to climb up the mountain to check it out. Shen Nu looked like she really wanted to refuse. Zhao Mandarin, can I apply to go back? This is not something that can be done. These words made Xie Yu Chen and Zhang Qi Lattice, who were putting on their equipment on one side, stop the movements in their hands, and their gazes turned to Shen Nu with unknown meanings in their eyes, and Shen Nu was also a bit embarrassed. Ganma, oh, that's not what I meant. Zhao Ling, okay, almost got it. Hurry up and find a spot to go in. Don't want to watch the TV show if you're dragging your feet to go back. Shen Nu gave him a blank look. Just go. Go back and I'll tell Dong Qing that you bullied me. Zhao Ling, Ego, I'm going to go. And Su. Shen Nu, however, did not care about Zhao Ling's words, directly went over to put on the equipment together. Zhao Ling saw that people do not want to listen. There is nothing more to say. Also went up to get ready to go. The four of them are good. And each of them looked for a position and began to look for it. Zhao Ling climbed up a section of the place. He was different from the others. This place had a lot of deaths in it since someone had already been here and it wasn't a smooth affair that time. Zhao Ling directly to find the heaviest Yin Chi place. Not a moment later, Zhao Ling is somewhat strange hole. The hole is a little smoother than the other. Inside the Yin Chi a burst, at a glance is not simple. Chapter 83 The Disc. Zhao Ling climbed inside that hole and saw that there was a layer of cement sealed on top, basically sure that this was it. Took the walkie-talkie and called the other three over. Xie Yu Chen was full of surprise when she came over. This is found? Zhao Ran smiled. I don't have the same methods as you guys, so it's natural for me to look for it faster. Shen Nu shouted as soon as she came in. Quan, with such a heavy Yin Chi, no wonder you were able to find it so quickly. Zhao Ling, luck is good too. Zhang Qi Lattice came in and checked the surrounding rock walls, his face a bit gloomy. Shen Nu, however, suddenly covered her nose. What's that smell? Zhao Ling, TSK, the smell of blood. Shen Nu looked at him. You smell it too, Zhao Ling? It's not very obvious, but it's really quite disgusting. Xia Yuchen looked at both of them with disgust on their faces, although they couldn't smell it, but looking at the two of them with such an expression, it must be true. Xia Yuchen, where did it come from? Zhao Ling took a look around, finally resting his eyes on the sealed concrete wall, thinking for a moment, and then looking at Zhang Qi. Little brother, I'll lend you my sword for a while. Zhang Qi Lattice gave him a puzzled look in, but finally handed the knife to Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling took the knife and walked to the front of the wall, using spiritual energy attached to the knife. He swung it down at the wall. The wall was partially cut down. Xia Yuchen stepped forward and saw that it was filled with red dirt. His face was a bit ugly. Zhao Ling returned the knife to Zhang Qi Lattice. Now we can be sure. Xia Yuchen, it looks like there's no problem. I just don't know how long we'll have to dig. Zhao Ling smiled slightly. Dig? No need. Then he looked at Xian Nu. Show your hand. Xian Nu gave him a helpless look, then swept her gaze over the other two, sighed, and pushed Zhao Ling and Yuchen away as she said, useless man, go away. Zhao Ling and Yuchen both looked at each other, amused and helpless. Xian Nu took a step forward, her spiritual energy attaching to her hand. The force is boundless. A punch was then thrown at the wall, and then in the somewhat dazed eyes of Xia Yuchen and Zhang Qi Lattice, the wall began to crumble, finally raising a smear of ash. Xian Nu, blah blah blah, this stuff stinks, doesn't it? Xia Yuchen looked at the hole that had been opened and gave Xian Nu a thumbs up. Impressive. Ganma, don't even look at who it is. Remember to refill my meal. Xia Yuchen, okay, whatever you want to eat. Zhao Ling, see, a force to be reckoned with. That's what it says. Xia Yuchen, however, thought of something else. Then even if there is no key to this, into the Zhang family ancient building. Xia Yuchen didn't finish his sentence, but Zhao Ling understood what he meant and nodded with a smile. Xia Yuchen smiled in understanding. No wonder he wasn't in a hurry at all. To them, whether they came here or not didn't matter at all. After that, the four of them surveyed the cave entrance. Seeing the pottery jars placed on the ground and the hair on them, Xia Yuchen must not lament. Hard work is not wushou over. Otherwise he would even be difficult to cross here. Luckily, it was nothing but a challenge for the four of them, and they climbed right over the bump in the wall, which was wide open, with a disc in the center and frescoes on the walls around it. The Xian woman looked carefully at the mural, looked at the mural that was cut into pieces, pressed her upper hand, and realized that it was movable. Xia Yuchen and Zhao Ling were looking at the disc in the center. The patterns on it were all movable. Xia Yuchen, it seems like this might be the only way. Ganma, the mural is movable. There's something inside that can control it. Xia Yuchen, so now we need to go inside and find out the clues from the inside? Joel, for the moment, it's dropping. Xian Nu, so how do I get down there? All three were silent, and finally after getting up and observing the disc with their hands, they finally concluded, the organ is up there. Xia Yuchen took a closer look. There are grooves on this. Is it meant to put something on it? Zhang Qi Lattice blood. The remaining three froze. This place was a bit ruthless. Right, but they actually had to bleed. Xia Yuchen, why don't I have someone get a pig up here? Zhao Ling thought about it but stopped him. There's no need. That stuff is too troublesome. Don't you know that there's something called artificial plasma in this world? Let them go prepare it. And by the way, tell Wu Xie and the others to bring it with them when they go over to Benai. Just in case. Xia Yuchen nodded and went out to give orders. Zhao Ling and Xian Nu had nothing to do and ran off to the side to study those murals. Ganma, do you think it will be the same words on Benai's side? Zhao Ling, it's very likely. Otherwise I just can't think of what other kind of connection they could have. Ganma, ugh. I wonder if the code here is any good. Zhao Ran laughed. It doesn't matter if it's useful or not. We still have you anyway. Xian Nu gave an okay sign. Okay, leave it to me. It did not take long for the people under Xia Yuchen's hand to bring things over. Looking at the speed of their work, Zhao Mandarin still cannot help but feel, someone is good to do. I hope Wu Qi can understand some of the problems in this area. Wu Obliqueside has actually found out. He personally go to stare at these things only to find out. Hand someone. Money is a good thing. Before he found things want to donate. His own life is tight. Before it does not matter but now cannot. Third uncle is not there. He himself has to face those rats in the dark. If he is in nothing capital, sooner or later, he is going to be living by himself with nothing left, and cannot always rely on the small flowers to receive money. In the past, he always felt that there were people he could rely on, and that there were people who would sweep his tail for him in everything he did. Until after the lesson that Zhao Ran gave him last time, he figured out that there was nothing in the world that could be relied on forever, especially for him, and that every choice he made could lead to even more serious consequences, and such an outcome was something he couldn't afford to take on. If Zhao Ling knew that Wu Xie had grown up quite a bit now, I'm afraid that he would be very relieved that he had finally taught this naive child to grow up. Zhao Ling and the others went down below after opening the disc. Looking at the tunnel inside, they all just felt a headache. Every section of the way in here was filled with clay pots. There was no telling what was inside. They all carefully passed over it, which also do not know where to run out of a monster. Scared the Xian female jump. Was she kicked down into the abyss? Do not know what is inside. They did not go to explore. It's still more important for them to find the code. In the end, Xia Yuchen found the mystery inside, and finally instructed Zhao Mandarin to help them, unlocking the code from the inside, so as to see the pattern revealed in the topmost secret room, and then take the cell phone to record it afterward. Zhao Ling, it's a good thing we brought one with a good enough brain, or I'm afraid we'd have to go back. Zhao Ling thought that the two of them, himself and Xian Nu, would never have the heart to unravel these codes, and if they really couldn't, they would just break them. Chapter 84, to Benai. After the last code was solved, all four of them went back to the tunnel they had started in. They had spent quite a lot of time in here. Luckily Xian Nu's strength was going to be much stronger, so they didn't get very tired. However, after this long period of time, Zhao Ling and Xian Nu were fine, but Xia Yuchen couldn't hold on any longer. He thought that his physical fitness was still good, but compared to these three people, it was much worse. The four of them were about to climb up and out from the inside when a red figure rushed straight at Xia Yuchen. Before Xia Yuchen could react, she was pinched by Xian Nu from behind. Xia Yuchen was startled. What's wrong? Ganma held up the object in her hand. It's a snake. It was only when he turned to solve Yuchen that he saw the snake in Xian Maiden's hand. Pheasant's neck. Zhao Ling and Zhang Qi Lattice also came over from the back, looking at the snake in Xian Nu's hand with a somewhat grave expression. There's this kind of snake here as well. Xian Nu didn't quite recognize the snake. What's wrong? You guys have met before. Zhao Ling, the palace of the Queen Mother of the West is full of such snakes. Xian Nu was a bit uncomfortable as soon as she heard this title and blankly glanced at Zhao Ling. Then how is this going to be handled? Zhao Ling was just about to say kill it when he suddenly realized that there was actually a soul attached to it. Zhao Ling, wait, this snake. Ganma, you saw it too? Zhao Ling, nonsense. I'm not blind. Xia Yuchen was a bit confused. See what? Zhao Ling, there is a soul in this snake. A human soul. Zhao Ling deliberately added the latter sentence. Settlement Yuchen and Zhang Qi Lattice are a bit shocked. This is a bit too incredible. The things on it have exceeded the scope of their understanding. Xia Yuchen, so what now? Kill? Zhao Ling, there's no rush. This thing has been here for so long. It might know something we don't. Xian Nu understood what he meant. You are planning to soul search. Zhao Ling smiled slightly. Let's talk about it outside. Let's go. The four of them returned to the cave entrance at the very beginning. Xia Yuchen went to take pictures. Zhao Ling and Xian Nu took the snake and studied it on the side. And Zhang Qi was a bit curious about how they searched their souls. Xian Nu grabbed the snake and Zhao Ling cast a spell on her body to make her enter the world of souls. Xia Yuchen saw their movements when she came over and knew that they had something in mind, so she didn't open her mouth to disturb them. It wasn't long before Xian Nu opened her eyes, and with a force in her hand, the snake died. Xian Nu threw the snake out with a smooth motion, and none of them cared much about it, but the snake smashed into a mural on one side, and a stone fell, and they heard the sound of a piece of stone moving. The four looked to where the sound had come from and saw a stone being slowly withdrawn. All four froze for a couple of seconds. Then one looked at the other, none of them speaking. Xanadu, this. Xia Yuchen, this piece. It wasn't pushed out just now. Zhao Ling cried out. What are you waiting for? Take a new picture. After saying that, I can't help but inwardly rejoice. Fortunately, almost in the gutter. The others had obviously noticed this as well, and were all a bit thankful for it. Xia Yuchen went to retake the picture, and Zhao Ling patted the Xian Nu's picture. Luckily I brought you here. Ganma, don't tell me. I'm glad too. Although the thing about luck is that it's just vanilla. One must not pretend that it's unimportant, and that one's life may very well be handed over to it. Four people have some palpitations left the cave. Out of the time, Xia Yuchen arranged for people to seal up this place. Inside do not know what some things, if sealed up to be a little bit of insurance, or when something happens then they cannot whip. Only after descending the mountain did Zhao Ling remember what had just happened. By the way, what did you see? Xia Yuchen and the others also just remembered this matter and turned their heads to look at Xian Nu. Xian Nu slapped her head. Almost forgot about it. That soul was already scattered, and her memories were messed up as well. Zhao Ling, there's always something that works. Xian Nu, I saw a group of people go into that cave we went to. The same people that little brother brought with him. As Xian Nu said this, her gaze looked towards Zhang Qi Lattice. Zhang Qi Lattice was a bit confused. He only knew that he had been here, but had no memory of what exactly was going on. Xia Yuchen, what about the others? This should be the situation where the people who came before the Nine Sect came. He was somewhat not expecting Zhang Qi to actually be involved with the people who came before the Nine Sect. Xian Nu, there's another set of people, all dressed in black. They look a bit badass, and the two teams aren't together. There's not much else going on. but there's some snakes that appeared after the latter set of people. Zhao Ling, snake? How can anything here be related to snakes? What kind of snakes? Shen Nu, I don't know much about snakes, but that snake is black all over, and it doesn't look good at first glance. Zhao Ling, it's just, we'll always know later. As for that set of people behind, if I expected correctly, it should be inseparable from the people behind. We do not know. There is always someone in the Nine Gates is aware of. Xia Yuchen, what do you mean? President Zhang? Zhao Ling, it's possible, but he's not willing to step forward, so this matter will have to be discussed in the long run. Xia Yuchen nodded. There was actually not much communication between him and Zhang Rishan, more business dealings between him and Yin Nanfeng. The rest was that he helped when he took over the Xia family when he was a child. But now it seems that perhaps there are still a lot of things that Zhang Rishan is not aware of, including the older generation of the Nine Sect. Xia Yuchen, okay, so we now? Zhao Ling, Wu Xia and the others set off, right? Xia Yuchen, it left yesterday. Zhao Ling, it's just as well. Let's go to Benai as well, so we don't have to worry about this place. After Zhao Ling finished speaking, he went down. Xia Yuchen was still a bit hesitant. Should we leave someone to guard? I always feel that there is something wrong here. Zhao Ling looked back at the mountain full of caves. The smile at the corner of his mouth was somewhat implied. No, this is good. Always give it a chance. Opportunity. What opportunity? Xia Yuchen heart puzzled for a moment, then thought of something, also smiled, ordered people to leave. Fishing always have to have good bait. Shen Nu took 2 steps forward to Zhao Ling's side. I think this Master Hua is better than Wu Xie. Why do you say that the people of the Nine Gates chose Wu Xie to do the backstabbing? Zhao Ran stopped and looked at Xia Yuchen, who was arranging things behind him, and smiled slightly. Both of them are very smart, but a blank sheet of paper is more suitable for someone to portray, don't you think? Shen Nu thought for a moment, then smiled in realization. You see it again? Zhao Ling, however, shook his head. Actually, both of them are backstops. After all, no one knows who will actually make the plan in the end. Or rather, one person's power is always insufficient. But what about a few more people? Chapter 85, The Hilarious Benai. When Shen Nu looked at Zhao Ling's eyes, she immediately felt a chill. In terms of calculating, who could calculate over him? Waiting for this side of things to be resolved, they rushed to Benai. At this time, Wu Oblique they have already arrived at Agui's house. Fat Wang could not help but lament. Tianjin, really worthy of the benefits of money. Think about the last time we came here but suffered a lot of crime. Wu Oblique mouth did not say anything, but the heart is also like this. No money is really nothing cannot. In the future they still keep more money it. By the time Zhao Ling and the others arrived at Benai, the mountain was almost overrun by those people, coming and going in a lively manner. Zhao Ling looked around for a long time and finally looked at Shen Nu. You guys were here as soon as you arrived? Shen Nu, well, we were in the mountains when we came here. Luckily we met Wu Xia and the others behind us before we got a place to stay. Zhao Ling, was the aura here this strong when you guys came? It was only when Shen Nu heard this that she felt something was wrong. No, it wasn't this dense before. What's going on here? How long has it only been? Zhao Ran let out a cold smile. The things inside are getting hard to hide. If we don't come again, something is going to happen here sooner or later. The 4 of them had just entered the village when someone took them to find Wu Xie and the others. When they arrived, Wu Xie and the others were bored in sunbathing. When Zhao Ling saw them like this, he went up to them and said, You guys, pretty laid back? The tone was ghostly, rather like a gnashing of teeth. Wu Xie and the others were startled, and when they got up, they saw Zhao Ling and the others looking at them with smiles on their faces. Fatty Wang reacted the fastest. Brother Mandarins, you guys are here? We've been waiting for a long time. Black Eyes pulled over the stool. Come on, Mandarins, sit down. Hard work you guys. Zhao Ling obediently sat on the stool. With a smile on his face, I'm not hardworking, but you guys should be tired of resting, right? Zhao Ling's words made them all a bit embarrassed. It wasn't like they had anything to do since they came here. There were quite a few people inside the mountain and the commotion was so big, they didn't dare to act without Zhao Ling's words, so they were indeed quite idle. Dark glasses, Mandarins, you're getting us into a good thing? Zhao Ling withdrew his gaze. Not yet. There was Wu slanting in disbelief. Why? Didn't you get the secret? Shen Nu was not happy. How can you talk? Isn't it just a password? Let's go. It's a handful. Fatty Wang, then what does the Mandarin mean? Everyone's gazes went to Zhao Ling, who took a sip of water and looked at Wu Xie and the others. What's the situation in Benai now? I don't believe that you guys really didn't do anything. Wu Xieji dryly laughed twice. I inquired about the situation. Now Jude Cao's people have been scanning the mountain. It seems that they have already got a drawing, but he is very cautious and did not reveal it. As for the other people who are on the road, they are the ones who are aimlessly wandering around in the mountain. And there are quite a lot of contradictions between their 2 groups of people. Xia Yuchen, so you guys are sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight? Fatty Wang, Master Hua is still smart. We have not many people here. Bide your time and keep your head down. Zhao Ling looked at Holly. What's going on with the spiritual energy here? Holly, I knew you were going to ask this. The first day I came here I realized something was wrong. It's rising every day. If this continues, sooner or later the environment here is going to be a problem. If I'm not wrong about the inspection right, the source in the Zheng family's ancient building can't be disconnected. Wu Xie and the others were a bit confused. Brother Mandarins, what is this aura? Xian knew, aura is the qi used by people who cultivate. Aura can enhance cultivation. Of course it has its effect on everything, but now in the age of the end of the law, the aura is depleted, and there are a lot fewer people who cultivate. Zhao Ling, but the sudden surge of aura here is obviously not a good problem. If it continues like this, the creatures here won't be able to adapt to the situation. Dark glasses, can't get used to it? Zhao Ling, don't you understand the truth that a full moon is a loss, and water overflows when it's full? Wu Xie and the others nodded with seeming understanding. Then is this related to the Zheng family's ancient building? Zhao Ling, the odds are yes, so we'll have to go in and see what's causing it. Take the stuff away by the way. But that's something you don't need to know. Wu Xie, then we'll go up the mountain right away and get ready to go in? Zhao Ling waved his hand. There's no rush. Let's wait for those people to break in first. Have they come to you for cooperation? Jude Cao came once. The others didn't. Zhao Ling sighed to himself. How can this work? Such a dangerous place. Surely we should act together. Wu Oblique they heard very puzzled. Those people do not know how many people are with other purposes to come. How can they rest assured? As if she could see the worries in their hearts. Xian Nu opened her mouth. The less you trust those people, the more you need to put them in front of your eyes, so that when the time comes for them to do what they do we'll have a defense, or else the rats in the shadows will be the most annoying. Xia Yuchen, that makes sense. So let's put some information out. Zhao Ling, I've always been relieved when Master Hua does his work, so I'll leave this matter in Master Hua's hands. Xia Yuchen okay, I'll take care of it. Zhao Ling then looked at Zhang Qigang again. There's one more thing that needs to be addressed. Wu Xia, what is it? However, seeing Zhao Ling's eyes looking at Xiao Xiao, he was a bit puzzled. It's related to Xiao Xiao? Zhao Ling shook his head. Not only. Fatty Wang, brother Mandarins, don't sell yourself short. Just say it. Zhao Ling, I should say that it's a grudge between the Nine Sect and little brother. I need to find out about it. If it's not clear, I'm not prepared to go down to the Zhang clan's ancient mansion. Wu Xia was shocked. A grudge with little brother? What the hell is going on here? Xia Yuchen, I also only just learned a little bit. There should have been cooperation between little brother and the older generation of the Nine Sect, and there was little brother among those who went to the Four Girls Mountain in the first place. Wu Xia looked at him in shock, and then looked at Xiao Xiao and Zhao Ling and the others. They all had a look of understanding in their eyes. Now he also understood. It seemed that they had found clues over there. Just what exactly had happened between the Nine Sect and Xiao Xiao? Why was he vaguely uneasy? Fatty Wang, it's related to little brother, and it's connected to the Nine Gates. How can I check this? If only old lady Huo was there. Ganma, even if the old lady was there she wouldn't necessarily say anything. Wu slash, makes sense. So let's. Xie Yuchen, there's another person among the Nine Gates who knows a lot about these things. Wu slant, who is it? Xie Yuchen, Zhang Rishan. Wu Slant and Fatty Wang were a bit unfamiliar with this name, and it was only after Dark Glasses finally gave them a little bit of information that they nodded in understanding. Wu Slant, will he tell us? Zhao Ling, it wouldn't have been, but now we have enough leverage in our hands for him to ask. Do we have anything in our hands? Wu Slash asked weakly. Zhao Ling gave him a blank look. When I say there is. Shut up. Oh, chapter 86, bringing up the past. Xia Yuchen looked at Zhao Ling. What are you going to do? Zhao Ling, of course it's for Zhang Rishan to come and say it clearly? Xia Yuchen sighed. He won't come. As far as I know, he rarely cares about the Nine Sects affairs, especially these. The corner of Zhao Ling's mouth curled into a smile. He'll come, I said. Xia Yuchen wasn't talking. Perhaps Zhao Ling had a good idea. Zhao Ling directly took out his phone and made the call in front of the crowd, and gave them an explanation. Bossine gave the call before. The crowd didn't care about his call. They all looked at their cell phones to see if the person on the other end would answer. The Dark Glasses looked at Zhao Ling's small 10. His eyes were so hot that his hand unconsciously reached for Zhao Ling's cell phone, and was slapped and glared at by Zhao Ling, who withdrew his hand with some embarrassment. Not a moment later, the phone was picked up, and Zhang Rishan's voice came from the other end. Hello, who is it? Zhao Ling, President Zhang. It's me, Zhao Ling. Zhang Rishan looked a bit puzzled. Oh, Mr. Zhao, why do you have time to call me? Zhao Ling let out a light laugh. President Zhang, do you remember the question I asked you last time? The person on the opposite side of the table breathed in, then smiled. Mr. Zhao, if I remember correctly, I've already answered you. right? Zhao Ling, but you didn't lie to me. Zhao Ling's words made the person on the other side silent for a long time. Xia Yuchen and Wu Qi, they all thought that the person on the other side was going to hang up the phone. After all, who talks so much? But Zhang Rishan obviously didn't want to end this topic so quickly. After all, it was now his bottom line. Zhang Rishan, what makes you say that? Mr. Zhao Ling, President Zhang, now that it's come to this, you don't have anything to pretend. Right, I'm in Benai. Let's give you 2 days. If you don't come over, then I'm afraid that about Zhang Keeg, the Zhang family ancient building including the year, I'm afraid that it will have to appear in front of the public in a different form. Zhang Rishan, what do you know? Zhao Ling, what I know depends on President Zhang's sincerity. I can also know nothing at all. Zhao Ling could feel the person across from him breathing a bit chaotically, and the smile on his face got deeper and deeper. Still young, blowing up so quickly. Zhang Rishan, why should I trust you? Zhao Ling, you can disbelieve it. It's just that, with the Zhang family's ancient building, and those staring at you behind you, do you really not want to do anything? I'm afraid that the Buddha you followed in the beginning won't agree, right? Zhang Rishan, okay, I will come. Zhang Rishan had no other choice now. Whether Zhao Ling said it was true or not, it didn't matter anymore. Since the other party had already mentioned that plan and the Buddha, then sooner or later the events of that year couldn't be hidden. What retreat did he have? Zhao Ling, then I'll be waiting for President Zhang's arrival. Then he directly hung up the phone. Xia Yuchen looked at Zhao Ling's movements with a bit of a blank stare. That's it? Zhao Ling was non-committal. Yeah, he's weak-minded. So naturally he doesn't dare to negotiate more with me. WU², weakness of heart? The others were even more confused about what was going on. Zhao Ling, the grudge between the Nine Sect and little brother is not simple, and I could probably sense before that his attitude towards little brother was not simple. Moreover, both surnamed Zhang. Don't you think it's a bit strange? I tested him before and his behavior betrayed him. Not only does he know little brother, he's even a bit scared of him. Xia Yuchen, scared? No wonder he didn't even show up when you guys smashed the Crescent Moon Hotel before. I just thought he didn't want to get involved in this matter. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid it's not simple. WU/, why am I a little confused about these things? Zhao Ling, normal. When people come, the truth will always become clear. But Xia Yuchen frowned. Will he say it? Zhao Ling, will. As long as he came, it is impossible to retreat. Zhang Rishan, how to think is not important. As long as people come, fell into his hands. Want to know what that or just casually? Well, Zhao Ling thought in his heart. Wu Xia and they saw Zhao Ling look like he had a plan and didn't worry about it. Zhang Qi Lattice gaze has been looking at Zhao Ling without movement. Zhao Ling and he looked at each other for a long time and sighed. Walking over to Zhang Qi Lattice, he spoke in a low voice. What's going on between Zhang Rishan and you isn't simple. I have to get him to talk about it. Zhang Qi Lattice looked at him. Is it possible? Zhao Ling shook his head. There is no possibility. It's a certainty. Zhang Qi Lattice didn't open his mouth to speak and was pulled by the fat man to rest. In the evening, after dinner, Wu Slant and Holly came over to Zhao Ling, holding a photo in their hands. Zhao Ling was playing a game with Xian Nu and was a bit surprised to see people coming over. How did you two get together? When Xian Nu saw Donqing, she immediately threw her cell phone. Donqing, you're back. Holly wrapped her arms around her. Well, something came back. Wu Xia, brother mandarins, I originally wanted to go to the mountains with Donqing to take a look, but we found something extraordinary. Saying this, he handed the photo in his hand to Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling took a look at the panoramic photo of the village and was a bit puzzled. What's wrong with it? You guys just took the photo, right? Wu Xia's face was grave. I saw the village at the bottom of the lake exactly as it exists now. Zhao Ling was stunned. Exactly the same? Are you sure? Wu Xia nodded seriously, and Zhao Ling's face was a bit ugly. If that's really the case, then I'm afraid that the Zhang family's ancient building involves even more people. Xian Nu also took it over and looked at it. She always felt that there was something wrong, but she couldn't tell. So she returned the photo to Wu Xia. Zhao Ling didn't say anything more about this matter, but brought up something else. The people in this house are sure there's no problem, right? Wu slanted. We stayed here the time we came here before. Uncle Ague is nice. There won't be any problems, plus Fatty is interested in the clouds. Wu Xia didn't finish, but the others understood what he meant and they didn't ask any more questions. Wu Xia suddenly remembered something. By the way, brother mandarins, there's a man named Pan Ma in this village. He was the guide in Chen Wen Jin's group and theirs before. He pointed out some things, but was reluctant to open his mouth. Zhao Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. Since there's someone, let's go and meet them tomorrow. If it's a human being, there's a weakness, there's always a way to make him talk. Wu Xia nodded. Good, then we'll go to his house tomorrow, and I'll have someone keep an eye on his house so that no one runs away. Xian Nu, yo, not bad, pretty prescient. Wu Xiexia scratched his head in embarrassment. there has to be some progress. After saying that, they each went back to rest, because there weren't a lot of rooms, so they were all two to a room. Zhao Ling and Zhang Qi Lattice were in the same room, and Zhang Qi Lattice hadn't rested yet when he went back. Zhao Ling also greeted him. Little brother. Sleeping. The result was obvious. There was little reply, and Zhao Ling didn't care. Chapter 87, The Past of Benai. At night, Zhao Ling, who was sleeping well, was woken up by a small movement, and as soon as Zhao Ling got up, he realized that Zhang Qigong was standing in the doorway, his gaze fixed on the door. There was a little sound coming from outside the door. Zhao Mandarin was a little strange and waited to see the movement of the people outside. Not a moment later, the door was opened, and the knife in Zhang Qi Lattice's hand was ready. The door was opened. A person sneaked in. Zhang Qi Lattice's knife instantly attacked. The person who came was startled, but also reacted quickly, reached out and blocked Xiao Zhao's knife. Zhang Qi Lattice froze, then a somewhat furious voice rang out. Almost gave my mother a handjob here. Can you not be so impulsive? Zhao Ling heard the voice and realized who was coming. No, what are you doing? Come here in the middle of the night? The person who came was none other than Xian Maiden. And if it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to take Xiao Zhao's knife so easily. Zhao Ling said and was about to turn on the lights when Xian Nu stopped her. Wait, don't move. Zhao Ling froze, not knowing what she meant. Zhang Qiling's sword had already been put back and stood to the side surveying the two. Xian Nu looked around before letting the person outside in. It was Dong Cheng. Zhao Ling, no, what are you two doing up in the middle of the night? Xian Nu came over to Zhao Ling's side. We realized something was a little off, and that's why we came to find you. Zhao Ling was stunned. What's wrong? Xian Nu glanced at Zhang Qi Lattice and didn't open her mouth with some concern. Zhao Ling then remembered that there were some things that they didn't seem to be able to communicate without fear. So she turned her head and spoke to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, you rest first. Let's go out and have a chat. This obvious meaning of not letting him know didn't make Xiao Xiao feel anything wrong. He could sense if Zhao Ling was true to him or not, and he wasn't going to interfere in what he was going to do on his own. Zhao Ling was also aware of little brother's character, so he didn't want to sneak around. Xian Nu and the others knew this before they came over directly to Zhao Ling. When the three of them arrived at Xian Maiden's in their room, Xian Maiden took out the photos Wu Qi had given them earlier. Joel, the photo. What's wrong with it? Xian Nu, I didn't realize it when I first saw it, but only afterward did I notice that something was wrong, and that the layout on it implied the 8 trigrams. Zhao Ling froze for a moment, then carefully surveyed the top again, closing his eyes and thinking for a long time. Finally finding the information in it, Zhao Ling sighed. It's Badhua. Holly, it's not just gossip. 2 villages, one in the water and one out there. Zhao Ling, light and darkness intertwine. Yin and Yang gossip. Xian Nu, that's right, it's the Yin Yang 8 trigrams. There must be something inside the Zheng family's ancient building that's doing something with the power of the formation. But, he failed. Zhao Ling's ghostly voice rang out. Xian Nu and Dong Qing's faces were also very bad. This calculation should have existed for a very long time, but it failed just like that. How could the person behind it be willing to admit defeat? But to say that it was fine, the spiritual energy scattered here was already very responsive to the problem. Xian Nu, I think it's time for us to think about going in. If there really is something in there, it would be too costly to deal with it after so many years of utilizing the Earth's vain qi to cultivate. Zhao Ling, so what else can we do? What choice do we have? Holly, the most crucial step for Wu Slash and the others is right in there. We can't stay out of it. Holly's words made both of them fall silent. The things inside the Zheng family's ancient building were elusive, but it seemed like they had to go in. Once they went in, I'm afraid that there will be a battle, and it's unknown what the price will be. Whether it's worth it or not is something that they need to ponder over. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Zhao Ling spoke. Do you think the source of this spiritual power could be a spiritual treasure? Xian Nu, spiritual treasures? You mean something from the prefect? Zhao Lingnan nodded. If the spiritual treasure is indeed here, then I can only think of one role, and that is suppression. Xian Nu, it's not impossible. If that's the case, then we can make a trip to fetch the spirit treasure and that thing won't be a problem to deal with. Zhao Ling, it's a deal. Down is a must. We'll go down when Zhang Qi Lattice's matter is settled. The next day, Wu Xia and the others went directly to Pan Ma. Zhao Ling did not go with them because he felt that if he had to go out for such a person, then Wu Xia and the others would be too useless. So he left it to them. Xian female idle nothing to do, pulling the winter green together to go to see the fun. Zhao Mandarin in the yard sunbathing in. He naturally is able to feel this around if not the measurements, just did not care too much about it. But Zhao Ran felt some seeming prying eyes from the girl who was said to be Fatty Wang's sweetheart, which was by no means curiosity. Zhao Ran thought with his eyes closed. Thinking about it, he fell asleep until he was woken up by Xian Nu shouting at him. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling, you're a good sleeper, but let me tell you, we've heard a particularly wonderful story. Do you want to know about it? Zhao Ling opened his eyes to see the open-mouthed Xian Nu. His ears hurt from her noise, and looked to Wu Qi and the others, whose faces looked a little bad. Zhao Ling, Dongqing, take her away. Dongqing immediately pulled Xian Nu away. Afterward, he looked at Wu Xia and the others. What's going on? Tell us. Wu Xia was about to open his mouth when Zhao Ling saw Yun Kai, who was walking over, and spoke. Go back to your room and talk. Wu Xia and the others were puzzled, but they still took a step to follow, leaving the puzzled and still a little vain Yun Kai at the same place without approaching. Fatty Wang, brother mandarins, you don't know. That Papa Panma didn't want to tell the truth at first, but finally opened his mouth after a flurry of enticements from Master Hua. Zhao Ling, oh, what was said? After that, Wu Xia told him that about the 2 archaeological teams, and Zhao Ling listened with great interest. It was indeed a wonderful story. Wu Xia's face, however, was still a bit strange. Brother mandarins, do you think this is possible? Zhao Ling, why is it impossible? It's normal. Xia Yuchen, I wonder which 2 groups of people sent these 2 archaeological teams. Zhao Ling, however, shook his head. It may not necessarily be 2 groups. There may be a lot of muckrakers among them. Wu Xia, if what Papa Panma said is true, then inside that archaeological team that went to Shisha since Benai, Jean was the one who was replaced. Zhao Ling, Shisha, another bureau, but I'm more curious about what they're doing here. As for the rest more, when President Zhang arrives, he should give us a good answer. Wu Xia and the others didn't ask any more questions. The clues they got were enough for them to study for quite a while, so they all went back to their studies. They were just about to leave when they were shouted at by Zhao Mandarin Fatty. Do you like that Yun Kai girl very much? Fatty looked at Zhao Ling all the way suspiciously. Brother Ling, what do you mean by that? You're not thinking of doing something to Yun Kai, are you? Looking at the fat man's defensive face, Zhao Ran was a bit amused. Don't worry, I won't snatch it from you. The fat man then put his head down. So what are you asking? Zhao Ling, nothing, just want you to spend more time with her. Chapter 88 Zhang Rishan's arrival. Fatty Wang smiled happily when he heard Zhao Ling's words. Don't worry, Brother Ling, I'm sure I'll be good to Yun Kai. Looking at Fatty's back as he left, Zhao Ling's eyes were deep, when a voice came from behind him. You want to save her? Zhao Ling turned his head, and Xian Nu and Dongqing looked at him with grave expressions. Zhao Ling shrugged. Haven't thought about it yet. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling, what are you thinking? You're a ghost messenger. Is there a ghost messenger who saves people? Zhao Ling, an innocent man in the end. Xian Nu's face looked a bit strange. Not Zhao Ling. What's wrong with you lately? Holly possessed always trying to save people. Holly, not me. Zhao Ling tapped his head. What? I'm still not allowed to be a good person. Xian Nu, come on lass. Are you human? Zhao Ling smiled awkwardly. Xian Nu gave him a blank look. Don't you interfere. I will save her. Anyway, I am not bound by the rules of hell, and I can't be held accountable when the time comes. Zhao Ling, then thank you, ma'am. Xian Nu didn't care, and Dongqing looked at Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling, you're not a soft-hearted person. What do you want to do? Zhao Ling looked at Dongqing with a surprised expression. Dongqing, what are you talking about? Xian Nu, I also don't think you're that kind of person. I want to save Yun Kai because she's really nice. But you. Xian Nu shook her head as she spoke, clearly not believing in Zhao Ling's simple good intentions. Zhao Ling didn't explain too much. He really wasn't a good person. But Yun Kai was really a good person. The power of merit and virtue that was vaguely emanating from her body. How could she be an ordinary person? To save her, just to make a good karma. It's very cost-effective. Xian Nu and the others couldn't see this. Zhao Ling was burdened with the power of the Yin God. He was most sensitive to these things. He himself wasn't convenient to intervene in matters of life and death. But Xian Nu could. Xian Nu's action was still fast. The next day she kept following Yun Kai, and always acted like she was interested in what she was doing, making Yun Kai embarrassed to drive her away. Yun Kai tried to do something several times, but was interrupted by Xian Nu. Wu Qi and the others looked curious, but Zhao Ling was sitting on the side and didn't have any reaction, so they didn't ask. But it was Fatty Wang who wanted to intervene, and was pulled back by Dongqing. Fatty Wang looked somewhat depressed as he watched the two of them, Yun Kai and Xian Nu, go to the back of the mountain, and then looked at Zhao Ling. Brother Ling, what is this Xian Nu doing? This makes it bad for Yun Kai and I to cultivate our relationship. Joel, do you have feelings for each other? Fatty Wang was a bit embarrassed, and then it was still Wu Xia who rounded them up. Alright, Fatty, mandarins and the others must have their own reasons for doing this, so just stay out of it. Zhao Ling looked at the direction Xian Nu and the others had left, his eyes a bit dark. Perhaps soon you will be able to see the reason. They were a bit puzzled when they heard a sudden gunshot from the mountains, and Holly looked at Zhao Ling. Your gunshot. Zhao Ling nodded. Let's go. They're in trouble. After saying that, she took the lead and rushed out of the courtyard. Wu Qi and the others followed closely behind, and when the 5 of them ran up the hill, Shen Nu shielded Yun Kai behind her and raised her gun at a man on the opposite side. Wu Xie and the others took one look and got angry. Collapsed the shoulder. Fatty Wang was a bit worried about Yun Kai. Yun Kai, are you alright? Yun Kai glanced at Shen Nu and lowered her head as she returned. It's fine. Zhao Ling looked at the person. Be shameless. Make a move on a woman. Shen Nu threw the gun to Zhao Ling, who put it back, and Shen Nu looked at Yun Kai. Let's go back first. Yun Kai looked at her somewhat sheepishly, and in the end was directly pulled over by Shen Nu to pull back. And Fatty Wang was also worried about Yun Kai getting hurt here, so he let Shen Nu take her back by default. Collapsed Shoulders looked at the 5 people. His face was a bit gloomy, although his face was covered, but it was probably obvious by looking at the aura that covered his body. Zhao Ran looked at Zhang Qi Lattice. Little brother, leave the people behind. Zhang Qi Lattice nodded, and then Zhao Ling looked at Dongqing, who understood his meaning at a glance, slowly pacing and spreading out to encircle his collapsed shoulders. On this side, after Xian Nu brought the clouds down the mountain, she suddenly said, is there nothing you want to say to me? Cloud Cucolander, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Xian Nu comforted her. I know, you have poison in your body. Yun Kai's body stiffened, not knowing how to react. She was threatened by the collapsed shoulder and had no choice at all. Xian Nu, don't worry, when they catch the person, they will help you with the poison. Cloudcake sniffed before forcing a smile. Well, I know. Zhao Ling took the lead and attacked at collapsed shoulder, not holding back at all. Collapsed shoulder raised his hand to parry, but was sent flying by Zhao Ling's punch. Collapsed shoulder's face was full of dismay. He completely did not expect Zhao Ling's power to be so great. Even Zhang Qi Lattice he barely had the power to fight, but he did not want to be able to block even a single move under Zhao Ling's hands. Seeing that the situation is not right, Collapsed Shoulder tries to run, but he is blocked by Zhang Qi Lattice with a knife. Collapsed Shoulder looks at one side of Wintergreen who also raises his gun at him, with Zhao Ling also eyeing him from behind, and the 2 of them, Wu Xia and Fatty, also looking at him with daggers. He was directly surrounded in the middle. Zhang Qi Lattice rushed up with his knife, and swung it out. Collapsed Shoulder only had time to dodge, but he didn't want to be kicked out by Zhang Qi Lattice just as he dodged, and retreated 2 steps back just to land in front of Zhao Ling, who lifted his hand and punched him in the back of the head. Collapsed Shoulder fainted in an instant. Wu Oblique they came over and looked at the collapsed shoulder. The fat man raised his foot and kicked it twice. This is dizzy? Zhao Ling, tie it back, tie it properly. The fat man and Wu Xia looked at each other, and together they took the rope and tied the collapsed shoulder tightly, then dragged it back. Zhao Ling and Zhang Qi Lattice walked at the end, watching Wu Xie and the others dragging the man around as if they were taking revenge, with absolutely no thoughts of embarrassment. The man just deserved it. Just after returning to the courtyard, Zhao Ran realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be more people outside, and they looked like they were practitioners. Zhao Mandarin and Zhang Qi Lattice is the last to go in. Just to see Wu Oblique they went in not much distance. Xia Yu Chen in black glasses in front of a man wearing a black mountaineering suit. Shen female with Yun Kai sitting on the side of the chair. Shen female's expression is a little bit playful. Yun Kai is a little bit afraid. Shrink a little bit to the side of the Shen female. A Gue uncle is to make a sentence to hide in the kitchen to go. Seeing Zhao Ling and Zhang Qi Lattice come in, the atmosphere changed a bit, and the dark glasses took the lead to go up and walk in front of Zhao Ling. Ling Ling, why don't you guys take me with you when you go out to catch rats? Zhao Ling, aren't you busy? The dark glasses were a little embarrassed, mainly because it was convenient for him to make money by following Xia Yu Chen, so he kept following Xia Yu Chen and the 2 of them went to check the situation on the mountain. Zhao Ran looked at the person in the very center and smiled. President Zhang, you came quite quickly. Chapter 89. Zhang Rishan's first look was at Zhang Qigong. Seeing that his face was expressionless, there was a flash of celebration on his face. Zhao Ling just happened to notice this flash of emotion, and in his heart, he sneered a little. Zhang Rishan, Mr. Zhao, what are you guys? Zhang Rishan looked at the people Wu Xie and the others they dragged back, and his face looked a bit bad. Zhao Ling, President Zhang, this is the one you should pay the most attention to, right? Zhao Ling pointed at Zhang Qi Lattice beside himself. Zhang Rishan looked at Zhao Ling's slightly teasing expression and looked a little ugly. Mr. Zhao, the Zhang family's matter is not that simple. I advise you that it's best not to get involved. Zhao Ling, is that so? But I've been involved, and quite a bit. Zhao Ling's face was covered in an indebted smile, causing Zhang Rishan to be at a loss as to how to react for a moment. It was Xin Nu who interrupted the two. Zhao Ling, where is the antidote? Fatty Wang and Wu Xie were stunned. What antidote? Zhao Ran slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. Quickly get some water and slap the person awake. Ask. Shen Nu became excited upon hearing this. I'll do it. I'm the best at this. As soon as Xian Nu went in, she brought out a large basin of water. Wu Xie and Wang Fatty they were very watchful and stayed away. Shen Nu poured a basin of water on the head of the collapsed shoulder. Looking at Zhao Ling shook his head and had some toothache. After collapsing his shoulders and being splashed awake, the first thing he saw was Zhang Rishan standing in front of him, and his angry expression lurched. Lieutenant Zhang. Zhang Rishan's look of watching the show gave way, carefully sizing up the person in front of him. You know me? Wu Xia and De Yuchen they looked at each other to see. All have some look of watching a good show. Collapsing his shoulders, he laughed a bit to himself. Sure enough, you all don't remember it long ago, but I've been guarding this place for so many years. Zhang Rishan froze, and his tone was somewhat agitated. You are, that group of people? Collapsing his shoulders, yes, I never left Benai. Zhang Rishan didn't realize that there were still people alive from that plan back then and that they had been guarding the place. Zhang Rishan, your tattoo? Collapsing his shoulders without speaking, Fatty Wang stepped forward and ripped off his shirt. Look, the tattoo is here? Zhao Ling saw Zhang Rishan's somewhat stiffened mouth at the back and smiled slightly. Fatty can be really direct. Zhang Rishan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhao Ling. President Zhang, you may need to wait if you want to catch up. We're still waiting to get medicine to save people? Wu Xia looked at Zhao Ling. Brother Ling, the antidote is? Shen Nu, the cloud is poisoned. It's under the collapsed shoulder. The fat man was instantly enraged, pulling at the collapsed shoulders and asking, say, where's the antidote? Collapsing his shoulders he looked at them. No. The fat man clenched his fists. I advise you that you'd better not do this toast. Saying that, he wanted to make a move, but Zhao Ling stopped him. President Zhang, why don't you have a chat? Zhang Rishan sneered. He's one of Buddha's men and only listens to Buddha's words. Zhao Ling nodded with a cold face. Good, that's good, said the man as he walked over to the collapsed shoulders. No offense. Truth spell. A hand trick was pressed and the state of the collapsed shoulder was instantly out of place. Dongqing only felt his eyes hurt when he saw this familiar scene. He remembered again that he had been pitted. This Zhao official was really as thunderous as ever. Then in the eyes of the crowd of puzzled people, Zhao Ling slowly opened his mouth and asked, where is the antidote? Collapsing his shoulders, pockets. Zhao Ling signaled Wang Fatty search. Wang Fatty hand is very fast, soon from the collapse of the shoulders of the body to search out a few small bags. Take out a look. Inside all the medicine. Zhao Ling took it out and asked him, which one? Collapsing his shoulders, the second one. Zhao Ling tossed the pill to Shen Nu, who took it and handed it to Yun Kai. Not doubting Zhao Ling's tactics, Zhao Ling tapped the collapsed shoulder's forehead. Not bad, really obedient. He then stood up, and collapsed shoulders reacted. He then looked at Zhao Ling with a horrified face, who didn't care and looked at Zhang Rishan. President Zhang, you don't want me to use this tactic on you either. Zhao Ling smiled and opened his mouth, his smiling appearance not looking the slightest bit threatening. If he ignored that sentence, Zhang Rishan's face was ugly. Why did he feel like he was a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Zhao Ling, take this man down. Watch him well. It's best to make him no threat. Turning his head to Zhang Rishan again, President Zhang, chat inside. The words of Zhao Ling's command fell. Immediately someone came over to take away the collapsed shoulder, and eyeballed his arms and legs. They were still very discerning, seeing that this person should still be a threat to them. In case something happens, it's safer this way. Zhao Ling took a look at their movements and twitched his lips. What a smart move. Zhao Ling looked at Wu Xie and the others and took the lead to walk into the room. Zhang Qi Lattice followed him. Wu Xie and the others also followed, but everyone who went in had to look at Zhang Rishan, knowing that he had no choice now. Zhang Rishan lifted his foot and entered the room, where Zhao Ling and the others were already seated, waiting for him to come in. Zhang Rishan swept them away, closed the door behind him, walked over to Zhang Qigu, and knelt down. Patriarch. Wu Xie and the others were all in a state of shock, but Zhao Ran had a look of realization. No wonder, he was the patriarch of your Zhang family, yet you betrayed him. Zhao Ling's words even caused the other people to stare blankly, and Zhang Qiling also had a puzzled look on his face. Zhao Ran looked at Zhang Rishan. President Zhang, you'd better get up and tell us properly. Anyway, now that little brother has lost his memory, we can only listen to what you have to say. Zhang Rishan, however, didn't take Zhao Ling's words seriously. If he had told a lie, they wouldn't have been so simply trying to let him off the hook, right? Zhang Rishan stood up and slowly spoke. What happened back then involved a lot of people and was complicated. Since you guys want to know, then I'll tell you. Next Zhang Rishan told them bit by bit what he had experienced back then. From back then, Zhang Qishan was used by the Wang family to find the Zhang family's ancient building. When the people of the Nine Gates had been involved and also showed up in front of the people above, it just so happened that at that time, Zhang Qiling found them, and made a deal with them that he would help him to find the Zhang family's ancient building, and they would help him to guard the Bronze Gate. But there was an accident in the middle and Xiao Xiao lost his memory. So in order to block those people, Zhang Qishan could only choose to hand over Zhang Qi Lattice. Wu Xia and the others listened with indignation, feeling that they had wronged Xiao Xiao and sympathizing with him. Zhao Ling concluded, "So, this is actually a deal you made between you, but you didn't keep it and ended up betraying little brother. Is that what it means?" Embarrassment flashed across Zhang Rishan's face, then he looked at Zhang Qi again and explained, "Master Buddha had his own hardships back then. If he hadn't handed you over, what awaited the Nine Sect would have been the end of the world." Chapter 90, Right and Wrong. WU Slant. Are the Nine Gates that important? Zhang Rishan, at that time that incident the Nine Sect could no longer stay out of it. Plus at that time the Buddha discovered that there were a lot of Wang family members among the Nine Sect, so he had to take advantage of this incident to clean up the Nine Sect once again. And it was just this way that weakened the Nine Sect, so as to be able to preserve the Nine Sect. Zhang Rishan said and looked towards Zhang Qi. "The only one I'm sorry for amongst this matter is the matriarch, but at that point in time, there has to be a trade-off." The gazes of the others all looked towards Zhang Qilatis. The most innocent person in this matter was him, only that he had lost his memory now, and knew nothing about the sufferings he had once endured. Zhang Qilatis' gaze did not change much, just so look at them. Between the eyes, Wu Oblique only feel a burst of powerlessness. He has always wanted little brother to recover his memory, but now such a memory, he does not want a little brother to know. He then felt that before the Mandarin brother said, little brother's memory loss is to protect him described as so figurative. Holly's face was also a little hard to say. He had always thought that his previous life was quite painful, but in comparison only felt that he was still too happy. Fatty Wang, little brother, I didn't expect you to be so miserable in the past. Fatty Wang said, patting little brother's shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry, little brother, I will cover you in the future, and won't let you get hurt. Fatty Wang patted his chest with confidence, and Zhang Qi's eyes twinkled. Thank you, Fatty. Wu Oblique also want to say something, but also feel that what to say is very shallow. The small brother experienced a large part of the suffering as their 9 doors to bring him, and even their own third uncle is also counting on him. Their own, so what does it count? Wu Xia looked at Zhang Rishan. You have to sacrifice innocent people for the sake of the Nine Sect? He clearly has nothing to do with these matters. Zhang Rishan didn't say anything, and Xia Yuchen opened her mouth to interrupt Wu Xia's questioning. Wu Xia, we're not qualified to comment on the right or wrong of our elders. Wu Xia, yeah, we're not qualified. Wu Xia suddenly lowered his head. Zhao Ling, those with vested interests are naturally unable to comment on what's right or wrong, but I understand Zhang Qishan's approach. Xian Nu nodded. Yes, on one side is a family that has fallen and a patriarch who doesn't know him very well, and on the other side is a brother who has been born to die. What should one choose? The result is actually quite clear. Holly, that's right, it's human instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm, and when it really comes to right and wrong, no one can say. Zhang Rishan, there is nothing the Buddha can do to make this decision, and, even without the Buddha, the people of the Wang family will not let the patriarch go. Zhao Ling, the Wang family? Zhang Rishan, the feud between the Wang family and the Zhang family has existed for a long time, and even the decline of the Zhang family has nothing to do with them behind all of this. WU Slant, does it refer to the Wang family? Zhang Rishan, all I know is that the people who have been targeting the 9 gates are the Wang family. Xia Yuchen, looks like this is the enemy we're dealing with. Zhang Rishan, at the time that plan among the existence of the Wang family, but also another group of the Zhang family in which, was when the decline of the time to move overseas. That group is known as the overseas Zhang family. The Buddha has also dealt with them. Their strength is far above the 9 sect. So at that time, you decided to hand little brother over and preserve the 9 sects because you thought that they wouldn't abandon little brother, and that if they made a move to rescue him, it wouldn't have anything to do with you, right? Zhao Ling interrupted. Zhang Rishan nodded. That's right, that's what the Buddha thought at that time. Ganma, but they didn't save it, they didn't do it. Zhang Rishan faced some pain. Yes, my Buddha did not even think that they actually gave up the patriarch just like that, and did not even want to intervene. Obviously at that time, Buddha all arranged people. As long as there are people to do it, our people will secretly release the people out. But in the end, none of them came, and it was also at that time, Buddha and we all understand that the Zhang family people have long since given up the patriarch. Xia Yuchen, and after that, how did little brother leave? Zhang Rishan looked at Xia Yuchen. It was your grandfather's help. At that time it had been a long time. The Wang family hadn't been able to get what they wanted, and the defense on the side of the sanatorium had slackened quite a bit. The 9th master and the 2nd master, they knew about what the master Buddha had done, and they were very angry, but they also knew that the master Buddha's difficulties, so they secretly found someone to bring out the patriarch, and the master Buddha knew about it, but he also secretly let the people let loose, and let them take the person away. After that the people at the top pursued the matter. Master Buddha just happened to borrow this matter to get out of their control. The 9th sect had already hibernated. They didn't dare to go overboard. They could only let Master Buddha go. Dark glasses, it shouldn't be. How did that mute come back to Benai after that? And become a co-worker with me? Zhang Rishan, when we first left the sanatorium, the patriarch disappeared. We sent people to look for a long time but could not find him. And then we found that the Wang family was also looking for him. So we didn't dare to make too much noise. Until later on, Chen Pai brought the person back to Changsha, and we realized that he actually came to Benai. And what happened after that is related to Chen Wenjin and them. And you guys pretty much know about it as well. Suddenly hearing so much news, Wu Xia and the others were a bit caught off guard. Zhao Mandarin on the contrary, this matter is pretty much sorted out. Is a pursuit of longevity of the family stared at a suspected longevity of the people? Do these things, in which they are implicated in the people find ways to go against them, slowly developed into competition like this? There are still a lot of things have not been explained clearly yet, but, it does not matter. Anyway, already know the enemy, have defense is not good, which has so many conspiracy and trickery it, but it is just not enough strength. Xia Yuchen, President Zhang told us everything today. I don't think it's to beg for little brother's forgiveness, right? Zhang Rishan, I have never had the luxury of asking for forgiveness. When the Buddha instructed me if one day, the matriarch needs to deal with the Wang family, I must not stand by and watch. Originally, these dishonorable things I was not prepared to say, but, have been like this. I just want to help atone for my sins. Zhao Ling, little brother, what do you think? Zhang Qi Lattice, can help. Zhang Rishan's face eased a bit. Good. I've gotten word before I came here that the Wang family's people have also come here. For the sake of the Zheng family's ancient building, it's definitely not peaceful down there. I can help. Zhao Ling, then I'll take care of President Zhang. We'll leave early tomorrow morning, so get ready, President Zhang. Zhang Rishan nodded and left the room, and it was only after the man left that Wu Xia asked somewhat anxiously, Brother Mandarins, do we really have to join them? Zhao Ling, they're a good fit, and they owe it to little brother. Chapter 91, Jude Cao. Zhao Ran then spoke. What happened in the first place has already happened. It's useless for us to dwell on it, even if little brother wants to seek justice. It's all in vain. The one who made the decision is Zheng Qishan, and the one who benefited from it is your 9 sects. What do you want little brother to do? Wu Xia's face turned white. Yeah, really say sorry for Xiao Zhao's. They all have a part in it. What difference does it make? Xia Yuchen, Wu Xia, no matter if this matter is right or wrong, we are now going to help. We are on the same side as little brother. Fatty Wang, yeah. Wu, instead of dwelling on the past, why don't you treat little brother better now? Wu Xia nodded after hearing this and spoke with a smile. I know. I'll pay attention. Zhang Qi Lattice stepped forward and looked at Wu Qi, Wu Shang. We're friends. Wu Xia looked at his little brother's expression as always, but he just saw the importance in those eyes and nodded. Yes, we'll always be friends. Zhao Ling looked at this scene only to feel old and comforting. Perhaps the older generation is sorry for little brother, but Wu Oblique they just happen to be redeemed little brother. Dark glasses, so this Wang family? Zhao Ran rubbed the cell phone in his hand. This is indeed a problem. The Wang family is too troublesome. And, enemy is dark and we are clear. It is not convenient to do anything. Ganma, aren't you forgetting something? Zhao Ling, what? Xian Nu had an indisputable look on her face. What is the Wang family doing all this for? Zhao Ling, eternal life. Xian Nu, isn't that right then? Mortals pursue immortality and kill indiscriminately, which is inherently incompatible with heavenly justice. Zhao Ran slapped his head. Right, why did I forget about this? Now that the underworld is not out in the world and no one is holding the Wang family accountable, they are naturally arrogant. But after the underworld is out in the world, they will have to pay for all of this. And by then, what are they still worried about? This is no longer a matter between mortals. Wu Xia, Mandarins, what's wrong? Zhao Ling smiled. The Wang family's matter is well settled. Xia Yuchen, how to solve it? Zhao Ling, you guys helped me to help the underworld come out of the world. When the 6 paths are complete, the underworld will hold the Wang family accountable for their faults, and their destruction will be inevitable, so you won't have to worry about how to deal with them. Wu Xia and Kai Yuchen glanced at each other. The emotions in their eyes were complicated. Zhao Ling said it so easily. Obviously it was a matter that would cost them a great deal, but in his eyes it was just a small matter. Really? Will that do it? Zhao Ling, don't worry. I can't lie to you guys. It seems that you guys are really lucky to have met me. Yeah, we did get pretty lucky. No matter what, now they hope in Zhao Ling is not a way out. At least Zhao Ling's strength they have witnessed, and why not believe him once? Xian Nu, it's a deal, so you guys have to help out. Wu Xia, so what happened to little brother? Zhao Ling, I'll help him later, but not now. Wu Xia, okay, thank you. Mandarin. Zhao Ling waved his hand and didn't say anything. Perhaps it was heaven's will that they met each other. Fatty Wang, so what's next for us? Zhao Ling, take a rest. Tomorrow we'll go up the mountain and enter the Zhang family's ancient building. I'd like to see what's really inside. After the deal, they all went back to rest. Yun Kai antidote poison also, and the fat man said clearly. The fat man did not blame Yun Kai, meaning just some guilt almost harmed Yun Kai. The relationship between the two people are also close to a lot of this. Early the next morning, all the people are ready to go, and together they go to the mountains, and after walking for a short time, they encountered Jude Kao's people. Jude Kao sent people stationed at Sheep Corner Lake. They can't hide, and Zhao Ran originally did not want to hide, let the men camp where they were, and gave word to Jude Kao's men to come over and meet them. And what a big face, and needing him to meet them in person, with only the meaning of others coming to meet him. Not much time later, Jude Kao came. Wang Fatty still some hate iron not steel. No, this old boy just so compromised. He also thought that if the other side is a little hard, they just have a reason to clean up the other side. Wu Xia, now that he has too few chips in his hand, and has coveted the Zhang family's ancient building for a long time, he naturally sees reality clearly. Jude Kao came in. The first thing he saw was Zhao Ling, who was sitting in the center. He had checked the other party's informations before but knew nothing about it. The other party had helped them a lot after he appeared beside Wu Xia and the others, and even a lot of things were out of his control. He didn't know anything. Now that the other party was coming over, he had no choice. Jude Kao, hello Mr. Cho, I've heard a lot about you. Zhao Ling, Chinese literature is good. It's just that people aren't very good. Zhao Ling's words made Wu Xia and the others snicker. Ling's words were too much for them. However, Jude Kao was naturally not the kind of person who couldn't help himself, and looked at Zhao Ling with his face as usual. Mr. Zhao, we all have the same purpose. Why don't we cooperate? Zhao Ling, cooperation. That is to have capital. Under equal conditions is cooperation. Between us, there is only allegiance. If you are willing to be a junior to me, I wouldn't mind taking you one. Jude Kao's eyes changed a bit. Mr. Zhao, do you really think that I don't have anything? After all these years of research, would I have nothing in my hands? Zhao Ling, oh, then I'm up for it. I wonder what you have. Jude Kao waved his hand and asked the people under his hand to bring a box, opened it, and showed it to Zhao Ran. This is a map of the mountains scanned by my people. It should be very useful to you. Zhao Ling swept a glance and nodded with a smile. Not bad indeed. Then his eyes looked at Xin Nu, who took the drawings directly from Jude Kao's hands with a single movement. Jude Kao immediately blanched. What are you doing? Wu Xie and the others also froze for a split second. Then they all laughed. Mandarin brother is still as unreasonable as ever. Zhao Ling, what has been put in front of me? There is no reason to take it back. Jude Kao, you guys, that's so unreasonable. It's like bandits. The smile on Zhao Ling's face instantly went down. Stood up and looked at Jude Kao condescendingly. Robber? What qualifications do you have to accuse me? Don't forget, you now guess who is the owner of this land. You have taken so much from here. You have to be ready to pay the price. Return virtue for virtue, and grudge for grudge. Don't you like our culture very much? You should be able to understand this phrase. Then Zhao Ling directly waved his hand and let people tie up Jude Kao, who loudly resisted. You can't touch me. You'll pay for it. Zhang Rishan stepped forward. I didn't kill you back then because I was concerned about the country behind you, but it's different now. Do you think you can still leave? Chapter 92 Zhang Yu's arrival. When Jude Kao saw Zhang Rishan, his face instantly turned pale. No, why are you here? Aren't you at the Crescent Moon Hotel? Zhang Rishan, I came here to take your life. What happened back then? Do you think I've forgotten? The man was then handed over. Take them down and treat them well. Then they ordered the men straight away to make a clean sweep of Jude's camp. Zhao Ran handed the talisman in his hand to Xie Yuchen. Truth spell. Ask that Mr. Jude Kao nicely. Leaving a confession is enough. As for the person, make him disappear cleanly. Wu Xia, will we be a bit too arrogant like this? Shen Nu, that's just right. Why else would you be more disgusting if he ran out for a bit every now and then? I still believe more in cutting off the roots. Zhao Ling, that's right. Deal with it cleanly. Otherwise it's really annoying to be like a fly. Seeing that the others agreed, Wu Xia also had the sense to shut his mouth. It was better for him to speak less about this matter. The Mandarin brother would not tolerate his sympathy. Moreover, Jude Kao did not deserve sympathy, right? After that, Xie Yuchen and Zhang Rishan went to deal with Jude Kao. Zhang Rishan has long been sick of Jude Kao, had known that he would do those things later. That year in any case had to solve him, did not think that a step wrong, and finally let them eat a big loss. And now he sends himself to the door, but not to properly clean him up a little bit. When they left, Zhao Ling looked at Wu Xie. Wu Xie, aren't you going to go talk to those people on your path? Wu Xie was confused. Chatting about what? Zhao Ling, talk about the information you know. Now that Jude Kao is no longer enough to worry about, they have a chance. Wu Xie suddenly realized. I see. I'll go find them right away. Wu Oblique pulled Pansy together to find those who came to look for the Zheng family ancient building. Words revealed some information, but also said that Jude Cow has been controlled by them, that the mountain they can casually search. Those who heard the excitement, and do not care about what, immediately arranged for people to go around to look for. After Wu Xia and the others left, Shen Nu looked at Zhao Ling somewhat puzzled. Don't we have the drawings? Don't need them anymore. Zhao Ling shook his head. Of course I do. There are so many entrances up here. Don't we need someone to explore them? Holly, Zhao official, will you be a bit too much? They are all. Don't tell me they're innocent. How many of those people out there are clean? You know, do you really think they can be any good people? Moreover, they were attracted by their own greed. It's not like I ordered them. Zhao Ling directly interrupted Dong Qing's words, a cold look all over his face. Shen Nu pulled Dong Qing out and gave him an education. Don't just exude your sympathy. It's the most useless thing here. Be careful of Zhao Ling's anger to clean you up. Oh. Holly nodded a little depressed. He just couldn't hold back for a moment. Now that he thought about it, there was nothing wrong with what Zhao Ling did. Anyway, it looked like this from their standpoint. Wushiaki was much wiser now, and even though his goodness wouldn't allow him to do such things, they weren't so unbearable compared to protecting himself and the friends he cared about. The next day, Zhao Ling let Xie Yuchen take those people from Jude Cow down the mountain, and also let them pick up one person, and although they were a little confused, they still did as they were told. In the afternoon, they saw Zhang Yu in his Taoist robe come up with them. Zhang Yu was surprised to see Zhao Ling. Brother Ling, you finally found me. Otherwise master would have thought you had disappeared? Zhao Ling greeted him. Those people? Zhang Yu, find out. The people I brought in brought them back to be dealt with. None of them are some clean. One check. Zhao Ling, thank you for this today. And secondly, we called you here. It's related to the formation. Come, let's talk inside. Zhao Ling said and pulled Zhang Yu into the tent without letting Wu Xia and the others in. This matter was not suitable for them to know right now, and the people in the camp might not all be trustworthy. He didn't want to take that risk. After that, Zhao Ran gave him a rundown of the events involving the Zheng family's ancient building, and Zhang Yu was dumbfounded by what he heard, finally letting out a sigh of relief. This is such a bad time to be in the Jianghu nowadays? Zhao Ling, normal. The human heart is the least able to withstand temptation. Zhang Yu nodded at his words. Yeah, my master also said that people outside shouldn't be trusted casually, so he doesn't even let me go down the mountain much. Zhao Ling nodded, thinking in his heart, your master's worry is right, just like you. It's too easy to suffer, if not for the fact that there are too many divisions behind you that are not to be messed with. Sooner or later, you'll have to get into trouble. Zhao Ling, this time, it is to let you come to help. My identity in the end is not very suitable to come out. In the end, unlike your Longhu mountain convenient. Zhang Yu, oh, then shall I go in with you guys? Zhao Ling, let's go together. It's probably safer inside, and, at this rate, we may have to go to the tomb in the future, to gain experience. Zhang Yu, if my master knew, I'm afraid he'd break my legs. I'm a disciple of a school to rob tombs? Zhao Ling patted his shoulder. It's okay, you're doing this for the greater good. Your master will understand you. Zhang Yu took his hand. Really, brother mandarins? Zhao Ling nodded. It should be true. Then he let the people take him to rest. You rest first, we'll go down when we find the way down. Zhang Yu, good. Waiting for the people to leave before Wu Xia and the others walked in. Shen Nu, you want to let him join us? He is a person from the Taoist sect. You are not afraid of him. The latter word Shen Nu didn't go on, being stopped by Zhao Ling's look. She then remembered that Wu Qi and the others were also there. And what was underneath the Zhang clan's ancient building, they weren't going to let Wu Qi and the others know about it just yet. Zhao Ling, don't worry, it'll only be easier with him around. Xie Yuchen, those people in Jude's koan were taken away. Is it believable? Zhao Ling, if they can't be trusted, then there's no one who can be trusted. You can't even trust the country. Are you going to heaven? Xie Yuchen, I'm just curious why you let him bring someone to deal with it? Zhao Ling rolled his eyes. What else? It's just a few of us, 2 with unclean family backgrounds, 1 with unclean hands, 2 who don't even dare to get an ID card, and the 3 of us whose identities are all fake. Who can deal with that? Ah, a straw man? Fatty Wang, but isn't that Jude Cow? Zhao Ling, is there such a person as Jude Cow here? Zhao Ling looked at Fatty Wang with a puzzled expression, and Fatty Wang winced and reacted instantly. No. The others were a little embarrassed by Zhao Ling's words. Their status really isn't very suitable for dealing with the people above them. Ah, if they're not careful, they're just sending them to the door. Chapter 93 Entry. Zhao Ling is so. We need to find someone who is clean, has a backstage, and has the ability to handle these things. Shen Nu, so you went straight to the Taoist priest. Ha, Zhao Ling, he has enough background and his ability isn't bad, so he's really suitable. Holly, but will what we do? Zhao Ling, don't worry, A blindfold is still possible. His ability isn't that strong. What Zhao Ran had already decided. They would only listen to him even if they had any more opinions. All the matters of coming here were basically arranged by Zhao Ran, and they were now habitually obedient to Zhao Ran's words. Zhao Ling, okay, now go find something to do on your own. We're going down there soon, and it's not going to be easy then. Oh. After waiting for the people to leave, Zhao Mandarin sighed. Hopefully the trip down will go smoothly. This Donqing and Wu Shiji got together. He did feel a little unsettled in his heart. 2 days later, Xiaoyu Chen and the others finally decided to go down, and those people had lost quite a bit, so they hoped that they could make a profit by following them. Zhao Ling didn't refuse and let them take the man and go down together. When they reached the cave entrance, Wu Xia was still a bit hesitant. Brother Mandarins, do we have to go down from here? The people who went down before didn't come back. Those other people following behind had the same expression. All of them were a bit scared, so they kept following at the end. Zhao Ling smiled carelessly. It's the same wherever you go down. Danger, isn't it always there? You shouldn't have come if you're really scared. Zhao Ran's later words were obviously told to those people who had been cowering back there. And sure enough, those people's faces changed when they heard this, and one by one, they all stepped forward to get closer to the group of them. Zhao Ling and their group only they 10 people. Other people did not bring, because they know that there is a lot of danger inside. Go and not necessarily can leave, so they did not bring those innocent people. As for the back of these rushing to the treasure below do not need to care about. They folded in the inside is also for the people to remove the harmot. Zhao Ling was the first to lead the way and walked down. Wu Xia and the others followed closely. Then those people looked at each other twice and followed. Zhao Ling looked at the stone walls everywhere. There are also some holes in all directions inside. Holding the drawings in his hand to go inside. Don't say, this Jude Cow thing is really good. Holly, this turquoise thing is Milorda. That's what we almost lost on last time. Wu Xia also added a couple sentences behind. This thing is filled with snakes that will awaken when it encounters temperature. According to our speculation, this should be the defense system of the Zhang family's ancient building. Zhao Ling, that's awesome. That's a pretty good use of this thing. Our walking, the front was stopped. Directly let people on the strong alkali. They are not with, but the back of those people with a lot of. As soon as they heard that there is their business immediately came up. Watching their movements, Zhang Yu was a bit strange. What is this? Wu Xia explained to him. Milorda, you can deal with it with strong alkali. Zhang Yu, does it work? Fatty Wang, that's certainly fine. Just watch. But I didn't want to see the people who sprayed the strong alkali suddenly blown out by an explosion, with burns all over their bodies, looking miserable. A few faces changed as black smoke stepped forward and yanked the man back. What's going on? Xiaoyu Chen went up to check. There's strong acid on it. Fatty Wang, who did this? Wu Xia spoke quietly. Who else would come in here besides us? Holly, collapsed shoulders. Fatty Wang, it must be this grandson. Here also he stayed longer. It must be his doing. I knew it would not be so early to send him down. Stay well cleaned up. Zhao Ling, well, there's no use talking about this now. Let's have someone take care of it and hurry up. After telling Wu Xia to take care of a pass, they proceeded forward, and after walking for a while, Zhao Ling looked at the map in his hand and had almost gone, and Xian Nu and the others looked at each other, and the intersection in front of them appeared. Wu Xia and Fatty Wang glanced at each other. Fatty Wang pulled Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao nodded, and then Xiaoyu Chen in dark glasses also gave each other a wink. Zhao Ling took out a talisman in his hand. Zhang Yu and Zhang Rishan were also prepared. Zhao Ling violently threw out the talisman in his hand, and the fog instantly rose in the cave behind him, and a few people silently and instantly ran away. Those holes that could barely allow a person to pass through grew together again after they ran past, and when those behind them came to their position, there was no one in front of them long ago. With holes in all directions, it was completely unknown where there was a path. Plus the action just now attracted some more Milo towers to come over, and a large number of people basically accounted for themselves here. Zhao Ling and the others stopped only when they reached the location of the drawbridge. Shen Nu, why don't you go? Zhao Ling, the road ahead isn't quite right. Let's wait for them to come over. Not long after, the other talents came over from other places. Seeing the three of them, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, although they had discussed the matter a long time ago, but it was always worried that something would happen when they were running around in here. Fatty Wang, those people won't chase us here, will they? Black Eyes shook his head. Hardly with their abilities. Zhang Yu's face was strange. If you guys are like this, won't you get beaten up when you go out? Zhao Ling looked at him with a smile. So, do you think they can get out? Zhang Yu froze. So many people. Will it? Shen Nu, don't worry. It doesn't have much to do with us. Besides, they were supposed to die in the first place. Zhang Yu nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. That's right. Grave robbers hurt the Yin virtue. They wouldn't have had a good end in the first place. However, he didn't want the people present to be petrified when he said this. Except for Zhao Ling, Xian Nu and Dong Chang, the other people's faces were more or less not quite right. Zhang Yu also only then reacted to the inappropriateness of his words and looked at Zhao Ling somewhat helplessly, not knowing what to do. Zhao Ling helplessly propped up his forehead. His words are not bad, so all the more reason for you guys to do things properly after me and accumulate some mean virtues, which is also for your own good. Wu Oblique they look at each other, also have nothing to say, was to do. Now there are benefits that is certainly even more cannot let go. Xian Nu, okay, let's hurry up. Do we need to cross the bridge? Zhao Ling looked at the map in his hand and hesitated a bit. There are passages on it, but I'm not too sure. He then looked at the stone door on the opposite side, not daring to be sure. Wu Xia and the others also looked at it twice, and finally felt that they should go and explore the path first. Dark glasses, who's going? Why don't I take a walk? Master Black? Xia Yuchen, we need 2 good fighters, so we can withdraw if something happens. Black glasses this time is not happy. What? Black Master, I am not good hands, ah? Xia Yuchen sniffed and glanced at him. Alright, then I'll trouble Master Black, please. Handing the rope in his hand to the black glasses, he looked at him with a smile. Chapter 94. The smile at the corner of the dark glasses' mouth stiffened for a moment. Then Appointment D picked up the rope with the intention of going over to him, and little brother warned him, be careful. The dark glasses were instantly moved. Little brother, why don't you go? Zhang Qi withdrew his stopping hand. Be careful. Dark glasses, Che, it's better if I go by myself. Zhao Ling, I'll go with you. Dark glasses, still the mandarins are good to me. Unlike these people, each one of them is too cold-blooded and desperate. Zhao Ling, let's go. The two carefully crossed the drawbridge and nothing was out of place. The two reached the stone gate and Zhao Ling looked around and found a mark. He didn't recognize the mark on it, so he took his phone and took a picture of it. Black glasses looked around and was about to talk to Zhao Mandarin, but did not want to step on a foot on a stone. The stone moved. Black glasses instantly feel bad. Just want to say something. See the drawbridge on fire. Zhao Ling was startled by the commotion and turned his head to see the drawbridge that was already ablaze, and then looked at Black glasses, who was somewhat at a loss for words, with a speechless expression. Dark glasses snapped. How are we going to get back? Zhao Ran looked forward at the drawbridge, and at first glance, he couldn't cross it. Then his eyes pressed down and looked down, thinking about the drawings he had seen. Seeing no answer, Dark glasses took 2 more steps forward and tried to push the stone door. Better take a look at this. Zhao Ling turned his head to see his movements and was about to stop. Don't! But it was already too late, as Dark glasses pushed open the stone door. Before he had time to do anything, a jade hand stretched out from inside. Luckily the dark glasses reacted quickly and sidestepped to avoid it. Zhao Mandarin looked speechless for a while. A few people on this side of the bridge were also worried sick. When they saw the fire, Zhang Qi Lattice took the lead and tried to go over to help, but was held back by the flames. Shen Nu kept watching Zhao Ling's movements, looked at the tied rope, and shouted, "Put the rope over." Wu Xia was taken aback. They won't be able to pass if the rope is released. Xia Yuchen, there should be a road down there. Put the rope first. It was Xia Yuchen who reacted faster, thinking of the contents of the drawings, and immediately stepped forward to release the rope together with Xian Nu. Black Glasses was already fighting with Milorda on his side, and Zhao Mandarin stepped forward to help kick one of the jade figurines into the wall. Feeling the ropes being released and turning around to pull them up, Black Glasses, who had a gap in dealing with the jade figurine, asked curiously, "What about this?" Zhao Ling, "Go down." Dark Glasses giggled. "Go down?" Zhao Ling, "Don't talk nonsense." As he spoke, Zhao Ling had already tied the rope. "Go." Pulling the dark glasses, he jumped off. The two men descended at breakneck speed, and without much distance they saw a cave entrance, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief as they stomped their feet on the stone wall and used their strength to climb into the cavern. Black Glasses untied the rope. "So the road is here, ah." Almost pit the Black Master me, ah. Zhao Ling gave him a blank look. "You're pretty lucky there too." The Dark Glasses remembered that he had stepped on 2 mines in a row and was a bit weak. Zhao Ling didn't want to bother with him much. "Put out a signal and tell them to come down." Dark Glasses took out a signal gun and let off a shot. Above them Ganma and the others were anxious and were relieved to see the signal. "Xia Yuchen, they're down there. Come on, let's go down too." WU slant, so the road on the drawing is down there. In no time, everyone had converged below, and Xian Nu patted Zhao Ling's shoulder. "Is everything alright?" "Zhao Ling, it's fine. Just a little thing like that can't hurt me." "Xian Nu, this figure?" Zhao Ling helplessly held his forehead. "The diagram is flat. This mountain is 3-dimensional. The others also heard this, and all of them sweated a little. A group of them, actually none of them reacted to this matter. One by one, they all looked at each other and averted their eyes somewhat sheepishly. Dark Glasses, then let's move on? It was Dark Glasses who took the lead in breaking the awkward atmosphere. Wu Xia pointed to a location above and asked, "What is this? A square outside and a circle inside?" "Fatty Wang, go over there and see if you don't know." By the way, brother mandarins, did you guys find anything up there just now? Zhao Ling remembered after he said it, and took out his cell phone. I saw a mark. It's still in English. Look at it. Fatty Wang saw the words on it at a glance and was shocked. Isn't this little brother's mark? Everyone was startled, and Wu Qi took the lead to look forward twice before finally nodding. Indeed, it's little brother's mark. We've seen it before in the undersea tomb and the Queen Mother of the West's palace. Dark glasses, so the mute was here? Shen Nu, isn't this their Zhang family's territory? It's not unusual to come here. Zhao Ling, yeah, he was supposed to have been here. Didn't the Nine Gates people come here too? Zhang Rishan was a bit helpless when he saw them mention this. I haven't been in here. The ones who came are from the second generation of the Nine Sects. I don't know what's going on inside. Xia Yuchen, go on. Zhao Ling took the lead and walked forward, and after a short while, they reached the location of the pattern they saw, a large platform, but inside, it was possible to go down. Zhao Ling led the way down, and walked for a distance before reacting. So, this thing is a spiral line staircase WU slant, looks like it. The drawings are really finely scanned. The others also nodded. The further down they went, the lower the temperature became. Zhao Ling was not feeling anything, but Fatty Wang could not stand it somewhat. Fatty Wang, why is this temperature getting lower and lower? I'll put on a jacket first. Wu Xia and the others also took their jackets out and put them on. Zhang Yu somewhat strangely came to Zhao Ling's side. Brother Ling, I always feel that it's unusual inside. I'm afraid there's something. Zhang Yu's face was a bit grave when he mentioned something. Zhao Ran knew that he was sensing this and nodded slightly. Let's go in first. I'll think of a way to deal with it. Don't worry. Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief at his words. He was afraid that if they came in such a hurry, they would encounter something that would be hard to deal with. He was clear about his strength himself. It wasn't that powerful, and he wasn't going to try to show off. But after hearing Zhao Ran say this, his heart relaxed a little bit. Descending to the bottom, below was an empty stone chamber with a disc in the middle. The crowd went up to take a closer look at it twice, and Xia Yuchen recognized it at once. Xia Yuchen, there's this stuff here too? Zhao Ling, it's not unusual. The two sides are supposed to be interchangeable. It's normal to have the same things. Wu Xia, mandarins, have you guys seen this before? Shen Nu, that's the way it is where you go in at Four Girls Mountain. So it looks like it's the same on both sides. Without explaining too much, Zhao Ling looked at Wu Qi. Did you bring the artificial plasma that I asked you to prepare before? Wu Xia nodded, brought it, then handing them the backpack. Zhao Mandarin took out the plasma from it and poured it on top of the disc. The others took a few steps back, and as they waited for the plasma to flow throughout the disc, the sound of an organ running came from below. Chapter 95, The Stone Door. Only when the mechanism was opened did the group climb in, and after entering, they walked forward for quite a distance before finally discovering a stone door-like object in front of them. Fatty Wang looked at what was in front of him, curiously went up to look at it, and finally couldn't hold back to pickpocket it. Little brother, what is this thing? Zhang Qi's gaze changed slightly, then he spat out two words in a deep voice, horse manure. Fatty Wang was startled and instantly backed away. No, little brother, your house is also too impolite. The others all laughed, looking at the fat man with a pang of exasperation. Zhao Ling, hurry up and clean it up, since you're already on it, suffer. Zhao Ling passed the shovel in Wu Xia's hand to Fatty. Fatty could only accept the shovel in resignation and remove the horse manure. Zhao Ling turned his head to see black glasses gloating on the side, and his mouth smiled. Black glasses, you go too. The dark glasses instantly collected their smiles. Don't Mandarin, let's leave this matter to the fat man. I was almost injured just now and still haven't rested well? Zhao Ling, how dare you mention this? Go. Zhao Ling kicked the dark glasses over. Xia Yuchen threw the field to him. Go for it. The dark glasses were so exasperated by their attitude that they finally resigned themselves to cleaning the horse manure off the door. The others found a spot to rest in place, ate a little dry food, and waited for Fatty Wang and the two of them to clean up before resting for a while before getting ready to go. Xia Yuchen took out the photo and pressed down on the pattern on the photo, and sure enough the door just opened. Fatty Wang, this thing, it's really magical. Then he looked at little brother. However, little brother, it's really hard for you, your grandson, to make this so complicated. Zhang Qi Lattice looked at Fatty Wang. Although he did not say anything, the breathlessness saturated in his eyes was obvious. Everyone else laughed out. Between looking at each other, the laughter spilled out of their eyes. Fatty Wang retracted his gaze. Okay, I won't say it. Little brother, don't curse with your face either. Don't think I can't see it. Wu Xia, alright. Fatty, stop talking and keep walking. In the end, it was Wu Shiji who rounded up and took the lead in leading the people forward. Once inside, it was an enclosed stone room with several pillars around it and a floor made of slabs of stone in the center, which the group stopped in front of. Fatty Wang, there won't be an organ here. Will there? Zhao Ling, isn't it obvious? Then he looked at Zheng Keek. Little brother, let's both try it first. Xiao nodded, and the two of them took a careful step forward, finding nothing. Then when they stepped onto the second stone slab, the slab under their feet instantly caught fire, and concealed weapons were spat out from the stone pillars next to them. Zhao Ling and Xiao Xiao both reacted quickly and instantly retreated back. Xiao Xiao drew his sword and knocked the concealed weapon back. Zhao Ling patted his chest. Almost got killed here. This mechanism is really indefensible. Wu Xie, this is the Zhang family's organ. Little brother, have you thought of anything? Fatty Wang, didn't little brother lose his memory? Zhao Ling, isn't there another Zhang family member here? Might as well ask him? Zhao Ling looked at Zhang Rishan, and the gazes of the others also looked at him. Zhang Rishan was a bit embarrassed. I left the Zhang family a long time ago, and I know very little about the Zhang family. Dark glasses, then we'd better hope for little brother. Fatty Wang, little brother, did your elders pass on to you no style of stance or mantra? Ganma, preferably the kind of thing you remember even if you have amnesia. Zheng Keeg's eyes twitched. Then he took off his clothes, tied his jacket around his waist, drew his sword, and with a jump, he reached the stone slab in front of him, then took his sword and ran his body techniques, just in time to match the mechanism. As the crowd looked on, Zhao Ran looked at Zhang Rishan. Now I believe that you have little to do with the Zheng family. Zhang Rishan was a bit embarrassed and avoided the crowd. Xian Nu looked excitedly at Zheng Qiling in the center. Wow, so handsome. Zhao Ling, isn't it handsome? Zhao Ling's face darkened. What's there to see? Directly covering Xian Nu's face, he pulled the person back and threw her into Holly's arms. Xian Nu, Zhao Mandarin, you big shot. While they were still chatting on this side, the little brother over there had already solved the organ and went over. And Zhao Mandarin, alright, let's go. The first thing Wu Slash did when he went over was to put clothes on little brother. His mouth still broken, said to take it off, not afraid of catching a cold. Fatty Wang looked a burst of sour teeth. Naive. On the little brother that body, general can catch a cold well. Wu slanted a blank look at him. That won't work either. Zhao Ling shook his head. Let's go. Keep going. The crowd walked to the second door. Xie Yuchen stepped forward and pressed the password. Opening the door, a cold air came out. Shen Nu, I'll go. Why does it feel colder in here? Stepping into the stone room, the cold air inside was very heavy. Wu Qi and the others couldn't help but rub their arms. What kind of place is this? So cold. Wu Slash's eyes were drawn to something on the ground, and he stepped forward to pick at it twice, while the others crouched down and looked at each other as well. Xia Yuchen, vermilion powder. Dark glasses took out the vermilion powder from the backpack and sprinkled it on the pattern on the ground. After it was all sprinkled, the people got up and looked at the pattern. Fatty Wang, why do I feel this is a bit familiar? Zhao Ling and Xian Nu looked at each other. It's indeed a bit familiar. Wu Slash, ghost seal. The others were startled and looked at me. Wu Xia, who immediately took out the ghost seal from his backpack and compared it to the pattern on the ground. That's right, it's the ghost seal's floor plan. Fatty Wang, looking for a gap? WU slant, aha. A few people started looking for gaps in the pattern on the floor, and before long, they found 3. Zheng Qi Lattice's fingers stretched out and directly inserted into one of the gaps, and a platform suddenly appeared next to it, attracting everyone's attention. Fatty Wang, what's this? Zheng Qi Lattice took out the can in his hand and put it down, then opened another platform. The others looked at the one still left. There's another one here? Wu Xi wouldn't want someone to go down there, would he? Fatty Wang looked at the crowd. Who's going? It's a clear sign that something is definitely going to happen if we go down there. And it's up to us to see who has the guts to do it. Zheng Qi Lattice, I'll go. WU slant, no, you can't go. Wu Oblique heard the words of the little brother. Some excitement. He does not want to go down the little brother. What is the situation below? Do not know. Go down the accident, then how to do? Zhao Ling, little brother can't go. None of us can open this organ. Zhao Ling's words, people, they remembered the role of little brother's finger. That is the Zhang family's ability. None of them have it. Present in addition to little brother, only Zhang Rishan is Zhang family. But look at him like that. Really not much use. Zhang Rishan felt the gaze of the crowd and awkwardly avoided it. Not what are you all looking at me for? I am surnamed Zhang, but I am not the patriarch. Chapter 96 Zhang Zhang's ancient building. Zhang Rishan was almost collapsing inside. Can you stop looking at me? If I had known, I wouldn't have come. But there was still no expression on his face and he just looked at them. Zhao Ling sized up the crowd, and finally his gaze settled on Dongqing, who froze and pointed at himself. You're not going to let me go, are you? Zhao Ling nodded. You are the most suitable person now. Holly was someone who had died once and had a very special flesh, so it was okay to lose consciousness for a while. Shen Maiden had obviously thought of this as well. Yeah, Holly, it seems like you're the most suitable right now. Holly was helpless, but in fact, there was not much fear in his heart. After all, it's not like he hadn't seen more serious situations before. This little thing still wasn't on his mind, and in the end, he still nodded. What do I have to do? Zhao Ling smiled and walked to him, and before he could react, a talisman was pointed at his head, and Holly instantly fainted with her eyes closed. Zhao Ling's quick eyes and hands held the person, then looked to the others. What are you looking at? Come over and help. The others only reacted when he shouted. His hand was too fast. They hadn't even figured out what was happening before the person arrived. Shen Nu did know what had happened. This Zhao Ling, once he did it, he closed the soul of Dongqing, and his hand was too fast. She didn't even react to it. They then placed Holly's body on the platform, and little brother pressed on the gap again, and the platform lowered again. After this side descended, the platform where they put things in the beginning rose up, and Fatty Wang took out the can that was wrapped in amber, and reacted somewhat. This, if a person is in there, he shall not be suffocated. The others also looked at Zhao Ling worriedly, but Zhao Ling's face was as usual. Don't worry, it's fine. Although the others believed in Zhao Ling, but that would also be a person. They naturally couldn't be as calm as Zhao Ling. They all anxiously looked at the position of the platform. In no time, the platform rose up, and looking at the wrapped-up body of Holly, Wu Qi and the others rushed forward and lifted the person down, smashing the amber with the dagger in their hands. Zhao Ling looked a little helpless. How can this thing be so simple to smash open? Shen Nu also had a speechless expression on her face and stepped forward to peel Wu Qi away from them. Go away. Watch. The thing cracked as soon as Shen Nu punched it, and then added another punch before it completely shattered into crumbs. The others watched the scene with dumbfounded eyes. Sure enough, no matter how many times they saw the Shen Nu's ability, they were all going to be amazed. It was too different from the norm. After Shen Nu saw that Dongqing's body had come out, she looked to Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling, hurry up. Zhao Ling, coming. He then crouched down on the other side of Wintergreen and tapped on his forehead, and Wintergreen woke up. The first thing Holly did when she woke up was to look at Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling, you big shot. You didn't say a word again before making a move. Zhao Ling, it's not fast, and it's all settled now. Following Zhao Ling's words, the gazes of the crowd also looked towards the stone wall that had been opened, and Dongqing was helped to stand up by Xian Maiden. Shen Nu, this Zhao Ling is too much. Let's clean him up when we go back out. Holly, come on. Don't think I don't know that you two are in cahoots. Shen Nu smiled awkwardly and wasn't speaking, and Zhao Ling didn't open his mouth either, lest he be complained about again. The last stone door. This time the pattern was pressed by little brother himself, and the moment the door opened, everyone had the feeling, finally, we're here. Little brother was the first to step into it, and finally Wu Qi and the others followed. Zhao Ling and Zhang Yu walked at the end, and when they went in, all they could see was the very tall ancient building in front of them, as if it blended in with the stone walls around them, and the only open space was the location where they had walked and stood first. The crowd all stood still, looking at the scene in front of them. Zhang Rishan, this is the Zhang family's ancient building? WU slant, it's pretty much the same as on the drawing. Finally, Zhao Ling, little brother, this old Zhang family building is your Zhang family's ancestral tomb. Right, do you mind if we blow it up? Little brother looked at Zhao Ling. His face was speechless for a while. Zhao Ling was happy when he took a look. Good, little brother has no opinion. Let's do it. Wu Xia and the others were startled. Brother mandarins, don't be impulsive. Don't we still need to see what's inside? Otherwise what's the point of coming here? Zhao Ling this only to come in to blow up the building, and they want a good not quite the same This process is not to go in a walk to look at it. Zhao Ling, what? You guys still want to go in and take a look? Zhang Rishan, what are we doing on this trip if we're not going in? Zhao Ling, what can you do if you go in there? You guys don't really think there's going to be the answers you want inside. What do you mean? Mr. Xia Yuchen, what's going on in there? The people then realized that there is something wrong with Zhao Ling. This is no more than to blow up the building as soon as it comes. Then the only possibility is that there is something odd in it, and it's something that they can't see. Zhao Ling looked at Zhang Yu. What did you see? Zhang Yu's face was unsightly, and he replied only after a long time. Abyss. Zhao Ling looked at Shen Nu. Shen Nu's face was also grave and she nodded slightly. Zhao Ling sighed. This place really shouldn't be here. Dark glasses. No. What kind of riddle are you guys playing? Zhao Ran revealed a smile that was worse than a cry. We don't see the same thing as you do. What you see is an ancient building. What we see is danger. Fatty Wang, so we're just leaving? Shen Nu, I'm afraid I can't leave. As soon as Shen Nu's words fell, an aura filled the area around them. Or Zhang Yu was quick to throw a talisman to surround them. Looking at the smoke outside, Wu Qi and the others had a vicious chill. What is this thing? Zhang Yu, I don't know. It's dangerous anyway. Zhao Ling, this other side. Going in is death. Do you guys still want to go in? Zhao Ling looked at them. Wu Qi and the inside of them shook their heads. Jokes, they are not stupid. This is clearly looking for death. They are not little cute. They are not going to go. Zhang Yu looked at Zhao Ling. This talisman of mine can still last for a while. What should we do? Zhao Ling's face was ugly as he looked at Xian Nu. Can you find the source of the aura? Xian Nu's face was not good either, and she gave Zhao Ling a glance. Now that this place is full of black gas, where can I find it? Unless... Zhao Ling, what? Ganma, find out what's behind the curtain. I can feel it as soon as it does it. Zhao Ling, do you think that thing will do it? Xian Nu, unless we can threaten it. I'm afraid it won't come out easily after being here for so many years. Holly, that thing has been practicing here for so many years. Can we beat it? Zhao Ran sighed. Whether you can fight or not, you have to try. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Mandarin directly drew his gun and fired in the direction of the ancient building. A dozen shots in a row, coming from their own different sounds. That is, until Zhao Ling heard one of the shots not sound quite the same as it fell, and the corner of his mouth hooked up. Found it. Chapter 97, Transforming Snake. As soon as Zhao Ling's words fell, he took a flying leap in the direction of the ancient building, then threw out a talisman before retreating back. Zhao Ling's string of movements were all very fast. The others didn't react. Zhao Ling had already retreated back, and Wu Qi and the others didn't react and didn't know what had happened. But then a loud bang still brought them back to reality, followed by a howl, a sound so harsh and piercing that they could not help but cover their ears. Wu Xia and the others were shocked. What is it? Ganma, it's out. Then he directly pulled the crowd to the side, and Zhao Ling landed next to them. When a few people quieted down and looked up, they saw something flying out of the ancient building, followed by a pair of winged eyes staring at them. The crowd was stunned, and Zhang Yu was the first to speak. Transform the snake. Wu Xia, a human face with a jackal's body. Something from the classic of mountains and seas. Fatty Wang, isn't this thing legendary? Dark glasses, legends have a basis. Saying that, he took out his own short sword. Looks like we're in for a nasty battle today. Xiao Xiao also drew his black gold ancient sword, his eyes on the thing in front of him, and Zhang Yu also took out his talisman and looked at it warily. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling, this time things are big. Zhao Ran's face looked a bit bad. I didn't expect these things to actually be here. Holly, why doesn't this thing feel right? Zhao Ling, after many years of being enshrined by the Earth's vain essence, it has long been different. Zhao Ling tossed the gun in his hand to Wu Xie. Find a place to hide and wait for an opportunity to shoot. This gun can hurt it. Then he looked at Xian Nu and Zhang Yu. Let's go first and try its abilities. The two of them nodded, and Zhao Ran looked at his little brother Black Glasses and Zhang Rishan again. Be careful. The three of them nodded their heads. They could also see that the thing in front of them was not easy to deal with, so naturally they would not be too impulsive. Xian Nu was the first to transform and then fought with the transforming snake. Zhao Ling also stepped forward to help her, and Zhang Yu was at the back to make up two strikes with the thunder talisman from time to time. So for a while it was a back and forth fight. Zhao Ling directly attacked the face of the transformation snake. It had been held back by Xian Nu. Sensing Zhao Ling's movements, his body shape reversed and even directly rushed towards Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling was shocked, and immediately rolled over to avoid its attack, followed by a palm slap to its back. As the FA seal fell, the transformation snake screamed miserably as blood flowed out from the location of its wings, and the transformation snake's eyes turned crimson as it stared dead at Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling put his hands together and a huge Dharma seal appeared from behind him. A palm was swung out and struck straight at the transforming snake. The palm fell and the transforming snake's figure instantly dissipated. Wu Xie and Fatty breathed a sigh of relief. This is the end? Xie Yu-chen, I'm afraid not. Just now, Zhao Ling's face was so ugly. How could it be solved so simply? Before they had time to say anything, they felt a vibration under their feet. Holding each other up and standing up straight with difficulty, they realized that the ancient building in front of them was actually vaguely collapsing. Then a huge figure rushed out, and the pressure it generated instantly knocked a few of them away from Wu Qi. And if it wasn't for Zhang Yu's quick eyes and hands throwing them a charm, I'm afraid that Zhao Ling and the others would have to go to the wall to gouge them. Zhao Ling and Xian Nu stood next to Xiao Xiao and the others, their bodies' spiritual energy stirring as a barrier protected in front of the few. Zhang Yu, the one just now wasn't the main body? Zhao Ling, that's right, that's what it was originally. As soon as Zhao Ling's words fell, a hoarse voice came out. I didn't expect that there would still be someone who knows my identity. It was only when he felt the pressure in front of him dissipate that Zhao Ran ripped off the barrier and looked at the figure in the air. Transforming snake. Naturally, I know. I didn't think that I would have the pleasure of seeing it today. The figure in the air slowly revealed itself, a figure even larger than the transformed serpent from earlier, flying in the air, watching them. Transformation of the snake. I am the mountain god of this place. The era of the end of the law. The spiritual power declined, so I had no choice but to fall into the mountain to recuperate. Just now it was one of the spiritual consciousness I left behind, but almost hurt a few of you. I'm really sorry. Zhang Yu's eyes gave a lurch to look at Zhao Ling. his eyes filled with questions? Mountain God? Zhao Ling didn't answer anymore, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Lord Mountain God, we've come here to ask for something. Chemical snake? Oh, I wonder what it's about. The smile at the corner of Zhao Ling's mouth slowly widened. Please go to your death. Zhao Ling's words not only made the transforming snake in the air froze, the Xian Nu and the others beside him also looked at him with wide eyes. No, big brother, can you take it easy? It's really easy to get punched when you're so arrogant. Transforming snake, what are you talking about? The transforming snake's spiritual energy stirred and rushed straight at Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling spoke word for word, please go to your death. As Zhao Ling's words fell, a spiritual force from the transforming snake had already attacked, something that doesn't know how to die. Zhao Ling sidestepped and dodged, and the attack in his hand struck out. Humph, the demonic aura on your body is spilling out, and you still dare to impersonate a mountain god. A thunder spell in Xian Nu's hand also swung out, but their attacks were all blocked by the transforming snake. Just you guys, looking for death. Zhao Ling and Xian Nu glanced at each other, and together they went up to fight with the transformation snake. Only, within a few moves, both of them were knocked back by it. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling, this won't work. It has the power of the earth's veins on it. It's simply undefeatable. Zhang Yu was stunned. The power of the earth vein. It can't die or the earth vein here will be ruined. Zhao Ling, would I not know this? Let's subdue it first. The three of them had heard what the others had said, and naturally they knew that the situation was bad, but they couldn't help. Xian Nu looked at the transforming snake. Suddenly her eyes saw something and carefully moved to Zhao Ling's side. I saw that thing. It seems to be a spirit pearl. Zhao Ling looked at her in shock. Spirit beads? The spirit bead of the prefect? Xian Nu nodded. My senses won't be wrong. We can use the spirit bead to subdue it, and then you borrow the power of the Yin scroll to suck out the power of the earth veins in its body. Zhao Ling, wait, who's going to get the spirit beads? Xian Nu, Holly can. He has the spirit power of the House Lord in his body. It was given to him by the House Lord. Zhao Ling nodded. No wonder this kid's body is getting more and more powerful. While the two were talking, Zhang Yu had already fought with the transformation snake, although his spiritual power was not very high, but in the end, he was a personal disciple of Longhu Mountain, and had quite a few cards in his hands, so he still had the power to fight. Zhao Ling, you and Holly go get the spirit pearl. I'll stall it. Xian Nu nodded her head and went to look for Dong Chang. Zhao Ran made a flying leap to block the transforming snake that was about to hit Zhang Yu. Then a magic seal was waved out, directly knocking the transforming snake out of the air. Zhao Ling, trap it. Seeing that the transforming snake had been knocked down, Xiao Xiao and Black Glasses Zhang Rishan and the others all went up to help. Zhao Ling gave each of them a talisman to stick on their weapons so that their weapons could injure the transforming snake. Chapter 98, The Mountain Collapses. Zhao Ling and Zhang Yu ensued to help, and several people directly left the transforming snakes on the ground, and every now and then one of them made up for it. And Wu Qi also took a couple of shots with the gun in his hand. Before Dongqing and Xianwei left, Dongqing also gave the gun in his hand to Fatty, who had also used a gun, and his accuracy was a bit better than Wu Jiqi's, and a shot directly hit the wing of the transforming snake. Xia Yuchen also went up to help, one on each side of the six, but it was just enough to trap it. The transforming snake's ability was very strong, but with Zhang Yu's talisman boost, they fought somewhat equally, and as long as the transforming snake couldn't fly, they had the advantage. Zhao Ling glanced in the direction of Xian Nu and Dongqing, and prayed in his heart that the two of them would hurry up, or else they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. And Xiao Xiao and the rest of them already some wounds on their bodies. Xiao Xiao's clothes crumbled apart inch by inch. The tattoos on his body revealed themselves, and in an instant, the power of the bloodline on Xiao Xiao's body began to rise, and each slash brought with it an aura of blood. Chemical snake, damn, it's you people again. I want you dead. The transforming snake was stimulated by the tattoos on little brother's body, and instantly became furious. His body's spiritual energy transformed into black, and rushed straight towards them, and Black Glasses and the others couldn't dodge in time, so they were directly knocked out, and fell to the ground. Zhao Ling and Zhang Yu were better, but wounds appeared on their bodies as well. Zhang Yu looked at Zhao Ling. I have a corpse binding rope in my hand, try it. Although Zhao Ling was puzzled about how he, a dragon tiger mountain, had this thing, he still nodded his head and took the corpse binding rope in Zhang Yu's hand, and was still a bit puzzled when he got it in his hand. Surprisingly, it was still not a low-grade magic weapon. With a single fling, Zhao Ling flung the corpse binding rope onto the body of the transformed snake, and the transformed snake, which was chasing Xiao Xiao, couldn't dodge, and was smashed into the ground by Zhao Ling's yank, smashing out a big pit. Zhang Yu threw out a bunch of 5 thunder talismans as quickly as he could, and Zhao Ran hastily dodged some of them. No, you threw so many. Zhang Yu was a bit embarrassed. It's not insurance. Zhao Ling was a bit speechless. His eyes looked towards the transformed snake in the pit that was being split to the point of black smoke, and shook his head. The Dragon Tiger Mountain's lightning method was as terrifying as it was. Transforming snake, you can't kill me, I'll eat you all sooner or later. Zhao Ling ignored it and instead looked at Zhang Yu. You didn't draw such a powerful talisman, did you? Zhang Yu's face was a little pale. It was given to me by my master. There's only so much left. Zhao Ling sighed. Really? A throw so much? Who can withstand you build ah? Zhao Ling made a practice of crossing his legs in place, reciting a magic spell under his breath. A golden light emerged behind him, and the golden light pressed against the transforming snake, pinning it straight in place. Zhang Yu was shocked. So Mandarin brother didn't lie to me. He's really a monk. Looking at this huge phallic figure, he had seen so many Buddhist masters, and there was nothing like this. Xian Nu and Donqing also came back. Looking at Zhao Ling's appearance, Xian Nu was a bit anxious. Quickly, Donqing, use the power of the spirit bead to kill it. Zhao Ling won't be able to hold on much longer. The moment they were close to the spirit bead just now, the spirit bead was directly integrated into Donqing's body. Shen Maiden had been prepared for this. When the Taishan prefect gave Donqing more than just a blessing, Donqing followed the spell in his mind to run up the energy in his body. A vigorous and ancient energy flew out from his body and slammed straight into the transformation snake. After a scream, the body of the transformation snake began to crumble. Seeing this, Zhao Ling stopped the spell in his hand, raised his hand and summoned the Yin Scroll, using his spiritual energy to catalyze the Yin Scroll, which flew to the top of the transformed snake's head and began to absorb its spiritual energy before dispersing into the air again in all directions. The eyes of the transforming snake were filled with despair. What it thought was freedom was actually a life-altering talisman. These people, it wouldn't let them go even if it was a ghost. Sensing its thoughts, Zhao Ling, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Stupid bastard, will I still give you the chance to be a ghost? Another spiritual energy was then injected into the Yin Scroll, and the soul of the transformed snake was directly crushed. The Yin Scroll then flew back, and after Zhao Ling retrieved the Yin Scroll, he took a look at the blood being spat out, and Xian Nu instantly moved to his side and held him up. Zhao Ling, how are you doing? Zhao Ling, it's okay, go. Donqing also because of the overdraft of spiritual power some cannot stand, but fortunately Wu Qi they rushed up to hold the person. Listening to the words of Zhao Mandarin, a few people help each other to leave. Just after taking 2 steps, the sound of vibrations came, and between them turning around the ancient building of the Zhang family behind them had begun to crumble, and the walls around them were also collapsing. Zhao Ling, it's too late, go. Startled, the crowd hurriedly retreated outward, dodging the rocks that fell in all directions as they went. After walking for a while, the front was directly blocked. Fatty Wan's face did not look good. To not use explosives. WU square, no. Do you want to bury us all here? Zhao Ling's gaze went to Xian Nu. Instantaneous transfer. Xian Nu looked at Zhao Ling in shock. Do you not want to live? How does it work here? And you're overdrawn in spirit power. Zhao Ling didn't explain too much, it was too late now. This time it was his impulse. He didn't realize that what was underneath was so tricky. Zhao Ling, help me. Seeing that he had already decided, Xian Nu couldn't object and held Zhao Ling, injecting spiritual energy into his body, while Zhang Yu also braced herself and came up to help him. Ganma, you guys hold us up behind you. One by one, the others followed them. Zhao Ling made seals with both hands, blood spilling from the edges of his mouth, and finally gritting his teeth, he dropped the spell, and their figures instantly disappeared into the stone pathway. The crowd only felt a blackness in front of their eyes, then they were thrown on the ground, and when they opened their eyes, they saw a patch of woods, and it was only Shen Maiden's voice anxiously calling out for Zhao Ling's voice that brought them back to reality. Shen knew, Zhao Ling is up. Zhao Ling, wake up. The crowd was shocked and rushed forward to check on Zhao Ling's condition. There was still blood hanging from the corners of Zhao Ling's mouth, and the person was already unconscious. Xian Nu kept inputting spiritual energy into him, and soon, Zhao Ling's face eased up a bit, and Xian Nu was slightly relieved. The others were more or less carrying some injuries on their bodies. Xian Nu glanced at them. Let's go down the mountain first. I don't know where we are now. WU slant, aha. They had only just stood up when they heard a loud ringing sound coming from them. They looked to the place where the sound was coming from. It was the mountain peak opposite to them. At this time it had started to collapse. A large mountain fell straight down a large part of the mountain. They looked at them in disbelief. Xia Yuchen, you can't go back there. Dark glasses, the people in the camp, tell them to pull out. Wu Xia and Xiaohua then reacted, took out their cell phones, saw that there was a signal, and immediately called for someone to leave the village, as well as for someone to come and pick them up. They needed to get out of here now. Zhang Yu, you guys go back first. I'll handle things here. He saw that he was the only one in the group who could deal with the official people. He had originally come here to report the incident, and now that it had caused such a big commotion, he was still needed to take care of the aftermath. Chapter 99, The Eye of the Formation. The others, obviously aware of this, nodded. It was all they could do for now. Zhang Yu walked over to Xian Nu. Is the Mandarin brother alright? Xian Nu and Dong Qing's faces were a bit bad, but they still returned to him. It's fine, get some rest. Zhang Yu, okay, I'll come back to the capital to look for you. Holly, well, take care then. Zhang Yu finished talking and went down the mountain by himself. Wu Xie and the others waited for the people under their hands to come before they left Benai, and finally went back to the capital city in the night. And the injuries on little brother and the others were to be solved in the hospital. Xian Nu and Dongqing then directly took Zhao Ling back to the villa. Jokingly, Zhao Ling's body if he was examined. That check out what things do not know. And he was spiritual power overdraft before fainting, and did not have injuries, they insisted. Wu Xia and they are not good to say anything. Zhao Ling woke up only after 3 days. Zhang Yu had already taken care of Benai's affairs and came to the capital. When Zhao Ling woke up, Xian Nu and Dongqing were both beside him. Zhao Ling froze. No, why are you two guarding my room? Holly, Zhao Ling, you're awake? Xian Nu, take a good look. Is this your room? It was only then that Zhao Ling felt a bit blinding, shaking his head. Only then did he see that he was now lying in the garden. Zhao Ling got up. Why am I here? You guys don't even leave me a bed. Xian Nu, isn't this to give you some sunshine? Otherwise you wouldn't be stiff from lying down all the time. Zhao Ling, how long have I been lying there? Holly, 3 days. Zhao Ling, no wonder. I'm hungry. Ganma, let's go. Call and order. Zhao Ling, you guys didn't bring anything else with you when you came here? Xian Nu froze. You remembered? Zhao Lingnan nodded. It just so happened that the spiritual energy was overdrawn, stimulated, and the souls fused. Holly, it's like there's nothing left but what's inside me. Xian Nu, Wintergreen has the blessing of Taishan Fu Jun in his body, and things related to Fu Jun won't repel his proximity. Zhao Ling, so the spirit beads went inside him. Ganma, well, only he can use it. Zhao Ling, so I did so many things, and in the end the favor this kid got it? Zhao Ling looked at Dongqing with a somewhat strange face. Holly rubbed her nose. That's something I didn't know before. Ganma, okay, almost done. Zhao Ling, forget it, let's go, let's eat. Zhao Ling also didn't bother to care about these things. Anyway, this thing is the same wherever in, as long as it's in their hands it's fine. The three of them went to the front hall to eat, and as soon as they entered, they saw Zhang Yu looking at Zhao Ling with surprise. Brother Ling, you've finally woken up. Zhao Ling, yo, you kids are here too. Zhao Ling suddenly remembered something. Right, Benai's side? Zhang Yu, I contacted my master and got through to the officials. It's fine now. Zhao Ling, well, I've troubled you this time. Zhang Yu waved her hand. It's fine, it should be. It's just that my master's side is also more worried about you. Zhao Ran sat down on the dining table. It's fine, when we find the eye of the formation, this matter will soon be resolved. Zhang Yu was a bit excited. Really? Xian Nu, yes. Now that we have the spirit bead, we can open the formation when we find the eye of the formation. Holly, then where are we going to find the eye of this formation? Zhao Ling, I'll go look for it when I'm rested. It's all in this land anyway. Look for it according to the arrangement of the formation. Zhang Yu, it's not that simple, is it? We've been looking for so many years. Xian Nu, Aya, if I say so, it's you elders who are too outrageous. Arranging a formation without saying anything clearly, netting us trouble. Zhang Yu, this can't be blamed on senior. After all, who can guarantee that the person who knows about this formation won't have other thoughts? Zhao Ling, it makes sense. People's hearts are fickle. Xian Nu, so when are we going to find out? Zhao Ling, rest for 2 days before you go. Remember to get help. Ganma gave a gesture. Got it. After that then the news of waking up well was spread to Wu Xie and them. They were all very happy. After all, they were worried about the appearance of Zhao Ran before. Knowing Zhao Ran for so long, this is the first time they saw Zhao Ran injured. After that, Zhao received several calls to say hello, and in the end, he was so annoyed that he directly turned off his cell phone. After that they went all over the country, each in pairs, to check out the places opposite to those on the formation, and then finally drew up a map to bring back to the capital. A month later, all of them returned to the capital, and the things in their hands were given to Zhao Mandarin in them, and Wu Qi and them all arrived at the villa, waiting for their exit from the final position. Fatty Wang looked at the drawings that filled the hall and was a bit tired. What can this show? Wu Xia, what do you care about that much? Anyway, it's fine if the mandarins and the others can read it. Fatty Wang nodded. That too. Xia Yuchen played the game in his hand. These things have taken so much of our effort. They have to be of some use. Useful. Zhao Ling's voice came from upstairs. The gazes of the crowd all looked towards the 3 Zhao mandarins who had come down from the upper floors. Zhao Ling came down and found a seat. Dongqing sat next to him. Zhao Ling looked at the crowd and spoke. Let Xian Nu explain to you next. Xian Nu took out a drawing and placed it in front of the crowd, signaling them to look at it. The crowd looked curiously at the drawing in front of them, then looked at Xian Nu with a confused expression. What is this? Xian Nu, poops, I forgot. You guys can't read this. Then with a wave of her hand, it's fine, I have another drawing here. The map that everyone was very familiar with was then put up as well, followed by an explanation of the two kinds of maps as well as the map they brought back. Xian Nu, according to the drawings that you guys brought back, together with the formation diagrams, and removing the effects from the geological changes that have occurred over the years, we have already compared the places on the formation diagrams one by one. In the end, what we got is this one diagram. Xian Nu pointed to a map that only had mountains and rivers running on it, and everyone else was dumbfounded. Xian Nu, okay, I know you guys can't read this. Look at this. Xian Nu points to another diagram and says, based on my calculations over these times, I have come to a conclusion. Holly raised her hand. How do you figure? The others obviously had the same question and looked curiously at Xian Nu, who had a flash of embarrassment on her face before speaking with a straight face. This is not important. What's important is that I've found the formation eye. Zhangyu, where? Xian Nu pointed to a location on the map, and the others looked closer. Wu Xie, this place looks a bit familiar. Xia Yuchen, I think so too. The dark glasses took a couple close looks. This place, are you sure? The dark glasses voice was a little high, waking up the others, and all the gazes looked at him. You know? Chapter 100, King Qin's Bone Mirror. The dark glasses gave them a look, followed by a couple awkward smiles. Why don't you guys take a closer look at it? Fatty Wang took a close look at Two Eyes, then exclaimed in shock, this is not. Wu squinted at Fatty Wang. Fatty, say it. Fatty Wang, I don't know what the hell this place is, but you all know what's unearthed next to this place. Fatty Wang looked at the crowd, then slowly spat out 3 words, Terracotta Warriors. Wu Xia and the others looked at each other. The place next to the Terracotta Warriors and horses. I'm afraid that there's only one place down there degree the mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin. These words were in everyone's mind. Xian Nu snapped her fingers, recalling the crowd's thoughts. You guys guessed right. That's it. Wu Xia, this won't go wrong? Wu Xia and the others really couldn't help questioning the words. After all, this was a place that they really hadn't thought of. Zhao Ling's hand spread out and he spoke helplessly. I don't want it to be that either. But where the dragon vein of heaven and earth is located, other than that person who can suppress it, Zhao Ling shook his head as he said the end, and the others understood what he meant. Xia Yuchen, so we're going to the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang? Dark Glasses raised his hand. I have a question. Zhao Ling, say it. The Dark Glasses spoke weakly. That is, in here, there won't be anyone else, right? The others looked at each other in disbelief. It seemed like they weren't the only ones who were curious about this question. As their gazes all looked towards Zhao Ling, Zhao Ling rolled his eyes. I don't know. Xian Nu sat down and spoke. Actually, according to our guess, there should be someone else inside. Wu Xie, so if we fight, can we win? Zhao Ling raised his eyebrows. Wu Xie, you're quite brave. You dare to beat up your old ancestor? Wu Xieji touched his head in some embarrassment. I didn't just say it off the top of my head. Xian Nu looked at Zhao Ling, but I'm quite curious. You say, can you win the fight? Zhao Ling gave her a blank look. Your brain is tiled. Is this something that can be fought? Xian Nu, poops. I'm just curious. Xia Yuchen, Zhao Ling, you should have a solution. Zhao Ling nodded his head. Of course, we must go to Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, but just to pay a visit. After all, is it really just a coincidence that he put the mausoleum there? Zhao Ling's question caused everyone else to fall into deep thought. Xian Nu, oh, so maybe Emperor Qin is aware of something, and there's still a chance that he's still in there. Zhao Ling nodded his head. A place where dragons are prospering. It's very possible. Oh, Xian Nu, then won't we be able to see him? The words of Xian Nu made Wu Xie and them also a little excited. This is not a joke. The first emperor of Qin Shi Huang, if this can see aside, this life has no regrets. Dark Glasses, it seems that Master Black, me, is going to grow in knowledge again. Fatty Wang was a bit excited. Brother Mandarins, when are we going to leave? Zhao Lin, don't be in a hurry. You have to bring a gift when you go to someone's house. Wu Xie, a gift? Xia Yuchen, Zhao Ling, what are you going to bring? Looking to Holly, Holly immediately took out her cell phone and flipped through it twice before handing it to them. This thing. Wu Xie took a look at it and read it out. Qin Wang Shining Bone Mirror. Zhao Ling, it's really that anything related to this Qin emperor of ours is either in a museum or buried with him. There are too few things that have been left out in the world, and this is the only thing I've found so far that I can look for. Xia Yuchen, good. Then I'll immediately arrange for someone to inquire. Zhao Ling at Trouble Master Hua. Zhao Ling got up and looked at them. Alright, everyone have a good rest. When the news arrives, we still have to find something. Afterwards, Zhao Ran saw Zhang Yu, who was a bit dumbfounded on one side, and took an apple from the table and threw it over. What are you thinking about? Zhang Yu immediately reacted and took the apple. I was just thinking that if I went to the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, would my master envy me? Zhao Ling gave him a blank stare and didn't bother with him. Zhang Yu's face turned strange when he heard that the Eye of the Formation was in the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor. Who would have thought that the place they had been searching for so many years in the Taoist sect would actually be in a completely unexpected place? Master, I've made a fortune. I'm going to visit my old ancestor's tomb. Zhang Yu thought excitedly in his heart. When Zhao Ling was ready to go upstairs, Zhang Qi Lattice got up and followed him. Wu Xia was a bit strange but didn't think much about it and continued to discuss the drawings with Xian Nu and the others. This mention of the mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang. They are not sleepy. Fatty Wang and black glasses. The enthusiasm can be unprecedentedly high. And compared to this, before they went to those tombs are too trivial. Zhao Ran had long since realized that Xiao Xiao had something on his mind, and he hadn't opened his mouth to speak just now. So when he sensed that Xiao Xiao had followed him, he simply left the door open and waited for Xiao Xiao to come to the door. Xiao Xiao looked at the unclosed door and stalled for a moment. In fact, he hadn't thought about whether or not to mention it to Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling saw him. Little brother, come in. You're there as a door god? Zhang Qigong walked in, sat down on a chair, and looked at Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling, go ahead. What's the matter? Zhang Qig, I'm leaving. Zhao Ran froze. How come this is going to leave for a good reason? Why? Zhang Qi Lattice, it's almost time. Zhao Ling froze for 2 seconds before remembering what they had mentioned about the bronze door and slapped his head. Zhao Ling, I almost forgot. You don't have to go to the bronze gate. Zhang Qi Lattice looked up at him suspiciously. Zhao Ling explained, I probably already know what's inside. When things are settled over here, we'll make a trip together. I'll remove what's inside, and from then on, you won't have to go on guard anymore. Zhang Qi Lattice froze for a long time before slowly nodding his head. So this was the end of his mission? He was suddenly a bit confused, as if he had nothing left to do. Zhao Ling could guess what he was thinking as soon as he took a look at his face and sighed. When this is over, you can go do something you want to do. Zhang Qi Lattice, what I want to do on my own. Zhao Ling, live with him for a while. You'll understand later. Zhang Qi Lattice nodded, then got up and left. Zhao Mandarin looked at his back, slightly out of focus, wrapped up in fate for so many years. In the future, it's your own destiny. Zhao Ran was a little bit unable to sleep in the middle of the night, and ran to the yard to lie down on a chaise longue and look at the moon. Just as he was a bit lost in thought, Xian Nu's voice came over. Not sleeping in the middle of the night, coming here to enjoy the moon? Zhao Ling looked up. Why are you here? It's the middle of the night. Could it be? Zhao Ling's face became meaningful, and Xian Nu gave him a blank look. Get lost. Then Holly's figure appeared. With 3 cans of beer in his hand. We're here to see you alone here, and we've specially come to keep you company, he said, handing the 2 men the beers in his hand, and the 3 of them sat in the yard and drank. Chapter 101, Hu Bai. After taking 2 sips of wine, Xian Nu opened her mouth and asked, what are you thinking about? Can't sleep in the middle of the night. Zhao Ling glanced at the 2 men. His gaze turned back to the moon, and after a long time, he spoke. I was just wondering what I'm going to do when things are over here. Xian Nu, don't you want to be free more than anything else? And won't you be from now on? Zhao Ling laughed lightly and looked at them again. What about you guys? This matter originally had nothing to do with you guys, so why are you interfering? Xian Nu, what kind of relationship do we have? We're definitely all about helping out in your affairs. Holly, yes. Zhao Ling, we're the ones who have to face whatever it is together. Zhao Ling, today, my little brother came to me. I told him that I would solve the matter of the Bronze Gate, and after that he would be free and never have to care about the so-called mission again. But he doesn't know what he's going to do. Just like you. Zhao Ling, yes. I told him to spend more time with Wu Xia and the others, so maybe he'll know what he wants. But I can persuade others but not myself. Holly, don't think too much about it. Zhao Ling, we always have something we can do after it's over anyway. Zhao Ling, you guys don't understand. After all the heavenly paths on this side are complete, we're going to start clearing the karma. Yours is finished. Mine is just starting. Shen Nu, that's not right. If this thing works out, you be the one who gets the credit. So why are you still afraid of this? Zhao Mandarin smiled bitterly. It's not that I'm afraid. It's just that I owe something to a person, and I don't know how I can pay it back. Zhao Mandarin's voice lowered a lot. He thought of Sanchi. He thought of that person who only had a one-sided relationship but died in his own hands. He didn't know how to pay back these debts. Holly, who do you owe? Haven't heard you mention it. Zhao Ling took a sip of wine. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, what should be paid back always has to be paid back. Shen Nu and Dong Cheng also saw that Zhao Ling had something buried in his heart, but he was unwilling to talk about it, so they wisely didn't ask any more questions. 3 days later, Xia Yuchen came to them with the information. Zhao Ling looked twice at the information in his hand and smiled. Master Hua moves pretty fast. You found it so quickly? Xiaoyu Chen is also lucky. Just someone in this area of the news. I met with that professor. He entrusted someone to find the Qin King to illuminate the bone mirror. People, is the information on these three? Listen to him say in. These three still have some ability. Zhao Ling, is the news of the Qin King's bone shining mirror confirmed? Xiaoyu Chen, it's confirmed. It's on the shipwreck. It's just that the place where the shipwreck is. Shen Nu, the South Sea returns to the ruins. Again. Shen Nu's voice was a bit loud, instantly attracting the attention of the crowd, and Dongqing immediately pulled Shen Nu over. Nonsense. You guys don't care. Then he spoke in a small voice. The situation here is different. The so-called returning ruins here is just an adjective, so don't get too excited. Shen Nu gave an also subtle cry and pushed Holly away. Zhao Ling, I'm going. Such an interesting place. She could be too interested to visit. Zhao Ling was helpless and looked at Wu Xie and the others. What do you guys think? Xiaoyu Chen, it's like this. I met with Prof. Chen. My suggestion is to set off with the people we're looking for. After all, those three are still capable. And since Prof. Chen's identity is more formal, there won't be any problems with us joining. Zhao Ling nodded. Yes. Fatty Wang, let's see. Hu Ba Yi, Wang Kaixian, Yang Shirley, are all talented. I'm going to go. The northern faction. Fatty Wang shouted as he looked at it. And Wu Xie, the northern school, touching the gold? Fatty Wang, yeah. Xiaoyu Chen, I've checked some of their affairs. Basically all of them are on there. Still relatively credible. The others looked at what happened to the three, and after seeing that Hu Baiyi had also sent money to his comrade's family, they basically had believed that this man had no problems, and that his identity had previously been quite clean. Joe, which meeting? Xiaoyu Chen, yes, any time. Zhao Ling, then make the arrangements. It's at the Crescent Moon Hotel. Wu Xie, mandarins, does it have to be there? The food there is expensive. Zhao Ling gave him a blank stare. Don't think I don't know. You guys can use little brother's name to eat there several times. Right, and you still don't pay. Wu Xie was a bit embarrassed and Fatty Wang spoke. Aren't we helping little brother to collect some interest? Little brother can like the food there, right little brother? Zhang Qi Lattice glanced at the two, and although nothing was said, the expression on his face was oddly tight. Zhao Ran didn't bother to look at them. Go ahead and arrange it. Let's go meet up in the evening. Then Well looked at little brother. Little brother, what are you going to do about Zhang Rishan? Zhang Qi looked at him. That's it, but leave the money. Zhao Ling lost his smile. Good, it was originally yours to take as well. As soon as Zhang Rishan returned to the capital, he sent a lot of things to little brother. Things are not very important, but the money is not bad. Little brother used to lose his memory. Most of his own money did not know where to put it, and he was living in a tight spot. But now there is Zhang Rishan to send it to his doorstep. It's still good. Zhao Ling, keep the people well. There's still a lot you can take in the future. Xiaoyu Chen went to call for an appointment, and they dispersed, waiting to meet up at the Crescent Moon Hotel in the evening. On the other side, Yang Shirley also received a call from Professor Chen, and after hanging up, her face looked a bit strange. As soon as Hu Ba-yi saw her like this, he was a bit worried. What's wrong? Sherry Yang, Prof. Chen said that someone wants to fund our event and asked us to meet in the evening. Hu Bai, isn't that nice? Shirley Young, I always felt that something wasn't quite right and was a little worried. Hu Bai, it's okay. What can we plot? By the way, about where Shirley Young, the Crescent Moon Hotel. What? Crescent Moon Hotel. Wang Kaixian, who had only just entered the door, instantly became agitated when he heard this. Staff Sergeant Yang, who did you say asked us to be at the Crescent Moon Hotel? Yang Shirley was a bit speechless. The person Professor Chen said was funded. Kaixian Wang, funding. Looks like this guy is rich. The other two nodded as well. They had been in the capital for quite a long time, and the name of the Crescent Moon Hotel was one they had heard of. It wasn't a place where ordinary people could go. Shirley Young, that's what worries me. Do we have any interests to plot in this campaign? And doesn't it seem a bit sudden to fund it? Hu Ba-yi, you are suspecting that they may have an ulterior motive. Yang Shuili nodded. Hu Ba-yi comforted her. It's fine. We'll know what's going on when we meet tonight. Yang Shirley nodded. It would have to do. Chapter 102. In the evening, the three arrived at the Crescent Moon Hotel and were stopped just as they entered. May I ask if you have a reservation? Hu Ba-yi and Yang Shuili glanced at each other, but it was Wang Kaixian who reacted quickly. It's a guy named Xiaoyu Chen who asked us to come. The person guarding the door immediately responded and invited them in, and after they went in, another waiter came and asked them this question, and this time it was Hu Ba-yi who answered, after which they were taken to the private room. Wang Kaixian looked at the box and opened the menu again. So expensive? Hu Ba-yi and Yang Shirley looked at each other and were both a bit shocked. Hubble 1, I do now know why this place is so upscale. Kaishan Wang, so do we order? Hu Ba-yi, points. Weren't they the ones who asked us out? It's not like we have to pay the bill. Wang Kaishan thought it made sense, so he ordered a few dishes, but they were the less expensive ones. After the dishes up, Xia Yuchen arrived. The waiter brought Xia Yuchen walked in. Hu Ba-yi they saw the person also froze for a moment, which looked at the person is not bad look. Xia Yuchen came in, waved his hand and let the people from the Crescent Moon Hotel go out, and greeted them. Hello, I'm Xia Yuchen. Prof. Chen should have spoken to you, right? Xia Yuchen extended his hand to shake their hands, and Hu Ba-yi was the first to get up and shake his hand. Hello, I'm Hu Ba-yi. This is my brother Wang Kaishan, and this is our friend Yang Shueli. Hu Ba-yi introduced them to each other, and Xia Yuchen nodded. I know, I've read about you guys. Xia Yuchen spoke with a smile all the time, very gentle and courteous look, but Hu Ba-yi always feel that there is something not quite right, so the speech is a bit tied. Xia Yuchen looked at them not quite at ease and smiled a little. Sit down, I invited you guys here today, and a few more friends are coming over later, all for the place you're going to next, and we're very interested in it as well. Hu Ba-yi and Yang Shueli glanced at each other. The other party couldn't be here for the Qin Wang Bone Shining Mirror, right? If that was the case, then why would Professor Chen still introduce them? After they were all seated, Xia Yuchen looked at the dishes on the table. Order 2 more. I'm going to come over to several friends later. Hu Ba-yi, Boss Xia, it's better if you order. Xia Yuchen, good thing too. Afterwards, Xia Yuchen ordered a few more dishes, after which Xia Yuchen looked at their somewhat restrained appearance and comforted them with 2 sentences. You don't have to worry too much. I definitely have no intentions towards you guys, and this time, I mainly want to ask you guys to do me a favor. Hu Ba-yi, Boss Xie, let's get straight to the point. The few of us don't have much skill. I don't know what we need our help with. Xia Yuchen laughed. Mister, who is too self-effacing? I still checked your information quite carefully. I know all of your abilities. Hu Ba-yi's face changed for a split second. Wang Kaishan and Yang Shueli also looked at him with some worry. This man looked like he was not ordinary. They were a little worried. Hu Ba-yi then smiled as well. In that case, then please clear up our confusion. Xia Yuchen, I know that you guys were commissioned by Professor Chen this time to look for the Qin King's bone mirror, right? Hu Ba-yi, Prof. Chen has told you everything, right? Xia Yuchen, that's right. I'm also rushing towards the Qin King's bone shining mirror. Wang Kaishan, this boss, are you trying to rob? The commission we took was a regular commission. Xia Yuchen lost his smile. Don't misunderstand. That thing I have a use for it. After I use it, I will naturally hand it over to the person who should take it. This time I'm looking for you guys, mainly because I want to go with you guys to look for this thing and cooperate. Xia Yuchen's words caused the 3 to slightly relax their moods a little. Since it was a collaboration, there would be something to talk about. Hu Ba-yi, I wonder how you want to cooperate. Xia Yuchen, we'll pay for all the expenses. There are 9 of us on our side who will set out with you, and when we find something we'll return it to you after we've used it up. How about 9 people? Hu Ba-yi 3 people are a little surprised. This person is not a little too much. They are just 3 people. The other side of so many people at that time have any conflict words they have absolutely no chance of winning. Xia Yuchen naturally knew what the other party was worried about, but once they heard that they were going to go out to sea, all of them were in high spirits and wanted to go and play around, so they could only bring them along. Hu Ba-yi they discussed in a small voice. Xia Yuchen also did not intervene as if he did not speak. At that moment, the door to the box was opened again, and the 3 looked up to see a group of people walking in, all looking at each other awkwardly. Zhao Ling followed at the end and walked in. Xia Yuchen saw them and got up to greet them. You guys are here? Wu Xia, well, little flower, is this the person you're looking for? Wu Xia looked at Hu Ba-yi's 3 people and opened his mouth to ask. Xia Yuchen nodded and introduced Hu Ba-yi to them. These are my friends, let's talk about the names later. These are the people who are going this time. Hu Ba-yi surveyed the group of people in front of him, a little overwhelmed. No, now the requirements of grave robbing are so high? Just one of them like this is a degree that can make a debut, and still need to work with them. Zhao Ling, first find a place to sit. Cooperation is not in a hurry. Eat and then talk about it. After that, everyone sat down, and it was only then that Hu Ba-yi carefully sized up Zhao Ling, and he realized that he was vaguely dominant amongst this group of people. So this was the one he needed to pay extra attention to. Yang surely watched the people come and lowered her voice to speak with Hu Ba-yi. Old Hu, these people are not simple. Hu Ba-yi, well, I know. See what happens. Fatty Wan looked at Wang Kaishan, who was about the same size as him, and was very empathetic, so he said that a person of his size could also be a backward fighter. Fatty Wang, this is Wang Kaishan brother right? My name is Wang Yu Half. Long time ago Panjiayuan that area I am familiar with very back to something can come to me Wang Kaishan was stunned. Your boss Wang. I'm also in Panjiayuan. but I can't compete with you in this stall. Fatty Wang, really? Oops, that's just small business for me. Hu Ba-yi looked at Wang Kaixian. Fatty, you know? Kaixian Wang, did Jinya mentioned it? Hu Ba-yi nodded his head. It seemed that this group of people were indeed very powerful and different from them. Fatty Wang, brother, just rest assured. With us, safety is absolutely guaranteed. Haba-I, mainly we're just trying to help this time, not seeking money. Fatty Wang, coincidentally, neither are we. Fatty Wang slapped his thighs and was very excited. Wu Xia, Fatty, you're tightening up. Then he looked at Hu Ba-yi and the others. We're also only going for the Qin King's bone illuminating mirror, mainly because it's more important to us, and for the rest, we're not meddling. Chapter 103, Coral Temple Island. Hu Ba-yi, at the risk of asking, what do you all do? Wu Xia and the others glanced at each other, and in the end, it was Xie Yuchen who spoke. Actually, our ancestors and the three of you still have some affinity with their inheritance. It's just that, you guys belong to the northern faction, and we're from the southern faction. When Xie Yuchen said this, Hu Ba-yi and the others were a bit relieved, so they are all in the same path. Hu Ba-yi, okay, it's fine if you guys wanna go, but let's talk about the share of what we harvested after going out to sea. Zhao Ling, okay, you guys take the big head, and secondly we have extra pay, but I hope you guys don't interfere too much in our affairs, and also, you guys make the call on the sailing, and for the big things, we make the call. Hu Ba-yi thought about it, and looked at Yang Shueli and Wang Kaixian, and finally nodded. Okay, we promise. Zhao Ran smiled. Master Hua, it'll be you and Mr. Hu communicating next. Xie Yuchen nodded, and Hu Ba-yi to talk about some details of the things. Zhao Mandarin they went to eat to go. Xian Female and took the menu to reorder a few dishes. Wang Kaixian heard the name and remembered that he had just seen those expensive dishes. Looking at them the gaze is again a change. Rich people Zhao Ling they eat up a little unconventional. Wu Oblique and Yu Chen has been communicating with Hu Ba-yi and Yang Shirley, by the way to share a little clues and test them. Wang Fatty and Wang Kaixian is beginning to sympathize with each other up. Just Wang Kaixian in the end is still not as good as Wang Fatty, unknowingly revealing a lot of information. This time, Black Glasses and Little Brother and Zhang Yu didn't come over. Little Brother purely didn't want to see Zhang Rishan so he didn't come straight away. Black Glasses would have liked to come but he took another mission and ran away, saying that he would go straight to the place where he went out to the sea at that time and wait for him. And Zhang Yu also doesn't really like this kind of occasion so they didn't even come over. However, Zhao Ling looked at the situation on the field, as if their coming or not had little impact, including him. Wu Xia and He Yu Chen were completely able to solve things in this regard already. He came but it was because Xian Nu was really too eager to come and eat the meal here, so he was not able to come with him. Now look at the situation. They were indeed redundant, but Zhao Ling had no intention of interfering. He didn't like dealing with people either, and why not if he could be lazy? After that, after agreeing on the time of departure Hu Ba-yi they left first. This occasion they really don't like. It's good to leave earlier, especially Hu Ba-yi saw that Wang Kaixian has already called himself brother and brother with Fatty Wang. If they stayed any longer, I'm afraid that this person can't even be brought away. After going back, Hu Ba-yi's three people talked about Xie Yuchen and the others with some sighs. Hubba 1, they're great. I wonder if I made the right decision to go with them this time or not. Yang Shueli, well, old Hu, don't worry too much. I do think they are quite sincere. According to their stance today, even if they want to force us to go we can't refuse. But the fact that they are talking to us in such a courteous manner shows that they aren't the kind of people that won't stop until they get what they want. Wang Kaixian, yes, old Hu, I say you are just worrying too much. They are very powerful at a glance. When the time comes to have their help, we go to fetch the Qin King's bone shining mirror is not just a handful of them, right? Hu Ba-yi, it's all agreed now. Let's take a step forward. 2 days later, they all departed from the capital individually and gathered at Coral Temple Island. Zhao Ling and the others did not join Hu Ba-yi and the others. Hu Ba-yi as soon as they arrived, they went to look for the boat with Uncle Ming and Dejinya. Although Xie Yuchen they said that the money does not need to be managed by them, but these things still need to find by themselves. Hu Ba-yi they died knowing that Uncle Ming had run boats before, so this time he offered to go they didn't refuse, and they didn't care when they said it to He Yu Chen. For Zhao Ling they didn't care at all about how many people there were. Hu Ba-yi they looked for the boat. Zhao Ling they also arrived. Xian Female as soon as she arrived here ran to go shopping, said to buy fruit to eat to go, Holly to accompany her. Zhao Ling also went with them. Zhang Yu and Zhao Ling is more familiar with also followed the run. Black Glasses are also like to be lively, so also followed. The only ones who ended up meeting up with Hu Ba-yi and the others were Wu Xia and De Yuchen who took Xiao and Fatty with them. Hu Ba-yi froze for a moment when he saw the people. Did you guys just come with 4 people? In fact, in his heart, he still hoped that fewer people would come. After all, there is really no use in having more people, especially at sea. Xia Yuchen was a little embarrassed. No, we have a few friends going out to play. We'll come over tonight. Hu Ba-yi and Young Shirley looked at each other. So relaxed? There was still time to go out and have fun. But in the end, they were also hired this time. So they didn't open their mouths too much. Have you found the boat yet? Hu Ba-yi, not yet. The boats that go out to sea over here are too small, and there are too many of us to use them. Looking at them with some difficulty, Fatty Wine looked at Xia Yuchen. Master Hua, this money ability you still don't hurry to make otherwise we can't swim to it. Hearing this, the others tried to laugh, and Xia Yuchen was helpless. I forgot to tell you guys before. I've already contacted the people over here, and there are people helping us to find a boat. Afterward, Xia Yuchen answered a phone call and looked at them after hanging up. Let's go and meet. After saying that, he took the lead to walk out. Wang Kaixin came to Hu Baiyi's side. Old Hu, this person is indeed powerful. These things are solved so easily. Hu Baiyi, people look rich. Normal. The trio followed them to a place where someone immediately came to greet them as soon as they entered. The leader walked to Xia Yuchen's side and spoke. Master Hua, you're here. Xia Yuchen, breaking the boss is it? The leader, also known as Breaking Wu, smiled. Master Hua, it's me. I was the one who contacted you before as well. Xia Yuchen, okay, then our ship? When the two people in front of them were talking, Hu Ba-yi, they were also very surprised. This person's name they came here after they heard it many times. I did not expect them to come here as soon as they know this person. Breaking Wu, Master Hua, I won't hide it from you. We are just a small place, and you want it in a hurry. I really can't find such a big boat for a while, but the island does have a boat that can be used. I just don't know if you dare to use it. Xia Yuchen raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with that ship? Breaking Wu came closer to understand Yuchen. Master Hua, I don't dare to hide it from you. That boat is said to be haunted. Wu Xia and the others looked at each other. Haunted? This really didn't seem to be a problem for them. After that, Breaking Wu talked about the boat, and Wu Xia and the others listened with even more interest. Wu Xia, all the more reason for us to go and take a look. Maybe that ship is just waiting for us. Chapter 104, Sailing. Fatty Wang, yes, we are not afraid of ghosts. Go and take a look. Xia Yuchen nodded as well, and only then did Breaking Wu prepare to lead them to the boat's place. When they left the house, Zhao Ling and the others found their way over. Zhao Ling directly threw the bag of kiwis in his hand to Wu Xia. Take it and eat it. Everyone in the back had quite a lot of things in their hands. Xia Yuchen and the others didn't have much of an expression. They were already used to them being like this. Hu Ba-yi they are the first time to see. Looked dumbfounded. Wang Kaixin walked to the side of Hu Ba-yi, spoke in a low voice. Old Hu, this group of people look like this is not like to come to inverted fights, but like to travel. Hu Ba-yi, seeing as they are like this, perhaps they have something to fall back on. Surely young, to be able to relax like that, they're either exceptionally good and therefore not taking it to heart, or they're just ignorant. Do you think they'll be the latter? Hu Ba-yi and Wang Kaixin shook their heads. They look like this. How they didn't look like people who didn't know anything. Zhao Ling looked to believe Xia Yuchen. What's wrong? Xia Yuchen, it's not easy to find a boat. There's an old boat that's said to be haunted. Zhao Ling froze for a split second, then smiled. Looks like that was waiting for us. Xia Yuchen, it does look a bit like that. Breaking Wu was a bit puzzled. Master Hua, who are these people? Xia Yuchen, this is my friend In. We are going to sail together this time. Let's go see the boat. Breaking Wu did not ask more questions. He still knows the proportion. Since Master Hua did not say more, then he is not good to ask more questions. When they arrived at the place, looking at the group of ritualists in front of them, Zhao Ruler shook his head slightly, and a few of them glanced at each other, all seeing the teasing in each other's eyes. To be honest, if they hadn't known Zhao Ling, then Wu Xia and the others would probably have been shocked by this scene as well. But now, it was funny how it looked. Hu Ba-yi and the others were a bit of a novelty and looked quite closely. After waiting for the people to finish, Breakwu introduced the ship to them. This ship is called the Sea Willow ship. The barrel is all made of sea willow. It is the British expedition of that year in order to go to the coral spiral to remodel. On this, the water cannons, the diving equipment that are there. If you want to go to the coral spiral, there is nothing more suitable than this. As soon as Hu Ba-yi heard this, he came to his mind. Master Hua, I think we should use this ship to go to coral spiral. There is nothing more suitable than this. Xia Yuchen nodded. Boss Breaker, let's take this ship. We'll take it. Seeing that they were so determined, Breaking Wu didn't say anything more and nodded his head in agreement. Zhao Ran surveyed the ship as a whole, and finally his eyes fixed on the bilge. The others couldn't see it, but Black Glasses and Zhang Yu were still sensitive enough to see it as well. Both of their gazes looked at Zhao Ran. Zhao Ling slightly shook his head, signaling them not to act rashly. It was just a small thing. It would be fine to settle it when the time came. There was no need to cause more trouble now. When the boat was ready, Wang Kaixian offered his opinion. Should we give this boat a name? Xian Nu was happy to hear it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Zhao Ling was quick to pull Xian Nu back and covered her mouth. You guys go ahead and take it. Don't worry about her. Zhao Ling thought that Xian Nu's appearance was such that she wouldn't be able to get a good name at first glance. In the end it was Hu Bai who decided to take a name called Trident. Wu Xie and the others didn't care what it was called, so they agreed straight away. As soon as she saw that the matter was settled, Xian Nu unhappily slapped Zhao Ling. It's all your fault. Zhao Ling's eyes signaled Holly to pull Xian Nu away, not wanting to care about her. After that, Yang Shirley went to find 3 boat dwellers to drive the fishing boat. Although there is the old sea wolf Uncle Ming, but Xia Yuchun they are not very optimistic about him, so they discussed with Hu Bai in looking for 2 local, so that it is also safer. Once everything was ready, the crowd set off early the next morning, leaving Coral Temple Island for Coral Spiral. Pilot Ruan He drove the boat, Duo Ling and Gu Guchai helped on the side, while Hu Bai and Yang Shirley stood on the deck, looking at the sea, and next to them, Dong Cheng and Xian Maiden sat on the side, talking about love. Wu Xia and the others were also each sitting together and talking, in a circle, clearly going their own way, and this was the scene that Zhao Ling saw as soon as he came out. Xian Nu saw Zhao Ling, let's eat fish tonight. The others were also attracted by her shout, and Zhao Ling looked at her helplessly. Where's the fish? Gentoo, we're fishing. Zhao Ling went over to take a look, and the water in the bucket was clearly visible, not a single line. Zhao Ling's head hurts, just like you guys. When will you eat? Ganma, geez, we'll be fishing for a while, we're sure to catch something. Zhao Ling no longer pinned his hopes on them and looked at Wu Xie and the others. What? You guys want to eat fish too? Wu Oblique nodded. Really want to eat? Come to the sea is not just a little more seafood. Cannot eat a full ah. Zhao Ling's hands spread out. Want to eat to go fishing everyone. What? Waiting for the fish automatically run into your mouth Zhao Ling finished, did not pay attention to them. Wu Xie and they each went to get a prepared fishing rod. Out to fish. See Hu Bai they froze for a while. Departure time. Looked at the solution Yuchen they box by box of things to lift up. Originally they thought it was what weapons. Now well, broken. See them this fishing rod, recliners and so on, ready are quite complete. A moment they are still worried about the weakness of the heart instantly dispersed. This they are on the side of a sad face. This group of people on the side of a fishing vacation. For a moment they are a little suspicious of what in the end they are here for Yang Shirley was originally very worried about their situation on this sea voyage after Chen Yulo gave Hu Bai a fortune, but by Wu Xie and the others interrupting like this, the worrying attitude didn't know where to go. Oh, there was still one of them who was very big-hearted. Uncle Ming was lying drunk in the cockpit, and Hu Bai went in and saw him lying there, somewhat helpless. Hu Bai, I say uncle, you should stop drinking. How can you sail the ship when you are drunk like this? Uncle Ming is not concerned. Who's you just don't understand. Uncle Ming but the old sea wolf, the more you drink, the more stable driving. Uncle Ming was still bragging about how good he was, but unexpectedly, a wave hit, the ship swayed, and Uncle Ming, who was already drunk, fell on the deck and passed out straight away. Hu Bai looked helpless to the extreme. Exactly coast this time Xia Yuchen walked in. See such a situation, the face is no change, but Hu Bai is still some embarrassment. This Uncle Ming is he wants to bring, but do not want to this person is so unreliable, but also be seen, a moment or some embarrassed. Chapter 105, the ghost ship appears. Xia Yuchen didn't care, he was just passing by to come over to have a look. As for drinking, he had seen a lot of things, and originally he didn't expect Uncle Ming to come to steer the boat, so he didn't care too much, and greeted them and then left. Hu Bai hurriedly let the two of them, Dolly and Ahau, help Uncle Ming back to rest, and finally talked to Ruan He, thinking that it was more reliable for Boss Ruan to drive the boat. As soon as Hu Bai left the cockpit and went out, he encountered Yang Shirley, who saw that he looked a bit bad and asked, "What's wrong?" Hu Bai, this person, Uncle Ming, got drunk as soon as he got on the boat, and was just seen by Master Hua. Although people didn't say anything, but I really regret bringing Uncle Ming here. Yang Shirley, since they didn't say anything, maybe they don't care about what's going on up here at all. Look, they're not in a state to be sailing at all. Hu Bai followed his line of sight to look. Xia Yuchen and his party were lying around playing with their cell phones, joking and fishing, not much different from those who came out on vacation. Zhao Mandarin closed his eyes lying in the chair. Feel the dark seems to be the line of sight. Did not pay much attention to. The bottom of the boat he is clear. Do not need to worry about them. If there is dishonest, to the bottom of a throw, who will know it? The sea did not have a 1 or 2. It is too normal. In the evening, they ate a fresh seafood meal, but everyone was full. Wu Oblique they even said that it was not vain. For 3 days in a row, Zhao Ling was tired of looking at the sea, and finally arrived at the area of the coral spiral. has entered the coral spiral area? Hubai's watch hands have not moved. This place, by the influence of the magnetic field, the compass does not work. A come-in through the loss of confidence. Hubai called out to Yang Shirley, Counselor Yang, over to you. Wu Xia and the others also curiously came over. They did know that Hubai and the others definitely had a way to travel inside the coral spiral, but they really didn't know exactly what way. Yang Shirley took out a box from her backpack. The box opened and inside was a small fish, and a bright pearl. WU square, what is this? Before Yang Shirley could answer, Zhang Qig was quick to speak. City and fish. Fatty Wang and Wu Xia looked at little brother with shocked faces, and Xia Yuchen and the others did the same. Hubai and the others were even more needless to say. After such a long time, it seemed like it was the first time they had heard this brother open his mouth to speak, and the moment he said it, it was this kind of words that shocked the entire audience. Sherry Young, how do you know? Zhang Qi Lattice didn't answer his question, pulled the brim of his own hat and stepped back slightly. It was then that Hubai and the others noticed this person who had always kept a low profile in the team. Originally, their impression of people was stuck on the fact that the other party had outstanding looks but was a bit cold and didn't talk much. Carrying a sword on his back didn't look like it was too good to mess with, so they had always stayed away from it. But now that Staff Sergeant Young had taken out this thing, a supreme treasure for moving mountains, he had actually seen it at a glance. Wu Xia, this friend of mine doesn't like to talk. Don't mind if you guys do. Hubai and the others looked at each other and didn't ask any more questions. After that it was Yang Shirley who explained to them again the origin and function of this thing. Xia Yuchen, that is to say, with this, we have a direction. Hubai, that's right. Xia Yuchen, I see. Then I'll trouble MS. Yang Shirley laughed a little and didn't reply, and the Sith fish in the box made a move, watching it continue to arch in one direction, which Yang Shirley quickly determined to be due east. Afterward, Yang Shirley reported her position, and Nguyen steered the boat, heading deeper into the coral spiral. It wasn't long before the sun set and a thick mist of water rose from the sea, gradually filling the area, and everyone's mood changed a little as they watched such a large fog. Having only just entered the coral spiral, they encountered this kind of fog, which didn't seem like a good thing. Zhao Ling, it's foggy, speed up and drive out. It's not a good thing to have fog at this time. Ruan He and the others were people who had made a living at sea, so they naturally knew that something was wrong with the situation and immediately accelerated to try to get through the fog. Wu Xia, their faces are also a bit gloomy. The sudden rise of the fog, how to look so bizarre. Always feel that the calm fog hidden under the unseen menace. Doreen climbed up the mast, turned on her searchlight, and was instantly startled when she caught a glimpse of something not far away. Duo Ling, brother Hu, there's something at sea. The crowd was startled and looked at the light, only to see a huge ship coming through the thick fog, right at their ship. Hubai was also startled and immediately commanded Ruan He to avoid it. Boss Ruan, right full rudder, avoid it. True to his experience, Ruan He acted immediately before he managed to avoid the rushing ship, but the moment they brushed against each other, Zhao Ling and the rest of them saw the bloodstains that filled the top. Gen 2, there's blood on it. Wu Xia, this ship appeared out of nowhere. It's not a ghost ship, is it? Zhang Yu did take a closer look. It doesn't look like it, there's no ghostly aura, but the smell of blood is very strong. Dark glasses, holy, that thing is coming over again. Xia Yuchen, Boss Ruan, right full rudder, avoid it. Nguyen Heap again maneuvered to avoid the blood boat. This time they could see a little more clearly. There was no one up there, and it was still coming at them. Zhang Qi Lattice, there's no one up there. WU slant, no one? What the hell is going on here? Fatty Wan was thrown twice and finally stabilized himself. No, this thing won't be rushing at us. It's the same as someone controlling it. Little brother, you can't be looking at it wrong. The little brother glanced at him faintly and didn't say anything. Zhao Ling, I'm sure there's no one up there, and no ghosts, but I'm afraid we'll have to go over there and see what's controlling it. Hubai, they froze. Not they are so reckless? Do not know anything to go over? Will not be wrong in the event of an accident. Zhang Qi Lattice, I'll go. Dark glasses, I'll go too. Dumbass, will both go over there. Zhao Ling, Master Hua, let go of the hook and rope. Xia Yuchen threw the ropes to Zhao Ling, who held one and threw another to Zhang Yu. Little brother, blind man, you two be careful. Saying this, he threw out the rope in his hand with Zhang Yu, and little brother in dark glasses arose and went straight down the rope to the boat that was coming toward them. Hubai, before they even had a chance to say anything, the people had already passed. Looking at their so crisp and clean figure, they kind of understood why these people were so calm all the way. The two of them, Zhang Qi Lattice and Black Glasses, arrived at the ship over there, and just after entering the cabin to take a look twice, they were shaken by the fishing boat that crashed towards the Trident, and the two of them only had to grab the things around them to control their shape. Chapter 106, Killing Di Chung Sha. This time, the Trident and the ghost ship were just barely passing each other. and the fishing nets and lifeboats on top of the trident were hooked up to the ghost ship, and the two ships were pulling on the surface of the sea. Wang Kaixian, old Hu, the lifeboat is hung up, what should we do? Hu Bai also discovered this situation. His face was a bit ugly, and Wang Kaixian then spoke, why don't we just abandon the lifeboat? Wu Xia, no way. Wu Xia immediately opened his mouth to stop it. Hu Bai also shook his head. No, the sea situation is complicated. If we throw the lifeboat just like that and encounter wind and waves or other situations, once something happens to the trident, we will have to wait for death. Xia Yuchen, that's right, we can't lose the lifeboat. Let's think of another way. Ganma, you have to cut the fishing net or you can't separate them. Wu Slash, yeah, little brother and the others are across the street, just the right place to sit. As they were talking, Uncle Ming was called up by Dolly and Ahao. The two of them didn't know anything and were scared to death when they encountered this situation, so they could only go to find Uncle Ming. As soon as Uncle Ming came out, he saw the ghost ship next to him and was startled, then spoke, this is the marked blood ship. Hu Bai was shocked. Uncle Ming, you know how to deal with that. Uncle Ming, this thing can only sink the ship or kill what's down there. WU slant, what's down there? Uncle Ming, it's called Tai Chung Sha. Uncle Ming still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhao Mandarin. Okay, it's already time, don't talk about this nonsense. Let little brother and his men come back after cutting the fishing nets, and think of a way to deal with what's underneath. As soon as Zhao Ling's words came out, Wu Xia immediately went and called out to Xiao Xiao and the others. Xiao Xiao and Black Glasses climbed up the mast of the ghost ship and cut the fishing nets that were hanging on, and then proceeded to return to the trident with the rope. Their movements were harsh and fast, and it was a shock to watch the others. Seeing that they had returned, Zhao Mandarin looked at Xie Yuchen. Master Hua, old Hu, you guys go operate the Jinhai cannon and beat this thing up. As soon as Xie Yuchen and Hu Ba nodded their heads, Yang Shueli and Wang Kaixian followed and went to the place where the cannons were set off. Not a moment later, a cannon was fired, hitting the fishing boat squarely, and the men on deck breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Yuchen and the rest of them were also, fortunately, hit the mark. Zhao Ling watched as the fishing boat was almost shattered and what was underneath was revealed. Uncle Ming, this is Tai Chung Sha. This thing is very vindictive and aggressive. She won't let us go. Zhao Ling coldly smiled. Just as well. I have no intention of letting it go. Zhao Ling wiped a handful of water from his face. There wasn't a clean spot on them after this thing made such a big commotion. Zhao Ling looked at Xiao Xiao and Zhang Yu. Let's clean it up. The two of them nodded, and Xiao drew his ancient black and gold sword and leapt into the sea, his tattoos showing as he lunged straight for the great surge of sand. Zhao Ling and Zhang Yu did the same, each taking a knife and jumping down. When Xia Yuchen and Hu Bai came out with them, the crowd's eyes were in the water, and Fatty Wang gave them a thumbs up. Not bad, that's accurate. Kaixian Wang, that's right, we're professionals. Xia Yuchen, Wu Xia, where are the mandarins and the others? Xia Yuchen glanced around, didn't see anyone and asked, Dark Glasses, Master Hua, look, they're in the water. Only then did Xia Yuchen and the others put their eyes into the water, and at a glance they saw the three people fighting with the strange fish in the water, and their eyes widened. Who let them go down? What if something happens to them? Wu Xia, that little flower. Don't you know what Mandarin brother is capable of? It'll be fine. Xia Yuchen also reacted this time, relaxed a little, but the eyes are still always concerned about the situation in the water. Even the most powerful people cannot be so not to take their own safety seriously. Hu Bai, they look at each other, are all staring. This is too bold. The sea they cannot have much advantage, but look at the following three people, and that strange fish fight back and forth. This ability, I am afraid that it is very unusual. Uncle Ming moved to Hu Bai's side and spoke. Hu Zai, where did you find a capable person? So powerful. Vigor also heard this and was a bit disdainful. What's wrong with that? I also have special abilities. Uncle Ming heard this. His face was full of disdain. Just you guys, but also super normal capabilities. Afraid that it is not the gambling table habit. Otherwise his son would not owe so much money, and do not have to risk his life to come here. But now look at their situation. Perhaps this time he can make a fortune. Hu Bai, Uncle Ming, I didn't find these people. They're the bosses. Ahao, what a boss. Just like that. Ahao's words were oblique, they all heard. Face a little bad. Just at this time, a big wave hit over. Did not stand steady. Ahao fell into the sea. Originally Xian female is the closest to him, but heard just now his words, pressed the idea of not up to save him. Hu Bai and the others, however, are different, and seeing that Ahao has fallen, they immediately grab a life preserver and want to jump in to save Ahao. Xia Yuchen stepped forward and pulled the man along. Mr. Hu, I don't recommend going down there to find death. Uncle Ming didn't care. The man was here to keep an eye on him anyway. It didn't matter if the man was gone, and he really didn't like the man either, but he knew Hu Bai's character. How could such a person see death? Yang Shueli and Wang Kaishuan's faces were also a bit gloomy. They were not hoping that Hu Bai would go down to save the people. After all, the situation down there was menacing. Anyone could see that, and they didn't want to risk their lives for such an unrelated person. Dolly was a bit anxious. Boss Hu, save Ahao. He can't swim. It wasn't that Vigor was on good terms with Ahao, but they were the only two on the ship who were on the same team, and if something happened to Ahao, he would be a bit isolated on his own. Dark Glasses stepped forward and squeezed Vigor's shoulder. I'm sure you were ready to die before you came. This isn't a vacation. Dark Glasses was still smiling when he said it, but his tone was cold. Hu Bai wanted to go and save the people, but Xia Yuchen pressed him. He couldn't get down at all, and he didn't want to offend people so eyelessly. At that moment, Zhang Qi lattice in the sea entered the sea and plunged a knife into Changsha's abdomen, and Zhao Ling and Zhang Yu above also plunged a knife into each of its heads. After Zhang Qi lattice came out, Zhao Ling spoke up. No, you can't kill it like this. Get on the boat and use the sea cannons. The two of them nodded and swam towards their boat, and before he left, Zhao ran through a charm to Changsha to keep it away from here for a while. Shen Nu was sharp-eyed and saw the return at a glance, and didn't care about the few people who were still arguing. Look, they're back. When the crowd raised their eyes, they saw the three men swimming back, and when Zhang Qi saw the struggling figure in the water, he lifted it up and threw it back into the boat. It was only then that the three pulled their nets aboard. Chapter 107, Dragon Sucking Water. Zhao Ling landed on the ship and saw the scene in front of him at a glance. His eyes turned cold. What are you doing? Zhao Ling's voice reached everyone's ears, and when they met his sweeping eyes, all of them lowered their heads somewhat sheepishly. Wu Slash went up and took a towel and wiped his little brother's body, and also put his clothes on him. Xian Nu and Thing also came over with towels, and Zhao Ling and Zhang Yu wiped each other's bodies. Afterwards, Zhao Ling told Wu Xie and Yu Chen to go find Ruan He and use the Jinhai cannon to hit the Changsha, and leave after that, otherwise the smell of blood will attract other creatures to come over, and then this place won't be safe anymore. Wu Xie and Yu Chen moved quickly, and in a short while, a cannon shot was fired, and the large surge of sand that had been fixed by Zhao Ling in the distance was shattered into pieces, and blood immediately filled the air. After Aha was thrown up, Dolly immediately went to check on him and was relieved to see that he was fine, but thinking about the way Zhao Ling looked at them just now gave him a pang of fear. Hu Bai and the others too. Zhao Ling didn't open his mouth after asking that question and didn't take care of theirs, but they were always a little scared of Zhao Ling. Xia Yuchen walked over to Uncle Ming. Uncle Ming, go help Boss Ruan set up the boat. Uncle Ming nodded and immediately left. After Uncle Ming left, Dolly and Ahao became even more scared. They always felt that the eyes of Zhao Ling looking at them were a bit icy. Just when everyone thought it was safe, Shen Nu suddenly spoke out. Look! The crowd looked and saw that the distant sky was full of clouds and mist, and it seemed as if there was something hibernating in the dark and heavy sky. At the same time, something fell from the air, and as soon as Zhao Mandarin pulled away from Wu Xie and Fatty in front of him, he took 2 steps back and looked at what was in front of him. Fatty Wang fixed his eyes. Fish. Wang Kaixian, no. Fish falling from the sky? Holly, look ahead. Zhao Ling they raised their eyes and looked. The waves in front of them rolled over. At some point a huge seawall was formed. A large number of creatures in the sea were rolled up and fell from the air, falling on their decks as well as on the surface of the sea. The scene could not be described as less spectacular. Zhao Ling was the first to react. Boss Ruan, quick, turn the rudder. The crowd also just reacted, all a bit surprised. Wang Kaixian, old Hu, what the hell is going on here? It's not a tsunami, is it? Xia Yuchen, this is dragon on water. It can also be called dragon sucking water. Wu Oblique also nodded. They know to come to the sea, or understand a lot of information, naturally, including some natural phenomena, so now as soon as they see it, they can say it. A large amount of seawater was swept up into midair, and the clouds pressed down, so that it really seemed as if there was a dragon up there sucking up the seawater. As the seawater poured in, a large number of things on the bottom of the sea, creatures and some wreckage shipwrecks were sucked up and fell down again. Next to Ahao and Dolly had long been paralyzed with fear on the deck, not knowing what to do. Xie Yuchen, Boss Ruan, avoid these things. Soft black, good. Boss Ruan's face was also a bit ugly. Luckily there was Uncle Ming on the side to help. Otherwise this boat really wasn't so controllable, especially in the middle of such a big storm. Wu Xie swallowed his saliva. Brother Mandarins, what should we do? Zhao Ran sighed. It's really one thing after another. Wu Xie, I really shouldn't have brought you guys here. Wu Xie was stunned. Ha? Zhao Ran didn't answer and looked at Zhang Yu. Show your hand. Zhang Yu, don't worry, leave it to me. He then sat cross-legged on the deck and began to recite the Jinhai mantra. Wang Kaixian was a bit confused. No, what time is it? It's not the time to worship Buddha. Wu slanted their gazes to Wang Kaixian. Wang Kaixian was a bit embarrassed. Hu Ba-yi pulled him over with one hand. Don't talk nonsense. Xian Nu, it's the Jinhai mantra. Hu Ba-yi froze. Jinhai mantra? Ganma, it's a spell that calms the wind and waves. After Xian Nu finished speaking, she looked at Zhao Ling again. Hasn't this spell been lost a long time ago? How does he know it? Zhao Ling, lost that is to others. He has a division. Those big sects, these things can be well collected. Xian Nu nodded. No wonder. Hu Ba-yi is still a bit unconvinced. Why do I feel a bit unreliable? Relying on chanting incantations and whatnot. It's better to look at ourselves. Yang Shirley, who was also a bit disbelieving, sniffed and nodded. Zhao Ling, reliable or not? Just take a look. Just then, as Zhang Yu's incantation fell, the wind and waves slowly calmed down. Hu Ba-yi and the others glanced at each other, and both saw a look of amazement in each other's eyes. After Zhang Yu got up, Zhao Ran patted him on the shoulder. You've learned well. Zhang Yu, it's okay, it's my first time using it too. Ganma, it's not bad to have that effect on your first use. The wind and waves calmed down, but the seawater turned black, and Wan Hei panicked when he took a look. Boss CA, Boss Hu, how did this seawater turn black? Shirley Young took a look and spoke. Boss Ruan, don't be nervous, there was already kerosene inside the ocean. It should just be the dragon-sucking water phenomenon that just washed it up. Wu Xia and the others didn't take it seriously, and they were all relieved when things finally calmed down. Wu Xia casually glanced toward the surface of the sea and instantly became bad. What is this thing? When the others heard this voice, they also turned their heads in the direction he was looking, and saw a coffin suddenly appear on the surface of the sea. Hu Bai, it could be a coffin that was swept out with the black tide. Wan Kaixian immediately became interested. Coffin ah, why don't we take a look? Ruan Hei instead spoke with some apprehension. This isn't too good. Aren't we going to the coral spiral color boat dwelling? And it's not too auspicious for coffins to suddenly appear on this sea. Let's just hurry up and go. Fatty Wang also quite want to open the coffin. Maybe there are treasures inside it. They would have done this line of work. It is hard not to be afraid of it. Wu Xia knew that Fatty had come to be interested as soon as he looked at him, and was helpless. On the other side, Hu Ba-yi was also torn. They were rushing to the Qin King's bone-shining mirror this time. It was on the shipwreck. It shouldn't have much to do with this coffin, so he was also thinking about whether to open it or not. Dark Glasses looked at Zhao Ling. Ling, what do you say? Take an idea. Zhao Ling raised his eyes and scanned the crowd. Pull it over and take a look. As soon as Zhao Ling opened his mouth, the others didn't have any more thoughts of refusing and immediately went to pull the sarcophagus up. Zhao Ling was not concerned about what was inside, but since Fatty and the others were interested, it wouldn't hurt to take a look, and they could cope with anything that happened anyway. After the sarcophagus was pulled up, they used the water hose to rinse the dirt on it, and only after it was clean were they ready to open it. Wang Kaixian took Shirley Yang's city and fish, found the southeast corner, and lit a candle. Fatty Wang saw instantly remembered that he also seems to be self-proclaimed gold-touching lieutenant, but it seems that since meeting Wu Oblique has not lit candles, and, indeed, every time there is an accident when he thought of this, the fat man shot a meaningful look at Wu Xieji who was next to him. Chapter 108. Zhao Ling and the others were quite new to this and watched them move from the back. Fatty Wang thought about pulling Wu Sheng away a bit. Tianjun, with your physique, you'd better stay away. I'm worried that something will happen. Wu Xia was a bit speechless, blankly glanced at Fatty and walked over to the little brother standing to the side. Not wanting to pay attention to Fatty, Wang Kaixian looked at Hu Ba-yi to survey the appearance of a long time, opened his mouth. Old Hu, open or not? Hu Ba-yi, pry it open. I see that most of this outside is worn out. Open the outer layer first. I'll see what's going on inside. When Wang Kaixian heard the words, he instantly took the engineer shovel and started prying. Wu Xia looked at him with a pang of teeth. No, are they all this rude now? Fatty Wang, naive, you think everyone is little brother, so powerful. When are we not? Wu Oblique a little embarrassed scratching his head. No longer speak. To be honest, he basically has never seen such a way to open the coffin. In the past the little brother is to find the mechanism at once to open it. Zhan Yu came to Zhao Ling's side. Brother Ling, this is what you call pouring a bucket, right? Zhao Ling nodded. Indeed. Black blind man, you've seen less, so you don't understand. Read more Zhang Yu nodded his head. Zhao Ling looked at a head of black lines. Why do you learn this? If you let your master know that you learn to pour the bucket of things, I am afraid that you do not want to be expelled from the master. After the sarcophagus was pried open, inside was a set of coffins with a large number of trigrams engraved on it. Hu Ba-yi recognized at a glance that this was exactly the same as the trigrams on the mermaid that he had obtained in the hands of Wu Breaking before. At that time, he even asked Professor Chen for advice, and the other party said that this was probably something from the Hateful Sky Ancient Kingdom, and he didn't expect that it would actually appear here as well. It seemed like this thing was, most likely, related to the Hateful Sky Ancient Kingdom. noticing that Hu Baiyi's mood was a bit off. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and asked, Mr. Hu, do you recognize the things on this? Hu Baiyi, shocking up and down, shocking 100 miles, are the trigrams on this? Zhang Yu, the 8 trigrams of heaven. Hu Baiyi nodded, it seems that this brother is aware of. I know as the latter-day 8 trigrams, for this innate 8 trigrams is not very understanding. I do not know brother have any insights? Other people's gazes also looked at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu faced some bad, more and not convenient to say more, just Xinhua for thunder. I'm afraid that inside something is not simple. Zhao Ling, how can it be simple if you dare to use the 8 trigrams of heaven on the coffin? Wang Kaixian some anxious, not, to the bit, that we in the end open not open I say, 2-bit what gossip not gossip, pry open to see not just. Fatty Wang also chimed in, see what's inside, don't just know, gets so much to do. Wu Xia, this coffin is preserved this well, if there is really something inside, once you guys open it and oxidize it immediately, will there be anything left? Wu Xia's words made Fatty's and their hands lurch. It seemed quite reasonable. Haha, Fatty, then what should we do? We can't take this coffin out, can we? Hu Baiyi they also stopped their hands. This situation seems to be a bit tricky. Then they this coffin in the end not open. Zhang Yu pondered on the side for a long time, and only after a long time did he speak. Actually, if you really want to open the coffin, I can help. The gazes of the crowd looked at him, and Zhang Yu was a bit embarrassed by the look. I can use an isolation talisman, and I definitely won't let anything inside go wrong. Fatty Wang, that's a good feeling. Trouble Taoist Master Zhang. Zhang Yu, no harm done. Zhao Ling spoke to Zhang Yu in a low voice. If your master knew that you used the talisman on this, would you still be able to go back to Longhu Mountain? Zhang Yu's face stiffened for a split second. Brother Mandarins, you're not going to betray me, are you? Zhao Ling shook his head. That won't happen. I'm just reminding you. After all, there were quite a lot of accidents that happened to people who practiced cultivation, and there were too many people like that who went astray if they weren't careful. Zhang Yu, brother Mandarins, don't worry, I know. Zhao Ling nodded and didn't say any more. On the other side, Fatty Wang looked at Hu Baiyi and their intention to continue prying open with some disgust, glanced at Xiao Xiao, and immediately thought of something, stopping their movements. Fatty Wang, I say, you guys are acting too rough. If there's anything inside are afraid to be destroyed by you. Originally Hu Baiyi and Wang Kaixian were still trying to figure out how to open it. When they heard this, Wang Kaixian instantly became unhappy. If you're good, you do it. Wang Kaixuan's heart is not painful, but still see the situation clearly. Know that these people in front of him cannot be casually offended, but has been pointed at. His heart is not painful. Naturally, he is going to retort a couple of sentences. Unbeknownst to him, Fatty was waiting for him to say this, and as soon as he heard this, he instantly became agitated. Okay, we'll do it. Go away, said also went forward to push the two away. The two were pushed away. Their faces were a little not so good. Xiao Chen sighed, sorry this friend of mine has such a character. He has no malice. Hu Baiyi, no harm done. On their lips, they said they didn't care, but both of their eyes were looking at Fatty Wang, just waiting to see what he was going to do. Fatty Wang circled around the coffin twice and finally turned his gaze to little brother. Little brother, you come? As expected, Zhao Ling and their hearts drifted through these two words, especially Wu Xia. It was too eager to go forward and punch the fat man twice. This dead fat man, his own bravado does not count, but also dragged on the little brother. Fatty Wang looked at them with some embarrassment. This is not what little brother is best at. Zhang Qi Lattice looked at him without saying anything, but his face was all helpless and the crowd could see it clearly. Xiao Xiao subconsciously glanced at Wu Xia, who was helpless. Xiao Xiao, go take a look. So many people were watching, he couldn't let Fatty lose face. How to say they could be brothers? Zhang Qi Lattice stepped forward and raised his hand to brush over the coffin, observing the situation inch by inch. Hu Baiyi's face turned into a teasing look when they heard Fatty call out, but now that he saw little brother's finger, Hu Baiyi's face instantly changed. Shirley Yang was the first to realize that something was wrong. Looking at Hu Baiyi and speaking in a low voice, Old Hu, what's wrong with you? Hu Baiyi looked at little brother's finger and spoke, Hair Mount Finger. Shirley Yang how to say is also a descendant of the moving mountain lineage. For the four gates or understand, Hairmount Finger is exactly the sign of the Hairmount heavenly official lineage, so the sight also straight to look at the little brother, after determining the face full of surprise. Shirley Young, there really are still people from the hairpin line? Hu Baiyi, 8 or 9 is about right. Wang Kaixian, Old Hu, what are you talking about? Instead of answering him, Hu Baiyi walked over to Wu Xie. Mr. Wu, dare I ask if this brother is an heir of the Fat Zhou lineage? Chapter 109, Opening the Coffin. Wu Xie's gaze retracted from little brother and looked towards Hu Baiyi. Just call me Wu Xie. As for little brother, he is indeed the heir of Haircock Heavenly Official, no matter what the little brother's ancestry is. Anyway, the ability is now this. It does not hurt to recognize it, and the existence of this hairy mound of heavenly officials in front of this gold-touching colonel can also ask for a face. Hubai had a happy look on his face. No wonder. Little brother's hands are so extraordinary. He is actually a descendant of Fashu Tianguan. It seems that we are bound to return home with a full load this time. WU square, I'm flattered. As soon as Hubai walked back to Sherry Yang and the others, Wang Kaixian was a bit anxious. Old Hu, what are you guys talking about? What Fashu Heavenly Official? Hubai some helpless. This fat man, and his own self-proclaimed gold-touching colonel, but met with the same four-door people but do not know anything. Really a shame. Hubai gave him a blank look. That brother is the heir of the Fat Xiu lineage. Touching gold, moving mountains, unloading mountains. Fat Xiu, the heir of the Fat Xiu lineage has long been difficult to see. I didn't think that we'd even come across it. Wang Kaixian, then according to you, isn't he very powerful? Hubai, of course it's powerful. It's more powerful than us by I don't know how much. Surely Yang's face was full of gravity. It seems like we have to pay attention. There are so many capable people among them. It's the best choice for us to befriend them. They were a bit disgruntled about Ahao's incident before. We have to pay more attention. Hubai nodded. Don't worry, we're not going to offend them yet. Wang Kaixian, I'll watch what I say from now on. In the middle of their conversation, little brother had already found the mechanism and gave Black Glasses a look. Black Glasses immediately stepped forward, found a position, and at the same time as little brother's hand, he exerted his power, and the two of them combined their efforts to directly lift the lid of the coffin. Hubai they looked at the two faces did not move at all. Cannot help but some teeth. No, so powerful. The moment the lid was opened, the talisman in Zhang Yu's hand flew out, directly hitting the top of the coffin, isolating the oxygen outside. Fatty Wang anxiously went up, wanting to see what it was. A glance, suddenly shocked in place. This, mermaids? Fatty's voice was a little too loud, interrupting the three Zhao mandarins and Xian women who were chatting beside them, looking helplessly in their direction. Hubai and Wu Xie and the others also heard Fatty's alarmed cry and went up to look inside the coffin, only to see a lifelike female corpse lying inside. Only it wasn't an ordinary human corpse. The body inside was covered in fish scales and the lower half of the body was also in the shape of a fish tail. What surprised them even more was that there was a pool of clear water underneath the female corpse, and there were a few translucent shrimps swimming around in it. Such a scene surprised even Black Glasses and Zhang Qilatis, not to mention Wu Xie and the others. Zhao Ling and Xian Nu exchanged glances and also curiously came up to take a couple looks at it, looking surprised. Xian Nu, it's not called a mermaid in the East, is it? Wu Xie, it's a shark. I didn't expect this place to have this. Uncle Ming spoke up on the side with great understanding. Boss Wu, this you don't know. Legend has it that there are a lot of sharks on this side of the South China Sea, and the tears they shed can be transformed into pearls of great value. The poet Li Shangyin of the Tang dynasty wrote that the bright pearl of the oceanic moon has tears to describe the sharks of the South China Sea. Finally Uncle Ming also said with emotion, I did not expect that I ran a lifetime of boats. Never thought that the South China Sea sharks are just legends. This time I was able to see with my own eyes. This body is so well preserved. This if you take it out, it's really a big fortune. Wu Xie and the others were all very interested in what they heard, and curiously went up again to take a closer look at what was inside. Zhao Ling looked at Xian Nu. How did this get placed in the coffin? Ganma, maybe it's not a sure thing that someone hunted it down. Zhao Ling, Holly, do you remember that shark we met before? Holly nodded. Remember. Why? Zhao Ling, this one is different from the shark I've seen before. Completely different. Xian Nu, maybe it's because of the different regions. So, it's mutated. Zhao Ling rolled his eyes. Listen to what you're saying as a human being? Xian Nu, geez, what do you care? It's a corpse anyway. Zhao Ling, that's not what I'm worried about. It's the inside. Xian Nu instantly understood Zhao Ling's meaning. You mean, return to the ruins? Zhao Ling nodded. If there really are sharks inside, I'm afraid we'll have to make good plans. Zhao Ling's face was a bit ugly. Wu Xie, who was still excitedly looking at the coffin in death, they also sensed something and turned their heads to look at Zhao Ling. Seeing Zhao Ling's face was not good, Wu Xie withdrew and walked to Zhao Ling's side. Wu Xie, mandarins, what's wrong with you? Zhao Ling didn't say anything, and Dongqing spoke. Wu Xie, if we encounter this thing now, maybe there will be one inside the returning ruins as well. Zhao Ling is worried that something will happen. Wu Xie's face turned pale. Brother mandarins, are you saying that this thing might be from the returning ruins? Xian Nu, it's very possible. The returning ruins are in this neighborhood, and now that we've seen this, it's possible that there's more inside. Wu Slash, then should we discuss a countermeasure? Zhao Ling nodded. Let them in, Zhao Ling said and went into the room of rest. Wu Xia called the others to go in. although Fatty Wang was reluctant to leave, but still listened to Zhao Ling's words, so he followed, leaving Hu Bai and Uncle Ming they were excitedly discussing. After going in, Xian Nu talked to them about the situation. Xia Yuchen frowned slightly. Zhao Mandarin, although sharks may appear inside, it's not like we can't deal with them. On top of the fact that we've prepared quite a bit, it's not that much to worry about. Obviously, Zhang Qi Lattice and Black Glasses and the others had also noticed this problem, so they all looked at Zhao Ling with some curiosity. Zhao Ran sat in his chair and smiled helplessly. Painting with smart people just saves time. Wu Sheqi, on the contrary, only just reacted and looked at Zhao Ling with a shocked face. Ling, you, Zhao Ling, Wu Xie, you're not even close. Wu Xie was a bit wilted and looked at Zhao Ling, full of helplessness. Then what did you want to say when you called us in? Ling, Xie Yuchen, if I'm not mistaken, it's related to what's in that coffin, right? Zhao Ling, that's right. In fact, the reason is very simple. You have thought about it. The shark that is the existence of the legend of the thing. If that thing out, confirmed the existence of the shark, then you have thought about how much it will cause ripples? Zhao Ling recognized that he was not a good person, but this was in the end his country's territory. If it was proven that there were sharks, then this thing would become a target. And then, would there still be peace here? Chapter 110, Fetching the Pearl. Wu Xia understood Zhao Ling's meaning after a little thought. That's why this thing can't just be taken out, much less fall into the hands of those with bad intentions. Zhao Ling, that's right, look at those people outside. One by one, they all want to sell it for a good price. They don't think about it. Is this something that can be sold casually? Xia Yuchen, Zhao Ling, what are you going to do? This reasoning they could understand with a little thought. This kind of thing that was too rare could not be taken out by anyone, and it would not be good to be targeted at that time. Zhao Ling, the best thing is to give it to. Zhao Ling pointed up. The crowd looked at each other and laughed. Zhang Yu, officer, good idea. I'll contact you when the time comes. In applying for some compensation for us. No problem at all. Zhao Ling nodded. You guys don't have a problem with it. After all, such a large sum of money. I'm also afraid that you guys will hold a grudge against me. Wu Xia, no. Mandarin brother, your idea is good for us. Originally our identity is sensitive. Now this is just right. Zhao Ling smiled. This is best. Otherwise I don't want you guys to complain later that I cut off your wealth. After all, you guys were so excited to see that thing. The crowd's eyes looked at Wang Fat. Just now he called the biggest. Wang Fat perceived the crowd's gaze. Immediately embarrassed. No, you guys look at the end of what? I have so lack of money? The people heard, nodded in unison. Indeed, the fat man is not so short of money. We are the most short of money here is. Everyone's gazes turned to Black Glasses again, and Black Glasses laughed in anger. No, in your eyes. Am I such an unaware person, Master Black? I'm too lowly, aren't I? Xia Yuchen, after all, we can't compare to you in terms of your earning power. Dark Glasses rolled his eyes. Yes, you guys have money, so you bully Master Black me. The crowd burst out laughing at his look of resignation. After a while, it turned back to the topic. Wu slanted. So what are we going to say? Will they agree? Xia Yuchen, Hu Bai might agree. It's hard to say about the others. Obviously, after the past few days together, they all knew pretty much what kind of nature those people were, so the evaluation was also pertinent. Danma, we can just keep them out of the loop. Fatty Wang, what do you have in mind? Zhao Ling, you guys will just cooperate with us later. Just sneak it away. Wu Xia, sneak away? What about that big coffin? Zhao Ling was helpless. Wu Xia, there is something in this world called spatial magic. Wu Xia, really? Zhao Ling, of course. I'm not talented and I happen to know a little bit. Xia Yuchen nodded. Since it's a deal, then I'll trouble brother official. Zhao Ling, let's go. Hurry out and take a look. In a little while, I'm afraid there will be nothing left. Outside, Hu Bai and the others were talking to Uncle Ming about how expensive and valuable this thing was, and when they saw them come out, they all stopped talking. Uncle Ming looked at them with a fawning face. Boss Xie, how do you think we're going to divide this up? Xie Yuchen spoke in a deep voice. I'm afraid I can't take this away. As soon as his words fell, the other people's faces instantly changed, and Wang Kaixian was even more. Why this thing is so valuable. Won't we be able to make a big profit if we bring it out? Hu Bai stopped Wang Kaishuan's mouth that still wanted to continue speaking and asked, Boss Xie, is there something wrong with this thing? Zhao Ling, of course it's not right, and it's very wrong. Hu Bai, and please explain. Sir, Zhao Ling, the Xinhua belongs to thunder, which represents ferocity, and this thing is related to returning to the ruins, so you guys can't still think that this thing is good? Take it out. Do you guys have the skills? Zhao Ling said it in a cloudy manner, but his eyes were full of mockery. The more he acted like he didn't care, the more they would believe what he said. Hu Bai's face also became contemplative. They were all attracted by the preciousness of this item before. and now after hearing him say this, it did make sense. Wang Kaixian was a bit anxious. He wanted to take this thing out, but he was worried that something would happen, so he kept looking at Hu Bai, just waiting for him to make a decision. Hu Bai, in that case, then listened to Mr. Zhao, how to deal with it. Uncle Ming was still trying to stop him. Hu Chai. Hu Bai directly interrupted him. Uncle Ming, we didn't come here for these things this time. It's better to bring less of these uncontrolled things. Uncle Ming could only nod. In the end he wasn't in charge here, and looking at those next to him, it didn't matter if he had an opinion. Zhao Ling, since they all have no opinion, let's close it and throw it back. It's supposed to be something in the sea. It shouldn't be in the present. Hu Badi nodded and together they went up to help cover the coffin and throw it back into the sea. Zhao Ling helped out when they did, just in time to stick the talisman onto the coffin, and retracted it into the space the moment it fell into the water. Looking at the coffin that sank into the water, Wang Kaixian only felt a burst of heartache. Such a good treasure. It's just gone. Surely Young, well, there's enough to pay for this visit, isn't there? Hu Bai, yeah fatty, almost got it. Something like this, we may not be able to keep it even if we take it. Hu Bai was always sober, although it was a pity that such a good thing was gone, but he was not that disappointed. Xiaoyu-chen, I'll give you guys an extra payment when we go back. Don't worry, come with me guys, I won't treat you guys badly. In the end, this time they also small counted them a game, just as to give some compensation. Wang Kaixian and Uncle Ming who heard this were much happier. This reward is what is visible. Zhao Ling sized up the people in front of him. Each person's expression was scrutinized, and naturally, he saw the unwillingness in the bottom of Ahao's and Dali's eyes. Zhao Ran snorted in his heart. Such people are really here to send death. I hope they won't be too sullen. Otherwise don't blame him for making a move. After this incident the sea was much calmer and the next 2 days of travel were uneventful as they steadily made their way to the area of the coral spiral. When they arrived here, the happiest ones were not Hu Bai and the others, but rather Ruan Hei, a boat dweller, because when they arrived here, they could collect pearls, which was one of the most highly esteemed of those of them who were boat dwellers. Uncle Ming was also excited abnormally. Who's I? Are we in the realm of what is a spiral? The old gem pearls down here are precious and abnormal. It seems that this time, we are going to be rich. Uncle Ming said and glanced at Xiaoyu-chen. This is the boss in the end. He is still a little worried that they won't let them collect. Xiaoyu-chen didn't look at him, but instead looked at Ruan. Hey, Boss Ruan, as we promised you before, you can collect as many pearls as you like down here. Chapter 111, The Great Water Snake. Ruan Hei was very happy when he heard this, Boss Xie. Then the pearls collected up here. Xiaoyu-chen smiled faintly. How you gather yourselves to divide it up decide for yourselves. We are not involved. We will take it ourselves if we want it. Xiaoyu-chen's words also reassured Ruan Hei and Hu Bai that there was one less person to share, and what they could get was indeed quite a lot. Hu Bai walked up to Xiaoyu-chen and the others. Boss Xie, this Mary Sinnoh shipwreck is said to be here. We need to dive down and explore. I wonder what your plans are. Xiaoyu-chen, you guys just make the decision. We're not good at sea stuff, so we won't get involved. After Hu Bai got the answer, he went to arrange for someone to go. Watching Hu Bai arrange those people in a clear way, each person doing what is very clear, completely without them needing to worry about it. Xiaoyu-chen and Wu Xia looked at each other with a glance full of relief. On the deck, Shen Nu looked at the deep waters, her eyes filled with longing, and turned her head to Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling, let's go down and play for a while too. Zhao Ling, Ancestor A, is this a place where you can just play? You a bird is not afraid of drowning. Shen Nu gave him a blank look. Don't think I don't know. You must have a working talisman in your hand. Don't try to hide it from me. Hurry up and take it out and use it. Holly, yes. Zhao, we've come to the sea. If we don't go down to have some fun, it's not a waste of time. Shen Nu, Zhao Ling just go down there. I still want to get the pearls. Shen Nu and Dongqing pestered Zhao Ling to ask for the talisman. Xiaoyu-chen and Wu Xiayi they also found out and then all gathered around. After learning that Zhao Ran had a charm in his hand that could make them go down, a pair of bright eyes were staring at Zhao Ran, and Zhao Ran wanted to die for a moment, and he wasn't engaged in wholesaling where there were so many. Zhang Yu, on the contrary, simply picked up. Actually, I have a way to go down if I want to. Zhao Ran couldn't stop him even if he wanted to, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he balked out. Black eyes, yo, our little Taoist also has a talisman. Take it out and take a look. Zhang Yu was a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. It's not a talisman. I haven't learned such a talisman, but I have shark beads in my hand. I brought them down from Longhu Mountain. With this thing you can breathe freely in the water. Xian Nu, really? There's still this good stuff. I want to use it. I want to use it. Zhang Yu was not ambiguous, and directly took it out and handed it to Xian Nu, who took it in her hand and played with it. Looking at Zhao Ling's eyes full of arrogance, Zhao Ling was helpless to the extreme. Forget it, I'll help you guys out. Zhao Ling took his hand and drew a talisman on each of them, and looked at them when he was done. Okay, now you guys can go down, but before you go down, it's best to take a rope and tie you to each other, lest you run away and get lost. I don't want to go down there to fish for you guys all the time. The others laughed and agreed, and the two of them went down to the sea together, and Shirley Young, who had been watching them, watched in amazement as they went down without much equipment. Shirley Young, old who? They went down without taking anything. Hu Bai, what? Nothing? Hu Bai was taken aback and looked to Xie Yuchen's position where they were. The others were nowhere to be seen, leaving a Zhao official lazily leaning on the railing. Seeing that they were looking at him, Zhao Ran greeted them self-consciously, then took another chair and leaned on it, closing his eyes and resting. Hu Bai retracted his gaze. Forget it. It originally has nothing to do with us. Maybe they have their own means. Leave it alone. Although Hu Bai was very curious about how they did it, in the end, they were now nothing more than a partnership in name only, far from being able to pry into people's secrets, so he decided to leave it alone and pretend he didn't know. Ruan He and Gu Chai had long been picking pearls underwater. Shen Nu and the others passed in front of them from time to time, watching them come and go freely in the water. The two of them were astonished beyond measure, but they pressed down their curiosity. Hu Bai after they went down. Zhao Mandarin is even more boring. There are two women left above. One Shirley Yang is not familiar with, the other Duo Ling, too timid is still a little afraid of him. The other ones were Ahao and Dolly. The shallow calculations under their eyes were spilling out, and seeing him upset, he had no desire to talk to them at all. Suddenly, there was a surge coming from the water. Zhao Ling got up and looked. The waves on the surface of the water were getting bigger and bigger. Hu Bai and their diving bells were shaking. Zhao Ran glanced at the water with some worry, and was hesitating to go down, when he saw that the sea had regained its calm. Not long after, two figures came up on the sea. It was Hu Bai and Wang Kaixian. Shirley Young pulled the two up with some concern. What's wrong? Back so soon? Hu Bai's face turned a little white. There's a strange snake down there. As soon as Hu Bai's words fell, two more people came up, and it was Zhang Qi Lattice who pulled Wu Xie up. Zhao Ling saw them come up, and Wu Xie was still a bit depressed, so he asked, "What's wrong? Are you in danger?" "Zhang Qi, there's a big guy down there." Zhao Ling patted Wu Xie's back, and Wu Xie slowed down for a moment before returning to his senses. "Brother Ling, there's a big snake down there." Wu Xie's words caused Zhao Ling's face to sink. "A big snake? How big is it?" Hu Bai and the others also came over. "A very long big snake. We didn't see the whole thing, but it looks like it's going to grow horns." Zhao Ran sniffed and contemplated for a moment. "It's worthy of being the South China Sea. There are all kinds of strange things." Then his gaze went to Wu Xie. "You're also really powerful. You went down there and came across this thing." Wu oblique some embarrassment. Originally he and little brother intended to see what is below. See some of the stone pillars below, some curiosity, up to touch only to realize that it was actually a living snake. He was also startled. Hu Bai, if it wasn't for little brother Zhang's quick reflexes just now, we would have all been in danger. Thanks to this little brother. Zhang Qi Lattice looked up at him. It's fine. Originally, he was also trying to save Wu Xie, and he didn't even know that these two were following them. Shirley Young, there's actually something like this in the sea here. It seems that it's not peaceful down here either. I wonder how their people are doing. Zhao Ling, let Boss Ruan and the others come back. It's too dangerous. Shirley Yang went to call someone after hearing this. As for Xie Yuchen and the others, it was impossible that they didn't notice such a big commotion just now. They should be back now. Not long after, several silhouettes were revealed one after another on the surface of the sea. It was Xie Yuchen and Xian Nu and the others. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling, was there something going on down there just now? Zhao Ling nodded. There was a very large water snake down there that was awakened by Wu Xie and the others. Chapter 112, Snake Meat Hot Pot. Hearing this, Xie Yuchen and their gazes all looked at Wu Xie. So it was you who made the commotion. Wu Xie looked at the gazes of the people looking at him, a little embarrassed, and turned his head to look at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao is also here. Zhang Qi Lattice's gaze looked at Wu Xie, who averted his gaze somewhat sheepishly. Zhang Qi Lattice didn't say anything, but there was some hidden amusement in his eyes. Xian Nu looked at them with an agitated face and was close to shouting out when Zhao Ling's quick eyes covered her mouth and pushed it to Dongcheng. Xie Yuchen, what should we do? That snake just ran away. I don't know if it will come back? Fatty Wang spoke with a somewhat strange expression on his face. I think that if there's a Wu slash, he'll definitely come back. Wu Xia rolled his eyes dead fatso. What are you talking about? Fatty Wan laughed as he looked at the annoyed Wu Xia. Wu Xia, you can't deny this physique of yours. Fatty Wan looked to the others, as if asking for opinions, and when Wu Xia saw that the others were nodding in agreement, he somewhat shamefully hid behind Xiao Xiao, not wanting to pay attention to them. Zhao Ran had almost seen the hilarity and smiled as he opened his mouth to interrupt them. Almost done. Think about how to fix that thing. Who ba they listen to a good paragraph of small talk. Face is also with a smile, just not very obvious. After all, this people have a close relationship. Joking is normal. They and how to say is also an outsider. Who ba what are Mr. Zhao's thoughts? Zhao Ling, since that thing has been here all this time, it definitely won't go far. So as to avoid it giving us trouble in the future, why don't we take care of it first? Dark glasses, the Mandarin is killing the snake? Zhao Ling, want some snake meat? As soon as Xian Nu heard this, she instantly became interested. I want to eat it. Zhao Ling, come along and help if you want to eat. Xian Nu, okay, just do as you're told. Habeichi listened as they decided on this, and Shirley Young exchanged glances as to whether it was a bit too casual. It wasn't something ordinary. Hu ba that water snake doesn't look small. Can we handle it? Zhao Ling, don't worry, we're not that stupid. How would we do anything we're not sure of? Zhao Ling looked at Zhang Yu. Where's that corpse binding rope of yours from last time? Take it out and use it. Zhang Yu nodded his head and took out the corpse binding rope from his bag. Zhao Ling took it and looked at it, exclaiming out in shock, something from Ma Shan. Ah, I didn't even take a close look at it last time. Why are you still holding something from Ma Shan? Zhang Yu, before I helped a master uncle of Ma Shan. This is his own refining. Also algorithmic instrument, specially given to me, and did not use much. This is also the second time to use. Zhao Ling, no wonder. It's not bad. Dark glasses, so how do we split it up? Zhao Mandarin shot a glance at the crowd. This time the main force was definitely himself and Xian Nu and Zhang Yu's. Xiao couldn't go down. Just now he had already touched base with that water snake. With the energy on his bloodline, that thing definitely wouldn't be in close proximity, so it would have to be him who would go down. Zhao Ling pondered for a moment before finally raising his head and scanning from the people on the deck one by one, finally settling his gaze on Ahau and Dali, who were cowering at the end. Zhao Ling, we need 2 lures to bring out the water snake. The crowd who heard this also followed his line of sight to look at Ahau and Dali. Xiaoyu Chan and the others had a teasing look in their eyes, but Hu Ba and the others' faces were a little less favorable, although they had done this business, and these 2 people were not too honest. But how to say that it was 2 human lives? Such a method of risking human lives was never acceptable to him. Ahau and Dali also noticed that the other people were looking at them a bit strangely, and when they saw that Zhao Ling's eyes were full of cold light instead of a smile, the 2 of them were shocked into a jolt. Hu Ba Mr. Zhao, that's not very nice. Shirley Yang and Wang Kaishan were also a bit dazed and glanced at Yu Chen and the others. Seeing that they all looked unconcerned, there were some chills in their hearts inexplicably. Ahau, you, what do you want? Zhao Ling smiled and spoke. Don't be nervous, didn't you guys discuss how to rob the treasure last night? Zhao Ling's words directly made the 2 men's legs go limp. The 2 men collapsed on the deck. Wang Kaishan heard Zhao Ling's words and the performance of these 2 men. At a glance, it was said that these 2 men really have other small minds. Uncle Ming was also a bit scared. After all, the 2 of them were brought by him, although he also wanted to let the 2 of them get a lesson. But it wasn't this kind of downfall. Zhao Ling, don't worry, as long as you are obedient and work well as bait for us, we can guarantee your safety, but if you move around, then I can't guarantee it. Subsequently, not waiting for the 2 to react, Zhao Ling directly beckoned to let the black glasses they came up to tie up the 2. Hu Ba they want to stop but also dare not do it. After all, this person they cannot beat anyone. Finally, the 2 were tied to a board, and the Ganma took out something and showered it on them and set them down. Zhao Ling patted the shoulders of the 2 men as they went down and gave them a charm. As long as these 2 men obeyed and stayed well, he would not let anything happen to them, but it was just to give them a lesson. He was not so cruel, it was just that the gazes of the others looking at him were full of fear, as if he had done this risque effect a little beyond imagination. Wu Xia looked at what Xian Maiden was pouring and came up with some curiosity. Xian Maiden, what are you pouring? Xian Nu smiled. Immortal herb juice. That water snake has been here for so many years, it's almost cultivated its horns. It must have some spiritual intelligence. This stuff is extremely attractive to it. Fatty Wang, oops, catching snakes and using such nice things is not quite worth it. Xian Nu, that's fine. I've got quite a lot of this stuff, but today, I have to have the snake hot pot. Can I? Zhao Ling? Zhao Ling, yes. Don't worry. Ahau and Dali were both tied to the wooden board. The 2 of them were trembling with fear. They didn't dare to shout even if they wanted to. After all, they were warned by the Zhao official. Nguyen took Kuchai and Duo Ling to the cockpit. This kind of thing, he is not in a position to talk about it. He can only avoid it. Hu Ba and the others had been watching them do their work from the side, and when they saw that they had put the 2 into the sea and left them alone, they wanted to open their mouths and say something, but they were directly pulled away by Shirley Yang and Wang Kaishan. Hu Ba, what are you pulling me for? This is so cruel what they are doing. I can't watch it. Shirley Young, old Hu, don't you think about it? Have they done anything out of the ordinary in our journey? This matter I always feel that they should be sure of themselves. Wang Kaixian, yes. Old Hu, I think Staff Sergeant Yang is right. This attitude of theirs doesn't look like they want to kill someone. I'm afraid that they just want to scare them. After all, these two people, they really aren't honest. Chapter 113, Catching Snakes. Hu Ba-yi heard the words of the two men and thought carefully about it and also felt that it was a bit outrageous, so he planned to look at it again. Outside, Wu Slash spoke to Fatty somewhat nervously. Do you think we'll be successful here? Fatty was a bit helpless. What? You still don't trust Mandarin brother? Wu Xia was a bit embarrassed. No, I'm not worried. Fatty, with the Mandarin, there are absolutely no accidents. The two of them were still talking when suddenly, the water around the two of Ahao and Dolly on the surface began to ripple, and Zhao Ling got up and stared at the place closely. Wu Xia and the others also saw this situation. Their gazes all looked towards the sea surface. Hu Ba-yi and the others also ran out of ideas. Their gazes were firmly fixed on the sea surface. Zhao Ling looked at the trembling bodies of both Ahao and Dolly and frowned. What useless waste. Dunma, just the two of them like that. Normal. The two of them were talking, when suddenly Ahao and Dolly's board shook, and they were about to fall into the sea, and Zhao Ran stood up, his gaze a bit gloomy. Zhao Ling, this is pretty smart. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw the two of them, Dolly and Ahao, fall directly from the board into the sea due to fear, and Zhao Ling's gaze changed. Bad luck. Then he looked to little brother. Little brother, the knife. Zheng Qi Lattice raised his hand and threw the black and gold ancient sword to Zhao Ling, who got up and jumped into the sea without a trace. Shen Nu and Zhang Yu looked at each other and also followed his lead and jumped in, and the people next to him were gone before they could even react. This action of theirs scared Hu Ba-yi and the others. Too decisive. No wonder they dared to kill the snake. Zhao Ling leaped into the sea and went straight to where the two were. In the sea one could clearly see the figure of a large sea serpent that was twisting back and forth around the two of Dolly and Ahao, just waiting for a bite at some point. Zhao is a little angry. Originally take two people as bait. As long as they obediently stay on the board, the sea serpent cannot help them. After all, their own charm is not a joke. But these two people are good. Directly to the hole of their own fall into the sea to go. This is not into the mouth of the snakeit, Zhao Ling thought, but his figure was very fast. Not a moment later, he came to the two people. The black and gold ancient sword in his hand was slashed down at the snake's body. Then carrying the ancient sword on his back, he pulled Ahao up with one hand to leap out of the sea, and threw himself in the direction of the fishing boat. Before the people on top of this trident could react, they saw a silhouette being thrown and falling to the surface of the sea in front of them. The dark glasses sighed and resigned themselves to the fact that the first went down to retrieve the person. Although he didn't like these twos either, but one should never die in their hands. Karma wasn't that good to pay back, so their words before were just teasing these two. When they threw the man on the boat, Hu Ba-yi and the others went up to check it out. It was Ahao, who had long been unconscious but was still alive, so they gave him first aid, and Wu Xie and the others ignored it when they saw that someone else was in charge. After Zhao Ling threw a person over there, the sea serpent was enraged and swam directly towards the position where Zhao Ling and Dolly were. Zhao Ling moved away with his sword and avoided the attack of the sea serpent. The other hand held Dolly, and a foot was pushed into the body of the sea serpent, and with this force, he jumped out of the sea again and threw out the person in his hand. The dark glasses side took over and brought the man up to shore, returned to the deck, gave the man to Hu Ba-yi and the others to check on him, and he himself watched over Zhao Ling's situation with Wu Xie and the others. These two movements of Zhao Ling made the sea serpent very annoyed and fought with Zhao Ling regardless. Despite his size, Zhao Ling was really flexible in the water, holding the black gold ancient knife and slashing at the sea serpent mountain every now and then. A trace of blood spilled out from where the knife had cut, and the sea serpent tried to flee in some pain, but at that moment, Shen Nu and Zhang Yu also surrounded the serpent, taking the body-binding ropes and surrounding the serpent with one person on each side. Zhao Ling swam directly to the head of the sea serpent, one hand grasping at the position of his slightly growing bit of horn, the other hand holding the knife and plunging it straight into the sea serpent. The sea serpent struggled painfully, and with a single leap, it was straight out of the sea, and the crowd on the deck saw a bruised and battered sea serpent leaping out of the sea, with a figure crouching at its head, and a knife in the figure's hand plunged straight into the sea serpent's head. The sea serpent that leapt out of the sea hadn't been out of the sea surface for long before it was yanked back into the sea by Shen Nu and Zhang Yu below with one force, slamming heavily on the surface and splashing up a large area of water. The mouths of the men on the deck were hanging open at the sight, not knowing how to react. The sea serpent that had smashed into the sea barely had the strength to struggle. Zhao Mandarin pulled out his knife and quickly cut a few strips of meat off of the sea serpent and threw it to Shen Nu and Zhang Yu for them to hold. The two of them took the meat and left. Zhao Ling also left with his sword after the two left, and threw a charm to the descending sea serpent before he left. The three of them returned to the fishing boat and handed the snake meat to Wu Xie and the others before slowly climbing up. Wu Xie, brother Mandarins, That snake died just like that? Danma, there should still be a breath left. Zhao Ling came up last and returned the knife to Zhang Qigu, and when he heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. There shouldn't be any more now. As the words fell, an explosion was heard in the distance, and when everyone raised their eyes to look, they saw a large amount of water exploding from the place where they had just fought, with some blood and flesh mixed inside the water. Finally, it slowly returned to calmness, and the crowd dazedly withdrew their gazes to look at the sight of the Zhao Mandarin who was rubbing his hair and clouded over with a breathlessness. Shen Nu smacked her lips in disgust. Zhao Ling, this is too disgusting. Zhao, there's no other way. Just cut off the roots. Don't you have any other good ideas? Surely young, the smell of blood and freshness in the sea attracts a large number of creatures over the most, so it's actually a safer way to handle it. The explosion directly caused the sea serpent's body to explode into a mist of blood, and a few of them merged inside the seawater and were quickly washed away. Zhao Ling looked at Shirley Yang appreciatively. Hear that? Listen to how a smart person explains it. Shen Nu instantly became angry and grabbed Zhao Ling and asked, Damn Zhao Ling, you dare to call me stupid. I'm going to beat you to death. Zhao Ling ran away with great eyesight, leaving Shen Nu in place to look at his back and gnash her teeth. Holly rubbed Shen Nu's hair. Okay, let's clean up first. And also, we can't offend Zhao Ling yet now, or else we won't want to eat hot pot at night. It was only then that Shen Nu remembered this matter. They could only have Zhao Ling's best handiwork here, and she was still waiting for the other party to make snake meat. Shen Nu grudgingly nodded. Alright then, for the sake of the snake meat, I'll let him go first. Putting on a generous face made everyone in the room laugh. Hu Ba-yi was also relieved to see the two people who were rescued. Hao and Dolly. He also had the good sense not to mention it. The other party looked like they just wanted to give them a lesson, and didn't mean to kill anyone. Chapter 114, The Thousand Years Formation. Zhao Ling went to his room to change his clothes, and when he came out, he saw Ruan He and the others in the cockpit and opened his mouth. Boss Ruan, you guys shouldn't go down to collect the beads today. There's still some blood and flesh inside that might attract large animals over. It's not safe. Ruan He nodded. Yes, Mr. Zhao, we know. To be honest, now Ruan He is a little bit afraid of Zhao Ling. The ability is not bad, but also unconventional. Completely do not put human life in the eyes, but not let him be afraid of it. And now see him like this look and talk to himself, full of fear. Zhao Ling didn't care about their attitudes and smiled, looking towards Duo Ling. Zhao Ling, let's cook a big meal for dinner tonight. Duo Ling, come and help. Duo Ling heard this and glanced at Zhao Ling with some fear. Now Zhao Ling had a smile on his face. Without that look from a while ago, Duo Ling was much more relieved. Ruan He was the same. He had just seen the way Zhao Ling saved people. He wasn't as heartless as his own mouth made him out to be, so he was still relieved to leave Duo Ling in his hands. Wen He, Duo Ling, go help. Duo Ling nodded. Okay, master. Duo Ling followed Zhao Ling out, and Wu Xie greeted him. Brother Ling, what about this snake meat? Zhao Ling, set out the cutlery those. It's a nice day. Let's eat on the deck. Fatty Wang, okay, I'll go prepare something too. In a short while, with the help of the crowd, some things from the kitchen were taken out and placed on the deck. Zhao Ling went to handle the snake meat, and Duo Ling followed on the side to help. The others each found something to do, and just couldn't be idle anyway. Wu Xia looked at Duo Ling, who was standing behind Zhao Ling to help, and then looked at Wang Kaixian, who was following behind him with his attentiveness, and poked Fatty Wang, who was on one side. Wu Xia, Fatty, why don't you want to go up and help? Fatty Wang, Tianjin, don't look down on me. I already have clouds. Oh. Wu Xia, are you sure? Fatty Wang, that's for sure. When I'm done helping the mandarins, I'll bring Yin Kai and Uncle Agui to the capital, and take good care of them then. Dark eyes, can't see that Fatty is still so intentional? Fatty Wang, humph, don't look down on me. I still have some family money. Xia Yu Chen, in that case, I won't pay for this time. Fatty Wang's face instantly changed. Master Hua, you're not being generous. Wu Xia slapped his hand. Alright, is little flower teasing you? Wu Xia and Yu Chen looked at each other, their eyes filled with laughter. Fatty Wang looked at Zhao Ling, who was over there with a knife cutting meat, and sighed with emotion. But to say that if you marry someone, it's still worth it for our brother Ling. Look at this virtuous wife and mother. Next to him, Wu Xia and De Yu Chen looked at each other and laughed out. Black Glasses and Zhan Yu who were on the side also heard this and all laughed in unison. Shen Nu, the mandarin's cooking is really good, but he's not a good candidate for marrying someone. Oh. Holly nodded approvingly as well. The others didn't know about Zhao Ling's matter, but they did know something about it. Zhao Ling wanting to get married? That was too impossible. Dark Glasses, almost, were still eating. The others also nodded. Indeed, they had food now. It was better not to ask for too much. Zhao Ling also heard what they said, but didn't pay much attention to it. In the evening, the prepared crowd sat together on the deck for a snake fondue. Zhao Ling, this snake meat is good. a great tonic, eat more. The crowd went back to rest only after they had eaten almost as much as they wanted. The next day, Ruanhei and Kuchai went down to pick pearls again, while Zhao Ling and the others rested up there. Hu Ba-yi, on the other hand, they went down to look for clues, and Xia Yuchen left them alone after saying a few words to them. Ruanhei they picked pearls for a day. Looking at Zhao Ling they are a little impressed. This is a hard work, but they can last so long is still very impressive. Wu slanted to look at Duo Ling on the side and asked curiously, Duo Ling, are your master and the others very short of money? Duo Ling blushed a bit. The fish they've been fighting over the years have gotten cheaper and cheaper, and my master said he wanted to save up money for me to go to my dad, so that's why they were planning on harvesting more of them. Wu slanted and nodded, then asked her some more about their situation, knowing that they also understood Boss Ruan and the others. It's not easy for all of them. In the evening, Ruanhei and the others came back, saying that there was a big guy down there and they needed ropes to get it, and Hu Ba-yi and the others went to help. Finally fetched up a large clam. When they pulled it up, Zhao Mandarin just happened to come out, and saw this still a little surprised. Zhao Ling, ooh, such a big one. Wu Xie and the others surrounded the large clam and looked back and forth. So big, it won't be a man-eating clam, right? Uncle Ming, this clam is 1,000 years old. It's called a ding-dong. Ruanhei, however, said, this is the man-eating clam. Just now between the opening and closing of this clam, we also saw a human figure. Is it Boss Hu? Hubert nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Ming took a look at the situation, and the expression of joy on his face was something he couldn't stop. Wealthy. Wealthy ah. Hu Ba-yi, what's wrong? Uncle Ming, are you so excited? Uncle Ming, who's I ah? Do you know that this 1,000-year-old formation ah? Between the opening and closing of the mussel shells the light of the pearl leaks out. Is the favorite thing for this water tribe to chase after? Wu Xia looked at Uncle Ming who was so excited and spoke with a smile. I'm afraid it's not an ordinary water tribe, otherwise you wouldn't be so excited. Uncle Ming, ha, that's for sure. It's a legendary mermaid. Hu Ba-yi, a mermaid? Isn't that fictional? Shen Nu raised her hand. I have an opinion on this one. This sharks all exist. That mermaids are not impossible. Oh, Uncle Ming, this girl has insight. Who's I ah? When your uncle I was running a boat in the South China Sea. I have caught mermaids with my own hands. Wang Kaixian, really? Uncle Ming, you're not fooling us, are you? Uncle Ming patted his chest. How can it be? Legend has it that this mermaid meat is delicious. Eat it can also be immortal. But unfortunately at the time I do not know the goods. Sold to a black-hearted businessman. Only a few 100,000. And then I realized that this thing in North America that is more than the equivalent of the weight of the gold. Hu Ba-yi, Uncle Ming, after all that, let's hurry up and open it. Do you know how to open it? Uncle Ming, don't worry, your Uncle Ming I'm an old sea wolf. I'm good at this stuff. Mingshu said and took out a knife. Zhao Mandarin they took a look and were still a little surprised. I did not expect this old drunkard still has this treasure. It seems that the people on their ship are quite powerful of course, except for those two trash. Chapter 115, Mermaids. Wang Kaixian, Uncle Ming. Then do you think this is worth money or the stuff in that coffin we salvaged before? Uncle Ming, if there's really a mermaid in here, the price will be at least twice as much as that shark corpse. Uncle Ming's words made Wang Kaixian and Hu Ba-yi suck in a breath of cool air. So valuable. To put it bluntly, they came here this time to earn some money so that they would have some support when they went abroad. And now it seems that they are going to get rich. Uncle Ming, later you all listen to my command this clam have to be careful to take, or destroy the mermaid inside. This thing is not worth Hu Ba-yi laughed. Alright, Uncle Ming, we'll see you show us your hand today. Uncle Ming, yeah, you guys wait. Uncle Ming took the dragon arc knife and slowly inserted it in the middle of the mussel shell. The mussel shell closed tightly. At this time, the sky was also slowly raining. Zhao Ling looked up at the sky, decided that it was better not to get wet with them and went back to the room. Shen Nu and Dongqing also followed. Wu Xia and the others were curious about what was inside, so they stayed in the rain and waited. Uncle Ming inserted the knife in as he chanted an incantation, and to their confusion, as Uncle Ming mouthed the incantation, the mussel shell opened slightly to a slit. Seeing this, Uncle Ming immediately asked Wang Kaixian to take an anesthetic and pump it in, and after the anesthesia took effect, the clam shell slowly opened automatically. As soon as he opened it, the light inside spilled out. Uncle Ming was an old sea wolf, and as soon as he saw this scene, he immediately took out his clothes and covered them to keep the light from leaking out. The crowd's eyes then looked at what was underneath the dress, a child-sized mermaid, with some gold color still glowing at the tail of the lower half of its body, and an extremely bright pearl at the head of the fish on the upper half of its body. Uncle Ming, wealthy, this stuff is worth a lot more than the ones we fished out. They talked some more after that, and the words were all centered around how valuable it was. Wu Xia and the others also looked at it curiously for a long time. and finally came to a conclusion that it was indeed worth a lot of money. It was the Xian Nu who couldn't wait any longer and wanted to eat, and came to call them back. Returning to the cabin, looking at the dishes on the table, Hu Ba-yi and the others were a little embarrassed. They saw the mermaid net focus on the excitement to go, and did not want to get up to come in to help cook. Uncle Ming carefully cradled his things and placed them on a side table before finally sitting down at the table, his eyes still glancing over every now and then. Hu Ba-yi, Mr. Zhao, please, Zhao Ling, it's okay, we're all going to eat anyway. Wu Xia, you don't know. Mandarin, that thing is pretty. Xia Yuchen, it's not just pretty, it's also worth a lot of money. Zhao Ling then flatly returned an O, with absolutely no intention of asking more. Xian Nu behaved in the same way. What's the use of looking good? That thing can't be eaten, so what's the use of buying it back and putting it on display? Xian Nu felt that the so-called mermaid was not as popular with her as the pearl, at least the pearl she could wear. That thing was useless. Xia Yuchen lost his smile. That's also true. They had gotten that thing as nothing more than a collection, and there really wasn't much other value. Hu Ba-yi, boss Xie, then how are we going to divide this up? Xia Yuchen, you can split your stuff however you want, but I can help you sell it. Xia Yuchen gazed to put up the mermaid. This thing he is not going to eat. Killed you to sell a favor is still good. Hu Ba-yi and the others looked at each other and still asked, Boss Xia can help us contact the buyer? Xia Yuchen nodded. Hu Ba-yi they are a little moved. After all, their identity can be accessed by a limited number of people. This thing is indeed valuable, but it is also necessary to meet a good buyer. Otherwise they cannot do anything if they are pitched. Uncle Ming, Wu, is this friend of yours related? Xia Yuchen, I can't talk about any relationship, but I also have some friendship with the owner of the Crescent Moon Hotel. Aren't you guys also from the capital? It's the best to take it there and sell it. I can help you guys with some introductions. Hu Ba-yi nodded, then I'll trouble boss Xia. Xia Yuchen, it's okay, it's smooth. Wu Xia and the others looked at each other. Little flower. This thing Crescent Moon Hotel also accepts Xia Yuchen, there aren't many stores in the country that have an auction license, and with these things, Boss Yin is afraid that he likes them the most. Zhao Ling, indeed, other than her, I'm afraid there aren't many people who would dare to accept this. This thing looks like just a treasure, but once it is taken out, it is definitely in trouble, and it is only the Crescent Moon Hotel that takes it out, and the other people dare not say much. Hu Ba-yi and the others were much more relaxed. It was good for them to have a place to sell this stuff, and it was still good that they wouldn't be involved. Zhao Ling, have you explored almost all the ground down there? Zhao Ling said about this they remembered exactly. Yes, they came here this time but for the Mary Sena ship, but they have already searched for 2 days. Still no clue at all. Haba-I, still nothing. Not a single wreck to be seen down there. Wu Xia, Mandarins you said that thing wouldn't be out of here, right? Dark glasses, Shao-san master. You cannot talk nonsense otherwise we are not a trip for nothing. Hu Ba-yi, according to the information given by Prof. Chen, the Maricena sank at this location. Perhaps there is still something we haven't found. We'll continue to look for it tomorrow. At night, they returned to their cabin, and Xia Yuchen was a little worried. Zhao Ling, what if we can't find it? Zhao Ling, I don't think so. Do you guys remember that dragon sucking water we saw earlier? The crowd nodded. They remembered the events of that night very well. So what happened? Zhao Ling, if this sea we are now traveling is the location of the shipwreck, then according to the normal driving situation is not going to happen after all. We have all turned around on this for a long time. To have an accident if we would have had an accident a long time ago. Xian Nu, so, you're trying to say that they might have encountered something that caused the shipwreck. Zhao Ling, that's right. Wu Xie, is it hard for us to wait for something to happen with this weather too? Fatty Wang, are you kidding? Then we won't have an accident too. How can we go back then? Zhao Ling, you guys don't have to worry about that. I always feel that this day won't be too long. Wu Slash, I actually have a gut feeling that something just wants to happen. Fatty Wang, Tianjin, don't talk, you're really going to have an accident there. Chapter 116 Bilge. Wu Xia was a bit embarrassed by what he said and turned his head away from him, looking at Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling shrugged. That's fine. We're waiting for something to happen to him. We'll see what happens then. The others nodded. They all knew what was coming next. That was a lot more reassuring. Otherwise they would really have to make a trip for nothing. Early the next morning, Ruan He and the others went down to pick pearls again. Although the thing they got yesterday was really worth a lot of money. But who would mind having too much money? And since all these things were to be divided into several portions, they couldn't be sure of how much they got their hands on. Zhao Ling and the others waited to see the sky. Anyway, now they pretty much guessed that there won't be anything down there. Hu Ba-yi and the others still went down twice. Just not much to gain. Zhao Ling and Xian Maiden, who were resting in the cabin, were suddenly awakened by a sound, looked at each other and got up to open the cabin door. Outside, Fatty Wang and Duo Ling were talking as Wu Xie and Yu Chen stood in front of them. Zhao Ling, what are you guys doing? The crowd heard the voice and turned their heads to look at Zhao Ling. Duo Ling had tears in her eyes. Mr. Zhao, my sweet horn is missing? Zhao Ling's face collapsed and his gaze went to Wu Xie and the others. What sweet corner? Wu slash, it's a hamster. Duo Ling, sweet corner is my best friend now. Mr. Zhao, please help me find it. Zhao Ran's face was a bit bad. No, it was just such a thing. Was it hard for him to go and find it himself? Zhao Ling looked at Wu Xie and the others. Are you guys still not going to look for it? Wu Shiji was a bit embarrassed. We've searched for them. None of them are there. A lovely and kind woman like Duo Ling. They still liked her more, so they didn't mind helping her. Zhao Ling frowned. So what? You guys are not looking for this? Xia Yuchen looked at them. Some hate iron is not steel is open. Above have looked. They want to go to the bottom cabin to find. But, all said that the following haunted. So, Zhao Ling leaned on the doorframe. Well, this is to find him accompanied, but looked at Duo Ling's pleading eyes, or nodded to agree. Zhao Ling, let's go and take a look. The others were just about to leave when Hu Ba Yi and the others returned, and as soon as they heard they were going to the bilge, Ruan He was full of disapproval. Ruan He, Mr. Zhao, Boss Xie, you guys better not go down. It's not safe down there. Xie Yuchen, Boss Ruan, don't worry, we'll pay attention. Wang Kaishan had also wanted to court Duo Ling, and when he heard that it was her pet that was missing, he immediately had to go and help. As soon as Hu Ba wanted to stop it, there was nothing he could do, but Shirley Yang was quite curious about the bottom, so a group of people went down with him. When he reached the doorway, he stopped, and Zhao Ling came forward to stand in the doorway. Zhao Ling, you guys back up a bit, be careful. Zhao Ling lifted his hand and twisted the door open. The light inside was dim, so he couldn't see anything wrong. Duo Ling somewhat anxiously went up and shouted twice, sensing the movement inside, and wanted to go in to look for it, but was pulled back by Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling, wait outside. Zhao Ling took the lead and walked in. Xian Nu followed curiously, and Wu Xie stopped the others outside. Let's wait first. As soon as the two of them entered inside, they felt a chill and glanced at each other, their faces not looking too good. Xian Nu, it seems that people did die here, and the reputation of the ghost ship is not an empty one. Zhao Ling, but there's no soul, and there's none on the ship. Could it be that it ran away? Xian Nu, is it appropriate for you to ask me this kind of question? Who is the ghost messenger between the two of us? Zhao Ling, just saying, let's look for the hamster first. As soon as Zhao Ran's words left his mouth, he heard a sound and lowered his body. He saw a small hamster from underneath one of the cabinets. Zhao Ling found it. Then he reached out and took the hamster in his hand, spoke to the genin, and turned to go out. When she saw Doreen, she gave the hamster back to her, and Doreen had a look of surprise on her face. Doreen, thank you for getting me back, sweet horn. Zhao Ling smiled and didn't say anything. Wu Xie and the others glanced inside twice curiously. Brother Ling, are there ghosts inside? Zhao Ling was just about to reply when he heard a rattling sound coming from inside and Xian Nu's shout. What is this thing? Zhao Ling's face changed, turned around and ran inside. Dongqing also worriedly followed. Wu Xia and the others looked at each other and just wanted to go in, but they were stopped by the dark glasses. Dark glasses, Master Hua, you guys wait here, I'll go in with Mute Zhang and take a look. After saying that, the two of them ran in, but Wu Xie and the others did not follow them in, still very obedient. Inside, Zhao Ling went in and realized that Xian Nu was hiding from something, and when she saw Zhao Ling come in, Xian Nu was a bit worried. Xian Nu, there's something odd about this thing, be careful. Before Zhao Ling had the chance to reply, he felt something on his feet, and when he looked down, it was a few transparent silk threads that he immediately dodged. Zhao Ling, I'll go. What's this? Xian Nu, it should be something inside that messes up to catch prey. The two of them were talking and dodging. The silk threads were transparent and there were many of them. It was very difficult to be entangled. What Zhang Qi Lattice and Dark Glasses saw when they came in was the two of them dodging away in a mess. Dark Glasses, no, you two can't be unable to deal with this thing, can you? Zhao Ling, there's something odd about this thing. Be careful you guys, don't get entangled. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Xiao felt the silk threads coming towards them from the side, and hurriedly pulled his dark glasses to avoid them, and pulled out his black and gold ancient sword to slash at the silk threads, which strangely enough did not cut through. Dark Glasses looked shocked. No, is this thing so evil? Even your knife can't cut through it. Zhao Ling, this is not a mortal object. It's useless. Hearing this, Xiao lifted his knife and slashed at his hand, followed by a blood-sticky cut, which easily sliced through. Zhang Qi Lattice, useful. Dark Glasses looked surprised. Can't it be that this thing is an evil spirit? Zhao Ling and Xian Nu also noticed their movements, and it seemed that this thing was indeed evil. Zhao Ling, look for the thing that controls behind the scenes. Zhao Ling dodged the silk threads in front of him, pulled Xian Nu back a distance, raised his hand and pinched his finger, and the silk threads began to catch fire as the seals of the law fell and slowly disappeared. Finally, the source was something white on the wall, and the four of them took a slightly closer look at it and instantly took a few steps back. Xian Nu, this stuff? I'm kind of sick of looking at it. Zhao Ling, whatever, destroy it first. Zhao Ling took out a talisman in his hand and threw it at the thing. Then an explosion sounded, and some bright red liquid flowed out of the thing, which gave them the evil chills. Xian Nu, let's go. I can't stay here any longer. After saying that, he took the lead and walked forward. Zhao Ling and the others also followed behind and left. This thing really isn't pretty. Walking to the door, Wu Xia and the others were curious. Brother mandarins, what's inside? Zhao Ran looked up and smiled. If you're curious you haven't seen it, also go in and take a look. It's quite pretty. After that, he left, and little brother and the others followed. Chapter 117, Entering the Returned Ruins. Wu Xia and the others looked at each other with curiosity in their eyes. In the end, it was Fatty Wang who couldn't help himself. Let's go, Tianjun. Let's go in and take a look. The mandarins and the others must have settled it anyway. As soon as Wu Xia thought so, he followed and walked in. Hu Bai and their group of people were also very curious, so they followed along. Finally, the crowd saw flowers growing on that white stone, and the flowers were still vaguely human-like, not to mention that they were also oozing out some bright red liquid, which made them nauseous to look at. When they went back, looking at the person sitting on the bed with a smile on his face, Wu Xiaocai and the others directly broke their defenses. Wu Xia, brother mandarins, you lied to us. Looking at each of them with a dishwater look on their faces, Zhao Mandarin sighed, you're the ones who wanted to see it. How is it? Is it good? Fatty Wang, good looking? I'm going to puke. Zhao Ling, you're the ones who want to go in. Zhao Ling smiled and opened his mouth, his eyes full of malice. Xian Nu and Dong Qing looked at each other, looking at Wu Xia and their eyes full of sympathy. Still too young. Zhao Ling, this deadliness. They actually have not yet gotten used to it. Wu Xia was just about to say something when he saw that little brother's hands were wrapped in gauze and his face instantly changed. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Before Zhang Qi Lattice could answer, Zhao Ling spoke. Just now, little brother used his own blood, and I've just bandaged him up. As soon as Wu Xia heard this, he was distressed. Little brother, why are you using your own blood again? This Mandarin brother, they are so powerful, there must be a way. Zhao Ling, Wu Xia, you're really good at talking. Wu Xiadi was a little embarrassed as he turned his head to look at Zhao Ling, and finally touched his head. That was my affirmation of Ling's ability. Suddenly, there was a shout from outside, something's wrong. Xia Yuchen was at the very outside, and the first time he heard it, he immediately turned around and went out, asking, what's wrong? Hu Bai, the sea is on fire. Xia Yuchen followed his line of sight. The distant sea was lit up with flames and looked a little eerie. Zhao Ling also went out to take a look. This thing is really quite rare. Hearing this, Hu Bai and the others were helpless to the core. No, when is this time? There is still an ornamental nature. Xia Yuchen, hurry up and get out of here. Hu Bai immediately called out to Ruan He to start the boat and leave the waters. I don't know how long I drove. Finally left the sea of fire behind. The crowd just breathed a sigh of relief. As for what they said about the Yin fire burning the sea, Zhao Mandarin, they didn't care very much. After all, they didn't see any Yin Qi. I'm afraid that it's just a natural phenomenon. They waited until the next day before they sailed back to that sea again, and the sea looked so calm that they couldn't see what had happened at all, which amazed them even more. Instead, just when they thought everything was returning to calm, a shout from Sherry Young told them that it wasn't over. Shirley Young, old who? Look, what's that? The crowd's gazes followed the direction of her finger, and they saw a whirlpool appearing in the sea in front of them, growing larger and larger, slowly reaching the bottom of their ship. Zhao Ling, get your gear. Zhao Ling's words made them wake up like a dream, and each of them hurriedly took their things and grabbed something on the boat to fix their shape, lest they be thrown out. Xian Nu, this is the entrance to the returning ruins? It really lives up to its name. Hu Bai, they have not reacted, and then looked at Zhao Ling. They are all prepared. Calm face, probably also understand. They long guessed the reason for the sinking of the ship. No wonder he looked for so many days, also did not see anything. The crowd then just felt caught up in a drum washing machine, and I don't know how long it took before they slowly regained consciousness. Zhao Ling woke up to find himself lying on a board, and when he looked down, it was the hull of the Trident. Zhao Ling got up and began to call out Wu Xia's name and theirs, and slowly, one by one, some voices rang out from other places, and other people slowly climbed up from underneath the boat. Fatty Wang, this place is worthy of being called the returning ruins. Swooning fat master me. Wu Xia, alright, Fatty, let's see if there are any injuries on the body. The others also checked their respective conditions. Luckily, none of them were injured. They were just a bit dazed from the impact just now. Xia Yuchen, well, it looks like we're at the place. Get ready and go find something. Zhao Ling, take what you have on you and get out of here. Zhao Ling looked at the broken hull and was a bit speechless. This thing is really not durable. It's a pity that it's ruined. Hu Bai and the others reacted quickly and immediately packed up their things. Uncle Ming hugged his baby and was very reluctant to let go. Hu Bai was a bit hard to watch. Uncle Ming, you still need to bring some equipment yourself, or no one will care about you later. Uncle Ming, who's I? You don't understand that this is so precious. You have to take good care of it. Kai Xian Wang, it's better for me to keep it, said he wanted to go forward to grab the mermaid. Uncle Ming did not want to give it to him, and between the two arguing, the mermaid's bag came off and fell into the sea. Both of them were startled, and the fastest to react was indeed Ruan He, leaping into the seawater and going for something. Xia Yuchen and their blocking hands couldn't even reach out in time. Xian Nua's face didn't look good either. There's something down there. Zhao Ling, what should we do? Xian Maiden was asking Zhao Ling if she wanted to go and save the people. After all, they hadn't thought of this situation. Other people are also even, but this Black Ruan is really good. Dying here, it's too unworthy. Zhao Ling cursed, I'll go. You guys don't move. Then he also jumped into the sea, and when he went down, he realized that Nguyen Heap had already got the package, but he was also surrounded by several sharks, and the sea was dimly lit, so Nguyen Heap didn't notice it. Watching Zhao Ling go down, Hu Bai and the others were also a bit anxious, and were fixed in place by a cold stare from the dark glasses. You'd better not move. Hu Bai was startled by the look in their eyes and didn't dare to move in, while Gu Kai and Duo Ling looked at the sea worriedly, fearing that something might happen to their master. Wang Kaixian and Uncle Ming looked at each other. They were both a bit scared. The cause of this matter was them in the end, and they were now full of emptiness. Zhao Rin sped up and swam behind Ruan He and punched the sharks. He didn't save his strength and punched through one of them. The blood that filled the room caused the other sharks to start swimming in their direction. Seeing this, Zhao Ling immediately left the position he was in just now, and looking at Ruan He's figure that had already left, he also let out a sigh of relief and followed him. When Ruan He came out, Gu Kai and Duo Ling happily greeted him. Master, are you alright? Ruan He shook his head. I'm fine, I got my stuff back. Ruan He handed the item to Hu Bai, who took it with some hesitation. Boss Ruan, next time in a situation like this it's better to forget about it. It's too dangerous. Chapter 118, Giant Octopus. Ruan He shook his head and didn't say anything. How could he not know that there was danger down there? But it was worth a lot of money. He had promised to send Duo Ling to his father, and with this money, he could go, as well as Kuchai. He was getting older. He had to plan for them. Duo Ling, by the way. Master, have you seen Mr. Zhao? He went down to look for you? Ruan He was stunned. What? I didn't see it. Duo Ling was a bit anxious. So was Ruan He. They all wanted to jump back down to look for him, but they were stopped by Xia Yuchen. Take it easy. He'll be fine. Ruan He and the others were stopped by Xia Yuchen and the others, but their gazes were still fixed on the sea in front of them. Their hearts worried. Before long, they saw the seawater in front of them gushing up with blood, which looked a bit scary. Zhao Ling's was also slowly revealing himself, and the others were relieved to see him come out. Shen Nu, Zhao Ling, are you okay? Zhao Ling, it's okay, there are sharks down there, get out of here. Zhao Ling's words were echoed by the others, who all hurriedly grabbed their belongings and boarded the lifeboat. Zhao Ling gazed at Wang Kaixian and Uncle Ming. I hope that what happened just now doesn't happen again. Do you hear me? Wang Kaixian, Mr. Zhao, don't worry, we'll absolutely listen to you. From now on, if you say go east, we'll never go west. Zhao Ling, it's good to know. Wang Kaixian was very discerning and could tell at a glance that Zhao Ling was a bit angry, so he immediately opened his mouth to make his attitude clear, and Zhao Ling was satisfied with his understanding of the times. After that the group left in the lifeboat and rode for a while before finally finding a place to land. Zhao Ling got off the boat and looked at the things in the distance. A little happy, it has really come to all the effort. Wu Xia and the others also followed his line of sight. This is a shipwreck. Zhao Ling nodded. Maybe that Marasenya ship is in there. Dark glasses, so let's go over there and look for it. Zhao Ling swept a glance at the crowd, and finally his gaze went to Hu Bai and the others. Mr. Hu, the location of this shipwreck is here, so I'm counting on you guys to find the things inside? Hu Bai nodded. Okay, Fatty and I will go over. Zhao Mandarin smiled and nodded. Little brother, you and the dark glasses are with them. Be safe, go and come back quickly. Shirley Young wanted to go along, but was stopped by Hu Bai. It's not safe here, you stay here and pay attention. We'll just go. Shirley Young, okay, you guys make sure you stay safe. The four of them walked towards the location of the shipwreck. Zhao Mandarin found a seat and sat down. Take a break. We don't know what's behind us yet. All pay attention. The others were resting around him. It was just a bit spooky looking in here and they didn't feel comfortable being too far away from him. Wu Xia, Mandarin's little brother. Can they find the Qin King's bone shining mirror? Zhao Ling, I don't know about them, but Hu Ba-yi might be able to. Zhao Ling thought. Xiao Gu and the others were afraid that they wouldn't be able to recognize what the Qin King's bone shining mirror looked like, but Hu Ba-yi and the others were different. Along the way, he observed the other party for a long time, and the other party still had some ability, and their qi was good, so he was relieved to let them go. Xian Nu, the qi on them? Zhao Ling raised an eyebrow. Born with it. We're lucky. Xian Nu nodded. That's true. It's just that I don't know why people with this kind of luck are coming to this business. They can see the deep qi luck on Hu Ba-yi and Wu Xie, Xia Yuchen. They are somewhat similar. Such a person to do what is actually advantageous. But after they came here, they met actually our inverted bucket. Really sinful Shirley Young had been listening to their conversation and sniffed with some curiosity. What kind of qi are you guys talking about? Zhao Ling looked at her. There are things that are better for you if you don't ask so many questions. Shirley Young, I know, I'm just worried about Hu. Is he going to be okay? Zhao Ling and Xian Nu looked at each other and finally looked at Sherry Young. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Shirley Young breathed a sigh of relief, and Zhou Mandarin shook his head. The love was deep. After a long time, Zhao Ran had all dozed off a bit when a sudden vibration came and woke them up. Zhao Ling's eyes changed. Something happened. Wu Xie, Mandarins, little brother and the others? Zhao Ling got up. I'll go over and take a look. You guys get on the boat and wait. After saying that, he ran towards the direction where Hu Ba-yi and the others went, and Wu Xie and the others listened to him and got into the boat and waited on the shore, ready to leave at any time. Zhao Ling went over and saw Hu Ba-yi and the others running out, seeing Zhao Ling a little excited. Inside, there's a big octopus inside. Zhao Ling froze. Octopus, was that necessary? Before he could say anything, he saw Xiao in dark glasses running out as well, followed by a giant large octopus that was several stories tall. Zhao Ling, go. Where did you provoke? Dark glasses, it's in the wreck. Like we're making noise. Dark glasses said some uncertainty. Zhao Mandarin some autism. Not. This thing of things how are all so big Zhao Ling looked at Hu Ba-yi. Did you find the stuff? Hu Ba-yi knew what he meant and nodded. Found it. The corner of Zhao Ling's mouth hooked into a smile. Then I'm relieved. You guys hurry up and go to the ship. As soon as Hu Ba heard of his arrangement, he did not hesitate and scattered his legs. Zhao Ling took his gun and hit the octopus a few times. It was still effective. Then instructed little brother and the others. You guys go first. I'll break the back. Black glasses, go get the explosives with Fatty. Dark glasses promised, and the little brother left, as Zhao Mandarin dodged around dodging the tentacles of the octopus, and also drew it towards the other side. This side of the dark glasses back to the shore. Inside shouted at Fatty. Fatty, explosives. Fatty nodded his head and immediately took out the prepared explosives from his backpack and threw them to Black Glasses, who took them and ran to Zhao Ling. Seeing Zhao Ling who was circling with the octopus, he didn't hesitate. The explosives are here. After saying that, he threw it to Zhao Ling, who lifted his hand to take it, stomped his foot on the stone wall, and used his strength to fly over the octopus's head, dropping the explosives into the octopus's mouth in the process. Landing on the ground, he greeted his dark glasses. Run! The two ran back to the shore with a go. Once on board, the others were long ready to row away. Not too far away, an explosion came, and the crowd only felt some ringing in their ears, and it took a while for them to recover. Dark glasses, no. Fatty, what kind of explosives do you have that are so powerful? Fatty, you'd better ask the Mandarin. He gave it to me. The eyes of the crowd looked at Zhao Ling. I did not expect you are actually such a ghost messenger. Physical superhuman Zhao Ling shrugged. You guys just tell me if it works or not? The crowd got some goosebumps looking at the splattered blood and flesh. Xia Yuchen, it works. It's awesome. Zhang Yu, no. Mandarin brother, you still use my 5 thunder talisman when you have this. You don't know that my talisman is very precious. Zhao Ling waved his hand carelessly. Oops, I forgot about it before. Chapter 119 Kenwood. Zhao Ling's words caused Zhang Yu to have a moment of sadness. His 5 thunder talisman after all, it was a mispayment. Zhao Ling was a bit embarrassed. Turn around. I'll make it up to you. Zhang Yu instantly became excited. Brother Mandarins, you also know how to draw the 5 thunder talismans? Zhao Ling, I don't know how, but we have another one here who can use thunder. Zhang Yu looked at him with a curious expression. Who is it? So powerful? Xian Nu was embarrassed. No, how is this still her business? Sure enough, in the next second, Zhao Ling pointed at Xian Nu and introduced. This one, the 9 heavens Xian Nu knows, right? She is. Zhang Yu looked at Xian Nu who smiled somewhat stiffly at him with a shocked expression. 9 heavenly Xian Nu? The same goddess who taught the art of war and the 9 heavens Xian Thunder? Zhao Ling didn't say anything, and Xian Nu patted Zhang Yu's shoulder. Insightful. Yes, it's me. Zhang Yu was a bit dumbfounded. he felt that he needed to be quiet. Just such a nymphomaniac woman who followed them every day to play soy sauce was actually the 9 heavenly mysteries. The contrast was too big. Wu Xie and the others were also a bit surprised and asked Zhao Ling in a low voice, "Brother Ling, what about Xian Nu being so powerful?" Zhao Ling bristled with disinterest. "Otherwise, what did you guys think? It's just that there's a limit to her ability on Earth." Hu Baiyi's boat was a bit far away from them, so he didn't hear exactly what they were saying, but judging from their reactions, he knew that what they were saying should be something quite important. Wu Xie and Yu Chen, they all stared at Xian Nu somewhat strangely. They really couldn't imagine that she would actually be so powerful. Xian Nu waved her hand awkwardly, low profile, low profile. The others averted their gazes and didn't say anything else, but the shock in their hearts still couldn't be wiped away. Originally they knew that she was very powerful when they looked at her strength before, but they didn't expect it to be this powerful. The crowd paddled forward for a long time and finally reached a landmass with a huge tree in front of them, which made the crowd gasp in amazement. "Wu Xie, what is this thing? There are still these things at the bottom of the sea?" "Xian Nu, this seems to be Jian Mu." Xian Nu's voice was a bit uncertain. Zhao Ling took a closer look and finally nodded. "It is indeed Jian Mu. It seems like we can only rely on this if we want to go out." Zhao Mandarin's eyes looked at the Jian Mu in front of him. His heart sank. After getting the stuff, the matter of going out became more important. Originally he was still thinking about how to go out, but he didn't expect the method to be right in front of his eyes. "Xia Yu Chen, by this? Are you sure?" "Hu Bai, following this path. We have no choice but it. We just don't know. How is this thing going to be used?" "Zhao Ling, climb up and take a look. Since this used to be the place of the hateful heavenly kingdom, there must be traces of it." The others did not feel him. One by one, followed the climb up, to a fork in the road, finally saw the door can enter. Wu oblique opened and found a road inside. "Wu Xie, this road, can it be traveled?" "Zhao Ling, go in and take a look." Wu Xie just wanted to go in, but was pulled back by Fatty Wang. "Tianjun, it's better to let little brother and the others go up." Wu Xie gave Fatty a blank look and obediently stood behind Zhao Ling and the others, waiting for them to go in first before following them in. After walking for a while, they reached a dimly lit area with a number of reefs. "Hu Bai, this place is a bit strange." "Zhao Ling, just get used to it. There's no such thing as normal here." Wu Xie suddenly shouted, You guys look at these things." The crowd was attracted by Wu Xie's voice and walked up to him. He pointed to those bronze vessels in front of him and looked at the crowd. "There can't be anything on here, can there?" "Dark glasses, just look at it." Dark Glasses said and stepped forward to check it out twice. "It looks like there's something engraved on it." The others also went up to check it out. And in the end, it was Wu Xie and Hu Bai who saw something. "Wu Xie, what's written on this seems to be something about the hateful Sky Ancient Kingdom." "Hu Bai, there is a record on top of the ancient book I looked up earlier that this was originally the ruins of the hateful Sky Ancient Kingdom. It seems to be true. What is recorded on it is some of the things they sacrificed." "Fatty Wang, does that say how to get out?" He was still more concerned about that. Hu Bai shook his head. "Why don't we take a look around here?" "Zhao Ling, yes. In groups of 2. Be careful," Zhao Ling commanded, and the others dispersed at his words, walking around to check out the situation. Zhao Ling and the others finally found a piece of water, and the others also walked here one after another, looking at the dark and heavy water in the waters. The faces of all of them were a bit not so good. "Zhao Ling, go down and take a look." "Zheng Yu, I'll go." Zhao Ling nodded and asked Hu Bai to join him again. It was still safer that way. After the two of them went down, Zhao Ling looked at the crowd. "Wu Xie, take them back to take a rest. We'll be fine here." Wu Shang nodded and brought Uncle Ruan Heiming and they were about to leave. Just then, Zhao Ling spoke. "Gu Kai, you stay." Kuchai froze, wondering why he was leaving himself behind, and Ruan He and Duoling were also a little nervous. "Wang Kaixian, Mr. Zhao, what are you calling Guchai for? He doesn't know much about this either. Or I should stay." Zhao Ling smiled. "Just Gu Guai stay. He can still help out later. Little brother and the dark glasses stay too." Saying that, his eyes looked towards Hu Bai. "Mr. Who also come along." Hu Bai nodded and told Wang Kaixian and Sherry Yang to go back. Ruan He wanted to say something but was stopped by Kuchai. "Kuchai, master, I could have stayed and helped." Ruan He nodded. "You must be careful." After that they left, and shortly after they left, Zhang Yu came up. "Zhang Yu, there are many stone pillars down there, and some sleeping sharks." As soon as the words fell, the other people's faces looked a little bad. They didn't expect that there were actually sharks here. They had thought it was a coincidence before. "Zhao Ling, this is not important. Is there a way out down there?" Zhang Yu, "Oh, there's another place without gravity. It seems to be a formation inside, but I don't know." Hu Bai, formation? What kind of formation? Zhang Yu scratched his head. I haven't seen it before. I don't know how to solve it." Zhao Ling, forget it. Go down and take a look. Xian Nu, are we all going down? Zhao Ling, I'll go down with Hu Ba Yi and little brother to take a look first. You guys wait up there. The others nodded. Then the three of them jumped into the sea and swam a short distance inside. They saw the sleeping sharks. Zhao Ran looked closer and saw that they were all still alive, which required attention. Zhao Ling waved his hand and left, and Hu Ba Yi and Xiao Xiao went to the place where there was no gravity and carefully observed it before leaving. Chapter 120, Departure. After going out, Hu Ba Yi was the first to speak. Hey, I feel that the things on it are somewhat familiar, as if I've seen them somewhere? Zhao Ling gazed at Gu Kai without answering. Hu Ba Yi also noticed his sight and followed him to Gu Kai, who was a bit confused and didn't know what was going on. Zhao Ling came forward and put his arm around his shoulders. Brother, take off your clothes. Let's take a look. Kuchai, huh? Hu Ba Yi also reacted. He had seen the tattoos on Gu Gui's back before and didn't know what they were for at the time, but now that Zhao Ling brought it up, he also thought that it was related to the formation he saw below. Hu Ba Yi, Kuchai, let's see the tattoo on your back. Kuchai understood this and immediately took off his shirt, revealing the tattoo on his back. Hu Ba Yi looked at it. If that's right, Gu Kai should be a descendant of the hateful Sky Clan. Gu Kai, do you remember who gave you this tattoo? Kuchai shook his head. I don't remember any more elders for me. This tattoo has been there since I can remember. Haba I, so is there anything else you've always remembered, but don't know what to do with? Gu Guai thought for a long time before opening his mouth to utter a paragraph. Hu Ba Yi froze and then reacted. Hu Ba Yi, that's right, that's the trigram. Kuchai, brother Hu, I don't know what this is for. It seems like something someone asked me to memorize when I was a kid. Hu Ba Yi patted his shoulder. It's okay if you don't know. I know on the line. You now say again to me what you remember in its entirety. Gu Guchai said. Hu Ba Yi took notes on the side. Zhao Ling and the others didn't disturb. Dark glasses, mandarins, you wouldn't have known about this kid's origins and let him stay, would you? Zhao Ling shook his head. That's not true. I just feel that there is a strange feeling about him. Xian Nu, sure enough. You've noticed that it's a bit different from the humans on the continent. I didn't realize that it's actually a descendant of the hateful Sky Clan. The dark glasses listened in confusion. No, what the hell does it feel like? Zhao Ling, you don't understand. This is an intuition that belongs uniquely to us. When you become a Ghostbuster, you'll know. Dark glasses, forget it then. I think being human is kinda nice. Zhao Ling did not answer. Looked at the dark glasses of the Go and little brother. Smiled a little meaningful. This is not up to you. Oh. Xian Nu came closer to him and spoke. You haven't told him about the things he learned. Zhao Ling, that's what makes it fun, isn't it? Xian Nu smacked her lips. TCH. Not bad for you. Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling didn't say anything else. The cultivation secrets he handed over to Black Glasses before, that was only available to the Ghostbusters. Right now the underworld wasn't out here, so he couldn't feel it. When the underworld came out, the restrictions on him would appear, and he would not be able to refuse then. Hu Baiyi's side memorized what Gu Guai said and looked at Zhao Ling. These that Gu Guai memorized should be the things that open the formation, but the things that are put into the cave? Zhao Ling, those pearls you took earlier. Hu Baiyi was stunned, then smiled helplessly and bitterly. It seems that this thing can't be kept after all. Zhao Ling, it's not a loss to trade these things for us to leave. Hu Baiyi nodded. That's right. I'll go down then. Zhao Ling, have little brother join you. Be careful of those sharks down there. They might wake up once the formation is activated. Hu Baiyi, are those real or alive? Zhao Ling, that's right. Be careful. Hu Baiyi, good. After that, Hu Baiyi and Xiao Xiao went down. And then Zhao Ling let Gu Guai and Xian Nu leave first. You guys go find Wu Xie and the others. Go up there as soon as possible, and find a spot on the Jian Mu. Xian Nu, isn't this a spaceship? So Zhao Ling, I thought you read those engravings? Xian Nu waved her hand. Oops, I didn't pay much attention at all. Never mind, just be able to get out. After saying that, he went back with Kuchai, and then greeted the crowd as they packed up and prepared to leave. Wu Xia, what about the mandarins and the others? Xian Nu, you don't have to worry about them, they'll catch up. Wang Kaixian, where's old Hu? Xian Nu, he went down to activate the formation. He's the only one of us here who understands these things. Surely young, old Hu, is he going to be okay? Xian Nu was all but helpless. Don't worry, they'll be absolutely fine, I promise. Seeing Xian Nu say it with conviction, Shirley Yang and Wang Kaixian felt a bit more at ease. It wasn't that they didn't trust Zhao Ling and the others, it's just that they always couldn't help worrying about Hu Baiyi. Hu Baiyi and the others went down for a long time before the sound of vibration came from below, and then Zhao Ling and the others saw some bubbles rising from the surface of the water. Before they could ask anything, they saw the little brother pulling Hu Baiyi up. Dark glasses, what are you guys? As soon as Hubba left the water he slumped to the ground, and if it hadn't been for little brother pulling him along he almost wouldn't have been able to get up. Hu Baiyi, those sharks woke up and attacked us down there. Zhao Ling, are you guys okay? Hu Baiyi, little brother saved me. It's okay. Zhao Ling turned his head to see the head starting to appear on the surface of the water. His eyes widened and he pulled up Hubai, go, quickly. Luckily, the newly awakened sharks moved very slowly, especially on land, so the sharks didn't even catch up to the people after they ran away. When the five reached Kenwood's branch, the others had secured themselves with ropes and were happy to see them return. Wu Xia, brother mandarins, you guys are back? Is everything alright? Sydney Yang, old Hu, are you okay? Zhao Ling, it's fine. Hubai, don't worry, I'm fine. Shortly after the five returned, the vibrations of the Kenwood grew stronger and stronger, and a number of the sharks that had climbed up below were shaken down. Finally, before the crowd could react, a whistling sound reached their ears, and before they had time to react, they only felt their eyes go black. When I became conscious again, I opened my eyes to see bright sunlight, still slightly blinding. Zhao Ling, this is coming out? A coughing sound rang out behind him, and Zhao Ling turned his head to look. Xian Nu was standing on the wooden plank behind him, holding up wintergreen. Xian Nu, you're awake? Zhao Ling, Holly is this? Holly coughed non-stop, or Xian Nu explained, fell into the sea when he came out, just fished him out. Zhao Ling, Holly, you're so unlucky. Woshiaki, we haven't seen much better. Wu Xia and the others looked at the pieces of Jianmu that were shattered into pieces and cried without tears. How are we going to go back? Float back? Fatty Wang, what kind of dream? Is it possible? Uncle Ming, then we can't wait here to die. Can we? Zhao Ling looked at them with different expressions and shook his head in amusement. Master Hua, I'm relying on you. Chapter 121, Getting Things. He then threw his cell phone to Xiaoyuchen, who took it, made a call, and returned it to Zhao Ling after saying a few words. Xiaoyuchen, just wait. Someone will be here soon. Wu Xia, little flower. You guys have been ready for this for a long time? Xiaoyuchen, what else? It's not like you're stupid enough to dive in headfirst to find death. Hu Ba-yi and the others listened with some embarrassment, as if they were just like that and hadn't even thought about going out. This could also show the gap between them. What was meant by being prepared? And this was what they were. All prepared, with all kinds of situations taken into account, instead of barging in regardless. Just like them, Zhao Ran sat on the wooden board and watched each talking about the crowd in a bit of a trance. It had been a long time since it had been so calm. It took a long time before a large ship came nearby, and Fatty Wang exclaimed, "Ooh, such a nice ship." Hu Ba-yi and the others were also surprised. It was the first time they had seen such a large ship. Wu Xia, little flower, you're such a big spender, aren't you? Then why didn't we make this ship before? Xia Yuchen looked at them breathlessly, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything inside. In the end, it was Zhao Ling who spoke up, such a good ship, is it hard to give it away here? It was only then that Wu Slash reacted, right, Mandarin brother, it's still you who had the foresight. Zhao Ling. There were so many slots that I didn't know what to spit out for a moment. As the boat approached, the figures of Surplus and Pansy appeared on the bow. Surplus, Master Hua, we're not too late, are we? Pansy, Master Junior, are you okay? Is it still going well? Once on board, the two scrambled and started asking questions about them. Wu Slash, we're fine, it went pretty well. Xiaoyuchen, return to the ship, the weather here is changeable, lest there be an accident. Surplus, yes, Master Flower. Afterwards, Xiaoyuchen had someone take Hu Ba-yi and the others to rest. Everyone is tired these days, so go and have a good rest first. Hu Ba-yi and the others were brought to the room and were filled with amazement when they saw the arrangement and decoration inside. Wang Kaixian, old Hu, we've really earned it this time. Not only have we earned money, but we can also enjoy such good treatment. Hu Ba-yi's face was a bit gloomy, leaning on the bed in deep thought, and he didn't pay attention to what Wang Kaixian said. Wang Kaixian spoke for a while, realizing that Hu Ba-yi didn't say anything. He looked up to see him thinking, a little confused. Getting up, he went to Hu Ba-yi's side and patted him. Old Hu, what are you thinking about? Hu Ba-yi was still startled by his slap. What are you doing? Scared me. Wang Kaixian was a bit speechless. No, what are you thinking? I haven't seen you answer even after I've spoken for half a day. Hu Ba-yi sat up and spoke with a solemn expression on his face. Don't you realize that this group of them is not simple? Whether it's ability or financial power, to be able to bring such a large ship here now, the energy behind it is definitely not simple. Wang Kaixian, that's all you're worried about? What does this have to do with us? Hu Ba-yi was helpless. We were entrusted by Professor Chun this time to find the Qin King's bone illuminating mirror, but they came for this as well. Do you think that the Qin King's bone illuminating mirror can still be taken out when it reaches their hands? Wang Kaixian also found this problem, but he didn't think anything of it. Oops, this thing is in our hands now. What are you afraid of? They can't rob it, right? Hu Ba-yi, if they want to rob it, can we stop them? Wang Kaixian, so you are still entangled in what now? If they want, we give is not just. As for the other, let Chen classroom and they exchange to go. Anyway, We go back to the money to go abroad. Here and we will have nothing to do with the matter. Hu Ba-yi thought about it, but finally nodded his head. It makes sense. Let's wait and see. The two of them then lay down to rest again and slept for quite some time before waking up. Wan Kai-shian, I'm a little hungry. Let's go out and find something to eat. Hu Ba-yi, go out and take a look. The two of them had only gone out the door when they were greeted by a man walking up to them. Mr. Hu. Mr. Wang. How are you? The two men looked at each other, not knowing what to expect. Hu Ba-yi, hello, what can I do for you? The visitor smiled and spoke. A Master Hua gave instructions that if the two of you woke up, you would be invited to the dining room for dinner. Wang Kai-shian, not that old Hu. What a thoughtful service. Hu Ba-yi, then you lead the way. The two followed to a hall, which was filled with people coming and going in uniform, and the two men sitting on the couch were familiar with each other. Hu Ba-yi, Counselor Yang, you came over too? Sherry Yang saw the two coming and got up to greet them. Old Hu, Fatty, you guys are up too? Wang Kai-shian, Staff Sergeant Yang, are you waiting for us? Shirley Young looked around. I don't know. They just brought me here. No one else has been seen. I'm afraid we're the only three who came over here. Hu Ba-yi, looks like it's time to get down to business. Shirley Young, that's what I thought. Now that I'm out, that stuff is going to be handed over. Hu Ba-yi, do you also think I should give them the stuff? Shirley Young, since they're here for this, they naturally won't give up easily, and we can't do anything even more. Hu Ba-yi, that makes sense. Shirley Young, well, stop thinking so much and think about what you're going to eat, right? Wang Kai-shian, this is still a la carte? Shirley Young nodded. I just looked and they have a pretty extensive menu to order from. Wang Kai-shian, then I have to go check it out. After that, Wang Kai-shian ran off to order a few dishes, and so did Hu Ba-yi. Only when their orders were almost ready did the door to the hall open again. Zhao Ling and their figures appeared in the doorway, and Xian Nu pulled Dongqing forward. Xian Nu, hurry up. Holly, I'm starving to death. I can finally eat a big meal. Zhao Ling, what's the hurry? The food won't run. Xian Nu, what do you know? Of course a big meal has to be eaten quickly to be enjoyable. Xia Yuchen, don't worry, there's definitely enough food. Fatty Wang, TSK, naive. More inhuman flour master to learn. I have been with you for how many years to eat noodles ah? Wu Xia gritted his teeth. Yes, you eat more, don't get propped up. Fatty Wang, that's for sure. Eat your share too. Wu Xia, get lost. Hu Ba-yi watched as they walked in fully groomed and talking. The atmosphere was harmonious. Xia Yuchen, Mr. Hu, you guys are here early enough? Hu Ba-yi, I came over when I woke up, and I have to thank Boss Xia for arranging it well. Xia Yuchen waved his hand. I should. Zhao Ling pulled a chair and sat down. Sit down all of you. Eat first. After everyone was seated, Hu Ba-yi asked, Uncle Ming and the others? Xia Yuchen, oh, don't worry, they're dining in another restaurant. It's all arranged. Hu Ba-yi, I see. Thank you Boss Xia. Chapter 122, The Beginning. Xia Yuchen, it's all what I should do the main they are not there so we can talk about things ah. The smile on Hu Ba-yi's face dispersed a bit. This is about to get down to business? Xia Yuchen looked at them a little nervous and shook his head with a smile. It's better to eat first. There's no rush. Hu Ba-yi, good. Lest we don't eat well later. During the period, Xian female they are talking a lot, while eating while talking, but Hu Ba-yi they are much more silent. In the end, the gap between them is too big, and the heart is worried about the matter. A meal eaten tasteless. After dinner, it was time to get down to business. Hu Ba-yi, Boss Xie, this Qin Wang bone shining mirror was entrusted to me by the Chen classroom to find. Now that I have the item and you guys want it, you may need to discuss it with Prof. Chen, Xia Yu Chen, boss who is very open. In that case, we have nothing to hide from you. We do need the Qin King bone shining mirror for one thing, but after that its belonging will never be in the hands of Professor Chen. Hu Ba-yi and the others were a bit unable to understand and looked at each other. Surely Young, and please solve the boss's confusion? Xia Yuchen had someone bring up a pile of information and flipped out two of them and handed them. Take a look. Hu Ba-yi they looked at it. It was a profile of a person. Hu Ba-yi, what's this? Xia Yuchen, the person who really wanted to find the Qin King's bone shining mirror is also the one who entrusted Professor Chen to find you. Hu Ba-yi, what is he looking for the Qin King's bone mirror for? Xia Yuchen, if this person is really to be pursued, his surname is not Sun, but should be Feng. Xia Yuchen's words three people froze in place in the mouth. Feng, this surname they are not unfamiliar with, especially the people of the four factions, are familiar with this surname. Surely Young, is it really the sealed surname we think it is? Xia Yuchen, that's right, the heir to the Guanshan Taibao. None of you are strangers, right? How could it be unfamiliar? It could be said that the relationship between the Guanshan Taibao and the four factions was one of immortality, right? Hu Ba-yi, then why is he looking for us? Xia Yuchen, we looked up a lot of things about the Qin King's bone shining mirror after we found Professor Chen. We don't know the specifics, but this professor's son wants to get one thing through the Qin King's bone-shining mirror, and this thing concerns another rather unbelievable thing. Xiaoyuchen paused when she said this, her eyes looking at them, as if asking, do you want to know? Wan Kaixian, boss Xie, just make it clear once and for all, we are prepared. Xiaoyuchen, well, the thing that's at stake is long life. Xiaoyuchen's words, the three of them were a bit stunned, glancing at each other, all of them somewhat unable to understand what was going on here. Everlasting life, this word, they are not unfamiliar. It is not that they have not come into contact with it, but they have never cared about it, or perhaps, never believed in it. But now, Xiaoyuchen, they just said it. Looking at their faces, they could not see any meaning of joking. Hu Bai, boss Xie, are you telling the truth? Xiaoyuchen, I don't have to lie to you guys. Hu Bai wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Sherry Yang, who looked at Xiaoyuchen. Sydney Young, can I ask why it's Uncle Chan looking for us? The relationship between Prof. Chen and Shirley Young was still very good, and because of that, she was even more incredulous. Zhao Ling He, on the other hand, did not know, or rather, he was used, so you do not need to be bothered by this. Zhao Ran watched them talk for so long that he was getting a little anxious listening to them. Zhao Ling, we're just saying this to tell you guys that you'd better just get the hell out of here, or else, getting involved in these things won't be easy for you. Will it, Wu Xie? Wu Xie was startled. No, how did this suddenly call to me? Wu Xie looked up to see the others' opposite gazes all looking at him, and froze for a split second before speaking. Indeed, this kind of thing, only once or countless times. Before Hu Bai could say anything, Wang Kaixian wasn't, old Hu. Let's just listen to them and hurry up and leave. I told you it's not a good thing. Hu Bai gave him a blank look, and then looked at Xiaoyuchen. I know what you guys mean. I'll go back and take the Qin King Bone illuminating mirror to you guys, and we won't be involved in this matter. Sydney Yang heard him say this and breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried about Hu Bai's character, the kind that loves to take risks, and had previously promised her to go abroad somewhat reluctantly. Fortunately, this time he should have made up his mind. Zhao Ling, it's a good choice. Another glance at Shirley Yang, and Hu Bai said, cherish the person in front of you. This is also regarded as his advice to them. Right, pouring this line of work, originally is the road of no return. He can see clearly or very good. Hu Bai turned his head and Shirley Yang looked at each other, full of smiles. This time, he also saw clearly, if not for the Zhao mandarins and their presence, they this time is 9 deaths. Chen blind man's trigrams are right. He cannot be in the people who care about him to worry about it. When it was over, Wu Slant and Fatty and little brother went to get the Qin King's bone shining mirror with them. Hu Bai and the others they took out also had an emerald treasure coat, which they handed to Wu Xie. Hu Bai, this thing was also brought out from inside, so take it with you. Wu Xie, okay, thank you. Hu Bai, this is fine, but I wonder when that mermaid can be sold? Hu Bai now wants to hurry up and get the money, and get out of here with Shirley Young and Fatty, away from all these calculations. Wu Xie, are you guys in a hurry? Hu Bai, just trying to be fast. Wu Xie, if you guys don't mind, Little Flower can take it for you, and you can estimate the price if you want. Hu Bai, yes. Wu Xie, there's no need to answer in a hurry. Don't you guys still have to separate this thing? Discuss it with the others. Hu Bai thought about it and nodded. When Wu Xie went back and talked to Yu Chen about it, Zhao Ling raised an eyebrow. This thing, it's not bad for you guys to collect it. Xie Yu Chen, it's really good, but are they in such a hurry now? Shen Nu, don't want to regret it, or else all sorts of things will come back in time and they won't be able to get out of it. Wu Slant, they're more sober than I am. Zhao Ling, that's not true, but it just so happens that the ties are also there. Xie Yu Chen, Hu Bai they only have themselves left, so it doesn't matter if it's dangerous or not. But now that he has someone he likes by his side naturally he has to think more about the other person. Wu Slant, so it's the unattached people who are the scariest. Fatty Wang, not bad, naive. Now it's getting mature. Wu Slash, I should have matured a long time ago. Chapter 123 Changbai Mountain. Fatty Wang, right, so where are we going next? The mausoleum of the first Qin emperor? Fatty Wang steeply brought up this topic. Everyone's face was stagnant. This matter, but there is no need to mention it now. Xie Yu Chen, Zhao Ling, what do you think? Zhao Ran looked at little brother, there's no rush. We still have to go with little brother first? Zhang Qi latticed thoughtfully, Changbai Mountain? Zhao Ling, yeah, gotta get what's inside. Wu Xie, mandarins, do you know what's inside? Zhao Ling, there's a guess, but we still have to wait until we see it to be sure. Fatty Wang, after that thing is taken out, does little brother not need to go to the Bronze Gate anymore? The others also realized this and all turned their heads to look at Zhao Ling, their eyes filled with anticipation. Meeting their eyes, Zhao Ran nodded with some helplessness. Zhao Ling, that's right, the Bronze Gate won't exist by then. Wu Xie, that's great. Mandarin, so when are we going? Once he heard that he could solve the matter about his little brother, Wu Xieji was unusually excited. He could not care about other things, but the matter about his little brother was absolutely not allowed. There was also some excitement in Zhang Qi's eyes, which Zhao Ling could understand. After all, after so many years of confinement wrapped around his body, it was only human to be a little excited when he saw that he could get rid of it. Zhang Yu, brother mandarins, I'm afraid I can't go with you guys. I have to make a trip back to the mountain when I get back, or else my master is going to suspect that something has happened to me. Zhang Yu spoke with some regret. Zhao Ling, I hadn't planned on wasting a lot of time there, so little brother will just go with us. Wu Xia, you guys stay. Wu Xia was stunned. Brother mandarins, can't I go too? Zhao Ling, there will never be less people staring at the bronze gate. It's still excusable for little brother to go, but why would you go if you've already been there? And it's too obvious of a target for so many of us. Xia Yu Chen, good. It's just as well that I've been out for this period of time, and business matters need me to take care of them. Zhao Ling appreciatively looked at Xia Yu Chen. See, Wu Xia, learn more from Master Hua and find something to do. Otherwise it's easy to arouse suspicion. Wu Shang nodded. Alright, then we'll wait here for you guys to come back. Little brother, you guys be safe. Zhao Ling looked at him with a look of reluctance. Semi-pain. Not leaving yet. You're a bit early in your mood. Wu Oblique saw the crowd some teasing eyes before reacting. This they are still in the sea. To go back and rest for a period of time before going. He seems to be indeed excited early. So he laughed awkwardly, got up and ran away, leaving a laughing crowd behind. After that, Hu Ba-yi discussed with Uncle Ming and the others, and finally decided to sell the mermaid to Xia Yu Chen, and of course the price satisfied them. Hu Ba-yi separated from them after they got off the boat. Shirley Yan made a phone call to Prof. Chen, did not talk about the specific things, only said that this time things were not very smooth. The things were not found, and they almost lost their lives, and have been ready to go abroad, not to participate in these things. After hearing this, although Prof. Chen felt pity, he didn't ask for too much and only wished them good luck in going. As for how broken and disappointed the people behind it are, it's none of their business. After Zhao Ling and the others returned to the capital, Zhang Yu left, and Xia Yu Chen went to take care of his own business. But the mermaid still got the Crescent Moon Hotel. Zhao Ling thought Yin Nanfeng is still good. Before they interacted a few times is also quite good. So happy to give Yin Nanfeng this face. As expected, Yin Nanfeng was pleasantly surprised after they brought out the mermaid and the emerald treasure cloth. Yin Nanfeng, this is what you guys have gotten from this trip. It's really rich. Zhao Ling, good luck. Indeed, he realized that these three people, Hu Ba-yi, did have good luck, and the things they got along the way were all very good. Yin Nanfeng, are you sure you're going to sell both of these to me? Zhao Ling, Master Hua's stuff. You ask Master Hua? Xia Yu Chen was helpless. I brought them all. I can't just show them to Yin Nanfeng. Yin Nanfeng, okay, with these two items, it seems that the grand finale of the next two auctions has landed again. Zhao Ling, then we'll wish Boss Yin good fortune in advance. Yin Nanfeng, good point, we are all win-win. After that, they ate a meal at the Crescent Moon restaurant. Yin Nanfeng also asked if they wanted to come to the auction to see it as well. Wu Xia immediately shook his head. The word auction he very much did not want to hear. Yin Nanfeng blankly glanced at him. This Wu family's youngest third master's name is blowing all over the road through the gusty winds of my Crescent Moon Hotel. Wu Xia, it's not thanks to Boss Yin's generosity that he didn't bother with me. Yin Nanfeng, humph. Now who does not know that you little three masters in my Crescent Hotel lit the sky lantern, smashed the scene, and now is still the Crescent Hotel's regular customers. This other people are wondering if I am not looking at you, but also do not look at you this kind. I cannot see. Wu Xia smiled twice. That's right, Boss Yin's natural talent. Where am I worthy of it? Also dare not this type of woman. He cannot lower. Wu Xia heartspit. Xia Yu Chen, Boss Yin, don't tease Wu Xia. Tell us, what is it that Boss Yin wants to talk to us about? Yin Nanfeng instantly put away the flirtatious look from earlier and looked at them and spoke. I hope that the next time you guys bring out something, you prioritize my Crescent Moon restaurant. Xia Yu Chen, Boss Yin, there's no shortage of things at the Crescent Moon restaurant, right? Yin Nanfeng, it's not a lack of treasures, but there are very few that are as rare as this. Just based on these two pieces you guys took out, it's enough to make my Crescent Moon Hotel status in the road go up another notch. Wu Xia, it's true that they're in business. They won't let go as long as there's profit. Zhao Ling, Boss Yin, we don't specialize in fighting. You've got the wrong person for this business, right? Yin Nanfeng, it's not like I want much. Just one or two would be good. Xia Yu Chen thought about it and looked at each other with Wu Xia and the others, but finally nodded his head. Okay, Boss Yin, then we'll agree to your request. Yin Nanfeng, cool, then this meal is on me today. I hope you guys have a good time. The crowd raised their glasses to each other and drank before the incident was over. After returning home, Wu Xie sat on the sofa and spat. This bossine is really powerful. Knowing that we are taking precious things, she directly opened her mouth to cooperate. Then in the future, if she Crescent Moon Hotel can take these things, the people on the road will surely choose the Crescent Moon Hotel as well. Xia Yuchen, it's not like Bossine is a vegetarian to be able to sit in this position. Anyway, this practice of hers doesn't hinder us much. It doesn't have much of an impact. Zhao Ling a more friends, more paths, befriending her will do you no harm. Chapter 124, Bronze Gate. Only after resting for a few days did Zhao Ling and the others start heading to Changbai Mountain. They hadn't been back in the capital for more than a few days, and a lot of people had appeared around them staring at them, in all aspects of their lives. It made Zhao Ling a bit annoyed, so he planned to leave in a hurry. Anyway, this time their people were scattered. It would depend on which one of them was more cared about by the person behind them. By the time they got to the foot of the mountain, they received a call from Wu Slant and the others, and a new clue had appeared on his side, related to Zhao's life. Zhao Ling and the others glanced at each other. It seemed that the people behind them were a bit anxious. They had been delayed for so long going to the South China Sea, and they should have noticed long ago when Wu Xie deviated from the route they had devised. The other party hadn't made a move before when they were still around, but now that Wu Xie was the only one beside him, and Xiao Xiao wasn't there, the person behind the scene had started to guide Wu Xie again. Zhao Ling let Wu Oblique do not care. Anyway, the little brother just come to a trip to Changbai Mountain, and not go back. His life is naturally to find out their own good. The side is still not good to overstep the good. When Wu Xie heard this, he also felt that it made sense and decided to leave it alone for now and wait for Zhao Ling and the others to come back. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Ling looked at Zhang Qi Lattice not far away and lifted his foot towards him. Zhao Ling, little brother, do you want to know about your birth? Zhang Qi Lattice froze for a moment, thinking for a long time, and finally shook his head slowly. Maybe the old him would still have some thoughts, but now he didn't want to anymore. Let bygones be bygones. There is no use in forcing it. Moreover, now that he has Wu Xie, Fatty and Zhao Ling and their friends, he feels very good. Zhao Ling looked at him and sighed. It's fine. It's quite good the way it is now. The four of them prepared some equipment at the bottom of the mountain and delayed for 2 days before they went up the mountain. Zhao Ran also found those people following them, but looking at them they didn't have any intention of going up. It seemed that they knew the Bronze Gate very well, and they also knew about what Xiao was going to do, so none of them cared very much about it. Zhao Ran laughed coldly in his heart when he realized it. Be happy for 2 days. You'll know exactly what you're missing out on in the future. After going up to the mountain, the environment of the snowy mountain is not good. Among them Wintergreen's feelings are the most profound. He is somewhat difficult to be pulled by Zhao Lingnan and little brother that rope, just afraid that he accidentally fall down. Zhao Ling, Holly, your body is really not very good. Holly, I've never been to the snowy mountains before. Of course I'm not used to it. It's not like I'm like you guys. Shen Nu, that's not what it says. I haven't been to the snowy mountains either. It's kinda fun, Shen Nu said while running to the side to pick up the ball of snow in the play. Wintergreen look is a face of envy, but look at their own even walk a little difficult. Can only give up. The four of them walked for a long time and finally arrived at the boundary of the hot springs. Little brother led the way in front. There is a shortcut here that leads directly to the location of the Bronze Gate. Zhao Ling, you found it? Zhang Qi Lattice, aha. Holly, great, it's finally coming. Shen Nu, there's a hot spring here. Let's rest here. Zhao Ling and Xiao Xiao looked at each other and finally decided to take a break. Zhao Ling took out the eggs from his bag and put them in the hot spring water to boil. Shen Nu, wow, when did you bring the eggs? I can't believe you didn't tell us. Zhao Ling, Fatty mentioned it once before and said there's a hot spring here, so I brought it along. Don't worry, there's something for you guys. In no time, Zhao Ling fished out the eggs inside, and one person shared a few, all eating happily. After eating and resting for the night, they set off. Through some narrow and complicated stone passages, he finally arrived in an empty hall. There were still some bodies lying scattered on the ground, and Holly was taken aback. Holly, how come there are still bodies here? Zhao Ling, there were many people who came here to rob tombs before. Didn't the dead ones stay here? Holly, it's really about the money. Shen Nu, gee, that's normal now. Zhang Qi Lattice, there is something more dangerous here. You guys be careful. Zhao Ling, is it a sphinx bird? Zhang Qi Lattice, aha. Shen Nu, how do you know again? Zhao Ling, Wu Xie mentioned that there are human-faced birds in the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. Shen Nu suddenly stopped in her tracks. I seem to have sensed that there are other creatures here. Zhao Ling, hurry up. We're not here to deal with them. The four of them accelerated their speed and ran forward, with Zhang Qi Lattice leading the way. Finally arriving at the bronze door, the four of them stopped in their tracks, and Shen Nu looked at the huge bronze door in front of her with surprise in her eyes. Shen Nu, I didn't realize there was really such a big door here. Ingenious. Zhao Ling and Holly also went up to look at the bronze door and surveyed it. Xian Nu took a step back and shouted at the bronze door. Open sesame. Zhao Ling gave her a blank stare. Nerve you. It's not like it's remote controlled. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw the door in front of him rattle and slowly open a crack. Zhao Ling. Xian Nu looked excited. See, Holly, that'll work. Zhao Ling suddenly looked as if he remembered something and turned his head to look in Zhang Qi Lattice's direction, just to see him holding the ghost seal and pressing it against a spot on the stone wall next to him. Zhao Ling, the case is solved. This is the truth. Xian Nu and Dongqing also turned their heads and realized the situation. Somewhat awkwardly taking 2 steps back and not speaking, the 4 of them then waited for the bronze door to open, and a burst of white light shot out from inside, making all of them somewhat unable to open their eyes. They then followed the little brother's lead and went inside, where the door immediately closed. Before Zhao Ling could say anything, he felt a prying eye in front of him. Zhao Ling was startled and stepped forward to pull Xiao Xiao away. Be careful. Xian Nu also noticed and pulled Holly out of the way, and when they stabilized themselves, they saw a huge animal lying on its back in front of them, but in front of them was the body of a human being. Zhao Ling, I'll go. What's this? Zhang Qi Lattice, King of Manu. Xian Nu, what to do? Zhao Ling, kill it. It's already made a move on us. It's hopeless. Xian Nu smiled a bit, understood. The two then took the lead in launching an attack on the King of Manu, with little brother following behind to fill in the gaps. In no time at all, that large Manu king was struck to death by the thunder talisman in Zhao Ling's hand and Xian Nu's heavenly thunderbolt. It was only after King Wana disappeared that they began to truly survey the scene before them as the white mist slowly dissipated. All the tank could see were rows of stone walls carved with all sorts of strange-looking creatures. Holly, the size of these animals is so strange. I think I've seen them somewhere. Xian Nu, Shanhai Jing. Holly then reacted, yes, that's what's inside. How did it get carved here? Chapter 125, Strange Creatures. Zhao Ling took a glance around. I'm afraid it's not as simple as being carved here. Xian Nu's face became grave. Are you suspecting that they are being sealed here? Zhao Ling didn't answer and stepped forward to caress one of the statues. Have you ever seen one carved so mesmerizingly? Especially their eyes. It was only then that Xian Nu realized that something was wrong and went up to take a closer look before finally concluding. It should all be true up here. Holly took a few steps back with a shocked look on her face. What? Really? Zhang Qi Lattice froze a bit. He had never looked at these things carefully before. He didn't know what the things on it represented. But some statues weren't important. But if these things were alive, it would be a different thing. Zhao Ling, who cares? He can't live now anyway. Don't worry about it. Let's take a look in front. The 4 of them went forward again and walked for a long time before those stone pillars completely disappeared, and there was an empty space in front of them, with only a disc standing alone in the center. Zhang Qi Lattice, here it is. Holly, little brother, this is where you came in to keep watch. Ha? Zhang Qi nodded his head, and Dongqing still had some trouble understanding. A round platform? What are you guarding? Xian Nu, go over there and see how it can be so simple. The 4 of them stepped forward and walked next to the disc. Zhao Ling directly went up to check out the stone carvings on it, but as soon as his hand came into contact with it he realized that there was a powerful force that was repelling his hand's approach. Xian Nu, be careful. He then pulled Holly back 2 steps, and Zhang Qi also reacted quickly to back away. Zhao Ling was blocked by that power and took 2 steps back. His face was a bit ugly. There was actually a prohibition. Zhang Qi Lattice, this wasn't there before. Xian Nu, have you ever been near it before? Zhang Qi Lattice, no. There is an ancestral instruction not to go near. Xian Nu, no wonder. If this gets close, it won't get you killed. Holly, then Zhao Lingyi? Xian Nu, who are you worried about but him? Look at him like that. Does he look like he's in trouble? The 3 of them looked up and saw that Zhao Ling had been standing in the same place without moving, with a bit of a stunned look on his face. Xian Nu shouted, Zhao Ling, how can we solve this? Zhao Ling was pulled back into his thoughts by her shout. I haven't thought about it yet. Someone has cast a ban on this. Xian Nu, the prohibition, do you know how to solve it? Zhao Ling turned his head and looked at her with a speechless face. If I wanted to know, I would have opened it long ago. Xian Nu sighed. What then? It's hard not to make a trip for nothing. Zhao Ling, think of something. After that the 4 of them sat on the floor and thought about how they were going to open it, and after a long time of thinking about it no one spoke up. Holly could not stand it a bit and took out a chicken leg out to eat. Zhao Ling smelled the smell and looked at Holly. No, why do you still have this with you? Holly held up the chicken leg in her hand. Aren't I afraid of being hungry? That's why I brought more. Xian Nu ran over with a surprised look on her face. I want it too. I want it too. Holly was full of smiles. Good. Then he pulled a lot of food out of his bag. Chicken legs and eggs and ham hocks. Zhao Ling looked dumbfounded. No wonder your kid was so heavy when he went up the mountain. The feelings are all these things. Holly sighed. Ugh, if it wasn't for the bad fire up here, I would have wanted to bring instant noodles. Zhao Ling, ********. Xiao Xiao didn't think anything of it and took the chicken leg handed to him and ate it. And Zhao Ran was not polite and picked up the food and ate it. The four of them each held a chicken leg and nibbled on it, completely unable to see what they were thinking about before. Halfway through eating, Zhao Ling suddenly stopped and looked at Xian Nu and Zhang Qi Lattice on the side, both of whom were doing the same thing. The only one who still didn't know what was happening was Dong Chang, who was eating happily, until he felt something was wrong and froze for 2 seconds as he raised his eyes slightly to see the three men looking at him solemnly, then spoke up. What's wrong? Expired? After that, he spoke to himself again. I shouldn't have. I bought all this at the supermarket. Is it possible that the supermarket also sells expired things? Hearing these reactions from Holly, Zhao Ling and Xian Nu looked at each other, their eyes filled with speechlessness. Zhao Ling, don't you feel anything wrong? Holly, no, it's just a little cold, said and wrapped some of his jacket tighter. Before Zhao Ran could say anything, he suddenly seemed to remember something. There won't be ghosts, right? Zhao Ling didn't bother to pay attention to him and got up to take a look around. Xian Nu and Xiao Xiao did the same, leaving only Dong Chang still sitting in place with a dumbfounded look on his face. The three of them turned around and didn't find anything wrong, so they finally returned to their original position. Holly got up and walked over to them. What's going on? You guys. Xian Nu, when we were eating just now, it seemed like something was watching us. Holly, no way. Why don't I feel anything? Zhao Ling, so, except for you, we all felt it. Oh, okay then. Holly answered in a resigned manner and stood beside Xian Maiden without saying anything. Zhao Ling suddenly swept the three of them to turn his back. Just now he had noticed the sightings. With their backs turned, the four men looked at each other. Then together they turned to look behind them. Ah, crap, it's been seen. My tail. Who stepped on my tail? Stop squeezing. I'm going to fall. Stop talking. It's all exposed. The four turned around before they saw hundreds of eyes staring back at them, and before they could be surprised, the ensuing chaos of footsteps and some exasperated voices made their shock choke in their throats. The four of them looked at the eyes moving around in front of them in a somewhat one-sided manner, not knowing what expression to use. Finally a female voice suddenly appeared and called out to them. Shut up, all of you. Don't make a mess. Slowly, the chaotic scene came to a halt. Holly looked at Zhao Ling. What's the situation here? Zhao Ling shrugged. I don't know. Xian Nu, we're not coming to their nest, are we? Holly, little brother, have you ever seen these things before? Zhang Qi Lattice shook his head. No. Zhao Ling didn't bother with them and stepped forward. What the hell are you guys? Why are you here? His question fell, and a chorus of voices rang out, each speaking their own words, listening to them in a confused and completely unfocused manner. Zhao Ling, shut up. Don't you know you have to raise your hand to answer questions? Speak one by one. Then again not a single voice was heard, and half the time no one spoke. As Zhao Ling was about to lose his patience, a voice finally spoke up. It's better to let me speak. Zhao Ling looked at the darkness in front of him and closed his eyes and sighed. Come out and say it. As his words fell, he saw a woman shaped like a human but with a tiger's tail come out of the darkness. Chapter 126, Getting the Young Scroll. The four men surveyed the woman in front of them with some confusion. Holly, it looks a little familiar. Xian Nu also nodded. I feel the same. The woman faced them and gave a curtsy. My name is Tai Feng. Meet you all. The two words Tai Feng made the three of them a little unresponsive. Again, something from the mountain and sea scriptures. This place is poisonous, isn't it? Piling in? Although Zhang Qi didn't know why their faces were so ugly, it should have something to do with the person in front of him. Zhao Ling frowned. And those other ones? Tai Feng smiled. They are some of my siblings. It's just that they are a bit unattractive looking and I'm afraid of scaring the two immortal monarchs, so I'm the one who came out to meet them. Xian Nu, it's not all from the Shanhai Jing, is it? Tai Feng looked at him in surprise. What is the Shanhai Jing for? Zhao Ling and Xian Nu looked at each other. This was a bit strange. There was an explanation of Tai Feng in the Shanhai Jing, but she herself didn't know about it. Holly, your name is in the Shanhai Jing, don't you know? Tai Feng, that's probably because someone has seen me before. I haven't been out for a long time. The three of them looked at each other. This is very long. I'm afraid it's a bit long. Zhao Ling, you've been here all this time? Tai Feng, the place where we exist is not here. We have been living in the mountain, river, and Jigoku diagram, and when the diagram fell here, we stayed here. Xian Nu, never went out? Tai Feng, immortal monarch doesn't know. We and two are complementary and cannot leave. Zhao Ling, you guys haven't shown up before, have you? Tai Feng, I don't dare. This little brother is just a mortal congregation. How could we dare to show ourselves at will? Tai Feng looked at Zhang Qi Lattice and explained. Holly, and then why do you call them immortal monarchs? Tai Feng, the two immortal monarchs have such a strong qi and Dao light on their bodies. It's naturally something that only immortal monarchs can have. Xian Nu and Zhao Ling looked at each other, not realizing that this was still a good eye. Xian Nu used to be the war goddess of Kunlun. All of her achievements were earned, and she has long been said to be immortal. Zhao Ling was even more needless to say. Having restored his true body of arahant, he wasn't quite the same as any normal Xian, but an immortal monarch could still be called. Zhao Ling, say, why did you show up? It shouldn't be to chat with us. Typhon sniffed and knelt down to Zhao Ling. Please still ask immortal sovereign to save us from here. Zhao Ling, save you? Why? Typhon, at first we were ordered by Nuwa Maiden to enter this map, in order to gather our strength to help the maiden in the matter of mending the heavens. But the mending of the heavens has already been completed. But we have also fused with this Jijikitu, and can never be separated from it again. And we fused all of our strengths before we left the temple of Nuwa Maiden. But we did not want to fall into this world, and be trapped here and can no longer leave. Zhao Ling, how do you guys want me to help? Typhon, just need immortal monarch to contract with the mountain, river, and Jigoku diagram. After that we will worship you as our master. We just hope that our master can let us out to play more often. Zhao Ling somewhat wanted to laugh. This mountain, river and Jigoku diagram is something that belongs to Mother Nuwa. Are you guys trying to get me killed? Typhon, immortal monarch doesn't know. After our involvement in the mending of the heavens, there is no more relationship with Nuwa. Otherwise, we would have been found back long ago after we left for so many years. Xian Nu, then why don't you guys find me? I'm pretty good too. Xian Nu thought that this was the mountain river in Jigoku map, and there were so many creatures in it that had lived for so long and had good abilities. Wouldn't this be a bunch of minions if she contracted it? Typhon looked at Xian Nu and smiled somewhat awkwardly, saying nothing, but there was still some contempt in his eyes. Zhao Ling instead laughed away. She can't see you as a bird. Xian Nu gave him a blank look. My entire being is bad. Zhao Ling, then how can I guarantee that you won't betray me? After all, we can't even beat you if you combine your efforts, right? Typhon, we can sign a master-servant contract. Zhao Ling froze. Such a big deal, ah. How much do they really want to go out, ah? This is to rely on their own rhythm, ah. Zhao Ling, why are you looking for me? Typhon, 1,000 years ago there was a woman who came here and sealed something on the round platform. She carried the power of the law with her, and we had asked her to divine our way out. And she said that the one who could come here in 1,000 years to take that kind of thing would be the one who took us away. Woman. Zhao Mandarin lowered his head and contemplated for a moment. Can come here to put down something? And also set up a ban. If the inside is really a young scroll, then it can only be Sanchi. Zhao Ling, did she leave any other words? Typhon, she said that the visitor's bloodline is special and the only one who can take something. Zhao Ling is Sanchi. How many other things are you hiding? How come you can calculate all these? And also, are you still alive or not? Zhao Ling, okay, I'll make a contract with you and take you out. But you have to listen to me or I won't send you guys. Zhao Ling's words caused Typhon to burst with joy and immediately greeted the other things to come up and make a pact with Zhao Ling. Shen Nu and Dongqing they just watched from the side as a strange-looking thing scrambled to Zhao Ling, made a pact and then disappeared. As soon as the two men compared them to what was in the mountain and sea, they realized that they were indeed the same creatures that had appeared in them. Holly, why do I look at them a bit fawning? Shen Nu nodded her head. I remember that too. It's not often that one rushes up to be a little brother like that. Various creatures, of course they are happy, not to mention other things on the Zhao Mandarin. Is that all over the merit and virtue and in virtue? Is to become immortal for many years of immortal will not have, and his body hidden through the breath of the law, they naturally can feel, can have these things, is bound to be a person of great fortune. They must not embrace the good thaya. In the end, Zhao Ling put away the mountain river and Jigoku diagram that flew out, and with the disappearance of the mountain river and Jigoku diagram, those stone pillars also began to slowly collapse, leaving only a field of ruins. Shen Nu, so now you know how to fetch things? Zhao Ling thought for a moment. Thinking of the bloodline that Typhon had just mentioned, he stepped forward and walked next to the round table, took out a dagger, and cut a slit in his hand. Zhao Ling's blood was different from the next person's. The blood was glowing with golden runes and golden light overflowed. Looking at the three of them in amazement. Shen Nu, worthy of being an arahant's body. This blood is all so different. Zhao Ling put his hand on top of the round platform, and the blood on his hand dripped into the platform. 1 drop, 2 drops. Slowly, the golden light on the round table appeared, and then slowly disappeared. After it disappeared, the round platform also began to disappear, and slowly a scroll flew out from the bottom and landed in front of Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling lifted his hand to receive the scroll, looked at the words on it, and sighed, finally getting it. Chapter 127, Return Journey. After Zhao Ling determined that it was a Yang scroll, he received the item into his space. Shen Nu, that's done? Holly, obviously. Shen Nu, alas, if I had known I wouldn't have come. I wouldn't have used me at all. Suddenly, the place where they were began to shake and some debris fell overhead. Zhangqi lattice, it's going to collapse. Zhao Ling, hurry up. We can't stay here for long without support. The 4 of them turned and immediately ran outside. dodging an unknown number of rocks along the way. Finally, they ran out of the bronze door before it finally caved in, and just as they got out, the inside was in ruins. Zhao Ling looked at Xiao Zhao's action of closing the door. His hand stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. This in the future. If those who coveted longevity opened this door, would they want to die when they saw the ruins inside? Zhao Ling laughed at the thought, and Xian Nu looked at him with a shocked expression. Zhao Ling, what are you thinking? Zhao Ling was called back to his senses by her shout, and saw the three people looking at him strangely with a lurch in their eyes, then spoke slowly. I just wondered what someone else would think if they opened this door later. The other three also thought of this, and glanced at each other, all seeing smiles in each other's eyes. Xian Nu, then should we put a few more layers of insurance on this door? Xian Nu looked at Zhao Ling and smiled a wry smile. Zhao Ling thought of something and smiled back. Zhao Ling, of course. Little brother, let's add 2 more insurances to this tomb. I wonder what they'll think when what they've worked so hard to find turns into a pile of bubbles. Holly scratched her head in bemusement. Would it be too bad if we did this? Xian Nu, whatever. Coming or not? Holly, I'd better help. After that, Zhao Ling and the others upgraded the organs in the tomb a lot, which could definitely make those who came in die 9 deaths. Only after everything was finished did the 4 leave, and did not tarry long on the snowy mountain before they reached the resting place they had found at the bottom. Zhao Ling and Wu Shiji contacted them, and found that there are many more people around him, as if they all want him to move. He previously listened to Zhao Ling did not do anything. The people behind the scene cannot sit up. Zhao Ling, it seems like there are quite a few people who are muddling through inside, and Wu Shiji is becoming a meat and potatoes person. Xian Nu, not just the Wangs? Zhao Ling of course. I'm afraid that they are just sizing up little brother's absence so that they can take advantage of Wu Shiji. Zhang Qi Lattice was a bit worried when he heard this. Will Wu Xie and the others be alright? Zhao Ling, since Wu Xie is still useful, they definitely won't be in a hurry to move him. It's just that if that happens, it won't be good for you to show up. Zhao Ling looked at Xiao Xiao with a somewhat complicated look in his eyes, and the only time it was good for the bystanders to make a move around Wu Xie was when Xiao Xiao wasn't around. Xian Nu, then wouldn't it be fine to have little brother change his identity? Zhao Ling, little brother. What do you think? Zhang Qi Lattice, it's fine. He didn't feel anything. It wasn't like he hadn't done the disguise thing before. He had long gotten used to it. Seeing little brother's agreement, Zhao Ling began to think again, just who would be appropriate to turn into. Xian Nu, how about Holly? Holly suddenly heard his name and froze for a moment. Huh? What about me? Xian Nu, let's just play in the northeast for a while. It's not like we have anything of note on us anyway. It's normal if Zhao Mandarin goes back with Holly, right? Zhao Ling, that's fine. You won't be needed in the capital anyway. How is little brother? Zhang Qi nodded his head, yes. The next day, Zhang Qi Lattice disguised himself as Wintergreen and followed Zhao Ling back to the capital. And after they left, Xian Nu and Wintergreen also left tightly wrapped. When they returned to the capital, it was Xie Yuchen who came to pick them up and froze when he saw them. Xie Yuchen, where are little brother and Xian Nu? Zhao Ling did not greet them in advance. The matter of disguise is not convenient to say on the phone, or face to face to say after all. Insurance, so did not hand over in advance. Now Xie Yuchen see them as very puzzled. Zhao Ling, into the bronze door. Xie Yuchen had some doubts in his eyes. He did know that they were going to take out the things inside this time. How could little brother leave it behind? However, when he saw the smirk in Zhao Ling's eyes, he instantly realized that he might have his own plans and suppressed the question he wanted to ask. Xie Yuchen, okay, go back first. When the three of them returned to the villa, Wu Xie and the others happily greeted them, and they saw Zhao Ling and Dongqing returning after Xie Yuchen. Wu Xie, mandarins, didn't little brother come back with you? Zhao Ling, little brother who has to guard the bronze gate is different from us, so we came back first. Wu Xie froze. Ah, this is not the same as the promised not that all out? Zhao Ling didn't go on, but advanced something else. I'm starving. Is there any rice? Wu Xie and Yu Chen looked at each other. Both knew that it was not simple before, so they nodded and led the people in. When Fatty Wang saw Zhao Ling, he had a happy face. Brother Ling, you're back? Where's little brother? Fatty Wang looked at the back with only Holly and opened his mouth to ask with a puzzled expression. Zhao Ling sat on the sofa and drank some water. I'm really convinced do each of you have to ask Xiao Xiao once? Wu Xie and the others looked at each other, all a little embarrassed. Wu Xie, isn't this us worrying about little brother? Zhao Ling, don't worry, little brother is fine. No, that's standing there. Zhao Ling pointed at Wintergreen, and Wu slanted their eyes to Wintergreen. Holly seemed a bit embarrassed and raised her hand. Hello guys. Wu Xie was baffled. Isn't this Holly? It was Fatty Wang who reacted. This can't be little brother, can it? Wu Xie had a disdainful look on his face. Fatty, what are you babbling about? This is clearly. Before Wu Xie finished his words, he suddenly remembered something and looked at Dongqing with a strange face. Are you little brother? Xiao Xiao also stopped pretending. Wu slant. As soon as these two words came out, Wu Xie and the others knew that this was little brother's disguise, and they were all a bit surprised. Fatty Wang stepped forward and patted little brother's shoulder. Aya, little brother, your disguise is getting better and better. Xia Yuchen, no wonder. I said why isn't Xian Maiden here too? They had spent some time with Xian Maiden and Holly, so they naturally knew their feelings, and it would have been a bit strange for this pair to be the only one. Zhao Ling, they went on a date. Don't mind them. Xia Yuchen, is there something wrong? Why did you want little brother to come back disguised as Holly? Zhao Ling sighed, isn't this for fishing? If little brother is there, how else are they going to utilize Wu Xie? Wu Xie, it's me again? Zhao Ling nodded his head, that's right. If I hadn't come, right now little brother would be the one to guard the bronze gate. But according to what Zhang Rishan said earlier, if the ninth sex had kept their word in the first place, the person who would be guarding the bronze gate would be you. Chapter 128 Overseas Zhang Family. Zhao Ling's words made Wu Xiezi freeze, and he subconsciously looked at Xiao Guo and Xiao Hua. Xiao didn't have much expression, but it was Xie Yuchen's face that looked a little bad, and Wu Xie knew that Zhao Ling was right, and even hit the nail on the head. Wu Xie, so, if this develops, they will be able to use Xiao to hold me hostage? Zhao Ling, that's right, who made you a sentimental one? And the relationship between you and little brother is good, and you're also the chosen backstabber of the nine sect, so who else is there but you? Xie Yuchen, no wonder there are more people around these days, so you can't sit still? Zhao Ling, of course they should be anxious. The chess pieces don't listen to them anymore. Can they not be anxious? Xie Yuchen, so what do we do now? Is it a flip or? Zhao Ling got up. Zhang Rishan asked me out for dinner. Do you guys want to join us? The four of them froze. Why had the topic suddenly jumped? Xie Yuchen, Chairman Zhang knows you're back? Zhao Ling, I told him that. Wu slanted mandarins. You're still in contact with him? He was somewhat disliking Zhang Rishan, but it was just a matter of face saving. Zhao Ling, he looked for me before when I hadn't come back yet, so there should be something going on. Xie Yuchen's eyes lit up. Zhao Ling, are you suspecting that Zhang Rishan knows something? Zhao Ling, it's very likely. He hasn't been around for nothing for so many years. Wu Xie became excited upon hearing this. Then let's hurry up and go. I also want to find out how many other people are staring at me behind my back sooner. Zhao Ling, there's no rush. The appointment is for the evening. It's not time yet? Zhao Ling went upstairs. I'm going to take a nap first. And at night, let's go see what kind of medicine this Rishan gourd is selling. When Wu Xie saw Zhao Ling leave, he didn't say anything else. And after Zhao Ling left, Wu Xie pulled Xiao to ask about what they did this time. And Xiao gave them a brief explanation. When they heard about the mountain river and Jigaku map, the three of them were shocked. This was something that was legendary, and they actually let Brother Mandarins get it. It seems that they really made an unparalleled correct decision to follow Brother Mandarins. In the evening, the five went together to the Crescent Moon Hotel, and already well acquainted with each other, they were taken upstairs to a private room as soon as they entered. Xiao had disguised himself as Holly and had no intention of exposing himself to Zhang Rishan, so he followed Zhao Ling all the way and even talked to him. Look at Wu Oblique, they smacked their lips. It seems that in the future to talk to the little brother will need to put a status on him. Look at this chatting strength. It is the real Holly is no less The five had just ordered their food when Zhang Rishan came in, slightly agitated to see Zhao Ling and the others. Zhang Rishan, Mr. Zhao, I heard you went to Changbai Mountain. Did it go well? Zhao Ran smiled faintly. President Zhang is really well informed. It went quite smoothly. Zhang Rishan, that's good. Zhao Ling, yeah, President Zhang remembered to look for me. I wonder what it's about. Zhang Rishan wrinkled his brows slightly and deliberated before speaking. Yeah, has the matriarch not returned? As his words fell, Zhao Ling's eyes changed a bit. Sure enough, many people were concerned about Zhang Qigong's whereabouts. Wu Xie and they looked at each other. Their faces were all a little bad, but they did not open their mouths to speak. What can they say? It is hard to say that your patriarch is right in front of you. Little brother didn't react at all, maintaining his Holly persona, saying nothing and eating to himself. Zhao Ran, Chairman Zhang is looking for something for little brother? Zhang Rishan shook his head. That's not true. Wu Xia, then what is Chairman Zhang doing asking about little brother? Little brother has nothing to do with you guys. Zhang Rishan sighed as he looked at Wu Xiayi, who was treating him badly. The sins they had created in the first place would have to be repaid sooner or later. Zhang Rishan, it's good that the matriarch isn't here, but in that case, Wu Xia, you won't have any peace. Xia Yuchen, please also ask President Zhang for clarification. Zhang Rishan, the Zhang family has approached me. These words fell like a thunderbolt in the ears of the crowd. Zhao Mandarin fell back and smiled. Finally came out he was still worried about how to find someone. Wu Xie, is it little brother's clan? Zhang Rishan nodded, it's them. Xia Yuchen, it's been so many years since we've been in charge, and now that we're suddenly looking for it, I'm afraid it's not a good thing, right? Fatty Wang, that's right, this group of people are not good people either, and they seem to be unsettled. Zhao Ling stopped them from continuing and looked at Zhang Rishan. What are they looking for you for? Zhang Rishan, they want me to help guide Wu Xie and use him against the Wang family. Zhao Ling, a good handful of calculations. Zhang Rishan, I didn't agree. The Zhang family is not a good one. It's just that I know their character too well. For Wu Xieji they won't let go. Wu Xie, why are you looking for me now? Zhang Rishan, because the patriarch was by your side in the past. They didn't dare to show themselves. And now that the patriarch has gone to the bronze sect, it's only then that they can take advantage of you. Zhao Ling, utilization? Zhang Rishan, that's right. As far as I know, they want to use the patriarch's status as an excuse to get Wu Xie involved in the bureau against the Wang family. Of course, it's best if he takes the blame for this. Fatty Wang, I go. This is too shameless. Originally this is the Zhang family. Even dare to just pull people into the bureau. Xie Yuchen, what wouldn't they dare to do? But if you ask me, the people of this Zhang family, with the exception of little brother, are a bunch of greedy and selfish people. Zhang Rishan was a bit embarrassed. Technically he was also a member of the Zhang family, and it wasn't nice to be scolded like that. But who let him apologize to little brother as well? And some of the Zhang family's practices were indeed quite disgusting. Go ahead and curse. Curse more. There aren't many good people left in the Zhang family anyway. Zhao Ling, who is the person who came? Zhang Rishan, Zhang Haik, who is of the same generation as me. His ability is good. He is one of the few people who lead the Zhang family overseas. This time, pulling Wu Sheng into the game is something he personally stared at. Wu Xia, I've been inactive. They're in a hurry? Zhang Rishan, pretty much. So he found me directly and wanted me to help. Zhao Ling, you didn't agree? Zhang Rishan let out a bitter smile. I didn't answer explicitly. It's not like I wanted to tell you guys first. I have to say, Zhang Rishan person is also okay. At least to the little brother still have the feeling of guilt. So it is very good. With this guilt, they utilize it is also quite smooth. Zhao Mandarin and Wu Slant they looked at each other. Their eyes were clear. Since they now knew the person, it would be good to strike next. Zhao Ling, you promised them. Zhang Rishan was stunned. Are you guys sure you want to go to the place they've arranged? Zhao Ling, people have set up the theater stage. We have to give face to it. Chapter 129, Travel to Murdoch. Zhang Rishan, what are your plans? Zhao Ling, President Zhang, you don't need to know about this. We'll take care of it. Just do it, but this time, you shouldn't be betraying us, right? Zhang Rishan, no, I can swear. Zhao Ling, quite well. I believe in President Zhang, but I still have to remind you that those who betray me won't have a good ending. Zhao Ran was smiling when he spoke, but there was not the slightest hint of laughter in his eyes, so Zhang Rishan could naturally tell what he meant and nodded. When he was finally about to leave, Zhang Rishan still asked, how would you deal with them? Zhao Ling, make sure they can never use Xiao Xiao again. Dead people are the safest. Zhang Rishan obviously hadn't thought of this layer and nodded without speaking. Sending them away. When they get back, Wu Xie begins to ask Zhao Ling about his plan, and Zhao Ling slowly explains to them why. Wu Xie, what are you going to do? Mandarin? Zhao Ling, naturally, I'm going to lure them out and settle them in. Xie Yuchen, using Wu Xie's bait? Zhao Ling nodded his head. Since they want Wu Xie to go, then I'll let him go. The praying mantis is catching cicadas. It's not certain who is that yellow bird. Wu Xie hesitated for a split second. This was not a good thing and it could be dangerous. However, Wu Xie just hesitated for a moment and immediately agreed. Okay, what do you think we should do, brother mandarins? Zhao Ling, there's no need to rush now. After the next time the other party strikes, you can go with the flow. And by the way, you can have little brother join you. Wu slanted around to look at Xiao, who nodded that he knew. Xia Yuchen, then there's nothing in it for me. Fatty Wang, Master Hua, who said there is no use for you this funding, we still have to rely on you Xia Yuchen shook his head helplessly. You guys are rich and won't let me go. When Zhao Ling saw them like this, he suddenly remembered something and raised his hand, and a small beast appeared in his hand. Wu Xie and the others were taken aback. There was something strange looking about this thing. Only the small beast was shaped like a tiger and leopard, with a dragon-like head and tail, and a pair of wings on its shoulders. Wu Xie, what's this thing? Mandarin? As soon as Wu Xie asked curiously, the little beast suddenly spoke. You're the thing? The voice is soft and cuddly, and at first glance it sounds like something only a cub could make. Wu Xie and the others were first taken aback, then their eyes were filled with interest. When they went up to take a look at the little beast flew straight up and hid next to Zhao Ling, not wanting them to touch it. Fatty Wang, this little thing, it's quite smart. Zhao Ran grasped the little beast in his hand. How is it? Cute, isn't it? Wu Slash, it is indeed quite cute. Zhao Ling, it's in the mountain, river, and Jigaku map. It's still small, so let it come out for some air. Fatty Wang, this looks quite familiar. Wu Xia, well, have you seen it? Fatty Wang pondered, I should have seen it before. Xia Yuchen suddenly spoke. Pixie. Fatty Wang slapped his palm. Yes, it is the brave. I said how so familiar it. My store is placed A. Zhao Ling, that's right, this is a brave man. It can attract wealth. Upon hearing about fortune telling, both Wu Xie and Fatty Wang became interested. Fatty Wang, brother mandarins, this you are usually so busy. This brave or I will take care of it for you. Zhao Ling looked at his fawning appearance and huffed. It seems that anyone who wants to make money is very interested in it. Zhao Ling shook his head and handed Xie Yuchen the bravery. Compared to you, I trust little flower more. Xie Yuchen took over and looked at the small brave soldier that was obediently carried in his hand. Full of smiles. Zhao Ling, little Pixie, from now on you will follow this uncle, understand? Pixie's voice rang out. Got it, master. Xie Yuchen, Zhao Ling, just give it away? Zhao Ling, it's for you to raise during this time. Use his abilities well. I believe in you. Xie Yuchen, alright, then I'll go back first. Xie Yuchen took the small brave and left. A little later, if the dark glasses came back, I'm afraid that they will have to rob with him. Wu Xie and the others watched Xie Yuchen leave and then their eyes stared at Zhao Ling. They wanted one too. Zhao Ling looked at their expectant eyes, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a bad smile. No more. Fatty Wang, Mandarin brother, such a good thing, why don't you give it to me? Fatty Wang cried and opened his mouth. If this thing is raised, are you still afraid of not making money? Zhao Ling, think about it. You and Master Hua, who makes more money? Fatty Wang, that must be Master Hua. Zhao Ling, isn't that right? Master Hua earns a lot. That Pixie gave it to him. Won't he earn more? Then we still lack funds? Zhao Ling's card had been raided by Xian Maiden 2 days ago, who had made the two of them basically penniless here, and had been relying on Zhao Ling to support them. Zhao Ran again relies on scavenging dark glasses and small flowers from time to time. It's really a bit insufficient. Now brave to the small flower. When the time to earn more money, he also have the nerve to ask for it. Fatty Wang and Slanting Wu obviously understood his intentions as well, and the two of them looked at Zhao Ling. Clever. Zhao Ling, it's good to know. Within 2 days, Wu Xieji received some news and spoke to Zhao Ling. Wu Xie, mandarins, little brother's birth is related to a place? Zhao Ling, where? Wu Xie, Murdoch. Zhao Ran looked at little brother. Does that ring a bell? Little brother shook his head. He didn't remember anymore. Wu Xie, this should be where they want me to go. I'm going to set off on a trip. Zhao Ling, go on. We'll follow you. You go with little brother. Be careful. I know. Wu Xie and the others left after 2 days of preparation, with Zhao Ling and Wang Fatty following them slowly. Wu Xie they first arrived at the village under the snowy mountain and found a store to eat. As soon as they went in, Wu Xie felt that something was wrong and exchanged a glance with the little brother who was dressed as Holly. Xiao shook his head slightly, signaling him not to do anything rash, and the two went in as if they hadn't noticed anything. The two sat down at a table and ordered, chatting as they surveyed their surroundings. Next to a few tables there are a few more people. Followed the black blind man training for so long, he can still see that those people are all practiced. At first glance is not simple. Wu Xie sighed in his heart. I would have known that this is not a good place, but it's not as if someone is blocking them as soon as they arrive. Is it that straightforward? But those people didn't do anything, which made Wu Xie and the others even more wary in their hearts. And then the two of them went to rest, intending to stay here for 2 more days. Chapter 130 Zhang Hake. In the days that followed, the two were looking for a guide who could take them up the mountain. After all, there weren't really many people who could go up this big snowy mountain. It wasn't too hard to find, though, and they eventually found someone who was willing to take them up there, and although the price was going to be high, they didn't care very much. When they went back to the hotel, the two of them noticed something was wrong outside. There were a lot fewer people out there. However, thinking that Zhao Ling was secretly following them, they were quite relieved. After going in, the two of them sat down to eat as usual, and while they were waiting, when Wu Xie looked around, he suddenly saw a painting that had only been put up. Wu Xie had little interest in tasting paintings, but the painting in front of him filled him with surprise, because the person in the painting was very familiar to him. It was none other than little brother. Wu Xie and Xiao looked at each other with surprise in their eyes, and the reaction of the two of them fell into the eyes of the people staring at them. Wu managed to calm down and began to eat with Xiao. As the two men finished eating and were about to leave, a man suddenly came over and sat at their table. The man's face was filled with a kind smile as he looked at the two. Although Wu Xie was taken aback, he then reacted. It's finally here. The man opened his mouth and asked Wu Xie, seeing the look on little brother's face just now, he has an idea for this painting? Wu Xie, painting? The man saw Wu Xie's disbelief and then pointed to the painting. Wu Xie followed his finger and froze slightly, just enough surprise on his face. Wu Xie shook his head slightly. It's okay, the drawing is good. The man could see that Wu was trying to hide some information and shook his head disinterestedly. The man looked at the painting and spoke thoughtfully. I can't say that this painting is much better, but the characters in this painting are extraordinary. Wu Xie and Xiao looked at each other and both looked at the man with shocked faces. This gentleman knows the people inside? The man turned his head to look at Wu Xie. Little brother knows it too, right? Wu Xie sank his face. What do you mean by that, sir? The man didn't care about Wu Xie's cold face. I heard that many years ago. A young man came to the Lama temple on the mountain, said he came to look for his mother, and then the master had asked him to carve a stone, and he stayed in front of the stone for many days, and a painter passed by and had a feeling about it, and drew this picture. Wu Xie looked at the man with curiosity in his eyes. Mr. knows so much. Could it be someone from here? The man laughed. That's not true. Just knowing. Wu Xie immediately withdrew his curiosity and opened his mouth with a cold face. Then what is Mr.? What is this about? The man looked at him with some uncertainty in his eyes. Did little brother not come here for this matter? Wu Xie looked at him in shock. Who the hell are you? The smile on the man's face grew deeper. Not pretending? Wu Xie, did you lead me here? The man withdrew his smile. I've been following you for a long time. When his words fell, the other people who were sitting turned around, and Wu Xie was flabbergasted that they were all awe. The man looked at them with some teasing in his eyes. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Wu Xie, what do you want to do? The man got up and sat down on the other chair. You're close to Zhang Keeg, aren't you? Or you wouldn't be here? Wu Xie, my relationship with little brother is none of your business. The man, however, laughed. Why? We're still of the same race as your little brother. We all have the same enemies. Don't you want to know who the hell made you live like this? Obviously not wanting to grasp his point, Wu Xie opened his mouth and asked, you and little brother are clansmen? The man froze. Was that the point? Shaking his head, you'll know this later. Don't you want to work with us? Before Wu Xie could say anything, he heard a voice from outside. You guys came quite a lot. The man was startled. No, he'd had this place fenced off long ago. How could anyone else be here? The crowd inside also stood up and looked in the direction of the door. Suddenly, the two men were kicked through the doorway. The door panel slammed to the floor, and the two men fell onto it. A man in a black trench coat then walked in, completely ignoring the two men on the floor and walking in with his feet on top of them. The man looked at him in shock. Why are you here? The man was indeed surprised. Zhao Ling he knew. After all, he had studied Wu Xie, and the people around him had also studied. This Zhao Ling's origin was a mystery, and his hands were also a mystery. They simply could not find out more information about the other party, but he had already arranged for someone to keep an eye on them, and it's only right that he didn't follow Wu Xie. Zhao Ling came in and found a blank chair to sit down, raising his eyes to the man. Are you wondering how I'm here when I'm supposed to be in the capital under your surveillance? Right? The man's face was shocked. You already knew? Zhao Ran, with your 3 or 2 jujubes, would I put it in my eyes? Wu Xie followed suit and spoke. Aya, you don't look at our Mandarin's strength. Would an ordinary person be a match? The man looked at Wu Xie with a face full of shock, and saw that Wu Xie had already sat naturally and looked at them. Those curiosity and shock from just now had long disappeared, and there was only a face full of smiles. Zhao Ling, you're Zhang Haike, right? Zhang Haike, also known as the man, looked at them with surprise in his eyes. You guys, you're counting on me? Wu Xie, how can we be the ones counting on you? Wasn't it you who counted on me? Zhang Haike, don't you want to know about little brother's past? Why else would you be here? Wu Xie, I'll find out what I want to know on my own. I don't need you guys to tell me. Zhao Ling, you're the ones who gave up on little brother, and now you're working with Wu Xie under his banner. Your calculations, you're really smart. Zhang Haike, did Zhang Rishan tell you? Yeah, it seems like the people you guys are looking for aren't very reliable. Zhang Haike, so what? Don't you want to deal with the Wang family? Wu Xie smiled deeper. I really don't want to. Anyway, by the time the underworld came out, the Wang family would all be liquidated. So what did they bother? Zhang Haike was stunned by Wu Xie's words. How could it be that Wu Xie didn't want to deal with the Wang family? Zhang Haike's face was filled with shock, and he looked at theirs with disbelief. Zhao Ling, if you guys really want to deal with the Wang family, why don't you go yourselves? Wu Xie is so weak. How can he compete with you? Wu Xie nodded his head, his face full of recognition. Yeah, I'm not as good as you guys. Zhang Haike didn't know what to say and looked at them a bit frozen. Zhao Ling, if you really want to do something, why don't you guys ask little brother what he wants? Isn't he your clan leader? Zhang Haike, the matriarch is not here right now, so naturally we are the ones to make the decisions. Chapter 131, Departure to the Snowy Mountains. Wu Xie, then according to you, if little brother is around, you'll listen to him? Although Zhang Haike didn't know what he meant, he still nodded. Of course. The corner of Wu Xie's mouth hooked up into a smile. In that case, let's ask little brother what he means. Zhang Haike was stunned. What did you say? Wu Xie turned his head to look at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, what do they mean when they ask you? The little brother tore off the disguise on his face and raised his eyes to look at Zhang Haike. He didn't speak and his eyes didn't fluctuate in the slightest, but just looking at it like that was a bit too much for Zhang Haik to bear. Zhang Haik, patriarch. Zhao Ling, your family's disguise technique. It's quite good. Zhang Shi Lattice, I don't need Wu Xie to deal with the Wang family. Zhang Haik was a bit anxious, patriarch. I'm doing this for the sake of the Zhang family. Zhang Shi Lattice, I don't need it. Wu Slant, did you hear that? Little brother said no need. Zhang Haik looked at Zhang Keeg with complicated eyes and wanted to say something, but still didn't open his mouth. Seeing him like this, Zhao Ling shook his head. The Zhang family has never been little brother's responsibility. It's something you should do. Zhang Haik and the others exchanged glances. Intending to leave this, Zhao Ling raised his eyes slightly, quite arrogant. Zhang Haik suddenly snapped and made a move on Wu Xie. Wu Xie sidestepped and dodged. Zhang Chi Lattice stepped forward and fought with Zhang Haik. When the other people tried to leave, Zhao Ling's hand waved and the gate closed. The other people couldn't even open it if they wanted to. They all looked at Zhao Ling with shocked faces. Zhang Haik was kicked against the wall by Zhang Keeg and froze at the sight. Zhao Ling smiled slightly. You guys have been investigating me for so long, but you haven't found out what I'm capable of? Zhang Haik. He really didn't know what Zhao Ling had the ability to do, and they had investigated for so long and hadn't found anything. With a wave of Zhao Ling's hand, an animal with a pig's head appeared in front of them, and the crowd was stunned. Wu Xie, mandarins, what are you doing? Zhao Ling, eat them. As Zhao Ling's words fell, the animal ran over to Zhang Haik and the others, opening its mouth and sucking those people in. Looking at Wu Xie, they were stunned. What is this situation? It can still be like this? When the people were all sucked in, the animal opened its mouth and spoke, Master, what are we going to do with these people? Zhao Ling, keep it for now. The animal nodded and disappeared. Wu Xie, what's that? Mandarin? Zhao Ling, Dangkong. Wu Xie nodded slightly. No wonder it looks so strange. Zhao Ling, what? You still want to raise it? Wu Xie snapped and shook his head. It's better to forget about it. Zhang Chi Lattice, those people? Zhao Ling, let them go cool off in its belly, and let them come out when we get back. As for how to deal with it, it's up to you guys? Wu Xie, brother mandarins, then what do we do after that? Zhao Ling looked at Zhang Chi Lattice, little brother, do you want to go and take a look? Wu Xie, mandarin brother, you heard it just now. Zhao Ling, you guys are talking so loud, who can't hear you? Zhao Ling sat down in their place, taking a glass of wine and sipping it, his eyes looking at the painting. Zhao Ling looked at little brother, the drawing is quite similar. Zhang Chi Lattice, aha. Wu Xie, let's take a trip to the Llama Temple. Although little brother doesn't remember, there should be a little clue here. Zhao Ling, what does little brother think? Zhang Chi Lattice, go take a look. Zhang Chi Lattice didn't say anything else, but after coming here he was familiar with this place. Maybe he had been here before. The two left with Zhao Ling and went to the place where he lived, where Fatty Wan was waiting for them. Seeing them return, they hurriedly went up and asked, how was it? Did it go well? Wu Xie, that's for sure. What kind of person is Mandarin? Don't make it too easy to deal with them. Zhao Ling laughed a little. This Wu Xie was really good at talking. He liked it. Zhao Ling, alright, take a rest. Let's go up the mountain tomorrow. Fatty Wang, going up the mountain. Can I not go? With a body like his, climbing a snowy mountain would be tough. Wu Xie laughed. Fatty, we're a team. How could we leave you behind? Fatty Wang, little brother, I'm doing this all for you. You'll have to repay me later. Zhang Chi Lattice, good. As soon as Wu Xie heard this, he was not happy. What's so good about it? You're just bullying little brother for being honest. Fatty Wang, Tianjin, you're being one-sided. Honest people can be bullies. Zhao Ling, it's almost time. Why don't you hurry up and get some rest? You still have things to do tomorrow. As soon as Zhao Ling spoke, the two of them shut up very smartly. Other people's words can be disregarded, but Zhao Ling's words can't be. Zhao Ling saw that the two had subsided and went upstairs to sleep. These two were really bad. When they talked endlessly, I don't know how they had so much to say. Zhao Ling left, and they weren't in much of a mood to talk, so they all went to rest. The next day, the sun shone on the snowy mountains, and an extremely beautiful picture of the sun shining on the golden mountains was so presented to their eyes. Fatty Wan was a bit emotional. If I hadn't gotten up so early, I wouldn't have been able to see this picture. Wu Xie, alright, we have to leave if we're going to watch it again, or we'll be too late. Fatty Wang, got it, watch it again. The four of them then followed their guide forward. There were quite a few people who went here. Only rarely did anyone else go up there when the snow closed the mountain, so they had gone to a lot of trouble to find a guide. The five had been walking all day, and it was only when the sky was a bit dark that they vaguely saw a bit of the temple. Wu Xie, is that the temple? The guide nodded, yes. It's still a bit of a distance from here. We won't get there until tomorrow. We need to rest for the night first. Fatty Wang looked at the snowy ground around him and was a bit dumbfounded. Resting here? Guide, there is a temporary resting place ahead. built for people going to the temple to take a break midway. Wuxia, then let's speed up our pace a bit to get there. Or else I'm afraid it'll be even harder to walk when it's completely dark. The 5 of them quickened their pace and arrived at the resting place, which was 2 erected wooden huts that looked a bit old, but they didn't think anything of it. It was good to have a resting place. The 5 of them recuperated in the house, took out what they had prepared and ate some of it, and then hurriedly rested, with no intention of communicating more. One was that it was inconvenient for them to say something when there were outsiders around, and one was that they were really tired after a day's walk, and they were not in the mood to chat. Zhao Ling was lying on the outermost bed and hadn't slept for a long time. He felt a very large yin qi here. It wasn't caused by a person, rather it was like it was naturally present, and it was also familiar to him, kind of like the scent of the underworld. This discovery also made him sweat a bit. If this place was also related to the underworld, what could it be? Chapter 132, Seeing the Statue. No one knew what Zhao Ling's thoughts were, and he didn't say anything to Wu Xie and the others, going to rest after thinking for a long time without any clues. Early the next morning they got up and ate something before leaving and continuing on their way. They arrived at the Lama temple near the middle of the afternoon, and Fatty Wang stood at the bottom of the steps lamenting. Fatty Wang, no, yesterday looked as not much distance it, how we still walk so long ah? Wu slanted, haven't you heard of looking at the mountain and running away? That's just looking close. Zhao Ling, well, aren't they all here now? The guide arrived and left on his own. He had been here many times so it was natural for him to come and leave. Zhao Ling and the others walked in and looked around the temple, not realizing anything was wrong. Suddenly a man in a monk's robe walked up to Zhang Qilatis. Scholar, I didn't expect to see you again in my lifetime. Zhang Qilatis froze a bit. He didn't remember seeing the person in front of him after he lost his memory, so he didn't say anything. Wu Xia, master, you've met little brother? The monk uttered a Buddha's name and looked at Wu Xia. Fellow monks, please also follow me. The 4 followed the monk, turning left and right to a backyard, and once inside they saw a statue inside. Fatty Wang, there really is this statue. Monk, this was carved out by the giver back in the day when I was just a little kid. Wu Xia, this was carved by little brother? The monk nodded, exactly. Wu Xia, I wonder if master can tell us what happened back then. The monk looked at Zhang Qilatis with some confusion. This monk him? Wu slash, this brother of mine lost his memory due to an accident, and we found out clues that he had been here before. That's why we came here to ask. Monk, so that's how it is. Then all the monks follow me to my room and I'll talk to you slowly. The 4 of them followed him to a room and each found a seat, and Zhao Mandarin glanced around, still somewhat curious. The monk told them something about little brother, back when he was a boy, or curious, and how he had watched from the side for a long time while little brother carved that stone. After that they mentioned about little brother's life, and his mother, Shiroma. It took a long time to finish the story. Zhao Mandarin sighed. Little brother, this life, really twisted in strange awe. Wu Xia looked at Xiao Xiao. His eyes were filled with heartache, not realizing that Xiao Xiao had actually gone through so much. A figure vaguely appeared in Zhang Qig's mind, familiar and warm. Fatty Wang listened to the sigh. He has long known that the little brother's life is difficult, but I did not expect that there is such a twisted one. Zhao Ling didn't have much interest in Xiao Xiao's life, but he was curious about the Yama king riding a corpse mentioned in it, so his attention was on it. Finally, the monk sighed. At first, the master said that you should learn to miss. Your mother didn't want you to be an emotionless person, and look at you now. You're very different from before. Zhang Qig, where is my mother now? Monk, it was put into the hidden seaflower bush by you in the first place. Do you want to go and see it? Zhang Qilatis nodded his head and looked at Wu Xia and the others. Wu Xia saw the look on his little brother's face and knew that he wanted to go in and take a look, so he nodded. Let's go and take a look then. Wu looked diagonally at Zhao Ling on one side. Ling, do you want to join us? Zhao Ran retrieved his thoughts and nodded. He still wanted to go and take a look at that so-called sacrifice to see what this Yama king riding corpse really was. Monk, it's getting late today, so all the monks have a good rest, and tomorrow I'll take you forward. Wu Xia, okay, please master. The monks got TW. Little Sanyas to come and take Wu Xia and the others to rest. Wu Xia, brother mandarins, what do you think this Yama king riding a corpse is exactly? They had also heard what the monk had told them about little brother's mother, and it had also made them curious as to what it was about. Zhao Ling, I'm not sure. Maybe this trip we can check it out. Wu Xia, going to see Yama ride a corpse? Zhao Ling, that cave they're talking about. There must be something inside. I just don't know what it could be. Fatty Wang, I'd like to think that we can go and take a look. Otherwise who knows if there will be other offerings. Wu Slant, no way. What era is this? Fatty Wang, Tianjin, you can't tell. This place is remote in the end. These things are not impossible. Wu Sheji was a bit thoughtful and thought it made sense. Wu Slash, then let's go and have a look after we've met little brother's mother. Zhao Ling, indeed you can. Where is little brother? Zhang Qilatis, yes. The next day, When Zhao Ling got up, Wu Xie and Xiao Xiao were no longer in the room. Zhao Ling frowned slightly. So early, where did they go? After leaving the house, Zhao Mandarin casually found a road to walk, and didn't walk far before arriving at the same courtyard from yesterday. Zhao Ling stood in the doorway and raised his eyes to look inside, where Xiao Xiao and Wu Xie stood, looking at the statue in front of them, not knowing what they were talking about. Zhao Ling wanted to go in. After that he thought of something, shook his head and lifted his feet to leave. He wasn't good at comforting people again, so it was better not to bother them. Zhao Ling went back and went to eat with Fatty Wang. The fasting rice here was still good. The two of them had eaten almost as much as they could before Wu Xie returned, and both of them were in a much better mood. Wu Xie, brother mandarins, why don't you guys wait for us to eat? Fatty Wang, alright, Tianjin, hurry over and eat. Wu Xie and Xiao sat down and ate, and shortly afterward, someone came in and asked them to go. After that they met the monk from yesterday, who didn't say much and took them directly to the back of the mountain. Stepping into the backcountry, a field full of Tibetan sea flowers opened up above them, red accents above the snow, and for a moment they were somewhat dazzled. Wu Xia watched as Xiao followed the monks to a place where they didn't follow them and watched as Xiao knelt there. No one said a word. The monk left after they arrived, and Zhao Ling pulled Wu Xie, who wanted to go over, and the three of them stood in place watching the little brother's back. Fatty Wang, this is the first time I've seen such a little brother. W slant, no matter who it is, they are all children before their mothers. Zhao Ling did not participate in the two's conversation. He had lived for so many years that he had long since lost sight of what affection was. Zhao Ling looked at the scenery in front of him with some boredom, when suddenly, the appearance of a figure made Zhao Ling's eyes widen. Zhao Mandarin looked at the figure that appeared beside the little brother, immediately stood up straight. This is, Wu Xie and Fatty Wang also noticed something wrong with Zhao Ling and asked, Brother Ling, what's wrong? Zhao Ling, I think I saw someone. Chapter 133, Bema. Wu Oblique and Fat Wang glanced at each other, and looked around. Which is someone? Ah, it's just the four of them. Zhao Ling suddenly walked forward, and Wu Xie and the others curiously followed behind. Zhao Ling walked over to Xiao Xiao and looked at the land in front of him without speaking, turning his head to look beside Xiao Xiao. Slowly both uttered the words, Who are you? Little brother froze and looked up at him with a surprised look on his face, and so did Wu Xie and the rest of them, looking at Zhao Ran's sudden question in wonder. The figure was dressed in white national dress, looking at little brother with eyes full of love, her hand gently holding on little brother's head, full of tenderness. Zhao Ran's sudden question made the woman freeze and look at Zhao Ran with a surprised face. You can see me? Zhao Ling nodded, of course. The woman was a little pleased. Could you do me a favor if you can see me? Sir, Zhao Ling, you said. The woman curtsied slightly. Tell my child for me that I love him very much, and that I am content to see him once more, and tell him not to come back here. Zhao Ling gave a slight start and followed his gaze to Xiao Xiao, right into Xiao Xiao's eyes. Zhao Ling opened his mouth but did not utter a word. Wu Xie and the others had a puzzled look on their faces and looked at Zhao Ling a little anxious. Brother Ling, what's going on? Zhang Qi Lattice also realized something was wrong and opened his mouth. What's wrong? Zhao Ling sighed and didn't answer their words. Looking at the woman, actually, I can let you guys meet. Although it is difficult for ordinary people to see ghosts, and ghosts can't communicate with people, but who made Xiao Xiao's physique special? It is still possible to see one side. As for Wu Xie and the others, it had nothing to do with them, so it didn't matter if they saw them or not. The woman was shocked at what she said, then looked at Zhao Ling with some surprise. Is it really possible? Zhao Ling nodded his head. Naturally, it's possible. But your identity? The woman owed a slight curtsy. My name is Bema. I am the mother of the young official. Unfortunately I have never formally spoken to the young official. I am truly unfit to be a mother. Akuba looked at Xiao. It was filled with tenderness and mixed with some guilt. Zhao Ling didn't care so much. It was their own business. Let them work it out. Zhao Ling stepped forward and pulled his little brother to his feet. Meet your mother. Little brother was shocked. My mother? Zhao Ling nodded slightly. She misses you so much that she's been staying here, and I think she'd like to meet you. After Zhao Ling finished speaking, he brushed his hand over Xiao Xiao's eyes and cast a spell. Xiao Xiao closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them, he realized the white horse beside him. The two of them looked at each other, and for a moment there was no movement. Seeing them like this, Zhao Ran pulled them out of the area, leaving time for them. Although Wu Xie and the others were puzzled, they obediently followed and left, and after they left, the words of the two men were asked. Wu Xie, mandarins, little brother him? Zhao Ling, his mother never left, so it's kind of a good thing that they're allowed to see each other. Fatty Wang, that's fine. Mandarin, can we meet? Zhao Ling gave him a blank look. Is it bad to be a human being? Fatty Wang froze. Ah, what do you mean? Zhao Ling hooked up a smile. The average living person can't see a ghost. The implication was that you were going to become a ghost if you met each other. Fatty Wang smiled sarcastically. That won't be necessary. Mandarin brother. Wu Xia, little brother's mother. What does she look like? Zhao Ling, it's beautiful. Wu Xia was stunned. Huh? That's it? Zhao Ling, to be able to give birth to a face like Zhao's is naturally beautiful. Moreover, her body. Zhao Ling didn't continue. There were some things that weren't appropriate to tell everyone, and it wasn't that important to know or not know. Wu Xia and the others also found out, so they didn't say anything else, but left with Zhao Ling to find a rock for the three of them to rest for a while. After a while, little brother returned, accompanied by Shiroma, who had a smile on her face and an added sense of relief. Zhao Ling, finished? This before these things are all winter green to do. Now how also is turn Zheng Qi Lattice nodded. Thank you, Zhao Ling, there's nothing to thank you for. In that case, I'll send her away. Zheng Qi Lattice, well, please. Beima also made a bow and thanked Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling sat down cross-legged and recited the sutra to transcend Beima's soul. Wu Xia, after waiting for so many years, how big of an obsession that must be. Fatty Wang, a mother, for the sake of his child, whatsoever is possible. The two of them exchanged glances at each other and looked over to Xiao, whose eyes had been on Hakuba's figure, watching her fade away. When it was over, Zhao Ling got up and glanced at them. Let's go. Back to dinner. Zhao Ling was the first to go forward, and behind him, Wu Xia and the others followed and left. When he left, Zhao Ling took another look at the Tibetan sea flower. Such a flower looked somewhat similar to manjusri. When they got back, the four of them ate and returned to their rooms. Wu Xia looked at little brother who was a bit distracted and asked, Little brother, are you alright? Zhang Qi Lattice shook his head. It's fine. Seeing that Xiao Xiao's complexion was normal and did not fluctuate much, Wu Xia was reassured a bit and did not speak anymore. Fatty Wang, so where are we going next? Zhao Ling, things are over here, so let's go see that so-called Yama King riding a corpse. Wu Xia, are we the only ones going? Nothing will happen, right? Fatty Wang patted him on the shoulder. Tianjin, there are mandarins. What are you worried about? Let's just think of it as a trip for fun. Zhao Ling, you guys are really... Zhao Ling was really speechless. Why did it feel like these two were getting more and more posh after he came? The four rested for a day, after which, knowing from the monks where Shiroma's people were, they left for it. When they went, they didn't have to deal with people. Wu Xia was a bit puzzled. Brother mandarins, aren't we going to ask for directions? Zhao Ling, asking for directions? Are you looking for death? Fatty Wang, Tianjin, don't you think about it? This person who can do the thing of sacrificing people, will he have a good attitude towards outsiders? Zhao Ling added, especially those who want to pry into their secrets. Wu Xia, oh, but how are we going to find that cave like this? Fatty Wang choked and didn't know how to answer. Looking at Zhao Ling, come with me. He could find it because as he approached the place, he sensed the yin qi that passed through the sky, and by following the location of that yin qi, he would naturally be able to find it. Wu Xia and the others were also aware of Zhao Ling's ability, so they didn't ask much. The four of them walked for a long time, and the road was not easy to walk, and all the way it was Zhao Ling and Xiao Xiao who helped Wu Xia and Wang Fatty to walk. Chapter 134, Goodbye to the Bronze Gate. It was a long walk before the four of them reached a more gentle mountain pass. Fatty Wang let out a sigh of relief. This is too hard to walk, isn't it? Wu slanted, hold on for dear life. These roads should be untraveled on weekdays. Zhao Ling, it should be almost here. Wu Xia and Fatty Wang relaxed a bit when they heard it. Finally they were almost there. This walk was almost deflating for them. As soon as Fatty Wang heard that he was going to arrive, the person relaxed a bit and walked without paying attention. By accident, he stepped on an empty spot and fell straight down, and little brother went to pull him out, but he didn't want to fall down with him. Wu Xia wanted to go forward to pull, but was pulled back by Zhao Ling. Be careful. After the two of them stood still, Zhao Mandarin went up to take a look at the situation below. Little brother and Fatty Wang just stood up. Fatty Wang looked at little brother who was standing beside him with a touching face. Little brother, it's true that you still have me in your heart. Come and give me a hug. Saying that, he tried to go and hug Xiao, but was blocked by Xiao with his hand, and although he didn't say anything, the meaning on his face was clear. Don't come near. Fatty Wang shrugged it off. Forget it. Forget it. Zhao Ling, are you guys okay? Fatty Wang looked around. It's fine. It seems to be a passageway down here. Zhao Ling looked down inside and found it. The entrance was actually down there. Zhao Ling, alright, just wait down there. The road is down there. Fatty Wang, this is my luck. Zhao Ling looked at Wu Xia. Let's go. The two of us will go down. Wu Xia nodded and was about to pull the rope out of his bag when Zhao Ling watched his slow movements and frowned, pulling him up by the shoulders as he jumped. Wu Xia was shocked. By the time Wu Slash came back to his senses, he was already down there, and sat down on the ground with some trepidation. Wu Xia, brother mandarins, next time this can you say something in advance? Zhao Ling okay, got it, but don't do as you're told. Zheng Qi Lattice, keep going. The four of them started down the passageway. It was dimly lit and they looked around with their flashlights. There were some very strange murals carved into them. Wuxia, I haven't even seen the style of this mural before. I wonder what era it's from. Zhao Ling looked at what was engraved on it. I don't know, but it doesn't matter much. Fatty Wang, yeah, naive. It's not like we're here to study something anyway. That's right too. After that the four of them continued on, the passage in front of them getting narrower and narrower, and the going got tougher and tougher. Fatty Wang wrapped his clothes tightly. How do I feel that this is getting colder and colder? Don't say it. I feel the same way. Zhao Ling, you guys didn't feel wrong. Xia, what's wrong? Mandarin? Zhao Ling took out a talisman and threw it to the three of them, and the talisman instantly combusted on its own before slowly dissipating. It was only after it dissipated that they felt less cold, but they were both puzzled. Xia, brother Mandarins, what kind of charm is this? It works so well. Zhao Ling, exorcism talisman. Fatty Wang, exorcism? There are evil things here? Zhao Ling, the yin qi is getting heavier and heavier. You guys are ordinary people, so naturally you can't stand it a bit. Fatty Wang, yin qi, there won't be ghosts here, right? Zhao Ling smiled slightly. It's quite possible. Fatty Wang was taken aback. We'd better not go. Zhao Ling, what are you afraid of? I'm here, Zhao Ling said and walked forward. Fatty Wang had a bitter face and followed behind. Wuxia and Zhang Lattice looked at each other with some laughter in their eyes and followed. The four of them walked forward for some distance, and the front was suddenly empty. Not waiting for them to see clearly in front of a sudden burst of black fog came. Zhao Ling's quick eyes and hands took out a charm to dispel the black fog. The black mist dissipated, and what appeared in front of them was a large door. Looking at them with shock. Wuxia, bronze door? How can there be a bronze door here? Fatty Wang went up and looked around for a couple of moments. This is really it's about the same as the one in Changbai Mountain. Zhang Lattice went forward and checked it twice with his hands, and finally concluded. It's indeed about the same. Zhao Ling, normal. It's not like there's only one place with this material. Wuxia, but it's in both places. It can't be a coincidence, can it? Zhao Ling, of course not. This shadowy aura coming out of the door. One look told me that there was something inside, and it wasn't easy. Zhao Ling, you guys find a place to hide. I'll open the door. Fatty Wang, there won't be any danger. Zhao Ling, that's why I told you guys to hide far away. Wuxia, okay. Mandarin, be careful. Wuxia and the others found a rock to hide behind, their eyes watching Zhao Ling's movements. Zhao Ran went up to the door, raised his hand and pushed it open directly, when suddenly, a yin qi struck at him. Zhao Ran avoided it with a sidestep, and then threw a talisman out, but there was no reaction inside. Zhao Liang's face was a bit bad, directly opened the door a crack, sidled in, and went in and immediately closed the door tightly. Wuxia and the others looked shocked and wanted to go forward, being pulled back by Xiao. Zhang Lattice, trust him. Fatty Wang, yes. Tianjin, Mandarin is so powerful, he must have something in mind. Wuxia, that's fine. While the three were waiting somewhat anxiously outside, Zhao Ling inside was strolling through the land full of dryness with an idle look on his face. Zhao Ling looked at this deserted place. The expression on his face didn't change much. This look, the more he looked at it, the more it looked like the previous underworld, when he first entered the underworld. This was the situation. Zhao Ran walked forward for an unknown amount of time, and suddenly realized that there was a stone monument in front of him, which was filled with a sinister aura. Zhao Ling felt familiar when he saw it, and when he closed his eyes, he thought that this was the kind of yin qi he had seen on Hakuba. Previously, he thought it was because Hakuba had been wandering for a long time and had accidentally gotten infected, but now it seemed that he was afraid that was not the case. Zhao Ling looked at the stone monument. I'm here now. Won't your excellency show up to meet me? Still not much of a reaction. Zhao Mandarin hooked his lips and raised his hand to take out his gun and shot at the stone monument. A miserable scream came out, and what appeared with it was a figure filled with black mist. Zhao Ling, Ghost King, with so many killings on your body, those who were sacrificed were all killed by you, right? The Ghost King laughed loudly. Yes. I didn't expect that someone would come to die again before its time. Although the gun in your hand can injure me, it can't kill me. Just stay here. With that, he attacked towards Zhao Ling, who retrieved his gun and made a move to fight him. The Ghost King's ability was good, and he had been practicing here for many years, and he had killed so many people. His body's yin qi was extremely heavy. If it was before, Zhao Ran looked at it and might still find it a bit tricky, but now that he had long since regained his Arahant's memories and abilities, it was just right to deal with ghosts. Chapter 135, The Stygian King Acha. Zhao Ling cut open his palm, and the breath inside was revealed. Along with the incantation from Zhao Ling's mouth, a spell flew out of Zhao Ling's hand and pressed on the Ghost King. Zhao Ling whispered the word descend, and as the seal continued to press down, the Demon King let out a mournful scream. Ghost King, who the hell are you? Zhao Ling, Ghostbusters. The Ghost King was startled. Impossible. The underworld has long been abandoned. Where did the ghost messenger come from? The corner of Zhao Ling's mouth hooked up into a smile. Sure enough, this is the underworld. Hades did not come out of the world. Does not mean it does not exist. Just his existence is hidden. There is no netherworld law in it. Naturally and abandoned, nothing different. And with the yin and yang scrolls also in his hands, there was little point in this underworld's existence, as it could not supervise reincarnation. It's just that this place has been taken over by these ghosts, using it as a territory to kill people in practice, really looking for death. The Ghost King looked at the golden light that covered Zhao Ling's body, and only felt mocked. How could a ghostly messenger have a golden virtue in his body? And since that technique was clearly the way of the Buddhists, how could it not see it? Zhao Ling didn't pay any attention to his thoughts and looked at the Ghost King struggling under the seal of the law, slightly bending down. Deliberate killing. I can't keep you. Then another spell fell, and as it did, a heavenly thunderbolt also struck down from the air, and the Ghost King wailed and perished. Seeing the Ghost King dissipate, Zhao Ling raised his eyes to the empty space in front of him, his gaze fixed. Then, no longer suppressing his cultivation, the ghostly power of the ferryman surfaced on his body and spread out, instantly sweeping everywhere. Zhao Ran bellowed in a stern voice, "For directions, night ghosts, don't show yourself yet." As his words fell, a number of ghostly creatures slowly appeared, growing in 1,000 different ways, and looking at their clothing, they were obviously from all eras. The ghosts stood in front of Zhao Ling, shrinking and not daring to take a step forward, subdued by the pressure on Zhao Ling's body, not daring to move in the slightest. "Zhao Ling, I ask, you guys answer. Any questions?" All the ghosts spoke in agreement, hearing Zhao Ling's ears ringing. There were too many ghosts. "Zhao Ling, how many ghosts are there here? What's the situation inside?" All the ghosts looked at each other. Finally a scholar-like person opened his mouth and replied, "Your Honor, there are still tens of thousands of little ghosts like us. We have been driven by the Ghost King for many years, and now we have been saved by Your Honor. We will definitely remember it in our hearts, and if Your Honor has any orders, just give them a command. We will definitely do it." Zhao Ling shrugged it off. "No need. What's it like inside?" The man's face looked a bit embarrassed. "My lord, we have not entered the inner realm and do not know what it looks like." "Zhao Ling, that's just it. You guys should leave. Wait a little while longer and someone will come to help you reincarnate." The ghosts were overjoyed at the words, and were busy kneeling down to thank Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling waved his hand, not caring about them, and walked forward on his own. The matter here would be handled by the new underworld king. It had nothing to do with him. After Zhao passed through a white fog, what came into his eyes was a tall city with 3 big words Ghost Gate Pass above the gate. Zhao Ran didn't think anything of it. Back when he came in, he knew what this place was. It was just that right now, he was still curious about what it was like inside, so he wanted to go in and take a look. Zhao Ling's hands forcefully pushed open the ghost gate as the door. "Feel still some dust." Zhao Ling dodged. Was dust pouncing all over the face. Zhao Ling waved his hand, barely able to see the scene in front of him, and was already powerless to spit. How long had it been since anyone? No ghosts had come. Zhao Ren continued to walk forward and saw that everything here remained as it was in the original underworld. The Yama Temple, the 18 layers of hell. Although it had been vacant for a long time, as long as the underworld returned to its place, this place would soon be on track as well. Zhao Ling finished looking around and sighed in relief. Fortunately, the basic framework was still there. It seemed that the new underworld didn't need to build it by itself, and the architecture here should be very much in the eye of that new undertaker. Zhao Mandarin also a long time have not looked at this kind of ancient underworld. His world, the underworld, has always been people, with the development of the times to move forward. Here but, has long been left behind for a long time. Zhao Ling shook his head, suddenly thought, he has not so soon reintroduced the underworld out of the world. It is hard not to let it so lost, but also worried about in the out of a ghost and before the ghost king like the ghost. That is not to find trouble for themselves. Zhao Ling thought about it and felt that he still had to find a way to fix it, and before he could think of something, he felt a flash of golden light in Yanluo Hall. Zhao Ran froze, stepped forward to open the main hall's door, and at a glance, he saw the silhouette projected in mid-air. Zhao Ling froze, then attached himself slightly. "My lord Acha." Underworld King Acha looked at Zhao Ling at the bottom and hooked up a smile. "Nowadays, you don't even kneel to me, ah." Zhao Ling looked up at Acha, Lord Hades. Acha waved his hand and interrupted him. "That's just it. Anyway, now that you're not my subordinate anymore, I don't care about you. Do whatever you like." Zhao Ling didn't say anything and just looked at him. Acha suddenly struck towards Zhao Ling with a spell. Zhao Ling rolled sideways to avoid it and looked at Acha after standing firmly. "Zhao Ling, boss, there's no need to be so heartless, right?" Acha sneered. "You're not done counting on my brother before?" Zhao Ling, "This thing boss, this you have to listen to my explanation Acha, what's there to explain? Anyone who betrays me has to die. Zhao Ling, boss, that's not the way to put it. We're in a partnership now, right? The angry look on Ah Cha's face instantly disappeared, and her face returned to that unperturbed look. Alright, haven't seen you for so long, you're still so shameless. Zhao Ling breathed a sigh of relief at this old bastard. He likes to tease me when he has nothing else to do. There is no end to it. ACHA, let's get down to business. You're pretty fast. Finding the location of the underworld with such accounting. Zhao Ling, it's okay, it's just a mistake. ACHA glanced around and smacked her lips in disgust. It's just not a good place. Zhao Ling hard cursed dirty. Also do not look at how long this is deserted. It is not very normal. On his face, he still looked modest. Naturally, it can't be compared to the underworld in our place. Ah Cha, I just feel the yin chi to come over to take a look. To see, that's all. I go back. Not to play with you guys. You guys go for it. Oh. Ah Cha said I'm leaving, and threw another bead to Zhao Ling before leaving. And before Zhao Ling could say anything, Ah Cha's figure disappeared. Zhao Liang. Zhao Ling looked at the bead in his hand and realized that it was actually made of Ah Cha's spiritual energy. He couldn't help but laugh a little. This underworld is quite powerful. Chapter 136, Going Back. Zhao Ling took the bead and cast a spell on the underworld in front of him soon. The underworld slowly turned into nothingness and fell into the spirit bead. After Zhao Ling did everything, he left the place and reopened the bronze door to go out. Seeing Zhao Ling come out, Wu Xie's heart that they were hanging in the air was finally released, and they walked up to Zhao Ling and asked him about his situation. Wu Xie, how's it going? Brother Mandarins? Did it go well? Zhao Ling, it's okay. Fatty Wang, and what's in here? Zhao Ling, it's all settled. As his words fell, they saw that the bronze door in front of them was actually slowly disappearing, and were momentarily shocked, not knowing how to react. Wu Xie pointed at the bronze door that had disappeared and asked Zhao Ling, Brother Ling, what's the situation here? Zhao Ling dropped the beads in his hand. Here it is. Wu Xie and the others stared blankly at the beads in Zhao Ling's hand. Not everything in here could be in here, right? Zhao Ling looked at their expressions and basically already knew what they were thinking in their hearts, shaking his head with no intention of continuing to explain. Zhao Ling, let's go. Go back. Aren't you guys tired? Fatty Wang, how do you feel? We've made a trip for nothing again? Wu Xie nodded his head. Indeed, hitting the sauce doesn't even count. Zhao Ling, is it hard for you guys to want to go in and take a look? Zhao Ling naturally knew that this was a wasted trip for them, but how could any living person go to the underworld? As soon as they took a look at the playful smile on Zhao's face, they knew that it was definitely not simple, and felt that it was better to have nothing to do than to be in danger. Zhao Ling thought for a moment and then spoke again. However, you guys might have a chance to meet inside later. Wu Xie, later? Zhao Ling nodded and didn't speak anymore. When the underworld came out, they would still have a chance to meet his people who contributed together. As for how it would be after death, that was unknown. Fatty Wang, are we going or not? Wu Slant, go. The two of them went up to leave. Jiangqi Lattice's gaze was still looking at the location of the bronze door when Zhao Ling came up and patted his shoulder. Zhao Ling, don't worry, this place won't exist in the future, and no more innocent people will be sacrificed. Jiangqi Lattice, aha. Zhao Ling, let's go. Go back. The two of them turned around and left, catching up with Wu Xie and the others and leaving. After leaving, Wu Xie turned his head to look at the cave and walked over to Zhao Ling to speak. Wu Xie, Brother Mandarins, what do you think will happen if those people come here again and realize that the door is gone? Zhao Ling, what about them? That's all up to them. Fatty Wang, I'd kinda like to see what they'd look like. Wu Xie, what's there to see? None of them are good people who can do something like sacrificing a living person. I'd rather they go crazy. As soon as Wu Xie thought of Xiao Zhao's mother's clan actually sacrificing a living person, such a person deserves to be scared for a while. Zhao Ling, I hope they can remember this lesson. What a time it is. It's good to keep up with the times. Fatty Wang, it's also a good thing if we can help them break the feudal superstitions. The four went back to the Lama temple to rest for 2 days, and finally said goodbye to the monks and left. They came here for a long time. It is time to go back. The four of them returned to the capital, and this time it was Little Flower and Dark Glasses who came together to pick them up. When Black Glasses saw them, he went up and just patted Zhao Ling's shoulder. Dark Glasses, officials you guys go to play this also do not take me Zhao Ling gave him a sidelong glance. Didn't you go to earn money? Dark Glasses, how can earning money be more important than you guys? Zhao Ling, is that so? Dark Glasses smiled sarcastically. Enough about that. Did your trip go well? Wu Slash, it went pretty well. It was all out of the Mandarin's hands, so we went for a run. Xia Yuchen, it's good that it went well. Go back and rest. See, you guys are tired too. Zhao Ling looked at Xia Yuchen. Have Xian Nu and the others returned? Xia Yuchen, I'm back. Waiting for you at the villa. Zhao Ling, let's go. Go back. The 6 of them returned to the villa, and Xian Nu and the region were happy to see Zhao Ling. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling, you guys are back. We missed you. Zhao Ling, miss me? Didn't you guys have a good time? Shen Nu, how do you know? Zhao Ling sneered. You swiped my card. Ha! Shen Nu and Dongqing looked at each other with some embarrassment. In the end, it was Shen Nu who smiled and turned away as if nothing had happened. Holly a Zhao Ling, did you guys get anything out of this trip? Zhao Ling took out the beads in his hand. The harvest is here? Shen Nu, let's see, took it and left. After entering the door, Shen Nu took the beads and looked at them carefully. What's in here is a bit familiar to look at. Zhao Ling, familiarize yourself. This side of the underworld. Holly was startled. The underworld. That's it? It's too small. He's never seen anything like it. Xiaoyu-chan and the others heard this and also curiously came forward to take a look. A small bead did look like it had some buildings in it, but it was unlikely to be the underworld. Shen Nu, you know what? This is a treasure. Just like the mustard seed space. But it's the first time I've seen one that can put the entire underworld in it. Shen Nu said this and looked at Zhao Ling. When did you have such a treasure? How come I didn't know? Zhao Ling waved his hand. No. Shen Nu, so how did you get here? Zhao Ling, from the king of the underworld. Shen Nu was startled. Hades. Cha-cha. Zhao Ling nodded his head, and Holly and Shen Nu looked at each other, both surprised. Holly, why is she here? Shen Nu patted his hand. I guess it's just a case of coming and going. Zhao Ling, yeah. Shen Nu, I told you. How could she come here with that nature? But it's not bad for her to give you this treasure. Zhao Ling, it's okay. Wu Xia, Mandarin brother. The underworld king you guys are talking about? Zhao Ling, my former boss. Hades ACHA. Zhao Ling didn't say anything more, and they probably knew that the other party must be very powerful, so there was nothing more to ask. Xiaoyu-chen, then what are we going to do next? Zhao Ling, the underworld has all been found. The next step is to find someone to head up the affairs of the underworld and officially return it to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Shen Nu, doesn't that mean you have to go to? Shen Nu didn't say it out loud, but the others knew what she meant. They had already known where the array was before, and this time it seemed like that was where they were going. Zhao Ling, yes. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang. Are you guys ready? Zhao Ran glanced at them, and the others glanced at each other before they all ended up smiling at him. Of course. Zhao Ling, alright, we'll leave when the people from the Dao sector ready. Chapter 137, Dealing with the Zhang family. Activating the formation would be extremely costly if they were to do it, and it was meant to be a matter for this place, and they were outsiders who could help, but could never take it all on. Previously, Zhang Yu had gone back to Longhu Mountain and had already discussed with their celestial masters that they would go over to help when Zhao Ling's side was taken care of. Early the next morning, Zhao Ran and the others received a call from Zhang Rishan, and Zhao Ran also remembered the Zhang family members who were still inside Dongkong's belly. Zhao Ling, little brother, what are you going to do with them? Zhang Qi thought about it, but in the end, he still planned to let them go. Let them go. Zhao Ling, have you thought about it? Zhang Qi, well, there's no need to see each other again. Zhao Ling was a bit helpless. Little brother, you really are. Zhao Ling is really want to let the little brother do not be so kind. Treat these people do not need to be so soft-hearted. But, looking at the little brother's still clear eyes, he again some cannot say. Zhao Ling told Dang Kong to spit out all the people, and as soon as Wu Xie and the others came downstairs, they were startled to see a few more people who had inexplicably appeared. Wu Xie looked at them carefully for a couple of moments and realized that it was Zhang Hake and the others. Frowning slightly, brother mandarins, you let them out are? Zhao Ling, I just remembered. These guys need to be dealt with as well. Not a moment later, Shen Maiden and the others also came down. Seeing the extra person, Shen Maiden expressed her interest and came closer with the intention of observing. But when she got close enough she smelled a smell that instantly set her back. While stepping back, he took his hand and fanned the wind. What's that smell? Zhao Ling played with the cell phone in his hand and looked up at her when he sniffed. It seems to be Dongkong's saliva. Shen Nu froze for a moment at her words, and then she only felt a little sick to her stomach. Shen Nu, no. Zhao Ling, this is too disgusting even if you don't wash them. Zhao Ling, that's why I didn't bother to touch it. Wu Xie and the others also stayed far away. This was really disgusting. They didn't want to get close at all. While they were still talking, the doorbell rang and Zhao Ling looked at them. Open the door. Fatty Wang got up. I'll go. Fatty Wang went out to open the door and froze for a moment when he saw Zhang Rishan at the door. President Zhang. Zhang Rishan, Zhao Ling told me to come over. Fatty Wang, President Zhang, please come in. Saying that, he brought the people inside, and as soon as Zhang Rishan came in, he discovered Zhang Hake and the others inside who were disliked by the crowd to the side. Zhang Rishan froze for a moment and then looked at the crowd that was idling to the side, his gaze resting on Zhang Qi Lattice. Zhang Rishan, Patriarch, why are you here? In his eyes, Zhang Qi Lattice shouldn't be at the Bronze Gate right now. Why would he be here? Zhang Qi Lattice looked at him and didn't say anything. It was Wu Xia who explained, little brother came back before. With the mandarins, where is the need for little brother to bother? Zhang Rishan, and before that? Wu Xia, naturally. I'm letting little brother hide. Otherwise how would these people reveal themselves? Wu Ste's gaze looked towards Zhang Haik and the others with some disdain in his eyes. These people who were always hiding behind the scenes and calculating people were really disgusting. Fatty Wang followed Zhang Rishan right up to Zhang Haik's side and frowned slightly when he saw the other's face. How is this a bit strange? Xia Yuchen, what's wrong? Fatty Wang wanted to get his hands on it and look at it, then thought of something and stopped. This is something I don't want to touch either. Zhao Ling looked at each of them in disgust and shook his head, but finally threw them into the courtyard with a wave of his hand. Let's go. Go out and take a look. Zhao Ling got up and led them to the courtyard, where the men were thrown onto their backs. Zhao Ling threw the hose to the dark glasses. Wash them. Dark glasses froze. Me again? Zhao Ling's eyes glared. Is it hard for me to go? Dark glasses gazed over to the others, who averted their eyes from meeting his, and finally resigned themselves to picking up the hose. Black glasses, who let the black master? My life is hard. I'll do it if I come. Dark glasses took the hose and cleaned them up for quite a while. Zhao Ling walked over to Zhang Haik and looked at his face twice before finally reaching behind his ear to uncover a piece of his face. Fatty Wang curiously stepped forward to take a look at Zhang Haik, who had shed his disguise, and was startled. What's going on here? Fatty Wang looked at the person in front of him and froze a little. How could this look so much like Tianjin? Wu Xia, Fatty, what's wrong? Fatty Wang turned his head with some expression and gave him a somewhat strange look. Tianjin, come over and take a look. Wu Xia sniffed and was curious. What was going on? With such a strange expression, and had to ask him to look at it. Xia Yuchen and the others were also full of curiosity, and together they went up to take a look. And once they did, they froze a little. Wu Xia, how does this look so much like me? Zhao Ling, no, this should have been tampered with. Xian Nu stepped forward and pinched Zhang Haik's face twice. It didn't grow like this. It should be due to the use of drugs. Xia Yuchen, drugs? It seems like they still have high hopes for Wu Xieji. Dark glasses, expect. I'm afraid I think this face is good to utilize. Wu Xia was a bit speechless. No, is my face so inviting? Zhao Ling, I don't think it's because of you. Wu Xia, huh? What do you mean? Zhang Il-san, because there's another one that looks like this too. Wu Xia and the others turned their heads to Zhang Rishan, waiting for him to explain. Wu Xia suddenly thought of something and spoke. The person in the videotape. Fatty Wang, yeah, that guy just looks like you. Xia Yuchen, who are you talking about? Wu slanted the videotape I received earlier, sent by Chen Wenjin, the one that led us to Gulmud. Zhang Rishan, that person's name is Chiyu, the descendant of the Nine Gates Chibaji. He was among those who went to the undersea tomb together in the first place. Fatty Wang, it seems like you were noticeable at birth. Wu Xia, then how come I look like him? It's not like they're related. Xian Nu, poops, just now is not said. With drugs can be influenced, especially when small. It is best to hands and feet. Zhao Ling, yes, being in the bureau, you can't even decide what you look like. There was some teasing in Zhao Ling's words, and Wu Xieji was a little sad. So it turned out that this game was far earlier than he had imagined. Fatty Wang comforted him, naive, forget it, it's all in the past anyway. Wu Xia, also, whatever they've calculated, the board is about to be lifted by us now anyway. Xia Yuchen, also, we're better off now. Xia Yuchen suddenly became somewhat relieved. Those so-called unappreciated, the grudges against Xia Lianhuan, as if suddenly there is no more. He used to live a bitter life, but at least it was his own choice of path. Chapter 138 Zhang Haik leaves. Zhang Rishan looked at Wu Xia and their eyes and felt a little guilty. He knew about Wusan province and their plan, but not much, because they didn't trust him either, so they informed him very little. Moreover, he rarely cared about the affairs of the Nine Sects anymore, and if it wasn't for Zhao Ling's reasons, perhaps he wouldn't have had the face to appear in front of the patriarch in his life. Wu Xia, forget it, whatever, what about them? Zhao Ling, let it go, that's all. Fatty Wang, will it be too cheap for them? Zhao Ling, little brother's clan, he can do whatever he wants with them. Wu slanted to look at little brother, you want to release them? Zhang Rishan was also a bit puzzled. He had an average relationship with the overseas Zhang family and didn't have much affection for them, but this time they were counting on Wu Xia. Was it hard to believe that the patriarch didn't care either? Zhang Qi Lattice, let them leave, and don't come back in the future. Wu Xia, that's fine. Zhao Ling, wake them up. Dark glasses walked over to them and kicked them one by one, waking them up one by one. Zhang Haik they got up and looked at the group of people in front of them, only to feel a black eye. They did not know what happened before. How did they get here in a flash? Zhao Ling, wake up. Zhang Haik gazed at Zhang Qi Lattice, patriarch. Zhang Qi Lattice, you guys leave. Zhang Haik, we are also doing this for the Zhang family. Zhang Qi Lattice, Zhang family, there is no more. Zhang Haik still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhao Ling, almost there. Now mentioning the Zhang family. When you guys left little brother to run, how did you not think of the Zhang family? Anyway, you guys don't recognize Xiao Xiao as the patriarch. Since that's the case, then don't see each other anymore. Isn't it good? Zhang Haike, this is my Zhang family's business. Your Excellency may not be too nosy. Zhao Ling's words caused Zhang Haike to look a little embarrassed, but he still retorted with a stiff upper lip. Zhao Ling's face darkened. Did I give you guys face? Zhao Ling's black face made Wu Xie and the others startled. Zhang Haike also had some drums in his heart. This Zhao Ling's methods were too mysterious and unpredictable. They didn't understand them at all. And just now they also opened their mouths out of anger. But now that I've calmed down, I'm also a bit scared. Wu Xie, you guys leave, and don't show up here again in the future. As for the Wang family, how you want to deal with it is also none of our business. Zhang Haike glanced at Zheng Qigu, who didn't even look at them. Zhang Haike finally nodded and left with his men. In the end, Zhang Rishan went to see them off for a bit. Although he was not wanting to interact with them much, he still went to see them off. After all, they were all family, right? After Zhang Rishan returned from seeing people off, he looked at Zhao Ling and the others sitting on the sofa, each saying their own words. The atmosphere was just right. Then he remembered how this Haikai and the others looked when they left, and shook his head. It was really a completely different life. Zhang Rishan, Zhao Ling, you didn't find me here this time to meet them, did you? Zhao Ling, of course not. Does it matter if you see it or not? Zhang Rishan, it really doesn't matter. The current Zhang family has long ceased to exist. Zhao Ling, you do see things clearly. Wu slanted, actually, the current Zhang family doesn't have the ability to fight against the Wang family. Right, including the 9 sects. Wu Xie's words were filled with a tone of certainty, and Zhang Rishan froze, then nodded and smiled to himself. Yes, it's difficult. Xie Yuchen, so you guys put your hopes on Wu Xie? Zhang Rishan, it's not my decision. It was the decision of the older generation of the 9 sect. He couldn't interfere with anything. Holly, it's all different now with our help, isn't it? Wu Xie, yeah, if it wasn't for mandarins, I would have been in the game by now, and I don't know what would have become of me. Wu Xie sighed with emotion and looked at Zhao Ling and the others with a look of gratitude in his eyes. Zhao Ling, well, things are already coming to an end, so you guys don't need to be so sad. Zhao Ran gave them a blank look. Was there any mistake? With him around, would he still let anything happen to them? That would be looking down on him too much. Shen Nu, yeah, with us, you guys are going to be fine. Oh. Zhao Ran looked at Zhang Rishan, President Zhang. We will be leaving the capital soon to do a great thing. If we succeed in our endeavors, then what you are worried about can be resolved as well. Zhang Rishan was a bit excited and looked at Zhao Ling. Really? Zhao Ling, of course. I never tell lies. False, often said, but this time it was true. Zhang Rishan, then what do you want me to do? This can't be something without a price. Zhao Ling, Wu Xie and the others are going to leave with me. When that time comes, the people behind it will definitely sit up and take notice, and there will be a whole lot of trouble. So I'll need to trouble President Zhang to deal with it. Zhang Rishan, good. I will definitely take care of these matters. Don't worry. Zhao Ling, then we'll rely on President Zhang. Zhang Rishan, when are you leaving? Do you want me to give you a ride? Zhao Ran smiled, looked with them, and shook his head. No, there's no need to send it. Wait for us to come back and prepare a celebration banquet. Zhang Rishan, okay, sure. In the evening, Zhang Rishan still treated them to a meal at the Crescent Moon restaurant, and Zhang Yu had just arrived in the afternoon, so he went to have a big meal with them in the evening. The next day, they were at the villa packing and getting things ready to take with them. In the end, they still do not know the real entrance to the mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang, and know where it is, but also their guesses, and there is also the practice of taking chances. Zhang Yu, brother mandarins, can we really find the tomb of Qin Shi Huang? Zhao Ling, it should be fine. His luck can't be that bad. Shen Nu, Zhao Ling, have you ever thought about what if Qin Shi Huang's tomb isn't there? Zhao Ling looked at her with a somewhat meaningful smile. No. Shen Nu frowned. You know something, right? Zhao Ran sighed. I wasn't going to tell you guys, but since you're asking, I might as well. I met someone before. Wu Xie, what man? Zhao Ling, a smith. Holly, a smith? Zhao Ling, the people who built Qin Shi Huang's tomb were from different worlds, but there are some things that are the same. Shen Nu, are you sure? Shen Nu's gaze was filled with skepticism. Zhao Ling, of course there is. In fact, the one he met wasn't an ordinary craftsman, and what he knew from him was enough to prove that Qin Shi Huang's tomb was located. It won't be too far away from the Terracotta Warriors. The Terracotta Warriors have already appeared, so the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor isn't hard to find. It's just a matter of whether the one wants people to find it or not. Zhao Ling, I think that I should be very close to this His Majesty the First Emperor. Chapter 139, Zhao Ling's Other Purposes. Zhao Ling, I'll tell you guys when we get there. Zhang Yu, brother mandarins, you know a lot. Zhao Ling's smile gave way. How was he going to take this? Saying that he had lived too long so he knew everything? Shen Nu, Aya. Zhao Ling has lived for so many years, it's too normal to know a lot. Right, just like his tactics. I still don't know what other tactics he has until now. Wu Xia and the others also nodded. Zhao Ling always made them feel powerful whenever he dealt with the enemy, but he never said anything about it, so they were also curious as hell. Zhao Ling, there are some things. It's not that I don't want to say them, but I can't say them. Where are the good things? There is always a price. It's just that his price has been paid long ago, that's why he is dashing a bit. Every single thing he learned was basically exchanged, and with so many years of ferryman life, he didn't know how many people he had met, so it was only natural that he had learned a few things. After Zhao Ling finished speaking, he went upstairs and didn't bother to say much to them. After he left, Dongqing looked at his back and suddenly opened his mouth and said, I think Zhao Ling is a bit different. Shen Nu sniffed and looked at him, the smile in her eyes a bit strange. Do you know Zhao Ling very well? Holly froze. Huh? Shen Nu, now he's not only Zhao Ling, he's also nameless. Holly, nameless, Zhao Ling's life before he became a ferryman. Shen Nu, yeah. He wasn't dead in the first place, he just gave his soul to Acha. Now that his soul is back in, there is no one to restrain him. Wu Xia and the others listened in a daze. Why did they feel like hearing the Mandarin brother in their mouths to be more powerful? Dark glasses, then according to you guys, the Mandarins aren't very powerful. Shen Nu, indeed powerful. Much more powerful than you guys think anyway. After all, someone who used to be an arahant, can they dish it out? Holly, how come I didn't realize that Zhao Ling is so Shen Nu patted Dongqing's shoulder. What you see is what Zhao Ling wants you to see, and as for what he doesn't want you to see, there's a lot more to it. And, Shen Nu didn't continue. Dongqing looked at her with some doubt. Shen Nu smiled and shook her head, without meaning to say anything further. She actually couldn't understand what Zhao Ling was thinking, especially in this matter. The benefits he could obtain were not very obvious, and didn't want him to do what he would do, but he did it, and was so attached to it. It was very unlike him. Shen Nu, alright. Hurry up and pack your things. We're leaving tomorrow. Have a good rest today. After Shen Nu finished speaking, she also went upstairs, but instead of going back to her room, she went to Zhao Ling's room. The following crowd looked at each other in dismay, and finally one by one, they brought up other topics and stopped thinking about Zhao Ling. Shen Nu stood at the door of Zhao Ling's room for a while before finally knocking. Zhao Ling opened and looked at her. I was wondering how much longer you were going to stand? Shen Nu laughed. Heh, it's not thinking about things. Zhao Ling turned around and entered the room. Say, what is it that you want to see me about? Shen Nu followed her in and even closed the door with her hand, and after entering, the two sat opposite each other, both with serious looks on their faces. Shen Nu, tell me, why did you agree to this deal? Zhao Ling, isn't it to make amends? Didn't you know? Shen Nu gave him a blank look. Come on, don't think I don't know about your dealings with the Underworld King? There's no way the Underworld King can kill you, right? Zhao Ling raised his eyebrows slightly. What makes you think that? Shen Nu, from the time I learned that your predecessor was an arahant, I've always wanted to ask you a question. Zhao Ling, you said? Shen Nu, who certified you to your arahantship? Or did you not reach the degree of no degree? Zhao Ling took out the early moon in a rare moment today. He hadn't played it for a long time, and his hand was resting on top of the early moon strings when he heard such a question from Shen Nu. Zhao Ling's hand lurched, and he looked up at Shen Nu, who had nothing but a bland look in his eyes. Zhao Ling, how did you come up with this question? Shen Nu, because the king of the underworld is treating you strangely, especially after you got your soul. Zhao Ling, that's it? Shen Nu, of course it's not just that. There's also the Taishan prefect. There are other deals between you and him too, right? Zhao Ling sighed. Yes, but it has nothing to do with you. Shen Nu, I know. It's your business. I'm not interested. What I'm interested in is you. Your life. Shen Nu's gaze was fixed on Zhao Ling as she spoke, her eyes filled with a curious tone. Zhao Ling smiled a little, his hand gently playing the early moon, slowly uttering the words, Buddha is originally the way. Zhao Ling's words made Shen Nu frown. What did it mean? She had heard this phrase before, but the Buddhist sect didn't actually approve of it, because once that happened, the Buddhist sect would be head and shoulders below the Taoist sect. But now that Zhao Ling said this again, she was a bit puzzled, and soon, Shen Nu looked up at Zhao Ling in shock. You're a Buddhist and Taoist dual cultivator? Zhao Ling did not deny it, and Shen Nu felt even more shocked that it was actually like this. In that case, the so-called Arhat, I'm afraid that it wasn't just an identity that he used to hide his identity. If this is really the case, then it is no wonder that the Underworld King is so tolerant of him, and his master, I'm afraid, is even more uncomplicated. After a while, Shen Nu came back to her senses and looked at Zhao Ling's clouded appearance with a burst of gnashing of teeth. I didn't expect. She always thought that she was good enough, but she didn't want this Zhao Li as the most hidden one. Shen Nu listened to him play the zither for a long time, and then suddenly opened her mouth to ask again. I heard that those who have cultivated into arhats have two abilities. One is the longevity of a protracted period of time, and the other is the ability to dwell in and move heaven and earth. Is that right? Zhao Ling, rumors are not to be believed. Xian Nu got up with the intention of leaving. Rumors can't be trusted, but they may not be untrue. After saying that, she left Zhao Ling's room, and when the door closed, Zhao Ling shook his head slightly. Xian Nu. Ah, worthy of being the god of war? Not stupid at all. Still, what you see in me is only what I want you to see. If he is, the genie may not be either Zhao Ling or nameless. He really didn't come here just to help. More importantly, he needed merit. The 1,000 years he wasted in the underworld wasn't abandoning his cultivation. On the contrary, that was for cultivation. Arahant, looks very powerful, but this identity also binds him. It is better to just give up and use another way to enter the path. So blessing and disaster. Who can say clearly? Only one of his schemes ultimately owed something. Mang is to suffer an undeserved disaster, so he has to atone for his sins. Merit, page number of his purpose. P.S. This chapter is mainly for the next book to do padding. This book has been almost finished. The next book intends to write a synthesis of film and television. The protagonist is Zhao Ran. The tentative World Chen Love Order. 3 lifetimes, the other to be determined. Chapter 140, The Terracotta Army. The next day, Zhao Ling led their group out of the capital and headed to the location of the Terracotta Warriors. Luckily, it wasn't tourist season when they were there, and although there were quite a few people, they were still able to get in. But they didn't rush in to look around. They couldn't afford to take a stroll when they came to the city of Xi'an. The group treated it as if they were traveling, and took in the surrounding attractions before remembering the main objective, the Terracotta Warriors and horses. In the evening, the crowd went out for a day of fun and came back all paralyzed inside the house rented by Xiaoyuchen to rest. Shen Nu, looks like we're going to have to take a walk to the Terracotta Warriors. There's no information out there at all. Wu Xia was stunned. Aren't we going to play? What information are we looking at? Xiaoyuchen looked helplessly at Wu Xia. Terrain layout otherwise we have nothing to do running around what? Wu Xia, no. You guys didn't say anything before. Wu Xia really didn't know what to say. Are you all so taciturn? He didn't even tell him anything. He dragged little brother and Fatty to play every day and never paid any attention to this. Zheng Qi Lattice, I've read it too. Wu Slat instantly felt stabbed in the back and turned his head to look at little brother with a heartbroken face. Little brother. You too. Wu Xia's expression instantly made everyone else laugh. And it had to be said that at certain times, Wu Xia was really their happy fruit. Zhao Ling played with his cell phone without lifting his head and spoke. I'm the one who didn't let them tell you. Wu Xia, why? The Mandarin brother. Zhao Ling, because you're the most noticeable out of all of us. There's always been quite a few people staring at you, so the best way to fool them is that you don't know either. What else can Wu Xia say? The Mandarin has already planned. He is the target. Attracting those people cannot do anything. Xiaoyuchen, Zhao Ling. Where do you think Wusan province and Lianhuan will be at this time? Xiaoyuchen suddenly thought of these two. They had done so much, but now that Wu Xia and he were out of their plans and not looking for them, where would they be? Wu Xia also looked at Zhao Ling with some curiosity, and Zhao Ling had a helpless look on his face. What do you take me for? Knowing everything? Wu Xia and the others looked at each other with some embarrassment. They did seem to have this intention. After all, no matter what the question was, Zhao Ling could always give them some answers. Zhao Ling rolled his eyes. We're going to see the Terracotta Warriors tomorrow. Let's go together. Dark glasses. Okay, tomorrow we'll go and see. Xiaoyuchen, is it hard to believe that you haven't been there for so many years? Dark glasses hand in hand ain't no money. Xiaoyuchen. The next day, the crowd set off together to the location of the Terracotta Warriors. They came early. There weren't many people inside yet, and they went in a little looser. When they arrived inside, the crowd walked through the Terracotta Warriors together. Looking at the Terracotta Warriors inside that were neatly arranged and resembled real people beyond compare, they looked in wonder. Wu Xia, this Terracotta Warriors are really peculiar. Each one has its own characteristics. Fatty Wang, yeah, no wonder it's called a miracle. Xiaoyuchen, each one is different. What a great deal. Dark eyes, this Qin Shi Huang was really big for his yellow tomb. Zhao Ling, here, don't talk nonsense and remember to address His Majesty the First Emperor. The dark glasses froze, and the others were also shocked, looking at the Terracotta Warrior with somewhat bizarre eyes. Dark glasses? No, it doesn't. Zhao Ling gave him a blank look. Shen Nu stepped forward and also looked at Zhao Ling curiously. What's going on? Zhao Ling gave them a look and leaned on one side of the railing, watching them. Zhao Ling, don't you guys want to know why I'm sure that the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang is next to the Terracotta Warriors? I'll give you guys the lowdown now. Shen Nu, tell me about it. I want to hear it. Zhao Ling, the smith I once met was the one who made these human servants for the first emperor. Wu Xia, what? So early man? Zhao Ling, he once told me something. that all these terracotta warriors were soldiers who died during the conquest of Qin in the beginning, and each one of them has a name and a history. The crowd was shocked by what they heard. They never thought there was such a thing. There was a lot of speculation about the terracotta warriors, and they had learned quite a bit about them before they came, but never heard of anything else like that. Is that actually the explanation? Zhao Ling's gaze went to the dark glasses. So it's best for you to use honorifics when you speak of their majesties in front of the Qin soldiers. Oh, dark glasses are a bit embarrassed. I know. I'll pay attention. Wu Xia, so, these are His Majesty the First Emperor's soldiers? Zhao Ling, you could say that. Xia Yuchen, then where are we going to find the entrance to the Yellow Tomb? Zhao Ling, it's impossible to find it here, and it's still a developed area, so it's better not to make too much noise. Zhang Yu, then where are we going to find the entrance? Zhao Ling, MT, Li, Xian Nu, Li Xian. Why didn't you say so earlier? Then why are we still making this trip? Zhao Ling, I came just to make sure of one thing. Wu Xia, what is it? Zhao Ling, see if there's any soul power. If His Majesty the First Emperor really has an arrangement here, then soul power is definitely going to permeate here. Xia Yuchen, so there is? Zhao Ling, yes. Dark glasses, really? Zhao Ling nodded and didn't say anything, but Xian Nu came to mean it. Xian Nu, doesn't that mean the First Emperor is still in the middle of the tomb? Zhao Ling, yeah. You guys can definitely grow up and meet your old ancestors this time. Wu Slash, we're still blessed. The others looked at each other. They were indeed blessed. This was an old ancestor. Where would the next person get a chance? Zhang Yu, so we're just leaving? Zhao Ling, you guys can wander around if you want to. I'd rather go. Wu slanted, alright. It's not easy to come here. I'd like to see it. Zhao Ling didn't care about them and left directly. There was still some hidden dragon chi in here. He was still a bit uncomfortable here. It was better to leave earlier. After Zhao Ling left, Dongqing looked at Zhao Ling's back and was a bit puzzled. Why is Zhao Ling walking so fast? It's like someone is chasing him. Xian Nu laughed a little and turned her head to look at the terracotta warriors inside. There's something in here that makes him feel scornful. Wu Xia, what is it? Xian Nu, dragon's breath. It was only then that they remembered Zhao Ling's identity. It seems that the Ghostbusters are a little afraid of this thing. Right, no wonder he left so quickly. They all laughed as they looked at Zhao Ling's back, and after that, they didn't care where Zhao Ling went, and strolled around on their own. After all, this was a historical monument, and it was still very interesting. Chapter 141, Lishi Mountain. Zhao Ling left without caring about them anymore. It wouldn't have happened anyway, and he, on the other hand, went straight to Mount Li. The mausoleum of the first Qin emperor was definitely under Mount Li. He just didn't know the entrance. It was just as well that he took advantage of the fact that no one was there to poke around and find out. Otherwise it would be too big of a target if a group of them went. Zhao Ling just to the foot of the mountain. Feel is that huge dragon vein power. Zhao Ling slightly frowned. So big Qi. In the first emperor left the world 1,000 years after the Qi still exists. The Great Qin actually will be that kind of a downfall. It is really unbelievable. However, thinking that there might be some inside information in it, Zhao Ran thought as he walked upwards. After walking for a long time, it has exceeded the area of tourism. Mount Li is a branch of the Qinling Mountains. There are still many deep mountains inside, are not allowed to go in. Zhao Ran headed towards the place where the dragon energy was the thickest, quietly avoiding the people guarding outside along the way, and going straight to the mountains. The further in you go, the taller the trees get inside, and the water vapor is plentiful. The deep mountains inside are covered in thick fog, making it difficult to find a way out once you're inside. Zhao Ling stood on the periphery and surveyed for a long time, struggling with whether to go in or not, and finally thought to forget it and go in tomorrow. At night, Zhao Ling found a tree to rest. Xian Nu and the others returned to the resting place but found Zhao Ling people were not there. They were all a bit strange. Wu Xia, where's Mandarin? Hasn't he come back yet? Xian Nu, no. He should have come back a long time ago. Why don't we see anyone? Holly, could something have delayed you on the way? Xia Yuchen, I don't think so. Wasn't it morning when he left? Dark glasses, I told you why he left so early today. He must have gone to do something else. Fatty Wang, where the hell did the Mandarin go? Why don't we give him a call and ask? Wu Slant, can it? Make a phone call. Xian Nu took out her cell phone. I'll call it. When Zhao Ling received the call, he was counting the stars with a bored look on his face, and it was only when he saw the caller that he remembered that he had forgotten to say something to them. Answering the phone, Xian Nu's voice came out. Zhao Ling, where did you die? You came back and disappeared. Zhao Ran was a bit vain. I won't go back. Xian Nu, what? Not coming back? What are you doing? Zhao Ling, I'm at Mount Li now. Xian Nu was startled. Mount Li, you've already been there? Zhao Ling, well, came over to explore. Xian Nu wanted to say something else, but Zhao Ran spoke again. I'll send you the location tomorrow, so you guys can come straight over. Xian Nu, alright, then pay attention. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Zhao Ling took back his cell phone. His eyes looked at the woods underneath again. The forest at night could be quite a bit more exciting than during the day. Obviously during the day, the mountain range was still full of dragon chi shrouded. At night, it even became ghostly, and 2 ghostly creatures ran out from time to time down there, and he was a little tired of watching them. Xian Nua's side hung up the phone and sighed at the crowd full of curiosity. Zhao Ling, this guy, always out of line. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling has gone immediately and said that he will wait for us there. We will go directly to him tomorrow. Wu Xia, the Mandarin just went straight there and didn't wait for me. Xia Yuchen, it's better to check the situation alone. Xian Nu, he's just too lazy to take us. Zhao Ling is getting more and more chickenish. Zhang Yu, then we can just go directly to him tomorrow. The people nodded and all went to rest. They had to climb the mountain again early tomorrow morning, but they had to rest well. They were resting on their side, but Zhao Rina really couldn't sleep anymore. He was just one negligence, and a lot of ghosts had gathered under the tree he was in, and they were all soldiers in armor. Zhao Ling raised his eyes. I'm afraid that other than the Qin soldiers there were no other people who dared to spread their wildness in this place. Zhao Ling jumped down from the tree, and those ghost soldiers saw him coming down and backed away a bit. Zhao Ling looked ahead. I've already come down. Why don't your excellency show yourself? As Zhao Ling's words fell, the group of ghost soldiers slowly moved away from an opening, and a man in armor stepped out from inside. A bit old, but what most caught Zhao Ling's attention was the fierce aura that covered his body, which was not something an ordinary person would look like. The man carried his sword in his right hand and walked to Zhao Ling, and Zhao Ling realized that this man was almost 50 or 60 years old when he died. Right, he still looked so energetic. The man raised his hand. His Majesty has asked me to take His Excellency in? Zhao Ling, who is this general? The man raised his eyes slightly. His eyes were filled with a solemn and murderous aura. Jun can call me Bai Qi. Zhao Ran was startled. So it's Jun Wuan. Long time no see. Bai Qi, I am flattered. Your Excellency can follow me since. Zhao Ling, however, suddenly felt that something wasn't right. Wait, you're Wu and Jun. Bai Qi looked at Zhao Ling. What's wrong? Zhao Ling, are you kidding me? Is Bai Qi from the same era as Emperor Shi Huang? There was no general named Bai Qi in Emperor Shi Huang's generals, right? Zhao Ran looked at the person in front of him with a face full of vigilance. This person wouldn't be lying to him, right? It didn't look too much like it. Could it be that he knew the history incorrectly? Bai Qi looked at Zhao Ling and slowly uttered a sentence. What I am loyal to is the great Qin imperial family. Zhao Ran was stunned, then reacted and slightly owed a bow. That's how it was. It's my fault for being rude. Bai Qi waved his hand. No harm done. Follow me. Zhao Ling did excuse himself. I hope General will pardon me. I have a few friends who want to pay their respects to His Majesty together. We have all our gifts ready. How about going to pay our respects together tomorrow? Bai Qi's gaze flinched. How dare you make His Majesty wait for you? Zhao Ling, I don't dare. I don't dare to be rude. Zhao Ling and Bai Qi stared at each other, feeling the extremely heavy aura of death coming towards him from the other party, not moving a muscle, not even changing their eyes. After a long time, Bai Qi suddenly laughed. Good guts, but can you get in without me? Zhao Ling, your Majesty knew I was coming? Bai Qi, there is nothing at Mount Li that your Majesty does not know. Zhao Ran suddenly realized. No wonder he felt a line of sight after he went up the mountain, but couldn't find it anywhere and thought it was an illusion. So it's not. It's His Majesty the First Emperor who noticed him. How fortunate. Zhao Ling, then let's bet on it. If I can't find it, it only means that I'm not destined to be with His Majesty. Bai Qi, you are very courageous. Zhao Ling, thanks for the compliment. Bai Qi's expression paused for a moment. This person was too shameless. Was that a compliment from him? Bai Qi grunted and turned to leave, dropping a sentence before he left. I hope to see your great gift tomorrow. With a slight bow, Zhao Ling sent him away, and after his figure disappeared, the Qin soldiers around him also disappeared. Zhao Ran sighed and took a look around. Sure enough, this Qin Shi Huang is not a joke. Such a strong power of divine sense. I'm afraid that he started practicing a long time ago. Chapter 142. Zhao Ling found a place to meditate and rest. After that earlier, there shouldn't be any more people to disturb him. Early the next morning, Zhao Ling sent the location to Xian Maiden and the others, and waited in place for them to arrive. Although this place was set up with Qi Men Dun Jia and it was still very subtle, it was still relatively simple for Zhao Ling. After waiting for a long time, Zhao Ling finally heard Xian Nua's voice in their voices. Looking up, a few people walked up to him with some difficulty picking their way through the weeds. Zhao Ling looked at them. You guys are too slow, aren't you? Xian Nu rolled her eyes. Don't mention it. We were almost blocked. Zhao Ling, blocked too. Who is it? Wu Xia and the others looked at each other somewhat awkwardly. I met the forest ranger on the way in. Zhao Ling, don't you guys know how to hide? Fatty Wang, this is not at first did not react to it. They also came in before remembering that this place is an undeveloped area, is not allowed to enter. They are good, completely not camouflage ran in, but there are people to stop them. Zhao Ling didn't make any noise. Did you guys? Xiaoyu Chen, running fast, should be fine. Zhao Ling shook his head. I'm really convinced. Shen Nu, okay, let's not talk about this. You've been here for so long. Have you found the entrance? Can we see the first emperor? Zhao Ling, what do you think? Is it hard to believe that you don't feel the dragon energy here? Shen Nu heatedly smiled. How is this possible? This point of things I can still feel. Just some. Zhao Ling knew what she meant and then spoke. Too dense? Shen Nu nodded her head. That's right. This doesn't match the chi of a dynasty that has disappeared at all. It's too abnormal. Zhao Ling smiled slightly and looked into the distance. In his case, everything is possible. Shen Nu frowned slightly. Why do I feel like you're being a bit sycophantic? Zhao Ling raised an eyebrow. Yes? Shen Nu, just there. Do you have to? We haven't even met the first emperor yet? You're just being facetious. It's not like he can see it. Zhao Ling asked back. How do you know he can't see it? Shen Nu just wanted to retort, but suddenly as if she thought of something, her eyes widened as she looked at Zhao Ling. You mean, he actually... Shen Nu didn't go on. He also didn't dare to imagine. If Zhao Ling's words were true, everything they did on the mountain was seen by the emperor of the first dynasty, the divine sense that covered a mountain. How powerful it must be. Shen Nu, luckily, we weren't planning to do anything. Zhao Ling, a hands-off is impossible because he already knew what we came here for? Shen Nu was shocked, and the others also listened in confusion, not knowing how to react. Shen Nu, what did you see last night? She felt that Zhao Ling must have discovered something, otherwise she wouldn't have said it with such certainty. Zhao Ling looked at them as they sat down to rest and spoke softly. I saw it. Bai Qi. Zhao Ling paused slightly in the middle and finally spat out two words that were very soft, but managed to make the others freeze. The genii didn't react much, but they were different. The water that Fatty Wang just drank and directly spat out, almost spitting on Wu Xie, and was blanked by Wu Xie. Fatty Wang didn't even have time to apologize to Wu Xie, looking at Zhao Ling, full of incredulity. Ling, who are you talking about? Zhao official, Wuan Jun, Bai Qi. Wu Xie and the others had the same expression. This was too surprising. Wu Jun Bai Qi was actually still around and still guarding the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. This was not supposed to be a person from the same era, but it all made them feel shocked. Dark glasses? No, Whitey isn't. Zhao Ling interrupted with the dark glasses words. There are some things that don't need to be known so clearly. What exactly was involved in this was a matter for Great Qin, and they were in no position to question it. Shen Nu, no wonder you're so sure. It seems like there's far more behind this than we thought. Zhang Yuoe, what does it mean? Mandarin? Zhao Ling looked at his dumbfounded expression and laughed a little. It means that we're bound to return in triumph this time. After saying that, without caring about Zhang Yu's complexion, he took the lead and walked forward, resting almost enough. Let's go, and take you to pay homage to His Majesty the First Emperor. The others followed him forward, and Zhao Ran walked forward as if he knew the location without any hesitation at all, with Wu Xie and the others following behind with great eyesight. After walking for a long time, there were no smaller trees around them, a huge tree erected in the middle of it without even a single weed in between. Looking at the large tree that 5 people couldn't even hug around, Wu Xie and the others were filled with amazement. Wu Xie, this is actually like this inside. If ordinary people come in here, can they still get out? Dark glasses, tough enough. Little brother, if you, can you? Zhang Qi Lattice, it's okay. Fatty Wang, can that little brother be the same as us? Xiaoyu Chen, it's really hard. That's what I call being off the beaten path. Zhao Ling walked forward a bit and stopped. This is it. Looking at the front of the 3 large trees surrounded by a circle, Zhao Ling and heart's eyes. This is in the end who is the first emperor of the set. If it is not, he read more books, but also simply cannot find this. Fatty Wang looked at the direction Zhao Ling pointed, put down his backpack, took out his Luoyang shovel, and looked at Zhao Ling. Ling, digging from here? Zhao Ling looked at him with his mouth wide open in shock as he watched the series of actions. Looking at him, what do you want? Fatty Wang was a bit puzzled. Digging a rubber hole? This I'm the best at it. I'll do it. Zhao Ling was so dumbfounded by what he heard that he was directly infuriated and laughed, and finally applauded. Awesome. Fatty, you actually want to dig the tomb of the first emperor. Shen Nu gave him 2 thumbs up. Cheer up. I hope you can come out safely. Fatty Wang was still a bit incomprehensible. Wu Xia looked at him and held his forehead. This fat man carried such a big bag of things, actually prepared to come to dig a grave. The other people also laughed and looked at Fatty Wang with a look of incomprehension. Finally it was Wu Xie who went up to him and explained, Fatty, you don't think about it. If the tomb of the first emperor could be accessed by digging, would it still be necessary for so many people to be unable to find it? Fatty Wang nodded his head. That makes sense too. So how do we get in? Dark glasses. Fatty, we are here under the leadership of the official. He must have a way to bring us in. Their gazes looked towards Zhao Ling, who still had a smile on the corner of his mouth. It really made him unable to resist. Actually really thinking of coming to dig the tomb of the first emperor ah. Zhao Ling barely suppressed his laughter and cleared his throat. Ahem, I'll take you inside. Then he walked to the front of the 3 trees and paid his respects. Zhao Ling seeks an audience with His Majesty the First Emperor. As his words fell, a door slowly appeared before him. Chapter 143 Fu Su. Seeing the scene in front of them, Wu Xie and the others widened their eyes. Great! Another unscientific scene. Dark glasses, worthy of being the tomb of the first emperor, so unusual. Zhao Ling, let's go. Don't be poor. Zhao Ling led the crowd inside, and after a moment of darkness, they felt a clearing, and a path appeared in front of them, which was surrounded by rocks, densely packed and layered. As far as the eye could see, there were such piles of rocks as far as the eye could see. Fatty Wang, how is it? Zhao Ling turned his head to look at him. How so? Fatty Wang, TCH, how can I put it? It's a bit disappointing. Dark glasses, right? How can I say this is the tomb of 1,000 ancient emperors? This arrangement, it's too rough. Zhao Ling, so what do you guys say? What's it going to be like? Palaces lined with pavilions? Gold floor tiles and jade walls? Wu Xia, it doesn't have to be that way. Zhao Ling gave them a blank look. Were you told to come and hang out? Xia Yuchen, let's just hurry forward. He was truly convinced. In someone else's territory. Can you talk less? Zhao Ling, alright, this is just the periphery. What could there be? Go inside and take a look. The crowd continued to walk forward. The more they walked, the more the rocks piled up next to them into a pile of rocks is a little different. The height of the staggered. The layout is also very skillful. Wu Slant, these rocks were stacked on purpose, right? Xia Yuchen, what does it look like? Zhangqi Lattice, mountain range layout. Wu Xia tapped his head, right. That map of the direction of the mountains and rivers and earth veins that Xian Maiden took before. The edges are very similar to the ones here. Xian Nu nodded, it does look like it. They looked at each other, always feeling as if they had discovered something remarkable. As the group talked, they moved forward, and in front of them, at the end of the path, there seemed to be a figure standing. Xian Nu's eyes were so refined that she saw it at a glance and even opened her mouth to shout. There is a person in front of us. Fatty Wang didn't even look in front of him, surveying the surroundings, and picked up a sentence. It's unlikely that what's here is a person. It's estimated to be. Before the words were finished, Xian Nu's next words came out. Oh, it's a ghost. Fatty Wang's mouth was stuck in his throat with the word human servant, and he looked at Xian Nu in shock. What? Ghost? Wu Xie and the others looked at Xian Nu with the same expression. Was it this exciting as soon as they came in? Zhao Ran didn't bother to look at their unproductive appearance, and didn't think about it. What kind of place is this? There are talented people strange, right? Zhao Ling, don't be ashamed. Okay, following me. You guys are actually afraid of ghosts? Zhao Ling's words brought them back to their senses, and with a somewhat awkward glance at Zhao Ling, they all followed his footsteps up. Zhao Ling also saw the figure in front of him, dressed in white robes with his hair tied at the back end. His face was handsome, looking at them with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, a gentlemanly appearance. Xian Nu got excited at the first glance. Wow, so handsome, fluttering Prince A. Zhao Ling was speechless, again, quickly covering the person's mouth and dragging him back. Xian Nu was full of unhappiness. Zhao Ling, you spoiled my good deed. Zhao Ling smiled slightly. Holly, keep her under control. Holly's black face slightly retracted a bit. Seeing Xian Nu being pulled back by Zhao Ling, she slightly lowered her eyebrows. Xiaoya, is it because I'm bad that you like them more? It's okay, I'll get better. Can you please, don't leave me behind? Xian Nu instantly felt heartbroken. Donching, you are the best. How could I not love you? They are all floating clouds. You are the true love. Ah, don't be sad. Won't not want you. Zhao Ling looked at the two people dumbfounded. No, what's this again? Wu Xia they watched with great interest, and nodded their heads. Zhao Ling only felt his eyes go black and regretted for the 100th time why he had brought them here. Shame on him. Zhao Ran didn't bother to look at the unlucky few of them and went up to the man. Hello, I'm Zhao Ran. The man kept a smile on the corner of his mouth, and he didn't mind at all even when he was offended. Mr. Zhao, I am Fu Su, and I am here waiting for all of you on the orders of my father. As soon as Fu Su's name came out, Zhao Ling raised his eyebrows. It seems that His Majesty the First Emperor is still paying quite a bit of attention to him. Wu Oblique they are fixed to observe up the person in front of them. This is the Prince of Qin Shi Huang Fancy, although no prince of the name, but the treatment is indeed the same person. The Emperor of Qin can take the name of a Fusu, enough to see its fancy. The mountains have Fusu, the sermons have Hoa. Such a meaningful name hanging on the person in front of him only made people feel that he fully deserved it. He nodded slightly to greet them, and all he did was act in a dignified manner as a male. Wu Oblique they looked tisk tisk tsk, worthy of the Qin Shi Huang valued successor. This big Qin if handed over to his hands, how can it be so quickly gone? The history says that Fu Su is too benevolent and righteous, but Zhao Ling didn't see it. He is the son of Ing Zhang. How can he be so easily wrapped up in Confucianism? Zhao Ling doesn't think that the person in front of him will be simple and harmless. Zhao Ling, so it's Mr. Fusu. What virtue or ability do I have to allow you to welcome me personally? Fusu, Mr. Zhao is too modest. Father is still waiting for you. Please follow me. Zhao Ling, please. Fusu also made a gesture. Please. The crowd followed Fusu inside, and the roads they were walking on now had some stone paving underneath, making them a bit better than the ones outside. After walking inside for a while, Shen Nu and the others suddenly felt a smell. Shen Nu was a bit puzzled. What smell is it? Fusu owed his body slightly. Oh, it's the smell of mercury. Wu Xia, is there really mercury in here? They were going to come to the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. Naturally, they had learned some information long ago, just that a lot of things out there. Most of them were guesses, so they didn't believe it too much, but this sudden appearance of a real one was still very surprising. Fuso, you can see it a little further on. Everyone, after walking a few steps, they heard the sound of flowing, and thought that this must be mercury. Only after seeing it with their own eyes, they only felt that they were still thinking too conservatively. As they stepped out from the road, they only felt a large mountain suddenly appear in front of them, and then as they walked past it, infinite stretches of mountains appeared in front of their eyes, interspersed with all kinds of mercury rivers, both large and small. The crowd only felt that the sky was much brighter and looked even clearer. Wu Xia, this is mountains and rivers? Fusu, not bad. This was laid out by father according to the map. Xie Yuchen, what a great deal. Fatty Wang, I've stolen a lot of tombs, but this is the first time I've seen one like this. Fatty Wang's words managed to stop the atmosphere of the scene for a moment. No, saying that he was a grave robber in front of someone else's grave owner. He was really good at it too. Chapter 144, Inside the Tomb. Fusa still had a smile on his face, as if he hadn't heard Fatty Wang's words, and introduced them to which mountain or river it was. Zhao Ling and the others nodded their heads as they listened. Worthy of being the first emperor of Qin, putting famous mountains and rivers in his tomb. Good move. Shen Nu, so much mercury. It's really not a place for people to live. Shen Nu's words managed to instantly bring the atmosphere that had eased a little bit back to a stalemate. Zhao Ran wanted to strangle her. If you can't talk, you better shut up. Don't come back to challenge his patience. The corners of Fusu's mouth twitched slightly twice, apparently also somewhat speechless, and he spoke softly. This is the tomb laid out by my father, so it's not for the living to live in. Shut up, you guys. Shen Nu obviously thought of this as well, and smiled somewhat awkwardly. Careless? Sorry about that. Zhang Yu had been following at the end. Hearing the conversation in front of him, he almost didn't tense up. No, he was a serious disciple of Taoism. He couldn't laugh. He had to be more pious here. This was a blessing for the eyes that his master didn't even have. Zhang Yu inadvertently looked up and froze instantly. What's that? The people who heard his words raised their eyes and looked, only to see some light shining in the darkness in the places above the famous mountains and rivers in front of them, distributed in a very regular manner. Shen Nu, this is the star? Fuso, yes. Zhao Ling clapped his hands. It's beautiful. It's awesome. No one but Ying Zheng could have put mountains, rivers, and the Big Dipper in his tomb. Fusu nodded slightly and took the compliment without saying anything more, waiting for Wu Xie and the others to see more or less, before Fusu led them through the mountains and rivers, walking across the bridges built on top of the rivers of mercury, which were truly breathtaking. Who would have known they were in the tomb if they hadn't said anything? It looked like they were on an attraction tour. Shen Nu looked at Fusu in front of her and had a question she wanted to ask. She took 2 steps forward to get in front of Zhao Ling and followed Fusu. Sir Fusu, do I have 2 questions I can ask? Fusu turned his head slightly as he walked. Miss please? Shen Nu, have you really opposed the tyranny of the Qin Emperor? Zhao Ling eyes a black. Will not ask big sister. You look at whose territory you are now well. The first up is such a question. Fusu's eyes changed slightly for a moment. Then he smiled again and spoke of the girl as joking. Father's policies are all considered. Is Fusu not the one who can't distinguish between right and wrong? Zhao Ling looked at the flash of killing intent in Fusu's eyes as he spoke and shook his head. These people really know how to spread rumors. Who is Fusu? How could he be so kind and harmless? Shen Nu nodded. Looks like it's another one of those history writers making it up. When Zhao Ling thought she had finally stopped, Shen Nu opened her mouth again and asked, what about Hu Hai? Did the first emperor clean him up after he died? Fusu's face darkened and his footsteps sped up quite a bit. Girl, my winning family doesn't have anyone named Hu Hai. Shen Nu, no, he's not. Zhao Ling went up to a manual closed mic to pull back Shen Nu. Shut up, living father, you really know how to ask Every single one of them stepped on people's pain to ask. Well covered Shen Nu's mouth and looked at Fusu. Mr. Fusu, His Majesty is afraid that he will be waiting impatiently. We'd better go quickly. Fusu, Mr. has a point. Let's hurry up. After saying that, he quickened his pace. Zhao Mandarin pulled Xian female back, followed the footsteps of Fu Su. Wu Oblique they also heard the words just now. For the first time so admire Xian female. These questions they are naturally curious, but will never be so asked to myself. Their own messy guess can be. The crowd followed Fu Su inside, and a city appeared at the end of the mountain range, with soldiers patrolling above it. Fatty Wang, they're not all ghosts up here, are they? Zhao Ling, why ask so many questions when you know? Shut up you guys. Obviously hearing the impatience in Zhao Ling's words, Fatty Wang hurriedly closed his mouth and didn't intend to speak anymore. Those soldiers guarding the gate saluted Fu Su, and their eyes were not given to Zhao Ling and the others at all, as if they did not exist. Wu Xia and they looked at it and wondered. Qin soldiers? Such a spirit. No wonder they can sweep the 6 countries. Fu Su led them through towards the inner city, and 2 ghosts drifted out from time to time inside, all of which would salute Fu Su before leaving. Zhao Ling, Mr. Fu Su, what are these? Fu Su, they are all people who used to follow my father in battle, and their souls stayed here after they died. Zhao Ling, your majesty's millions of soldiers are still around. Ha? Fu Su, it's just a few tens of thousands of dollars. It's not worth mentioning. Zhao Ling did not say anything. Tens of thousands, pulled out better than millions of it. Worthy of his majesty the first emperor. Ah, this if you give him a chance. I am afraid that he can conquer the heavenly court. Fu Su led them towards the inner palace. The ghosts inside were getting fewer and fewer. They should all be some serving people. Not far away. As he was walking, an old man came up to him and came over to greet Fu Su. Zhao Ling looked up. Yeah, still a familiar face. Bai Qi, Mr. Fu Su. Fu Su also slightly curtsied. Jun Wuan. Zhao Ling also arched his hand. Greetings to Jun Wuan. Bai Qi looked at Zhao Ling. You're really something. Zhao Ling, you wouldn't dare to come to see the Qin emperor if you don't have the ability, would you? Bai Qi locked eyes with him and scanned Wu Jiwei and the others, pausing slightly in front of Xian Nu. Wu Xia and the others only felt some chills in their bodies and slightly ducked behind Zhao Ling. Zhao Ran frowned. Don't pay your respects to Jun Wuan. It was only then that Wu Xia and the others followed Zhao Ling's example and saluted Bai Qi, who nodded slightly and left directly. Wu Xia and the others breathed a sigh of relief after the people left. It's a bit scary. Dark glasses. No wonder it's called human slaughter. It really lives up to its name. Xian Nu, so eager to cut a deal. Zhao Ling, there will be opportunities in the future. The two looked at each other with understanding in their eyes. Fu Su then led them into the palace, which was built in a very fine manner, and even though 1,000 years had passed, it looked exquisite, with no signs of age. Walking up the steps, the gate of the palace was open. Fu Su walked straight in. Zhao Ling hesitated and followed. There was a coolness permeating the floor tiles inside, causing Wu Xia and the others to shrink slightly, and the hall was wide and quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps. Zhao Ran raised his eyes and looked. There was another step in front of him, and the one placed on top should be the dragon chair. But his gaze was not on the dragon chair, but on the man standing at the bottom of the steps with his back to them, dressed in a black brocade robe embroidered in gold silk, which only gave the impression of incomparable understated luxury. Even if it was just a back view, the aura revealed made people want to worship. Fu Su stepped forward and saluted. Father, the person has been brought. Chapter 145 Ing Zhang. The man heard the words and turned around, raising his eyebrows slightly as he scanned over Zhao Ling and the others. That gaze is full of pressure. A glance will make people feel fearful. Never dare to play any tricks in front of him. This is the emperor of the ancient times. Ing Zhang. Ing Zhang looked at Fu Su. His face softened a bit. It's been hard on my son. Get up. Fu Su, thank you, father. Only after that did he get up. Zhao Lin arched his hand and bowed to Ing Zhang. Zhao Lin greets your majesty. Xian Nu made the same move. Xian Nu greets your majesty. Ing Zhang's gaze stopped at their bodies. Ghostbusters? Heavenly maiden? Both of you come from extraordinary places. Zhao Ling and Xian Nu withdrew their saluting hands. Your majesty is too kind. Wu Xia and the others were very self-conscious and directly knelt down. Greetings to his majesty the Qin emperor. Zhao Ling watched their movements and raised his eyebrows, very eye-catching. He and Xian female is not possible to kneel. Qin Huang. Xian female is a heavenly maiden. The human emperor is again powerful. The system is different is also inappropriate. He, or forget about it. The future are a system. Now if the kneeling, it is not destined to be inferior. Well, Emperor Qin Shi Huang's eyes towards Wu Xia and the others were to be eased a bit as he slightly raised his hand. Get up. Ing Zhang then looked at Zhao Ling. Why are you here? Zhao Ling, please ask for your majesty's help. Ing Zhang, oh, I've been stuck here for years, and I can't even get out, so how can I help you? Zhao Ling, then your majesty knows that I came here to give you this chance to leave. Ing Zhang's eyes were fixed on Zhao Ling, and neither of them looked away from each other for a long time. Wu Xia and the others silently stepped back a bit, retreating behind Fu Su and standing to the side, leaving only Zhao Ling and Ing Zhang in the center. After a long time, Ing Zhang suddenly spoke. I heard you brought me a gift? Zhao Ling nodded his head. There is indeed a gift. Fatty. Zhao Ling turned around and looked at the empty behind him. His eyes widened. No, where are the people? Only then did he turn his head to see Wu Xie and the others hiding behind Fu Su, looking at him and smiling awkwardly. The smile on Fu Su's face was also a little forced, obviously also being speechless by Wu Xie and the others. Fatty Wang heard Zhao Ling calling and immediately ran over. Ling, what's wrong? Zhao Ling, where's the stuff? Fatty Wang put it in his backpack and pulled out the box from inside for a long time, and finally took it out. As for the shovel that fell on the ground and the rope, Zhao Ran only treated it as if he didn't see it. Zhao Ling took the box and looked at Ying Zhang. Please also take a look. Your Majesty. Ying Zhang slightly took 2 steps forward, opened the box, and was a bit surprised to see what was inside. Ying Zhang, the Qin King's bone mirror? Zhao Ling, I wonder if I can meet your Majesty's eyes? Ying Zhang, I am very satisfied with your gift. After saying that, a ghost dressed as a chamberlain came over beside them and took the box. Ying Zhang, I've accepted this gift, so it seems a bit unreasonable not to help. Zhao Ling, yeah, doesn't your Majesty know what's underneath this yellow tomb of yours? Ying Zhang, it's true that you're here for that thing, but how can you make me believe that you're not telling lies? If that thing is destroyed, my tomb won't exist anymore. Where do you want me to live? Zhao Ling, don't worry about this, your Majesty. How dare I leave your Majesty with nowhere to go? Zhao Ling said, taking out a bead and handing it to Ying Zhang. Your Majesty, please take a look. Ying Zhang took it and looked at the beads. There were some buildings hidden inside. It was hard to see. What is this? Zhao Ling, Hades. Ying Zhang froze. The underworld. I've heard that the underworld has long been abandoned. Zhao Ling, that's right, so I'm not taking everything inside. Ying Zhang surveyed the object in his hand. You gave the underworld to me. Do you want me to run it? Zhao Ling slightly bowed. Your Majesty is wise. Ying Zhang's eyes changed slightly. This matter, he has not thought about it. The Emperor on Earth he has done. This netherworld as the king has not yet done it. Zhao Ling, your Majesty, so many people have been emperors on this earth. But for the hell, it's your first time. Ying Zhang, I have to say that this is quite to his liking. He, who was born to be an emperor. Ying Zhang, I don't seem to have a reason to refuse. Zhao Ling, your Majesty, from the time you went to Mount Tai to seal your throne, the matter of you becoming the lord of the underworld has already been decided. Zhao Ling's words not only startled Wu Xie and the others, so did Ying Zhang. This matter, how did he know about it? It was true that his choice of this place for a mausoleum had something to do with the sealing of Taishan, but how did the others know about it? Zhao Ling, your Majesty, I have come here under the guidance of Taishan Prefect. Ying Zhang, no wonder. It seems that you are really the one for us. Zhao Ling smiled slightly. Does your Majesty want to see what the underworld looks like? Ying Zhang, right now? Zhao Ling, naturally, after this. Ah, it's all your territory. Ying Zhang, then I'd like to see it. Zhao Ling nodded his head, and then a spell was cast to take Ying Zhang out of the hall and disappear into the spirit pearl. Fusu took a look at the person just disappeared, and froze for a moment. This? Shen knew, it's fine. The two of them went in to see what the underworld looks like, and they'll be out in a while. Inside, as soon as Ying Zhang opened his eyes and saw the building in front of him, he was a bit shocked for a moment. Is this a Qin building? Zhao Ling nodded. Yeah, I think you'll like it. Zhao Ling walked forward as he spoke, introducing the things inside to Ying Zhang. Ying Zhang felt strange when he heard it. Why are the buildings inside from the Qin dynasty? Zhao Ling, because that's where it was supposed to come from. Ying Zhang was stunned. What do you mean the place where he was supposed to come? He had been wandering around the imperial tomb after his death, but he hadn't come here. Zhao Ran sighed. In fact, even without me, your feats in the beginning could have completely catalyzed the formation and replenished the entire heavenly Tao, and when the underworld should come into existence, you would naturally be the lord of this underworld. Ying Zhang, but it didn't develop like that at that time. Zhao Ling, that's right, because someone interfered with your life, that's why I'm here. Ying Zhang, who is it? Zhao Ling, actually, there are two to be exact. One is Taishan Fujun and one is Su Fu. Ying Zhang didn't care much about Taishan Prefect. After all, Taishan Prefect's existence was a height he couldn't reach, and he didn't have much understanding of the other party, so he didn't have a lot of thoughts about it. But Su Fu, it was a different story. Ying Zhang looked at Zhao Ling, signaling him to continue. Zhao Ling thought for a moment and slowly opened his mouth. First of all, when you sealed the Zen, there shouldn't have been a response because the subworld didn't have any deities, but because the prefect of my great world had come here and had also influenced the course of the world. That's why he appeared and guided you, allowing you to use your own merits to catalyze the formation and patch up the entire heavenly Tao, repaying the prefect's love, and, at the same time, also allowing you to be able to enter the underworld after death and take charge of things in the underworld. Chapter 146. After hearing this, Ying Zhang was a bit surprised. Where is the problem here? Zhao Ling, it's not the prefect who has a problem. It's you, your Majesty. Ying Zhang, me? What's wrong? Zhao Ling, the prefect asked you to build the tomb here. and you did comply. But you were looking for the method of longevity for the sake of great Qin, which led to the appearance of another person. Zheng, Su Fu, is it related to him? Zhao Ling, that's right. The two of them walked to the Yan Luo Hall's location. Zhao Ling waved his hand and released 2 chairs, and the two of them sat down. Only then did Zhao Ling continue to speak, because of Su Fu. You owe a karma on you, and if you don't pay it back, you won't be able to use your own merits, and you'll even be subjected to the constraints of the heavenly Tao because of it. Zheng, constraints. Is it possible that my inability to leave the tomb has something to do with this? Zhao Ling, that's right, it's because of this karma. The better the relationship with you, the more you will be affected. Zheng frowned. What kind of karma is it that has such a great impact? Zhao Ling's gaze was a bit sad. Your Majesty's divine sense can penetrate mountly, so you should also know about that war that took place on this land a few decades ago, right? Zheng's face darkened. I naturally know that. If not for this damned constraint, I would have brought my army to step through that barbarian. Zhao Ling, your Majesty is so bold. Just that your Majesty knows that so-called barbaric land was the very same Panglai immortal mountain that Su Fu was searching for you in the first place. Zheng was stunned. What do you mean? Are you going to tell me that this has something to do with me? Zhao Ling sighed. It's not that it's completely related, but it does have that little bit of relation again. Zheng, just say what you have to say directly. Would I still blame you? Zhao Ling, your Majesty's lifetime achievements are great and different, but those 3,000 boys and girls are a lot of families. Do you know that, your Majesty? Zheng was stunned. He had never thought of this matter, and now that it was suddenly brought up by Zhao Ling, he was momentarily at a loss as to how to answer. Zhao Ling, they were originally Qin people, but they were brought to that barbarian land, and over time, they became what we call barbarians. Zheng, so the origin of all this is in me? Zhao Ling shook his head. Not really. Your Majesty doesn't need to worry so much. That's just what is influenced by the trend of the times. It's not so related to you. Zheng, I have always thought that I have done well in this life, but according to what you said today, I realize that what I have done is still too little. Zhao Ling, your Majesty is too modest. What you have done, it's already a lot. There are things, it's always going to happen. It can't be avoided. Zheng, in that case, I will definitely help in this matter. Zhao Ling, many thanks, your Majesty. Zheng, I'm very courteous, but in that case, the things you brought can be taken away as well. Zhao Ling, your Majesty, that thing was specially sought out by me for you, so how could it be taken away? Zheng, the Qin King's bone shining mirror, now that it's out there, should be worth a lot of money, right? Zhao Ling, indeed, it is very valuable and striking, and because of this, it is all the more reason why this item should remain in His Majesty's hands. Zheng, well, having taken all your things and been instructed by you, then I will do my best to help. Zhao Ran rose and saluted. Zhao Ran thanks your Majesty. Zheng got up and looked at him. You purposely chose to tell me the inside story of this here because you don't want people to know, right? Zhao Ling, there's also that reason. After all, the less people know about these things, the better, right? Zheng, good. Then go out. Zhao Lingnan nodded his head and the two of them left the spirit pearl and reappeared on top of the main hall. Wu Xie and the others were all bored of waiting and stood behind Fu Su chatting away, with Xin Nu even saying a few words to Fu Su from time to time. When Fu Su saw them appear, he took 2 steps forward. Father, how is it? Zheng, nice place, good for us to go. Fu Su, that's good. Finally we can get out of here. Zheng, yes, after being stuck here for so long, I've almost forgotten the years outside. Zhao Ling, don't worry, your Majesty, this matter will be resolved soon, and in the future, your Majesty can still go to the earth if you want to wander around. Zheng, when will it start? Zhao Ling looked at Zhang Yu. Are the people from the Taoist sect in place? Zhang Yu, let me ask. Zhang Yu took out their contact talisman and burned it before asking about the situation. Zhang Yu, brother mandarins, it's all ready, just waiting for a signal from our side. Zhao Ling nodded. Your Majesty, please also take me to the location of the formation I. Zheng nodded and led them through the large hall, which was an empty area with nothing on it. Zheng, it's been 1,000 years, and I don't even know what it really represents, and I've never let anyone in. Xian Nu, the formation on this? Zhao Ling, it's very old. Xian Nu nodded. Yes, it's so old, I don't know who left it behind. Zhao Ling, who cares who it is? It's left for us anyway. Fu Su, father, is this the place you never let us in? Zheng, I don't know what's here, but where Taishan Fu Jun told me to leave it, even though I don't know, it doesn't affect doing as I'm told. Zhao Ling, there's a formation on it, so ordinary people can't see it, but your Majesty should be able to see some of it, right? Zheng nodded. I can see it, but I can't see the meaning. So, Zhao Ling, okay, let's get started then. Wu Xie, brother mandarins, is it just going to start like this? Don't you need to find a time? Shen Nu, it's enough to find the eye of the formation to start. Is it hard to find a good day? WU slant, that too. Zhao Ran didn't bother with them and looked at Zhang Yu. Tell them that they can start. Zhang Yu nodded. Good. After saying that, she went to contact someone. Zhao Ling stepped forward and walked to the center. Finding the eye of the formation and looking to Dongqing. Dongqing, you come stand here. Holly stepped forward and stood where he pointed. Good. Zhao Ling found another position. Your Majesty. With pleasure. Ying Zhang stepped forward and walked to his position and stood. Will it be enough for me to stand here? Zhao Ling, I'll do what needs to be done. So your Majesty doesn't need to worry. Ying Zheng, good. Shen Nu also found her own seat and sat down. And so it begins. Zhao Ling found his place and sat down cross-legged. You guys stay away. Fusu led Wu Xie and the others a little farther away and watched the four of them sit inside without speaking. Zhao Ling used his spiritual power to push out the spirit bead in Dongqing's body. Taishan Fu Jun's spirit bead slowly detached from Dongqing's body. Dongqing didn't feel much, but that spiritual power was leaking out. He could feel it. Zhao Ling's other hand transformed a spiritual force and pushed Dongqing out of the formation. And as soon as Dongqing returned to his senses, he was already standing beside Zhang Yu. Chapter 147, Formation Opening. Fatty Wang looked at Holly. And you're useless? Holly gave him a blank look. I don't have much strength in the first place. And the spiritual energy in my body is not even a drop in the bucket when I use it here. Dark glasses, that spirit bead was obtained last time at the Zhang family's ancient building? Holly, yes. It's just staying inside me. Otherwise it would have been coveted long ago. Xie Chen, so cautious ah. Holly laughed a little. I'm the only one who can hold this thing. WU slant, ah, there's that problem? Holly, the spirit bead's spirit power is so powerful that ordinary people can't touch it. I just happen to have been blessed by the prefect. That's why I can stay in my body. Xiaoyu Chen, I see. In the middle of the field, Zhao Ling extended his palm and waved out his spiritual energy, and a majestic golden light rose from Ying Zhang's body, making Wu Xie and the rest of them feel that it was blinding. Fatty Wang, what's this? Holly, merit golden light. Wu Xie, worthy of His Majesty the First Emperor, possessing such great merit. Ying Zhang looked at the golden light on his body, his eyes moving slightly as he realized for the first time that he hadn't come to nothing after all these years. The golden light disappeared into the formation. The spirit bead slowly rose into the air. Zhao Ling and Xian Nu sat down in the formation, and the spirit energy leaked out from them and pooled into the formation. At the same time, a burst of light rose from various parts of the country and merged into the air, a sight that could be seen by anyone with a bit of psychic power. So what if you see it? This look is that the great powers are doing something, and it's better for them to stay out of the way for these little minions. The spirit bead rose into the air under the spiritual energy piled up by Zhao Ling and Xian Nu, and together with the light from the rest of the world, it was injected into the sky, which slowly changed a little bit of color. After a long time, Zhao Ling and Xian Nu both looked a little pale. Zhao Ling cursed in his heart. What the hell is wrong with this formation? After sucking in so much spiritual energy, how come it doesn't stop? He and Xian Nu were both a bit overdrawn, not to mention those from the Dao sect, who weren't necessarily still holding out. Zhang Yu looked at their faces and also paled slightly. Why haven't you started yet? Wu Xie and the others froze. What doesn't start yet? Zhang Yu, the formation hasn't been turned on yet, and they've already inputted so much spiritual energy. If the formation can't be activated yet, then sooner or later they'll run out of spiritual energy. At this time, the Xian Nu in the formation also had an ugly look on her face. Zhao Ling, are you sure or not? I can't hold on any longer. Zhao Ling's face was ugly. Hold on a bit, it should be almost done. By now, there were already a few pillars of light outside whose light was slowly dimming a bit. Zhao Ling's heart was crossed. What the heck? Put up a fight. Zhao Ling made a seal in his hands and his eyes began to turn golden. Xian Nu was taken aback when she saw him. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling, what are you doing? Without answering, Zhao Ling made a cut on his hand with his spiritual energy. His hands joined together and blood dripped from his hands. Zhao Ling whispered an incantation under his breath, and finally his hands ingested his spiritual energy into the formation. There was a burst of golden light. Xian Nu and Ying were directly shaken out by the spiritual power inside. Xian Nu stepped forward and wanted to go in, but was pulled back by Dong Chang. Xian Nu, Dong Chang, let go. Zhao Ling, that way he's just looking for death. Holly, don't be impulsive. Zhao Ling has something in mind. Zhao Ling wasn't that impulsive and couldn't possibly give up his life for this matter. He must have had something in mind. After thinking about it, Xian Nu felt that there was some truth to it, and looked anxiously at Zhao Ling's appearance in the formation. Suddenly, the spiritual energy inside flourished. Xian Nu and the others were all bounced back 2 steps. The spiritual energy in the formation rose up, and those somewhat dimmed lights outside began to glow again. Zhao Ling slowly got up and walked out of the formation. Dong Chang and Xian Nu came forward to support him. Are you alright? Zhao Ling, it's fine, just rest. Zhao Ling's heart was naturally in the right place. He still had a lot of things to do. How could he leave his life here? But this matter was of great merit. With what he was doing now, he was bound to take the lion's share of the merit this time. Zhao Ling found a seat and sat down, intending to rest and relax. Ying Zheng, how long will this take? Zhao Ling, I'm not sure about that. It'll have to wait. Ying Zheng, good. Then take a rest first. After a long time, the formation slowly dissipated. A burst of golden light dispersed down from the air. Those Taoist priests who were meditating all over the place were illuminated by the golden light, and their depleted spiritual energy was filled up a lot. Zhao Ling and Xian Maiden, they were even more wrapped in golden light, their auras flourishing. A touch of vermilion suddenly appeared between Zhao Ling's eyebrows, and all of the golden light entered inside for a long time, restoring calm. Xian Nu raised her eyebrows. It seemed that Zhao Ling's purpose had been achieved. Zhao Ling felt the entry of merit and closed his eyes and absorbed all of it for a long time before opening his eyes and letting out a small sigh. Zhao Ling got up and looked at Ying Zheng. Your Majesty, we should go into the underworld. This place is almost gone. Ying Zheng nodded. Good. Zhao Ling throws out the beads in his hand. The beads rise into the air. A golden light falls from the air. The beads shatter. The underworld descends. All the people and ghosts in the imperial tomb disappear into place and enter the underworld. Wu Xia froze when they opened their eyes again and saw the scene in front of them. Where is this? Shen Nu looked very interested. This is the underworld. Ah, it looks pretty good. Fatty Wang, Hades? This is Hades? Zhao Ling, yeah. Zhao Ling summoned the Yin and Yang scrolls and opened his mouth. The heavenly Tao is above. Zhao Ling complies with the heavenly order and invites the underworld to come out and help the Yin and Yang scrolls to return to their place. And from now on, the wheel of the world will return to the management of the underworld, and I hope that the heavenly Tao will allow it. In the air, a thunderous voice fell. Granted. As the word permission fell, they only felt a tremor as Ying Zheng's body changed in his dragon robe and his vestment crown appeared from him. Zhao Ling turned around. Zhao Ling, meet the underworld emperor. Fu Su and those ghosts that Ying Zheng had left in the imperial tomb all knelt down together to see their majesty. Ying Zheng slightly raised his hand. Stand up. Zhao Ling got up and didn't say anything more, turning his head to look at Wu Xia and the others. Let's go. Dark glasses, let's go. Aren't we going to take a stroll? Zhao Ling gave him a blank look. Shopping? There's plenty of time to shop around when you're dead. Dark glasses choked and snapped. Better go then. WU square, mandarins. That little brother's problem? Zhao Ling slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about this. Wu Xia, brother mandarins, what's it going to take? Zhao Ling glanced at Ying Zheng, who was already arranging for people to take over the underworld, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to go up and disturb him or not. Shen Nu, actually, we can leave first. Little brother's situation isn't very serious right now. It's fine to deal with it after some time. Zhao Ling thought about it and looked at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, how about it? Should we come back next time? Zhang Qi Lattice, yes. Wu Xia, mandarins, is this really not going to have an effect for a while? Zhao Ling gave him a blank look. Of course it won't. Trust me, okay? WU slant, okay. Zhao Ling made a bow in Ying Zheng's direction and left with Wu Xia and the others. Chapter 148 Liquidation. Wu Oblique They A Return to God has arrived at the foot of Mount Li. Also now is still the middle of the night. Otherwise it must become a walk near science. Fatty Wang, so fast. Zhao Ling, it's okay, go back and rest first. I guess you guys will be busy for the next 2 days. Zhao Ling didn't make it very clear, and although Wu Xia and the others were puzzled, they didn't ask any more questions as they looked at Zhao Ling's obvious laziness to say more. Early the next morning, Wu Slant got up and spat with Xiao and the others. Why do I feel like the weather is all fresher today? Xian Nu smiled and spoke. Then you didn't feel wrong. The heavenly Tao has a consciousness, and the underworld is officially functioning. Those ghosts wandering around the earth can also enter the hell. The earth has so many fewer sinister and evil things. Naturally the air is much better. Zhao Ling looked at them. Don't you guys notice that the sun is much brighter today? Dark glasses, don't tell me. It seems true. They went straight back to the capital in the afternoon, and when they went back, Wu Xia and the others felt that the people staring at them were basically gone, and they were all very surprised. Asked Zhao Ling, who laughed a little. Soon you will know why. In the evening, they saw on TV that a mountain on the border had been struck by lightning and flattened, and afterward the reports came out of those excavations, and Wu Xia and the others looked at them with blackened faces. Wu Xia, this can't be the Wang family, can it? Xia Yuchen, it's obvious. Otherwise it wouldn't have been struck by lightning. Fatty Wang, that fast? Zhao Ling, the heavenly Tao has finally come to its senses, and now is the time to go around looking for things to do, and at this time, whoever crashes into it will be out of luck. Soon, some people in different places were struck by lightning one after another, and many people guessed that they had been retributed, and Wu Xia and the others could only say, what an accurate guess. When Zhang Rishan's call reached Zhao Ling's cell phone, Zhao Ling was discussing with Xian Nu and the others about leaving. Zhao Ran glanced at the number and connected. President Zhang. What is it? Zhang Rishan's tone was a bit grave. Who exactly are you? When Zhang Rishan heard about the Wang family being struck by lightning, he only felt that his three views were provoked. He remembered the way Zhao Lingnan swore earlier that this was his way of solving the problem, and it was indeed good, but this was too unbelievable. Zhao Ling, who am I? Does it matter? Zhang Rishan spoke after a long time. It's not important. Thanks a lot. Zhao Ling, okay, see you again. Zhang Rishan heard the meaning of Zhao Ling's farewell. Farewell. After that, he hung up and looked at the phone. Suddenly smiling Buddha. The problems that have plagued us all our lives are now over so simply. Maybe we were wrong all along. Xian Nu watched Zhao Ling hang up the phone, walked over, and asked, when are you going to tell them that we're going back? Zhao Ling, let's do it tomorrow. Just in time to settle things with little brother and the others. Holly, not staying longer? I see you're getting along with them quite well. Zhao Ling, there's no need. It's all about separation anyway. Sooner rather than later. In the evening, Zhao Ling made a trip to the underworld and asked Ying Zhang for a few ferryman positions. Ying Zhang, you're openly looking for me to open the back door, aren't you? Zhao Ling, anyway, they all have merit in them and are the main people involved in this matter, so it's quite good for you to keep them, and besides, the heavenly Tao favors them. Zhao Ling had noticed the difference in Wu Xie's qi on them before, and it was obvious that the heavenly Tao had favored them more than anything else. Such people staying in the underworld in the future would be beneficial to the underworld as well. Ying Zhang naturally understood this and gave him the identity card very readily. Finally, Ying Zhang asked, are you leaving? Zhao Ling, I'm supposed to be here for this, so shouldn't I leave now that it's over? Ying Zhang, take care. Zhao Ling didn't speak anymore and left. The next day Zhao Ling called all of them, Wu Xia, to the villa and distributed the tokens to them. Take it well, this will be your identities from now on. You've also kept your names in the underworld, and your jobs after death are all arranged. Wu Xia looked at the jade tablet in his hand. Official brother, this thing will solve little brother's problem? Zhao Ling, of course, little brother will be a member of the underworlds in the future, so naturally he won't be disturbed by the yin qi anymore, and he won't be suffering from memory loss in the future. Zhao Ling took out a few more books and handed them over. These are some basic kung fu techniques. You guys learn them well, you'll need to use them in the future. The dark glasses took a look. No, this is what you gave me before. You've been planning this for a long time, right? Zhao Ling, yeah. It's for the best that you guys ended up like this. Xian Nu, congratulations. You don't have to worry about your jobs after death. Oh, Xia Yu Chen, that's not necessary. Zhao Ling, do you still remember what Zhang Yu said before? That grave robbers hurt the Yin virtue and woe to their children and grandchildren? WU square, is this true? Zhao Ling, naturally, your forefathers and what you have done. That's all recorded one by one. You guys helped the 6 paths completely with me this time, with merit in your body. Naturally it's different, but it's far from enough. Becoming a ferryman and slowly accumulating Yin virtues, it's an endless benefit to you, and to your descendants. Wu Xia, mandarins, we know, thank you. Zhao Ling waved his hand. No need to be so polite. It should be. Dark glasses, why do I get the feeling you're leaving to pay your last respects? Zhao Ling gave him a blank look. Not an afterthought, but close enough. I do have to go. When Wu Xie and the others heard this they were all a bit anxious. This period of time together, the friendship between them is still relatively deep. Suddenly heard the news that Zhao Ling wanted to leave. All of a sudden a bit unbelievable. Fatty Wang, brother mandarins, how are you going to leave? We just happen to be free, but also want to get along with everyone for a period of time. Zhao Ling, there's no place like home. Trust me, we'll meet again. Xia Yuchen, alright, Zhao Ling, take care. Zhao Ling and Xian Nu Dongqing got up, and after everyone hugged each other, Zhao Ling planned to leave. However, he did not want to suddenly receive Zhang Yu's phone call. Zhao Ran was a little surprised. Zhang Yu had returned to Longhu Mountain after the matter was over. How could he suddenly call him? At this time, what could it be? Zhao Ling, Zhang Yu, what's wrong? Zhang Yu, brother mandarins, are you leaving? Zhao Ling raised an eyebrow. How do you know? Zhang Yu, my master figured it out. He asked me to bring you something. Zhao Ling, what is it? Zhang Yu, I'll have to meet and talk about this. It's not convenient on the phone. Chapter 149 Heavenly Master Sword. Zhao Ling, alright, come find me in the capital. Zhang Yu, okay, I'll be there tomorrow. Zhao Ling hung up the phone and looked at Wu Xie in their eyes, a little embarrassed for a moment, but finally smiled. I can't leave. I still have to wait for a few days. A smile instantly bloomed on Wu Xie's in their faces. In that case, let's get together for dinner tonight. Ganma, that's fine with me. I want barbecue. Xia Yuchen, okay, I'll have someone send something over. In an instant, the sadness of parting disappeared. and each of them talked about what they were going to eat, excitedly, and looking at such a scene, Zhao Ran smiled slightly. In the evening, they set up a barbecue together in the garden, ate barbecue, drank wine and talked. Since entering the bureau arranged by my third uncle, I never thought there would still be a time when I would be this laid back. Fatty Wang, to be honest, Tianjun, since I met you, I have not stopped going to the grave. You this physique, really not suitable for going to the grave. Wu Xia was blanched by Fatty Wang's words. Get lost, dead fatso. Wu Xia turned his head to look at Zhang Qigang. Little brother, do you think I have a problem too? Zhang Qi Lattice, no, I can accompany you. Wu Xia laughed. It's better to be little brother. Fatty, we won't take you from now on. Fatty Wang, hey, little brother, you this and also too thick. Wu Xia was smug. Little brother is on my side. What's wrong? Not convinced? The two made a scene, and little brother watched them from the side with a smirk. The dark glasses put their hands on Xia Yuchen. Master Hua, do you think we should go down in a group to try? Xia Yuchen frowned slightly. Hands off. The dark glasses completely just acted as if they hadn't heard. I definitely won't let you suffer with this body. Xia Yuchen, I thank you. He's so rich, does he still need to go down to the ground? Go by yourself. The hand of the black glasses on Xia Yuchen's shoulder never let go and kept talking. Although Xia Yuchen said refusal on her lips, but she didn't make any refusal action either. Shen Nu pulled Dong Cheng and smacked her lips as she looked at the several people in front of her. One by two, they're all so capable of pretending. Holly was confused. Ha? Pretend what? Shen Nu patted his head. Be good. Holly, you don't need to know. Zhao Ling directly laughed. Shen Nu heard the sound and gave him a blank look. What are you laughing at? Are you envious? Zhao Ling tilted his head. Not so much. They then made a fool of themselves and had a glass of wine together as a farewell. Early the next morning, Zhao Ling got up early. Zhang Yu also came early and was excited to see him. Brother Ling, are you leaving soon? Zhao Ling, yeah, didn't you already know that? Zhang Yu was a little lost. I just wondered if you could stay a little longer. Zhao Ling, it's all going away. And besides, there's not much I can do here anymore. Zhang Yu, okay, then will you come back later? Mandarin brother? Zhao Ling, will do. I'll come back to see you guys when I have the chance. Zhang Yu, brother Mandarins, my master asked me to bring you something. Zhao Ling, what? Zhang Yu opened the brocade pouch on the mountain, and something inside flew out. Zhao Ling looked at it with a blank stare. This is the Heavenly Master's sword? Zhang Yu nodded. My master asked me to give it to you. This sword has always been left on the mountain, but for generations, there was no grandmaster who could use it. This time my master asked me to bring it to you, saying that it was a thank you gift for you. Zhao Ling raised his hand and brushed it from the top of the sword. It was said to be called the Heavenly Master's sword, but in fact it was called the Jade Sword earlier, and the aura on it was familiar to Zhao Ling. No, I should say that it was Nameless who was familiar with it. Zhao Ran finally took the sword and looked at Zhang Yu. Tell your master that the sword is something I like. Zhang Yu, okay, I know. Zhang Yu could see that Zhao Ling's attitude towards the Celestial Master's sword was strange, but he also had the good sense not to ask more questions. Zhao Ling, you must be tired after rushing for so long. Go up and rest. Zhang Yu nodded and went to his room to rest. After he left, Shen Nu and Dong Cheng came down, and when they saw the sword on the table, Shen Nu was curious. This is the Heavenly Master's sword. Shen Nu wanted to get her hands on it and take a look, but Zhao Ling blocked her. Don't move. Shen Nu was confused. What's wrong? Zhao Ling, there are things that can't be touched blindly. Shen Nu, if you don't touch it, I don't care. Zhao Mandarin did not pay attention to him, raised his hand and put the sword away. After many years of separation, I did not expect to see the familiar scent again. Time. Ah, it has been so many years. He thought that he had long ago not cared about the passage of time. Did not think that, again, so many years have passed. Perhaps, he should go back as well. Holly, are we just going to leave? Zhao Ling, let's go. Just in time to save the goodbyes. Ganma, you're really not going to say a formal goodbye to them? Zhao Ling, didn't I say that yesterday? Where are the words? Ganma, okay, let's go then. Zhao Ling got up and raised his hand to summon a door. Shen Nu and Dong Qing glanced at each other and were both a bit surprised. Zhao Ling, when did you practice spatial arts? Zhao Ling, how do you know that I wouldn't originally? Shen Nu, when you came here before it was still a gift from the Taishan prefect. What about this time? Zhao Ling, going or not? Shen Nu, go. She still preferred her previous world. The three walked through the door and slowly, the door began to disappear, leaving the hall empty. After Wu Xie and the others got up one by one, it was only during breakfast that they remembered to call Zhao Ling and the others, but when they went to the room to look, they were long gone. After Zhang Yu came down and said that he had met with Zhao Ling in the morning, Wu Xie and the others understood that Zhao Ling was gone, always so quietly, and and the people sat together with expressionless faces, only thinking that they would have to clean up Zhao Ling the next time they met, and they actually always had to be so sudden. When Zhao Ling and the others came back, they were in a villa in Marina City, and Xian Nu was happy as soon as she saw the familiar room. Finally, we're back. Zhao Ling, yeah, back. Still the air here smells more familiar. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling, you're in such a hurry to come back. There's something else going on, right? Zhao Ling looked at Xian Xian Nu and saw that the look in her eyes was very solemn. Knowing that he couldn't lie her, he nodded. Something is indeed wrong? Holly was also curious. Zhao Ling, what else are you hiding from us? I feel like you've been a little weird all along. Zhao Ling, I owe someone karma to pay it back. Xian Nu thought for a moment and spoke tentatively. Sanchi? Zhou nodded. It's her. I need to bring her back. Chapter 150, Goodbye to the King of the Underworld. Xian Nu looked at Zhao Ling with a somewhat strange expression on her face. Didn't Meng's divine soul never exist again after it dissipated? What do you want to do? Zhao Ling, I can still save her, as long as there's enough merit to aid in something. Xian Nu, you're crazy. How much merit would that take? The ones you have now are just a drop in the bucket. Zhao Ling, that's why I need to go to other worlds to accumulate merit. It just takes some time. Xian Nu looked at Zhao Ling in shock. Zhao Ling, is Sanchi that important to you? Zhao Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. It might not have been important before, but now, it's important. He had reasons why he had to resurrect Sanchi. Holly listened in confusion. What the hell are you guys talking about? Xian Maiden didn't reply to Dongqing, her gaze fixed on Zhao Ling. There aren't many people who can do something like this. Who exactly are you? Zhao Ling looked at the cell phone in his hand for a long time, then suddenly laughed. Yeah, who the hell am I? I've almost forgotten myself. Zhao Ling met the two men's puzzled gazes and shook his head, still not answering the question because they would soon be able to find out their identities. At that moment, the TV in front of them suddenly flashed an image on which ACHA's figure appeared. The first thing Ah Cha saw was Zhao Ling. Her eyes flashed with doubt. Zhao Ling, you're back? Zhao Ling had a smile on his face. Lord Hades, you knew so quickly. Ha, the news is really well informed. Ganma, Cha-Cha, long time no see. Ah Cha looked to Xian Nu. Xian Nu, my brother misses you. Xian Nu and Dongqing's faces changed. Not wanting to talk about this topic, Ah Cha obviously didn't notice anything wrong with the atmosphere and wasn't talking to Xian Nu and Dongqing, her gaze looking towards Zhao Ling, her eyes full of curiosity. Ah Cha, Zhao Ling, you're much stronger again. Who are you really? Zhao Ling laughed bitterly. Why do one and two of you like to ask me this question? ACHA, because you do intrigue me, and I've never been able to see through you. Xian Nu was a bit puzzled. It wasn't you who made him a ghost messenger in the first place. How come you still can't see through him? Ah Cha's face was ugly for a moment when she heard this, and after thinking for a long time, she finally broke down and spoke. What do you mean I left him behind? It was clearly him who had to stay behind. Xian Nu, he had to stay. That soul you sealed? Ah Cha rolled his eyes. I didn't do anything at all. At first that thing was given to me by him himself, saying that one day if he wanted to know about his origins then he should give that thing to him. It was his own memories. I never opened it. As for the soul, it was sealed by himself. After his memories returned, the seal slowly opened. The more Ah Cha said, the more angry in her heart. So many years, no memory of Zhao Ling. She did make a very good, but it is that memory she has never been able to open. Want to see also cannot, resulting in her identity of Zhao Ling is also curious tight. Zhao Ling raised his eyes slightly. My identity, it's actually quite good that you guys don't know about it. At this moment, there was no longer any disguise on Zhao Ling. His body's aura tumbled over, making Ah Cha and Xian Nu feel that it was a little difficult to breathe, and his shocked eyes looked towards Zhao Ling, who was as normal as ever, unable to see the slightest hint of something wrong. ACHA, you're familiar with Tyson Führer, aren't you? Zhao Ling, that's right, he and I, many years ago, were friends. As soon as the word friend fell, Xian Nu and Ah Cha both only felt a little alarmed. Taishan Fu Jun, that was an ancient god that had existed for how many years, and all of the authority of the king of the underworld was nothing more than a small bit of the Taishan Fu Jun's handouts. But Zhao Ling was actually a friend of the Taishan Fu Jun, which behind the scenes represented that Zhao Ling was similarly that kind of an existence. Xian Nu, no, Zhao Ling, if you're so powerful, why did you go to the underworld in the first place? Just for that zither? No way? Zhao Ling let out a light laugh. The me at the beginning was just trying to banish myself. At that time, he, for cultivation, has long had no idea, just want to indulge once, abandoned all, with another name, identity, live once, turn the eyes, has passed 1,000 years, ACHA, banishment, so you're here to experience life in the underworld? Zhao Ling looked up slightly, kinda, but I'm leaving too. Ganma, leave, where are you going? Zhao Ling, go back to where I was supposed to be, go back to see those old friends of mine. and after that I have new goals, new things to do. ACHA, where the hell did you come from? Zhao Ling, I come from a big world, the one above all the small worlds, where it all began. Shen Nu and Acha only felt that their three views had been reshaped. They were aware of the saying of 3,000 worlds, but they had never thought that there were worlds that were of a higher level, which didn't mean that they were weak. Shen Nu and the others didn't ask any further questions. Looking at Zhao Ling's appearance, he didn't intend to say anything more, so they didn't bother to ask. Anyway, they would know later when they had the chance. It was true that Zhao Ling didn't intend to talk about it. After all, those things, to them, weren't really good things, and he himself didn't like it, so there was nothing to say. When he came here, he actually came to experience the robbery. Only, something went wrong. He recovered his memory in advance, and because he didn't want to go back to the original world, so he borrowed the reason of searching for the Qin to break into the underworld, and finally changed his identity and sealed his memories to live in. The Taishan prefect had met with him earlier, and he knew a few things, and at the same time, brought news of his master, and it was only then that Zhao Ran realized that it seemed like it was time for him to go back. Self-imposed exile is something he's already tried and there's nothing new about it. Now he needs to suffer the consequences for what he's done. Acha obviously knew who Zhao Ling cared about right now. San Qi, are you trying to save her? Zhao Ling, that's right, I'll definitely pay back what I owe her. Acha was full of surprise. She already knew about Sanchi, she that had completely disappeared, to be saved back. How was that possible? ACHA, you have an idea? Zhao Ling, naturally. ACHA, so, you're getting out of here? Zhao Ran nodded. I came back to say hello to you guys on purpose. I don't know when I'll see you again. Ganma, okay, so will you come back later? Joel, it will be, but maybe I won't be like this when the time comes. ACHA, never mind. I don't care about you. Good luck with that. After Acha finished speaking, she left, and Zhao Ling said a few words to Shen Nu and Dongqing, before her figure finally disappeared directly in front of the two of them. Holly looked confused. Zhao Ling, just like that? Shen Nu, it's obvious, but I can't see through his mana at all. It's quite something. The author says, the main text to this end, there will be a few extras, explaining the identity of Zhao Ling. For the next book to do the padding, the identity is a private set. Some open. Chapter 151 Extra 1. Zhao Ling went directly to the Taishan prefect and asked for some news with him before moving back to the Flood World. Yes, Zhao Ling, I should say nameless. He was originally from the Flood World, cultivated for a long time. His real cultivation really to say words have reached the quasi-saint. Just his existence has not been many people know just. Nameless returned to the Flood World. A moment to go. The body of the cultivation came back. The breath is also more and more heavy. Those few saints also found out. Just in the end there is no relationship between them. So Nameless is still very clean to walk in the Flood World. The Flood World is the origin of all small worlds. In the quantitative robbery when the different small worlds, different people also basically stayed in the middle of those small worlds. The real Flood actually does not have a lot of people's existence. More saints. Nameless landed in the middle of a wasteland. The clothes on his body transformed into a white robe. The style was simple. His hair changed into long hair. A hair band was tied behind his ear, leaving a few strands of hair in front of him making his temperament look unruly. Nameless glanced at the robe on his body. This was what he used to wear. But since he became a ghost messenger, he had never worn white clothes again, and now that he was wearing it, he was still a bit uncomfortable. Nameless surveyed the surroundings and with a flash of his body, he appeared on the seashore in the next second. Nameless looked at the sea rolling before him, raised his hand and waved out a spell seal, and an island appeared above the sea. Nameless figure moved, walked to the island. After that, the island and disappeared on the surface of the sea. Just after the island disappeared, those creatures in the sea only dared to slowly explore the body to check out two eyes. See nothing is the case or only relieved. Nameless walked to the island. The three big words over the island were still surrounded by golden light. Janeo Island. At the same time, the island was quiet, without a single sound, and compared to the big shiny letters, it was even more bleak. Nameless, heart chattering, slowly walked to the center of the hall, looking at the ground full of fallen leaves, dilapidated palace. The heart floated are those lively scenes 1,000 years ago. The Interceptor Church has always practiced there is no class, so there are a lot of various kinds of masters and brothers in this. At first, they were here to cut, cultivate, and discuss the Tao. At that time, how lively Janeo Island was. Nameless was born from birth, only he was born a human, unlike anything else, and he was still a 5-year-old when he first met Tong Tian. At that time, Tong Tian and Yuan Shi and Lao Zi, although there were some arguments, they still had a good relationship. Tong Tian was a bit angry at that time because of Yuan Shi's finger pointing at his acceptance of disciples, and ran out alone, and happened to meet Nameless. Although Nameless is a human race, But born extraordinary, was Tong Tian C. Tong Tian then brought him back to the Kunlun mountain, but the three Qing have not yet separated. After returning to the Kunlun mountains, through the probing of Yuan Shi and Lao Zi, they found that the root of Nameless was very strange, making them a bit uncertain. Finally Tong Tian brought Nameless to the front of Hongjun, before Hongjun did anything. Its innate treasure creation jade disc will directly let Nameless as the main. This kind of creation let them feel surprised. Hongjun pinched and counted for a long time before finally getting the answer. The sun is related to the Great Tao? Tong Tian, the Great Tao? Master, could there be a calamity on him? Hongjun shook his head. On the contrary, there are countless possibilities in his body, which all originate from himself. Just how in the end? And see later. Tonto, so what happens to the boy now? Hongjun looked at Tong Tian and saw that he looked like he wanted to take on a disciple. He was just a bit helpless. Among the disciples he had taken on, the one who hurt Tong Tian the most was Tong Tian. But with the future quantum culpa, even he couldn't intervene in anything. But with this child, it might be a bit better. So he nodded and let Tong Tian take the namelessness. Tong Tian was very happy after accepting Nameless, looked at Nameless and wanted to give him a name. Nameless is a small one but already has his own ideas. Nameless, master, I have a name. My name is Nameless. Tong Tian and Hongjun froze. Nameless, this name represents so much. Hongjun, the body has a form but no name. It seems that all this is the will of heaven. Tong Tian was a bit puzzled. Master, is his name any good? Hongjun, take him back, guide him well in his cultivation. However, don't let people know his identity. It's best to let him appear less in front of people, right? Although Tong Tian was puzzled, he did as he was told. And after that, the only ones who knew of Nameless' identity were Hongjun and Sanqing. Nameless has been following Tong Tian's side to cultivate. Unknowingly only thought it was Tong Tian's Dao child. After all, Tong Tian did not say anything about accepting disciples. Yuan Shi and the others had always felt that they had wronged Nameless, so they were all very kind to him. Plus he was extremely talented, so they all liked to guide him in his cultivation. It wasn't until later that Tong Tian moved to Jinao Island because of his disciples' affairs, and Nameless went with him, and soon after, Nameless closed his doors. By the time he came out again, it was already the end of the God-sealing quantum revelation. Tong Tian's disciples were lost, and he himself was brought back to the Bio Palace by Hongjun, and at the same time, the Heavenly Tao also decreed that saints could no longer strike at will. Nameless went directly to the Bio Palace to see Tong Tian. Hongjun was stunned when he saw him. It has been a few thousand years. Nameless did not show up in front of people. He almost forgot. Hongjun, Nameless, you are now already a paragon. That's really good. Nameless bowed to Hongjun. Master Ancestor, I want to meet my master. Hongjun, that's just it. You go and meet it. When Nameless came to the back point, Tong Tian was playing chess with Yuan Shi, and there was absolutely no look of imprisonment on his face. Seeing Nameless, Tong Tian was also stunned. Nameless, you've come out of the customs? Nameless was a bit helpless. Master, as soon as I came out of Jinao Island, no one was there. I thought something had happened to you? Tong Tian waved his hand carelessly. What could I have done? It's just that I forgot to mention it to you. Origin, Nameless, you're already a paragon now? Only then did Tong Tian realize Nameless quasi-saint cultivation and was very happy. Good. They have counted so many of my disciples without realizing that my truly good disciple is here. Nameless, master, what's going on? Tong Tian, when the heavenly Tao develops too quickly, the earthly Tao in the way of entry will be somewhat unable to do so, and the great Tao will naturally have to take some means in order to balance it out. Yuan Shi, your master and your master's uncle are both transformed by Pango's essence blood, and it was inevitable that the calamity should be on us. But it's good that it's like this now. Tong Tian, where's the good? We're stuck here. But the Western sect has prospered greatly. Humph, what the hell? Nameless also probably know what happened. The matter of quantitative robbery is unavoidable, but Hongjun Taoist ancestor is still more pain master, so give them a chance to stay alive. Chapter 152, Episode 2. It was only at this time that Nameless realized that the development of the world actually relied on this kind of approach, but he could not do anything. Nameless wanted to return to Jinao Island and guard that area, but was stopped by Hongjun. Nameless was a bit puzzled. What does Master Ancestor mean by this? Hongjun, Nameless, you have a more important responsibility on your shoulders. Nameless, a Master Ancestor, please still clarify. Hongjun, however, shook his head. This is the meaning of the Great Tao. I can't intervene, but I wish to go on a journey to experience the calamity. The 3,000 small worlds have become a reality, and there are countless things in them that you can learn. Nameless finally obeyed him and went to the small world, the world of Soul Pendulum. It was just that what people didn't expect was that his existence was targeted by the two saints in the West because of a trip to the Bio Palace. After learning that he had gone on a journey, they used tricks to actually get Nameless to break away from Taoism and accept the teachings of Buddhism. but in the end he is also a person arranged by the great Tao, a female ghost, so that his Buddha's heart has been damaged, under the mistake of restoring the memory, but at that time, he was in the small world, for the people in the middle of the flood didn't have any way to do it. In the end, Nameless directly broke the pot, disappeared into the underworld, gave up everything, and became a Zhao official. However, he did not want to. This action also accomplished him, not broken. He actually unintentionally accumulated Yin virtue again. These Yin virtues through him, feeding back to the great Tao. It was also in helping the other world to perfect the 6 paths and gain merit that Nameless truly understood the meaning of his existence. The great Tao is incarnated in 3,000 small worlds, but when the small worlds become independent they give rise to a heavenly Tao. Under the development of many years, the heavenly Tao was again disturbed by different reasons, making the development of the small world more and more uncontrollable, and finally slowly disappeared and annihilated. This is indelible damage to the way. The existence of Nameless is that the great Tao needs his help to help each small world to perfect itself. After they become more powerful, their own chi flow to the great Tao, and then by the great Tao dispersed into the void. Only in this way, the countless small worlds can exist forever. Nameless also did not expect. Originally he should go then not the world of the soul swing. He also did not know the original situation, but because of the interference of the guidance quasi, so that he delayed for so long, but all of a sudden comprehended the true meaning. Now that he had a world's worth of merit and had returned to the flood, the aura on his body was much stronger again. Originally, Nameless was planning to go directly to other worlds, but still want to come back first to see the master, as well as the 2 Buddhist people who counted on him. If not for the great way to intervene, he almost went into the Buddhist way to come back. May not have to properly calculate this account. Nameless looked at the palace in front of him. The last time he left was when he was out of the customs, but did not want to go and did not come back. The robbery and delayed for 1,000 years, and now come back to just feel that things are not the same. Nameless entered the palace. The inside of the palace was fine. There were no changes. In the end, it was the land of the saints. There was mana added. Nameless walked to the front and paid homage to Tongtian's portrait before finally deciding to visit the Bayou Palace. The appearance of Nameless has attracted the attention of many people, and the 2 of them have long forgotten about their calculations. And since Nameless' Buddha heart has been damaged, they feel that this person has been ruined, so they are not paying attention to it. Nuwa has also been trapped in the Nuwa Palace all these years, and due to the effects of the quantum revelation, she is not allowed to go out easily. And even if she senses Nameless Sora, there is no need for her to appear. Guiding Junti, on the other hand, wanted to come to see what kind of person suddenly appeared, as well as this high level of cultivation, but when they came to the East China Sea, the Golden Ao Island had already disappeared, and Nameless had already gone to the Bio Palace. The 2 men looked at each other, both a little puzzled. Guiding, this is Tongtian's dojo. Is it possible that he has returned? Junti, impossible. If it comes back it won't be like this now. Tongtian is trapped in the Bio Palace of the Taofather. It's impossible to come out. Receptionist, what would that be? Could it be his disciple? Junti strangled, but nothing strangled out. I do not know. This person's origin must be very mysterious. I actually strangled out. Receiver, look around here. You might even find it. The 2 searched around again and eventually found nothing before leaving. At this time, Nameless had already arrived at the Bayou Palace and stood outside to pay his respects. Nameless seeks to see Tao Ancestor. Hongjuan's voice came out, come in. Only then did Nameless get up and walk up the steps. Inside, Hongjun was sitting inside and next to him was Tongtian playing chess with him. When Nameless saw the 2, he knelt down. Unworthy disciple Nameless pays his respects to Master. Master Ancestor. Tongtian was so happy to see Nameless that he got up and helped him up. Tongtian, you child, you're finally back. If it wasn't for your Master Ancestor saying that you're fine, I would have wanted to go look for you. There was some guilt on Nameless' face. It was Nameless' fault for making Master worry. Hongjun, no harm done. In the end, it's still too much for the West. Luckily you had a mission and came back in the end. Tongtian looked at Nameless. His face was a bit bad. You've been through this calamity for 1,000 years. It's not easy to come back. How come you still lost a pair of eyes and brought back a karma? Nameless looked at Tongtian with some worry and smiled faintly. Master, don't worry. Nameless knows what's in his heart. Tongtian, what number do you have? This karma is not so good to exchange, especially your current cultivation. Not even the consequences you thought about? Nameless, Master, I already have a method of repayment. It's just a bit more troublesome, but I've prepared for it. Hongjun, Tongtian, your disciple has his own ideas. Why should you worry too much? Tongtian, Master, I know. Hongjun motioned for Nameless to come and sit in front of them, his gaze looking at Nameless. When I let you go to the tribulation it was guided by the great Tao. Now, it seems that you already have an idea. Nameless nodded his head. Yes, Master Ancestor, I know what I have to do. And after a while, I will be leaving. When Tong Tian heard this, he was a bit anxious. Why are you leaving so soon? Didn't you just come back? Nameless, Master, I have my own mission to do. Perhaps, after a while, you won't have to stay in the Bayou Palace all the time, and Master Ancestor as well as Senior Uncle and the others can no longer be constrained. They can go wherever they want. Wu Ming's words made Tong Tian and Han Jun both a little surprised. Their status as saints was also constrained because of their abilities. Listening to him, in the coming days maybe their abilities couldn't mean anything. Nameless smiled and explained, the heavenly Tao has constraints. It's because it's not strong enough yet, but I'll make him stronger. And at that time, it will no longer be afraid of you guys. So naturally, it can be free of constraints. Tong Tian and Han Jun looked at Nameless with eyes full of love. Did not expect Nameless really came to send them a chance Chapter 153, Episode 3. Han Jun, will this trip be a hindrance to you? Nameless could feel their worry and love for him and shook his head. It's just going to be a bit of trouble. It won't be anything. I'll come back to see you guys often. The three of them were talking when Han Jun suddenly changed his face a bit. Someone went to Janeo Island. Tong Tian also realized it, guiding and collateralizing. It's them again? Nameless, they should have been lured there by my scent. Han Jun also remembered what happened between them and turned his head to look at him. What are you going to do about their calculations against you? Nameless smiled faintly, then naturally, I'll let them know. Buddha and Tao, who is the main and who is the secondary? Tong Tian was interested when he heard this. They have been trying to publicize Buddhism. This time let them know what Buddhism is. Nameless, Buddha is originally the way. This is the right way. The three looked at each other, eyes full of smiles. As for the Nameless in the end cannot win the reception of the Quasi, they are not worried, although looking at him only Quasi-Saint's cultivation, but there is a great way to give him open the back door. The real strength of the real strength I am afraid that the long time ago is not ordinary it. Nameless left the Bio Palace and didn't go back to Janeo Island. He just found a random direction and left. He waited for those two to take the bait. Now the flood world has also long been split into many small worlds, resulting in the real flood period of the great powers are not much. But which is the most closely linked world? Nameless still more than a couple of eyes. A glance revealed that something was wrong. It was clearly a great world under the flood, but the chi was vaguely disappearing. Nameless frowned. This was too abnormal. Perhaps he should have gone to take a look earlier. I was thinking of picking random worlds to go to, but now I'm going to have to check out the world where I want something to happen first. Not long after Nameless walked away, and sure enough, there came that familiar voice, fellow Taoist, please stay. The corner of Nameless' mouth hooked up a smile, did not turn around, as if he did not hear it, did not answer. Then the voice continued, I see that you, Taoist friend, have a destiny with my Buddha, so why don't you enter my spirit mountain to cultivate? It was only then that Nameless turned around, looked at the two men in monk's robes, and spoke of Buddha. What is Buddha? The two of them, Guiding and Junti, glanced at each other and were just about to open their mouths, but Nameless didn't give them that chance and then spoke. I say, Buddha is originally the way. What do you think? Guiding Junti's face instantly changed dramatically. Why are you so presumptuous? Converting to our Buddha is the right path. Nameless, you two really didn't see who I am? Nameless eyes stared at the two. There was no fluctuation in them, and the face of Guiding Junti changed slightly as he looked at Nameless and pinched. Finally, he looked at Nameless in shock. You actually haven't fallen yet? Nameless, thanks to the two of you. Nowadays my cultivation is not bad with this dual cultivation of Buddhism and Taoism. Guiding, ridiculous. Buddha's path is not meant to be. You actually practice together. Treasonous. Nameless, great treasonous thing you guys. Right, taking advantage of the quantum robbery to count my masters and brothers, and meddling in my saga. Are you guys really not afraid that I'll come after you to settle the score? Junti, what can a mere paraclete do to me? Nameless, master is so confident. Nameless mouth has always been a smile. Although the two people who received the quasi-ti feel a little strange, but more is angry. A chess piece they counted, now actually dare to provoke them, is really too unaware of the need to know. Junti, I think you are going off the deep end. It's better to let us help you. Nameless listening to the words of the two people. Expression remains calm. The two people of the Guiding and Junti rely on this method. To the west do not know how many people into it. His master and the others were saints, so it was not good to bother with them much, but he was not, and now it was just the right time to take revenge. Guiding Junti, two saints of the pressure poured down. Nameless did not care, raised his hand to meet. The cultivation of the quasi-saint and the two fought back and forth, did not fall into the wind at all. Bio Palace, Tong Tian and Han Jun also watching the fight. Tong Tian both worried and very happy. He is unable to clean up these two people, but his disciples to clean up is the same. Han Jun's expression became a bit strange. He could see that the Gong method on Nameless carried the shadow of Buddhism, and thought of what he had just said, dual cultivation of Buddhism and Taoism. It was actually true. Guiding Junti had also discovered that Nameless had taken on their Gongfu, as well as the Buddhist Gongfu, and had performed it without losing any ground at all. Receptionist, you actually use Buddhism? Nameless, didn't you guys send me this? The two of them looked unsightly. They had asked him to cultivate Buddhism in the hope that he could convert to our Buddha, but by no means were they holding the Buddha's teachings against them. When Nameless went down with a Buddha seal, both of them were a bit shocked. The degree of greatness of this Buddhism was almost catching up with them. Such a person should have been practicing Buddhism. If Nameless knew what they were thinking, he would have despised both of them a whole lot. He was originally a part of the Great Tao's ability to incarnate. He didn't care what kind of Gongfu he cultivated. It was all very powerful. However, he originally cultivated Taoism, and because of the two people who received guiding junti contacted the Buddha, now the two ways he cultivated are very good. Just in comparison, he still preferred Taoism. After all, in the chaotic world of the Taoist sect of the Shangshur Buddha, he is a man with the heart of the world. Nameless is also too lazy to waste time with them. The heavenly Tao has suppression on saints, especially when they do it to themselves. Their strength can't be utilized at all. He can make good use of this convenience yet. Nameless, I've heard that when a saint falls, the heavens and earth change color. I'd love to see this spectacle today. I wonder who of the two of you will give me this opportunity. Receptionist, arrogant people, not enough to worry about. Instead, Nameless raised his hand and summoned the immortal execution sword, causing the two to freeze on the spot. Junti, the immortal execution sword. Your master is Tong Tian? Nameless, you guys just realized that? Didn't you even investigate properly when you were counting on me? Guiding, what are you afraid of? Tong Tian is trapped in the Bo Palace, and in his absence, this sword simply can't be utilized to its full strength. Nameless, then the two of you should watch. Nameless hands made seals. His movements flew fast. The spiritual energy of his body was injected into the immortal execution sword, and the four swords flew fast towards the two people of Guiding and Junti. Nameless, silence, fall. Words fell, the four immortal sword flying fast to the two people who are busy to take out the hands of the treasure to resist. They can obviously feel that the sword inside the breath is taught to kill them. After becoming a saint, they are also the first time to be threatened by such. After Nameless watched them resist with their treasures, he quickly took out the Heavenly Master's sword, which was stained with the aura of the three purities, which was the main reason why Nameless left it behind. Nameless raised his sword and injected the merit of his body into the sword, thinking to attack the two people of Guiding Junti. The successive attacks caused the two to be exhausted. Originally the saint bits on them were watered down, and now that they were targeted by Nameless, there was absolutely no chance of resistance. Chapter 154, Episode 4. In the end, as the Heavenly Master's sword was about to hit the two of them, Cain pushed Junti out with a palm strike and met the attacks of the immortal exorcist Four Swords and Nameless himself. Nameless didn't care and swung his sword move directly at the receiver, finally using the Heavenly Master's sword to pass through the receiver's chest, and in the midst of his look of incredulity, he sent the man flying with a palm strike and drew back his sword. The four immortal execution swords disappeared, and the body of the receiver also slowly disappeared. At the same time, the sky instantly rolled with heavenly thunder, and dark and heavy clouds shrouded the sky above. The plants on the ground also wilted instantly, turning from turquoise to greenish yellow. Nameless unleashed the spiritual power in his hand and injected it between the earth veins, and the spiritual power that had picked up and dissipated was utilized by him, all of it falling into the earth veins, instantly turning the greenish-yellow plants back to turquoise, as if the scene that hadn't happened before hadn't happened. Junti reacted and wanted to do something, but realized that it was too late. The spiritual power of Jain had already returned to heaven and earth, and his soul had completely disappeared, never to return. Junti looked at Nameless with cynical eyes, as if he wanted to peel off a layer of skin from him. Nameless didn't care. It wasn't like he could do anything about it anyway. At that moment, the sound of heavenly thunder in the sky became heavier. Junti looked at it and spoke. Killing a saint without authorization. You're acting against the heavens. Wait for the heavenly punishment. Nameless, is that so? But how can I see that it doesn't want to split me? Junti was shocked, and sure enough, the thunder clouds in the sky had begun to slowly dissipate, and Junti was puzzled. Junti, why? Who the hell are you? Nameless, I killed the receiver, but I used merit. Junti, merit? Impossible. Merit is clearly the weakest. At this time, the other great powers of the flood world also came to this location one after another. This one saint fell. They naturally found it hard to believe. They all wanted to come to see what kind of saint was actually capable of this. Hearing the conversation between the two, they glanced at each other, their eyes filled with shock, especially Nuwa. She had come to join in the fun, but hearing this as soon as she arrived made her react a bit. She had become a saint by relying on merit, and after becoming a saint, she was the weakest among the saints. But now someone was saying that merit was the strongest, so how could she not be surprised? Nameless, I used my own power of merit and virtue to kill Jiayin. The heavenly Tao cannot cure me of my sins, and at the same time, with this sword, I also cut off half of your Western's chi. This is what you owe me. Junti was shocked, after checking themselves, only to find that the merits of the spiritual mountain of the chi luck is indeed disappearing. Now do not care about the fall of the sighted, just want to hurry back to the retreat. Restore strength, the West must not be another accident. Nameless had no intention of stopping him, he had killed Guayin. His karma was already understood, so naturally he would not be chasing after Junti. After Junti left, Nameless was about to leave as well, but he didn't want to be stopped by Manhwa. Fellow Taoist, I have a question. I wonder if you could answer it for me. Nameless stopped and looked at Manhwa, but there's no harm in asking. The other various great powers who were about to leave also stopped and listened to the conversation between the two. Manhwa, listening to what you said, becoming a saint by merit should be strong, but I relied on merit to become a saint, and now I'm the weakest in terms of strength, so I don't know what to make of that? Nameless smiled slightly. Manhwa relied on the human race's chi and merit to become a saint, yet she called herself a demon. If you abandon the human race, they will naturally abandon you as well. Nameless says I'll leave. He's leaving and plans to leave a little gift for the West while he's at it. Manhwa stood in place thoughtfully, and finally came to a realization. So that's how it was. No wonder she was losing a little bit of her strength. She became a saint by relying on the merits of the human race, but had not blessed the human race, and ended up in such a state. No wonder. Nameless made his way to the spirit mountain and looked at the buildings inside. He could sense that Junti was inside, but he wasn't here to fight. With a final slap, he shattered the gate, left a message on it, and left. The people inside the spirit mountain were startled by the commotion. They came out to look but no one was there, and in the end, they only saw the words left behind, and they were all grimacing. Junti looked at the sentence outside. The three religions began without a top grade, only the Tao is called supreme. His face was ugly, but Nameless has left. Even a little breath is not left behind. The quasi want to find trouble are no way. Finally can only admit this bad luck. Although thinking to find Nameless to settle scores, but he himself is also clear in his heart. He may never have the opportunity. Inside the Bo Palace, Hongjun and Tongtian's faces changed when they heard what Nameless said to Manhwa, especially Tongtian. They, the three clearings, had become saints by relying on the human race's fortune when they counted, but hadn't taken the human race seriously. Perhaps, all along, it was them who had been wrong. Hongjun, know what to do? Tongtian, I understand. Master, I'll go discuss this matter with my elder brother and the others. Hongjun nodded and let him leave. The three paths of heaven, earth and man, harmonious development is the right way. Perhaps, in the past, he was also wrong. After Tongtian and Yuanshi and Laozi discussed the matter, they all changed their respective Taoist bodies and went to the earth to preach. Thereafter, after a long time, they were still able to obtain the power of faith from the earth, and at the same time, they also cultivated uncountable talents for the heavenly underbelly, and it was then that they realized that the great Tao favored the human race, and that it was the development of the human race that could drive the three realms. Nameless originally wanted to go to that small world that had gone wrong to take a look, but then he felt that the contact talisman placed at Xian Nu's place had been touched, which was a bit strange, but he still planned to go back to check on them. It had become easy for him to travel through space and time now, and in just a few breaths, he found Xian Nu's location and appeared beside them. But it was still surprising to see Xiaoyuchen standing with them. He had given them the linking talisman between the two worlds before, but they had gotten together again so quickly? Nameless changed the clothes on his body, wearing the clothes of the former Zhao Mandarin, and walked in front of them. Zhao Ling, what are you doing? You guys? Originally, the Xian maiden and her party, whose faces were full of tangles, heard the voice and all turned around, and the black-clothed Zhao Mandarin stood at the back, his eyes full of smiles as he looked at them. Xian Nu was the first to react. Zhao Ling, you're really here? Dark glasses, yo, Mandarin, long time no see? Zhao Ling, how long can it be? Didn't I just leave? Xian Nu and the others glanced at each other with somewhat strange faces, and Zhao Ling also noticed something wrong. What's wrong? Xian Nu, you've been gone for 2 years. Have you forgotten? Zhao Ling's face changed. Then he reacted. The energy of the two worlds was different, so he thought that he had just left, but the time he stayed in the flood world, here, flew by. Zhao Ling, I forgot. Time passes differently. I say, how come you guys are looking for me again after I just left? Chapter 155 Extra 5. Xian Nu waved her hand. Don't mention it. If it wasn't for the accident, I wouldn't have wanted to bother you. Zhao Ran frowned. What exactly is it that could make you look for me in such a hurry? Xian Nu frowned before finally speaking. Do you remember Bai Suzhen? Zhao Ling, White Snake. Wasn't he with Xiao Chang? How could he not remember it? If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have enough power in him at that time, how could he let him go and rob him? Beside them, Xiaoyu Chen and Black Glasses were still a bit unable to accept this when they heard this, and they had only just realized that Xiao Qing was actually a male. Ganma, revealed. Zhao Ling, what about Qing? Ganma, at the villa? Zhao Ling, go back first. Go back and tell us what's going on. Xian Nu nodded her head and they went back to the villa together. Xian Nu was a bit strange. What did you go back for? Back for so long? Zhao Ling, I had something to do. I was supposed to go to the other world, and sensed you contacting me before I came over. Xian Nu, it's a good thing I contacted you. What else would I have done? Holly and little brother were taken away. Wu Xie and Fatty are worried that they didn't come out after they went in. I'm wondering if I should go to the underworld. Zhao Ling, how do you guys? Cannot beat her still go? One after another Hulu waifu save grandpa it? Xie Yuchen, we were the ones who didn't stop Wu Xie and the others, and I don't know how it went. Zhao Ling, they should be fine for the time being. I left something on them to save their lives. Not yet. Ganma, that's good. Returning to the villa, the people inside came out when they heard the sound, and Zhao Mandarin froze when he saw her. Emerald, why are you here? Xian Nu spoke up from behind. It was me, Jadeite. Who came over? And Xiao Cheng was injured. Zhao Ling nodded, but his eyes looked at Jadeite somewhat strangely. Before he did not reply and heard Xian Nu describe it, thought Jadeite was really Amber's descendant, but now it seemed to him that it wasn't exactly, especially the one who was in Emerald's body. That would be Amber. Mentioning the twin souls. No wonder he had looked at Emerald a little strange before, but he knew it wasn't the time to talk about it, so he didn't open his mouth. Inside, Qing was lying on the sofa, and he was excited to see Zhao Ling, who was originally the one he wanted to find. At first their plan was for him to stay by Old White's side in Holly's identity, but he was still careless, and he didn't expect Old White to actually find a breakthrough, and now he's made it this way. Zhao Ling looked at Xiao Qing's miserable appearance and was slightly curious. Xiao Qing, the two of you have been together for so long. It's said that a day's husband and wife have 100 days of kindness. Don't you have any feelings? And you've been beaten up so badly? Xiao Qing laughed bitterly twice. It's my fault. I thought Old White didn't care anymore. Beating you to death, she still found out something was wrong, and wasn't even willing to listen to my explanation. Xie Yuchen, so what was going on in the first place? They had been worried about Wu Xie and the others, so they hadn't had time to ask what exactly was going on, and now that Zhao Ling had returned, they had relaxed a little before they had time to ask about the specifics. Zhao Ling, when Bai Suzhen looked at Winter Green, but at that time, Winter Green's situation was special. It was impossible for me to give Winter Green to her, but she used the flooding of the coastal city as a blackmail to ask us to hand over the Winter Green, and finally Xiao Qing stepped in to pretend to be the appearance of the Winter Green to stay beside the White Suzhen, but I didn't expect that. All after so many years, there was still something wrong. Xiao Cheng, it was me who was careless and revealed the traces. Old White beat me out after realizing it was me, and didn't even give me a chance to explain. I had no choice but to come to you guys. Xian female, when he came, just when Wu Oblique they came to find me in Winter Green to play. Originally we want to save Little Green, but did not expect White Suzhen actually followed behind Little Green chased to the villa. She directly captured Winter Green, and saw Little Brother, together with the takeaway. You also know, between me and her originally there is a gap, so did not stop. When Xian Nu said this, she was still a bit weak. Zhao Ling sighed helplessly. What about Wu Xie and Fatty? Black Glasses, they said they wanted to go to Reason. Black Glasses spread his hands when he said this. They really did not think there was a situation behind the scenes, so they did not take it seriously. Zhao Ling were all a bit stunned, looking at them, not knowing what to say, and finally looked at Xian Nu. Then why didn't you stop them? Xian Nu, I went to look for Jadeite at that time. I couldn't save Qing's injuries, and when I came back they were gone. Zhao Ran almost had a heart attack. I'm really convinced, if I don't come back, are you planning to tease them somewhere? Xian Nu, then what can I do? Besides, I'm also worried about Holly. This is not looking for you. If you do not come back, I intend to go to the king of the underworld. Zhao Ling shook his head. Then where are you staying today? Why did you go there? Xian Nu, it's the place of the fifth prince. Zhao Ling, fifth prince. Where is he? Xian Nu replied in a small voice. I was going to ask him for help, but he heard it was about Bai Suzhen and ran away. The Xian woman was a bit embarrassed. The Dark Glasses and Yu Chen also sighed. They didn't expect the other party to be so decisive and disappeared all of a sudden. They were just sighing when Zhao Ling came back. Zhao Ling, you guys should really be glad that I came back to see you. Otherwise, one by one, you just know how to get into trouble. Xian female, this is not happy. This White Suzhen thing, when there is your pot. After all, at that time we both who cannot beat her. Zhao Ling glanced at Xiao Cheng who was a bit wilted on one side. What do you think of Bai Suzhen? Do you still want to be with her? Green, I want to take her to Panglai. That's where we first agreed to go. Zhao Ling frowned slightly. Panglai? This small world was indeed strange. The specifics of it were not clear to him, but Panglai was a place that carried quite a lot of legends, and it was not known which immortal resided inside. Xian Nu suddenly remembered. Zhao Ling, don't you have the mountain, river and Jigong diagram? There should be ones in there that can beat Bai Suzhen, right? Zhao Ling, it's not a matter of whether or not you can fight. Bai Suzhen has people above her. It's not that easy to handle. Xiaoyu Chen, cultivating immortals is also about human feelings now? Zhao Ling, it's the same at all times. Don't even think about the mountain, river, and Jigoku diagram. I've given the stuff to my master to relieve him of his boredom. Xian Nu, is that why you went back to see your master this time? Joel, yeah, by the way, do the math. Dark Glasses and the others were curious. What account? Zhao Ling, do you guys still want to save Wu Xie and the others? Where is your attention? Xian Nu, okay, we won't ask. So do you know how to save them? Chapter 156, Episode 6. Zhao Ling, there's nothing to be done. Just rob it. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling, you're so sure of yourself now. Ha? Zhao Ling smiled slightly. Do you think I'm joking about going back? Xian Nu happily got up and rose. That's good. Then let's get going. Emerald, I'm going too. And I'm going to see just how different this white lady is from the legends. Zhao Ling, go on. All go together and take a look. The current him already had the ability to let them retreat in one piece. Moreover, this is really to talk about. This white maiden and the Tongtian sect leader still have some relationship. Although it is not like the one in this room, but it is still some relationship. Zhao Ling glanced at Qing as he got up. Do you want to come along? Xiao Qing was a bit torn. I'm worried about angering old white if I go. Zhao Ling, aren't you afraid I'll kill her? Green, no, it won't. Zhao Ling hooked up a smile. What do you think? Xiao Qing got up. I'd better go. Right now. He couldn't see Zhao Ling's exact situation at all, and he was also afraid that something would happen to old white. The six of them set out together to go to Bai Suzhen's mansion, and it was only when they reached the periphery that the overwhelming demonic aura directly made them somewhat deterred. Dark Glasses, they frowned. What's that smell? Xian Nu, demonic aura. Xiao Qing, old white is really angry. Otherwise he wouldn't even be able to control his demonic aura. Xiaoyu Chen, no wonder the smell is so strong. Emerald covered her nose as well. I regret coming too. This is too much. Zhao Ling waved his hand and an isolation suit hit them so they couldn't smell the odor. Xian Nu glanced at Zhao Ling's casual spellcasting and sighed slightly inwardly. Previously her and Zhao Ling's abilities were on par with each other, but now it seemed that they were extremely different. Zhao Ling led them in. Just 2 steps closer. An attack struck out. Zhao Ling waved his hand and the attack that struck collided, instantly dissipating into thin air. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling, it's okay, let's go. Continuing on, there is a mist in front of us. Xiao Qing, this is set up by old white to prevent us. Zhao Ling sighed. What a pain in the ass. Zhao Ling made a seal with both hands and directly hit the mist. Maze, break. As the words fell, the spell seal in his hand was waved out, and the white mist in front of him instantly dissipated into thin air. At this time inside the house, Bai Suzhen, who was still talking to Dongqing and the others, discovered something and got up with a somewhat ugly face. Bai Suzhen, who is it? Broke my maze. Holly, Zhao Ling. It must be Zhao Ling coming back. Wu Xie and the others were also a little happy, but Bai Suzhen's face was not good. It was that ghost messenger again. Honestly bad for her. WU slant, Holly, are you sure? Holly nodded. Xiaoya shouldn't have come in unless Zhao Ling came back. She should have looked for Zhao Ling. Fatty, the Mandarin is back? Can he beat this white snake? Holly was stumped, as if he wasn't sure. Before Zhao Ling saved him were fooled out, and now he didn't know how it was. Bai Suzhen, humph. This time, no one can save you. Bai Suzhen said as she was about to walk out, but she had only reached the courtyard when she saw the door being kicked in, followed by Zhao Ling's voice. This gate is really not easy to enter. Bai Suzhen, it's you guys again. I haven't settled the score with you yet for spoiling my business before, and now you're here again. Zhao Ling, sorry, who made you always love to touch my friends? Bai Suzhen, what? How are you going to fool me this time? Zhao Ling smiled slightly. Want to make a move? Bai Suzhen's face changed. Do you think you can beat me? Zhao Ling, I can talk to you. You're backstage. I know it very well. Coincidentally, I have a backstage too. That's why I'm talking to you properly. Bai Suzhen, what's the point of talking so much? Do it. Bai Suzhen's words fell and she directly transformed into a prototype and attacked Zhao Ling, who pushed Xian Nu away from them. Go save Dongqing and the others. Zhao Ling flew up and tangled with Bai Suzhen. Zhao Ling's hand movements were unceasing, but he couldn't seriously injure her, so he collected some of them. But Bai Suzhen was different. She was running to kill Zhao Ling. Xian Nu led Xiaoyu Chen and the others inside, while Xiao Qing stayed outside and watched the fight between Zhao Ling and Bai Suzhen with some nervousness. Xian Nu entered inside the room. Dong Chang and Xiao Xiao were still sitting properly on the chairs. That is, they had been enchanted and could not move, while Wu Xia and the others were tied up and thrown on the floor, looking still a little pitiful. Dark glasses. Junior Master San, the contrast in your treatment is too obvious. W.U. Slant, who made people look at me. Xian Nu, Holly, are you guys okay? Holly, it's fine. Is Zhao Ling coming? Xian Nu, it's him. He's out there stalling by Suzhen. Let's hurry. Xian Nu unlocked the spells on Holly and Xiao Go and led them away, going out and seeing a man and a snake fighting together in the air, looking at them with shock. Xian Nu, Zhao Ling really has gotten a lot more powerful again. Xiao Qing, he wasn't this powerful the last time we met. Now he was torn between worrying about Zhao Ling winning and worrying about him losing. When Bai Suzhen saw that all the people had been brought out, she burst into a fit of rage and opened her big mouth to swallow Zhao Ling. Seeing that they all came out, Zhao Ling didn't stay his hand, and directly struck his hand and strangled Bai Suzhen to the ground. Then a magic seal struck her, and Bai Suzhen changed into a prototype and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Qing was a little worried and went up to try to help her up, but Bai Suzhen pushed Xiao Qing away. Looking at Zhao Ling's eyes were filled with resentment. Who the hell are you? You clearly weren't this powerful before? Zhao Ling sighed slightly. I say big sister, you really don't think about anything but love. Ha! Zhao Ling really was speechless, and didn't think about how he couldn't deal with her since he was so confident in coming to the other party. The expression on Bai Suzhen's face froze as she looked at Zhao Ling with a slight change in her eyes. She then realized that something was wrong. The aura on Zhao Ling's body wasn't even the strength of a ghost messenger. Xiao Qing, Zhao Ling, please let old Bai go. Just for the sake of her not making a move on Holly. Qing knew that what he said was a bit far-fetched, but he was really worried about Bai Suzhen, and he didn't want Zhao Ling and the others to hurt him. Zhao Ling shook his head and looked at Bai Suzhen. Isn't what you've always wanted a genuine relationship, and haven't you always had one around you? Hearing this, Bai Suzhen's gaze looked towards Xiao Qing, whose eyes were filled with concern for her, and she suddenly remembered that she had even injured Xiao Qing earlier. Bai Suzhen, Xiao Qing, your injury? Xiao Qing, old Bai, I'm fine. Chapter 157, Episode 7. Bai Suzhen, was I wrong? But I didn't want to. Looking at Bai Suzhen's appearance, Wu Xia and the others were a bit unable to bear to look at it. Is it really worth it to turn oneself into this appearance for a man? Zhao Ling, I'll send you guys to Panlai. Bai Suzhen froze. Who the hell are you? This time, her tone was incredibly solemn, and Zhao Ling did not answer the question head-on. Turning his head, he looked at Qing. Your true home was never here, so there's no need to keep her away in the future. Green nodded. I know. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Ling took the two of them and disappeared into thin air, and Wu Xia and the others froze for a split second. Wu Xia, they're gone? Shen Nu, Zhao Ling sent them to Panlai. It should take a while. Let's go back first. Emerald, what the hell? It's over. It's not exciting at all. Xia Yuchen and the others looked at Emerald breathlessly. Is this not good enough? It's hard not to have to fight to the end of the world to make it better. Shen Nu, Jade, go back. I'm starving. Emerald, hey, I kinda am too. Black Glasses put his arm around Xia Yuchen. Let's go. Master Hua, let's go back as well. This official is here. It's such a relief. Wu slanted to look at little brother, let's go back. Zhang Qi Lattice nodded and together they headed out. Jadeite followed by Xian Nu and Dongchan, looking at the four people in front of them with stars in her eyes. Emerald, Holly, they're not going to be a pair, are they? Holly frowned. I don't know. He really couldn't see the relationship between them too clearly. Xian Nu, but it's quite possible. Oh, Emerald, it's true. Hot guys are digested internally. When everyone returned to the villa and prepared the meal, Zhao Lingnan returned. Xian Nu froze. So fast? Zhao Ling walked to the sofa and sat down. This is a normal speed alright. Wu Xia and the others came together. Brother Mandarins, what's going to happen to White Snake and Little Green then? Zhao Ling what else can happen? They're all their own people. It's not like anything will happen. Fatty Wang, that White Snake is also too crazy. I am really worried that he will forcefully take Holly and little brother in front of Tianjin and me. Wu slanted a glance at Fatty Wang. What are you talking about? Dead fatso. Zhao Ling, this by Suzhen the brain is not clear enough. Cannot see the possessions. Have to go after the illusory. I hope she can see clearly in the future. Dark glasses, I see. That's pretty hard. Xia Yuchen, no matter what, it has nothing to do with us now. Xian Nu, yes. We won't have to care from now on. Emerald, it's time to eat. Are you guys eating or not? Coming. The people ate a meal together. Zhao Ling also told them about leaving at night. Although they were reluctant to leave, they didn't say anything more, because looking at the situation today, it's very simple for Zhao Ling to come back to see them all. After finishing the meal, Zhao Ling spoke up. Jadeite, I have something I want to say to you. Emerald froze. With me? What's the word? Zhao Ling, secret, do you want to know? Emerald, think, go. When Jadeite went upstairs, Zhao Ling called up Xian Nu, who was still puzzled. Xian Nu, You come too. The two of them went upstairs together. Zhao Ling took them to the study, closing the door. Jade was full of curiosity. What secret? Zhao Ling sat on a chair and looked at Xian Nu. Didn't you say that Jadeite looks a lot like the friend you once had? Xian Nu, yes, they are almost identical. Emerald was also flabbergasted. She had known this before, but now that it was brought up again, she was always a little confused. Zhao Ling, because Jadeite has her soul in her body. Xian Nu was startled. What? Doesn't that mean that Amber is still around? Zhao Ling nodded. That's right, and she can come back one day. Emerald was also filled with shock. Are you guys saying that I have the soul of the Heavenly Maiden in me? Zhao Ling, the Heavenly Maiden wasn't meant to die so easily. There's a connection between them. Keep a good eye on Jadeite. One day, Amber will come back. Xian Nu wanted to ask something else, but Zhao Ling didn't intend to say anything. Jadeite and Xian Nu looked at each other and didn't ask any more questions. It was already very good that Zhao Ling was able to remind them that since they knew about it, they would definitely have to look after Amber's soul in the future. After the two of them left, Zhao Mandarin went back to his room. He was planning to leave the next day. As for the farewell, there was no need for it. It wasn't like they couldn't meet in the future anyway, but he didn't want another person to come to him in the evening. Zhao Ling opened the door, saw Dongqing and raised his eyebrows. Why are you here? Holly, can I come in and talk? Zhao Ling sidled up to let him in, and after he went in, Zhao Ling looked at Dongqing. Speak up. What is it? Holly deliberated for a moment before speaking. I know something. Zhao Ling, oh, what is it that warrants you coming to me at night? Holly, these eyes of mine. You really gave them to me. Zhao Ling was slightly stunned. When did you know? Holly, Cha-Cha let me know. She brought back my memories. Zhao Ling, so, you're here to make sure? Holly shook her head. I just want to ask you, why are you being so nice to me? The latter is because of Qi. What about before? Zhao Ling didn't look at him. It's just a pair of eyes. I'm not lacking. Here, you keep it well. Holly, why do I have to owe you? Zhao Ling looked at him. No, you don't owe me anything. We've cleared the air a long time ago. Holly froze. When? Zhao Ling, you'll find out later. It's time for you to go. Zhao Ling got up and tried to let Dongqing out. Dongqing was pushed out by him, after which he raised his hand to stop him. When are you leaving? Zhao Ling, tomorrow. Holly, will we meet again? Zhao Ling, I will. After that, Zhao Mandarin closed the door and looked down with a slight smile. He was here and had gained far more than he had lost. Early the next morning, Zhao Ling left, and the remaining people looked at the empty room and shook their heads in habit. The author says this book ends here. The new book is called Zhao Ling's Synthesized Film and Television Journey, has not yet been issued. When I write a little more words will be issued together. The new book has no CP. Of course the original CP except now ready to have the Order of Chen Love, 3 Lives, and the world of the prequel to the Pauline Lamp. You want to see which one first?